Yo, do you want to build 6 incredible Next.js 13 apps such as a fully functional AI Trello drag and drop clone, an interactive blog app with a full CMS backend, a real production live news app with a GraphQL backend, or how about a real-time meta messenger with a super fast Redis database? And to top it off, we're going to scrape the unscrapable with an Amazon web scraper, and we're going to build a fully functional Google shopping clone with Oxylabs. Welcome to the ultimate Next.js 13 crash course, where we're going to be building 6 incredibly powerful apps in 18 hours. Throughout this crash course, you're also going to learn awesome bits of tech such as how to use the new app router and how it compares to the previous Next.js 12 pages router, how to use the brand new React server components and how they differ from client components. I'm even going to cover the brand new server actions inside of Next.js 13.4 and make the best use out of them. We're even going to cover all of the brand new Next.js 13 caching techniques, and in fact we're going to show you how to go ahead and replace those that were in Next.js 12, such as server-side rendering, incremental static regeneration and static site generation. All of this is going to make so much sense, it's going to seem easy. We'll even be covering the brand new file conventions such as root.ts, layout.ts, notfound.ts, all of these brand new files that you can go ahead and make the best out of with Next.js 13. And of course, with all of this, your React skill set is going to get leveled up. All of the apps are going to be completely responsive as we're going to build them with Tailwind CSS, and our code base is going to be extremely robust, and we're going to reduce the number of bugs by using TypeScript. And to top it off, I'm going to show you how to deploy each of the apps onto Vercel so you can go ahead and host them on your own digital portfolio. Now, in addition to all of that, you're going to learn how to integrate tons and tons of different third-party APIs, libraries, and databases, including GraphQL, ChatGPT with OpenAI's APIs, Firebase version 9, the extremely fast Redis database, Nextauth for all of our Next.js authentication, Zustand for the simplest global state management, how and when to use webhooks, Pusher to allow us to create real-time apps such as the Meta Messenger, beautiful React skeleton loaders to handle your asynchronous loading states, Tremor.io for amazing components that you can go ahead and plug and play inside of your apps, Sanity version 3 for an entire CMS backend solution, amazing web scraping services such as Oxylabs to make web scraping a simple breeze, Appwrite Cloud, Upstash, StepZen, Bright Data, and so much more. Now, it's worth mentioning the entire team has put a ton of effort into trimming these videos down so that you get the entire build experience with 0 interruptions. We're even going to have timestamps available so you can go ahead and skip directly to exactly the point where you want to learn. So if all of that sounds good, all you need to do is smash that like button, subscribe, and that will help this video push out to as many developers as possible, and it helps us keep doing what we're doing on this channel. Now, before we get started, guys, at any point, if you find that this is too hard or you're new to development and you want to go ahead and get to the point where we're coding amazing apps like the ones you're going to see today, then you need to check out Zero to Full Stack Hero. Zero to Full Stack Hero is the world's best developer community. We have over 120 hours of amazing coaching call content and module content. This means you can get direct access to video content where we go in depth to teach you exactly what you're after from an absolute beginner perspective all the way to a full stack hero. I put my heart and soul into building this course, this community. Now we have over 1,000 members. We know how to grow our students from absolute beginner levels all the way up to landing production level jobs. Inside the course, I myself hold weekly coaching calls where you have the chance to ask me any questions in your developer journey. In addition, we also have success coaches teaching inside the community every single Friday. This means you get mentorship all around. You get mentorship from myself, mentorship from the entire community, and you have a lifelong support network to go ahead and help you become the best developer you can possibly become. With that, you get access to the entire Papa Fam community, so you're never going to get stuck or feel like you're ever alone ever again. And for those who want to take things that extra step further, definitely check out our Diamond plan. In our Diamond plan, we have an additional 80 hours of coaching call content inside of it. I also go ahead and teach additional coaching calls every fortnight. This is the membership you're going to be a part of if you want to take your skill set to that elite level of developer. But look, don't take my word for it. Let's see some results from our students themselves inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. Gabriel Graves, one of our Diamond members, now works at PayPal. Rocky Morgan landed an internship at MasterCard shortly after joining the Papa Fam. Fabian landed a full stack developer role at Vodafone. Brian Hoff delivered an entire Web3 training after he learned a ton of this knowledge inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. He now delivers major AWS talks at big conferences. We have students like Alexander winning thousands of dollars winning hackathon events. He won 2 events back to back. Alex Eklund now jumps around the world working remote developer jobs from Thailand to different locations all around the world simply with the help of the Papa Clone. Take Samuel, for example. He landed a job by using the Netflix clone built on the channel and debugged it with the help of the community inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. I can go on and on for hundreds of different success stories. This is probably my best achievement I have ever made in my entire life, and I can go on for hundreds and hundreds of more success stories I want you to see for yourself. So simply head over to the link on the screen right now and see our students. We have lots of videos up on there right now. You guys can actually see for yourselves real people getting real results. And to help our course become more accessible to all of the students around the world, we now support purchasing power parity. To see what discount your country has, simply go ahead and see if there's a blue banner on the top of your page when you visit properreact.com/course, and you'll get a relevant discount code applicable to your country. With that said, let's dive into the Next.js 13 crash course. I hope you're excited. Let's do this. So let's get started with our first video. This is one which I truly believe is an essential. I know Next.js 13 can be this topic that we want to dive straight into, but something that I would highly recommend is that you understand how a Next.js 12 code base works, operates, and how to translate a Next.js 12 app into a Next.js 13 app. For this, I've gone ahead and broken down the entire process and explained all of the differences between a Next.js 12 app and Next.js 13 app, so that you're well prepared to go into any environment, an existing job that is using a Next.js 12 code base, or working on a new app which is brand new and you can use the latest and greatest from Next.js 13. You will be well equipped after this video. So let's dive straight in. Enjoy the video. Now in this video, I'm going to talk mainly about the app directory, how we can change the traditional methods that we used in Next.js 12, such as get server-side props, get static props, and get static parts, and how we can more simply write them using the new Next.js 13 abilities. Without further ado, let's jump into today's build. So first things first, I'm going to use the create next app command to go ahead and initialize my app. And I am going to be using the template with Tailwind CSS to go ahead and initialize my Tailwind in a faster manner. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say YouTube Next.js 13 demo. You can name it whatever you want. Now, something to bear in mind is that although Next.js 13 is a major upgrade to Next.js 12, what the team have done incredibly well is taken on this incremental adoption approach, which means that even if you're on Next.js 13, you don't have to make huge changes to your code. Sure, some changes are going to be made in the link component and the image component. However, your current page structure for how you go ahead and render out your pages doesn't need to change. Your new pages and the app directory can coexist until you migrate over the code to the newer server components. So don't freak out, take your time and enjoy the process. Once this is done, we're going to go into our code using YouTube Next.js 13 demo. I'm going to go ahead and hit code dot to open up my VS Code. So kicking things off, we can see we have a pages directory and a bunch of other things such as a Tailwind config, and everything has been configured for Next.js 12. So looking at this, how do we go ahead and convert this app into an app which is using Next.js 13? Well, firstly, let's just go ahead and run this app to get things up and running. So yarn run dev. I'm using yarn as I got a yarn lock file. You can use npm if you are using npm, right? So if you say package lock, yours is going to be an npm. So as you can see, my app is now running on the right hand side. This is the home page in the traditional Next 12 format. So as you can see, our page routes currently in Next.js 12 are formatted based on of the file name. Now we're going to go ahead and change this to the new app directory. Now it's worth mentioning that anything inside of the new app directory is actually going to be a server component. Now I highly recommend that you have the Next.js 13 upgrade guide next to you as you follow out this tutorial, as it's going to have a bunch of tips and tricks that I may not mention inside of this video. Carrying on, we first need to enable the new app directory. So we go into our next config, head over to our module exports, and we're going to add in the experimental flag. And inside of this object, we're going to type in app directory true. So once I go ahead and hit save, I'm going to have to restart my next server. So I'm going to go ahead, hit yarn run dev, and you might get a prompt asking for your TypeScript support. So we're going to click allow, and you can see that we are now using the new experimental features. Now what I want you to do is head over to your Tailwind, and we're going to actually modify our Tailwind config so that way it actually includes the files inside of our app directory as well as our pages and our components folder. So in this case, this will now go ahead and compile out our Tailwind CSS code inside of our app directory as well as everything else that we previously were doing. Now, let's go ahead and create our first ever file. Now there are 7 different reserved keywords when we are going ahead and creating a file. We have the layout, the page, the loading, error, template, head, and not found. Now you can find this information on the upgrade page, and you can go ahead and see how it's using that reserved keyword to go ahead and build out the file. But let's just jump into an example and it will make a hell of a lot more sense. So let's create our first ever page. So as you can see, now we have a new file directory whereby we have a root /segment/leaf. So I'm going to explain what the hell that means. So first up, on the highest level is our home page. In this case, we're going to call it page.tsx. I'm going to use my handy React snippets to create a React functional component. And here I'm going to go ahead and type in home. Right now, it really doesn't matter what you name it here. This is going to resemble our home page. So I'm going to say I am the home page. I'm going to hit save. Now, what we should see, if we look inside of our terminal, we will actually see that we have a conflicting app and page file found. This is because this is pointing to our home page as well as our index.tsx in our traditional Next.js approach. So we're going to delete our traditional Next.js index page. And now you can see we automatically got a layout.tsx file created for us. So what is a layout file? Now the new layout component is a really handy way to share different UI components in a kind of hierarchical fashion. So the really nice part about this is it preserves the state and prevents unnecessarily re-rendering several parts of the page. So here you can see we have a base HTML with our head and the body simply rendering the children. So the children is essentially the page.tsx. So let's go ahead and see, and now you can see I am the home page. But you're probably wondering, that does not look like we're using Tailwind CSS. So as you can see, what we previously did inside of our _app.tsx file was we imported our globals from our Tailwind CSS. Now what I can simply do is head over to my layout.tsx and paste it in at the top, and we can simply save. Now you can see we have our Tailwind CSS become active. So inside of my page, I can now go ahead, simply pop in a class name, make the text red, and you should see that we have successfully connected our Tailwind CSS. So what's the benefit of using this new layout approach? Well, I'm going to show you right now by creating a header component. So we're going to go ahead and create a header.tsx file. I'm going to go ahead and create that file right now. So here is an example of a header. So let's just assume that this is a random header. It's got a padding of 5. It's got a background blue of 500, and it's going to go ahead and surround the top. So now, instead of putting it inside the page, I can actually put this in the layout because I want it to be available throughout all of my pages on my site. Now what I can do is I can go ahead and spread the body like so, and simply pop inside of here. I can use the header component like so. This will pull in the header into my layout, and this header component will simply be rendered out onto the screen. Now it's probably better we use our actual correct syntax here. So in this case, we're going to pop in like so, put in a p tag just to say I am a header, just for now to be very simple and keep it very basic. And as you can see now, I am a header is going to be persistent across all of our screens from this moment forward. So let's go ahead and give it a nice little bit of styling to make it look a little bit cleaner. So in this case, I am the header. So now we have our header component at the top of the page. But what if I want to have a second page? Okay, so typically the way it would work in Next.js 12 is we would have a separate file. For example, we would have search.tsx that would resemble the /search page directory. Well, inside of Next.js 13, now we have a folder structure. Now in Next.js 13, we follow a new folder structure. We have the root segment, which is the starting point. This is essentially the index of the website. Then we have the segment, which is going to be the next most important part. And then we have the leaf segments, and it can be recurring on as you need it to be, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and create a nice example using a to-do example. So a very basic tutorial that we're going to go ahead and create today. Now, in order to have /to-dos, I just create a folder called to-dos, and inside I have all access to all of those 7 reserved file names that I spoke about previously. So let's go ahead and dive into the first one. Let's type in page.tsx. I'm going to use my React functional component snippet, and now I can go ahead and call this the to-dos page. And as you can see, this will actually create a page under /to-dos but it follows this new page layout. So as you can see, we have this root layout, and then we have the segment inside of it. If I go to /to-dos, what we will now see is the to-dos page being rendered. But what's really cool here is the layout is going ahead and being persisted across the different screens. So I'm going to go ahead and actually implement a button inside of the header component, which will allow me to go back to the home page. So I'm going to use the link component, and previously we would have had to have an A tag inside of our link tags. However, in Next.js 13, now by default it generates an A tag for us. So now I can simply create a link called home, which is going to go ahead and go to the home directory. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a bit of styling and then remove the I am header button. So as you can see now, we have a home button. Now, when I'm on the to-dos page, if I click this home button, you can see it loads up the home page. Okay, so as you can see, everything that we've created so far is actually server components, not client components. So this is something to understand. Whenever we are in the app directory, all of our components are server components by default. So next up, I want to create a list of the to-dos that can be listed out on the page. So what I'm going to do is create a handy little to-dos list component, which will render out all of the to-dos onto my page like so. So I'm going to actually use our current file directory. And what's nice about this directory is we can actually keep our components next to the level at which they're required, which allows us to essentially remove the components folder. However, you can still have a components folder. Just bear in mind that if it's outside of the app directory, it by default will not be a server component. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and create a to-dos list.tsx component. We're going to create this to-dos list. And inside of this component, I'm going to simply go ahead and create a call to fetch my to-dos. Now, typically, this is something that was unheard of before. You wouldn't be able to go ahead and make an await call to fetch some to-dos inside of your functional component. Typically, you would have to have a piece of state, and you were not allowed to make your functional components async. It was just simply against the rules. Well, now we can do that, as this is by default a server component. So we're actually going to go ahead and create a fetch to-dos function, which will help us go ahead and achieve what we need to do. So I'm going to go ahead and create a fetch to-dos function, which is an asynchronous function. And inside of this function, I'm going to make a call to an API, an external API. And this is a dummy API called JSON placeholder. And what this API will do is it will return me an array of to-do objects. So next up, we're going to go ahead and actually pass the information. So once we go ahead and get the JSON from our response, this will give us back the to-dos. Now, I actually know the type that this comes back as. So what I'm going to do is create a type definition file. So I'm going to go into my code and type a typings.d.ts file, and inside of here I'm actually going to create a type definition for my to-do, as I'm going to be using it throughout the code. Now what we can do is we can simply cast this to our to-do component. Once we've done this, all we need to do is simply return the to-dos to the appropriate function. So as you can see now, what we can easily do is we can actually go ahead and fetch at the highest level now in React. And this is thanks to it being a server component. And now one thing to bear in mind is if you ever need to use any kind of click handler or a hook or any interactive element that requires binding to an element, you need to switch to a client component. And I'm going to go ahead and show you a nice little graphic of just how to do that in a second. But for now, what we're actually going to go ahead and do is render out the list of items in a simple mapping like so. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and wrap our entire return statement in fragments and pop out a map with the link component like so. And all this will be doing is it will direct us to to-dos / the to-do ID that is returned, and it will list out the to-do names. So essentially all we're doing is we're listing out a bunch of to-dos onto the screen. Now inside of our to-dos component, I just need to go ahead and render my new to-dos list component. And we need to import it like so. Now, one thing that's a known bug at the moment with the TypeScript and Vercel team is that they don't currently have the TypeScript definition. So by the time you're watching this, this will most likely be fixed. However, there is a hacky solution. However, for now, until they have been completed, I am simply going to TypeScript ignore this error. And I'm going to get a bunch of hate for that in the comments, but it's okay. So let's go ahead and go over to / to-dos. Now on the to-dos page, we should be able to see a list of all of the different to-dos that have been popped out from that API call. So this is actually being rendered on the server. So at this point, when we make the fetch call, if I make a simple fetch to say this is the to-dos, and we simply log it out, what we should see is now it's only being rendered out in the terminal for the server. So something to know here is that as we are only rendering this on the server, it's only the console logs will only be visible on the terminal and not on the browser. Now, as we are currently using a link component, what it will try to do is it will try to prefetch these pages in advance to help it seem like it's an instant user experience. So in that case, we need to actually go ahead and create these pages so that Next.js knows what the hell to do when it sees that route. Otherwise, we're going to get a bunch of errors where it's trying to find the page, but it simply can't find that page. So you can see to-dos 31, 32, it's trying to find it, it can't find it. So at this point now, I need to create a dynamic route. Now, how do we create a dynamic route? Well, typically what we would have done is create a file inside of a folder with the square bracket notation. Now, in this case, all we have to do is create a folder inside of our to-dos, and we simply give this the to-do ID. So this could be given the ID. It really doesn't matter what the name is. You just have to make sure that we relate to that in our code down the line. So I'm going to create a to-do ID folder, and inside of there, we're going to use the same syntax that we were previously using, page.tsx. So I'm going to create my functional component, and I'm going to call this my to-do page. And this is going to resemble the page for the to-do. Now, to go ahead and access the individual to-do ID, so in this case, if I went to /3, I need to know what the root query param is. So I need to know what number is at the end or what the dynamic root value is. So in this case, we actually get a bunch of props that come back. Now you can console log these out and you'll find that you get a bunch of params and search params. But in this case, as we don't have the type definitions available yet, I'm going to go ahead and create my own page props like so. So I'm actually going to create my page props, and then I'm going to go ahead and call it the params. I've already done this work for you. So we've got the params, and then we've got the to-do ID. Now the to-do ID should correlate to whatever you've given the value over here. So at this point, we've got our props. I'm going to destructure the params, and then I'm going to go ahead and get out the to-do ID like so. Okay, so now I've got my to-do page, and all I can do to simply go ahead and pop things out is I can go ahead and say to-do ID. Now, if I'm on to-dos /9, we can see that it goes ahead and says to-do page number 9. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to leverage the power of the server components to actually go ahead and fetch each to-do as we get onto this page. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say const to-do equals await. And in order to use await, we have to make our overall function asynchronous. And then I want you to go ahead and create a function called fetch to do. We're simply going to pass in the to do ID to this function. So I'm going to go ahead and create the outline of the function like so. Secondly, I'm going to go ahead and make an async await call to a third-party URL. So in this case, we've got a API request being made to the JSON placeholder typecode.com/todos, and then we're using our to-do ID that we pass in as our query param. This will go ahead and load that individual to-do from that dummy URL. And then we're going to go ahead and pass the response. Now, the type of response that comes back will be in that same to-do type that we went ahead and typed out earlier. I'm actually going to go ahead and return a bunch of information. So we've got a simple p tag with the to-do ID, the to-do title. We have a ternary operator. If it's completed, it will say yes or no. And then we've got the user with some basic styling around it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save. And as you can see now, it loads up that individual to-do based on whichever one is loaded on the screen. So as I change it, we're on to-do number 3 and so forth. And if it's completed, it'll say no. And just like that, it works. So what we can actually do now is this is actually essentially doing the same job as server-side rendering. So if we were to actually go ahead and build this right now, if we did yarn run build, what you will actually see is that this page will be known as a server-side rendered page. And that's because what we are essentially doing every single time is a fresh fetch call to go ahead and get this working. So as you can see, the to-dos page is known as a server-side rendered page. So I'm going to show you how we can implement all of the clever rendering techniques such as static site generation, server-side rendering, and ISR using the following. So now what they've done amazingly is they've upgraded the fetch API. So all we need to do is add a second argument here and we type in cache. Now on cache, we've got a bunch of different options. So very simply, if we wanted to force the server-side rendering method that we previously knew, we simply put in no cache. If we want to go ahead and enforce a static site generation approach, then we add a cache. And if we want to go ahead and have ISR, whereby we can revalidate the pages after a certain given time, then we need to go ahead and have in the following like so. We add in next, and then we pass in the revalidate argument with a time. So this is the number of seconds that we want to allow to pass before Next.js will try to revalidate that page in the cache, which is incredibly powerful if you don't know how to do so already. So I'm not going to dive too far down ISR, but that's essentially how we go ahead and get this working. Now, you cannot use SSG, so static site generation, so where we have the ability to cache, or the next ISR if you aren't telling Next.js how to figure out the initial pages to go ahead and render. So how does it know whether to render to-dos /1 up until 100? It has no idea at this point how to go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this here. So we have ISR up to 60 seconds revalidating our cache. And then I'm going to use the new generate static params function. So in this argument, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function, and this function is basically going to allow us. So this is a reserved function similar to get static parts in the previous Next.js 12. And what we're essentially doing here is we need to go ahead and make a call to our backends. We're making the same call that we had previously to our to-dos list. So where we are able to fetch the to-dos, we're actually going to use this exact same argument. So what you could do at this point is refactor this code and pull this out as necessary. However, in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and for demonstrational purposes, pop this in like so. So at this point, we are fetching all of the possible to-dos that we can go ahead and render. Then what we need to do is simply return it in a format which looks something like this. So we need to go ahead and actually create all of the page routes. So in this case, our arguments would look something like this. It would have to-do ID 1. And then in the second argument, which would have to-do ID 2 and so forth, right? All the way up until the final to-do in our response. So in this case, it will go up to, I believe, 200 responses. So how do we go ahead and transform our to-dos into this? Well, it's actually quite simple. All we need to do is return the following. We're going to go ahead and map through, and for each to-do, turn an object where the key is the to-do ID, and the to-do ID, convert the to-do ID to a string value. Now, this is probably the biggest thing that I find students slip up on. This has to be a string. Otherwise, you'll get an error whereby it's saying they expected a string and instead you've given it a number. So make sure you do that. And now what we've done is we've generated all of these to-dos and we've got back this approach. So what we've essentially done now is we've told Next.js how to go ahead, head over to this URL like so, and generate all of the pages up until 200. Okay, so now that we've done that, what we're actually going to do before we run our build is we're actually going to go ahead and trim this down. Because we are using a test API, I don't actually want to get rate limited, as I think there's a limit of 50 requests consecutively before they stop your build, before they stop your network request coming in. So for this demo is I've simply gone ahead and basically spliced the first 10 pages. So essentially all we're doing here is we're pre-rendering only up to the first 10 pages, right? So this is only for the demo purposes. However, in production, you could just remove this line and do that as you need to. But in this case, we can actually go ahead and test it, and you guys can test it very easily like so. So I want to go ahead and build this now. So yarn run build. And now what we should see is rather than it being a server-side rendered route, it's going to actually statically generate each of those pages. So let's have a look. So now you can see we've got this dark tick, which is static site generated. And this is saying that it's generated the pages for to-dos / to-dos 1, 2, 3, all the way up until the 10th page. So now, if we were to go ahead and actually run our pre-built website, so in this case, let's do yarn run start, this will run our code not in developer mode, but instead using the build output. So let's run yarn run start. And what we should see is it's incredibly fast for everything up until the 10th to do. So let's go ahead and check this out. So if I go to / to-dos, what we should see is all of our different to-dos. And if I click on number 7, you see how quick that was? Super fast at loading, right? If I go to number 2, it's super quick. If I go to number 6, it's super fast. Now, remember I said it only built up to number 10. So to-dos / 10. So what happens if I know for a fact that there is about 200 to-dos on that list? Previously, what we could do was something called fallback. We had a fallback option in ISR. And what this did was, if the original page wasn't statically generated at build time, what we could do is we can attempt to server-side render that page and actually cache it if we get a hit back. And if we don't get a hit back, we can actually say, whoa, there was no page that was returned. So let's give this a try. Now, by default, this behavior is actually on. So if I went ahead and aimed to go to, for example, 15, which was not statically generated, I can go ahead and see that it actually loaded for me and it would have cached it. If I go to 100, you can see that it took a little bit longer because it had to server-side render that page and then go ahead and cache it. So now if I go back to 15, it's extremely fast. If I go back to 100, it's extremely fast. But if I go to 101, server-side renders it, caches it. And we now have the ability to dynamically server-side render the pages which were not statically generated at build time. This is really powerful, and something to absolutely know about this is that when we generate those pages, they are not updated. So they are still statically generated pages which will stay that way. The only way to revalidate those pages and ensure that they're up to date using ISR, so incremental static regeneration, is by having the revalidate option. So this means at most at every single 60 seconds when a user tries to come to the page, after 60 seconds has elapsed, it will basically invalidate the cache and it will rebuild. Now, it's important to know that the user who comes there before 60 seconds is going to get served the old version, and after that 60 seconds, it will server-side render the new version of the page and it will replace the cache, and then so forth. So you will always be within the correct version of that page within 60 seconds in this example. And you can change that number based on your requirement. Now we can actually toggle the ability to generate or server-side render pages that were not originally created when we statically built the website by doing the following. So we can use this dynamic params equals true option. Now by default, this is true. And this is a keyword that we can export, and it tells Next.js that we actually want to have that ability to try to server-side render a page. The problem with this is that if we do this and we try to access, for example, the 1 millionth to do, what we'll find is we get this unexpected behavior where there was no hit and Next.js didn't know what to do. So in order to avoid this problem, what we're actually going to do is, firstly, I'm going to restart my app in development mode. So that way I can actually go ahead and get a real-time server-side rendering approach each time. And I need to basically put a simple check in at this point. So what we actually have access to now is a handy new function called not found that we can import from Next navigation. So at this point, what I can do is I can simply go ahead and say if there is no to-do.id. So if there is no to-do ID, I simply want to return the not found argument. Okay. Now, if we hit save and I go to the 1 millionth page and I hit enter, what it will try to do is it will try to server-side render it. It will then get a to-do response back, which would probably be undefined in this case. It found that there was no property, and then it would return a not found page. And then the next natural thing is, well, that's pretty cool, but this 404 does not look the nicest, right? Again, they've got us sorted over here with the new 7 reserved pages that we can use. One of those pages is the not found TSX page. And you can use the .js file notation as well. I'm just showing you the TypeScript way. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and create a functional component here to resemble our not found page. And this is going to say, whoops, we couldn't find the to-do you are looking for. right? So very simple, quick little explanation. Hit a refresh. And now what we will find is you'll simply get this message on the screen if you ever hit the 404 state. However, if I hit something that was present in the state, so for example, 55, this wasn't present in the initial build, but it was server-side rendered in. There you can see 55. Now it's worth mentioning when you're running in developer mode, so yarn run dev or npm run dev, it's always going to server-side render. The only way you can really test your statically generated pages is by doing yarn run build or npm run build and then npm run start to go ahead and see the effect of your statically generated site. That way you'll notice that immediate speed boost for the pages which were initially loaded in. Now we're going to actually customize it a little bit further. So on the to-dos level, so at this level, I'm going to create a layout.tsx file. And on this file, I'm going to go ahead and put the following code. So I'm going to go ahead and simply use a to-dos list call. So in this case, I've got my root layout at this level. And what we're doing here is we're returning the main, in which case it's going to be a flexbox. And we have two children of that flexbox, one being the to-dos list and one being the rest of the children, which should take up the remainder of the space. So I'm going to simply hit save. So now what I need to do is head over to my initial page. And we can actually simplify this. We can simply go ahead and put a H1 saying this is where the to-dos will be listed, ... Right? And what's really nice about this now is, as you can see, when we reach this page, forgive the UI, we haven't put much effort in, but in this case, we've got all of our to-dos here. And when I select one of my to-dos, as it's taken this incremental layout approach, so as you can see, we've still got our header from our root layout, and then we're inheriting our next segment layout. Now what you can see is it will only re-render this portion. So as you can see, when I click on one of these to-dos, what you'll notice is only this portion of the screen is going to get re-rendered. So let's give that a try and see if it works. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this, for example, to-do number 2. And as I click that, you see it loads in my to-do number 2. If I click on number 5, it will go ahead and load up number 5 and so forth, right? So this works in the exact same way, but now our code is incredibly simple. So as you can see, all our code consists of is the presentational logic for what should be on that page. It is separated from the initial layout. So all this is going to take is a mindset shift to understand how we can separate our different components from one another, but the power and the trade-off is incredibly awesome. Next up, we're going to use an example of a search. And in this example, I'm going to demonstrate to you a few different aspects, how we can use the new loading file, how we can use the new error file, and how we can go ahead and allow for streaming inside of our components. So that way, when our server components are loading, we actually get a nice loading indicator to allow the user to have an immediate response on the page. We're also going to go ahead and show you how to create your first client component if you need to have some interactivity. And let me know what's been your favorite so far down in the comments. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and go to our top level. So I'm going to click on app. Now I'm going to create a new route for something called a search. Okay. Now on the /search route, I want to go ahead and create a page.tsx, which resembles my search homepage. So in this case, I'm just going to call this one search. Now, as you can see, just like that, if I go to my /search page, automatically have my header completed, which is in this case, has automatically been inherited down from the layout for me. So now what I want to do is I want to create a layout component for this segment. Okay. Now for this segment, I'm going to go ahead and pop the following in. So what I ideally want to have a search. So in this case, you can see we've got a main, we've got our div, and then we've got a div here. So in this case, I've got a flex box with some space between them. We've got two children components, and one is a search component that we are going to go ahead and create. Now, the second one is the rest of the page that will get loaded out of this route. We need to create a search component. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to go ahead and create a search.tsx component, right? And let's go ahead and pop in our search component. So say I am a search component. So very simply, just like that, we now have a search component. Let's go ahead and hit refresh. And as you can see now on my screen, I've got a nice, easy, simple layout based on the following. First div, which is just a simple title to say search. Then we've got a gap and we've got our second div, and the top part is going to be the search component responsible for allowing the user to type in. So this is going to be a client component. And then we're going to have a button to search, and it will take us to a search / the search term root. And that's going to dynamically server-side render the results on the page. So let's jump into how we can achieve this. So first things first, let's create an interactive client-side component. Now, the reason we're going to need a client-side component right now is because of the following. Now, our thought process when we're using Next.js 13 is this. We should always try to think of the solution in regards to a server component, because we're going to essentially be getting the benefits of a server component. We're going to lose the risk of exposing keys. We're going to allow the heavy lifting to be done off of the client's device, which should speed up a lot of the interactivity. And what we should only do if we require it, and only if we need to, we convert it to a client component. So in this case, I need an input so that the user can type in a search term. So I have to use a client component. Now you can head over to the when to use server versus client component section in the Next.js beta docs, and you should see this right here. And as you can see, the main reasons for using a client component is when you need to add interactivity or event listeners, or you need to use state and lifecycle effects, browser-only APIs, or custom hooks, or class components. So think of it, anything that requires statefulness, or anything that requires a browser, or any element to be binded to, can't be done on the server, has to be done on the browser. So at that point, we convert to a client-side component. So it's very easy to go ahead and convert to a client-side component. Let's head over into our search component. And to do this, all we need to do is type in the following directive at the top. We type in use client. And just like that, we now have a client-side component. First things first, we're going to go ahead and create our search field. So we're going to first import some dependencies that we might need. So we're going to import the use router from the new Next navigation, not Next router. Then we're going to import the form state, use state, and React from React, as we're going to need those eventually. Then we're going to write the body of our function and export it accordingly. So this is a normal client-side component. We're then going to prepare some state. So in this case, we've got our search that we're going to go ahead and eventually use for the input field. And we're going to get a router instance. So that way we can make a redirect once the user actually goes ahead and inputs a search term. Then we're going to go ahead and create our helpful handle search function, which will be bound to a form that will be submitted at this point. So let me explain what's going on here. So first things first, let's hit save and let's see the output that we can see on the page. So I'm going to give our button a little bit of basic styling so that way it can go ahead and look a little bit more like a search button. And in this instance, what we're essentially doing is every time the user types in, we are simply mapping our on change to the piece of state inside of our React component. So in this case, we have access to our search term at all times. Now, what we want to do is when the user actually submits the form, so on submit, it will actually go ahead and submit this handle search function. And we're going ahead and using the correct type definitions. Now, if you don't know the type definitions, here's a little trick how you can go ahead and get them. So if you ever need to get the type definition, but you have no idea and you run into this error, simply go ahead and use the following trick. I love sharing it with everyone. Simply put an E and an arrow, and you will get the actual type definition over here. So form element, HTML form element, you simply pop that in just like so, and then you replace the call like that. And that's how you get the perfect element type every single time. So in this case, we're going to prevent default behavior of refreshing. We're going to set the search to empty after they search, and we're simply going to push the user to search / the search term. We want to redirect the user. So if I type in JavaScript, we are going to redirect the user to search / JavaScript. So the segment will be search, the leaf node will be JavaScript. At this point, we now need to create our new search term page. Okay, so at this point, it's very simple to do that. All we need to do is create a folder and call it search term. So in this case, we're going to say search term. And inside of here, we're going to create a page.tsx. And this is going to resemble our search results page. Okay. Now on this page, it's going to be a very simple layout. So on this page, we're actually going to go ahead and do the following. So firstly, we need to go ahead and grab whatever the user has typed in the search and actually use that to make a fetch call to an external API, which will give us a bunch of search results. So what we're actually going to do here is we're going to go ahead and say const search results equals await search term. Okay, now the search term we get from our params. So in this case, we're going to get a bunch of props. So let's go ahead and get our props from our page props. And I've written out our prop types that come through here. This is very similar to what we did earlier. So as you can see, we get the props coming in the form of our page props like so. So we're going to destructure this to get the search term out of it. Nice. We're going to make a function asynchronous, and then we simply need to go ahead and create a search function. So in this case, I'm going to create a search function, which is an asynchronous function. It takes our search term as an argument. Now at this point, I've made a call to an external API. So what I've actually done here is make a call to the serpappy.com/search API. And this is a really nice API that you can use to go ahead and create essentially a Google search. Now, all you need to do is sign up to their site. So it's free to do so. And they give you a really nice kind of, I think it's 100 free searches when you sign up. So let's go ahead and test that right now. So all you need to do is head over to your dashboard, create a free account, and you'll get a nice private key that will be shown down here. You simply want to copy your private key, and don't worry about copying my key because I'm going to invalidate it after this is done. And then you want to go ahead and store it in your environment variables. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and create an environment file. So env local. I'm going to go ahead and pop in my API key like so, paste it in, and I'm going to close my file. So in this case, we've got a serpappy search. The search term is going to be our query param, and then we're passing in the key like so. Now they do have a Node.js library. However, we're not going to use it to keep things very simple in today's build. I'm also going to go ahead and write the bare minimal type definitions for the response that comes back. So what I've actually saved you the headache of doing is I've condensed down the search results that come back in the form of the array over here like so. So the actual search results are something along the lines of this. So we actually get a massive object back with lots of different keys and values. But in this case, all we care about is the organic results section and a few different fields. So what we're actually going to do at this point, render out some results on the page. I'm going to pop in a p tag where we go ahead and we say we search for the term that is going to be whatever the user searched for. We've given it a bit of minimal styling. Then I've got a ordered list, and we're simply mapping through the organic results and we're listing them out accordingly. So let's see the output of this on our screen right now. As you can see, we've actually got a really nice web page on the screen. So if I was to go ahead and show you right now how this works, let's go to our /search ReactJS, and let's click search. And as you can see, we have a slight delay, and then it loads onto the screen. Now, the reason why we get that delay is because it's actually blocking at this point. But what is incredibly powerful is that with Next.js 13, we have the addition of these new loading and error files. So in this case, if I create a new loading.tsx file, which is a reserved file, and we create a functional component, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and call it loading. Now I can say loading search results. And what will happen is at this level, when we have any blocking function, it's going to go ahead and show that loading placeholder as a fallback. So let's go ahead and give that a nice try. So let's actually head back over to our search term, and let's go ahead and type in something like Papa React and hit search. Now you can see loading search results, and then bam, you can see the course comes up. Amazing stuff. Look at that. There you go. So as you can see, that's really awesome, and it works through and through. So what we actually have right here is a server component with only one slight small part of it being a client-side component. So this entire site so far has been achievable with server components and the ability to stream in the data as and when it is ready. So in this case, if I was to type in JavaScript and hit in enter, so JavaScript, oops, it would help if I spell, hit enter. Now you can see loading search results, and bam, it's jumped in. So that is actually the power of streaming inside of React, and Next.js handles it beautifully. Now, what happens if we have an error? So let's go ahead and assume that we had an error at some point, and I'm going to go ahead and simply throw an error saying, whoops, something broke. Okay, now at this point, I don't want my entire code to break and freak out. Instead, all I need to do is create a error.tsx file. Okay, now in this error.tsx file on the Next.js website, you can actually find a really nice error example. So if we head over to the error page right here, you can use this as your boilerplate to go ahead and get this set up. Now this is a client-side component because the error is likely to happen on the client. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and pop this in. And as you can see, it gives us two arguments, the error and the reset function. The error is essentially going ahead and being collected on a user effect. So when the component mounts, if there was an error, it's going to log out to the user's browser. And then we're going to go ahead and say something went wrong. Now, something to bear in mind is if we were to go ahead and do this now, so if I was to go ahead and hit save, what we will see is it will throw an error. Now, on the developer environment, we will see this error being shown on the screen, but on production, this won't be shown to us. And as you can see, instead, what will happen is we will render out the UI for the error. So in this case, you will render this out. So you can have something quite nice, you know, a picture of a dog confused saying, whoops, something went wrong, whatever you really want. And then you actually have a ability to reset. And in that case, it resets the error boundary. So we can handle our loading states, we can handle our error states, and we can do so much more with Next.js 13. Now, if that wasn't enough, if you want to go ahead and customize the head attributes. So for example, in this instance, if we were to go ahead and close this out, as you can see, I've got this horrible head syntax right here. So what I want to instead do is on my default page layout, I'm going to enforce that, you know, my majority of my website says that this is Sunny's website. Okay. So this is going to be throughout the majority of my website. So if we refresh, now you can see the title is Sunny's website, but I want it to change based on if I'm in the search section or if I'm in the to-do section of my site. So let's go ahead and demo how I can do that. Well, as I mentioned, there was a bunch of different reserved file names, and I had in a head.tsx file. Now in here, I can actually go ahead and create a simple functional component, call it head, and simply all I need to do right here is start putting in the properties that I would like to go ahead and inject into my head document. So at this point, all I have to do is go ahead and type in the title. So in this case, I can put in the title and I can go ahead and say the search page, right? So this is going to be the search page and hit save, right? And just like that now, when I come onto this page, you can see it enters in the search page like so. We have no errors on the screen, and that's where it can go ahead and work perfectly, right? If we went ahead and went to the to-dos section, you can see it goes back to Sunny's website, right? Even if I'm on a to-do number 5 or wherever I am on the page right now. So if I go ahead and click into my to-do, you can see that I'm still on Sunny's website because the fallback was the title Sunny's website. So it follows that hierarchical approach, and it only activates or changes our head component if it finds one at that segment or leaf node. Now, we are not finished yet. I told you this was going to be a full in-depth tutorial, and I meant it. We actually have another amazing feature that the guys over at Vercel have actually introduced that not many people have actually spoken about, and this is the introduction of group roots. So when our folder structure gets a little bit more complicated, let's imagine we had one more root. Okay, so now I have a / developer page, and we have a / search term page, and a / to-dos page. But let's imagine that the search and the to-dos was purely for users, and we only wanted a page for the admins, but we wanted to separate it in regards to our folder structure. Now, in order to do this, you would wonder that if I introduce a new folder, I'm actually going to break my routing system. So what the guys over at Next.js did is introduced us to the concept of root groups. So now we have this amazing way to go ahead and do this by using parentheses. So as you can see, we can separate our concerns inside of our app, and it will be emitted from the page root. So if we had a marketing section, it would not show marketing about. as long as we have these parentheses. So let's go ahead and give this a try in our code. And this shouldn't change any of your routes. So if I go to the app level and I create a folder, and I'm going to call any of my user facing stuff user, I'm going to put this inside the users folder, and I'm going to create another folder at this level, and we're going to call this the admin stuff. Now, this does not protect your routes. They will be introducing a feature to help do that very shortly. However, this does not actually change or affect any of the routes as such. All we now can do is we can actually move each of these into the appropriate folder. So the search is going to be something for the users, and we're going to want to update all of our user imports and so forth for the to-dos. Yep, there we go. And as you see, update imports, yes, we want to do that. And then we want to go ahead and pop in our developer into admin as well. So once we make that change, make sure you've updated all your imports correctly. And then you want to go ahead and simply restart your server as you made pretty drastic folder change, okay? So once we've done that, hit a refresh. And what you should see is none of our routes have been affected by this change. If I go to my / homepage, we see that it's the homepage. If I go to my search page, we can now see I still get the search page. My search still works. So if I click on React, we still get the same search results that we expected previously. And if I go to my to-dos page, I still get the to-dos that I previously built out before. You can see that no change has been made to my folder structure. So this is something that I haven't seen many tutorials about, but I think it's actually a really cool addition to the Next.js 13 arsenal of tools that have been delivered to us. Now, it's worth mentioning that if you do this change, we have to consider a certain few things. If we want to have a layout inside of either the users or admin, what we have to do is remove it from this top level, because essentially these folders are invisible to some degree, which means that if they're invisible, we can't actually, if we added a layout here, it would also resemble the same level as here. And if I added a layout here, it would also resemble the same layout as here. Same for the page and so forth. So at this point, if you want to have a home page, you can keep your home page here, or you can keep the layout at the top level. But if you want to have a separate page in here or in here, you can only have one home page, right? So in this case, this can be a little bit confusing because we have only got one folder. So let's imagine I had another folder in here called dashboard. So let's just imagine it was a dashboard / and then that had a file inside of it. So page.tsx or CE, very quick boilerplate code for that. Let's just call that dashboard. So in this case now, if I had my app, which has two things inside, my admin, which has two things inside, my users, which have two things inside, and I moved my page, for example, to this level, now that would be completely fine. But if I added a page here and I added a page here, they would be fighting for the / directory because they're both essentially at the higher level. So if we do want to have separate layouts for each one, we would have to delete the layout at this level and create two new layouts here, but we can only have the page at one of these levels, right? Now, as I mentioned, this is completely new. So if I have made any mistakes or if anything doesn't make sense like it should, then please feel free to comment down below. I'm happy to take on feedback. As always, I'm learning this tech as well. I just want to bring more value to you guys as well. Now, finally, as a bonus, I want to show you the React suspense boundary. So the React suspense boundary is an incredibly awesome, but often misunderstood component. So I want to show you a nice little demo of how we can use this and how it's actually really powerful if we think about it. So on the homepage, I'm going to have two simple calls. So I'm just pretending at this point. All I'm trying to show is how we can wait on two different promises in a different way. So at this point, I'm going to have two divs and pretend that this was a shopping trolley or some other aspect, right? So I'm going to show you how we're going to effectively show you this in a second, right? For now, until a TypeScript fix is around, we're just going to ignore at this point. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to wrap my suspense. I'm going to wrap this with something called the suspense boundaries. So I'm going to wrap the first one with a suspense boundary, and I'm going to wrap the second with a suspense boundary like so. Okay, so this is where it gets really cool. Now, just like we have server components that get blocked by their await calls, for example, in the search term page, when we are fetching our search term, Right, so when we're actually fetching our search results, we were showing a loading state, right? So at this point, we can also do this using a different component. So if we were to use the suspense boundary, we can actually use something called the fallback component. And here, all it takes is a little component inside of it. So at this point, I can simply put in a p tag that says loading the to-dos. And let's do the exact same thing at this point, but saying loading the shopping trolley. And to emphasize this, what I'm actually going to do is, you're probably wondering, they're going to load at the exact same time. So for the to-dos list, when I have my fetch to-dos, I'm simply going to add in a small little timeout, which is going to resemble a random timer from 1 to 5 seconds, okay? So that way they should go ahead and pop in at different times. So all I'm doing here is I'm waiting a random amount of time between 1 and 5 seconds every time fetch to-dos is called. So at this point, now what I can do, if I go back into my page.tsx, so let's have a look what happens now. If I go home, if I hit the refresh button, you can see we've got loading to-dos, and then we've got loading the shopping trolley, which takes a different amount of time. So before I run this test, I'm actually going to go ahead and have a p tag styling over here, hit save. And now if I was to go ahead and refresh, you can see that the top one beat it, and then the second one came in second. And as you can see here, they will pop in when they're both ready accordingly. Now, this is the power of streaming. It won't block our UI. Instead, it will just stream in the data as and when it is available. This is incredibly powerful, and it's the power of the Suspense API. And as you can see, this was also happening inside of the search page previously. So when we were previously searching for a different term, so in this case, if I typed in something like Papa React and we hit search, instead now we're essentially waiting on that promise, and then when it's ready, it will stream in the data as it's ready. So what's really awesome about this is using the new layout. We're no longer unnecessarily re-rendering components such as this or such as the search field down below, right? Instead now we're only re-rendering the area where the new data was added in. So as you can see, Next.js 13 requires a little bit more than just a play with new tech approach. It requires a little bit of a mindset shift to server-based thinking first. So now we think of things in terms of server components, and then we only use client components as and when we need them. It will take some time for all of us to get to the point where we're pros at this, but I promise you on this channel, I'm going to be delivering so much content which leverages this, so you will have plenty of opportunities to go ahead and run with this. And before you know it, you'll be a pro at using Next.js 13. Now that we're familiar with Next.js 13 and the fundamentals behind it, let's talk about some of the latest advancements with Next.js 13. In particular, we have server actions. Server actions massively simplify our code base. They eradicate the need for additional API endpoints, and they allow us to do things in a lot more of a simple approach. So with that said, let me show how you can effectively use server actions in your apps so you can go ahead and upgrade all of the apps that we're going to build today. Enjoy. Today you're going to learn all about server actions and why they're so useful in Next.js. So server actions are currently an alpha feature in Next.js. They give us a couple of benefits. They allow us to do server-side mutations without creating additional unnecessary API endpoints. It reduces the amount of client-side JavaScript, and it gives us something called progressively enhanced forms, which means our forms are even more powerful without even needing JavaScript in the first place. Server actions work both inside of the Next.js server components and inside of client components. But let's jump into a demo and you'll see for yourself how useful they can be. So here I have a blank Next.js 13 project, and the first thing that we need to do is enable server actions. So it's currently an experimental feature, so I head into the next config, boom, I pop it in just like so. So it's an experimental feature, we simply enable it, and then you just want to go ahead and kickstart your server. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and start my server by saying npm run dev. So this is what we're going to see. It's simply a Next.js starter template. I'm going to quickly clean things up so we have a basic starting template. So I'm going to go ahead and remove remove everything inside of our project so that we have nothing to distract us. So let's go ahead and get rid of everything. So it's simply a empty project. So let's get rid of this. Let's go into our globals. Let's get rid of all of the default stylings. We just have Tailwind inside, and then we are good with getting rid of most of our styles right here. So I just want an empty project so that way I can demonstrate things for you and you can repeat it and try it for yourself. So in this case, we just simply have our Hello World app. Right, so hit save and you should see Hello World in the top corner like so. So we're going to go ahead and build a product warehouse where we've got a form. It's simply going to go ahead and take a price and a description of the item, and then we can simply add the product to our database and we should be able to see it in a list of products. Sounds simple enough, right? So let's go ahead and build that. So then I'm going to go ahead and pop in a form. So a form is very simple. We simply have a form with 2 pieces of input. So in this case, this is our form. We have input, 2 text fields, and then a button to simply submit, or in our case, it's just going to be to add the product, right? So here is an example of a very, very simple form. Okay, so we've got our products warehouse and then we've got our 2 forms like so. So I'm going to give it a little bit of styling to go ahead and speed things up. So each of the input fields, I'm going to go ahead and give a default styling like so. So you can feel free to copy it. We're simply using Tailwind to get some nice little styling here. I'm going to give both of them a placeholder so that way we've got a nice little UI in front of ourselves. We've got product name, price name, done. Okay. Now the next step is, you're probably wondering, we have to actually convert this to a client component to capture whatever the user's typing in the input fields so that we can run our function, add the product, do some clever database stuff, and actually add that somewhere. This is where Server Actions is amazing, right? It makes it so simple. We don't need to convert anything to a client component anymore. Instead, all we simply do is go ahead and provide a action. I'm also going to go ahead and style up our form. So in this case, I've just given it a little bit of flex rules, and that way it looks a little bit nicer, right? Let's style out the button. Finally, boom, just like so. And there we have it. Very simple products warehouse. So the next thing is, I need an API. I need a backend. So for this demo today, we're going to use something called Mock API. So Mock API is awesome. I'm going to go ahead and delete the resource that I've currently created. All you need to do is head over to mockapi.io and then go ahead and create a new project. I've already created this Server Actions demo project. So I'm going to click into it and you'll get this nice little URL, which is going to represent your endpoint. Let's create a new resource and I'm going to call this products. Now I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of these fields, and I'm just going to have the ID, which is already the object ID. I'm going to have the product field, and I'm going to have the price field. Now for the autocomplete, I'm going to use something called faker.js. This is pretty cool. All you do is you basically pop in faker and then you type in commerce. And now I've said that it's a product and a price, and it will automatically populate these for me. And the resource name is products. So let's click on create. And I'll show you something really cool here. So I'm going to go ahead and create, let's just say 50 or 49 products, however, you can just drag this around as much as you want. And now this has actually created an API endpoint for me. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and copy that, paste it into my URL and do /products. And this is going to do a GET request to that URL. And what we'll see here is literally 59 different products because we were able to go ahead and say that we wanted 59 different things. Now, if I change this to 30, it will go ahead and update this. If I refresh, and you can see we've got 30 products. So really, really cool tool for practicing things just like this. My tutorials, I like to make them interactive so you can actually try out what we're doing and you can learn for yourself. So we have a wicked API endpoint. Let's go ahead and copy that for ourselves, or in fact, let's copy the /products, so the full URL. Let's head back over to our code, and we're simply going to do a async await fetch call. So as this is a server component, we can actually run async await at the top level. Then I'm going to go ahead and fetch the product. So I want to go ahead and simply do an await call here. We're going to fetch that URL like so. So we're going to go ahead and copy this URL. So we copy that, we pop this in like so. And then we are going to make it a GET request. Now, this is by default already a GET request when you have a fetch call. But what we're going to do here is actually go ahead and say, just for this demo, we're going to actually say that the caching is off, right? So we're going to disable the caching because Next.js by default will cache the results. And then you might run into some issues with this demo because you might be wondering, why is my data not updating? Don't worry, I'm going to make a whole new video on Next.js caching. So I've got your back. And afterwards, I'm going to add it to this video somewhere and it'll pop up on the screen. Okay, with that done, I'm going to simply define what a product is in TypeScript. So in this case, I'm just saying the ID is optional, but we do need the product and price when when we submit that form. And then I'm going to go ahead and pass the response, right? So in this case, we can simply go ahead and get all of the products by awaiting res.json. Okay, so this is our products like so. And I'm going to simply pop it out at the bottom, and then we map out through all of the different products and showcase it. So let's hit save and showcase our work of art. And as you can see, boom, we have a products warehouse with all of the items listed. And as I mentioned before, if you change this up, go back to your page, refresh, we should see, aha, perfect, okay? Now, what's really nice about this is that I can make post requests to this endpoint, and we can actually see this update. So this is a real example of a mock API, and we can actually go ahead and interact and actually apply our server actions logic that you will learn today to actually go ahead and see if this works for itself. So typically, I would have to go ahead and convert this entire component, or just this form, I would have to extract it into a separate component and make that a client component, because I'll need to track what the user types in, track what the user types in here. Then when they submit or click the button inside of the form, I will then need to go ahead and handle some JavaScript, which will then do a bunch of things, right? So typically we have our client. So in this case, this is our website. So we've got the website, and then you've got our form. So in this case, you've got your product, your price, and then you've got, let's just call this the submit button over here. Okay, so imagine this is our add button over here. Now, typically what will happen is you would fill in the product, you would fill in the price, and then you would click on the add button. Now, when you click the add button, typically you would be like, oh, okay, I need to make a post request, in which case I need to actually create an API endpoint, right? And typically you would have something like, API / product, and then it would be a request that will go towards your backend. And you would have to create all of this, right? So you'd have to go ahead and pass in, the body of the post request, make sure you handle it and sort of interact with your database over there. Then you would get the response back, and then you would probably have to, go ahead and add that to your local state and then list it out and so forth. It's a lot, right? It's not the hardest thing to do, but it's just an extra step that you have to do every time to avoid problems such as cause and all those annoying things. So server actions saves ourselves a huge amount of work. And in fact, I'm going to just show you how easy it is by demonstrating it right now. The first thing you'll notice is we actually have an action property on a form. This goes back to the PHP days, right? So we're actually going ahead and taking a step back to get ahead. All right, so a lot of people are subjective about this, but I think it's pretty cool, and it's got its use cases. The next step is pretty simple. As we have the form data here, we actually have to give our input fields different names. So in this case, we have to say name for this one is product, and this one will be simply price. Okay. Now that that's done, I'm going to grab those values from our form data like so. And they may or may not be undefined. So in this case, it's good practice generally to do something like a defensive programming statement like this. So we say, if there is no product or price, just don't do anything. So it's actually a good thing to do that a lot of the time. Then we're going to go ahead and actually build out a new product. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new product object like so. And then we're going to go ahead and pass this to our endpoint that we've gone ahead and created on mock API. Right, so in this case, I'm going to do an await call fetch over to that API endpoint that we previously had. So that's simply going to be this endpoint right here. So we pop that in. I now need to make it a post request. And then inside the body of that, I'm going to stringify the new product. Okay. And also it's worth mentioning in JavaScript ES6, you don't have to have this repeated twice if the key and value is the same. Now, little extra tip, right? We're also going to pass in the headers to be content type application JSON, as we're going to be passing in data in the form of JSON. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, we're not finished yet. Whenever we're using server actions, we have to actually go ahead and add in a special little directive here called use server. By adding use server, we've now converted this function into a server action. Right, so this is now a server action, which means that it will essentially run on the server and we can use it inside of our server components. Also, it works in client components. I'll show you how to do that in a sec. So let's go ahead and give this a try. Go over to my app and I'm going to pop open my inspector, and you can see in the network tab, we have nothing at the moment. But in this case, I'm going to type in a MacBook Pro and we're going to say it's £1,300. and we're going to add the product. Now you will see that if we look inside of here, we have a post request. So this is a post request that has been sent to our backend. And if we look inside the payload, you will see that the product and the price was actually sent alongside it. So this was sent inside the body. So the MacBook Pro and 1300. Now, you can see the UI didn't update, so that's a bit of an issue. But if we go to mock API and we actually inspect the data, we should now see a MacBook Pro, right? So you can see it actually went ahead and done an entire server mutation with very, very little code. Just by including this server action, we completely eradicated the need to go ahead and actually create a new API route and all that good stuff, right? So typically you would have an API route, or using the new Next.js 13 convention, you would have a route.ts file, and then you would have to create a, an endpoint, and then you would have to have a sort of post, and then you'd have to handle the response, all that good stuff. And yeah, it's not fun for anyone, right? So there is a time and place for API endpoints, but this is honestly simplifying things so much. I'm here for it. Now, as I mentioned before, it was not updating the UI. That's a bit annoying. That's a bit of a problem, right? So how can we actually go ahead and fix that? Well, very simply actually. So when we did the initial fetch, we can now actually add something called tags. So we simply go ahead, pop in a new tag, and this is simply an array of different tags, string tags that we can pass into our fetch call. And these tags are really cool because what we can do is inside of our server action, all we need to do is after we've done our server mutation and we want the UI to be updated, is revalidate tag. This is being imported from Next cache. And then what we do is we simply pass in the tag that we want to go ahead and revalidate. So using that one line of code, if we hit save, we can now go back to our app, and let's go ahead and just do a little refresh to prove to you that everything is, fresh. We've even disabled the cache. I'm going to type in, let's just say an iPhone 15, right? And then we say price name, that'd be 999, and let's add a product. And as you can see, boom, it did it, right? So that was actually completely streamed in from a server component, which is really, really nice, right? So that means that we didn't have to go ahead and refresh the page or do any kind of, annoying things like that. All it did was essentially it burst our cache and it refetched this, right? By basically saying that after this fetch occurred, we now revalidate that tag, which means that any fetch call which was labeled with that tag needs to be refetched. So in this case, it's not going to refetch all of the different fetch calls. It would individually only refetch this one. So it's actually quite an efficient way of working on your page. Now, as you can see, this works perfectly. So we can go ahead and say iPhone 16, and I can pop in 123, add a product, and boom, just like that, we have a perfectly working form. And what's really cool about this is it supports something called progressive enhancement out of the box. This means that if your JavaScript was disabled for whatever reason, it will actually operate and it will work. This is similar to how PHP used to work back in the day, but now it's supported out of the box with Next.js 13, which is pretty damn cool. Now, the next cool thing to know about server actions are that they are composable. Now, what does that even mean? It means basically, in a nutshell, that we don't have to have this function inside of here, right? Typically, I want to keep my functions nice and clean. This is not really that clean. So I'm going to go ahead and neaten this right now by moving it out into a separate folder of its own. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder called actions. And this doesn't need to be called actions. You can call it whatever you want. I'm just simply going to call it my server actions folder. So .ts. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy, or actually I'm going to cut my function from here, go into my server actions and paste it. So in order to get this working, we're simply going to move the use server call to the top of the file. And all this is doing is it essentially says that any function beneath that use server is now a server action. Okay. And then all we can do is we can export that function and use it elsewhere. Things like, our type definitions. If you really want to make things neat, you can go ahead, and what I would recommend is you actually sort of export this, create a new typings file. So in this case, typings.d.ts file, and then you pop it in there. And now you've got a much simpler code base, and you simply import it when you need it. Okay, so as you can see, that works really nice. We can get rid of that. We can simply import from our server actions like so. Hit save, go back over here. We can do the same thing. We can import from our typings, and we can import our next cache revalidate tag. Just like that, we've now shifted our server action outside, and we can have several server actions in the same file. Really cool, right? There's minimal code and we have a full round trip. We can actually have a server mutation, we have a fully functioning form, and we have the ability to revalidate the page. Now, that's not the only way to revalidate. We can actually do a revalidate tag based on the tag, or we can actually revalidate based on the path. So if we was to revalidate the home screen, for example, in this case, this would revalidate the entire page. Now, why might you not want to do that? Well, the fact is that let's imagine I had several different fetch calls. What would then happen is it would force all of those fetch calls to actually refetch. And that can be a bit of an annoying problem depending on if you've set up your caching rules correctly, right? So I would recommend that you actually just use tags. That way you're specifically saying, if this happens, then revalidate only these products or only these students or users or whatever your tags are. And it would only go ahead and burst that piece of cache and then refetch it accordingly. Now, the next thing I mentioned was it's possible to use this inside of client components. So let's go ahead and show you a nice little example of how we can do that. So I'm going to create a add product button component. So I'm going to create a new folder. So this is a typical flow inside of an app. We would have a components folder, and then we would have something like this. We would have an add product button component. So in this case, add product.tsx. And inside of here, I have a component. So we have our React functional component like so. And this component is going to look something like this. So it's going to be a button, right? Instead of the div, it's simply going to be a button and it's going to have a add product. Okay. And we're going to convert this entire component to a client component like so. So let's go ahead and import this into our app. So at the top of our products warehouse, let's simply just make our life easier and have it right at the top. We're going to have an add product button. And this is just going to add a static MacBook Pro of a specific price purely to demonstrate the purpose of what we're trying to do here. Okay. So if we want to use it inside of a client component, firstly, we would have to shift all of our server actions into their own file with a use server call at the top. Okay, so that's the first step. That way we can import it into our client components if we need it. The second step is use something called the use transition hook. So as we are now a client component, we can use our hooks. So let's go ahead and pop it in, and we're going to import the use transition hook from React. This will give us two things from the array destructured values. We've got is pending and start transition. The code is a little bit ugly here, but I promise you it will make a little bit of sense once we actually play with it. The whole point is that we can actually now call it. So if I want to go ahead and say on click, all I would do is when I click this button, I just need to go ahead and start the transition. And what you want to do is you basically want to invoke it with a inner function. And that inner function is actually the server action that we're actually going to call. So in this case, I'm going to be calling the add product to database function. Now this is complaining because the add product to database function actually required the form data. So what I'm going to do here, just for demonstration purposes, is I'm going to go ahead and create a brand new form data item at the top right here. So we're going to create a new form data item. I'm going to simply add in a MacBook Pro of a certain price, and I'm simply going to pass in that form data object, right? Obviously, you can do a lot more complicated examples. This is purely to demonstrate the point. I'm going to add in a bit of basic styling, so that way that button's nice and fixed in the bottom right-hand side, and it's a nice little red button, or green button, in fact. And then we're going to go ahead and hit save. But you might notice this is pending. This is pretty cool because when we actually go ahead and do that server mutation, you saw that there was a post request that got fired off. While that is happening, what if we want to update the UI? Well, we can actually use the is pending. Okay, so it's pretty handy. Let's go ahead and actually, instead of saying add product, I want to say something like, if it's pending, then I'm going to go ahead and say adding. Otherwise, it's going to go ahead and say something like add MacBook Pro. Okay. Simple as. We're going to hit save. And now let's go ahead and see what this looks like inside of our app. So we've imported it at this point here. So I'm going to go back to my code, refresh, and we should see an add MacBook Pro button right here. Now, what's really cool about this is a client component. So it's rendered on the client after the server component has rendered. And then we can go ahead and click on this. And as you'll see, when I click it, if I go ahead and hide this now, you'll see that we have the exact same interaction, but we get a UI update at the same time. So look, add MacBook Pro, it tells us it's adding it, then it goes ahead and adds it. And we had the same thing, form data got added into our post request, and it was a 200 sent back, right? And then it revalidated the tags and everything was perfect. So as you can see, this is how we can use it inside of a client component, and we can get an update as to what it's doing at that point in time. So we actually get the is pending state, and then you can use that to reflect any UI changes that you wish. Now, it's worth mentioning that you can actually add in more than one action inside of a form. So in this case, we've got the form action here. By default, it will trigger off the server action, add product to database. Well, in that case, it's very simple. We can actually do it with things like input fields where the type is image, and we can go ahead and use the form action property to go ahead and create a new action. So you would have to create this submit image action exactly the same way we created add product to database. But when you select the image, it will go ahead and actually fire that off instead. It's worth giving the documentation a nice little read. So in this case, in the Next.js docs, you can actually see it works with input type submit, input type image, and it works on a button as well. So in this case, the default form action was handle submit. But if you went ahead and submitted via the input type image, so in that case, when you select on, click on select image and it pops up with the little window, it will go ahead and actually trigger this server action. Now, remember, I showed you these are composable, so you can shift them out to keep things clean, but it's always worth mentioning that you can go ahead and do this. Now, I do want to mention an important note as well. Whenever you go ahead and actually use a server action inside of a client component, it will actually go ahead and get rid of that progressive enhancement if you use the transition hook, right? So the use transition hook. The reason for that is because it's actually requiring JavaScript to do a few of the clever things that it needs to do. For example, keep track of if it's pending and so forth. So remember, progressive enhancement means that it essentially works if JavaScript is even disabled. So basically at the rawest level you can imagine. But if you want to know, if it's pending and have that nice little interactive UI, for example, when we were messing around with things, when I click this, that little adding update, then you're going to need to go ahead and it will actually disable it by default. It does state this inside of the documentation as well. So it's always worth giving it a little bit of a read inside of the documentation, okay? The final thing to know is that you can actually save this and keep your progressive enhancement if you don't use the use transition at all, right? So it's actually fairly easy to do so. So let's say we weren't going to use that and we still want to use the server action. Well, in that case, you can just simply do it like this, right? You can simply go ahead and get rid of this, get rid of this. We can go ahead and use it like so. And where we have our on click, so in this case, let's go ahead and get rid of this. Let's just type in add, for example, like so. And then let's go back to our application, hit refresh. And now you'll see that we've got an add button. And when I click the add button, we still get the same behavior. As you can see, this is a client component. It's using a server action, but we keep the progressive enhancement because we don't really care about the UI being updated. So that way it allows it to basically run even if the JavaScript was disabled for whatever reason. Now, if you notice, when I click on add, there's a slight little delay between the time when I clicked it and when it actually shows on the screen. This is because there's that post request being sent out and then we have to wait for the response. Then it revalidates and so forth. All of that happens in a round trip fashion. So if you don't want to have that delay, you can simply go ahead into the docs and check out the use optimistic hook. This is basically going to allow you to have optimistic updates, which basically means when you click it, it appears as if it's instant when really it's actually you're guessing what's going to happen first, and then that provides the local state, and then it does the backend call behind the scenes. So I'm not going to explain that today. With that said, this was your deep dive into server actions in Next.js 13.4, and I hope you understand now how you can use server actions in both client and server components, how you can get your UI to update if you want to see what the current progress of the state is, and how it saves you a lot of time as you no longer need to go ahead and create your separate API routes just to make a simple server mutation. Remember, this is currently in alpha, so things are likely to change. Things are likely to be, a little bit different by the time you may be watching this video. So make sure to always go ahead and refer to the documentation as well as these videos. And don't forget, if you want more content like this, like, comment, and subscribe. So now that you've got all of the fundamentals in place, it's worth mentioning that things like Next.js 13 are constantly evolving. It's very important that you're always referring to the documentation because any coding tutorial on the internet is likely to get outdated, and you're going to have to go ahead and compare what you're watching or that tutorial with the current documentation and understand if there are subtle changes that might need to be made. So I always reference and say to you that you should have this open while you're carrying out with any of these tutorials. However, I've covered most of the fundamentals here, so you can go ahead and actually practice those. So let's get started with the build. So let's go ahead and get started with our first build, the AI Trello Clone. In this app, you're going to learn tons of tech. Firstly, you're going to build an awesome app that allows you to have drag and drop. That that in itself is a pretty awesome feature. In addition, you're going to learn tech such as Next.js 13.4, ReactJS, how to use the OpenAI ChatGPT 4 API, how to implement drag and drop using the React D&D library. You're going to style it and make it beautiful with Tailwind CSS. In addition, when we're styling and building out the UI, we're going to use accessible components so that way it's more SEO friendly and you can use keyboard shortcuts when you're actually doing things. For that, we're going to use headless UI. We're going to make it super robust by using TypeScript. The backend is going to be entirely supported by the Appwrite cloud. And finally, to manage all of the state in the app in the simplest way possible, we're going to introduce you to Zustand. Without further ado, smash the like button. Let's jump into this. Check out the Trello 2.0 AI clone with GPT-4. Get ready, guys. Pop the fam. This is how we do it. Boom. 2.0 Trello. Look at this thing. It's so flipping beautiful. I love it. The design is awesome. Let's go ahead and drag and drop. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Oh, hang on. What's that? GPT is summarizing our tasks. That's awesome, right? And then we've even got a really nice modal. Look at this. And guys, this is using headless UI. So if you haven't already used headless UI, this is how you do it. Guys, let's go ahead and add a new to-do. Let's say, I want to crush this stream. Right? And then what you can even do is you can tab. So now I'm literally tabbing through using the keys to go up and down, and I can go undone. I can upload a photo, so I'm going to hide. So that way, you know, I don't show anything that I shouldn't show. Then we get the nice little preview here. You see right now, we got a nice little preview. We go ahead and add the task. That's going to go ahead and upload it inside of the Appwrite cloud. And then it's going to go ahead and pop in our done page. So depending on which one you clicked on, it will go ahead and preset that for us. So you've already got that working. Look at that. I want to crush this stream. And you can go ahead and move it around. This is persistent. This is all on the database. And we've even got search included. So if I go ahead and type in podcast, you can see we've gone ahead and released the podcast. All right, you can go ahead and it's really fast, really nice stuff. Welcome to the stream. You can see how it filters everything out. You're going to learn all of this today. And yes, you know how your boy does it. It is responsive. I wouldn't make something that's not responsive. There you go. Look at that. So this thing, it works on a phone, works on anything you can imagine. And we've also got some nice cool tricks today. I like how you can get this gradient effect in the background. So much stuff happening right now. Right, guys, let's go ahead and break down this build so we can get started for you all today. This build is actually powered by the guys over at Appwrite Cloud. So this entire thing is actually super simple behind the scenes, and it's actually thanks to the guys over at Appwrite. So we're going to be building an incredibly fast, scalable solution today. But they've got everything from databases, authentication, storage, functions, they're basically cloud functions, security and privacy, real-time database functionality, all of the good stuff. And they've got so many examples here. So you guys can see they've actually released their beta, which is perfectly working right now. So you're going to see today how we can use it, how we can integrate it. And honestly, a lot of this code is it's like one-line clicks. So you can basically do a one-line command to get something into the database. We always like one-line stuff, right? So that's why we're going to be using this today. It's definitely something that I would recommend. And I definitely suggest that you follow along today, get set up, give it a play with. And because there's so many features that I haven't even covered in this. So if you want to see more videos, let me know. But also, by the way, I forgot to mention, you can actually take the entire columns and look how they're see-through. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness. And even look at how it turns green. Oh, I love it. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. Right now, I just went a bit crazy. That's why I probably got an error. I think I threw too many things around. All right, so let's go ahead and break this stream down. So first things first, we have Next.js 13. So we got Next.js 13.4. Now I know there's so many changes lately in Next.js 13.3, 0.4, all of these different releases, changes. There is even something called server actions now, which is damn powerful. But in Next.js 13.4, we are going to be using the brand new app API directory to create some endpoints. So you've got some fun stuff to look forward to. We then have GPT-4 in the mix as well. We actually have a few things today. So we've got Tailwind CSS. Now, Tailwind CSS, I highly recommend you go ahead and get this sort of, you get practicing with this. That's how you're going to be able to build awesome responsive websites without the headache, right? Honestly, without the headache of media queries and all this crap, right? I hate this. So in that case, we've got headless UI. Now, if you haven't used headless UI, we're also going to be doing TypeScript. So we've got TypeScript in the mix as well. So we're going to be building robust code that's going to be, less error prone. We've got some search sort of functionality. So I'm going to show you how to integrate something like a search field And we even have, oh yeah, and I've not actually done this in any of the builds so far. We're going to be talking about the map object inside of JavaScript. So if you've never used something like a map object, I'm going to be showing you something like basically a map object today. So I'm going to break it down. We're actually going to do it in a really sort of cool use case. And what I did here was, you can call it over engineering. I really don't care. I'm trying to teach you a lot of different principles in these videos, but I want you to come out of this knowing what maps are and how to use them and why they're a bit more efficient sometimes. Okay. So we've got the map object inside, and obviously we cannot forget that we have the drag and drop library. Okay. So it's called beautiful DND. So I'm just going to write DND. And that stands for drag and drop. Now, the crazy thing is the library was actually bought out by Atlassian, and Atlassian actually bought Trello. So we've got the cloud powered by Appwrite. So we've got Appwrite powering our cloud, and that's where we're going to be using today. So everything that we're doing on the back end is essentially powered by the Appwrite cloud. And that is pretty much, oh no, of course, I've missed out the biggest thing. We have Zustand. So if you haven't heard of Zustand, this is essentially a very new bit of technology. Now, I am actually somebody who is quite skeptical when it comes to, you know, touching new bits of tech. Or like, I will tend to use them, but I will run them through coaching calls in my community, 0 to Full Stack Hero, the coaching community. You can definitely check it out. Second link in the description. But I will go ahead and try these things out, see if they're actually useful, see what my students react to them, see how useful they are in my production gigs. And then I will actually go ahead and make a decision as to if I want to push it on YouTube. Now, Zustand is absolutely incredible. It's simple, it's so easy to understand and implement, and that is why I'm going to show you how to use it in today's build as a replacement for something like Redux. So it is actually, honestly, it's going to blow you away. Like, I do so much cool stuff with this, including handling the modal state. So when you click on a modal, it's going to handle that state. So when we do this right here, and bear in mind, you can actually click out. So I'm going to show you how to do all of this. Even if I press escape, you can click out. So all of this stuff's ready to happen, right? You've got all of this, Zustand. Then we're going to keep the board state inside of that global state as well. And we've also got the user's interaction. So notice how when I click on a to-do column, it already highlights to-do. If I click on a in progress column, it says in progress. And if I click over here in the done column, it's already highlighting done. So you're going to learn loads of things like that. So a lot of people saying, what do I use to write on the screen? A screen brush. That's it, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into today's build. But before we do, at any point, if you get a little bit confused or you're not really sure on, you know, if this is too advanced for you, do not quit. Instead, what I recommend is you check out all my free content. And if you really enjoy the free content and how we do things, then I highly recommend you check us out at 0 to Full Stack Hero. This is our internal community. This is not only just a course, it's a massive community of Papa Fam members. You can go ahead to papareact.com, click on enroll now, and you'll literally head over to our page. Tons of stuff here, right? If you want to see what people are saying about our course, check out the reviews tab on papareact.com and you see for yourself, right? There's literally, we've got so many members inside there. But in this case, yeah, you can go ahead, check it out. We've got real members, real people talking about the success. And honestly, it's just everything you need to go from absolute basics to crushing it and beyond, right? We've always got your back, and this is a lifetime community. So join it. You'll be a lifetime member, and that's how we work, right? We literally have a community where we help each other out. We help each other level up. We help each other do like professional gigs. All that good stuff happens inside of there. And if you want daily emails with coding challenges, then you can even feel free to check out the University of Code. Our latest and greatest newsletter is at the top over on papareact.com. Basically, coding challenges every day, every single day to your inbox with the solution the following day. So you can go ahead, check it out yourself. But all of that is available at papareact.com. So make sure you check it out. That is how we essentially support everything that we do. So honestly, it's a win-win. We go ahead and help you out, and yeah, this is what we do, and this is how I'm able to constantly go deep into topics that I can't always do on a live stream, right? So I want you guys to learn the most. So this is something that I can help you out with. Everything in today's build, by the way, that we are going to use is free. So I want to make that very important. Everything that we are going to use in today's build that you see on the screen right now is free. So make sure you do this. Make sure you go ahead and add this to your portfolio and keep this as a project, because honestly, it's a really nice project to have on your portfolio. That's it. We're going to get started with today's video. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what I like to use. Now, I'm going to show you as if I was doing it from absolutely scratch. So that way you can go ahead and follow along, because I know a lot of the time some people are like, how the hell did you just do that, right? So I'm going to show you literally as if I'm Googling it, right? So the first thing I like to do is use create next app. Okay, so create next app, oops, app, right, so app. And I like to do it with Tailwind, simple as, right? But this time we're actually gonna use create next app, the Canary edition, right? So I'm gonna use the Canary edition. You can use, honestly, quite frankly, you can use any one you want, but this is how I would typically find it, right? So you can do, I would say, so this is what we're gonna do. npx create next app at latest inside your terminal. If npx does not run, then all you have to do is install Node. So Google Node and you'll be able to install it, okay? So we're gonna open up a terminal to get started. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Let's get into a flow state now, okay? So remember, all of these videos are timestamped afterwards. This is live right now, but don't worry, if you're busy and you have to go away and you're gonna come back, you can do that, it's all good, okay? This is all literally going to be straight up on the channel afterwards. So we're going to go into, I like to keep things organized. So I'm going to go into my documents, my builds folder. Good stuff. And if you're wondering, yes, all of this is going to be available on the GitHub repo afterwards. So you can go ahead and download the code. All the links that you're looking for are in the description. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. So builds right now, let's go ahead and jump in. We're going to say, npx create next app at latest. And you don't even have to put a title in, right? You can just go ahead and run that command, and then it will go ahead and prompt you to ask you what you want to call it and everything you want to do after that. So let's go ahead and see what that says. And now it says, is it okay to proceed? We're gonna say yes, it's fine. What is your project name? We're gonna go ahead and say Trello Appwrite Clone, and I'm just gonna say YouTube, but you can call it whatever you want. All right. Would you like to use TypeScript with this project? I'm going to say, yes, I would like to use TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind? Yes. Would you like to use the source directory? No, we don't really care about the source directory. Okay. You want to use the app router, which is the new Next.js 13.3, I believe it came in, router, or whenever it came in, Next.js 13 though. Let's say yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. And a lot of you are wondering, or may have not seen that import alias. I'm going to show you today. It's really nice. This is like a little addition that they've added in the template. You can see they're constantly updating this. So if you're watching an old build and you're not getting these options, then don't worry about it. They're going to change that command. Whatever the case, just look at the migration, the latest docs, adapt your code and so forth. Okay, so let's go into our directory. So cd Trello Appwrite Clone YouTube, and then I'm going to do code dot, and this will basically open up VS Code with our project. Okay, so then I can close this. I can go ahead and I'm going to prepare myself by setting up my screens in the way that I expect it. Okay, so I'm going to push this over here, make this go over there, close this up. And now what you can see is if I go into my app, my page.tsx, we have a bunch of stuff inside of here, okay? So Command J opens up our terminal. We're going to click on output, and here I'm going to hide the first one and the last one, so I just have my terminal. That means we basically shifted over, so we've got our project open the way we want it, and we want to essentially just run this app now, okay? So first thing I want to do is I've actually taken screenshots of the old app, so don't worry about it. We have screenshots of all of this, so you guys can actually, we can run through it afterwards. And I forgot to mention, by the way, this is actually using GPT-4. So that's actually using the OpenAI API, and it's actually going ahead and taking the to-dos that we're going to go ahead and format and pass to it, and it's providing a summary of the things that we have to do today, right? And if I move things around, it will go ahead and calculate another summary for the day, right? So it's pretty cool, and this is an example of how you can use AI in a very simple fashion. In this case, it shows us what we have to do today. So again, I'm just giving you the tech, the platform. You can go ahead and run with it, build some really cool apps, right? So let's go forward and do what we were doing. So heading over, I'm going to go ahead and so here we're going to go ahead and I'm going to cut my old app. So let me cut that one off. And we're going to say npm, because I've got package JSON, package lock. If you had yarn lock, then you'd be using yarn. I'm going to say npm run dev. And this will basically start my app inside of a developer environment. Right, so now we've got this open. I'm going to go to localhost now. So I'm going to refresh my page. And what we should see is a Next.js starter template. So we're going to go from the Next.js starter template to this. So this is what you should see right now. So this is your starting point, okay? Now what we're gonna do is eradicate all of this. So that way we've got a clean template to start building things. Command J to hide everything. We're gonna go into the main tag and we're gonna delete everything inside of the page.tsx. And I'm gonna just type in H1 and say hello. Let's just say Trello 2.0 clone, right? AI clone, because we are using a bit of AI here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that. And I'm gonna get rid of that, okay? Now, inside the app directory, it's worth mentioning that in Next.js 13, anything inside the app directory is actually naturally a server component. Server components mean by default, they're rendering on the server. So some things aren't available to us out of the box unless we convert it to a client component. So don't get freaked out by all of this. Just know that If you get some random error when you're trying to use state, that's what's going to happen, but we'll explain a lot of that in a second. Let's go over to layout.tsx. This is the layout file, which is responsible for your presentational logic, right? So we're going to go ahead and get rid of the font stuff. We don't care about that. We don't really need to change that right now. We're going to keep it very simple. The children is essentially where our page is rendered into on the layout itself. And we can go ahead and change the title with it, like here. We can say Trello 2.0 clone. And we can say generated by the Papa Fam. There we go, bam. And then the final piece of the puzzle is globals. Now the top three right here are responsible for pulling in all the Tailwind utility classes. All that means is, you know those little nice Tailwind classes where we basically write like text red 500, all that stuff is basically pulled in here, and they are called utility classes because they go ahead and actually translate to real CSS rules which can be read by the browser, okay? So we're gonna go ahead, head over back to root, delete all of this, hit save, close that. Now what you should see on your page is this, and that means that we should have a very empty page, and that is good because we want to have a blank sheet to start with. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pull this out. I'm going to go ahead and move this over here. Let's go ahead and pop that to the side, and now we've got a perfect starting point. Okay, so the first step, there's a lot of different areas that we're going to have to build today, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just try and get a little bit of sense to this as to how we can go ahead and move forward with this in the most efficient way. So what I've done is I've actually gone ahead and screenshotted a bunch of things, and what I'm going to do right now is open those screenshots and then keep things up on the page. So that way we're going to refer to this as a design element, and I'm doing this because a lot of you actually really like this approach. Okay, so as you can see, imagine we have okay, so we've just started as a developer at the Papa Fam headquarters, right? This is our developer, the designer documentation. So a designer comes to us, says, I want to build this. How the hell do I build that, right? So now we're going to break this down and build this entire app, okay? And it's got drag and drop functionality, everything that you expect, but we're doing it in exactly the way that it would be in a real life situation. So hopefully this should give you some real world context, okay? So now we've got this screen. So I say we break it up into sections. We've got the header, and then we've got the board, right? I think that sounds good. I think in fact, what we'll do is we'll consider all of this the header, and then we'll consider the rest of it the board, okay? So let's go ahead and get started with that. So the way I like to do it is I drop a comment. Simple as I say that this is going to be the header component, and this is going to be the board component. Pretty simple. It's going to be two components, the header and the board. That's it, okay? So just to get us warmed up, we're going to start with the header component. So I'm going to go ahead and create a header component. Now this is going to complain because there is no header component. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to close this, go to my package.json level, create a new folder and call this the components folder. This is going to be responsible for all the components. Now it's worth mentioning that inside the components folder, we also have server-side rendered components. So all of them are server components by default, okay? We're going to go into the components and we're going to go ahead and create a new component called header.tsx. And we're going to say RFCE. Now, if you're probably wondering, I did RFCE and my computer doesn't look like that. Well, that's because you haven't got the extension that I'm about to show you right now. So inside of your extensions tab, I want you to go ahead and type in ES. I always forget it. Is it ES6 or ES5, ES6 snippets? Yeah, ES7. So you want to type in ES7 snippets, this one here. Okay, I want you to type this in and install this extension. That's how you do RFCE, and it pops up with everything. All right, so you want to install this one, and while you're there, I also want you to install the Tailwind CSS extension. This is going to be really important for the times where you see when you're adding in your utility classes, it goes ahead and gives you all the options that you can go ahead and pop in like so. It's really important. Honestly, it makes your life so much easier. I 100% recommend it. Okay, and it's very good when you're learning how to do Tailwind stuff. So now we've created our header component. Let's head over back to page, click on the end of header, and the nice little trick is if you press Control Spacebar, you get this nice little import. Now, I go ahead and hit enter, and as you can see, it auto imported it. Now, something which is really cool here, guys, is that you can see we've got this @ sign. Now, this new @ sign is something which is not really that new, but we just haven't seen it much because I don't really tend to do it in the builds unless it was set up for me because we were in a rush. But the reality is this is called an alias. Now, what this does is it says go to the top level or whatever we've assigned to that. And I will show you how you can define what that refers to in the path. So rather than doing like ... so forth, now instead you can simply say @ to go to the top level, then you can go into components, then you can go into header. That way, no matter where you are, you can just say @ /app, @/components. And the way you do this is you go into tsconfig, head over to paths, and as you can see, the @path simply refers to the top level. So this means that the top level, and then it's got a wildcard for anything that you want to put in. So this will correlate to this wildcard. And that's essentially how you do it. So it's actually really simple to get that working, but it's a game changer. Okay, so now we're going to go into our header and we should see the header popped in like so. This is great. Okay, so I want to, okay, can I not shut my Grammarly off? I use Grammarly lately. It's pretty cool. Can I just deactivate it? Yeah, there we go. Get off. That's it. We're good. Okay, so at this point now, there we go. Nice. So I'm going to change this to a header syntax. We want to be a little bit SEO friendly. Get rid of that. We don't no longer need to say that it's a header, import, sorry. And then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start styling out. So let's go ahead and use this as our reference. We've got an image tag here. Then we've got a nice little gap here. So in fact, this is going to be an image. This is going to be a div, which takes up all of this space. And then we're going to have a search bar and a avatar on the right. Okay. And Mobix says, there we go. Don't you think? So we're actually using Zustand today for state management, and trust me, it's so easy to do. Okay, let's go to the image component. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in an image right now. So first up, we're going to use the Next.js image tag. So Next.js image tag like so. And I'm going to go over to control spacebar, and you can see next image. Okay. Now what I've done is I've made your life a little bit easier. I've added a source tag, which I've shortened into my own URL. Okay, simply the Trello logo. And this is complaining because you also need to say something like the alt tag, right? So you have to give that. Now, it's not just going to work like this. You have to give it either a fill or a width and height. So in this case, I've given it a width of 300 and I'm going to give it a height of 100. And this is basically how Next.js determines how to optimize and render it before you've done anything, right? So we go to the class name now. Now here, what I want to do is I'm going to say width is 44 on a mobile view. But as we hit a medium screen, so this is called breakpoints, then it's going to be a width of 56, okay? I'm using so many different plugins that is super annoying right now. There we go, all right? And then we're going to go ahead and say padding bottom of 10. We're going to say, and on the medium screen, we're going to go to a padding bottom of 0. And then we're going to say object should contain itself. That means it doesn't stretch out and look strange. Now, as soon as I hit save, we should see an error. This is because Next.js likes to optimize our images. Now, we have to whitelist what images we're actually allowing to come from and what domains they're coming from. If we don't, everyone could misuse this because they could, be pulling in images left, right, center from different domains, and then there's a bit of a problem. So we have to basically say, we trust this domain. How do we do that? It's very simple. Look at the error message. It says host name, and it'll give you the host name. Copy that host name, then head over to Next.config. Next.config is simply inside of here. Notice how I don't even need to say using the app directory anymore. So previously we had to say app directory. Now we don't actually have to do it anymore because it's now it's working. Here we simply say images, and then we're going to go ahead and type in domains, okay? And I'm going to pass in an array. Now I'm going to go ahead and pop it in like so, links.papareact.com. Now what actually happens now is it actually does restart the server for us, but I'm a little bit skeptical. I like to play it safe. I'm going to cancel the server with Control-C and then restart it again because I've had a few weird errors whenever I decide to do that, right? But they are upgrading it, which is nice, right? So we go ahead and refresh and we should see that this disappears and we should see a logo at the top. Hey, we've got the Trello logo, okay? So that's a good start. Next up, what we want to do is we want to have a div which is going to include the search box, okay? So as I mentioned before, we've got the left side and then we've got a div with the search box and the custom avatar, okay? So this is going to be the div next to it. Now inside of here, we're going to have a search box and the avatar, which is the little circle with somebody's name in it. Okay. Now for the search box, we're going to make our own custom search box. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a form, and inside the form, I'm going to have a input field and I'm going to have a button. Okay. The button is going to say search, but I actually want to hide this button so we can create some funky, nice UI to it. Okay. Now at the moment, we can't really see anything because it's kind of white and it's a bit hidden, right? So what I want to do now is I also want to have an icon next to it, right? So there's a few things that we need to change here. Firstly, in order to get that icon, I'm actually going to use something called hero icons. So head over to heroicons.com. This is a library that is supposed to be used with Tailwind. Let's go to documentation, go to here we go, and then go down, and it should show us how to install. So for React, we simply do an npm install. we head over to our code, Command J to pull up our terminal. And as you can see, we're already running something here, okay? So what I want you to do is basically, you can either do two options. If I'm working on a bigger screen, I actually split the terminal. But in this case, I'm just gonna open up a second terminal. So my first is running the app. The second is gonna go ahead and be my install terminal. I always like to have a few separate ones running. So we've installed the stuff that we need, and then it tells us how to go ahead and use it. So in this case, I need two different icons. So I'm going to go ahead and import them like so. Eventually, we're going to use the user circle, but the magnifying glass is what I need. Now, if you're wondering, how did he search for it though? Well, all you need to do is type in, for example, user. You can go ahead and see for yourself here, it pops up, right? And then you can go ahead and use it like so. So in this case, we've done the hero icon step. So I'm going to go ahead and add in the magnifying glass icon. Now I'm going to go ahead and style this a little bit by saying it should have a height of 6, a width of 6, and I want it to have text gray 400. Oops, my bad. Text gray 400. Okay. And what we should see now is we get a nice little icon, which is a lot better than nothing, right? Now for the input type, we should have a placeholder value. That way the user can see where they're supposed to type in. And it also allows me to show you the changes that are happening as we do what we do. Right, so for the form, this looks horrible right now. So let's go ahead and fix it up. So I want to change this to make it look like a really nice form. So firstly, we're going to put flex. By default, naturally, the children go into a row. As you see, the search is now next to the magnifying glass. Then we're going to say the item should be centrally aligned on the y-axis. We're going to give it a space between each other, like each item of 5. That's why it's spaced apart. Then we're also going to say the background should be white. Round the corners off, padding of 2, give it a shadow of medium, right? And as you can see already, it's looking pretty decent, right? It should be flex 1. No, so that's not going to be flex 1 yet. We'll handle that afterwards, right? I'll show you how we do that. Yeah, so actually it's true. Flex 1, because on a mobile screen, I want that to take up the entire width. And then afterwards, I want it to be flex initial on larger screens. So that way, yeah, it'll make sense once we actually complete that part. So let's carry on. We've got the magnifying glass here. We've got that perfect. The input field, we're going to go ahead and give that a flex 1 rule. And right now the flex rules here. So if we do flex 1 here, it means that the input field is going to take up. So you see right now, it's not taking up the full width, right? If as soon as I hit save on flex 1, watch how it takes up the full width. That means because you're saying that child should take up the maximum space that it has. Yeah. So that's how we essentially do it. Right. And then also you see this ugly blue line. I don't want that. I'm going to say outline none. Right. So outline none gets rid of that blue line, makes it a lot cleaner. And then it's too close together. So padding of 2, a little bit of breathing room now. Now that's looking much nicer. Hey, good. Okay. So we got a nice little search field. The final bit is this button. We give it the type of submit. Okay, and what this does now is it acts as the enter key. So when you're inside of a form and you have a button with type submit, if I go ahead and type in a bunch of stuff and I hit enter, notice how the page refreshed. That symbolizes to me that we actually submitted that form. Okay, so that's a good start. Yeah, so let's carry on strong. So now inside the div for the surrounding box, we actually want to go ahead and, before we carry on, I want to just modify something here. So we're going to go ahead and have a div that surrounds everything. So inside the image and so forth. So over this image, over this div. So let's have a div which surrounds everything. Yeah. And this div is going to start having some rules. So we're going to say it should be flex. There you go. And then, so what we're going to do is we're going to do mobile first design, which is how you should typically do it, right? So we can say flex column on a mobile view. This means that it goes into a mobile view. Now, when we go to a bigger screen, it's going to become flex row. Okay. Because basically, as we're on a mobile view, I want it to stack up like this, but on a bigger screen, you see, I want it to go across like that, right? Once that's done, we can say items should be centrally aligned. So as soon as we do that, so now you can see it centers on the phone, and over here it centers. You can't actually see it because there's no padding, but trust me, it does, right? P of 5 to go ahead and give it a bit of space from the corners. And I'm going to give it a background gray of 500. Now, that's really strong. So I want to give it /10. That is basically a shorthand for make the background gray the shade of 500, but 10% opacity, right? Crazy stuff. Round the corners off. So bottom 2XL. Now you can see I've got these nice little corners rounded off by a very subtle difference, but these things are what cause that nice change to happen. So look at that. Already looking pretty sweet. Now, you see here how the Trello is right next to this, right? This is because if we were to inspect this, these are only using up the minimum space that they should be, all right? So if we now go to my image and we basically say, I want you to use up the full width. So it wasn't actually that one. It was, I'm going to fix that afterwards actually. So we'll do that after. This one is, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let's do, yeah, that's it. I got it. Right, so this div, yeah. So the div surrounding the search field, we're going to go ahead and say class name. And I'm going to say this is a flex box. And right now it's only got one child in there because we haven't got the avatar in there. So I'll tell you what, before I do that, I'm going to add the avatar in. So this avatar, new library, so it's kind of fun, right? So this new library is called React Avatar, right? So it's a pretty funky library. I used it more out of convenience, if I'm totally honest. But you can feel free to use whatever you want. So this is React Avatar. We're going to install it. And what I like, the reason why I like it is because you can actually use a bunch of things like Skype ID, GitHub, Google, Facebook ID, and it will go ahead and grab your picture for you. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we're going to go ahead and just do that right now. And I'm simply going to put a name in there. So in this case, NPM. So as I mentioned, this will be on your portfolio. So really what's going to happen here is it's going to be one of those ones that you put on your portfolio. I'm going to make it to a level where, again, it's just going to be statically for one user, right? You can go ahead and upgrade it and so forth as you wish. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for everyone. So hopefully that helps you out. So in this case, we have a flex. So we've got the avatar. So now I'm going to go ahead and use the avatar. So here I'm going to say avatar, and you see how it imported it automatically for me. So avatar space name equals, in this case, I'm just going to say Sunny Sanga, right? You can feel free to look at the library and customize it as you wish, right? I'm just giving you the tools to go ahead and get things started off. So if I do that, you'll notice that, okay, that was not a great one. That freaked out. Avatar name round. Okay, let's refresh. Why is that freaking out? Let's have, oh, okay, this is a client-side component. Okay, so actually we're going to do a lot of things here inside the header, which is going to require state and a few things like that. So what we're going to do in this case is we have to convert this server component, because in Next.js 13, everything by default is a server component. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and convert this to a client-side component. This means that it is rendered on the client. So basically the rest of the page, which is a server component, gets rendered on the server. But this header component, basically when the page loads, then on the browser of the client, it executes the code, right? So that's basically what's happening when I say use client. So it doesn't do it on the server, it does it over here. Now, what you'll find is that we should not get that error anymore. There you go. That's why. So that's a big sort of thing that you have to look out for now as we transition into this sort of server component realm, yeah? So now what we're going to do is use the nice little features of this library. We're going to make it round. We're going to go ahead and say the color should be a value. And I've got this nice Trello blue, right? I should really give it a name, but in this case, I'm just using it simply. We're going to go ahead and pop it in like so. It's got the Trello blue. And then I'm going to go ahead and say a size of 50, right? So 50, like so. And again, you can change this to whatever you want. You can say Elon Musk, and then you see it becomes EM and so forth, right? But I'm going to go ahead and say Sunny Sanga. Yeah, nice. So now we've got our, our easy bit there, right? So you can, Liam, you can definitely render what you can on the server. So again, you can optimize it at so many levels. I'm just showing you the base, and then you can feel free to elevate it. I'm just trying to show you a mixture of the things, but I'm not going to go so far in. If you want to see me really optimize 0 to full stack hero in a coaching call is where I do that kind of stuff. So again, papareact.com, can link in the description, and I will help you out with it, all of that, right? So I would recommend, if you really want to elevate, the diamond package is honestly the one that we get raves about. Yeah, so definitely check it out. So we go to the div class name, and now I'm going to say flex items center. And as you can see now we get this like really nice effect going on, right? So this is what I wanted to show you. I want to space this out. So space X of 5. So there you go, space X of 5, flex 1. So what this will do now is, if I make it a bit bigger here, so what you're not seeing is that this is actually by doing flex 1. So if I get rid of this, I'm going to say BG red. Right, I just want to show, I'll make a point to you. BG red 500. Okay. So notice how it's only using up what it should be using. Right. So if I do flex 1, boom, it uses up the full width now. Okay. Then what I can do is I can say justify it right over to the end. So justify to the end. And then what it does, it throws it over to the side. okay? And then on a mobile device, you'll notice how it's only small. So what I can say is make the width 4 as well. And as you can see now, on the mobile device, it's width 4, and on the bigger device, it's going to be nice and snug in the corner. And then obviously we can get rid of our red color that I was using for demonstrational purposes. And then we go. Look at that. I hope that was a good explanation of how we did that. But yeah, you can see how clean that was, right? So look at that. It's really clean. You've got a beautiful UI, and just simply like that, little tricks that you learn over time. And yeah, you can do that. Yeah, devs, that's perfect explanation. Yes, use client is for things that can't be done on the server, have to be done in the browser. Hence, we convert it to a client-side component, and then we use it, right? But I wouldn't recommend making your entire page client-side. Just do the components individually, right? Okay, so we got the avatar done. Okay, that's great. Now, after the avatar, so after this div, what I'm going to do is have another div, and this is going to be where the suggestion will be, right? So in this case, you see this suggestion right here, right? So I kind of want to have this still as part of the header, right? You can really, you can exclude this out and do it separately as a different component if you really want, but it's completely your call. Here I'm going to have a user circle icon, and I'm going to say something like this. I'm going to say the class name should be an inline block, right? It should be a height of 10, height of 10, width of 10, height of 10, width of 10. And you're going to mix the music up a little bit. Let's go to some of the new tracks that we've got on the Pop Fan playlist. Again, popreact.com, right at the bottom, sign up to that newsletter and you'll get access to the entire playlist if you like the music that you're hearing right now. We're going to say height of 10, width of 10. We're going to give the color of this person to be the blue that I talked about earlier, and we're going to give it a margin right of 1. So boom. And if you're wondering, yeah, I actually do listen to this this music when I'm coding. So this is literally my playlist that I listen to, right? So just go ahead and hit save, refresh. So you can see now it's blue, looking nice. And then, yeah, that's pretty great. Okay. And eventually we're going to have it, if it's loading, that's going to spin, right? So that's perfect for the p tag. I'm going to center that p tag by saying flex items center, justify everything in the center. A nice little trick for centering a div. And then we say MD padding Y. So only on medium screens or above, I want to add a padding Y. So in this case, you see there's no padding here, but if I'm on a medium screen, it adds the padding, right? So I want to do that just in this case. Okay. Now for this p tag, I'm going to say that it should be text, should be, actually, before I do any flex here, inside of here, I want to have a suggestion as well. So this is a p tag. So I'm actually embedding the icon as part of the text, and then I'll have a suggestion. So eventually we'll hook this up to GPT, but for now, I'm just going to say GPT is summarizing your day. Okay. So that way you guys can see. So now you can see that this is slightly off character, right? This is not like perfectly aligned. And the trick that you can do is, as we have two inner children technically here, we can actually do flex, and we can do items, center. And notice how it's now it's perfectly aligned. So nice little tricks, right? Text small, font should be light. I'm going to do padding right of 5. And I'm going to say shadow XL. So that way he's got a nice little shadow to it. Round the corners off with extra large rounding. I'm going to make it fit only where it needs to fit. The background should be white. It should be italic. And it should be a maximum width ever of 3XL. And I want the text to be on a fancy ass blue, right? That just, there you go. Fancy, boom. There we go. Nice. Right. There you go. Look at that. Looking clean, right? Something's off though. The padding is off, right? So I forgot to add padding in the p tag. Yeah, of course. So here, so padding of 5. Bam, that's much better, right? So now you can see GPT is summarizing your task for the day. Right now, obviously it's not. We're going to go ahead and add that in afterwards. So at this point now, things are looking pretty good, I think. So I'm happy with that. That looks pretty nice. Now I'm going to show you the trick for the color gradient. Okay, so you see this color gradient at the back. Now, something that you might have not noticed, slight designers will notice this, right? Only the designers will notice this, but that is not white. That is gray, right? So, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change the background color to a gray. So we're going to go to page.tsx and we're going to start modifying the color. I think I did it in, I did it in the layout. So typically you should be doing that kind of change in your layout. So for the overall body, I'm going to say that the background color is a custom color. Now I've actually grabbed this from a design sheet that I was working on. So I've got a background color, and as you'll see now, it very slightly changed it. But the nice thing is it makes the white pop. That's why I like it, right? The only thing that's bothering me here is in the header on that P tag, I simply don't have a little bit of, I just need a tiny bit of padding on the phone. There you go. That's nice. Yeah, it's a tiny bit of padding, and then it goes to a bigger padding on a desktop. That's beautiful. Okay, so how do we get that really nice gradient effect that you see here? Because it changes up everything, right? So what we can do is we can go over to our header component. So I'm in the header component, and what we're going to do is we're simply going to add in basically a hidden div, right? So we go inside the div that's responsible for outputting everything, and here I'm going to add in a hidden div, right? So they're going to go and say div. And this is basically an invisible div that will act as a gradient. Now, here's the trick. We're going to say class name. And I want this to be absolutely positioned across the entire screen. That's what I want, right? I want it to be top of 0. And what I'm going to actually do here is drop it down like this so you guys can actually really see what the rules are I'm doing, right? So top of 0, left of 0. That means it basically goes to top left, and then I'm going to expand it out, right? So the width should be 4. So if you think about it, now it's expanding the entire page starting from the top left. Right, the height should be 96. 96, it basically goes down to around this length, which is perfect. That's all I want. Right, I don't want it to go across the entire screen. Then I'm going to say it should have a background gradient, which is to the bottom right. Right, so as you can see, I save, nothing happens because I haven't specified what the colors are for the background gradient. Okay, so I'm going to say from pink 400 to, and I've got the nice, that blue, right? That really nice blue. Let's go ahead and grab it. And again, I want you guys to customize it. And what I'd love is if you customize yours and then do a little screenshot, send it to me on Instagram. I'd love to see what you guys build out of this. Right? So let's go ahead and hit save. And now you can see, boom, we get that. Now, as you can see, everything's hidden. It doesn't look, that does not look like that. How do we get it there? Right? Well, very subtle changes. All we have to do is simple. We have to round the corners. Yeah. And as you can see now, we've got a nice little rounded corner. That's definitely not going to do it though, right? We have to say filter because we're going to add a filter to this, right? And this basically prepares the browser for what we're about to do. Then we can say blur 3XL. Now you can see, we get this nice effect going on. Then what we can do is we can say the opacity, 3XL, we say opacity is going to be 50, right? Now you can see it goes behind, as in like, boy, it's a lot harder to see, but we still have a problem here, right? It's like in front of everything. So what we do here is we use something called Z indexes. So I'm simply going to use a minus Z index of 50. Everything else, basically, so Z indexes, think of them as layering. So by setting a minus Z index, so minus Z of 50, it's basically going to the back, right? And then what I can do is if I really want to control things, I can say minus Z 40 will go in front of that one, and then go all the way up to Z 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, or whatever. Right? But the point is that you can then stack the layers as you wish, because sometimes you might have an issue where, just like now, you want something to go behind another element. Okay, so yeah, hopefully that helps you out. All right, I'm very happy with this. So now we are going to proceed to the next part. So we've got that looking pretty nice. So let's go ahead and start with the board, right? We're going to be coming back and forth, moving around loads, but this is where we basically get our hands dirty, right? So let's go to the page. And here we're going to go ahead and remove this, and we're simply going to go ahead and put a board in play, right? So I'm going to get rid of this like so. Now the board, let's go ahead and create this component. So I'm going to go ahead and create a component here, board.tsx, and then I'm going to say RFCE, right? You can go ahead and get rid of this, and then we have our board. Go back to the page, simply import it like so. So go ahead and do Control Spacebar, bam, we have our beautiful board, right? Looks great, right? So this is looking pretty good, right? So this is going to literally be our top level page. So you see your page, by the way, should always be a high level functional sort of element, right? It shouldn't be every bit of logic is at your page level. It should break things down into a way that is concise and it's just clear to see that is my header and my board. That's my page. And then everything goes deeper than that, okay? That's how you should be building your apps. Yeah? So now let's go ahead and start with the board. Okay, so the board, lots of different elements here, right? We've got this nice to-dos, we've got the different columns and so forth. The library, in fact, that we're going to be using, which I think we should begin with, is actually going to be called React Beautiful DND. So in this case, let's go ahead and search for it right now. So React Beautiful DND, and in this case, you can see if I go to the actual library itself with Atlassian, which is actually the owners who bought out, they own Jira, they own Trello. So yeah, you might have heard of them, right? So here you go, React Beautiful DND. Scroll down and you can see a nice demonstration of how we're going to use it. So this is their demo. I think ours looks way better though. So we're going to build this instead, right? So why are you not using JavaScript instead of TypeScript? So a lot of people get confused about this. JavaScript is your language. TypeScript is a superset on top of TypeScript, on top of JavaScript. So TypeScript is basically adding strongly typed power to your JavaScript coding, right? So it's not, you can't do TypeScript without JavaScript. So yeah. So in this case, we're going to build this. So how do we do it? Let's go ahead and install. That's the first step. Okay, so we're going to go to installation and I'm going to show you, like I said, I want to show you all of the steps. So we're going to go ahead and install this into our project, right? So Command J, head down to ZSH, boom, and we install React Beautiful DND. Now, as you can see, they've got, don't get confused. You know, sometimes you're going to see different examples, different tutorials, all this kind of craziness. But the main thing is you need to import drag and drop context into your app. That's the first step, right? So we're going to go ahead and pull that in. So we've installed that Command J to hide the terminal. We're going to pull in the drag and drop context from React Beautiful DND. Now you can see it's complaining. Some libraries will do this. When they do this, I want you to go ahead and hover over it. And a lot of the time it will give you this little command here where it says you can install the types. Because what's happening is it hasn't automatically connected the type definitions or the types from the TypeScript definitions automatically when we did it. So what you have to do is you copy that command, and what this will do is it will save the developer dependencies and all the types of this. Now, most cases it will find it just like so, and in just a second that will disappear. Okay, so that's how you go ahead and get rid of that. Then what you want to do is you can go ahead and check out how you can use it. So in this case, this part honestly was a little bit sort of hit and miss. I had to check out the get started, the samples, all this kind of stuff, but I'm going to try and make it a lot more easier for you. Okay, so you don't need to do any of this. I'll show you how we do it. So this is basically a nice little demonstration. You have your drag and drop context, then you have your droppable parent, and then you have draggable elements within. Okay, so you have to have your drag drop context at the highest level, your droppable area, and then draggable stuff within. But remember, we actually have two nested layers. Now what we have is the ability to drag each of the individual columns. So I can get my done column, move it over there. I can get my progress column, move it over there, and so forth. And then inside of that, I can move the to-dos across each of the columns, right? So we've got a bit more complexity here. So I'm going to go ahead and showcase how the hell we do all of that, right? I would love to see a markup being done live and then making it in reality. I personally struggle with Figma design. Oh, sure, dude. You can do something like that. Okay, so you can go ahead and read this out if you want and check out the examples. I'm just going to go ahead and start jumping into how the hell we build it, right? So let's start breaking this down step by step, right? First thing we're going to do is the parent, the overall outside. We're going to go ahead and say drag drop context, right? So this is our parent. Then, as I mentioned, we're going to have a droppable. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put in a droppable. Cool. All right, so this is going to be inside of here. So we're going to say droppable, droppable. Yeah. Now this droppable, you have to give it an ID, right? So in this case, it's got the droppable. Let's close it out. There we go. You have to give it an ID. So we're going to give it an ID, a board. Okay. Then we're going to give it a direction. So in this case, this is going to be a horizontal board. Okay, so horizontal. The reason why is because this first droppable is basically, I'm going to be able to grab all of these different things, right? So you see this right here. I should be able to pull this entire to-do list, this section, and move it over there, right? So we're not addressing each card yet. We're addressing the entire columns. So that's the first level. We can move this column over here and so forth, right? So that's the first step. So the first one is going to be a direction horizontal, not vertical. The type is going to be something called a column. Cool. All right, now what we're going to do is this gives you something called render props. So basically a child of this is given to us, so we can go ahead and get something called provided. So you can see I've got provided here, right? Now, as you can see, I'm doing parentheses. This means that in my JSX block, these curly brackets, I'm returning something here. So it's like an inner function, really, right? So we're going to render out a div, and inside of this div, we're basically going to render out all of the columns, okay? So I'm going to show you how we're going to do this. So this is basically going to be rendering all the columns, right? Cool. So at this point, I'm going to do a little pause, because what we really need to do here is actually go ahead and prepare ourselves for what's to come, right? We don't have anything that we can actually map through yet, right? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to pause here. We're going to implement the Appwrite section of the build, and then we're going to go ahead and then we're going to pull from Appwrite, get our columns, our board columns, and then we're going to proceed. Okay. So it's going to be a bit of a step, but we're going to do it. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to go over to Appwrite. So you're going to head over to Appwrite and simply type in Appwrite Cloud. You should see the cloud.appwrite.io. So first things first, you see I have a first app over here. I'm going to go ahead and create a new project. So we're going to create a new project. I'm going to call this one, let's just call it the Trello YouTube Clone. Bam, hit create. And as you can see, we created our project. Now you can go ahead, and they made it extremely easy over Appwrite to go ahead and get set up with our projects. We're going to go ahead and add a platform. In this case, we're going to add a web app. So I'm going to click on web app. You have to give it a name. So naturally, I'm going to say something like Trello YouTube Clone and the host name. Now in this situation, once we deploy, this will be the host name of the deployment domain. Yeah, Appwrite is free. Yes. Yeah, the host name here, we're going to say localhost. And we're just going to start off with this, right? Then you can see we're going to click on next. Now you can see we can install. So they make it really easy for us to carry on and get this set up. So I'm going to go ahead and install at this point. So instead, I'm going to pull up my terminal, install Appwrite. So npm install Appwrite, wait till that's done. Now, in our true fashion, the way I usually do things on all my streams, I'm going to go ahead and hide this out and simply go to the bottom. I'm going to close everything out. And at the package.json level, I'm going to create a file called Appwrite.ts, right? And this is going to be where we essentially set everything up. So I'm going to do an import of all of the things I'm going to need, right? So in this case, I'm going to end up using all of this stuff, the account, the ID, database, storage, and so forth. We're actually not using the account today. We're using all of these instead, right? I'll show you how you can initialize even the account, right? So that way, kind of in case you decide to use it, you can use it. So I need to go ahead and initialize my client. So in this case, const new client. Now, how do we actually go ahead and get set up with it? So you see, if we click on next, it will tell us how to set the project up. In this case, I've got a project ID, is open. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Ideally, I might have to, create a new project because that's already shown. But anyway, it's minor. So we're going to go ahead and do this right now. So const client equals this. And so you want to go ahead and copy this and do it right here. So in this case, I've already done it. I'm going to say set endpoint. And then right here, we're going to do HTTPS Cloud Appwrite v1. Okay. So this is actually the thing that we're going to use right now. Okay. Then we're going to say set project. And instead of doing a default value, I'm going to say process.environment.next public Appwrite project ID. Okay. So this is actually going to be a public variable. So next public symbolizes that this is going to be this is actually going to be available on the client, right? If we don't have this, it's only available on server rendered components and the backend stuff. So we're going to go ahead and add this in, and this is going to be something that I'm going to say is absolutely there. Okay. Once we go ahead and set that up in just a second, then what we can do is we can initialize everything off of that client. So we can have the account, the database access, the storage, all by setting it up like the following, and then we can simply just export it like so. Okay, ID gives us unique identifiers. That's going to be pretty handy, right? So now we go ahead and hit save. This is great, right? We've got everything looking pretty nice right now. So what I need to do is set this up. So I'm going to go into here. I'm going to create a new environment variable. So .env.local. And inside, I'm going to go ahead and pop in my project ID. Now my project ID in this case will be this one. So I need my project ID. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that in like so. Hit save. And as you can see in my terminal, if I go back to the first one, it will say found a change in your config. It's going to, oh no, sorry. It will say environment variable. Ignore that. We've fixed that one. So that will be gone in a second, but yeah, we've done that. There we go. That's our project ID. Then we can go ahead and click OK, and you're ready to go. Take me to my dashboard. So they have a really great dashboard at Appwrite that shows you all of your reads, your writes, your usage, your storage, your functions that you're running, your authentication. All of it is available here, and you even have access to your API keys. So a lot of this stuff is pretty much self-explanatory once you're set up, right? So next up, we're going to go to the databases tab. And this is where we start setting things up the way that we need to. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do, just for my own reference, is open up my other cloud Appwrite window, so that way I can remember exactly how I set up the structure of the database, because I don't want to mess it up and I want it to be a fairly smooth tutorial for you all. So first things first, we're going to create a database. So let's create our database. Now this is going to be called our app database. So I mean, this could be really anything. We're just going to call it the app database, right? So this is where everything is going to live, right? So let's just call it just call it app database, right? App database, doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and create. So inside of our app database, we have our collections, right? Now, the difference between this and something like Firebase is you can predefine what the attributes are so that you protect what is added into your database, which is something that I actually really like. Okay, so at this point now, what I want you to do is I want you to click on the collections, and I want you to create a collection called to-dos. Okay, so we create a collection called to-dos, and inside of to-dos now, we are going to go to the attributes tab. And here we basically set up how our attributes for each entry will look. Okay, all right, so we're going to go to the title here. So we're going to call this first attribute, the key title, the attribute type. So let's go ahead and we're going to say this is a string. Okay, then you can give it a value, so the size, sorry. In this case, the title of each one, I mean, you can really play with this yourself. We're going to say 512, okay? And we're going to say that the title is actually a required field. So you see, we've got some control here. It's kind of a mix of NoSQL, but yet we have the SQL constraints, right? Then we go ahead and add a few more. We're going to add the status. This will be like in progress, done, that kind of thing. And in fact, you can even make this an enum if you really want to. So in that case, what we're going to do here is go ahead and do enum, and this is going to say the following. It's going to say to do, it's going to say in progress, and it's going to say done. These are going to be the three states of our app, right? So now we're going to go to the, we're going to accept that. So that's pretty happy, right? We're going to click create. To be honest, you can say required for that, but I'm only, we'll see. I'm going to leave it as unrequired for now. And then we're even going to have an image. Now the image is going to be essentially something which is not required, but it will be something like a passed value. And that's basically going to be the storage location once we upload the image to Appwrite Cloud storage, right? So in this case, it's going to be image. It's going to be a string as well. In this case, I'm just gonna give it a 512, and we're gonna leave it for that for now. So now we've got our initial setup. Okay, so what I want to do to get set up with this is I want to go ahead and just add a few test things, right? Something which allows me to go ahead and get started with things in a nice way. So I'm going to go firstly start off with create document, right? So sorry, I've completely gone blank. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and say create a document. And the first one is going to be something along the lines of, let's just say, take the dogs out for a walk. Select the enum, see to do, in progress, done. I like that, right? Very simple. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. To do. And then remember, all of these, by the way, we can go ahead and protect it in TypeScript in our code as well. All right, so let's go ahead and do the image. We're actually going to leave blank for now, and we're going to click on next, create, and that's fine. Now, for this tutorial, I am not enabling, security rights, right? So in this case, I'm going to say update permissions. I'm going to say we're actually going to allow anyone to create, read, update, and delete. But you can add authentication and then protect based on the user who is logged in, similar to how we do it like Firebase rules, other platforms, and such forth. So you can have that functionality here as well, right? So now we've got an example of a document. Take the dogs out for a walk. It's a to-do. Great. Okay. So that's the to-dos set up for us. Right, so now the next step is, that's basically our structure of our to-dos that are going to be stored. Okay, the storage bucket. So let's go ahead and prepare our storage bucket. So our images that we're going to store inside of the app, you see the images here, for example, these are going to be stored in an image bucket. So in this case, just create a bucket called images. Right, so this is going to be images, create the bucket. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and you see, we're going to basically have, let's go ahead and show you. If we're in the settings, we're going to have permissions and any. And in this case, again, as I mentioned, I'm just going to allow anyone to be able to create, read, write, update, and so forth. But eventually you can go ahead and feel free to extend this build, add authentication, and protect it so that only when you're logged in, you can modify it yourself, right? So in this case, we've got the images right here. So we've got the images and database set up, okay? So let's get started with how we can actually go ahead and integrate this now. So the first things first is I need to go ahead and take reference of the database and collection IDs, Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and actually, I'm going to hide something here. I'm going to show you how you can prepare it, and then I'm going to hide me actually adding the values because I don't want to show certain values in case we get spammed and so forth. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and pop it in here. So the first value I want you to know about is the next public database ID. Okay, then we're going to have the next public to-dos collection ID. So where you get these from is very simple. Inside of Appwrite, at the top of the app database, you simply copy the database ID and you can simply paste that in. So that one is fine, I can share that. Inside of the to-dos, we can click to copy, or you can go ahead and click in and you can copy it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this in and I'm going to paste this here, and then I'm going to go ahead and hide this, save and hide the environment file screen. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually show my face for a second, paste it in, hit save. I'm closing that file. So now I've got all of my environment variables in the right set, right? So we've got access to all of the variables that we need to basically make a connection to when we fetch our information. Okay, so next up is we need to go ahead and handle the board logic, right? So I just need to figure out where I'm fetching again in my flow. So in this case, okay, I understand. So this is where we start using some form of state management. So what I want to do is when this board loads, right? So when this loads, I need to go ahead and essentially, so firstly, this is going to be a client component. So this is a client side component because we're going to have an element of client side stuff happening here. Okay. So we're going to use a use effect. And if you didn't make it a client side component, you will not be able to use something like a use effect. Any hook you won't be able to use. Okay. So at this point, we've got the use effect. And this is where I'll essentially be calling something like get board. Okay. Now this get board. Now, okay, so let's describe our problem that we're about to face, right? Firstly, smash that like button. We're nearly at 700 likes. So the problem we're about to face is I need to fetch the board data. Then I'm going to need access to this all around my app. So I need to basically access this board information, you know, all around different places of my application. Okay. Now, by the way, if you do get stuck on the use effect part, we have a huge tutorial on this on the channel. Just type in Sunny Sanga use effect on YouTube. You'll see a great tutorial which explains the rules of hooks, how you can do use effect and so forth, right? It's going to help you change your life. Right. I promise you, when you understand use effect, it's great. Okay. So at this point, we need something which is going to fix the problem of allowing us to fetch the board here, but use the board in any point of our app. Okay. So this is where you introduce something like state management, right? So state management libraries typically include things like React Context API or something like Redux, but there's a game changer now. And the game changer is called Zustand, right? Zustand is sick. I was told about it from a friend of mine, but now, oh my God, it's really good, right? It's so good. So Zustand, if you head over to Zustand, Google it, you'll find Zustand. You'll find this. Now it's literally, this is the amount of code you need to write a store. Like, what? It's crazy. It's so good. It's so good. Like, I'm not joking. It is so clean, right? And I couldn't believe it when I first saw it. I was like, no, it's not going to be that good then. Surely nothing's that easy to set up and that good. But yeah, it really is. So we say npm install Zustand. Okay. Now let's create our first store. So I'm going to go ahead, open my folder up. I'm going to go here. I'm going to create a folder at the top level called store. Now, the first bit of information I'm going to store. Now, typically what I always say is when you have something like state management library, you should have different slices of your store. So that way you can contain different bits of information at different areas. So first thing we're going to have is containing most of the information about our app. We're going to have something called a board store. Then we're going to have a modal store for keeping track of if the user's opened or closed a modal. So at this point, we're going to go open that up and we're going to simply say board store.ts. Okay. Now inside of our board store, we can basically go ahead and start reverse engineering what that demo tutorial tells us. So I'm going to go ahead and show you right here. First, create a store. So I want you to just simply copy an example like this. Simply like put like that, right? Then what you're going to have is you're going to have a bit of a complaining issue where it's like, oh no, you need to set up and blah, 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 and do that kind of stuff, right? So I'm going to show you how we can correct this because we're using something called TypeScript. Now they have got an example down here, I believe, where it's TypeScript and it shows you how to do it. So Here you go. So when you use TypeScript, you actually can go ahead and pass in the state, but I will go ahead and make this a lot easier for you to understand, so you don't have to worry about all of that. All right, so first things first, right? Let's go ahead and create our store. So we're gonna say use modal store, or use board store, sorry, we're doing the board store first, okay? Then I'm gonna create an interface, which is basically like a type definition. We're gonna say board state. And this is gonna be everything that we basically contain inside of the board. Right, board. So in this case, we're going to have a few things inside of this. We're going to have the board itself. The board is going to consist of, you know, all of the information that you see here, the different columns with the to-dos inside, all that good stuff. So that's going to be the first thing. This is going to be board, and this is going to be of type board, which we haven't got yet. Right, I'm going to create that afterwards. Right, so this is going to be of type board, and then we're going to have the get board function. Okay, so we're going to start off with these, and this is going to be a function which is not going to return anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and just simplify this now. So we've got a board, and initially this is going to be a let's just start with a no value, and I will fix this afterwards. Okay, we're going to say the get board function is going to be a function that does something. Okay, so now you can see the errors have disappeared except for this. So we need to define what a board is. Right, so in this case, we need to go ahead and do Command B, and I'm going to go ahead and create something called a typings.d.ts file. Inside of here, we can create some TypeScript definitions. Right, so inside of here, I'm going to say typings.d.ts. Now, here I'm going to say interface. Now, welcome to the world of map objects. So I'm about to blow your mind. If you've never used an map object, I thought it'd be cool to do that. You can actually do this build probably simpler with an array. Like the library is built for an array, but I want to show you how you can manipulate things and change an array and map through an object in so many ways. And yeah, I want to make your life a little bit difficult at times so you learn. Okay, so in this case, let's go ahead and show you the harder route. Right, I could have done this with arrays easily, but I want to show you the harder route so you understand how to do this. Because honestly, you're going to come to a point in your career where you're going to need to know how to use a map. Right, so we're going to say that a board will simply have a map inside of it. And a map, you can basically specify what the key value pairs are. So I'll explain this in just a second, right? Now, inside of here, you can have something like a string, right? Now, if we were to do this, all this means, right, is a map is very simple, right? A map, consider it like a bunch of entries, right? So you've got basically a list. So think of a list, right? A really easy list. Each item in that list has a key and a value. So the key could be like, you know, Sunny, and inside the value could be like all the details about Sunny. Then it could be J, and then it could have all the details about J. And you could have whatever key you want. And the best thing about a map is, which is kind of cool, is the key can actually be anything. It could be an object, it can be a hash, it could be a string, it can be a number, it can be anything you want, right? So it can even be an object, the key, right? And the value can be anything as well. And it's really cool because once you interact with these, it's quite efficient because you can just say, get this exact key, see if we've got something in there. And that way you're doing a direct index check, right? So now what I want to do is I want to customize the two types. So the first thing is I'm only going to have 3 types of keys, right? The types of keys, I'm going to call them typed columns. Okay. And this is going to resemble the to do, the in progress, and the done. So in this case, the type column is going to be basically an enum. So it's going to be a to do. It's going to be either to do, in progress, or done. And this is not going to have a space. It's going to be very simple. So it's either to do, in progress, or done. And the key is going to be a typed column. So the key will only be to do, in progress, or done, ever. Done, okay? And then we're going to have a column inside each value, right? So this is the powerful part about TypeScript. So let's go ahead and type out that definition. So in this case, I'm going to say interface, column. And now this will have an ID, and the ID of that will be a typed column. Typed column. So the ID of our columns will either be one of these. It'll be a to do, an in progress, or a done. And then inside of there, we're going to have an array of to dos. Okay. So we're going to specify an array of to dos, which we haven't specified what a to do really is yet. So we're going to say the interface here of a to do. And I've defined this structure based on the response that you will get back from Appwrite. That's why we've got a few $ and all that kind of stuff here, right? So in this case, we can say $ID string. And we're also going to get back something called the created app timestamp. And this is going to be a string. We're going to get back there. And then we're going to have a few of our own values. So we're going to have the title, the status. Do you remember we set this up? We had the title, we had the status, and we have the image. And the image is actually, you know, it could be an image or it might not have an image, right? So in this case, some have images, some do not have images, okay? And so forth. So in this case, we've got our interface. Then we can go ahead and do interface image. Some people are asking, yo, when should you have an interface or a type? Interfaces can extend pretty easily. So you can say like a column extends a to-do, for example, and that's when you typically, that's very simply put, that's how you can do it, right? So if you want to extend something, just use that. But yeah, you can use either or. I like to say in these situations, use a type. In this case, for main objects, I'm using interfaces, right? So interface image. For the image, each of the images are going to have a bucket ID, which is basically going to be the ID of the bucket. So remember that image's storage container that we set up just a second ago. And then each of them has got its own file ID. That's how we locate the image. Okay. And this image is actually going to be referenced here. Sorry, I messed up. The status as well should be a typed column. I went into autopilot, right? So the status of each to-do is going to be either to-do in progress done. The image itself is going to be one of these types. So now you can see we've got a really nice set of type definitions, and this will protect us from making a lot of errors. Okay, because it will scream at us if we screw something up. So now we've got the board, right? So let's go to our board store now. Now, what I want you to do is inside the board store, yeah, what we do is we can initialize the board when we set up the use board store. So this is basically the type definition. And all we do here is we say create and we pass in our board state. Right? And then it will know if you're setting things up correctly. So now I'm giving it a value of no to begin with, and it's saying, whoa, 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 you cannot do that because that's not a board state. So all I'm going to do here is define something which satisfies what a board is. So in this case, we have the columns field, and it needs to be a new map. And remember what I said, guys, a map is a typed column and a column type, right? So the key is a typed column. The value is of column type. Okay, and then we're just going to invoke it. So this will basically go ahead and create a new map for us with type column and column inside. Okay, good stuff. Now, then we're going to go ahead and create a function for get board. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside of here, I want to go ahead and get the board. So I'm going to say get const board equals await. Yeah, and this is where I basically perform a fetch function. Okay, so in this case, I need to do two things. I need to fetch the information, but I actually want to fetch all of the to-dos and I want to group them. So I want to actually group them by the different types. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to create a helper function called get to-dos grouped by column. And what will this look like, right? What the hell will this look like? Well, the goal here is that eventually we will have something like this. We will have something like a map. So look, something like this. Okay, that's horrible. What am I doing? Here, so we have this. Okay, ignore me. Okay, that's not working. I'm going to just hack this away. But okay, so say we've got this. So one of our keys, for example, will be to do. And then we're going to have each of the to-dos inside of this field. Right, so we're going to have all of our to-dos inside of here. Right, and then it's going to be grouped accordingly. So you've got your to do, you've got your in progress, and so forth. So this one will be in progress, and so forth. And they should all be grouped accordingly. Okay, and then that way we can do the information that we want to do. And we're basically going to pull from our database to handle that information. Right, so get to do is grouped by column. Let's go ahead and do so. And what I like to do is create a lib folder, which is for utilities. So in this case, I'm going to create a folder in the top level. Sorry, so top level folder lib. Lib is like util folder, same thing, right? And we're going to say get to-dos grouped by column.ts. Bam, done. Okay. And now what I want you to do is go back to board store. Eventually this will give us back a value. And then we're going to use something called set board. And what set will do is it basically sets the global state here like so. Okay. So it sets the global state for that value. So in this case, it sets that piece of information. Then you can pull it wherever you want. Okay. So let's create this function. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my get to-dos grouped by column. And now we're going to go ahead and set things up. So the first thing I need is to basically create a function. So we're going to say export const get to-dos by column, right? And then we're going to go ahead, and this is going to be an asynchronous function which takes no arguments. Okay. Cool stuff, easy as, yeah, fairly straightforward so far. Now I need to pull from the database. So you see the database that we set up earlier. So this database right here. I need to pull the information from here, guys. Right, so I need to pull all of that information in. So how the hell do we do it? Well, we made our life a bit easier earlier. We can simply say const p, and p is basically a promise. So we're going to basically return all the data, let's call it. And we're going to say await, right? And all I do here is I type in databases, and we've previously set up our databases through our Appwrite.ts file. So I'm importing that like so. Then I say .list documents. Now here it's really straightforward. All I do is I pass in the database ID and the collection ID. You can even pass in queries and so forth afterwards, and you can fetch the information just like that. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and say process.environment.view. No way, we're not using view. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I'll say process.environment, next public database ID. Then we go ahead and hit color, and then I'm going to do the same thing for the collection ID. And we set these environment variables up earlier. Okay, next thing I want to do is I simply want to console log the data, so that way you can see what the hell is going to be on the screen. Well, actually, you're not actually going to see this right now because this won't actually be on the screen. So what we can do to test this is we can go to page, we can go to board, we can actually go ahead and just put in hello. We can sort of just comment this out for a second, and then we can call our get board function. So I will show you how we can actually set that up right now, so we can actually test out what we're doing, right? So in order to get access to our board functions like get board, all we have to do, very simple hook, right? We just say const get board equals use board store, right? And have I exported it? I think I have. No, I haven't. Okay. I believe we just got to do a simple export here, which is why I've messed things up. Yep, so we should do export, my bad. Export const use board store. There we go. And we're actually gonna even go a step further. So yeah, we can import that. There we go. And then what that does is it gives us the state, and then we can go ahead and say state dot, and then you see we get the board or get board. So now I'm mapping this to a available function. So in this case, we can go ahead and pass it in. Now, because we are using get board here, we actually have to include that as a dependency. But in this case, we do that. Now, what we should see is we get this, right? Now you can see we're actually getting an error right now because we haven't defined the get to do's group by column. So let's go back into our board store like so. And I want to go ahead and import our helper function. Okay. And this is obviously going to complain because we haven't got the right value. So we're just testing right now. Okay, so at this point now, inside of my get to do's, I should see some data here logged out on. So somebody says, is this going to get executed on the server? Well, actually, we're instead going to go ahead and I'll drop it a little bit. Yep, no worries, the background music. So in this point, you can see the we have the get to do's group by column, right? So in this, we go here and we simply are logging it out. So this is actually going to get executed on the client. So you see here we've got the object, and by the way, this error that you're seeing, I've got oh no, that's actually fine, to be honest, for now. That's because we've got that error that we just had set up. So yeah, there you go. So total, and you can see this is what came back, guys. Look at this. Take the dogs out for a walk. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Sick, right? That's exactly what we wanted. And you see what I mentioned before. There was actually more properties, so you can feel free to add that in. But I wanted to, I just kept it very simple. But you can even add in like permissions, updated that, collection ID, and so forth into your type definitions, so that way you can be sure that you get it back, right? And I reckon you can even go as far as to get those exact definitions from the guys over at Appwrite as well. So I just didn't go that extra step. Right, but you can. Right, so I want to show you a bit of manual stuff as well. So at this point, we've got the documents flowing in, which is great, right? So at this point, we've got the data. Now we need to do some cool manipulation to, mess with the data that we need it. So what I'm going to do is p.documents. So the data here that comes back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const to-dos equals data.documents. Okay, so that's all my to-dos now. So inside of here, this list will be all my to-dos. Easy as. Now what we can do is, if you actually go ahead and highlight over this models.document, so you can actually extend models.document, and then if you really wanted to, you could do your typings that way. So you could actually go ahead and do something like this. So interface to do extends model document, and now your to do class actually has model document inside of it as well. So if I was to do something like const a to do equals something like this, then you can go ahead and see for yourself that a to do will actually have a the stuff that we wanted inside of it. Oh, well, actually, it didn't do it properly. But yeah, anyway, I need to import it and do that stuff properly. I just kind of rushed that step. So in this case, models.document, you would have to pull in correctly. But anyway, you could do that, right? So heading back over to our, yeah, let's carry on. So first step, I want to basically map through and get all of the, so right now we just have this list, right? And there's no coordination here. So I want to basically rearrange this so it'll become a key value pair where all the statuses are grouped together. So all the to-dos, all the in progresses, all that good stuff. So I'm going to show you a nice little map function. And again, if you find this confusing, then be sure to join 0 to Full Stack Hero or just check out some tutorials online. But the point is we have loads of tutorials in the course that will explain how to use things like the map, reduce functions, and so forth. So at this point, we're going to say const columns, right? Const columns equals to-dos dot reduce. And reduce is basically an accumulator function. So what it means is you basically take, your array and you're going to reduce it down into another form. So even like, let's just say a very simple example. You got an array of numbers, you reduce it down into a number for the total. But we're going to do a bit more of a complex object, right? So in this case, we're going to do a reduce down to a map, okay? So you're probably wondering, oh, I don't know how that works. I don't know how you do that, right? So in this case, what you do is every single time you iterate over, you get a bunch of things. So the first thing is you get something called an accumulator value. This is going to be the value or the previous value, basically that's going to rack up and build up. So this is going to be the map object, right? That's going to slowly grow. And then each time we map through, we get the to-do itself. Okay. So now inside of this function, we can do a few things. So basically, oops, no, get that. So after all of this, we do a comma, we can give an initial value. And this is the initial value that we want to start is with a map. Okay, so this map is going to have, again, a typed column. And you can, I guess you could just say, you could actually use the board column, the border definition here if you wanted. But in this case, I'm just going to say, new map with typed column and column, right? So in this case now, the accumulator value starts off as a new map, right? So what we can do now is we can access it. We can say if there is no, so we're going to access the map and we're going to say, get to do status. So basically what this is doing is, this is an empty map right now. So it wouldn't have anything in there. So this would actually be satisfied. Basically, it would find this first to do and it'll say, is there a to do? And right now it'd be like, no, there is no to do, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're basically going to create a key inside of that map. So we're going to say account.set to do.status. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically setting the first key inside of that, right? So ID to do status, and then we give it the to-dos itself. So in this case, to-dos is an empty array. So what we're doing is now the end goal would be you have something like this. So you would have something like a object, which is going to have, a key value pair. So every single one is going to have that, for example, to-do. And then inside of to-do, you would have key value pairs. So loads of key value pairs here. And then, for example, this would be all of your, I'll show you afterwards, I'll map it out, right? It'll be very easy to understand, right? But this will basically grab all the to-dos together and it creates an empty to-do. And then once you've done that step once, the next time it comes across a status with to-do, we're simply going to push it inside. And I'll show you how to do that, right? So here we say ace account or the accumulator dot get to-do dot status, right? To-do dot status, to-do dot status. I'm going to say that it is there because it will be there because we've literally would have created it here. And then we're going to say to-dos. So it's going to access this empty array, to-dos, dot push. And then what we're simply going to do is push in. We're not going to push the entire to-do in, but instead I'm going to create an object out of it, right? So we're going to say that the ID is pushed in. So to-do ID, the created. And if I do control space, you can actually see we've already got our perfect functions here as well, as in our perfect attributes. So we're going to go ahead and add in the title as well. So the to-do title, we're going to add in the status, which is going to be the to-do status. And this again is being pulled in from the backend, right? Now the final one is actually interesting. So what I'm going to do here is as I'm pulling it in, I'm going to do a nice little spread trick. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're only going to fetch the image here in this object if it exists from the response. Okay, so the way you do this is simple. You basically say spread, right? And then you have a condition. So now this is exactly it. This is actually perfect. Yeah, we say to do image and image to do image. So basically what we're doing is we're saying if the response that we're mapping through has an image, because remember, some things may not have an image inside, right? Then we're going to go ahead and append this inside. So basically imagine it's doing this and then it's spreading it. So it basically pops it. So you're basically taking this, if there's an image, you're taking it and adding it there like that. That's exactly what's happening if there's an image. Okay. So in this case, this is how it works. Now, when we push the information into the database, I will be storing it as a JSON stringified value for the image stuff. I'll get to that later, but for now, when we do eventually pull it, we're going to need to pass that information back into its full object. Okay. So at that point, we simply go ahead and close things off, right? And then what we do is we return the accumulator function. Okay, so now with all that done, what we can do is we can save, and I will show you if I simply log out the columns. Now what you'll see is we go from this horrible looking thing, right, the response, to a map. And you can see, look, the map has a to-do entry, and you can see the to-do entry has one value inside of it, which is the record, and it has a value with the to-dos inside, and then it has everything in. So what we've done is we've transformed data. So we've taken an array response and we've transformed it into a map. And I'm going to blow your mind now by adding another to-do. I'm going to add a few to-dos here and show you just how powerful this really is. So crush the live stream. I'm going to say this is in progress because that's exactly what we're doing. And then we're going to go ahead and do next, create, and we're going to do another one. So we're going to say create document, and I'm going to do another thing here, just like so. I'm going to say, let's just do finish the build, and this one will be in progress, right? So we've got two in progress is one task, so that way we can test this out. So create. Okay, cool. So now we've got a bunch of stuff in there. So if I refresh now, you will see that we have a map of two, right? But I'm going to show you what we actually ended up transforming here. So as you can see, this is the app. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to first console log the response. So if you see now, this is the entire response that we get back. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. So the first one is the entire response we get back. You see, look, this is literally what we got back, right? It was just a bunch of like to-dos from the database, right? And there's no, there's no actual mapping here of really like what status is this and what status is that. Now what I've done is I've grouped them all together and I've got this nice map. So you see my first entry, the key is to do, the second is in progress. And then what we're doing is we're grouping them. So now you see the value here is an array of 2. And in this one, there's one array for the to do. And then in progress, we have 2 to dos. So if I go inside now, you can see, I can see all of the to-dos inside. So this is called transforming data. And it's really important. When people ask about data structure and algorithms and stuff like that, this is basically how you should have an understanding of how to transform data. And don't worry if you don't. Again, this is why I have a lot of this stuff inside the course. That's where I can teach you at a in-depth level. So 0 to Full Stack Career, we do this, we teach you, and inside the coaching course and module content, we have a mixture of ways to get you to understand this in a really crystal clear way. So all of this is fairly straightforward. Okay. So absolutely killing it. Let's carry on. So at this point now we have our columns. Okay. Now I need to do one more thing, right? I need to basically say, okay, now we always want to have all 3 columns shown, but what if, for example, now I've got to do and I've got in progress, but I don't have anything in done. Okay. So what I need to do now is I'm going to create a little function here, which is going to ensure that we always have, each of the columns with an empty to-do array inside of it. So it's always going to have a populated empty to-do array. So what we can do is, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this now. We don't need our comments here. And I will show you how we do it. So if the columns doesn't have an in progress to do or done, add them with empty to-dos, right? Because what might happen is you delete everything and then you need to go ahead and do it. So let's go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to go ahead and create an array of all of the different typed columns. So in this case, to do, in progress, done. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and loop through them. Okay. So I'm going to say for each, so I'm going to do an old school map here. You can do either or. I'm going to say for each column type of all of the column types, we're going to map through. You can do a for each, you can do whatever you want. So we're going to say if there was no, that's perfect actually. That's exactly what we wanted. So that's exactly what I've got written as well. So if there is no column, so basically in this case, remember we had a to do, we had an in progress, but it wouldn't have found a done. So it would have basically satisfied here when it hit done, when it looped through. then it will basically set the column. So there is now a done, and then it will show the a to do. It will set a to do's. That way, when you map through, it won't break. We'll be able to render out that column all the time. Okay. So now that we have this in place, what we can do is the final step is I always want to show them, and this is kind of up to you now. Right? In my tutorial, I always want to show to do, in progress, done. Then you can rearrange it. But whenever you come on the page, I always want it to be in to do, in progress, done. I always want it in that order. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and sort them in that order. Right. So in this case, this would have manipulated that array previously. So now we've got all of them. So if I was to even console log the columns now, you'll find that we have always, no matter what, we will have a map of 3. Right. So let me refresh. You will always have a map of 3. Yeah. So now, even if you've got done, you see inside of done, we still have a to do array of 0. So now we've always got all 3 perfectly, like so. Okay. So this is exactly what we wanted. Now, after the columns, we're now going to sort the columns. Right. So I'm going to sort them based on the initial order that you see here. All right. So sort columns by the column type. So I'm going to say const sorted columns equals a new map. And what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to generate, so this is going to be a sorting function. Again, we cover all of this inside Zero to Full Stack Hero because it can be a little bit scary, right? So the first step I want to do is I want to convert my column entries into a, so there's 2 ways to do this, right? If you want to convert your map, you can do something called dot entries, which will give you all the key value pairs in an array. So what we can do is we can create an array like so. Yeah, or you can say array from. There's 2 ways you can do it. You can say array from, or the real ES6 way is you basically create an array like this. Then what we do is we spread out the columns, which basically means get all the key value pairs and create an array from it. Right. So now what it's done is it's got all the key value pairs and then it spread them out. And then tell you what, that's why I didn't do it last time. Yeah. So array.from columns.entries. Right. This actually is a bit easier to understand, I guess, as well. Right. So we're creating an array from all the column entries, and this will give you again all the key value pairs in an array format. Right. Then what we can do is we can use array sort of mapping functions to go ahead and do all of our stuff. So these are all array functions now. So now we can say sort. Now with a sort, what you do is you get AB. So AB is basically the comparison part. Now AB refers to it will loop through 2 items at a time. And every single time it does, the first item is A, second item is B. And you can do a comparison where you basically say, if this is that and blah, blah, blah. And then basically you can move around, you can sort the objects in whatever way you want. What I'm going to do here is make life very simple. I'm not going to do the curly brackets. I'm going to do something called an implicit return. So basically I'm doing parentheses, and then because it's a one-liner, it'll get rid of the parentheses. And what we do is we simply say index of, so column types, so this one right here, if the index of this, right, so the first value, this is the key of the first value, is like basically this is doing a new like a string check. So it's basically checking if this value is less than this value and so forth. And basically what it's going to do now is it's going to sort them in this order. So if they're not in this order, it's going to rearrange them to hit this order. Okay, so now, for example, if it fetched all of them in different random orders now, or you moved them around, it will always fix the order when it refreshes. Okay, and then what we simply do is we say const board. So we get the entire board as a board object. We go ahead and a board object simply has columns inside of it, and then we give it the sorted columns. Okay, just like so. And then we return the board. So this has been our helper function. This is our helper function, which gets us all of our stuff that we want. So now this will always get us all of the data and make sure that we always have those key value fields populated with the to-dos empty if there is nothing inside of the to-dos. So we hit save now. Go back to board sort and you'll see it no longer complains because it is getting a board back. That's great. Now what we can do is we can go back to our board.tsx. And over here, what we can do is we can console log the board. And you can see now, oh, we don't have the board. How do I get the board now? Right? How do I get the board from the original board store? Well, I need to do, you could do the same line again and do, you know, something like this and board.state.board. I guess you could do that. But that's, you know, who wants to do that when there's probably an easier way, right? So in this case, you can actually combine. So every time you want to get something, more than one thing from the same board store or same store in Zustand, you can make an array. And you can basically say, I want the board, I want the state, and so forth. So in this case, I want the board and I want the get board. And then all you do is on the return, you simply make that an array and you simply say state.board. And now you can basically have this beautiful set of, oh God, I just saved the HTML. Now you can basically pull in multiple things, get it back. And then we console log the board just to see if we're actually getting something back. Simply hit a refresh. And just like that, guys, now we have our columns in. So initial render was 0 because it has to fetch. Then we do the columns. And as you can see, we've got our columns, we've got our arrays being pulled through. So now we have the columns to map through the objects that will be shown on the screen. Okay, so let's do it. Yes, you can do it loads of different ways. Again, right? You really mess around and do it however you want. I'm just showing you a way to do it, right? So now we can uncomment this out and we can carry on from the drag and drop perspective. So let's carry on with this. So we've got the div inside, right? Remember, we're going back to the beautiful drag and drop example that we were talking about earlier. So let's head back over to this example. And as you can see, we've got this situation. So we've got the drag drop context, then we've got the droppable zone, which is this. Then we've got the draggable elements inside, okay? So we've got this thing called a render prop. So in this case, we're gonna render out every time we run through it. You also get something called snapshot. So here you can use something called snapshot, and that's basically like if you're dragging, you can change the color and so all that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna go too far into it. But now what we can do is that map, so that column, that board, sorry, what we can do is we can actually say array from, right? Because remember, we can't actually simply map through a map, as in like literally you can't loop through a map easily. You have to change it to a board. So in this case, you say board columns, entries. So we go through all the entries and now we can map, right? So now I can say map. And then what we can do is inside of there, remember, you get key value pairs. So it's not going to just be like this. It'll be like, it won't be like something like that. It'll be your key value pairs. And what we can do is we can do something in ES6 called destructuring. So we can destructure the ID and the column. And then the second argument will always be the index. Okay. So in this case, it's always going to be a second argument there. And what you can do is you can wrap the entire thing in parentheses like so. And then you have an arrow function. And then you can return something that you want to loop through. Okay, so again, just take your time with this step and understand what's happening. We're converting the board columns into an array. We're creating an array from that. We're then mapping through all of the key value pairs. I am destructuring. So that way I've got the ID, which is a typed column, and the column, which is a column. Remember that map? It was always type column, column. Then we get the index, which is basically, it'll start off with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 as it loops through. Then we're going to map through and basically output a column. So in this case, if I was just to do an example here and do, let's just start into it. Let's just do a column. Okay, so this is where a column's going to go. Now, the column itself, we're going to build, right? But it takes a few arguments. It's going to take the ID, and then we're going to pass through a couple of variables ourselves. So we're going to have an ID that we actually need to set. It's going to have the to-dos itself, which is column.todos. And then it's also going to have the index itself. Okay. So in this case, that way we need to go ahead and create that, right? Now, before we hit save and continue on, we need to ensure something happens. So this div here, whenever we have a droppable, right? The first child of that droppable, when we actually put out something, we have to go ahead and spread certain props. So what I can do is I can say ... provided .droppable props. And then we also have to do ... we have to do reference equals provided inner ref. Okay, and this is basically how the drag and drop is knowing what the hell is going on. Okay, so for this column now, this will eventually have a arrangement of grid, right? So we're going to have it on a mobile view, it'll be one grid. So it'll literally be all of these will be stacked up on each other, like going down. And then on anything past a, I guess a medium screen, it will be a grid of 3. Okay, so this is where we define that. So here we'll say class name, grid columns 1. On a medium screen, it'll say grid columns 3, sorry. And then between all of them, we're gonna have a gap of 5. The max width will forever be 7XL, and we want to center it. All right, so MX auto, there you go. Hit save. Cool. This is complaining because you need a special function here called handle on drag end, right? So here, let's just go ahead and satisfy this quickly. We're gonna say on drag end, and we're simply gonna create a function called handle on drag end. So over here, underneath the use effect, I'm gonna say const handle on drag end, right? And this one is basically gonna have something called a drop result. So this one right here, in case you're confused, if you hover over this, you'll see on drag and responder. But if you do a little trick here and do E dash, you'll notice you get the type definition. You can paste that type definition, simply import it like so, and then you can get rid of the E. So that's a nice little TypeScript trick if you didn't know. So that'll get rid of that. So I'm not going to show you, we're going to build out this afterwards. Now that's basically what happens when you let go of a drag and drop operation. Okay, so right now our app is in this weird state because we haven't built the column. We've got a lot of things overhanging. So let's build out each of the columns now, right? And this is going to be the droppable and draggable elements and so forth, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get that done. So again, we've got a lot to build, so we're going to move fairly fast. RFCE. Okay, so now the column. So inside the column now, we're going to start off by saying that this is a draggable, right? Remember, if we look again at Beautiful D&D, this is going to be one of the columns is going to be draggable, right? So we were previously in the droppable, which makes sense. And then the column itself is going to be a draggable, which makes sense. Okay. Draggable like so. Okay. Now inside of here, we have the same logic. We have a provided, and this will have a render prop, right? So this is going to render out a div. And inside of here, we basically do a bit more stuff. So this is basically inside of here, we're going to render out droppable, render droppable. This is going to be the internal droppable section. So another nested droppable section for the to-dos in the column. Okay. So that's basically what's going to happen. So the draggable. Now, we passed in a bunch of props, right? When we did this, you see these props, key, ID, and so forth. So let's go ahead and firstly set up our props, so it's in the correct way. So those props were as follows. It was the ID, it was the to-dos, and it was the index, right? So we're going to define these type definitions like this. We're going to say type is props, and then we're going to go ahead and say the ID is a typed column. So you see now how TypeScript is starting to protect us, right? We've got lots of protection happening here. So we're not, messing up in any shape or form. It's going to help us correct errors beforehand. And then we're going to say this is going to be a type of to-do. And then we're going to say the index is a number. Cool. Right, now we pass in our values. So this is really nice. And then what we do is, remember, your first child of your draggable element should be passing through all of the required props. So this one will be ... provided draggable props. And then we've also got something called drag handle props that we have to pass through as well. Okay. And then we've got the reference. So in this case, it'll be reference. There we go. Right. We have the provided .innerref. So that allows us to, that basically tells the drag and drop library what the hell is happening. Okay. Then we basically have to render the droppable to-dos. So that section. Okay. So now we're going to do the same essential nesting as we did here, but this is going to now be for the next section, which is going to be the internal bit. So what we did just there before, we set up a droppable zone for the entire thing, and then each of the columns were a draggable element, right? And then what we done is we set up a droppable zone for the entire internal column, and each of the to-do cards are going to be draggable elements inside, right? So you see how we're working with this now. Okay. So inside the column, let's go. This is going to have a few things. It's going to have a draggable ID. We're going to use the ID that we passed through to do so. It's going to have an index as well, and we're going to pass in the index. These are the two required props. Now, let's start rendering out the to-dos droppable zone, right? So here we're going to say droppable, and this droppable ID is going to be the index. So the index dot to string, okay? So it needs to be a string value. So we're going to say index, and this is going to be type of card. Like so. Let's render that out. There we go. And then we basically do the exact same thing. We have a provided. Oops. So it's going to be a JSX block. Provided. And then we basically wrap this up. God damn it. Yep. And remember I said you also get snapshot. Oops. Snapshot. So remember when I was dragging one of the cards over to another one, notice how it went green. Every time it went over, it went green. What we were doing is we were using a snapshot object to go ahead and tell when you're dragging over a certain element. And I'll show you how we do it. We basically create a div inside. Anytime that you have this provided, you have to pass down and connect that div. So what we do here is we say .provided .droppable props. We again connect the reference. Trust me, once it's set up, it's actually really good. And it's honestly so cool, especially on your project to have. And then we're going to use a bunch of class names. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give each of the cards or the background of the card a bit of styling, right? So I'm going to do, firstly, I want to have some dynamic values here. So I'm going to do backticks. So notice I'm using backticks. I'm going to say padding bottom of 2. I'm going to say that it should have a few things like padding of 2 all around, rounded 2XL. So that's kind of overwritten that, I guess. Rounded 2XL, and then we're going to say shadow small. Now I'm going to have a dynamic value. Now here what I'm going to do is if the user is dragging, right? So now what I can do is $ open brackets. Oh, sorry, we've already done that. So I can say snapshot dot is dragging over. Okay. And if it's dragging over, the background will turn green. Yeah. So this is really nice how this is going to work. And then we're going to say if it's not dragging over, it's going to be a background of white with a 50% opacity. So notice how the background is normally a 50% see-through kind of glass view. And as you drag over, it's going to turn green on the field that you're dropping it over. Okay. So then we've got that set up. Okay. The next step is we're basically going to define the styling for the to-do and so forth. Okay. So now what we can do is we can say we have a H2. And inside of this H2, I'm actually going to have the ID itself. So in this case, I'll show you how we do it. We say the ID. Now what you'll start to see inside of our app is if we go inside and we refresh, we should, okay, so the column is not defined. We haven't saved this file. Let's save this one. Let's go over here. Now you can see, look, we already have some stuff happening. So it's not working yet, but it's almost there, right? You see how things are happening, but it's not saving and things like that, right? But we're actually getting to a point where something's happening. Okay, which is good. It's very good, right? So now what we're going to do is we've got the ID, so forth. This looks ugly. I wanted to say to do in progress the correct way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a mapping function up at the top. Simply go ahead and say const ID to column text. Okay. And this is basically going to have a set mapping of the key is going to be typed column and it's going to output a string. And what I mean by this is it's simply going to be an object of mappings. If it sees to do, it should write to do. If it sees in progress, it should see, if it says in progress, it should say in progress. If it says done, it should be a capital D done. Now what I can do is I can simply pass this through and say just like that. And now this will change to do in progress done. That's a lot nicer. I prefer that, right? So now this is it's already getting there. It's pretty nice, right? So we've got the ID to column text, and then I want to have the length, right? So I want to have, 2, 4, 3, however many to-dos are in there. I want to see how many to-dos are in there. So now what I can do is I can say to-dos. Oops. Let's just have it. Let's do it in a way where I basically say, I'm going to span an element here. So I'll span, and I'm going to say to-dos dot length. Okay, so in this case, look, we've got one to do in the to do column, 2 to dos in the in progress column. Great, right? So then we're going to go ahead and start this out. We're going to say text should be gray 500, background should be gray of 200. Then we're going to say round it off. So rounded full, font should be normal. We don't really need that. Padding X of 2, padding Y of 1, and the text should be small. There we go, text should be small. Hit save, and now we've got these nice little circles, okay? And I'm simply gonna make the 2 children inside it be flexed, justify the space between them. I'm gonna make it font should be bold, the text should be extra large, and the P2, there you go. And the reason why I did, that's why. So here I did font normal, because I don't want that to be bold, font normal. And just like that, look at that. Already getting there. Right, looking pretty decent so far. And you can obviously customize that however you wish. Change it up. Padding Y should be 1. That's it. I wanted a bit more circular. That's it. Looking good. Hey, nice. All right. And you see how this is exactly how we wanted it to look, right? So eventually it'll be like really sort of clean. Now, notice how they're sort of swiping all over the place. It's horrible, right? This is because we haven't set things up correctly yet, right? Once it's done, trust me, it'll look really good. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go to the, so underneath my H2, let's change the music up, getting tired of that music. All right, so the H2 tab. All right, so we've got a div here. We're going to say space, class name, space, y of 2. So this is going to be basically all of the to-dos are going to come through here. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm basically going to check. No, so I'm not going to do the search string. We'll do that afterwards. Here I'm going to say, oops, that should be space x of 2. Okay, cool. So now what I want to do is I'm going to say return inside of here. Well, I'm not actually doing that yet. I'm actually going to be doing just the draggable elements. So I need to map through them. Yeah, so that's right. So I'm going to say to-dos dot map for every single to-do. I want to return the following, right? And then here I'm going to create a component called to-do card, and I'll show you how we do it. But before we do that, it's going to be wrapped in a draggable element. So this one's going to be draggable. Okay, these are going to be draggable elements. Again, we go back to this same logic. We were nested in another droppable element, so now we have draggable. Okay, so we've got draggable, and then here it's going to be the key. The key is going to be the to-do ID. The draggable ID is going to be the to-do ID, and the index is simply going to be the index. Okay, inside of it we're going to do our traditional provided render prop, which we have to use, and then we're going to render out a to-do card, which we are yet to build. Okay, now this to-do card will have a bunch of things inside of it. It will have the draggable props, the inner reference, all that good stuff. So in this case, I'm going to just save us a bit of time and pass in those values from that provided down into, because eventually the div inside of there will need that. So we're going to pass that in as well. Okay, now this is freaking out. Why exactly? Because we have this is here, and then we need another one. There we go. Yeah. So what we need to do now is go ahead and we need to basically create a to-do card. But before we do that, the final step here before we carry on is, after all of this, what we have to do is something called a provided placeholder. Now what this does is when I drag something across to another column, it creates space for it. Otherwise, what will happen is you're dragging it over the column, and then it's just like there's no space for you to put in. The placeholder basically says if I'm dragging over it, it makes space for me. So it looks like I'm dragging in, it creates space. It's really nice effect. Yeah. So we got the provided placeholder. And then at the end of all of that, we're going to have a button which allows you to basically go ahead and click to add a to-do. And that's going to be the modal portion of this build afterwards. So inside, we're going to have a div with a button inside. And this one is going to have a plus circle icon. All right, so in this case, let's just hit save. So plus circle icon, this will be class name of height and width of 10. So height and width of 10. And in this case, the text gray, I don't want it, that's fine. All right, so the button itself will have a few colors to it. So let's go ahead and style this out. So class name, bam, like so. And then the div itself will be a centered button. I just want it to be very easily, it's going to be, towards the end. So at items end, it's going to be justified towards the end as well of its section, right? Now, before you're going to see that, that's basically responsible for this. So you see how that's got a little gap, and then we justify it to the end, right? So let's go ahead and create the to-do card. And then trust me, it's all going to come together real quick. All right, we're going to go ahead and create the new component. Let's go ahead and drop it in. So we go ahead and create a file to-do card.tsx, RFCE, bam. We'll pop that in like so. And just like that now, inside, we're going to expect a bunch of props. So here, we're going to get a bunch of different props come in. So I've saved us a bit of time. I've already wrote the definitions for them. And I've saved you a bit of hassle as well. So in this case, we've got custom types. So you've got draggable, providable, draggable props. And then this one, drag handle props can either be null or undefined. So I've already saved you the hard work of figuring out what's what. Right, so these are going to be all the different types that we need. And then you simply pull your props through, okay? So this will be all the props that come through. Right, now this is going to be a client-side component. So we're going to simply say use client, right? Now for this to-do card, we're actually going to have a div. Now remember, when we have a provided parent, you have to go ahead and pass down the props now, like the draggable props. In this case, we passed it over as a prop through, right? So in that case, we can do it like this. Then I'm going to have a class name. And here I'm going to say the background should be white, rounded MD. So these are all the cards now, by the way. I'm styling these cards, yeah? Just so you're very sure. Oh, thank you, Ashkan. I appreciate it. Yeah, randomly. Then we say space between all of the cards or all the items inside the card, and we'll give it a drop shadow of medium. Cool. Right? Hit save. And now what I can do is I can go back, and obviously this isn't going to say, I'm just going to say H1 hello. I just want to show you for a second. Let's go back here and fix this up, and boom, import that at the top. And what we should see now, oh, look at that, guys. Now, obviously right now you can see, look at that. Look, oh, that is clean. So right now, obviously the logic for it to stick is not done, but right now, look at that. It automatically gets it over there. Oh man, that's so cool. Look at that. Oh, clean. And look how smooth it is as well, guys. Look, this is how you do like a crossover drag drop zone sort of situation. So at this point, looking really, really beautiful, right? So let's go ahead and, oh, I've actually, okay, that was fine. Yeah, I guess I played it on the other thing. I had done something out of muscle memory. All right, so in this case, to-do card. Now what we're gonna do is head over to the H1, hello, and we're gonna replace that with the actual to-do. So this is the fun part, right? Now we're getting somewhere, guys. Let's go ahead and put this in. So let's go ahead, and now we're gonna pick up some speed. So we've got the div. Inside of here, we've got a p tag, and we've got the to-do title. So to-do.title. And look at TypeScript, it's just so nice. Like, this is why we do it, because it honestly helps you prevent so many problems. X circle icon is basically going to be resemblance of this cross that allows us to delete a to-do from the screen, right? So that way we can actually delete it from the database. So this is going to have a margin left of 5, a height of 8. Oh, this one gets me right, height of 8, and then we're going to have a width of 8 as well. Right, and then there you go, you can see like a little nice little thing, and that button is going to be text red of, let's just say 600 or 500, but when you hover over it, I want it to be text red 600, and this gives us this nice hover effect. Yeah, and then the p tag itself, so the entire div surrounding it all, we're going to say flex justify between items should be centrally aligned with a padding of 5. Hit save, and boom. Look, ooh, it's getting there, guys. It's getting there. It's good. Right? I love it when it comes together every time, right? And then what we'll say is, if there is an image URL, right? So we're going to basically prepare for when we set up images. If there is an image URL, which we haven't yet set. So right now we don't actually have this, and I'll show you how we do that afterwards. Actually, we'll do the image URL afterwards. I'll show you why. Right? The reason being is we have to do a use effect and a bunch of stuff to handle the fetching. Okay, so we need to add image here afterwards. That's for us afterwards. Okay, so that's good, right? So now, just at this point, we've got this down pretty good. So we've got different steps that we have to approach now. The first one is we need to handle what happens when we drag and drop something on here. So let's do that logic first. Then we'll do the plus logic for the modal. Then we'll do the delete logic. Then we'll do the image thing. And then we'll do the search. So you see there's a lot of work, right? There's actually a lot more work than I expected. What I want you to do now, head over to board. And at the handle on drag end function, this is where we go ahead and set things up. Right, so handle on drag end. So first things first, whenever you drop, so this is basically going to be resemblant of all of the drop interaction. So if I drop here, for example, it's going to handle everything. So the result contains a bunch of information like the source, the destination, and the type of drag and drop that I did. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to destructure the result. Okay. And if I console log this, I will show you very quickly what is happening. Destination type, right? So now, if you see for yourself, when I refresh, let's go ahead and right now, yeah, I've messed something up there, but we'll fix it afterwards. Right, so now if you see, when I drag and drop, it shows the source, the destination, and the card. The source will say the index of where you dragged and dropped it from. So in this case, let's have a look again. So let's drag to do over, so from 0 to 1. So in this case, you see how the index was 0 from the start, and we dragged it to an index of 1, and the board was dragged. Right? If we drag this one, it will be a card. So you see the card was the type of drag, and we're saying which point we dropped it from. So in this case, if I drag from here to done, it went from droppable ID 0, so this column, to 2 over here. And the index resembles which place it was in that list. right? So it can get a little bit confusing, but trust me, just take time with this. I'm going to move through it fairly quickly, but take your time afterwards, rewatch it, and just really log out things and understand how it works, okay? But I promise you, I can't spend too long on this section, but I'm going to show you how it works and explain it the best I can in the time we have, right? So the first step I want to do is I want to check if the user dragged outside the box, like over here. If they do that, we don't want to do anything, period, right? So if the user drags the card outside the board, all we have to do is say if there's no destination, return. That means if you didn't drag it to any of these destinations, forget about it, right? So in that case, we can basically, now it won't do anything, period, okay? So that's the first easy step. Then what we want to do is handle a column drag. So a column drag is basically when I drag the column, so the entire column, when I drag this entire column like so, I want to handle that and then basically do what I need to do from it. So the way we do this is we simply say if the type of drag is equivalent to a column, okay? So if this is the case, then what I do is I say const entries equals, and I make an array from the board columns entries. So basically we did what we did before. We're converting the key value pairs to an array. Now what we do is we splice. So this is basically where I need you to pay very close attention. So I already have the source index, so where you took it from, okay? So I need to take from that that column. So now what I can do is I can say const, oops, okay, what the hell's that? Const removed entries.splice source index one. Okay, so trust me, the logic, I've worked a long time to figure this out, but basically what we're doing here is we're taking away from this. So if I drag it out of here, I'm basically taking this. So this is the removed element I have in my hand. Okay, so now we have that stored in removed. Okay, then what I want to do is I need to splice it into the destination. So splicing means I'm basically pushing it in to the destination, so the correct destination, and then it's going to be in the position, the correct position. So I don't want it to be like over here, like, and then it randomly shows here. It has to be in the correct position, right? So I'm talking about the column, by the way. Sorry, yeah, I completely messed that up. It should be the column, like the exact column that you've drag and dropped into. So the way we do this is we basically say entries.splice, and we say destination.index, right? We do 0, which basically means we're not going to delete anything. We're simply going to push the removed item into that column, right? So now we're basically taking its place, right? Then what we do is we create a new map of the rearranged columns. So now we say we've got the rearranged columns from the modified. So what we've done here is we copied the columns entries into a new variable. We modified it because splice is a direct modifying function. Then we stored it into a new rearranged column. And now what we're going to do is we're going to set the board state to that new state. And what we need to do here is go over to our board store, right? So now we need to create a very special function called set board state, right? So this is going to be a very important function that we're going to use a lot, right? So what this will do is this will take a board object and it will basically set the state for it. Okay, so we're going to set the state. So I'm going to go to my set board state. So down here, for example, I need to create the function for that. So set board state. And what I'll do is I'll try and space these out so you can see. So set board state. And this is going to be a basically the following. It's going to take a board and it's going to set the variable in the global state. Okay, so then what we do is we basically get that function now in our array. So we say set board state, and then we basically get it over here. So we say set board state, state dot, oops, sorry guys, state dot get set board state. Okay, so now we have this variable and we can pass in the rearranged columns, which is in the correct state. So we can say set board state. And basically what I'm doing now is I'm only changed the columns, right? Now remember, boards have columns inside of them. So what we can do is a nice little ES6 trick here. We can say keep all the current, keep everything basically, and then change the columns field, which is the only thing that really inside, to become the rearranged columns. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're modifying the state, and with that done, we can now actually persist. So look at this. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Nice. Look, it works. And it holds this value. And then I remember when we set things up, we actually had it in a way that when we refreshed it, set it back to its original state. That's clean. So nice. right? So clean. And now we've done the column part. Now we've got the more tricky part, which is the nested part, which is basically how do I move a to-do into the correct one. This took a little bit of calculation, but I'm going to show you how it works. Okay. All right. So this one, I need you to just pay attention with me, stick with me, trust me. I promise you the pain will be worth it. Okay. So right now, remember the source and destination, it was only numbers. It only said like you went from index 0 to index 1 and so forth. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to basically create a copy, and I'm basically, I've slowly like left comments all around the place to help you guys out. Okay. So what we're going to do is this step is needed as the indexes are stored as numbers instead of IDs with the D&D library. And because we're now using the, as I mentioned, because we're now using the map, right? We need to basically convert it over to the array format. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a copy of my columns, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a copy of the columns. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the starting column index is the following and the finish column index is the following. So watch what I do here. So what I've done here is the source droppable ID will go into the columns and get me the correct column, right? And this one will get me the correct column for the finish. And that means when you dragged and dropped in the correct way, you're basically going ahead and rebuilding from a 0 to the object in your store. And I'll show you what I mean by this, right? So from those values, what I'm doing is I'm rebuilding the start column and finish column. Okay. So now if I was to console log the start column and the finish column, what you're going to find is, so now you'll see if I was to go ahead and drag this over here, for example, you see now how we went from the in progress column to the done column. So you see how we went from the just previously what I showed you before, the source and destination of 0, 1, 2, 3. Now it's actually found the columns, rebuilt it with the correct arrays and so forth. So now I have the objects that I need to modify, right? So I have the start column, I have the finish column. So now what we can do is, if for whatever reason you didn't get the start column or finish column, we basically return, we're protecting. And then if for whatever reason you basically drag and dropped in the same location, exactly, so not the same position, but the same exact location, we should then do nothing as well. Okay. So, no, Mohammed. Period. Right. So source destination there, start column, finish column. Basically what this is saying is, yeah, if I drag and drop into the exact same position it was in, do nothing. Okay. So if the source index is the same as destination and the start column is the same as the finish column, don't do anything. Okay. So now what we do is we create a, we create a copy, right? So we say new to-dos equals start column to-dos. Right, so say start column dot to-dos. Okay, so again, this is a lot of data manipulation. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to splice the to-do to move. So basically what I've done here is whatever to-do I take, I am not splicing it from, and the reason why we're doing an array destructuring here is because it returns an array, the splice function, and then we basically destructured to get the individual thing out. So whenever I grab this, now I've got the to-do moved. Okay. Now we've got two cases where we need to manage how and what happens. The first case is going to be if we are dragging and dropping in the same column. Okay, so if we do this, and you can actually eradicate this, but it's more efficient if we do it this way. So the start column and finish column ID, right? So if this happens, you're basically doing a same column task drag, and you're not doing it in the same position because we already eliminated that here. Okay. So same column task drag, else you are dragging to a different column, dragging to another column. Okay. So the first one, let's handle it. So first thing we want to do is we simply splice into the new location in the same start column, right? So in the same new to-dos, the same column, because we're not changing column, we basically splice it. Then what we do is we create a new column, right? So in this case, we splice it, we create a new column object, and then we basically create a copy, right? So what we're doing, this is basically an immutable pattern, right? So we don't want to always manipulate the initial object. So we create a copy of board columns. I'm then going to modify, so new columns dot set. I'm basically now modifying the start column ID. So the ID basically of where I So I've spliced out the to-dos, created a new column based on that value. And then I've created a copy of the map, and I'm setting that ID to become the new column. And then what we do is we simply set that as the board state, the new board state. So we basically say set board state, and this in here will basically be the exact same procedure that I did before. So board, and then we say columns is now the new columns. So columns is now the new columns, like so. Okay, so with that said, what we've now done is we've handled the same drag. So you see that now it works inside the same column. So now it's working inside the same column. It doesn't work yet for another column. You see, it just disappears, right? So we need to fix that, right? So right now it doesn't work if we go outside the column. So we've done it for the same column. So let's get it done for another column now. So what we're going to do now is the first column was fine. It was very simple because we just had the start column. Right? We never went to the finish column. But in this second case, we have the finish column, and we need to modify the start column and the finish column. Okay, so I'll show you how we do it. Because technically what you're doing here is you're taking something from this column and you're adding something to this column. So you have to make the correct changes in each of the columns to reflect that interaction. Okay, so let's do that right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to say, make a copy of the finished column, and I'm going to splice from the finished column, the destination, right? So in this case now, I'm saying that we're going to basically, in this one, we done it to the destination, but the destination was still the same place, right? But in this case, we're going to do to the finished column. So the finished to do, sorry. And then what we do is we create a copy. So a very same, like simple step here, same step exactly as what we did previously. Yeah, so this is essentially the same, yeah, here and here. Okay. And then what we do is we just do two slight changes here. So what we do is we say new columns dot set the start column ID as new column. So this is going to be the new modified value. And then the finish column we set to the new modified finish to dos. Okay. So you see the finish ID. So now what we've done is we've modified the first thing that you took it from. And then the second argument here, the second one, is basically changing this area. So it's changing this and adding the to do there. So you see how it removed from there, but it didn't add there. This is what this is going to do. Okay. Then it's very simple. We just simply go ahead and we set the board state to the new columns. Done. Save. Okay. And I've also got a function here. I'm just checking what I did for that one, because I can't even remember what I did for that. What the hell is that? That is, oh yeah, okay, got it. So in the database, that's changing the value, yeah. So here we need to update in DB. I'll show you, right, so I'll explain that. So now, firstly, let's check the logic. So we save, and we should have everything working. If we have, I want you to destroy that like button. So ready for this? Yes, look at that. And it changes the done as well. Look at that, guys. Absolutely beautiful. And look, it works just as we expect it. Great stuff. As I mentioned before, that can be a little bit confusing what we just did. But what I want you to do is when you watch it back and code this along, I want you to stop at certain points and console log it and really listen to what I was saying. And then see for yourself the exact changes that are happening. Again, all of this stuff is really about getting dialed in with the fundamentals of different data structures, arrays, maps, objects, all that good stuff. Again, if you want to go ahead and really learn and master all these things, I do cover it inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So make sure you check it out over at papareact.com. And then you can see for yourself why it's basically the place to be for learning all of this kind of really intense stuff. Right, so I want to go ahead, and it's a shameless plug, but I want you to go ahead and, you know, if you do get stuck and you really want to dial in, then that's the place where you're going to go ahead and cover the gap of maybe feeling really lost in what I just said versus feeling really comfortable and confident in what I just said. Okay, so let's carry on strong. We just finished off really nice with that. Okay, that's really great. So now what we're going to do is we are going to we've got this done. So now we've done all the drag and drop stuff. Hey, great stuff. All right, so now you can see you can drag over here. Oh, that's actually because I've got the horizontal. That's fine, we'll fix that later. So there you go, boom, that works really nice. I've got a little error here because of the start column index of 0. I believe I messed that up here. Where is that start column index? Board 43 was here. So start column index of 43. Okay, so I think I got an edge case there, to be honest with you. 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, it's okay. Okay, so at this point now, what we can do is I want to go ahead and do one more step there, which is updating the database. So if you notice, when I refresh, it's not remembering where I put it, right? So what we need to do is simply make a function that will basically update the database. So let's do it right now. Very simply, all we got to do is go to our board store. And this is what I like about the board store, is you can actually have more than just state management. You can do other stuff inside there. So here I'm going to create a function called update to do in DB. Update to do in DB. Okay. And this is going to be a function which takes the following. It's going to be a function which takes the to do and the column ID, and then it's basically going to set the to do to that column ID when you pass it that function. So we're going to say update to do in DB, and that will take a to do and column. So where am I at right now? I'm getting so lost. Okay, yeah. So update, oops. Oh. I'm gonna make it an arrow, keep it consistent. Okay, and this will be an asynchronous function. And then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say await databases. So I'm going to pull in my databases object from Appwrite, the one that we initialized earlier. And this is where I do something called update document. Okay, so what this will now do is it will update the document. And all I need to do here is pass in a few things. So the first thing is, if you look at this, is the database ID, the collection ID. I already have them. And the final thing is the document ID. So what I can do is, so here I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. So to do ID, and then you pass in what the updated information is. So here I'll say title is going to be the to-do title that I want to change. And the status will be the status that we passed in. So it's going to be the column ID. Okay, so now we've got the correct function done. So that's basically the update set. Then we go up to our board and we basically pull that function in. So now what we do is we simply pass that in. So update to do, and we say state.update to do in DB. And then at the point where I had my comment, all I want to do is if you were to go ahead and drag to another column, that's also why I split it up, because if you drag in the same column, I don't really, right now I haven't persisted the order, but you can extend it if you want to, but I'm only basically updating the DB or making a request to DB if you cross to a different status, right? So let's go ahead and do it. You could honestly just set it based on updated at. You can move it based on that if you really want to do that. So now what I do is I simply say update to do in DB, to do moved to the finished column ID. Done. And now a quick check to see if you've done it correct. When you get to this point, what I want you to do is refresh, and to make sure that you've actually changed the state in the database, you see this is loaded from the database. So if I grab this and take it to done, what we should see now, if I refresh, this should be in the done column. And just like that, it's done. Perfect. So if we move everything over here, now you'll see everything is in the to-do column. Perfect. So that's actually changing on Appwrite's database. Yeah, amazing stuff. And also remember what I said about the placeholder. You see how it's creating a placeholder for me? That's really nice, right? So it shows you what it's doing. Nice, good stuff, guys. This is awesome. Now what I want to do next, I want to actually go ahead and maybe implement the search functionality before we then do the modal, and then we focus on deployment, and I think we're golden at that point, right? So let's go. So the next step is let's do search. So right now inside of the header.tsx, I want to go ahead and, because now we can really like elevate the speed and what we're doing. So at this point inside of the header, I want to go ahead and set up something called a search string. And again, this is going to be something which we're going to set up in our board store. So let's head over to the board store, and we're going to have two new pieces of data. The first one is going to be called a search string. So in this case, let's go ahead and add that in. This is going to be a search string. Okay. And the second one is going to be set search string, which is the function to modify the search string. Okay. Now the search string is simply going to be like, we're going to initialize it with a blank value. So over here, we're just simply going to say initialize with a blank value. And then the search string itself is just going to be a very straightforward search string that we pass in, and then we set it as straightforward. Very easy to do. Okay. Now what we can do is we can go over to our header, and as we type in here, just like we would do with something like state, we can do the exact same thing with Zustand, except now we're modifying at the global layer. Okay, so over here now, what I can do is I can say const, and I can say something like the search string and set search string equals use board store, and I basically get the state like so. I will go ahead and get my parentheses like so, and then here I can say set state.searchString and state.setSearchString. I can then go to my input field, and I can set the value here to that, and I can say on change. So every time the user types in, we can simply set the target.value to set that global state instead of something like use state. To test that this is all working, all you need to do is simply start typing in, and if you're still typing in, you've done it correctly, right? Otherwise it would freeze there and it wouldn't work. So now we're setting up, every time I type in, I've got access to this at the global level now. So if I need it somewhere else, I can actually go ahead and change that accordingly, right? And we also got to do API GPT stuff, so it's crazy. So now what I want to do is implement the logic to filter out. Okay, so where I do this is the board. I believe it's the board, or actually I think it's the column. I do it at the column level. Yeah, I do it at the column level. So each at the column level. So what I want you to do now, is it the column level or that? Oh my god, okay. Oh yeah, I do it at the to-do, yeah, column level. I thought so, makes sense. All right, so at the column level now, I am gonna go to my column, and what I wanna do is, I need to basically first get those values, right? So I need to get the search string itself. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm gonna say const search string. And I've done an array here because I'm gonna need that afterwards. Use board store, and I'm gonna get the state.searchString. There we go. Oh, I like this song, right? It's one of the OG songs. Yeah. And then we've got the search string here. And then what I can do is, when I actually render out the to-dos, there's a lot, look, at the end of the day, there's loads of ways you can do this. I'm just showing you one way, okay? So here we're doing an implicit return. All I do is I simply add parentheses around the entire thing. And all that was doing is basically that, right? So that fixes it if you don't do that. But then what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna render it if, how can you not notification VS Code? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Here I'm going to say if the search string exists and if the to-do.title includes the search string, okay? And what I can do is I can actually do title.toLowercase to lowercase, there we go. Includes the search string to lowercase. That way you never get some annoying edge case. Then I want to return no. Okay, so if that comes across, then I would simply return no. So this is basically not showing it if it's there, right? So now what I can do is, if you see live, look at that. Oh, dogs and build. Nice. But you can see how each one is still saying 111. So I'll show you how we can get rid of that. So already we've got that bit done. So that walk, there we go, stream, done, right? Because this is local data, it's fine to do it this way. It's really not that bad, right? So now, for the count, again, I'm going to do it inline. I'm going to show you a relatively cheeky way of doing it. I'm going to say here, where we show the length, I'm going to expand this and say, if there is no search string, okay, then you should show the to-dos.length. So it's very simple. If there's no search string, show the to-dos.length. Else, I want to show the following. I'm going to say to-dos.filter. And then I'm going to map through all the to-dos. So to-do, and I'm simply checking if to-do dot let's see, to-do.title. So basically the same thing that I just did before. Yeah, to lowercase. There we go. So why have I got this issue now? So to-do.length. Yeah, that's right. Okay, one second. Let me just write this out. So we've got the to-do.title includes search string.length. There we go. And I don't need this part. And here I'm going to do the same to lowercase check to prevent it from happening. And yes, you can honestly go ahead and, you know, make this all like refactored and really clean. So now you can see we've got so if you pay attention to these ones, if I go ahead and say live, right? So you see that it shows only the number only counts up for the one where it's in. So build and so forth. You see now it's a 0, but 1, right? So now it's perfect. So this is looking good so far. So we've done the search. So just like that, we've got the search, right? So yes, Ashkan, it's a very good point, and I was literally thinking it as I was building, but it came to the point where it came in my head today. So yes, ideally, what you would want to do here is do something called a debunk, right? Debounce, where basically as soon as the user stops typing, like after like 500 milliseconds or something, or 200 milliseconds, then it executes the search. Right now it's on every letter, which can be very intensive, but you're just not seeing it. But yes, you would want to do something called a debounce here on the search. That way it doesn't always happen. Or you can do it on search where you hit enter. Yeah, but I just wanted to show you, now I'm doing it per render, which probably isn't the most, but very good for noticing that. Okay, cool. So next up, let's move swiftly on. Let's do GPT, and then let's do the modal. Okay, so GPT is up next, and then we're going to go ahead and do this modal for adding a new task, and then we're going to add the images and so forth. All right, so we've got quite a lot to do, so I want to move fairly quick. Okay, so GPT, let's go ahead and do it. So first things first, I want to prepare my endpoints so that way we can work in a fashionable way. So at this point, inside of the app folder, I can create the new API folder, right? So this is a new, nicer API that we can use, right? And don't worry if you're confused. It'll take time. You know, you can watch this back in the replay and everything, right? So in this case, we're going to say, right now, we're going to create this bit where it says, hello, Mr. Sunny. Welcome to the to-do app. Here's your summary. You have 4 to-dos, 2 in progress, 3 done, and so forth, right? Suki Singh says, I'm a full stack developer in Australia. You're doing amazing stuff, bro. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you guys to the moon and back. So thank you so much for that, all right? So inside of here, I'm going to create an API endpoint called generate summary. And then inside of there, I'm going to have a root.ts file. This is the new syntax for the new root in Next.js 13.2 or 3, I believe, right? It came in, right? But that's how we're basically doing it now. So we've got this really nice, and you can basically choose if you want to have a post or a get or whatever the case, right? In this case, we're only accepting a post at this endpoint. So this will be /API/generate summary, okay? So yeah, 13.3, there you go. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically pass in this request the to-dos in the post, right? So this is going to come through here. Then what we can do is you can log it out for, you know, if you're debugging it, you can log it out there, for example. And then what we're going to do is we're going to basically communicate with OpenAI. Communicate with OpenAI, right? So GPT. So in this case, I'm going to show you how you can do it. Now you can use GPT 3, 4, Turbo, all that good stuff. And in this case, so we're going to actually go ahead and install OpenAI right now. So what I want you to do is basically go here, go to OpenAI API, and then go to the API reference. Okay. So what I want you to do is you have to create an account, right, with OpenAI. I'm going to do npm install OpenAI into our project. So let's do this. Command J. Go to the second terminal, npm install OpenAI. I've now installed it into the project. Then we have the authentication and all this good stuff. So you can ignore this for now. What I'm going to do is we simply now we have to add in a process.environment.openai key. So I'm going to show you this one. All right. So what we need to do is go to our environment.local file, and I'm actually going to add in something here. So let's go to our environment local file. And I'm not going to show you the screen because I have all my keys here. Right, but what I want you to do, because I don't trust everyone on stream, that's the truth. I'll be honest, I've learned my lesson in the past. So I've hidden all my keys for a second. So now in the OpenAI, this is so stupid, I have to do this. But the keys are down there, right? They're all down there. But the OpenAI API key. So I need an environment variable here. So what I want to do is I'm going to go to our personal view API keys. Now I've actually set a billing account here, so I'm actually using this for a few things, pay as you go. I believe you can use a free amount on the Turbo 3.5. GPT-4 is paid, but I believe you can use a free one. But in this case, I've added a billing account. You can do it for yourself. It's very simple. And honestly, I think I was like going to town on this thing, and I think I spent like, what was it? Yeah, 49 cents. So honestly, it's really not a problem, right? So I was going crazy on this thing, and then I did that. So yeah, 49 cents is honestly after going crazy at the thing. So I'm going to create a new secret key here. So I'm going to click this, and I'm going to name it. So in this case, I'm going to say, let's just call it Trello YouTube key. YouTube key. and I'm going to create a secret key, right? So I'm going to basically go ahead and do that right now. And I'm not going to use this key, but I'm going to show you what we'll do, right? So you can create a secret key here and copy it, right? So you can copy that key. Now I'm going to delete this key because you guys just saw it. But that's basically, once you've copied that key, I need you to go back to your code and paste it in now, okay? So I've already got a key that I'm using. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it in right now, and then I'm going to pull up my my environment, my variables, and then do it so forth. So I'm pulling that in. Oh, I thought I just had it on the screen. It gets tricky, guys, trying to hide all this stuff. All right, so now I've added in my API key. So you should do the exact same thing. So you should have 4 OpenAI key, OpenAI API key, and so forth. Okay, save and close. Okay, now I have my key, like everything set up. Cool. So now what I need you to do is go over here and create a new file called openai.ts at the top level. At this level, I'm basically going to create a config for our environment, right? So in this case, this is how we're going to go ahead and configure our API. So we do a very simple import. We do configuration equals new configuration, pass in the API key like so. Then we basically create an instance of OpenAI and we export it. So now we're using the same instance every single time. Yeah. Pamadi says, oops. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I felt. And then here we're inside of the generate summary. Now what we do is we say const response equals await OpenAI. Okay. So we do the import from our OpenAI dot create chat completion, right? Create chat completion. And then here, what I want you to do is you can pass in the following information, right? So the first few things are, I'm going to use GPT 3.5, but you can. So I can right now. I've got access to GPT 4, so you could do that. The reason why I recommend you don't is because it costs a lot more to run GPT 4. And that's my honest truth. And if you're doing this as a portfolio piece, I would highly recommend you don't unnecessarily add yourself that spend. There's no point really, unless you're really demoing this to like a bespoke user or something. And then you have the messages array. Okay, so these are the messages that you want to go ahead and send to GPT. So the first one is going to be a system message. Indonesia in the house, what is up? So the first one is a system message. And this is basically telling GPT, I want you to always do this. So when responding, welcome the user as Mr. Sunny. So you can say welcome the user as Mr. Jimmy, Mr. J, Mr. Noodle, Mr. Sota, all that good stuff, yeah? And GPT is also slower, yes. And say, welcome to the Papa Fam To Do app. Limit the response to 200 characters, okay? So that's fine. And then your second one is basically, I'm pretending to be the user, okay? So it's like, hey, provide a summary for the following to-dos. Count how many to-dos are in each category, such as to-do, in progress, and done. Then tell the user to have a productive day. Here's the data. And then we do basically JSON stringify it like so, okay? Now, once this comes back, you get a response from ChatGPT, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to destructure the data from the response. So from the response, okay? Oops, from the response. So that's great, right? So once you've done that step, what I then want you to do is you can actually go ahead and log it out. So I'm going to show you what I would do for debugging purposes. Is you basically want to go ahead and pop it in like so, right? So I'm basically say data is there, and this is what I would recommend when you're getting started, because it can allow you to debug, see what the hell's going on, and basically the first response that comes back from GPT, remember I'm only doing n equals 1, so it's only giving me one response back. Data.choice is 0 message, and in this case it will return the message back to us. Okay, so now we have the API endpoint done. So the API endpoint's down, we have our API key, right? So this entire route is pretty much set. So now all we need to do is make a call, right? So I actually forgot where I did that. So it was in the header, I believe, yeah. So the header is where we're gonna do this. So inside the header, what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna have a fetch suggestion, right? So you can use SWR as well. You can use anything here. I'm just gonna show you how you would do it in a typical userFX fashion, okay? So here we're gonna go ahead and say, I firstly need access to the board. Right, so I need the board here. So I'm going to go ahead and get the board. So I'm going to say state.board. And again, you see how nice like Zustand is, right? It's really easy once you get the hang of it. So we're going to go ahead and say use effect, right? I've imported it from React, and then we've got the dependency array, and inside of it, I'm going to be using the board. So I need the board. Now I'm going to protect. So I don't want to fetch a suggestion from ChatGPT if the board columns are 0. So if board.columns.size is equal to 0. And you're probably wondering, size? Since when was that an array? Well, no, this is a map, remember, right? This is a map, so it tells us the size as a function. So if the size is 0, then we're simply going to return, yeah? And then what we're going to do is we're going to set loading to true. So in this case, I'm going to have a local piece of state here for the loading, okay? Now, because I don't necessarily need to have global state for the suggestion in my instance, I'm going to have a loading piece of state, which is going to be a Boolean. So this is basically just preparing it. I'm also going to have a local suggestion. Now, if you want to, you can lift this into, a use AI state or AI store or something. But in this case, I'm just doing this. It's local. It's fine. Yeah. So I'm going to set the loading to true. And this is, again, a reason why you can use SWR would eradicate this for you. So yes, you can use it. And we'll say const fetch suggestion func. Right, so if you want to do anything asynchronous, you have to wrap it in a sort of asynchronous wrapper function. So then what we do here is we say const suggestion equals await, and we're going to create a helper function called fetch suggestion, which would take, oops, no, that's a recursive. We're going to take the board, right? So we're going to make this function, which accepts the board as an argument. And then when we get the suggestion back, we'll set the suggestion and we'll set loading to false. And then what we do is we simply execute that function. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this function now. So inside of our lib folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a file called fetchSuggestion.ts. I'm going to go ahead and create a function. Yeah, we've done it. So here, what I need to do now is I'm going to go and do the file. I'm going to say const fetch suggestion equals an asynchronous function like so, right? And it takes a board object, sorry. So it takes a board like so, okay? Now what we're going to do here is I'm basically going to do the following. So I'm going to get the to-dos from the board, but in a way like so. So I haven't created this function yet, but right now we have a map object. Now I want to make GPT's life easier. I want to format it before I send it to the API, whereby I literally strip it down to the amount of to-dos in each. So it basically is very easy for GPT to figure it out. You can go ahead and ask GPT to figure it out itself, but it sometimes messes it up. And I'm just going to show you a lot of transformation in this video. Okay. So what I want to do here is I basically will create this. Now this will do an API call afterwards, and we're basically going to pass the to-dos that we have formatted after in the body, right? Once we get that back, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to pass the response with res.json, that's the GPT data. We're going to get the content from it, which is the response that GPT shouts at us. And then we're going to go ahead and export default fetch suggestion. Now we need to create this helper function, format to-dos for AI. So inside of here, format to-dos for AI.ts. And this one is basically going to be a function that looks something like this, right? We also have, so we say const to-dos. What I'm going to do here, guys, is very straightforward. I'm basically creating a copy like we done previously from the board column entries, right? So I've got an array now version that I can go ahead and do it. Now, remember what I said, right? What we want to do is, you can do it two ways, right? This first function will reduce it down into a flat array. So it will basically, this first one will reduce it down. I'm going to keep it very short to kind of keep it simple, but this one will go ahead and make it a flat array, which will basically have the key. So it'll be like to do, in progress, or done, with the to-do array attached to it, or an array of to-dos attached to it. That's good, and you can send that itself to ChatGPT, right? You can do that. I would recommend you make it even easier for ChatGPT, and you basically do the following, where you basically reduce it to key and length, right? So in this case, what I've done here is I've taken the flat array, and you can probably do it even simpler than this, right? You can do it simpler than this, sorry. You don't have to have this intermediate step. But what I've now done is I've just made it so you've got your key. So this will either be to do, in progress, done, and then it will literally just be, so imagine you've got an array of 3 here, and it will say to do 2, in progress 1, done 0. That's going to be the array now. So it's a flat array, right? So it's a very easy array for ChatGPT to figure out what the hell's going on. Right, so that way it's less likely to make errors, because I did trust it initially to be like, oh yeah, figure it out, and it kept making mistakes. So I was like, oh fuck it, right? So screw it. Okay, so in that case, so I'm gonna go ahead. It slips out sometimes, my bad. All right, so let's go ahead and import this, and now we've got the to-dos like so. So if I console log the to-dos, what we will see when we do this, I'll say formatted to-dos to send. Right, I'm just going to go ahead and do something like that for now, and just as a debug message. Okay, now after that's done, we go back to our header and we simply import the fetch suggestion. Okay, and now we have our suggestion here. So what I can do is actually inside of my header, where we previously had summarizing your tasks for the day, I am now going to basically extend this and modify this. So I'm going to basically firstly make this class name backticks, and then all I need to do here is basically say if it's loading, I'm gonna say if loading, then animate. Jay's laughing. Yeah, I know, slips. Yeah, so if loading, then I'm saying animate spin. Okay, and this is freaking out. Why exactly? Oh yeah. Yep. So in this case, loading animate spin. So while it's loading, it'll spin the little head. Right, and then what I'll do is I'll say if it's now got a suggestion, it will show the suggestion. Otherwise, it will simply say summarizing your task for the day. So now what we should see is it all come together nicely. Right, so that GPT is summarizing your task for the day. Oh, there we go. And then wait for it. Let's see if it comes back with a summary. Is it gonna work first time? Is it gonna work? If it does, smash that like button, guys. I was like, did it? Is it even done a call to the backend? Let's see. Let's go to this one. You can see, hello, welcome, Sunny. Oh, it is, but it's not setting it. So let's debug what the hell is going on. So let's go ahead and refresh, and let's see for ourselves. Formatted to-dos to send. You can see that this is what I was talking about. It makes it very easy. So it sends back that object. And then we can debug it. I'll show you how I debug. So look, so now, oh yeah, look at that. Hey, welcome, Mr. Sunny. Welcome to the, you currently have one task to do, one task in progress, and one task that's already done. Thank you for keeping track of your tasks. Have a productive day. Right, and if I go ahead and do this, because it's attached to board, it will go ahead and regenerate the query. So GPT is summarizing your task. It's an example, guys, right? So now it says there is one task to be completed, 0 tasks in progress, and 2 tasks already done. Nice. If I do go ahead and put everything over there, so in this case, we've got this one. Let's see. If I dupe it up, it's basically going to make several requests, but it's fine, right? So basically, you got 2 to-dos, in progress 0, and done 1. Keep up the good work and have a productive day ahead. And if I go ahead and do this, we should see 3 in to-dos and none in progress and done. Look at that, guys. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool, right? So let's go ahead and see. Obviously, you can make it whatever loader you want. I've just done it very simply for now. When I'm live, I guess it's always being a bit of a headache, but in this case, is it gonna see it? Where is it? So you see where we're logging it out, right? You can actually see for yourself where it's happening. Honestly, the demo gods are just against me right now, but it does work. I promise you. Okay, so that actually was a weird failure. Let's try again. There you go. Okay. So it's a few edge cases, but for the grand scheme of it, it works, right? So in this case, there you go. So now what I want you to do is go ahead and obviously you can handle negative cases if that was to ever happen. Sometimes GPT can, it can error out for some reasons, right? So fetch function actually has an auto deduping function built in. It does, you're correct, yes. So yeah, you're right actually. But I'm saying if I was to do this, like drive it crazy, now it's making several requests all over the place. And what you'll find is it will pop in like in a second. So you see that, look, it pops in. So look, it pops in. So it actually, I mean, it came to the right endpoint, but that's what I mean. So in this case, look, we're making good progress, guys, right? So I guess the next thing that we have to naturally do is the delete. Let's do the delete first. Then let's do the modal, and then we are literally at the end and we're going to deploy this thing. So at this point now for the delete function, right? So we're going to go over to the to-do card, boom, like so. And then here, so the to-do card, let's go ahead and do the X circle icon. So I want to make it so that way when I do the X circle, when I click on it, it should delete the task. Right, so I'm going to create a delete task function inside of the board store, and as I hope you can see that you can do a lot more in the board store than just simple manipulation in your data, right? You can actually have like fully functional things happening here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go ahead and have the delete task. I'm going to create a function for it. So here, delete task, right? So this one here is going to take a task index, a task to do, and the ID itself. And then what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the database in such a way. So in this case, I'll show you how we do it. So we'll create a delete task function. And this will be an asynchronous function. So I've got the signature here to save a bit of time. So delete task is going to be this, like so. Oops. Like so. And then inside of here, I'm going to make a copy of the current map. And this basically getter will give me access to the current state. And the way we get that value is you actually go up to the point where we had set, and you actually get a second argument here called get. Simple as, right? So here we have 2 columns. Yeah. And then once you have the 2 columns, we're going to say we're going to delete from the columns, right? So it's very simple actually. All you do is you've already got the ID of the task that you want to delete. So it's fairly straightforward. So we go into the column itself, the ID of the column, then we go to the to-dos and we splice the task index, the current to-do out of it. So what we're doing here is we're changing the existing state. We're then going to modify it so it seems like an optimistic update, if that makes sense, right? So basically what we're doing here, this is all on the front end. So we're basically just splicing it and then we're replacing the board with the new columns. So this will basically show on the front end that it's immediate, okay? And then what I will do is I will basically have the following involved. So I'm going to have a delete for the image as well, right? So if there is an image, so I'm going to import this from storage that we set up earlier from Appwrite. If there was an image inside the to-do, it will delete it from the storage bucket. So this is how you delete from storage bucket. So if there's an image on that to-do, it will delete that image as well. And then I'm deleting the actual document itself. So this is how we do it. Okay. All right. So we've got the delete task function done. So now we go to our to-do card. Let's go over to the button here. And here we'll say on click, right? So on click equals, and this will be delete task, right? So what I can do to make this actually a lot smoother is I'm going to have the following. So I'll have parentheses like this, arrow function, delete task, and then this will take in the index, the to-do, and the ID. Okay. And the delete task we have to pull in from our board store. So this is going to come in from, we only need one thing. So I'm basically just going to make it a simple, straightforward pull in like this. So we import the board store and we don't need the array because we're only ever going to use the delete task inside the to-do card at least. Okay. So now with that said, what we're doing is we should see, so I don't have to go to Appwrite to show you how this is going to work. Basically, if I delete this, you should see a UI change. So that UI change was the local state. Now, if I go ahead and refresh, you'll see that it's no longer there from the get-go, which means it actually deleted it from Appwrite, right? And I can promise you it did it because if I go to Appwrite and I refresh, we should see 2 to-dos here instead of 3, and they should only be in progress. There you go. Perfect, right? So as you see, everything is working really nicely the way we want it. This is an old localhost window. That's why it's there. Right, cool. So now the next up, what we're going to do is the headless UI integration. So headless UI is this beautiful pop-up, and this beautiful pop-up is going to have a bunch of things involved in it. So headless UI is actually a really great library. It's basically built by the guys from Tailwind, and they're fully accessible UI components, which means when you're on this screen, if I click outside, it closes it. If while I'm typing in here, if I hit tab, I go to this part. If I hit down and up on the arrow key, it goes through. And then if I tab through, it goes to the image. If I hit enter, it opens up the image picker. Then it will go ahead and show this. I can tab, hit enter, it adds the to-do. So you see the point. If I hit escape at any point, it closes the modal. So this is what we call accessible, right? So this is what we're going to basically be building. So what I want you to look at is the dialogue, the modal. That's what we're going to be doing. So this is exactly what we're essentially doing here, right? So we're going to go ahead and npm install headless UI React. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and install this, Command J, bring this in, goes like this, and do the following. And then while that's happening, I'm going to go to my API, generate summary, and I'm just going to stop logging everything out because we know it works now. I'm going to keep our code a bit neat. There we go. That was more of a debugging step. Okay, And then what I want you to do is you can see the example here. Now, I don't need to basically dive so far into this because their documentation is actually it's pretty good, right? So what I want to do instead is I want you to look at this example. And as you can see, they've got this dialogue, and then you've got dialogue panel, title, description, and then you can basically build it out accordingly. Now, I want to go ahead and use something called a transition. So there's actually a transition here. So this one right here. So you've got transitions, and then you've got dialogue, panel, and so forth, right? So we're actually going to be using the transition, and we have the transition child as well. So it's this example right here. So if you scroll down to transitions, you'll see this block of code. And again, the reason why I'm showing you this is because it saves you time, because you don't have to do it all yourself, right? So what I'm going to do is, as a step one, I need to make a new function called modal. And what I'm going to do here, just to make life easier, is pop this onto a new screen, like so we can kind of scroll between it. So I'm going to create a new component called modal.tsx, RFCE to pop open our modal. Right, so now we've got the modal. So what I want you to do is I want you to basically grab this block. Okay, so grab the entire block, right? So we're going to be basically using it. So I want you to pop that in. And also at this point you can really, so okay, I'll show you. Pop it in, go to here, my dialog will become modal. Okay, and as you can see that this is going to be a client-side component. So this is going to be use client. Okay, so to save us a lot of time, right? Because that is honestly, we're basically doing the exact same thing that they're going to be doing, except we're going to refactor it so the state of the modal is stored in the use modal store, which we haven't yet set up. Okay. So right now we can't determine when this is open or not, right? Right now it's just a random bit of stuff that's going to be there. So I want to basically refactor this a little bit so we can do something cool with it. So right now I need to export default modal so we can access this object. That's cool. And then I'm going to create a new store now, which is basically going to keep track of the modal stuff. So in this case, we've got board store, but we can do another step and we can have something called the modal store. So here I'm going to say modal store.ts, sorry. And then I'll show you in short what we are going to do. This is the entire store. We've got the state. There's three things inside of it. Is open. And then we've got like open modal, close modal. And then we've got the use modal store here. Create the modal state. So it basically pops open here. And then we initialize is open by default with false because we don't want the bloody modal open straight away. Then we've got is open modal, which basically sets it to open, and we've got close modal, which sets it to false, right? So basically, in a nutshell, that's how we're doing it. Now I can use this the exact same way as we were doing it previously, right? So now here, we're going to refactor this from that is open to, we're going to say const, and we're going to say const, and we'll say is, no, sorry. I'm going so blank here, 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Const is open. Is open, and we also have close modal inside of here, close modal from use modal store state, and then we basically need to get the two things. So it will be state.isOpen and state.close modal parentheses close. We can then get rid of this, and as you can see, is open is already working the way we want it, but on close all we need to do is simply say close modal. And that simple refactoring allows us now to basically use global state instead of the state that they've used, right? You can feel free to take a look at all their transitions and stuff, but right now we're just going to get this set up right quickly. Yeah. So on the column now, we have the plus, the green plus, which was here, plus circle icon. So on that column, I want to be able to open the column when you click it, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go up to the top where we have our imports, and I'm simply going to go ahead and pull in the open modal from our use modal store. Now, simply put, all I have to do is go over to my plus circle icon, and on click, I simply pop in open modal. So what this does is when I click the green button now, it will open up the modal. Now, as you can see, I think I need to just change one more thing, I believe. I think we're good actually. Yeah. So let's go ahead and try it out. Okay. So let's go back over. So now when I press my green button, so let's go ahead and make this full screen. Green button, let's refresh. I don't think I'm rendering my modal anywhere though. That's the thing. Yeah. So I'm not rendering the modal anywhere. So I think I have to put it. Yep. There we go. So my bad. Don't do that. Of course, the modal is not actually rendered anywhere yet. So what we've got to do is where we render the children at the top level, I want my modal to appear, right? So modal, like so. You can have nested modals, whatever you want to do. In this case, I'm doing it like this. So you've got modal, okay? And then now what we can see is if I click on plus, oh, we get a deactivate account, right? And obviously that's not looking very pretty. So I haven't got the styling here. So I'm going to show you, but as you can see, it's almost something. It's almost something, right? But you can see like I've got, if I press escape, my modal is opening and closing. So if I click, I can click out, I can press escape, and it's there. So let's get the styling done now as well, right? So let's get the styling sort of nailed in so we can make this look beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can change this entire thing now. So the transition, we're going to say appear. Oops, sorry. So a few changes need to happen. So transition should be appear. Okay, the dialog is going to be on close. Sorry, that's my bad. And then we're going to have a this is going to render as a form. Okay, so this will be a form that we're going to basically pull up, right? And then we've got a class name. This is going to be relative, and this one's going to be Z of 10 because it should come in front of everything. Okay, we've got all of our styles accordingly. We've got the fixed inset, and I'm going to change the div style here, right? So this div, I'm going to change it to be the following. So I want to have that one instead, fixed inset background black with the opacity 25. So it basically dims out the background a little bit. Yeah, the background. And then where we've got transition child, so here, so this is where mine's different to theirs. Yeah, so I can't remember where I got my example from, but I modified it heavily. I believe it was styling the dialogue. Yeah, it was a mixture of this. So if you go to styling the dialogue, you can actually get the styles, right? So yeah, I actually had this in there as well. So what you can do is on styling the dialogues, I kind of want to show you so you can just copy this as well. So right here. So I want you to grab this one with text center P4. I'll tell you what, I'll do it this way. So I'll show you what I've done, and you can just pause the video and just add it in yourself. That way you won't mess it up. Okay, so on the transition child fragment, I want you to go ahead and just pop in the following. So see this div, so we've got a fixed inset, and then I need to go to the surrounding transition child. So when I mean surrounding transition child, I'm talking about, here we've got two. Why have we got this? We don't need this one. Forget that one. Get rid of that. We're going to have a div after this one. So after this transition child, we're going to close out the div. We're going to close out this div, hit save. Okay. And then inside of the transition child, we have the following. So yeah, that's correct. No. Dialog form. Yes. Okay. That's correct. Okay. I now know what we're doing. Yes. All right. I got so mixed up for a second. So you want to have a transition child for the backdrop. Yes, that's right. So you want one transition child with that background opacity, and then your second one is for your container, which makes perfect sense now, because this one will be the one where you basically have the panel and everything displayed. Well, that's right. So then we have the dialog panel. Okay. So the dialog panel now is going to be, so what I would suggest you do is, I'm trying to find the best way to explain this to you. So let's have the dialog panel first. Okay, so this is a dialog panel, and I've applied a bunch of styling here. You can feel free to just take your time and copy it out. Then we've got the dialog title, and I've styled this out for you. A lot of it is all around making it centered, all of that good stuff. Okay, so here, add a task. So I just want to show you, we've got the add a task button and so forth. And then I'm going to have a div with the ability to add some information inside. So I'll add that one afterwards. But right now, let's just test this out. So let's go to Trello 2.0 clone. Let's go ahead and refresh, and let's add in. So you can see, there we go. There we are. That's better. So one of the transition child was for the backdrop. The other one is for the center. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah. And now we are basically going to go ahead and add in the input field and all that good stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a input type of set task. So So new task input. So this one is going to be the task input, and this is going to be in the global store because we need to know that beforehand. We need to have access to that. So I'm going to add that in here. And now new task input, we're going to create a piece of state inside of the board store. So let's go into board store and let's do it here. So set task input. So new task input is going to be here like so. And initially this will be a blank value. And then we have set new task input and set new task input. There's no reason why I'm putting it wherever I am. You can honestly mix and match them. So I'm going to put this one down here, just separate some of it so you can see. Yep, set new task input, and then go down here. And this one is basically going to be a function like so. So it'll be, just pop it in here. So this one basically takes input, sets the new input. Done. Okay. Then we go here and we need to import them in from the board store. So that's the modal store. So now we need to go ahead and grab it from the board store. So I need to get a bunch of stuff actually from there. So let's go ahead and just add it in one by one. So we do const new task input, set new task input, and we basically map it accordingly, like so. It says it's not there. That's interesting. What have I not done? So, oh, okay. Use board store. See, TypeScript saves the day, and then that will know. Right. So this is looking great, guys. Right. So now you can see it's a enter a task. So that's great. If I go ahead and do at, oh, look at that. Nice. If I type out now, you'll see it's part of the global store. So it's still there. Right. So this is looking great. Marcus says GOAT. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Right. So now we've got that. That's looking perfect. So the next thing is we need to create this radio group. Right. So this radio group being here, I need to have this really nice group. Yeah. So we're going to create a component to handle all of that. Right. And that's going to be in global state as well. So it's going to be a radio group. I'm going to call it the task type radio group. Okay. And again, these are all coming from headless UI. So I've got examples and all that good stuff. So again, if you're wondering how did he get this code, blah, blah, blah. One, it will be in the Papa GitHub repo. And two, the documentation in headless UI literally has these examples so you can take them. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new component here called task type radio group .tsx. Sorry, my bad. .tsx. Right, RFCE. And then what we want to do is basically go ahead and create this. So I've actually got an example. Let me see if I can show you the example. So if we go to headless UI and we go to radio group here, so you see this, right? This is an example very similar to what I've done, right? So here you've got your example and so forth. So I want to actually go ahead and change it to what we have. So you know what, screw it, I'll show you my one instead. Let's do my one. So what we have is I need to create a type of all the different options that are going to be available to us, right? So the first thing is we've got the three types. We've got types is an array, and it's going to be ID to do name, description, and the color. The color will represent the color. Then you got the title, description, and then the ID. And that's going ID is going to correlate to what we go ahead and map. Okay. Yeah, Ashkan, you can go ahead and do that. Yeah. So the UI looks seamless. Yeah, it's really nice, honestly. Yeah. So now we've got this looking pretty like solid, and then this will actually be a use client component because it's already rendered. But by default, it will know that because it's being rendered in. Yeah, the RAFCE does a React functional component. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is pull in the use board store, so the task type. But now what we're going to do is we're going to store the user selection. So this we're going to refer to in the board store as task type, right? So new task type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up for us. So we're going to do use board store. So I need to create a set new task type and new task type inside of our board store. So let's go over to board store, go to the top. New task type will basically be, I believe it is a typed column. Yeah, so it is going to be a typed column. And then we've got this set new task type, which is going to take a column ID like so. Okay. Now for the set new task type, we're going to have a very similar approach to what we previously did. Was the other one, just put it under there. Okay. And now you can see we're good. So what's freaking out here? New task type. Oh yeah, I need to give it an initial value. So if we go to the top here, boom, like so. New task type, sorry. There you go. And now this one's freaking out because we do not have a new task type. Oh, that's because it needs to be, my bad. It needs to be one of these, so to do. So we'll start off with the to do, top value, yeah? So that's great. Now we've got the values working over here. So now we can hook it up in the way that we expected to. So what I would recommend is you can honestly go ahead and take this and like basically change it up as you need it. But what I've done is made your life always easier. So we've got I'm going to have two divs. So let's just take this out the equation, and I'm going to have two surrounding divs. And then I'm going to have another div here. Okay. And then in that middle div is going to be where we basically nest all of these options, right? Now, inside that middle div, what we do is we have something called a radio group, right? So in that radio group, I'm just going to keep listing it out. So radio group, we have like so. We import radio group from, let's go here, from headless UI. And as you can see, we've simply on the change of the radio group selection, it will modify it, okay? And then headless UI handles all the complex stuff that, the really kind of cool, quirky stuff. So inside of there, we're going to have a div. Yeah. And this div will have a space. So class space Y of 2. Now, here we're going to map through all the types. Okay. So all of the different types here, we're going to map through. So this is quite a big chunk, to be honest. What I will do is I will show you the entire... I have two options here. I want to show you, I kind of want to just dump it in and show you because a lot of it is just styling. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. I'm going to show you. All right, I'm going to chop it in because honestly, it's just a bunch of styling and I can explain the whole thing. So between these two divs, I'm just going to add a bunch of code. So I'm literally just mapping through with a bunch of styling, okay? So I'll show you exactly what we've done here. So we're mapping through all of the types. We're mapping through all of these three types. This one, and this one. Each one is a radio group option. The key is type ID, the value is type ID, and then it's got a class name, and you get these render props called active or checked, which allow us to know if that group or that selection is active or if it's been checked or not, okay? So what we've done is we've dynamically styled accordingly. If it's active, it will have like a ring around it, just a bunch of styling, and then we've got a relative bit of styling around it, okay? And then what I've done is I've rendered a inner thing. So that's the actual option itself. Then inside of the option, I've rendered the actual label. So this is going to be the name, the description, all that good stuff. And then the circle icon, I'm actually going to go ahead and pull this in as well. So now if you basically gone ahead and checked it, it will have a circle next to it. Okay. So now we can go ahead and enter that. So in a nutshell, you can pause it, take your time over that. But I'll be honest with you, that's just styling and a bunch of other stuff. And it renders out as a P tag, as a span and so forth. Okay, so I didn't really want to spend too much time on that, but you can get the access to the code in the public GitHub repo and we literally show you all of it. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my modal and I'm going to basically pop it in. All right, so this one right here, import from our thing. And now if we go over to our Trello 2.0 clone, oh, look at that. Oh my God, it just surprised me with beauty. Look at this. Wait for it. So we go ahead and press this. Oh, lovely. Yeah. And look, if I tab and I press down, look at that, guys. So beautiful. And if I hit enter, right now nothing's happening because I haven't got to submit. Yeah, but we can type in this value saved. And just to show you, you see that it's actually saving that value. Eventually we're going to do it. So if you click to do, it will automatically be on to do. If you click done, it will automatically be on done and so forth. So I'll show you how we do that as well. Right. So yeah, that's cool. Now that's that bit done, which is sick. We can go into the modal and we're simply going to have the file input now as well. So the file input. So here, this is where you're going to have a file picker option. Okay. So here, this is crazy. It makes me think, how much code do I write sometimes? Damn. Okay. So here we're going to simply have an upload button for the file. So this one is basically going to be this upload image button. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're actually going to go ahead and hide an upload button. So like an input field, right? So there's a special input field, like a special trick to going ahead and hiding something. So what you do is simply pop an input field in like so, and we need to create a reference to it. We make it hidden, but we make the type file, right? And then what you do is you say on change, and then you can basically do a bunch of stuff with it. So I'll show you exactly what we're going to do here. Firstly, we need to have an image that we store in the global state, and we need an image picker ref locally that we can attach to. But basically the goal is that this is essentially a UI element. When you click it, I'm tricking it by using the same ref to click the input. So it thinks it's clicking. So basically you're clicking something else, but its reference is clicking the input, the hidden input, right? And then it basically opens the file prompt. So it's a very nice little trick inside of this, right? So what we can do is just firstly handle the reference picker. So we can go ahead and do the following. We import use ref like so, go over here, handle image picker ref, done. And then set image is we need to go ahead and do. So in this case, we're going to go to the board store, and we're going to add our image. We're going to say image. And this one, I believe we do have an image. No, so it's a file or no. Is there not a cleaner way to do that? To do what part? Sorry. To do the hidden image thing, the input. No, I mean, that's the way I would say do it, but you can do it in many, I'm sure there's another way, but like I've seen that in production builds a lot. Like people do that because then it's also web scrapers are seeing that as an input, which you can select, right? So that's why sometimes it's kind of good to do that. Set input, we also need set image. Where's my image at? Set image at. So let's go ahead and pop this in here. And then for the set image, I'm going to go ahead and make it very simple. That does make sense. Now, no problem, dude. Good question. So in this case, I'm going to pop it in here and set image. And then the image needs to have a default value. The image can be no to begin with. This is a file, so it's fine with no value. So in this case, we've got add a task. All right. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do, I've lost track now what I was doing. Set image, yeah. So set image. We're going to go ahead and do use board store. We're going to say image, set image, state dot image. So now we basically set the input. So this is a hidden input now. So now we can do some magic around it. So if we go to the modal and we do the following, input, where is it? Yeah. So now I'm going to basically say where we have the button. All right, so in this case, we got a div. So I'm going to pop this in there. And then I've got my, sorry, I'm going to put it inside the input. Here we go. So this div right here, this is where I basically check. I say, if I've got an image, then I want to show like a preview of it, right? So I'm going to use the Next.js image tag to do that. So I'm going to say Next.js image tag source, and I'm going to basically use a URL, create object URL from the image. Now, this is going to be important because we're going to basically, we are going to use the image that we set later. I'm going to still fix that step up, but yeah, this is going to be something that we need to do in a second, but I'll show you that in a sec, right? So we've got the image here. And I need to go ahead and do this. Hit save. So cursor on that. Okay, what's happening here? Why is this freaking out? What is missing? All right, just because I have a props property. Is this okay? There you go. Bam. I didn't import the right thing. So that will obviously break because it will be asking me you haven't whitelisted, you know, the domain. So I'm gonna do on click here, and then I'll say this one should set. So basically what I want to do is if you have an image here selected, it's gonna, when you hover over it, it's gonna become grayscale with like a no cursor not allowed icon. But I've basically done it in a UI sense of you click it and then it gets rid of it, right? So that's how we're doing it. So set image of no, and then yeah, that's it. Yeah, cool, that's good. Yeah, so basically when you click that image, it's gone. Yeah, that makes sense. We're done. Then I think I haven't got the current fancy looking upload image button. That's what I was missing. So my div here above my, yeah, here, there we go. This bit was a bit of a tongue twister in my head to get around. So there we go. So upload image. I'm also going to have a photo icon next to it. So photo icon. And this one can have a class name of height of 6, width of 6, and margin on the right of 2, so it's not touching inline block. Now you're probably wondering, is it touching? Because this I'm going to make a flex. So this one's going to be, I'll tell you what, I'm going to save myself a bit of time here because we've got a lot left. So this is a bit of styling for the button to get it to look like you see here. So that right there, yeah. So that's good. Now, when you click this fake input button, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on click, right? And this one is basically going to say the image picker ref. So image picker ref dot current dot click, right? So basically what this will do is you can basically protect yourself with some optional chaining. But now what this does is it essentially clicks that hidden one, that hidden file picker. So that way you don't get the ugly file picker, you get this one, right? All right, so in this case, there you go. So now if I click the upload image, we should see a file picker. I'm not going to show too much. There we go. I'm just going to hide it a bit. I don't want to show something that I shouldn't show. Okay, but the point is it works. Okay, so if I was to go ahead and show you that, so if I click into this, trust me, that works. I just did it, right? So I'm going to do it, and you'll see it that it. Okay, I don't. Anyway, the point is that look, it's there. It's there, right? We have it, right? So you can see a file picker. I just don't want to show my stuff. And it keeps going to the same photo, which is a bit annoying. So in that case, that works, right? The file picker. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to pick a image right now. Say screw it. I'll show you something. 1 second. So I'm just going to pick the Trello clone, which is a thumbnail. And you see it closed, right? The reason why it closed is because it was submitting, because that's the only button there. So what it does is it by default thinks that that's the submit button. So you say type of button and it does it that way, right? So close, guys, so close. So let's go ahead and check it out. So in this case now, if I was to upload, so in this case, if I upload Trello clone, you can see now, look, I have this. And if I click it, it goes away. So that way you've got this. They're all the thumbnails anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, so in this case, it pops up. And as you can see now, we've got that. So my decision now is if I've typed in a title, I want it to go ahead and show add task, right? Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. So in this case, we've got the underneath the div. I'm going to have another div with a button inside of it. And in here, I'm going to say add task. Okay. Add task. Now this one, I've got a load of styling on it because it's got different states and focuses and everything. So I'm just going to show you what I end up putting in. But it's fairly straightforward, like as in if you actually just take your time and read it. It's inline flex, just first and with a bunch of basic styling here. But when you hover over it, it's got outline. And when you focus means when I basically have, like when I highlight it. So now if I show you this, you see like if I tab, you see when I tab, it's got the focus ring. That's what the focus visible ring part is, okay? Now for this part, this button should be the submit button. So if I want to submit, it should be that one, right? And then we want to say disabled if I do not have any task input. Okay, now you can see if I don't have any task input, it disables that button. Okay, so what's awesome about this now, guys, is not only is this looking pretty good, right? So if I go to the top div, something's bothering me. 1 second. You get OCD about things when there's things like this, like that you can spot from a mile off. So class name, margin top 2, and there's also, so in this case now, so you can see if I was to type in like take dogs for a walk, and then if I do tab, the up and down arrows, tab, upload image, enter key, click on something, tab, enter key, bam. You see what it did? It's submitted, which is wrong. I'm going to change that logic. But the point is that it's fully accessible. I'm using keyboard shortcuts to navigate that. So this is why headless UI is really good. Just as a heads up, okay? Heads up. Okay, so at that point, people are like, Sonny, you've been coding too long. That's what happens when you code too long. You get weird. All right, so, so at this point, we've got the dialog, and then I'm going to have the on submit. That's the final part here. So we've got the on submit. So as form here, I'm going to say on submit, handle submit. Now this one, handle submit, I'm going to go ahead and make a function at the top. We say const handle submit equals E. And then basically I've got a nice trick here. Yeah. So, and this is my coaching students love this in 0 to Full Stack Hero, where basically if you don't know the type definition, here's a trick that I promise you will change your life. Yeah. So look, go to here, type in E. like as in make an arrow function, hover over it, and now that's the perfect on submit, as in like every time you don't have to do the manual work and headache of it and all that stuff. You just grab the form event and now uncomment this out and boom, do the relative, like the appropriate imports. And now you have the perfect type definition. EU.prevent default to make sure it doesn't, do anything like that. We're going to do some defensive coding. So if there's no input, it shouldn't do anything anyway. And then we're going to have an add task button, set image to no, and we're going to close the modal. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the final part there, set image to no and close modal. But here we're going to do an add task. Now I need to create the add task, which is fairly straightforward. We just don't have it yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, eventually it'll be something like this. It'll say add task, and then this one will be something like add, let's do it here. So state.add task, add task. Okay. Why is that freaking out now? Yeah, that's it. Go. Okay. So state.add task, use board store, go into my, okay, no, that one, board store. And here where we have delete task, I'll add it here. So add task is going to be containing the following. So it needs a bunch of data, and this is basically going to push it into the database. So you can see we've got the add task function here. That's the signature I want to use. And then we're going to have a bunch of data to basically push this in. So this is probably the bigger chunk. Yeah, this is definitely a bigger chunk of what we need to do. So let's go into the bottom. I'll put it right at the bottom. So here I'm going to say add task. Now, inside of here is basically going to be responsible for quite a lot, right? So this is going to be responsible now for the image uploading, because basically if you have selected an image now, we need to upload it to the correct storage bucket. And then we need to get the URL and put that inside the image. And then we need to upload that. And then we need to update all the UI and the on your global state. So I'm going to show you how to do all of that. It sounds really complicated, but I promise you it's not actually that bad, right? So at this point we've got let file equals image or undefined. So we've got a file here, and then basically I'm going to say if there is an image, we need to do an image upload. So I'll show you this and I'll explain each chunk. Okay, so if there's an image, file uploaded equals await upload image. Now this upload image, we need to go ahead and actually create this function, right? So I've created this helper function for us. So we're going to pause here. We're going to go into our lib. We're going to create a upload image ts, upload image. Let's do it here. So upload image. You're right, actually. Yeah, you're right. That was in where was I just at? I've completely lost it. If you can tell me, it'll help me out. Right. So at this point, I'm gonna pop in the function and explain it. So all this is doing, this file uploaded is actually I forgot to make this a environment variable, but in this case I'll show you, but I don't mind showing this one. So I mean, you would set this as an environment variable, to be honest. So let's just, rather than do that, I'm just going to set this one manually to save us a bit of time, to be honest. But here, to do storage, what you do is you go to your storage, and all we need is, so you copy the bucket ID. Okay, so this one, if you hover over it, you'll notice it says bucket ID. So this bucket ID in this case was that. Then what I'll do is ID unique, and then we pass in the file. So I want it to have a unique ID, which is passed in from Appwrite, and then it will return us the file after it's been uploaded. So it's fairly straightforward. Inside of here, this is where it was. So it was here. There you go. So in this case, upload image. And now you can see what happens is if there is an image, const file uploaded, this will basically go ahead and upload the image. Now, what will happen is if a file was uploaded successfully, we're going to basically take our variable, which was either an image or undefined, and we're going to set it up in this way. Remember, bucket ID, file ID, that's what we went ahead and set up, right? So that's basically handling the image uploading section. And now what we do is we can handle the next part. So that would have uploaded an image. Then what you want to do is you want to create a document. Okay, so creating a document is fairly straightforward, right? So the next part is to add it to a to-do. What we do is we pop it in like so. Await databases, create document. We can import the ID from Appwrite, and we've got the database ID, collection ID. This is the to-dos collection. We're saying add a new document with a unique ID. This is going to be a title, status, and remember what we did before, the same trick with the file. We're saying if it exists, then I want you to add in the file being the image, right? So this is actually the image here. Okay, the image is the one that we passed in, but I didn't want to mix it up, so I said file. So then that way you basically will get an image attached to, and we're stringifying the image, remember. So this will be like, if there's an image, we're stringifying the bucket ID, the file ID, or that kind of stuff, because it's just text, right? So it's easy to do. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure the response to this with the following. So we should get the ID back. So I need the ID, right? So once we've added that, now what I can do, guys, is I can go ahead and set the new task input as blank firstly, so that way when you open up another modal, it's set in the right way. Then what I want to do is basically have the front end react accordingly. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the state to be the correct thing that I need. So basically I'm going to do a big set statement here. So we'll do set like so, boom, and inside of here what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to make a copy of the columns. So remember, immutable pattern, we don't like to modify existing objects. We should always do it, a better way. Then we're going to grab the to-do that we would have added. So this is basically making our own optimistic update. So this is where the front end is going to go ahead and update and so forth, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to get the column that the person has entered the to-do into. So in that case, if it was in progress or so forth, and then if there was no column, then it's going to set the column ID and add the to-do. Otherwise, it will get the current column and push it in. Okay. So in this case, we actually already do this, to be honest, with the first step, but it's like a backup if that first step failed, right? So when we fetch the to-dos, we actually were fixing this. So once we've got the new columns all set up, we're simply going to return the board itself. There you go. It's coming in there. Nice. And then we will pop in the new columns themselves. Okay, so now what we should see is the ability to upload an image is successful. Okay, now before I test this out, I want to make sure that we because I want to do something like, I want to be very ambitious here and make sure that it kind of all works in one go. Basically, we've got the ability to add the new task. So first things first, I need to actually go into the modal and I need to enable, as in I need to connect it up. So add new task is basically here. So now it's going to add the task like so. So we basically pass in the new task type, the new task input, and the new task type. The new task type I can get from the following here. So task type, and here we can say state.new task type. And now let's go ahead and test it out. Yeah. So let's do our test. So wait, no. So we add it. So this will successfully add it, and it should update the UI. It was what we did in the board store. Now, the only thing we have to do now is on the to-do itself, I have to show the image. So I want to do that now, and I want to whitelist all the domains that we have to do. That's the final sort of part, I guess. So what I've done here is I've actually created another helper function which actually gets us the correct thing. So in this case, okay, so what I'm doing for the to-do card is I've actually made sort of a helper function to sort of get us the URL in the correct way. So basically, okay, let me show you how we do this. So I'm going to create basically the URL. We store the image bucket and file ID. Now the problem is that doesn't give you a URL to render on the screen. So we have to create a function called getURL.ts, which is my helper function. And what this one will do is it basically uses the storage module, and then basically we pass it our image, we give the bucket ID and the file ID, which is what you need to get the file preview. And because our access permissions are open right now, it will give us a file preview URL, and that will allow us to render something out as a URL. Okay, so that's how we're basically gonna do that part. And then what I want to do is the to-do card, I'm basically going to have a use effect whereby if the to-do image exists, it will basically fetch the image and then it will like upload it on itself. So I'll show you how we do it. So we've got the to-do card. We're going to have a piece of state which is going to be resemblant of the image, and by default it's going to be null. Okay, now when that to-do card mounts, what I'm going to do is very simple. Okay, all I'm going to do is I'm going to say that like when the to-do item re-renders, this code should re-render. Now if there is a to-do image, okay, if there is a to-do image, what I want to do is have a fetcher function inside. So I'm going to say fetch function, so fetch image equals an async, because you can't run asynchronous code unless you have a wrapper function inside of a use effect. So eventually we'll call this function. There you go. And then what I want to say is const URL equals get URL. So I'm going to say await get URL. Await. Oh, I like this song. This is my jam. I'm going to say await get URL. And then I'll say to do image, right? And then this one's freaking out because we haven't imported it. So we're pulling that in. And you see this one's not applicable because type is undefined. Now, the thing is, I've already done a safety check here. For some reason, it's not picking it up. So we're going to go ahead and ensure that it's there. Okay. Then what we can do is, so I'm going to say if there is a URL, right, from this, then I will set the image URL. So locally. So basically what's happening here is when the to-do card mounts, this one's URL to string because it will actually come back as a URL value. So this will be an actual URL, which we can't show on the screen. It has to be a string value. So when the to-do card mounts, it's basically gonna on mount. It's gonna, if there is an image, it will fetch the image, add that to the state of that to-do card component. Okay. Then what we can do is we can basically say if there is an image there. So if the image is there, now we can go ahead and do the following. We can say div, and I've already got some idea of the style here. Tell you what I'll do. I'm just gonna pop this in because this basically is what I'm gonna do anyway. Bam. So I've got my div, and right now my image I need to import from Next.js. So we're basically relative, heightful, widthful. It doesn't need to be relative. I had that before because I was trying something else. But width of 400, height of 200 to make sure it renders, efficiently. We don't need it any bigger than that. And then I'm basically making it take the entire width and height of its where I'm putting it. Now, in this case, object contain means that it doesn't shrink or act weird or look weird. Now, if I've done this all right, this will be crazy. But what I need to do is I already know that it's going to freak out about the pulling images from a domain which we haven't whitelisted. Now we're pulling all of our images from the Appwrite cloud, right? So in this case, we're going to whitelist that domain. So now it's the moment of truth, guys. Are you ready to see if the add task worked? Because honestly, I've done a lot of changes there. I didn't test it out. So I'm pretty confident in myself, but I think, anything's possible. It could fail at any point. So right now, we should have put all the pieces of the puzzle together in a way that will allow us to open the modal, add everything to the modal, click add, and then it will basically add that to the back end, and it will upload the image if there is an image that we put there, and then it will re-render because we changed the global state, and then it will show the image on the screen because that would have triggered a use effect on the to-do card, which would then fetch the image, which will load it. So all of that should happen fairly, no stress, right? No stress. The only thing I need to change is the to-do. So when I do this, right, when I click done, I want it to automatically highlight done. So that's the only thing. I'm being very fussy now. So in column, I want to do that last thing because that's clutch. That's really nice to have. So when I basically handle add to do, so when I press on the column, so right now, so here. So I'm going to basically change open modal to handle add to do, and I'm going to create a helper function at the top, const handle add to do. It's going to be a little arrow function, and I want this one to basically open the modal, but I actually want to set the type. We already have the type new task type here as well, so I can basically go ahead and say set new task type. I can pull it from the board state. No. Set new task type. And then I'm going to basically say set new task type to the ID, right? Now what will happen is it will modify based on which one I clicked. So if we've done this correctly, guys, when I click on to do, it should have to do selected. Cool. If I click on in progress, hey, look at that. If I click on done, nice. That's what I'm talking about, right? So I don't know what happened there. I don't know what I did. Right, but if I go ahead and type in, if I click out of there, okay, that's weird. All right, so let's type in this, take the dog, or let's just say build a Trello 2.0 app. Upload an image, Trello Clone. Cool. Add task. Okay, so it should have, ouch. Because I didn't restart. I did do that. God damn it. I did do that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and restart my server. I told you it's a little bit buggy when it does that. Yeah. But in this case, it's fine. It's fine. I'll take that. I am pretty confident that will work now. Yeah. Let's try again. So firstly, I mean, it's going to go ahead and see. Let's see now. So everything's okay. All right, let's see. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. And you can even move it over there. So let's go ahead and move that over there. And let's create another one. And let's call this one create a core app. Upload image. What other apps have I got? I've got like the DALL-E 2 and GPT. Cool. Boom. Let's go ahead and add that. Now let's see. Oh, yes. Let's go. Look at that. That's sick. All right. And if I go ahead and throw it over there, then this will show that everything's persisting. And if I was to just put the icing on the cake, let's, for example, delete this one, move this one over here, move this one over here. Now we should have tested all of our functionality. If I refresh, it should persist in that exact state. Perfect. And then if I type in Trello, boom. Just as the beat dropped. It couldn't have been cleaner. That was nice. Look at that. You got the GPT working, everything. So obviously right now I done it so fast that GPT didn't catch the board exactly, but that was cool. So in this case now, it should say, oh no, it was right. It's because I had Trello. Yeah, it was right. I knew it was right. But look at this, guys. Such a cool build, honestly. Yeah, there will be kind of edge cases where, GPT might freak out or fail. That's GPT. Right now, it's still a bit beta-y. But right now, I think the only thing left to do is get this out into the development environment. So this is probably, it's lagging. Yep, there you go. It's lagging. See, I know it. Yeah, because right now I've got it set in the correct way. It will work. Right. So yeah, see, something here is, to GPT, where I spammed it and moved everything around was just a bit crazy. But let's deploy this. Right. Let's get this out. So I also have loads of things open, so it's probably getting confused. Right. Let's get this deployed. So what I want to do now is I'm going to show you how to deploy in Vercel, right? So I've got a few tricks to this. Let's go over here. I'm actually going to cut my app, right? And I believe that's all the features done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The real purpose of GPT in this build was, honestly, it was to demonstrate how you can basically pass information to GPT to provide a summary. In this case, the summary was very basic, but the point of it is to provide the platform, show you how you can use Next.js API to send data like the to-dos in a to-do board to the OpenAI API, and then you can basically get a summary of it, right? But in the end of the day, you can really take, that's the platform and that's the approach to do it. Then by knowing it, you can actually go ahead and really customize as much as you want. But the point is, once you know how to do that simple step, I say simple, once you know how to do that step, then it's you can really customize it however you want to do. So I hope that helped. Yeah. Okay, so this is sick. Do a deployment now. So we're going to say Vercel. Right, so if you haven't already done a deployment in Vercel, it's actually really slick. So you need to install the Vercel CLI. Right, or you can do the GitHub approach. I'm going to show you the Vercel way. So I've already installed the Vercel CLI. So just Google Vercel CLI. So Vercel CLI. Also, if you haven't used Vercel, we have a very special link. And if you use that link, I believe it is in the description. But yeah, we have a special link in when you're using Vercel. It would mean a lot if you use that link, because if you go ahead and actually, continue to use it, it supports the Papa Fam. And yeah, it's just a win-win, and it's free for you to use. So the link's going to help everyone out. Okay, so the Vercel CLI you can go ahead and do. Okay, so now you can go ahead and see. Oops, no, I don't want to do that. What am I doing? Okay, oh, it freaks me out. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. So Vercel CLI, you can simply import it. Then I've already done it, and then you do Vercel login. I've already logged in. So now you can do Vercel to deploy. So set up and deploy, yes. It will ask me which one. So I'm going to do Papa React. That's my account. Link to the existing project. No. Okay. Then we can say, what's your project name? I'm going to use the basic project name. Which code is your code? Which directory is your code located? So this one, setting up your project. Okay. So in this case, now we can just let it do its thing. Modify, nope. It's very simple to set this up. And then there's two steps we're going to have to do now. So this will fail. I'm telling you now, it will fail because it has no environment variables. So this will actually fail right now. So what I want you to do is go to the Appwrite clone here, settings. go down to environment variables and here. So now what you want to do is open up your code, go to your environment m.local. Oops, what am I doing? No. Go to your m.local, and I'm going to hide my screen, but I want you to click it. Okay, so click inside it here and copy everything. So Command A, copy all inside your environment file. Right now, once you've done that, I want you to go to the what's it called? I want you to go to the project settings page here and paste. So I'm going to paste everything right now. So I'm pasting, right? And then I click on save, right? And as you can see, literally if I press Ctrl V, paste it pastes it in, and it comes like 4 blocks here. And then it adds it, and then you click save and it will add over here. Then now that you've added it, what I want you to do is basically cancel this build and do Vercel once more. Okay. And then I don't know if I'm gonna make this I'll share it a little bit, but I'm gonna show you a little bit because otherwise it's connected to an actual build or OpenAI account. It's gonna get a little bit crazy, right? So, but yeah, you guys can see. So right now it's doing the inspection, so you can click it. And now we're redeploying with the correct things in place. Now this might fail based on some silly reason, but we can check ourselves. So you're gonna let that do its thing. And if that all goes through, then you'll see a deployment complete, right? So in this case, we can go ahead and check. You can see it deployed, but nothing shows. Now the final step to getting it working is, this is the URL. So what I want you to do then is go to your, where was it? Go to your Appwrite settings. And now here in your Appwrite settings, you need to go to overview. Oh, sorry, settings down here. And you need to go to your domains. Where is it at? Custom domains. No, it was, where's that setting gone? It was very easy to find. Databases. Is it here? Settings. No. Okay, where is it? Okay, I found this literally a second ago. And it's going to drive me crazy if I don't find this. Okay, where is it? Here it is in platforms. Click on platforms. There you go. Localhost, yeah. So you want to paste in your domain. So you want to do this, and then you probably need to get rid of HTTPS. So that's the one. Yes, you want to do that. And localhost is always protected, by the way, so you can use it, right? But now if I go back to my app, there you go. Boom. You can see it, right? Now this is going to go crazy if everyone starts going on it. So obviously I don't want to do that. But yeah, you guys, I'm not going to give the URL, but it works. Okay. So right now, as you guys can see, this is all you guys adding it. This is lit. I can see you guys adding stuff here. This is cool, man. Thank you, Sunny. Awesome. I love you. I love you guys too. Wow, guys, that was absolutely incredible. You guys just built your first ever drag and drop Trello clone. I hope you learned a ton of different tech inside of this build. And guys, we're just getting started. We've got lots more builds to come. Don't forget, guys, you can add this to your digital portfolio to help you get a job, either by going ahead and building the app by following this tutorial, or getting access to the source code if you get stuck by getting the Papa GitHub repo. That is actually linked in the description. Or if you want to go ahead and level up your skill set even further and join us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero, it's the first link in the description. Join us inside our awesome course and community where you can go ahead and elevate your skill set even higher. That also includes the Papa GitHub repo. Let's hop over to the second build, introducing the blog app. You're going to build a fully functional blog app, and trust me, it's an amazing addition to your digital portfolio because there's so much underlying tech that you can go ahead and show off. Firstly, you're going to go ahead and learn how to use Next.js 13, including the new app router. You're going to obviously upgrade your skill set with ReactJS. You're going to build a beautiful and responsive UI using Tailwind CSS. I'm going to show you how to make your code even more robust with TypeScript. And to power the entire app, you're going to be using Sanity's version 3. This is an incredibly powerful CMS platform, and I'm even going to show you how to integrate the new preview mode and how you can connect that with Next.js's preview capabilities to go ahead and actually preview content before you publish it to the CMS. This is incredibly powerful. Do not take what I'm saying lightly. This entire build is going to be covered in the next few hours. Get ready for this, guys. I hope you enjoy this one. Smash the like button and let's dive straight in. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we're building today. The Next.js 13 blog with Sanity version 3. Check this out. Sunny's daily blog. This is it, guys. We've got a fully responsive website right now. So right now I'm going to show you the fully responsive blog we have right here. We've got Sunny's daily blog. You can go ahead and scroll down. And this is all using the latest and greatest from Next.js. So let's go ahead and click into Sanity Studio version 3. We're going to click into that right now. You can see bam. And guys, bear in mind, that was instant. That was a static page, right? So let's go ahead and check this out. We can go ahead and go down to our article. You can see all the great stuff that is released in Sanity Studio version 3. And guys, just to mention, this is all powered by a Sanity CMS backend. So this is what I'm excited to show you. So as you can see, this is not on a custom Sanity URL. This is actually part of the Next.js app, which means it's now an embedded studio, which is crazy. We have so much power to customize it, do whatever we want with it. Look at the color scheme I've gone for. I've gone for a nice sort of dark theme right here. I've added my own custom navbar header. And what's even more cooler, guys, is that something I've never done on a build before is now possible. If I go ahead and split the pane and I go ahead and add in the preview option over here. So I've added this custom field in. Check this out, guys. I get a preview mode enabled, which I'm going to show you how to enable. And then let's go down to the Sanity blog right here, right? So Sanity Studio v3. Now check this out. As I go ahead and update the information on here, look at that, guys. It goes ahead and shows me a preview in real time. This is streaming using a bunch of cool tech right now. It's using a bunch of powerful things from Sanity. It's using the new Next.js 13 server components. And this allows us to get a nice preview before we publish that information. And now on the actual website, how we can do the exact same thing. Let's go to the local host and look for the home page. If I go to /API/preview, it now puts my app into preview mode and it loads up the preview data. This means it's going to pull in all the Sanity information from my backend, even if I haven't published it. So this is great for if you want to go ahead and have, that careful control over reviewing content before it is live on the actual website. Now, it's worth mentioning that all the blog posts are using really efficient optimal rendering techniques, such as the new generate static params, which is a replacement for ISR in Next.js 13. I'm going to teach you what all of that jargon means, so don't stress. We've got a lot of good stuff coming. Now, I just want to mention a couple of things before we dive into this build. A few things about the tech stack right now. We are going to be using Next.js 13, as I mentioned a couple of times. This is a framework for React, and then we're going to be powering up the entire backend with Sanity's amazing content platform. We are going to be diving into Sanity version 3, which, as I mentioned before, was literally released days ago. So right now it's not even been out for longer than a week. So this is literally breaking cutting edge new stuff. They've got full TypeScript coverage right now. They've got an incredible developer experience, which you're going to see today for yourself. It's a lot nicer to code with now. They have global search and content filters. It's amazing for the content creators as well, because imagine you as a developer have one job, but actually uploading the content and managing all of that can be completely delegated to someone else. This allows all of that to happen very easily. So a massive amount of use in this case. We've got workspaces to go ahead and separate different areas of the company, different you can have different countries, all that kind of good stuff. And as I mentioned before, we can embed the studio into our own website and customize it however we want. They actually have a really good migration guide. So if you are looking at any of my old tutorials and how you can upgrade some of my old code, which is V2 over to V3, and don't be scared. No, those tutorials aren't outdated. You can go ahead and use the migration guides to go ahead and level up your stuff. So do not stress, guys. We've got you covered over at the Papa Fam. For now, we're going to go ahead and dive into it. Now, as I mentioned before, if you find any of this too tricky or is too over the top and it kind of gets a little bit too intimidating, check out our course over at Appwrite.com. Link is also in the description. We've got our course, Zero to Full Stack Hero, full community where we go ahead and help you go from zero skill set all the way up to getting your first developer job and helping you after that. We've got over 750 students right now, absolutely killing it, absolutely loving it. Weekly coaching, that's all over at PapaReact.com. And I'm excited, if you haven't already joined us over at the University of Code, make sure you check it out. They're literally getting daily emails, coding challenges sent to your email inbox. So every day, you just check your inbox, you get a nice little coding challenge, and then the day after, you get the solution to that challenge. Trust me, by far the most effective thing I found for our students. So check out the University of Code. So those two things said, get excited, get ready. This is going to be a big one. Make sure you go ahead and have your water nearby. It's going to be a lot of fun. So as I mentioned before, TypeScript is going to be used in this. We've got Tailwind CSS. We've got the Grok query language to go ahead and pull this all in. We have embedded at the /studio. So I'm going to show you how to do that with Next.js 13. And we're going to go ahead and finally deploy this to Vercel. So that way you have a live production app, which also allows everything to happen. Now it's worth mentioning when we do have the /studio route, this actually uses Sanity's authentication. So you can't just go into the studio and use it willy-nilly. You have to go ahead and sign into an account, which you've gone ahead and authorized. And you can add different users, add different members to go ahead and change information and so forth. In this case, I'm already logged in. So as you can see, this is protected. Otherwise, you'll get a nice little login pop-up, and it's also protected by CORS origin requests. So tons of stuff, okay? Tons and tons of stuff. Trust me when I say this is something that you're gonna wanna watch back a couple of times, okay? So we're gonna dive into this right now, and I'm gonna show you how the hell to do everything I just said. We're gonna go ahead and actually got loads of new music now on the Papa Fam playlist. Again, that's in the description as well. And I love this one. This one, everyone was asking for this song, where the song was from. But to get started off, we're gonna go to tailwindcss.com, and we're gonna head to the Next.js guides, and I like to use this command right here, okay? So first things first, we're gonna go ahead and set up our project. So open up a terminal. Time to get into some flow state, okay? I'm gonna open up a terminal. Oops, I've actually already done that. Nice. And at this point, we are going to go ahead and do, I like to go into my documents, builds, and I always do that because honestly, I want to show you, don't just randomly install stuff everywhere, right? Have a nice folder structure. It will help you out in the long term. Then you're going to paste that command in that you saw earlier, npx create next app. If you haven't got npx, you need to install Node. Very easy to do. Simply Google Node. There's tons of instructions. And we're going to be using the template with Tailwind CSS. Okay. So the template with Tailwind CSS. Now for the name, I want to change this. I'm going to say something like Sanity version 3 blog Next.js 13. You can call it whatever you want. There's no right or wrong here. I'm just going to chuck it into that. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and hit enter. Now, sometimes you might get prompted if you want to install dependencies. In this case, I didn't. It just went ahead and did it. But if it does ask you, just simply hit the enter key. Okay, now I'm going to dive into some of the characteristics of this build. In this build, we have got a bunch of different things going on. We've got these nice hero icons to handle the icons. We've also got these beautiful animations, right? Now, if you've never ever done anything like this, and you've never, experienced how to build a responsive website, this is actually a great project for you to start on. As you can see, no matter what size the page is, the entire app is moving around and changing as it's needed. Right, so this is something that I'd highly recommend you follow from a beginner, absolute starting standpoint. So that way all your websites can work on phones, websites, tablets, whatever it is, your website is responsive. Okay, so once that's done, we're going to go ahead and do cd sanity version 3 a blog, and I'm going to do mine Next.js 13. There we go. So that's what I called it. You can call it something else, call it whatever you want. And I'm going to type in code dot. Now, if you don't have the code dot command, then all you need to simply do is open up your VS Code, Command Shift P, and type in install. At this point, if you'll see install code command in path, mine says code insiders because I'm using a beta version. You will see code. Once you do that, you'll get that code command. If you can't do that, simply press Command O or simply hit open and go to the folder where you installed your files. Okay, so this is our home directory. Now, as I mentioned, we are using Next.js 13, but all of these templates tend to start off with Next.js 12. And then what they've allowed us to do is have this incremental approach. So we don't have to just take it all on hands-on. We can go ahead and adopt Next.js 13 as we like to, right? So we've got the pages folder. This is the traditional way that we would go ahead and build out our apps with Next.js. Okay, so instead of this, I want to go ahead and change this to an app folder now. So previously, if I put a search.tsx file, that would correlate to /search on my website. In this case, I want to get rid of this. I want to, instead of doing all of this, so we're going to run this app just to show you. I'm going to do yarn dev. If you have npm, you can do npm run dev and so forth. And then in this case, I'm going to move my code over to another screen, and I'm actually going to open up another browser over there so that way we can have a nice little setup. Okay, I'm going to do localhost 3000. And as you can see now, guys, we've got the daily blog, which I need to cancel my old blog. Let me cancel that one. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and cut this server and run it again. Let me do it again. So yarn dev. There we are. Okay. And here we are. So at this point, I'm going to refresh. Now what you should see is welcome to Next.js. This is your starting point. Great. Now at this point, we want to remove that down to Command J, and I'm going to go ahead and literally delete this file because we're not going to use this anymore. Okay. And now we can even delete the app.tsx file because we don't need that either. Okay. All we need is the API afterwards, which we're going to be using. Now on the level where we have the next config, we're going to create a new folder called app. This is the new app directory for Next.js 13. We're going to create a new file in there called page.tsx. Now, once we've got that set up, I'm going to make my screen a little bit bigger to help you guys out. We're going to go back into Next.js and next config, and here we're going to enable the experimental app directory flag. This allows us to use the new app directory while it's in beta. Okay. And don't worry, at some point, this will just get updated and you won't have to do this anymore. But for now, we have to do that. And I'm going to hit Command J. Now, what I need to do is I need to go ahead and RFCE. Oh, I haven't got my snippets. Oh, that's annoying. So I get this weird problem lately where I can't do my snippets. So instead, we're just going to create our functional components. We're going to say export default, and we're going to call this one function page. And this is going to be resemblant of our home page. Okay, so this is just going to be a page with some content on it. Okay, now this one I'm going to say home page right there. And then what I want to do is we change the next config. So I need to cut my server with Control-C and do yarn dev once more. Okay. Now this is amazing. We've got loads of viewers tuning in from all around the world. So we're going to click allow for the TypeScript. And now what we'll see is when I go to this page, pay attention. Look what it did. It found that we didn't have a root layout, and it created an app layout TSX for us. Now in Next.js 13, we have these beautiful new files, and these are all reserved file key names. Page.tsx resembles the page itself. The layout resembles the overall layout of itself. Now we actually have, instead of the head here, we have a new head.tsx component, which allows us to customize anything that we want to put in the head. So here we can say the blog. And now, as you can see, if I refresh the page, the header gets injected with the blog title. Okay, so this is looking pretty good so far. Now, as you can see, this does not look like Tailwind CSS. That's because we need to import it into our new layout.tsx file. So heading over to styles, and this is what we need to import, global.css. So at the top of my layout file, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to say import, and now I want to go ahead and say styles / globals CSS. And at that point, what we should see is our Tailwind CSS kick into gear. That's where we want to be. So this is a good starting point right now. Okay. Now, first things first is we want to go ahead and just say, welcome to the blog, welcome to the blog. And what I like to do here is just sanity check yourself by saying text for Excel, something along the lines like that, and then refresh. Right? And then what you're going to find is with the new server component, sometimes the hot reloading doesn't work as expected. So you just have to do a little refresh. Doesn't mean it's broken. Okay. Okay. So first thing that we're going to do now is set up sanity on the backend. So as you can see right here, we've got a starting point for our app. Now this is going to be the home page, and then we're going to have different directories, different things around right now. So eventually we're going to have a /studio and so forth on our app, on our website. Okay, so eventually the goal is to get to this level where we look something like this, where I can go to the website, I can go to the studio, and it's all going to be hosted on a Vercel URL. So first things first, I need to actually set up, create another terminal. So I've still got my first one running with the server inside of it. And I'm going to use our special command. Okay, so there is a special command in order to go ahead and get the benefits of all of the free stuff that Sanity give you. So in this case, if you have forgotten what that is, just simply head over to sanity.io/sunny, and the command will be right here. So you're going to copy this command. Even if you're using yarn, you still want to use this one, as this is going to be for setting up Sanity. Okay, then we're going to go back over here and we're simply going to paste it in. Okay, now I want you to pay attention to all of my steps here. What this will do is it will create a folder for us called Sanity, or whatever we decide to call it, and inside of that it will have a studio which will have its own dependencies. What I'm then going to do is remove it from its original enclosure, so that is part of my app. So this is the kind of shortcut that I found works really quick for me, and it's something that I like to show you guys. So I don't do it the orthodox way. I like to do it a little bit of a hacky-tacky way, but it's kind of it's way easier this way, I found. Okay, so at this point we hit enter, npm create sanity latest with the coupon code sunny2022. Okay, Now, as you can see here, I've already got an account. If you didn't have an account, or if this didn't work, you may have to install the Sanity CLI. So simply Google Sanity CLI and it will go ahead and give you a little bit of help right there. Okay. So at this point, we've done that. And if you aren't logged in, it will ask you to log in as well. I am already logged in. So the project name in this example, let's go ahead and give it a name. And let's just call this one Next.js 13 Sanity blog. Hit enter. Now, with that done, it's going to prompt us another question. The second question is, what do you want to use for the default data set? I'm just going to use the default. So hit enter for yes, which is the production data set. That'll create our first data set on the site. You can have different, staging, production, and so forth, different ones. Project output path. We're just going to hit enter in this case. And then we're going to, at this point, we get asked if we want to use one of the templates available to us. We are going to be using the blog schema template in order to set up our blog today. So we're going to go down with the arrow keys, hit enter. And then for TypeScript, we're going to hit Y for yes, we want to be using TypeScript, because TypeScript allows us to reduce the overall number of bugs in our app. Now, as you can see here, it says which dependency manager do you want to use? We're using Yarn today. And then it's going to go ahead and install the dependencies. As I mentioned, there's going to be a few things that will change here. Okay, so just let this install. And then once this is done, we can proceed with rearranging things. So that way we have it embedded, because right now this is doing it in a way that it's going to be a separate app. But I'm going to show you my little hacky trick as to how we can go ahead and take it from a separate app into our own and embed it really nicely on our own route, for example, /studio. Okay, so let's go ahead and wait for that to get down. And in the meantime, we can go ahead and have a look at some of the things that we're going to be needing to do. So first up, we are going to need to install something called Next Sanity. So while this is happening, we are going to be needing this dependency called Next Sanity. So we simply head over to the npm package Next Sanity. And this is going to be used for basically connecting everything that we need from our Sanity backend to our Next.js frontend. Okay, so we're going to copy that, head back over here. And once this is done, we will go ahead and run this command as well. So just let that finish this thing. Now, as you can see, they've got a bunch of different things which allow us to help us to get set up. So what I'm going to be doing is fast forwarding a portion of this, and I want to show you where I got the information from. So that way you can do your own research if you have any questions or anything like that. So check this out. So if you go down here, we've got a bunch of really nice instructions actually. So if we go to the Next Sanity preview, it actually shows us how to do everything that we're going to be soon doing for how to set up the preview environment. But in this case, I'm going to show you just a very simple follow me route. Okay, so now that that's done, so that's finished, really nice. We're now going to go ahead and add Next Sanity to our application as well. Okay, so once this is down, we can see now, if we inspect our folders, we should now see that we have a Sanity. Let's go ahead and have a look. We've got the Next.js Sanity blog folder. As you can see, this has its own node modules outside of ours. So this is where you have to pay very careful attention, okay? So that you can easily make a mistake at this point because there's a few little intricate parts I need you to understand. Firstly, what I want you to do is go to your package.json on the outer level, pop that, so Command J hide that, pop that on the left-hand side of your editor. Go to the package.json on the right-hand side, pop that on the right-hand side of your editor. These are the dependencies for my Next.js project. These are the dependencies for the Sanity project. All I'm going to do is I'm going to embed it into my own. So I'm going to take the Sanity Vision dependency, copy that, and I'm going to do a paste over here. So I've got the Sanity Vision dependency. I also want the Sanity dependency, and I also want styled components. So I'm going to pop those over as well. And then I'm going to take the Sanity ESLint config studio in the dev dependencies, and I'm going to pop that here as well. And that is everything that we need out of here, right? So you can simply get rid of that, save your main package.json file. Okay, so now we're going to make this back to full screen, and trust me, this makes sense as to what we're going to be doing here. Now all I need you to do is type in yarn or npm I to install the new dependencies that we added. So this will install Sanity, styled components, all of that stuff that we could see previously. Okay, now once that's done, what we're going to be doing is essentially we don't need this folder, so we have to actually get rid of that folder. So I'm going to remove some of these things. The first thing I'm going to change is grab the schemas, and I'm going to take that out to the top level package.json level. I'm going to move that outside of here. Okay, and we're going to click update imports. Yes, that's fine. And then we're going to take the Sanity CLI, the sanity config. Okay, and we're going to take those as well outside. So we're going to take that to the package JSON level. Then what we can see is we've got the static file, which we don't need. We got node modules and all this other stuff. Now at this point, I don't need anything. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that overall upper folder. So we have actually reduced a lot of the headache right now. Okay. So we're deleting that right now, and don't know why it takes long when I'm on live, but we're going to let that do its thing. So that's going to get rid of this file. We don't need that one. So at this point now, we've got a new higher level of looking at things. Okay. So we've got our schema types. That shouldn't be erroring out. That should be completely fine, actually. So we've got our schema. Let's go ahead and just double check a few things. Yep. So at this point now, schema types from, I'm going to go into my sanity config, and what we need to do in here, oh yeah, that's right. It's because we have to go to the same level. That's it. So you just want to update any failed dependency in imports. Okay. So now what we've done is so JM Ninja asked a question as to what I just did there. So what we did is I took two separate projects and I essentially merged it. So what I did was I took the Sanity Studio, which was a separate project, and I've now brought it and embedded it into my own app. This is the easiest way that I found to do it, right? So, I mean, there are loads of tutorials online, but I personally have my own way of doing things. This is the way I recommend it because it's super quick once you know how to do it. Okay, so at this point, we've got the project ID, the data set, and all this good stuff. We shouldn't really have it like this. So what I'm now going to ask you to do is go ahead and do the following. So I want you to now create an environment file. So environment.local. Okay, and we're simply going to have three values inside. We're going to have next public sanity project ID, next public sanity dataset, next public sanity API version. Okay, now in this case, I'm going to use a few separate values here. So the first one I'm going to use is 2022-11-15 for the Sanity API version. For the dataset, I'm going to be using production, and then I'm going to paste in my project ID. Now in this case, you will have your project ID here. Okay, so in this case, you've already seen mine, so I'm just going to pop it in as well. So I'm going to go into here, I'm going to paste it in. Now these are all next public values because we don't mind if these get exposed. No one can do harm from just having access to this. So we're going to hit save right now. Okay. Now at this point, I'm going to close that file and I'm going to go into my sanity config, and I want to change this a little bit more so that way we follow a bit of a nicer structure. Okay. So first things first is I'm going to import my dependencies at the top, my new environment variables, the project ID and the data set. The second thing I need to do is I need to add something called a base path. Now the base path is essentially where I'm going to render it on our website. So in this case, I'm going to have the base path like so. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the project ID and data set. Actually, what we can do here instead is you can just get rid of the value. And this is going to go ahead and default to our environment variable value instead. Right. And then we're going to move around a few things. So for the name, we're going to call this one the PupaFam Content Studio with underscores, right? And it takes the underscore and it replaces it with a space afterwards. So that's going to be the name. And then for the title, we're going to say the PupaFam Content Studio, because this is going to be where the studio lies over our /studio root. Okay. Now, once that's done, we've got our two plugins. This is the Vision tool, which allows us to basically test out our Grok queries on the backend. So in this case, if I was to show you that, the Vision tool is simply, in this case, the Vision right here. So this allows us to run Grok queries. So this one, I just need to refresh it. And I've got this, I've closed it running, that's why. Let me go back to my deployed version and we should be able to see an example of that in action. So if I go here to /studio, we should be able to see the Vision tool there. So that will just allow us to go ahead and run Grok queries. The desk tool allows us to basically update the information as we can see right here. So this is the desk plugin. The Vision plugin was simply for the Grok queries. Okay. So in this case, you can see I can run a Grok query. Grok is the query language we're going to be using to query the database over at Sanity. All right. So in this case, this is looking great right so far. And then we've got our schema types, which we're rendering in from over here. And these schema types essentially build up the structure and format for which our data will be inputted. So everything you're seeing in this regard, so the post itself, all of the different fields, all is fed through by the schema. So we have a different schema for the category, the block content, the author, and then the index file is where we combine it all together. And then we simply import that into our configuration file in sanityconfig.ts. Okay. So I hope that makes a lot of sense. Now, we're not going to go too far into as to how we're going to go ahead and change any of the schema, because we're not going to change the schema. We're using the base template that they give us to go ahead and get things off the ground. Okay, so with that down, we are then going to set up our route, right? So in this case, we now need to go ahead and actually have, so even in this case for the Sanity CLI, I prefer to be using our configuration files instead. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull these in like so, get rid of this, and then over here as well, just like that. Now they do in fact update the server, but I like to restart my server when I've changed that many different things. So we're going to go ahead and restart it. Okay, then what I want you to do is make sure that when you refresh your page, you're still seeing this and you're not getting any errors. That's a good start. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to first embed the Sanity Studio on the back end, right? So the way we do this is we can actually see a lot of the instructions over at Next Sanity. So if we go here and head up to the table of contents, we can see Next Sanity Studio Dev Preview. So if I click onto this, it will show exactly how. So this is what we just did now, the config, the CLI. This is slightly different, but it's fine. And then this is how we need to go ahead and embed it, right? So inside of that page, we're going to go ahead and create the following routes now. So as you can see, this is where I get my examples from. I'm not making this stuff from thin air. It's coming straight from documentation. Okay, so we need to make this route right here. So studio/index/page. Now in the new Next.js 13 routing, this will resemble a route. Okay, so in this case, if I create a new file, and I'm going to call it studio/index, this creates a folder called studio and a folder within it called index. I'm going to create a page.tsx inside of it, which will resemble my page inside of there. Okay, so this is going to be the page. In fact, we don't need a functional component here. Instead, now what we need is this example. So we're going to make it a client-side component in Next.js 13. So I'm going to copy that in, and I'm going to copy everything like so. Right, we're going to paste that in. Now, as you can see, this is pulling in from our Sanity configuration. We've got our Next Studio, which is going to go ahead and render the studio at this route. So this basically works in a way where we're essentially going to /studio, the index of that route, which is defined by this according to the studio backend. And then we're going to have the page itself. Now, that's not all. We're almost there, but we now need to go ahead and create a head file. Remember I said there's some reserved file names just for like the home page, head layout, and so forth. We're going to create a head.tsx as well. Okay, and over here it's very simple. All we have to do is take this, pop this in like so, and we can simply go ahead and customize that as we wish. Now I'm going to show you what I did in regards to mine and how you can go ahead and do the same thing. Okay, so at this point, if we pop that in, you can see you want to simply get rid of the default export. That's perfect. And then you've got the custom studio head. So this case, I'm going to leave it pretty much blank. The favy icons, everything itself, but you can customize the head, the title, all that good stuff. In fact, if you wanted to go ahead and say the PubFam Studio, you can do that as well. All right, so we're going to go ahead and hit save. And then after that, we're going to add a loading indicator. This just allows the overall experience to be better. The reason why we have to have a loading indicator here is because the loading portion is a client-side portion where we want to basically be loading on the client. Now, a lot of the time with Next.js 13, all of our components, well, by default, all of our components are server components. So we have to go ahead and tell it explicitly where it needs to use the client rendering. Okay, so in this case, we're going to be using the loading.tsx. So loading.tsx, we're going to go ahead and pop this in right now and use our code snippet like so. Feel free to pause the video and copy that out if you need to. Okay, so with that set now, we should be in a position where we can test out our studio backend. So now let's go to localhost /studio and let's see what happens. Now, I already know what's gonna happen, but I wanna show you how we're gonna handle it. So at this point, we should be loading the studio up right now. So we're gonna go ahead and wait for it to load. And let's see what happens. So in this case, you can see we've got our loader. This is the loading.tsx file. And then you've got this. To access your content, you need to add the following URL as a cross-origin request, cause origin to your Sanity project. So they made it really easy. All we have to do is click continue. This will take us to the Sanity.io manage page. And at this point, you can see I'm at my page. And as you can see, you should have the boosted free plan if you use the Sunny coupon code. Okay, so the first link in the description to go ahead and get that. We're going to click on add cause origin. All right, and now you can see we basically have allowed it to go ahead and, get this through. So this is the awesome part. this is where we have authentication. Now, you probably were wondering, well, the studio looks great and all, but what if somebody just went to /studio and they want to update all the information on my blog and they say, you know, I suddenly like coding in C++, right? Which is not true. But how do you protect against that? So here we have the Sanity authentication handling this for us. So in this case, you can see the PuppetFam Content Studio is here. We can go ahead and log in to an account that we have authorized beforehand. So Sanity, if we go to the sanity.io/manage, right? And we go to our project. So let's go ahead and see for ourselves. Here we've got the Next.js Sanity blog. You can see members right here. Now, as you can see, you can add in project members, right? And in this case, we've got an unlimited number of members that we can actually add. And at this point, they can then log in with the provider that you've set up. So if we go ahead and click Google, I'm going to log in to my account right now. So it's popped up with my Google prompt. I'm going to log into puppereact.team. And now, just like that, we should get access if I've been granted it. So this is perfect. This is what we wanted to see. And as you can see, guys, this is on our actual Next.js app. So this is localhost 3000 /studio/desk, right? So literally we are at the studio, we are on our own Next.js app. This is amazing, right? This is really, really powerful. Don't underestimate this. So at this point, we can go ahead and create our posts, our authors, our categories, and so forth. So if I was to create a post now, you can go ahead and enter in all the information, all that good stuff, and it will come up here. Now, what I'm going to do now is I've already pre-populated this information. It spent a lot of time pre-populating it. You can go ahead and pre-populate it yourself just by simply going out and popping in a title, slug, for example, and then you can put in the author, main image, categories, and so forth, and then click publish, okay? But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna replace the project ID with the ID that I've already basically pre-populated the data for. So nothing will change in that regard. It's simply gonna go ahead and allow us to basically get a shortcut into not having to pre-populate all the information again. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change it to a different project ID right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and replace this right now. I'm changing my project ID. I am restarting my application. And now on my website, you can see I have a pre-populated PuppetFam Content Studio up and running. Okay, so nothing else changed, just the data, because it's now connected to a different app. So in this case, you can see I've got all this information right here. So we've got, you know, the Sanity Studio. And again, at this point, you could have just paused and added in your own information, your categories, and so forth. And it's super easy to go ahead and do it. If there wasn't one available, you simply click on add. You can create a new one at that point. It pops it open. It's super easy. You create a new category, publish it, add it there, done. Right? But something to be careful of is try not to leave these empty like this. Right? If you have got this, make sure you remove it. So you've got a clean set, and then you click publish, done. Okay. So that's great. Now we've got our dummy data set up, we've got our Sanity backend embedded, and then we're ready to go ahead and hook the front end up. So now you can see we've got the front end and we've got a protected backend, right? All running on Next.js server components. So let's go ahead and customize this to make this look a little bit nicer. So right now, I want it to look something like this. Now that looks a lot better, right? Where I've got my colors, my theming, rather than just this, right? This is a bit like meh. Right? I want it to look like that. Look at the difference between that and that. This has got branding behind it, right? The PuppetFam Content Studio, it's nicer. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how to just go ahead and do that. So first things first, we need to go ahead and create a theme file, right? So the theme file, very, very simply, I'm just going to go and pop this on the side. We'll close all my files. Head to package.json level. I'm just going to create at the top level called theme.ts, right? And this is going to need a few things from my Sanity dependencies. So I'm going to need something from the build legacy theme, right? Now, in this case, what I've done is I've already got a few prompts, and I did get this from an example online, but I just customized it as I needed. So these are just CSS variables. My white correlates to a white, my black correlates to a slightly gray, because you shouldn't really be using like pure black, pure white. In this case, I'm using pure white, but gray is a lot more easier on your eye, contrasting. And that's why you notice VS Code isn't a black background, right? And then we've got the PuppetFam brand color, awesome stuff. And then red, yellow, green, okay, great. Then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and pop in my theming that I've gone ahead and set up beforehand. So I just need you to go ahead and have a look at the code that I've popped out now. So at this point, you can pause it. Feel free to write this out. Again, all the code that you see right here will be it's actually available on the Puppa GitHub repo in the description. So you can feel free to check that out as well, okay? And now you can see, look at this beautiful stuff, right? So this is going to basically correlate to the stuff that you're going to see over here. We just have to simply connect it, right? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and hit save. And simply what is happening here is it's using the props from here to go ahead and predefine those values. And so you can change your color theming up here and it will basically handle it accordingly. So at that point, you go to sanity config, and now we need to basically tell it to use that, okay? So I'm going to zoom back in again. So I'm going to say theme is my theme, and my theme, and this theme I'm going to import from the directory that we just created. Now as soon as I hit save, let's see what happens to the colors. Now we've got a nice little color scheme, right? So now you can see the colors are on par with what we did, right? So you can feel free to customize those colors, play around with it, you know, have a look and literally go as far as you want in that regard, right? So at that point, that's already looking a bit better. Right, we have the colors behind it. Now we want to customize these top elements. So I'm going to show you how to customize 2 of the components that we can customize. There are so many ways you can customize. You can literally change everything about this to make it completely bespoke, but I'm just going to go ahead and add in 2 things that I think are cool. One, I'm going to add in this custom logo component, and then I'm going to add in this top nav studio bar component. And again, remember, if you haven't already, check out the University of Code for daily coding problems and challenges, right? Given by yours truly, right? So check it out if you haven't already. So we're going to build this out, right? So pop in back over to our code. We're going to go and say studio, and then we're going to pass in an object. And then here, what we're going to say is if I press Control Spacebar, you can see I got components. And then inside of components, Control Spacebar allows us to see what we can replace, right? So this is some of the things we can replace. So in this case, I'm going to have a logo, which is going to eventually belong to a logo component that we're going to create. And then I'm going to have a nav bar, right? Which is going to go to something which we're going to create as well called Studio Navbar. Okay, so let's create these 2 components right now, hook it up to our studio, and then we're nearly done for the studio, right? Yes, we have to still go ahead and configure the preview, but we'll get to that later. So Command B, now what I need you to do is go ahead and create a folder called components. Okay, inside of components, I'm going to ask you to create a new file, and in that file, we're going to call it the studio navbar.tsx, right? RFCE, bam. Right, now we've got the studio navbar, and I always get the question, you know, Sonny, you don't need import React anymore. Yes, you don't. It's just my snippets tool that I use automatically does it. So that's why we end up having it. All right. So in this case, we've got the studio navbar. We are going to need the link component from Next.js link, right? So that's going to be needed very shortly. And we are going to need some icons from hero icons. So eventually here we have a few things like this backwards icon, right? So I'm going to need this, the hero icons to be installed into our dependency anyway. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to head over to heroicons.com. And here we get some beautiful Tailwind CSS icons that we can go ahead and install. So this is how I search for things. I can go to the documentation to then go ahead and show me how to install it. So what we're going to do right now is to go to here, and I'm going to just copy that because I'm using yarn. And then I'm going to pop in Command J, go to my second terminal, and I'm going to paste it in. So yarn, add hero icons React. Awesome. Right, so now with that bit done, we can start importing what we need. So in this case, I'm going to import a solid arrow. So as you can see here from the solid variant, so you've got different variants, outline, solid. I'm going to do the solid variant, arrow, U-turn, left icon. Okay, so that's it. We've got everything we need. The dependencies are installed and so forth. Now what I need to do is firstly, just to get it previewed up on the page, head back over to my sanity config. Firstly, save that file, config. Let's go back over here, and I'm just going to import my studio navbar, and I'm just going to comment that one out for a second. Okay, now as you can see, my studio navbar is at the top. Right now you can see it got rid of everything, which is not ideal, right? We still needed all of this stuff. We still need the desk, the vision, all of that. So how do we keep that? Well, the first things first is we want to render the default behavior. Okay, so inside of the studio navbar, we do get some props. Now we haven't got the prop typing definitions yet, or as I'm aware of. So in this case, we are going to do the forbidden cast to any, right? So in this case, we're going to cast to any. And then what I want you to do is first things first is just pop in a props.render default. Render default, right? Props. and then you're going to basically pass that through. Now, what this is basically doing for us is it's going to allow us, and what you can do here to clean things up is you can go ahead and just destructure this to render default and then do that. But we actually needed the props object, which is why I left it like this. Okay, so now if we hit save, you can see it renders the default, and then we can still have whatever we want on the top. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to have a div at the top, and then first thing I'm going to have a link which says go to website. So it's going to be a link which goes to the home page, and then we're going to have a link and it's going to say go to the website. Right, and now what we're building right now is this backward button over here. Right, someone says, can I make login and sign up using Sanity? We just did it basically, effectively, yes. Right, now for this link, we're going to go ahead and give it a bit of styling. So here I'm going to say class name, and we're going to say the text should be a nice Pupafam color. So in this case, I'm going to use a Pupafam color. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply pop in the coloring itself. So in this point, bam. Now I've got the text for the Pupafam color flex, and I'm going to item center it, hit the refresh button. We should see it comes into a nice little orange color. Okay, now next up, I'm going to have the arrow U-turn with a bit of styling. So we are using Tailwind CSS styling right here to go ahead and configure what we're after. So height of 6, width of 6, text is going to be the color of the Pupafam, a margin right of 2. Now, as you can see, that's a lot better. That's not nicer. And for the overall div, we're going to say it's a flex, items are centered on the axes, justify space between them, and give it a padding of 5. Okay, and do a little refresh, and just like that, now we should have a bit more spacing at the top, and that looks a lot nicer to what we're after. Right, so in this case, already looking beautiful. And if I click this now, it will take me back to the home page. Great. Right, and it's using our nice little Next.js link component to go ahead and accomplish that. Now for the right side, this is more for just to showcase how you can go ahead and have, you know, something like this on the screen, but this is not that important for you to go ahead and do. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop in my snippet that I have here to showcase how. The main emphasis there is that if you haven't already checked out the University of Code, then what are you doing? Go check it out. Okay, so we're going to pop it inside of that div, sorry. And in this case, what am I freaking out about? I think I have actually gone too far. There we are. Yeah, I got one div too many. All right, so I'm going to pop in a div there. There we are. Okay, so in this case, hit a refresh, and all this is doing right now is it's hiding it on the phone, but on a medium screen and above, it's going to show that that container, and then inside of it, we've just got a nice little link that takes you to the University of Code. So make sure you check it out if you haven't already, and there you go. Right, that's how you can do it. So the main emphasis of that was to show you that you can customize this however you want. You can have a custom header, custom, you know, logo. In this case, that's what we're going to do next. So now we've got our custom little header assigned. We're going to go ahead and hit save and close this out. I want to do the final step, which is the custom logo. Okay, so for the logo, same steps. Command B, we're going to go into our components, create a logo.tsx file, RFCE, nice. And now here we're going to do the same principle, right? So we have our props at the top. In this case, we're going to pop in our props, and just for these components, we're just going to do a slight little basic props any. Yes, I know it's forbidden. Until we get the prop type definitions from Sanity, I will do it that way. Right, so we've got the render default title, and we might already have it, to be fair, but in this case, I couldn't find them. Right, so at that point, now we're going to customize this. So I've done something very simply here. I've gone ahead and just put a image tag, and yes, you can completely make this a next image tag, and that would work like perfect, in fact. Right, so in fact, let's just do it. Right, I know I'm going to get killed for that otherwise. We're going to do a width and a height of 50, a height of 50, and then I'm going to say object contain, or object cover, let's do, right? And then we've got the image, and this is going to freak out, and we're going to say if we've got the render default object, then we're going to go ahead and render default, just like so. And in fact, I don't think we actually need that anymore, right? So we've got our overall div, and the div, we're just going to make a simple flex box. So it's going to be flex, items, center, space, x of 2, there, right? Now, as you can see, if we refresh and we go back to our, I don't think I've actually imported it from my config, have I? No, I don't think I did. So if we go back to my Sanity config, here we are. I need to import it from components/logo. Now it's worth mentioning as well, anything in the components folder is actually a server component by default as well. Something I didn't know until very recently. There you go. All right, so same rules apply for those. All Right, now we're going to go ahead and see, we see this error. This is what I was expecting. Now what we need to do is, because we're using the Next.js image tag, we have to whitelist the domain and that we're pulling the image from. So in this case, we have to go to our next config, sorry. Go over here and we have to simply type in images, domains, and we're simply going to add in links.popreact.com. And we're then going to go ahead and go to our server, restart the server, yarn dev to restart everything up again. And now what we should see on our server is that we have whitelisted that URL and we should be able to pull images from that domain. So hitting refresh, and we should now have a custom logo, which looks exactly like the one that we previously had on our website. So we should see this right now. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So, okay, let's just refresh. And that's definitely not looking right. So there we are. Nice. And the image pops in and beautiful. That's it. We have our own custom image. Look at that. Looks great. We have the whole thing is by default is mobile responsive. In this case, you see we're using all of their layouts. So look at that, it works on the phone. So even if you're on your phone, Sanity Studio on the embedded version, you can literally go to your website, go to /studio, authenticate yourself with your Google login, and then bam, you can update your blog from your phone wherever you are in the world, hit publish, and it just works, which is so nice, right? So nice. So that is the Sanity Studio configuration done. We will be adding in the preview tab shortly, but in this case, it's time to jump over to the front end and start building things out over on that side. So localhost 3000, time to move over to this side of things. First, before we kick that off, we're going to have a quick water break, open up the app.page.tsx, and this is where we'll start. So that's yeah, that's pretty cool. And now let's go ahead and head over to our next step. So what I first want to do is, you can see we've got our page here and we've got a studio here. Now, what we can do in Next.js 13 is we can actually compartmentalize these. If, for example, we wanted a custom layout over here, and if we wanted a custom layout over there. And the reason why this might be important is because I might not want my, my header on my website, for example, this header. Notice how the header that you're about to see is not on my studio. So this section over here is not on my studio, but it could be if I was to add it here right now, because it would automatically get added to my studio. So how do we fix this problem in the new Next.js 13 layouts? So I will show you how to do this. Now, a lot of you are saying I'm getting some errors. Yes, you will get the errors because it's pretty tricky sort of, stuff. So take your time, check out the code repo if you need to, and just debug. That's what debugging is for, okay? So in this case, we've got the, we're going to go ahead and add something in called the group routing, right? I believe it's called the group routes. So now what we're going to do is, inside of the app, I need you to pay very close attention. We're going to create 2 folders. Now, by using parentheses, this does not affect the root at all. So we're going to have a user folder and we're going to have a admin folder. Okay. So these, oops, not there. We're going to have, get rid of that folder. Damn it. Get rid of that one. Yes, get rid of that. So now inside of the app folder, I want to create a admin. Yeah, so now we've got admin and user. These do not correlate to /admin or /user. They're simply, because of the parentheses, we basically omit that. So this does not affect the root. Instead, what we can do now is I can put, for example, the page in the user. Okay. And now, as you can see, okay, no, don't do that. Yeah, so we've got the page in the user. Yeah. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put the studio in the admin. And notice how, and we're going to update the imports, yes. And then you're going to make sure you've actually updated all your imports, hit a refresh and make sure you're not getting any errors. Okay, so now what we should see is if we've got this nice higher sort of, level of setting things up. Now let's just double check. We've got an error here for the loading. So let's go over to loading.tsx and see what the hell's going on. So can't resolve the loading.tsx in. Okay, so now at this point, when you do this, you just have to basically kill your server and restart, because you have moved so many files around that it can sometimes screw things up. Okay, so hit a refresh and you're good, right? Head over to /studio. Notice how none of my URLs changed because of this new group routes, right? So this allows us to sort of separate our app into different areas, but not affect where the sort of the routing logic appears, right? So this doesn't affect the routing logic if you've got parentheses. So you see, we're still at /studio, even though it's an admin. Because of those parentheses, we protect the root. Okay, so that's great. Now what I want to do is I want to have 2 separate layouts. Okay, so the first one is, there's two options in this case. You can either have a parent layout and then you can have sub layouts, or if I was to have a layout, for example, inside of my user, what you'll find is this works, okay, but it's gonna, firstly, we have to change this to actually have it that it goes outside to reach my styles, which is because now it's inside of a folder. That works. But if I was to go into /studio now, this will likely complain because we don't actually have our layout folder configured. Do you see this? We get this horrible mess, right? And this is because we actually need to create a studio, a layout for that as well. So I'm going to copy my layout, go into my admin, and I'm going to just create I've already got a layout here. So it's already created one for me. Yeah, that's it. And instead what we want to do is go and we just need to copy our import statements. That way we've got our CSS over here. Now you're probably wondering, Sonny, that's the same file. What the hell have you done? Right. Well, in this case, first, we don't need the head there. That's fine. But instead now, this allows us to customize anything below these two roots in a different manner. Right, which is very important for the next step, because the user, I want to have all their roots always have this header in. So if I was to go into, for example, a blog like 0 to Full Stack Hero, for example, in this case, I want to have the header still here, and that's part of the layout. But if I was to have that in the overall thing, then you'd be seeing this inside of my studio. Okay, so that's why we have to eradicate that. So now we've got the setup that we initially need. We've got the admin, we've got the studio for the root, and then we've got the head layout. We've got the user, this is for the, and as you can see, because this is the first page.tsx at the highest level. If you think about it, these are kind of invisible folders. So really that's the home root. And then in here, if I had a folder called search, page.tsx inside of that, then it would be /search, yeah. So in this case, great, okay. So now what I can do is we're going to actually create our headers, right? So perfect stuff. So we're going to open up our components folder. And the first thing I want to do is create the header, right? So I like to always start with the headers because it makes a lot of sense, right? So just for the user layouts, we're going to have a header and then we're going to have a banner, right? So for the header, I'm going to simply go into our components, create a header.tsx. So RFCE, we've got our header over here. We can get rid of this to clean things up. Now inside of here, all I need two things. I need the link and the image component itself. So I'm just going to pop that in right now. And then for the header itself, I'm going to go ahead and change this to be a header like so. And then we're going to have a div. In fact, we're going to have two divs, right? So we're going to have two sort of parents here. And these divs are going to correlate to this left section over here. And I'm going to open up my screen brush right now. And then a lot of you ask all the time, what is that thing you're using to draw on the screen? It is called a screen brush, in fact. So I've got my left-hand side div on my right-hand side, and then we're simply going to do a flex justify between to allow it to automatically configure what the space is between them. Okay, so in that case, we've got the pub fam, and then the top div, we're going to go ahead and say, so first, let's do that. So let's just say for the header, we're going to say flex items between, item center, sorry, so the center on the y-axis, justify between, so they're spaced out automatically from on the x-axis, space between them if it ever gets to a small screen of 2, make them bold, make all the text bold by default, padding x of 10 and a padding y of 5. Right, so this is, we go ahead and hit refresh. And now a lot of people are asking, how do I get these sizes? I'm using the Tailwind IntelliSense, right? So in this case, firstly, for the snippets, it's this one right here, ES7 Redux snippets. And then for Tailwind, it's this one right here. So you're just going to type in Tailwind, you've got Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, so I hope that helps you guys out. Now, with that said, we've got the sort of top section down. So we've got to put in the first div, I'm going to have a link with an image tag, and then I'm going to say the Papa Fam. So I'm going to pop that in right now. So a link that goes back to the homepage, an image tag with a width and height of 50, the class name rounded 4 to make it circular, an image of the Papa Fam, and the alt tag, which is required now by default. And then we've got a H1 tag saying the Papa Fam outside of that. For this div, I'm going to make it a flex. So it's going to be flex item center, and then I'm going to space them with an X value of 2. Okay. So in this case now, I want to go back to my layout. Okay, so remember the layout right here, and I'm going to pop in my header in replace of that component. And if we go ahead and do that, now you can see I've imported it, and we can see that's still a server component, by the way, right? So it's a server component, and we got a little nasty error there, which we're going to fix in just a second. Okay, so that is actually because I didn't put it in the body, my bad. right? So it should be in the body like so. Oops, body, it should be header like this, okay? And then we're going to put the banner in the body like so. Okay, so don't make that mistake. That's why you're getting that, right? So the children is what's in page.tsx and below. The header is always going to show now for that section. And notice how, again, I will emphasize this point, as our studio root and anything below the admin folder doesn't have its own separate layout. We don't actually abide by that, so we don't have to have the header. So we've got a custom one for that. So you see no header in here. Right, but for our one on the user roots, we've got it, because that was actually new to me when I was getting started with this, and that's incredibly powerful, and you can have as many as you want. Okay, right, so we've got the header in place. Now we're going to go ahead and pop in the banner. Okay, so the banner is next. So for the banner, oh sorry, I'm not even finished with the header yet, I'm jumping ahead. So the second div, let's go ahead and pop in a simple link which says sign up to the University of Code. So in this case, it's going to be a link, and this will just simply go to the University of Code. So I actually have that link somewhere around here. So I'm just going to quickly grab that, and then it'll make it a bit easier for me. There we go. Okay. So in this case, grab that link, pop it in there, and there you go. Sign up to the University of Code. And I've got a bit of styling here just to simply go ahead. And it's a bit of responsive styling. So remember, all the rules are by default mobile, and then only when we hit a medium size or any breakpoint, we should apply those sizes accordingly. Okay, so at this point now, if I was to simply hit a refresh, we've got this nice kind of top section right there. So if we refresh, you can see the error goes away. That's perfect, right? Looking really nice so far. And that button takes us over to the University of Code. So on your blog post, you can push to whatever you want. In this case, I'm pushing you to transform your new level of coding. In this case, so many people, we've already got 1,000 members inside of this University of Code. So if you're not here, you are missing out on the best damn coding challenges every day, right? I promise you that. Right, so in this case, bam, we've got to sign up to University of Code. And then we're going to add in the banner next. So the banner is actually going to be resemblant of this section right here. So the banner is this section over here. Okay, this is going to be a responsive element. So as you can see, we've got the banner there. So now what I'm going to do is go to my layout. So let's go to user layout like so. And I'm going to go ahead and create a banner component. And as you can see, I haven't got this created yet. So we're going to go to our components, banner.tsx, go back over here, RFCE, get rid of the React. We don't need that anymore. Then make this full screen for a second, pop this on the right hand side, go to our layout for the user, and we're just going to import this component that we have over here. Hit save, close that, and now we can go ahead and do that. I just want to emphasize what we are actually doing in a visual sense, right? Now for the banner, same principle, right? No different. We've got a div inside of it and then a p tag. So in this case, we've got the div here, and this is going to have a welcome to every developer's favorite blog in the Devosphere, and then we've got this new product features on the right. And remember, it's a flex row in a large screen, but a flex column on a small screen, so that way it's nice and responsive. So in this case, the first div will resemble that first section, and then the p tag afterwards will resemble the product features. In fact, I'm just going to pop in the styling for the p tag right off the box. So in this case, we've got our p tag with a bunch of styling, text gray, max width as well, so that way it doesn't get too big. And then for this div, we're going to have an H1 and an H2 tag. And I'm going to span in a bit of styling as well. Right, so in this case, you can see I've got an H1, which is 7XL. I'm going to hit refresh over there. So there you go. You've got 7XL, Sunny's Daily Blog. We've got an H2 saying, welcome to every developer's favorite blog. And then around every developer's, I've just spanned an underline. So as you can see here, it spans the underline. So firstly, something's looking horrible here. So let's go over to our page.tsx, and we don't need this anymore. We can get rid of this. It's an empty page. As you can see, it's not empty. What's really happened here is it's abided by the layout, and it's going ahead and pulling in the layout. Then you can render whatever you want on the page. So technically, it simplifies your code a hell of a lot once you get used to it. Right? So I love it. I really love Next.js 13, the way it works. I highly recommend anyone starting a project does it right out the box to learn how it works. Okay, but the banner's not finished yet. Right? It's almost there. It's not finished yet. So for the overall surrounding div, I want to ignore that one. It's going to be this div that I need to style. So this should be a flex div. We're going to do a flex column, and then on a large screen, flex row. Okay, so that's the first thing I told you guys about. Okay, and then I want to make it on the large screen a space on the x-axis of 5, so that way they get spaced out a little bit more. So in this case, you can see that's pretty good. They've got a little bit of gap between them. Justify between, so that way they use up that space as we get bigger apart. That's good. And then I also want to do something. I'm going to do a font bold I want to say padding on the x-axis of 10, padding on the y-axis of 5, and a margin bottom of 10 as well. Okay, and just like that, you can see that that looks immediately a lot better, right? So great, right? So that's looking pretty nice. And look at it, just very small little tweaks make a website, right? So the font being bold, a few things like that, absolutely incredible, right? So it just really starts to come to life when you start adding these things in. So we've got the banner looking pretty nice so far. Next up, we have the, we're gonna create the blog list, right? So before we do the blog list, we have to address something. So for this page, what we can do with Next.js and Sanity is on Next.js, we have something called preview mode. When you enable preview mode, it allows, frameworks like Sanity or backend platforms like Sanity to actually leverage that header or that cookie that's been set on the preview mode header in Next.js, and it allows us to basically go ahead and give a preview of what is unpublished on your Sanity backend. So what we can do here is really, really nice. We can actually set up two API endpoints, one that allows us to enter preview mode, one which allows us to exit preview mode. Once we enter preview mode, Sanity can then go ahead and stream in the data that is even unpublished, but you've got in draft state on your Sanity content platform. This is crucial because think about it, in production, so let's imagine you're writing a new article. You don't want to just publish it and then keep updating it while everyone's able to read it. You want to actually be able to preview it, see how it looks, see how it feels on the website. Does it read well? Get people to check it, get people to author it, all that kind of stuff. And then when it's perfect, you want to publish it. So this is what preview mode is ideal for. I'm going to show you how to implement it right now. So first things first, we need to create a Sanity client, right? So in this case, we're just going to pause here for a second because we need to do that right now. So right now we are implementing the preview mode. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reduce this now. So I'm going to create a lib folder at the top level. So package.json, I'm going to create a lib folder, and this is like a utils folder, no different, right? First things first, I'm going to create a sanity.client.ts file. Consider this as the setup for everything that we're going to need. So first thing I'm going to do is import the create client and go ahead and get my project ID, my data set, which in this case would be the production, and the API version. So that's great. We've got those things. Next thing I'm going to do is export a variable called the client. We're going to use the variables above to go ahead and pull these in. Okay, now for the CDN, you can, once you go ahead and deploy this, you can use a CDN if you would like to. Okay, so you can go ahead and do something like, if it's a local host, then go ahead and do, you can have a ternary operator, say if there's a Vercel URL, then true. Otherwise, if it's localhost, then false. Really up to you. In this case, just for the demo purposes, I'm going to say false. Okay, so great stuff. We've got our client down. Then we're going to go ahead and create a sanity.preview.ts, right? And this is going to be a configuration file that helps us out with getting up that preview mode up and running. Again, all of this can be found on the website as well. Okay, so don't freak out if it's not there. It's actually all in the Next Sanity documentation. So if we go all the way up to Next Sanity and we do Next Sanity preview, you'll see that we get all of the code here to go ahead and get things set up. For example, that's what we just did a second ago. This is now the preview.js, right? TS in this case. So we're going to import, we're going to firstly convert it to a client-side component. Then we're going to go ahead and define, pull in our variables that we need. And then I'm going to create a helper function called onPublicAccessOnly. Right, so this is going to be used if it's just going to throw an error saying if you're not logged in, you should get that error. Okay, so and then if we don't have the project ID or the data set, we're going to throw another error saying check your sanity JSON or inf file. And then if all of that is good, we're going to export a little helpful hook called use preview. And we do this by basically invoking a define preview function and passing in the above. All right, so what this is doing is basically just setting things up. So when I finally pull in this use preview hook, what it should then do is it should allow me to go ahead and make queries to my endpoint. So for example, my Sanity database backend, and basically get all of the information, including the information that is in the draft state, not published state. Because remember, a CMS platform is a content management system, which means that you can have information which is published and it's immediately updated, and you can have information which is in a drafted state as well, which is crucial for this kind of platform to work, right? So that's great. And now what we're going to do is create the API endpoint. So as I mentioned, we need to be able to enable and disable this preview mode. So enable to do this, what we have to do is go to our pages API. And I'm going to delete the current hello.ts file in just a second, but I usually like to use that as a reference. So in this case, we can just go ahead. Well, in this case, we don't need it. We're going to delete it, right? So inside of API, so pages API, we still have to use the pages API for the API at the moment, right? Inside of that, I'm going to create a file called preview.ts. And this will correlate to our website /API/preview.ts. And what I want you to do is simply pop in the following. Okay, so this is what we need to put in here. And now what this does is this is going to allow us to basically handle the request that comes in. We're going to go ahead and set the response. We're going to set preview data to an empty object. You can actually pass in a token here if you've got authentication, that kind of stuff. We're going to redirect the user back to the home page, right? And then we're going to go ahead and basically send back the response. Okay, so that is basically the first thing. And then the second thing is we need a way to exit the preview once we're done, right? And the main thing really to notice here, guys, is, get rid of that. The one thing to notice here is that we're setting preview data, right? So setting the preview data means that every time a request comes in, it will see that, hang on a minute, you're in preview mode because we have preview data. Even though it's an empty object, it's still preview mode. There's still something there. It's not null, okay? So now we're going to say exit preview. So exit preview. .ts, and you're going to be mind blown, I promise you, when this works, right? Exit.ts. Now in this case we're going to have the similar function, so we're going to go ahead and handle it, and we're going to say clear the preview data, then redirect them. So no different except this, right? Now I want you to pay attention to something. If we go back to the Sanity documentation, again, I have not made this up, it's all here. They have pros and cons as to what you should be using and why you might want to use it and so forth, and then it will show you how to go ahead and implement it. So I'm going to show you how now we take that information we just went ahead and did, and we go ahead and set things up. So if we want to test this out, if I go to /API/preview, you can see it just redirected me back to the home page. If I go to /exit preview, it redirected me to the home page. That's great. That means it worked, right? Trust me, it worked. We can test it in just a short amount of time, right? So now what we're going to do is open up our editor, and we are going to go to our user page.tsx. Okay. Now this is where all the magic starts to happen, right? So first thing we now need to do is we need to go ahead and check if we're in preview mode. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, first things first, we actually have this nice little helper function in Next.js called preview data from Next.js headers, right? So remember, when I entered preview mode, I set that data. So what I can now do is I can say if there's preview data, then I'm in preview mode, right? Else, or in fact, we can just go ahead and do this because we're going to return anyway. We can say I am not in preview mode, or just say the home page, right? So just say not in preview mode. All right, so I want to test this out now. So we're not in preview mode right now. Let's go ahead and go to localhost /API/preview mode. Preview mode, hey, awesome stuff. Someone says, will this stream be available? Yes, it will. /API exit preview mode. Bam, they're out of preview mode. So now we have a nice toggle that works based on our API response. We can now pair this with the specific thing that we need to do to go ahead and allow us to basically stream in data from Sanity's backend before it's published. How the hell do we do that? I'll show you, don't worry. Okay, so at this point, what we need to do is we need to create a query firstly. So first things first, we need to create a Grok query. Okay, so we need to install the Grok or import the Grok module from Next Sanity. Grok is again the query language we use to basically fetch. So it's similar to SQL, but it's basically the GraphQL alternative in Sanity's world, right? So then what we're going to do is we're going to say export const Grok with backticks, and this is how we go ahead and do it, right? So we've got a backtick right here, and we're not actually going to export that. We're just going to have it as a const. Right, and then here what we want to do is we're going to create a query. Now in Grok, right, there's tons of documentation on how you can go ahead and query database stuff online, but in this case I'm just going to show you how we do it in a very simple matter over here, right? So in this case we're going to have a Grok, and I would recommend you have the Grok I think we have the Grok. Yeah, there we are. Sanity IO developer tools. Enable these. It allows you to have Grok syntax highlighting. Okay, so that's going to help you out a bit. So we're going to have grok backtick, not normal quote, backticks, right? Then we're going to say, get me all of the posts which are of type post. And then, so this means all of type post. And then we're just going to select, similar to how we do it in GraphQL, all the fields. But as author and categories are references, this will expand those references and get me the full information. Then we're going to go ahead and say order them by creator. So this is called piping. We're basically piping the result of this, and we're ordering it by created at descending. Right, so all of this information is basically provided when we set things up using the schema that we had in the initial beginning. So now we have our query that we can basically pull. And if you want to check this out, see if I'm not lying, simply at this point go to your, let's go ahead and go to localhost/studio. And I will prove to you that this is exactly what it is, right? So if we go to our post, or in fact, let's go to the Vision plugin. And now what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to go ahead and pop in this right here. And I'm going to hit enter. And as you can see, I get all of my response, right? So this is really nice. We actually have the response come back. And as you can see now, if I didn't have this, right? If I didn't have the expansion here, so this means expand it. And even for categories, as it's an array, we have to expand all the array elements. So instead, if I got rid of that author, I just want to show you what happens right now. It will simply give me back a reference, which means that it's basically like a join to another area of the table. So in order to expand that, to get the data out, we add in the expansion. And now you can see it gives me the entire information back. So that's how we do it, right? So in this case, that's great. That's ideal. That's what we want. We can now use that. Okay. So first things first, after this, if we basically are in preview mode, I'm going to handle it one way. And if we're not in preview mode, I'm going to handle it another way. If we're not in preview mode, so if we're in preview mode, we won't even get past this bit. So we're going to say const posts equals await, right? Client. And we're going to import our client from our lib file that we created earlier. Client.fetch query. Okay. And remember, because we have this right here, we have to make our function asynchronous. And we can do that because we are now in server components with Next.js 13, right? So if we're not in preview mode, it's going to go ahead and fetch this stuff, right? So in this case, I can actually show you this. So I'm not in preview mode right now. So if I was to go ahead and console log, if I was to go ahead and console log all of the posts and I hit a refresh, you will see I get a huge amount of, all the information come through on the server. And the reason why it's not coming out over here is because remember, it's server component. It's rendered on the server. So that means the console logs are also on the server. You won't get any console logs over here. Nothing, see? Empty, right? So at this point now, we are going to handle the preview data, right? So what we need to do is create something called a preview suspense, right? Preview suspense is going to be a component, and this is very simple to do. All we need to do is go over to our files, head over to our components, and we're going to create something called a preview suspense component.tsx. And inside of here, we're simply going to go ahead and pop in the following. Now, this is only a temporary solution from Next until they basically patch the modules that way it supports Next.js 13 out of the box, right? Until we get that sorted, we would have to basically go ahead and manually have the use client tell it as a server component wrapper, right? But then we can go ahead and use our suspense wrapper. Again, if you're interested in anything about suspense or you're confused, that Next.js 13 video, which will be linked up right now on the screen, is the video you need to watch because I explain how suspense boundaries work in Next.js 13. So heading back over to our page, right? So in this case, go to our user page, right? So here, what we now need to do is import the preview suspense from the component library, right? So in this case, we've got our preview suspense. I'm now going to wrap our preview suspense like so, okay? And it's probably, you're probably wondering what the hell's going on here. Well, in fact, firstly, we need to go ahead and wrap this like so. Just put a div 1. This requires a fallback, that's why, right? So in this case, this requires a fallback. And all I'm going to do here is basically have a div with a p tag saying loading inside of it, okay? So let's go ahead and pop in our div, which is saying loading preview data right now, okay? Now, after that is down, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have and I've made a little mistake here because of, let's just double check. I got my code there. Everything looks fine. No. Okay. Yep. There we go. And then I've got my preview. There we go. Right, so inside of here now, I want to have a blog list, right? So what I now need to do is have a special version of my blog list. So this one is going to render out the blog list itself. So eventually what we'll have here is basically a component which is called blog list. Here what I need is something called a preview blog list. So it's basically going to be very similar, but it's going to be preview blog list. Okay, now this preview blog list is going to be created now. So we're going to go to our components, create preview blog list.tsx. Okay, now inside of our preview blog list, first thing we need to do is import a few things that we might need. First things first, convert it to a client-side component, right? Because we need to know if the user is mounted. This will be using that blog list component that I'll create in a second as well, right? Second thing is we're going to accept a few props. The first one is a query. Right, and the reason being is because when we pulled this in, you'll remember that if I go to my user page, remember that as we pull it in, we're going to basically be passing in the query like so. Right, so we're going to pass in the query like so. I'm going to then import this in to our app. So first, and then the final thing, sorry, is we're going to go ahead and do the following. So here you can see, if I show you, we've got a function called preview block list. This takes in our props. We destructure the props to get the query out of it, which I'm going to be passing through here. Then let's just firstly import that like so that we stop getting an error. There we go. And then as you can see now, we're going to use our handy preview hook. And in this case, the first value is no, but the second is the query that we pass in. And this preview hook is really awesome, right? The first one was a token. In this case, we don't need the token for authentication. We're just going to pass in query. This will give me the post, but it won't just give me the normal post. It will give me all the sanity posts which aren't actually published as well. So it'll give me all of the stuff which is, let's say, modified or not yet published from a get-go, and it will actually stream that into my app, right? So in this case, I've got loading posts, and you can actually do, I've just got this for debugging purposes. We don't need that right now. And then we're going to pass through the blog post like so. So this is essentially just a abstraction wrapper for the preview mode. So we actually need to create the blog post itself to see what's going on now. So first thing that we need to do is blog list.tsx. And then we're going to say RFCE, get rid of the React at the top. And this blog list will take in, as I mentioned before, take in posts, right? And we're going to have props, and we're going to go ahead and give in those types or props right here. So we're going to have a type definition of post, which resembles all of the array of posts that are going to come through. Okay. But first things first, let's just test something out. Okay. So firstly, we have to go ahead and import our blog list where we need it. So preview blog list is imported already. We go back to our home page and we can see that the blog list is not being used. So we're just going to say blog list. Let me just double check. In fact, here we don't even need any of this. We're just gonna say render me out straight up a blog list and pass the query or pass the posts in like so. Okay, like that. And as you can see, that's not complaining. That's good so far. If we go into blog list, we just simply have to give it a post, right? So let's go ahead and take a quick second to create our type definitions. I've already done the hard work here for you. We're going to create a typings.d.ts file. And this is for all of the custom type definitions that we're going to be writing throughout today's build. Now I'm going to show you basically an example of how we can just you can just follow my lead here. I've done the hard work of going into Sanity, checking what they build out. And there are actually libraries and plugins provided by Sanity, which do something called inference, where they can basically look at the schema and build out the type definitions. I haven't used that today, but it's something which is definitely worth checking out. Okay, so I don't want to disregard that. All right, so first things first, every type's going to have a base. It's going to have a created at ID, rev, type, and a revision, basically, and updated at. Right, and they're going to be strings. Then we're going to have a post, and the post is going to extend the base, so it's going to have all of these, plus it's going to have author, body, categories, main image, slug, title, and description. And then I've done the hard work for you for the rest of the fields. So these are all based off the schemas that were predefined for us. For example, the one that I'm about to put in is for the author, and all of these fields are basically gone ahead and mapped to my own sort of style here. So in this case, author extends base. Then this we've got block is for like rich text, for example. So I'm just going to go ahead and pop in a few of them like so, and you can feel free to pause the video or use the Puppet GitHub repo to get access to these type definitions as well. Right now for the block, we are simply going to go ahead and pop in things like that, like so. We've got span, category, and so forth. right? So in this case, let's pop these in as well. And then we've got the main image and the title, right? So I'm saving you a bunch of time just by popping these in. So now we've got all of our type definitions that we're going to need. I done that work manually, right? Basically to go ahead and figure out what's what, but you don't have to do that. You can save yourself the hassle. Okay, so you can pause the video, write that down as you need to. That's going to be your type definitions for this bit. As you can see now, we don't get the error because typing.d.ts is automatically imported in Next.js 13. Okay. So that's great. Now at this point, let's go ahead and set up our blog list component. So this has got a lot of moving parts to it. And in fact, what I want to show here is firstly, I want to console log the posts.length. And I want to show something here, okay? So when we are in preview mode, I want to see how much we're getting in terms of a response. Then I'm going to add in a drafted image, and then we're going to see what we get back as well, okay? So if I go in here, we should see like 9. So in this case, am I in preview mode? So let's exit preview mode, exit preview. And as you can see, I've still got 9, right? Because nothing is in draft state. So now what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to open up a separate localhost/studio. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I want to basically emphasize a certain point here. Okay, so I've got my studio on the left, I've got my app on the right, and I've got my terminal in the middle. So let's go ahead and add in, for example, another post. And this post is going to be a test, right? So I'm going to say test. It's going to generate test. The author is going to be, let's just put in as J. The image here, I'm going to go ahead and pop in an image right now. So I'm going to select an image, upload it just like so. I'm going to pop in something like my face. Okay. Categories. Let's go ahead and add an item. Let's simply pop in the YouTube category, publish that. That's fine. And just say hello world in the body. Okay. Now this is not published. Okay. This is not published. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do /API preview. And now once I'm in preview mode, guys, if I hit the refresh, you can see, look, oh, loading preview data. You can see my preview handler is working, guys, right? But notice something. Remember, when we have our preview mode, remember what we did previously? We actually had to make it a client component, which means the reason why I'm not seeing logs right now is because now we should be seeing 10 over here. There we go. So that means that it's showing everything plus that one drafted item that I just had. Okay, so that's actually perfect. It works. So that means that we now work. If we do exit preview, we will see 9 coming back over. Oops, API/exit preview. Now we should see our homepage rendered with 9. But as you can see, the proof in the pudding was that if I go ahead and do API preview, it goes ahead and simply has a loading preview data fallback as it loads the preview data. So that's amazing. Now, there is something I noticed. If you've got the React Dev Tools enabled, you're gonna have to disable it until they fix that. There's a little bug in there at the moment that I didn't have time to basically raise. I told the team about it, but right now the React Dev Tools are causing a bug with Next.js 13 server components and this sanity mechanism where it's streaming in, so you can't actually use the React Dev Tools with this. So simply uninstall or disable the extension temporarily while you get this sorted. Okay, but when you push to production, won't be an issue. So, and you can see I've not published that, right? So that's great. But if I was to publish it now what you'll see is when I hit refresh, we should have 10. If I exit preview mode, API exit preview, and look at that, 10, because I published it. And this is just because it hasn't refreshed, right? So you got to do a hard refresh sometimes. Look at that. After I published, it went to 10. So perfect stuff. It works. So let's carry on strong, guys. Let's get into a nice kind of enjoyable state. This is where it gets fun. We've got the blog list with the posts. And now I need to get this into this beautiful website with ISR, all this cool stuff. First things first, let's build out this right here, what you see. So first thing over here, we're gonna have a horizontal line with a border. And that is simply going to be like a strike through line. Now you're going to have to refresh your page after you add this in, because sometimes with Next.js 13 server components, the way that we actually go ahead and get that hot reloading mechanism, it doesn't always work the way that I expect it to. So you're going to find that same thing happens to you, right? Here we're going to have a div, and inside of here we're going to have all the posts. Okay, so how do you do a hard refresh? Just Command R. I'm just talking about a normal refresh, sorry. right? So inside of here now, okay, we are going to have a div, right? So this is going to resemble the div itself. Well, in fact, we're going to posts.map for every single post, right? And I have got an entire video about the mapping function. If you are watching the replay of this afterwards, around the video, there's going to be a pop-up on the screen that teaches you all about the ES6 mapping function. Make sure you check it out, right? So in this case, we've got a, we're going to have a div here, so a div, and the post is going to be the key for that div, because you should always have that. It's going to be post dot ID. So now you can see I get all of my IntelliSense. Beautiful. That comes back from Tailwind. And I'm telling you, this video is going to get to thousands. I'm telling you, right? So at this point, we've got the div. And then inside there, we're going to have a div with an image tag, right? So this is going to have an image tag inside of it. And this is going to be a Next.js image tag, like so. Okay, now this image tag, I'm going to go ahead and pass in the source. Now, what we need before I can use this image tag is the URLs that Sanity gives us back are special CDN URLs, which means they're cached on the Sanity network, but we need to have a URL that we can use and basically whitelist to go ahead and allow us to actually render it on the Next.js image component. So here's how we're going to do that. I'm going to create a helper function called URL4. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to basically convert the URL that comes back into a representable URL that can be passed into our image component that allows everything to work. So in order to do all of that, we need a helper function. So let's go into our lib, create a file called url4.ts. Inside of that file, we're going to go ahead and create the following. So I'm going to import the following dependencies. Client and image URL builder from Sanity image URL. This is slightly more modern than the previous approach that you might have seen, okay? So we've got a builder object. Then after that, we need to simply create a function and export that function, okay? And this image URL builder will simply allow us to basically return the value. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and have a URL that we can pass into our image component. So I'm going to hit save now. This helper function is what is going to allow us to have that magic, which passed in from the Sanity image URL module. Okay, so now I can import this into my application. And then you see here, this is the magic bit. So here we can do dot. And in fact, you can actually set that height, width, all this stuff on the CDN. So when it makes that request over at Sanity, you can actually change it to get you the image at a certain resolution. So the CDN is very powerful, right? So definitely check out what you can do with that image URL. In this case, we're just going to get the URL itself, and then we're going to allow our Next.js to do its thing. So at this point, we are going to get an error now. The reason why we're going to get an error is because we haven't gone ahead and whitelisted the CDN Sanity.io from our image directory. So we have to go ahead and whitelist it. So next.js, next configs, let's go to our next config.ts, and we're going to add it to the list of whitelisted images or domains, right? We then need to restart our server. So Control-C to cut the server, and then we're going to run it with yarn dev. Then we're going to go ahead and hide it. There we go. Nice. Right. And then we hit a hard refresh. So just Command R. And now what we should see is a huge image on the screen just flying in. That's because we've got a fill right now, which is not ideal. And it's definitely not doing what we want. Okay. So at this point, we now need to go ahead and get this into a state that I like. So we need to make the surrounding div a relative. So whenever you have a fill image, you want to make the surrounding div a relative. And then I'm going to say the width should be 4, the height should be of 80. Okay, let's give it a drop shadow. And in fact, I'm just going to pop in the rest of the styling to save us a bit of time. So I'm going to give it a drop shadow. And when we hover over it, I want it to animate the scale a little bit as well. So this is what the transform does. Let's hit a refresh. And as you can see now, if I hover over these, you can see nothing's happening because I've done group hover. Right, group hover means that the surrounding div would need something called a group. This just simply means that if I hover over any of the elements inside of this, it will count as a hover. So we have to first say group. I'm going to make it a cursor pointer, and then I'm going to say this will also be a flex column. Right. So now let's go ahead and see what this did. So if I hit refresh, you can see if I hover over it, look at that. Ooh, I get this nice like little growth effect, right? And these are all the images coming from the back end. That's the one I actually just recently added. Great stuff. Okay, so now we've got this looking like horrible, quite frankly. We have to get it looking much nicer. So next up, alongside the image, we are going to have another div. Okay, so alongside that image, we're going to have another div, and this div will simply have the following inside. We're going to have a div inside of there, and I'm going to have 2 p tags. Okay, the first p tag is going to have the post title. Okay, so this p tag, I'm going to replace it with the post title. It's going to be a font bold. Okay, the second p tag is going to be the date, basically the timestamp. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and replace this p tag with the following. So new date, passed in the created app, and I'm going to say to locale date string. I'm going to make it a US time string, and this is the formatting I'm giving for it. So this will give it a nice format, something like this, December 13th, 2022. All right, so let's say absolute, bottom 0. So I'm going to go ahead and say absolute. Now what we have to do here is a nice little trick, because I want to absolutely position this on top of the image and have this nice effect. So how do we do that? So we're going to say absolute bottom width 4. And then I'm going to give it a bit of styling. We'll say background opacity with a background color, drop shadow, and a few things in between, right? So let's go ahead and pop this. Where did I go? So here, and I'll explain what we're doing here. So what I've actually done here, but if I hit the refresh, let's just wait until it comes in. There we go. So what I've done there is I've added in a background color of black. I've given the background a blur. So you can see how it slightly blurs into the background. A background opacity of 20. That way you can just barely see through it. Rounded the corners off slightly. Drop shadow large. Text should be white. Padding of 5 and flexed it, right? So justify between, because eventually we're going to have these on the other side. Okay. So that's exactly what we've done here. Now, outside of that div, I'm going to have another div, right? So again, if you do find any of this very tricky, make sure you definitely go ahead and check out the Papa GitHub repo. All the code is currently available on there. I've actually already uploaded it. Right? So if you do get stuck and you need to resort to it, then go ahead and check it out. Right? So at this point, I'm going to have a div, and inside of that div, I'm going to have the category title. Okay. So that's going to have a category title inside of it. And this, I'm just going to style out accordingly. I'm going to have a background color of our Papa Fam color, and I'm going to have the text center and so forth. So just a few bit of basic styling things in order to give us that overall look. Now, in this case, you can see the categories pop up, but they're kind of ugly. I want to fix that. I want to say that they should be in a flex column fashion on the mobile view, but when we hit a medium screen or above, a flex row, right? And then I want to give it a gap of 2. Gap of 2 is a bit cleverer on the y-axis only, because it knows that if it's in the opposite orientation, it won't just have this random space like space x of 2, right? So on the medium screens, we're going to give it an x spacing, and then the items should be centrally aligned as well. Now, if we hit the refresh, we should see that that looks beautiful. Now it's got a bit of spacing between it, and on a larger screen, oops, what am I doing? Okay, on the larger screen, you can see it's in the vertical mode. That's perfect, right? So how the hell do I fix this nastiness right now? So this should look like this. Why doesn't it look like that, right? Well, we're almost there. Well, first things first is underneath all of this, right? We're going to go ahead and have, so right now where I have the category, outside of this div, 1, 2, 3. So outside of this div, we're going to have a div with 2 p tags inside of it. Okay, the first one is going to be the post title. Okay, the second one is going to be the post description. Hit save. Now what we should see, if we refresh the page, is we should see the test and a description underneath of it. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and style this accordingly. I'm going to say the margin top here should be 5, and this is going to be a flex 1 because I need this to take up majority of the space that we have left over. Right. Now here for the class names, I'm going to say that this should be an underline, text should be large, and it should be a font bold. Right. Then we're going to say that the text should be gray with a value of 500. Now, there is a slight issue. In some of these, you see it goes on to 3 lines, 4 lines, 5 lines, right? That can be too big for a preview. For a very basic preview, we might not want that. That's the problem. Right? So in this case now, you can see it's starting to look like this, but I want to have it cut off. So what we're going to use is something called the line clamp, right? So in this case, if I type in Tailwind CSS line clamp, you'll get an article that pops up called Tailwind CSS line clamp, right? Simply head down, it will show you how to install it. So we're going to install this into our project right now. Command J, go to our second terminal, simply pop in and say yarn add. We're going to add that in. Then we're going to go ahead and add it to our list of required plugins. So if I go into my Tailwind config on the side, now you can see inside of plugins, require it. And now just like that, we have access to the line clamp function. The line clamp function is awesome. Basically, I want to say here, it's going to clamp the line, so truncate it essentially, but you can do up to like 5 lines, up to 4 lines. We're going to say after 2 lines, that's enough, right? We should cut it. So now if I was to go ahead and do this, you can see nothing goes over 2 lines. It always does a ... Great, right? That's perfect. Now, the only final thing we need is the read post, right? So the read post is this little arrow right there. So for this one, I want to go ahead and where we've got our div outside of here, I'm going to have a p tag, and this is simply going to say read post. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to have the arrow right icon pop in at here with a bit of styling, very basic styling. We can import this from the top by doing the following. We can import it from the hero icons library, go back down, and a little bit of basic styling here to fix that out. So what I'm going to do is just a very simple bit of styling with a flex ruling, font bold, and when I hover over it, it underlines. Okay, in this case now you can see that when I hover over the entire group, see group hover, it underlines that. Now this is super hard to see what the hell is going on. So we have to go to the overall outside div, or actually the one surrounding the posts. And here is where I add in the magic. I'm going to say grid columns 1 on a mobile view. When we get to a medium size screen, I'm going to say grid columns 2 because we want to get to a bit of a bigger screen. Then what I'm going to say, the padding X should always be a value of 10. Right now it's touching the side 2 forward, right? Then it's going to say a gap of 10. So I want a gap of 10 between everything. I want the gap between the Y axes to be 16. So really I could have done gap X 10 there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm going to leave it. Gap Y axis and padding bottom of 24. So that way when you scroll down, you've got a little bit of breathing room after the last article. So let's go ahead and hit refresh. And this will make a huge difference now. Look at that. Oh, just a little bit of breathing room now. Right, and when I go into a bigger screen, look, oh, we get 2. And look at that. Oh, nice, right? That's clean. Okay. Right, so everything's looking very clean so far. But this still doesn't look right? Why is my main website restricted to a max width, but this looks a bit too wide, if anything? So how do I fix that? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to my original page layout, which is surrounding all of our child components. So we're going to go into our app, user, layout, and right here for the body, I'm going to simply add in max width of 7XL with a margin X of auto. This means it will never get bigger in any of the user side routes. So if I refresh now, bam. That overall is a lot easier to read than what we previously had, right? Overall, beautiful, looks great. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I actually want to delete that test article. It's kind of irritating me. So I will, that's fine. We can have it up for now. It's fine. I'm just going to low-key see if I can just modify that. It's fine. I'm not gonna waste time on that. So in this case, great. We've got all of the UI looking great. Now I just need this to be a clickable element. Now you're gonna run into this issue a little bit with Next.js 13, where if we have a client-side or server-side component, but I don't want to change the entire, I don't want to change, and yes, you can refactor this into a post component 100%, and I recommend you highly do that. But at this point, what if I want to have a sort of a linking bit of logic, right? So in this case, I just want a linking. I want to wrap this in something like a link, right? Well, in this case, it's a bit trickier than that because this is a server component, and sometimes, as much as that does work, it's based off a dynamic prop. So we have to sort of have a balance here of what is client, what is not client. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we can do it. There's a few ways you can do this, but I'm going to show you how to do a higher order component client-side component, right? So here, I'm going to create a client side route.tsx file. And then I'm going to go ahead and say RFCE. And this is a client side route. Now, if we go into our layout, you can see that here, we've got this children, right? So I'm going to copy that children. I'll simply pass that as the props. This just means that if any children that are underneath it are simply going to get rendered out. Okay. So instead of this, I'm just going to say children get rendered out. So that way they can this is a wrapper now. And then we're going to say link. Right? But I'm not only going to leave it at that. Where we've got children, I'm also going to pass in something called the root. And for the root, I'm also going to give the type definition. Where I'm going to say the root is a string. Okay. So in this case now we've got our props, children, and we've got a root string. And then the href, I'm going to pass in as a root. Okay. Now this is going to use the client. So this is going to be a client side component. Okay. Now this is where Next.js gets quite clever, because it knows that by separating the logic and by passing the server component through as a prop, it knows that what it can render as a client and what it can't render as a client. It will handle that on its own. So what we can now do is this overall wrapper for each individual element. I want it so that when we click this, it's actually going to become a clickable element that takes me to that page, right? So, and it's going to be /post/ the slug. Right, and the slug in this case will be, for example, if I was to click on Sanity Studio v3, the slug that resembles this page, so the blog post page, is going to be the slug value here. And that's also going to be the one that gets pre-built in static terms. Okay, so now for the post map div, we're going to go into our blog list. And here I'm going to go ahead and change this to client side root. Right, and as you can see, if I go down here, so client side root should change as well. Going back up here, we don't have the class name that goes in anymore, right? So in fact, what I messed up there, sorry, I've completely screwed something up. So leave that as a div, leave that as a div. Yeah, what we should be doing instead of that is wrapping the whole thing with a client side root. There we go, yeah? And then take the exiting component, wrap it around the end like so, okay? Now here we say href equals, and I'm now gonna pass in a backtick. So I'm going to say not href, sorry, the root equals backticks, and then I'm going to say /post/ and then we're going to do string interpolation. We're going to say post.slug.current. That gives us the current slug root. And then also, because this is now the higher value, that needs to have the key. Okay, so just like that, if you did it all right, what we should see now is that if we simply do a refresh, we should see now that these are clickable elements, right? But we've divided the server-side logic with the client-side logic correctly. So if I was to go into the meta clone now, if I click this, you can see, wham, it worked. It took me to post/meta clone. That's perfect. That means it's actually exactly what we wanted right now, which is ideal, okay? So first things first as well is I want to give you a live demonstration of the preview mode. So now we have finished with the UI for this side. Now what I want to do is I want to pull out this, and I'm just going to show you that the preview mode actually works the way we anticipated it, right? So in this case, if I was to go to /API/preview, now what we should see is loading preview data. There we go. And this is now being streamed live. So if we go down to our Sanity Studio, watch this. If I type in 4 and I go ahead and simply, where have I done this? Go here, sorry. There we go. Yeah, so 4. So if I was to type in Sanity Studio, oh my God, this is cool. Look at that, guys. It's literally streaming it in. That's damn powerful, right? So you, at this point, you can properly change everything, mess around with it, configure it, and all this stuff, right? So simplified yet powerful customization. I'm not sure why that one is actually errored out. Oh yeah, okay. So in this case, I actually added my own custom field. So here it says unknown field. This is not unknown, but what I forgot to mention was I added in a description field. So let's do that as well. I completely forgot about that. So let's go into post. And what I want you to do is go into your code. So yeah, if you ever get that error, it's because I forgot to add in. I forgot to show you that actually. So schemas, post. And where we've got our title, underneath it, I'm going to define another field called description, enter a short snippet for the blog. So I've added in my own custom field. So that's just an example of how you can add in your own custom fields into the roots, right? And now if I go into Sanity Studio, you should see that that is no longer erroring out. Instead, it just gives it up at the top with a nice little description, right? And again, preview mode working in all of its glory. If I was to say, wow, yeah, powerful. You see how you can demo it, and now you can be like, okay, that's perfect. That's what I want. I'm ready to publish it, right? And you can go ahead and test it out and things like that. So before we jump into the actual page routing aspect, I want to show you how we can have a preview mode here for this home page. Now you can upgrade it so that way you can eventually have each individual page, but I'm going to keep it relatively simple in this case. So I just want to show you that how instead of having 2 windows up, we can probably enhance this a little bit more so that way we can have a preview mode show up on the studio itself, which is damn powerful. Okay, so how the hell do we do that? So first thing I need you to do is go to Sanity config, And here is where we're going to go ahead and create the thing that we need. So let's go into our sanity config. Okay, and then inside of the plugins, so inside of the desk tool, we're going to add in something called, if we go here, you can see default document node. So I'm going to create a custom one. I'm going to create a custom default document node. So what I'm actually going to do is create a folder, a file called structure.ts, right? And you can feel free to, refactor this, put in the appropriate files and so forth. We're going to import something called sanity plugin iframe pane and the sanity desk, right? Import that we need. Firstly, we need to install this new plugin. So sanity plugin iframe. This is a plugin from Sanity themselves. The instructions for how to install this are online as well. So in this case, you can see here, we've got the install command, how you can do it. So I'm going to do yarn in add sanity. Command J, pop it in like so, bam. Go back over, and here you can see they've got some instructions on how we can go ahead and do it. So I'm going to show you how we can conditionally add this in if we're looking at a post. So I don't want to show this preview for everything. I just want to show it if it's a post. Okay, so if you're wondering how the hell I get the next part, this is where I got the example from. Okay, so I'm going to show you now how we do this, and then you can pause the video, look at it, introspect it, have a look at it, and figure out what needs to happen. So this is the function that we are going to write. Okay, get default document node. Okay, so in this case, we're not returning anything. Okay, so I need to say if the schema type, so firstly, the two things we get here are a S, which stands for structure builder, and then the second argument here was actually the options, right? So we're gonna say if the schema type is equal to post, then we want to go ahead and add in this new custom view. Okay, so in this case, the way we do it is I'm going to pop in a block of code right now. So what we do is we return something called the structure, and what we're doing is we're modifying it. We're saying get the document, and here's the views, and we pass in an array of different views. And what we're doing is the original form is essentially what we see previously. It's the thing that we already see. So the form is actually this. So the form is already this stuff, right? Then what I'm saying is, because remember, it's an array of views. So the form is all of this. The next view we're going to add is an iframe, and they're passing in a bunch of options. Now, what I've done here, guys, is I've said, if we've deployed this, it should show not the local host, but the actual deployed version. Otherwise, it should show localhost 3000. And then automatically afterwards, it should append API preview to any of these URLs that we have. We're going to make the default size desktop, and we're going to change the reload to be, there is a button to reload, but there's actually another option here. I can't remember where it was, but it was like on interval as well, but we don't want to have that. And then you can pass in attributes and so forth. And we're going to give it the title of preview. So we simply hit save now, go back over to our sanity config. And if I pass in the get default document node and hit save, now you can see, we have a new preview pane because it's one of the arrays of things that we pass back. So let's have a look what happens now. So if I click on preview, we should load up API preview, loads up the preview data, and now you can see I get my website, which is amazing. But you're probably wondering, what's the point if you can't see both? So here you can split the pane, and then you can actually do the following. So let me go ahead and why does that happen? Oh yeah, so we split the pane, click preview, and now just like this, I have a preview on my right. I can go down to my sanity. Let's have a look. And I've done it for the home page. You can do it per post, which is probably more useful. But in this case, now I can say like version 5. And you see how I can see it all in one screen, which is absolutely phenomenal, right? So this is all the power of Sanity Studio of V3, embedded in our own website with amazing plugins like you see right here. Right, so this is game changer. I'm sorry, but that's absolutely incredible, right? So as you can see, super clean, super nice installation. And then we've got the nice kind of live preview on the side. So that's the live preview down. And that's just an example of one of the many, many plugins that you can go ahead and add in, including the new global search functionality. So in this case, you can actually go ahead and even search over here, which is a brand new Sanity V3 option. You can add a filter in, and you can go ahead and filter based on anything. And it basically forms these global search filters out of your schema definition. So you don't have to do that. It just does it manually, which is great if you've got tons of documents inside of your app. Okay, so absolutely phenomenal stuff. Let's go ahead and carry on strong. The next step naturally is to build these pages. So what happens when I click on, let's say like the Sanity Studio clone? Well, right now we get this. What I ideally want is something like this to happen. If I click it, we get this beautiful page, right, which renders all of this rich text, right? And I'm going to show you how we can render out this rich text. So if you see on the back end, so if we were to look at our actual Studio itself, you can see the rich text editor comes through like this. It's simply rich text with images, everything. We need to render that into this, right, on the screen. So it actually renders out onto as a blog post, right? And this is basically looking at what elements we have. Is it a H1? Is it H2? And then we basically render it based on that. So I'm going to show you how the hell we do that. And then I'm going to show you how we can statically pre-generate these pages so that we can go ahead and have a extremely fast website. So on my website, you can see right now, notice the header never changes. If we simply click into this one, bam, it's already ready, right? If we click into here, bam, it's statically generated pages. And these are all revalidating after 60 seconds, I believe. So if I go to the University of Code, every single 60 seconds, this will basically go ahead and refresh the static page if users are still visiting it. At this point, let's go back to our app, and then we need to create this route. So first thing I want you to notice is how we're at post / and then we're at a wildcard value. So we need to create that route. So how do we create wildcard values in our routing system? So dynamic routing. Well, it's actually simpler than you might think. What we're going to do is inside of our user folder, we're going to create a folder for that route. We're going to create a post folder. Okay. Inside of there, so another folder is going to be made with square brackets, and we're going to say slug. Slug is essentially that in the back end where we had here, you see slug. So slug v3, for example, is a slug. And no matter what blog you're in, each one will have its own unique slug. So in this case, I've created a folder post slug, and then I'm going to go ahead and create a file inside of it called page.tsx. We're going to do a standard functional component. And in this page, we're going to go ahead and simply make this a post page. So this one is going to be simply called the post, right? This is a post page itself. This takes props, and this has prop types that are associated with it. The prop types follow a very predictable shape. So in this case, because the props actually contain the dynamic value. So in this case, if I was to go ahead and destructure this, the props come through and we get the params, and we actually get the slug directly out of those params. So now what you can see here is I could say post slug, right? And just like that, what we can actually see now is we shouldn't be getting a 404. Instead, now you can see the layout will be preserved. We can see the Sanity v3. Okay, amazing. So post Sanity v3. If I was to go back home and I went to, for example, the Spotify clone, you can see post Spotify clone. Amazing. So now we have the information on our side, so that way we can make the appropriate Grok call to go ahead and fetch the information. Okay, so remember, as we are on a server component, we can just do our fetches very simply now. In the first line of our functional component, we can say const query equals grok. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to say grok backticks. And then firstly, in order to use grok, we need to import it like so. So I'm going to pop it in like so at the top. And then inside of our query here, I'm going to make a very simple query. I'm going to simply go ahead and pass in the following to it. I'm going to say, I'm going to pass in this right here. Okay. So we're basically querying if the type is post and if the slug.current value is equal to this wild slug value, right? And then we're going to get the first result back, because that's all we care about, is that if there's a result back, that's the one that we need to see. Okay. Then we have this. So we're basically pulling out all of the information. We're expanding the author. We're expanding the categories. Okay. Now, how do I pass in this dynamic slug value? Well, when we make this call, all we do is we say const post. We're going to give it a type of post. We're going to say await client.fetch. And basically, as you can see here, client, we need to import from our lib, right? So our sanity file. As you can see, the second argument is actually going to be the params. So any param that you have, in this case, slug is the param here. And luckily enough, we've also got the name slug here. But if this was ID, for example, this would be slug ID. So it'd be slug ID, right? But in this case, because we've got ES6, the same values can be the same thing there. So in this case, this gives me back the post. So now we have the entire post information. So if I go ahead and say console log the post, check this out, guys. So if I go ahead and do Command J and I go into my terminal and I refresh, and let's go to, I'm in preview mode again. Let's go to, let me exit preview mode quickly, exit preview. There we go, let's just get a nice load. I'm gonna go to the Zero to Full Stack Hero, which is our amazing flagship. If you haven't already, check out Zero to Full Stack Hero and join us over at the Pop Farm. Yeah, cheeky plug. And now you can see I pull in all the data, right? So the post gets loaded out. This is all the information from the post. So this is exactly the one that we're after. The author is me, the name is Sunny, and you can see the body of the text and everything. And then you can even see like the title, Zero to Full Stack Hero. So that's everything that we're looking for right there. Okay. Now at this point, we are going to render it out on the screen. So I have all the information. Now it's just a case of populating it on the page. Okay, so at this point, let's go ahead and start building out this beautiful article page. So we're going to get to this page, right? But you can see the layout already makes it a hell of a lot easier, because now we just need to focus on this bottom bit. We don't have to care about the rest. So we're going to say article. And in this case, the article section. So the first section is going to be a div. Okay. And then here we're going to have a div inside of that div. Okay. And this is going to have an image component. And the image component is going to look like so. We're going to pop in the URL for as our helper function. And this is complaining because we haven't imported the Next.js image tag. Okay, there we go. Hit a simple refresh. And we need to go ahead and make this now. So basically the outside div, this needs to be a relative. Right? And what we're doing here is a very nice little trick. So we have two images layered up, right? So in this case, we've got the div, and then behind it, we've got a absolutely positioned div exactly behind it. So this is going to be a relative container. It's going to be a minimum height of 56. It's going to be a flex box with flex column by default. On a phone, it's going to be a flex row. Okay. It's going to be justifying the space between. Then we've got the div here, which is going to be an absolute div. This is going to say top 0. Oops, top 0. And then we're going to say width should be 4, height should be 4. Oops, height should be 4. And then I'm going to say the opacity should be 10. Blur the background slightly because we want to get a nice little effect, and give it a padding of 10. All right, let's hit refresh and see what's happened. And now what you can see is very subtle, right? Very, very subtle, right? So that's almost where we want to get to. Okay, but before we can sort of carry on, we're gonna say class name here should be padding x of 10, padding bottom of 28. Section is gonna have space between all the y components of 2. Border, I'm gonna give it the Papa Fan border color, and I'm gonna say all the text here should be white, because you can see all the text inside of there is white. Okay, now the minimum height, everything looks okay so far. Now what I want to do is outside of that, so outside of this div, I'm going to have another section, right? And this section is going to have a div inside of it. And inside of that div, I'm going to have a div and a h1 and a p tag, right? Oops, no, not inside that one. They're going to have a p tag here. Right, so again, just don't worry, just take your time. It's completely fine if you get a little bit lost at this point. So the h1 here, we're going to replace with a post title, and the p tag is going to be replaced with a simple sort of a locale string. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop that in right now. This is going to be the post to that day. So let's just go ahead and see what happens there. And right now you can see, I believe we've got a slight little hiccup. So the image here is not the right sizing, but we can fix that in a second, right? So for the section here, I'm going to say padding should be 5. Background is going to be the color of the Papa Fam. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. And width should be 4. Let's hit refresh. For this div, we're going to go ahead. There you go. That's why it wasn't showing. Okay. And then, so that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. That's right. Okay, so we've got 0 to full stack hero. And then here we're going to say flex column. Margin, as we get on a bigger screen, we're going to change to a flex row. Justify between, gap on the y-axis of 5. Right, for the div, we're going to leave that unstyled. The p tag, we're going to leave that unstyled. And then outside of that div, I'm going to have another div. And this div is going to have an image, and it's going to have the author, right, information. So the image and the author information, right? So here we're going to have the image. Okay, that's going to be the author's information. And this right here is going to be flex items center space on the x-axis of 2, right? And then after this image component, we're going to have a div, and we're going to have a h3. And this h3 is just going to simply have the post author.name, right? And underneath that, we're actually going to have the author bio. But the reason why I'm leaving this as a to-do is simply because I've got a to-do extension as well, in case you're wondering, is because I need something called a portable text editor in order to render that, which we're going to come back to in a second. Okay. And if I don't, just remind me, shout at me, right? So width of 64 at this point, let's go ahead and hit refresh. That's looking already a bit better, right? And now you can see on there, it looks nice. That looks good. That looks pretty nice. Okay. So we're going to say text should be large with a font of bold for the H3. So class name text should be large with a font bold. That's looking already good. Okay. And then underneath this, so where we have our width, outside of there, we are 2 levels down. So 1, 2. After this, we're going to have a div, and this is going to be the one with the description in. So it's going to be a H2. This is going to say post.description. And now inside of this, we're going to have the description itself. So this is going to be italics, padding on the top of 10 to just give it a bit of breathing room. A div, and this one is going to have the categories justified towards the end. Okay, so this one is very simple. We just say post.categories.map for every single category. I want to go ahead and render a div with the category title, right? So in that case, you could just give a p tag if you really wanted to be syntactically correct. Category, so this one would be category.title. And then this one, you should give it a key, which is going to be the category, .id. There we go. And then we're going to style this. So we're going to say class name. And I've already done the styling here. Again, it's kind of what we did in the initial homepage, but the inverse. Okay, so it's going to be like all of that good stuff. But the div actually here surrounding it, this one should be flex items center. And immediately that should sort of stick it closer. And then we say justify end to push it towards the end, margin top of auto to push it all the way to the bottom, and SpaceX of 2. And hit a refresh, and just like that, pal, that's automatically looking way nicer, right? And now if I go back over to, let's say, the Sanity Studio V3, now you can see in the background we have this nice, beautiful Sanity Studio V3 background. So I really like this effect because it just gives it a very modern blog feeling, and it gives a very like kind of a cool effect, right? The only thing that we need to do is underneath the author, there's a little bit of a bio, but that's rich text, and we will handle that afterwards once I get to that point. Okay, so that is overall pretty damn good. So the only step that we actually need to do, the rest of this is completely rendered from a portable text block. You're probably wondering, what is that? Is that really all we have left? And trust me, it's damn powerful what we're about to show you. Okay, so what we now need to do is we're going to use something called React Portable Text. Okay, so I'm going to pop in something like this. So React Portable Text, and this is a Sanity.io plugin, right? So again, you can go ahead and check it out. This is how they recommend it themselves. So what I recommend we do now is, first things first, we need to add and import it into our application, right? So let's go ahead and do this. Right. So in this case, we're going to install React Portable Text into our application. Right. Next up, we're going to go ahead and pop in the following. So I need to go up into the top, import portable text into my application. Okay. And what I am going to do now is I need to actually create something called a rich text components file. And I'll show you why we're going to do that. Okay. So underneath the section over here, so just below the bottom, what we want to do is I want to have it so that let's pull up my code. Yeah. So under here, right, I basically want to take the information from the body. So in this case, everything else is rendering out except for the body. So this stuff right here, I want to take this, and as you can see, rich text editors have this ability to say what a H1 is, H2, what a link is. If you want an image, we can go ahead and pop in an image. And then what we have to do as developers is provide something which will go ahead. What we need to then do is go ahead and say, when you get an H1, you should do this. When you get an H2, you should do this, and so forth. So this is how we do that, okay? So we open up our code, we go ahead, and then I want to quickly point this one out as well. Okay, post.body. Okay, and now, in this case, we render out the portable text, and then you see here, we basically pass in the value. So this is cool, I guess, but the problem is that I need it like that, right? So the way that this actually comes into the way that this actually gets returned is if I was to go ahead and show you a query right now. So let's go ahead and show a query. You can see that the block comes back. So here you can see we have a block. So where is my block text? So if we go into the body, yeah, here. So you see here, right, we have like a 0, 1, 2, 3. These are known, this is what are known as block text. And inside you've got certain children, and this can have like a span. So our famous build, blah, blah, blah. And all we need to do is we need to create a function which can basically take that and interpret. If it's a H1, show it this way. If it's H2, show it this way, and so forth, right? So I'm going to show you how the hell to do that. So I'm going to turn this into this, right? And again, you can I'm going to show you how to do it to a certain level. You can then take that, run with it, and build whatever the hell you want to build, okay? So I'm just telling you straight up, right? So in this case, this takes something called components, okay? So components equals, now I'm going to create something called rich text components. So a file called rich text components. So I'm going to go into my components, create rich text components.tsx, okay? And now inside of a rich text components, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the following. So import the following helper functions. And my URL library is actually incorrect here. I believe the one that I'm looking for is outside. Is it outside again? Yeah, there you go. So, oops. So it's not that one, it's underneath again. Yeah, there we go. All right, so I'm getting my library, and then we're gonna basically go ahead and export something in the following shape, okay? So bear with me and I'll pop it in. Right. In fact, what I might do here is this is actually completely available on the documentation, rather than me kind of re-explaining the same thing again. So if you can see here, we've got serializers, right? So instead of this, now what we're doing is, so this is React portable text. I think I used a slightly different one. I used portable text React, I believe. So let's go back to my code page, portable text React. Yeah, slightly different one I used. But you can honestly use, you can use that one that I just showed you, or you can use portable text React, right? So components, here you are. And then if you see customized components, this is basically where I got the boilerplate code for, right? So I'm going to show you my example. So I'm going to copy in the bulk of it, and then, so in this case, we're going to go back to rich text component, and I'm going to go ahead and say export const rich text components equals. All right, so in this point we've got types, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. So I'm going to run you through it, so don't freak out, okay? So you can literally feel free to, I'm going to scroll through the code a bit, and you can go ahead and feel free to pause it, see what yourself, like what's happening, but I will explain every single point here. So firstly, we have types. Now, types is basically, if we get to go ahead and see something like an image, what should we do, right? So in this case, the value comes back when we have an image. In this case, our image value would include the sanity reference to an image, right? So in that case, we could do this previous logic, which was URL4, and then transfer it to a URL. So every time we see an image, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this fill logic with a div, and it's going to be a height of 96, a width of 4. Okay. So every single time I'm going to customize my image to it. So every time it sees an image in that rich text body, it will render out this way. Next up, we have lists, bullet lists or numbered lists. If it's a bulleted list, we're going to have an unordered list. And then we're going to go ahead and have a margin left, padding Y, list disk, which allows us to have the little dot. And then we have space Y. And then for a numbered list, we've got a list decimal, okay, with an ordered list syntax tag. The next one is the block. This one's a bit more important. We've got the H1, H2, H3, H4. The children are rendered out as render props. And then we have text 5XL, text 4XL, 3XL, 2XL as we progress down from H1 to H4. Each one is font bold, each one is padding Y of 10. Padding Y of 10 is quite important here because the line breaks aren't picked up. The line breaks are not picked up. There is a way to do it. I couldn't for the life of me find out yesterday, so I will find out. But otherwise, for now, padding Y of 10 on the headings was also a great option. Okay, and block quote is another one that I really like because if you've got a quote inside of your rich text, for example, like I do in many cases, like here, for example, it's really nice, right? So you can have a block quote as well. Then we've got the marks. Marks is more for like emphasis, italics, link. So in this case, whenever we have a link, it counts as something called a mark. And in this case, we can go ahead and say with the render props of children and value, if the value starts with /, then we're going to go ahead and append this over. We're going to go ahead and pass in this object, right? So in this case, it's absolutely fundamental. I just added an extra last minute. But in this case, we've got the link tag itself, which is a Next.js link tag. And then it will go ahead and allow us to basically convert the rich body link tag into a presentable link tag. And what I've done here is added an underline with a decoration of the Papafam color. And when you hover over it, it goes into a black color. Okay. So now if I go ahead and save this, all right, what we're going to see is if I go back into my page.tsx and I go down to here and I basically import my rich text components, this now acts as a serializer. So it takes that massive amount of text that we saw in earlier. So it was just like a plain text blob. So it takes this and it will literally go ahead and change this now into it as we see fit. So as you can see, look at that, that looks beautiful, right? So then you can see my links are clickable. So I can click this and it will take me straight to Sanity.io, right? So at this point, if I now go into, for example, let's change it up to go to the University of Code. As you can see now, bam, my block quote gets rendered out, my H1 gets rendered out, my list got rendered out, my H1, and look, my images got rendered out. And these are examples of the coding problems that you get daily at the University of Code. And then look at that, just absolutely mad. Like, this is crazy. Like that work, look at that, that works on a phone. That just works perfectly. Like, look at that, that's a full blog, guys. And that's rendered out on, like, you've got the whole backend at /studio, which once we deploy is available online and is protected with authentication, which is managed, and you can add as many members as you want through Sanity's backend. Like what the hell? This is so cool, right? So now to make things even more better, I'm going to take it a step further. Because yes, we like fast websites, but I want it to be blazing fast. I want it to be so fast that you don't have to wait. Right? So in that case, now this is where Next.js 13 comes in, right? So Next.js 13, as we've got pages which we can predict beforehand. What I mean by that is I can simply run a query to go ahead and check all of the slugs that exist inside of Next.js. And then I can go ahead and pre-populate those pages at build time. And then what I can say to Next.js is, every 60 seconds or even 10 seconds or, you know, every 5 hours, whatever you want to do, I can go ahead and tell it that you need to go ahead and revalidate that static page, which is super fast for users to go ahead and receive because there's no JavaScript. It just goes bam and it just loads up. I can go ahead and revalidate that every 60 seconds based on users' visits. So I'm going to show you how to do that. And it's so powerful that I absolutely love it, right? So in this case, we are at the slug, right? So what we can do here is we need to do 2 steps. If I was to go ahead and build this right now, what we will do is it will actually go ahead and build out something called a static page. So let's go ahead and just try this out. I'll show you right now. So if I do yarn build, okay, what I want to emphasize here, guys, is this is creating a production build of the app. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my actual application here. Okay. Now, at this point, what this is doing, if I try to run my app, is dead. Okay. So this is creating a production build of the app. The issue is that this will go ahead and do it, but it will pre-build all of the pages like once. And I'll show you that right now. In fact, I don't think it will. I think it will actually, it will server render all the pages. So it'll be kind of slow right now. Right. So in this case, let's just let that do its thing. And then I'll show you how we can statically generate them, and then how we can even do something even better. Okay, so let's check this out. So generating static pages. So you can see it generated 3 pages, and it said that any of the post pages asked something called server-side rendered pages. Now this is okay. It's not as fast as it could be though. So if I type in yarn start, this starts up from my build, my production build that I just built now. It will start that version. So notice the speed of this, right? I'm gonna show you. Pretty quick. If I go into 0 to full stack hero, it's fast, but there's still a little delay. I know I'm being picky, but there's still a tiny delay. Now the reason why you're not noticing that delay is because it's prefetching. Right, so that when we use the Next.js link tag, it's prefetching these pages, which means it feels instant, right? But what we can't avoid is every time, what we can't seem to forget, every time I do that, it re-queries Sanity's database, which can actually impact our quota quite bad. So I want to do this at build time and create static pages, and that way I don't kill my Sanity query limits. So let's go ahead and do that firstly. Well, now we have this beautiful function called export async function generate static params. It's a keyword. This replaces the ISR, all the old techniques that we used to know about. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a query, which is going to go ahead and query all the posts, but it's only going to give me back the slugs. Right. So all I care about is the slugs. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and query the backend. And I'm going to basically push that to post, even though, yes, it doesn't have everything else. It just has the slug. It's fine for now. I'm just going to say it's a post. Okay. And then what I need to do is I simply have to return a mapping of all of the possible slugs. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to map through, and I'm going to say for every single item that comes back, I'm going to map through and basically just get the current, which means that all the slugs. So if it's like, for example, this slug is /post/ the University of Code. So I'm just going to get an array of all of these, the University of Code, Sanity v3, Spotify clone, all the different slugs that exist in my CMS. Then I'm going to go ahead and return the slug roots dot map. And basically here we say for every single slug, I'm going to return an object. So notice how I done parentheses with an object inside, and then I basically say slug. Now this first key needs to represent this. So if that's ID, this has to be ID. The second value is going to be the value here. So in this case, if it was ID slug, then it'll be slug. But in this case, they're both called slug, so we can shorthand it. Now, just by adding that in, what we now have is the ability to create static pages. So we're now a level up, but I'm going to show you a problem with this as well. So if I do yarn build, this is super important. I promise you this is probably one of the most valuable lessons with regards to Next.js 13, the whole static rendering stuff. This is your key moment to understand what's going on. When I build now, it now knows how to find which pages to build at pre-build as static pages at build time. Now, notice how it's building 13 pages. And look at this, guys. It pre-built post Spotify clone, pre-built test, pre-built Uber clone, and 7 more paths. That means that it pre-built 10 pages. 10 pages, if you remember from the beginning, is how many I have inside of my posts. As you can see, there are 10 pages. So now it knows how to pre-build those pages. So if I go ahead and do, and if you see here, it's now changed the image to a white dot for the post pages. That means that it's a static generated page, right? So now if I do yarn start from my apps, this will start the production build. Let's go back to the home page now. Now this is blazing fast, absolutely blazing fast. So if I go ahead 0 to full stack, bam, there was no delay there, right? If I go to Next.js, bam, it's there, super quick. If I go to University of Code, bam, like that's fast. That's absolutely quick because now it's just a static page. There's no JavaScript. So it doesn't even have to touch Sanity's backend anymore. The problem now that we have is the issue of what if I update my Sanity CMS backend data. So let's imagine I update the University of Code blog. So let's go to my studio right now. I'm going to open up the studio, and remember this is I'm not doing yarn dev. If I do yarn dev, it's going to server render every time. So you have to build and then do yarn start to test this out, right? So this is an important lesson for everyone, right? But if I don't do this, now what you're going to see, because remember I'm in yarn start right now. This is a production build, not a developer build. So now it won't do server side rendering, so it won't refresh. So if I go into the University of Code now, and again I explain all of this stuff inside of 0 to full stack hero in such depth that you understand to such a level. So don't stress. If you can't understand, just join us at 0 to full stack help. John Paul says, don't delete this video. I definitely will not. Okay. So at this point now, if I was to go ahead and say the University of Code, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, right? So now I should have loads of exclamation marks after this. If I publish it, okay, or let's in fact do the University of Code UOC, okay, and I want to go ahead and publish that change now, okay. So in this case, if I was to go ahead and do it, you see it's unpublished right now. So I did publish it actually. Yeah, I did publish it. Okay, so it says the UOC right now. So if I was to refresh and we go here, it will say the ULC. So if I did a yarn dev build, you would see the latest one. But the problem is, what about when it's in production, right? Once it's released, I don't want to have to keep deploying just to update my CMS backend. So if I refresh now, look, I don't see ULC. Yeah. What I now need to do is I have to do a redeployment. So I have to do yarn build. And then what this does is it builds the pages by checking out what contents it needs to build. And then it's going to get the ULC content, this new one. Then I can do serve and I can do yarn start. Then it will show it, right? Which is, again, it's a lot of work, right? And plus, who wants to do that once we actually push it to deployment? Nobody wants to do that, right? So now I've built the page. If I do yarn start, you'll see that we get the better page now. Look, if I do, look, you'll see, bam, right? Because it does it at build time. But what if I told you that there was a way of adding one line of code and it basically just did all of this for us, which means that every 60 seconds, every 2 seconds, if I wanted, every 5 hours, one line of code can make it so that way every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, it will just rebuild that page in the background, and then all the users will get served that cache page. But it always be up to date within 20 seconds, within the minute, within 2 minutes, which I think is forgivable. Okay. What if I told you there's a way of doing that? Well, there is. There's a really nice way of doing that. And it's absolutely game changer, right? And it's so easy to do. All you have to do is add in this line of code. And it's a reserved keyword, export const revalidate, right? It's the easiest way. They've changed all the confusing ISR stuff in Next.js to now this simple, effective strategy. And you can do revalidate equals 60. And in this case, just to stress the test out, I'm going to do 30. Right, so I'm going to say revalidate this page every 30 seconds, right? I'm just adding a comment there so you understand what's going on. Now, if I do this build, yeah, you'll probably be a little confused. Well, I'll show you why, right? But now what we'll do is, this is game changer. I'm telling you, this is my favorite thing about Next.js, right? Is it gets the best of caching and server-side rendering, because what happens is after 20 seconds, it server-side renders a new page and then caches it, and then everyone that comes in within that 20-30 second gap gets the cached version. So it's so fast, and you're not killing your quota with Sanity. But say even if you get 1 million users, it's just serving the cached version. And then after 20 seconds, it server-side renders another one. So you're not scaling at 1 million Sanity requests if you have 1 million users, right? So this is a game changer, right? So now at this point, you can see it's still got a white label, which is static site generated. So you're probably wondering, did it actually work? Did it? Well, let's test it out for ourselves, right? So if I open up this and I do a refresh now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get rid of the ULC, and I'm going to hit publish, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and hit refresh. And as you can see, it published, but it hasn't yet refreshed. So remember, we said 30 seconds. So after 30 seconds or so, I should come back to this page, which again is a production build, and it should be completely changed. So we shouldn't see ULC there anymore. So now let's give this a try. Let's go ahead and walk around our app. Has it been 30 seconds yet? I don't know. Has it been 30 seconds yet? Let's go to the University of Code, and bam, it rebuilt it in the background, and that worked, right? And I'm gonna say this actually works. Okay, and I'm gonna hit publish. And now I'm going to walk around my app. So imagine like loads of users are coming around your app, reading your articles. Okay, cool. You made a really important change that you wanted to go ahead and see in action. Okay. So in this case, like, I'll go to Sanity Studio. Okay, this is great. I'm going over here, messing around on my app. Let's go ahead and check that app. Let's go ahead and check that again. University of Code hasn't updated yet. Oh, bam, refreshed. Bam, it worked. This actually works. Right. Go over here, hit a refresh. Go over here, University of Code. Bam, this actually works. Right? And just like that, guys, it's as simple as that. Now you can see we've got cached static pages which get revalidated within the time period that we want, right? And if I go ahead and refresh now, you can see that the final change is going to go into effect, and just like that, it works, right? So really, honestly, just so powerful, right? And you probably would want to do this as well for your homepage. So don't forget the homepage as well. So I would probably also recommend that you had this for the home page here as well. So where you have for your home page, because you're doing a await call here, this is being statically generated. So you don't really want to forget about this one. So you probably want to add a revalidate period here as well. Okay, and now your home page will also get that update. As you can see here, it wasn't updating before, but now if I was to refresh this page, like the University of Code, bam, works. Okay, so this is absolute game changer of a level of tech. We've got Next.js server-side rendering. Well, we've got Next.js server components. We've got client components when they're needed. We have statically generated data, which gets revalidated whenever we say it needs to get revalidated, which means we're not exhausting our sanity quota. And then we've got this amazing sanity backend, which allows us to update all the information. And our Next.js just plays along with it, right? And we can have the best of both worlds. We even have the entire Sanity Studio embedded on the same Next.js 13 website. Like, what the hell is happening to tech these days? This is so powerful, right? So this is like an unheard of, right? So at this point, we have our blog down. So I guess the only thing that we kind of have to do now is deploy this thing, right? So what I'm going to do now is show you how to deploy this to the Devosphere, right? But let's go ahead and cut this right now. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and say yarn, right? So now we're going to go ahead and do Vercel. Okay, so at this point, if you type in Vercel and it says Vercel command not found, you probably need to go ahead and do an npm install -g Vercel to install this globally. I've already done this. So now if I type in Vercel, I'm going to deploy it from my command line. Now at this point, if you're not logged in, it will go ahead and prompt you to log in. Okay, so now all you need to do is go ahead and hit Y for entering. Yeah, so you're going to deploy from this URL. I am already logged in and I have one account, which is Sunny Sanga. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. Link to existing project? Nope. I'm going to hit enter for no. What's your project name? Let's go ahead with that one as the default. Okay, and which code is your project, your code located? Yes, that's fine. Setting up the project and it's uploading it. Now, this will fail. Okay, I'm telling you right now, this will fail because my environment variables have not been set, but I will show you how we can do it. This is my kind of a quick way of doing it. Okay, so let's go ahead and click want to modify these settings. Let's click no, enter, and let's deploy it. Okay, so at this point, if I click on inspect, right, it gives me a link. So this will take me to my Vercel URL. Now what I can show you is we can go over to this bit right here. Go over to settings, go to environment variables, and there is a whole video I've launched about how you can set these environment variables beforehand in the Vercel CLI. Check that video out, but basically how you can deploy from any CLI. And then check this out. So this is actually the simplest way of deployment. So right now, while that's happening, you can go over to your code, simply go into your environment file, yeah, copy it, literally copy that, go back over, and there's many ways you can actually do this. You can have integration as well. And I'm going to go here and paste. And look at that, you get this nice paste. Go ahead and click save. Okay, now we've got our environment variables up and running. Wait until the one that we had running fails, because it will fail. This will literally fail because it will say, hang on, you don't have a Next Sanity project ID, you don't have this, you don't have that. So let this do its thing. We're almost there, almost there. Right, I'm going to have to add something to a cause whitelist as well. Now, once this is done, we can actually check on the build status. We can go ahead and say deployments. You see this is building. This will fail. I'm telling you, it will fail because we can cancel this build. Let's just cancel that. And then we can go here and we can do Vercel again. So now I've uploaded the environment variables. We can even run Vercel environment pool. So Vercel env pool, and it will go ahead and do that. Now you can see it goes ahead and inspects. And this one should have the environment variables in place. So now you can see it goes ahead and it will attempt to build just like we did previously, right? It will do Vercel build, which will attempt to do basically what I did before with yarn build, but with the environment variables located on their side. So in this case, this will go ahead and do that. And then while that's happening, I'm going to show you what we would actually need to do next. So while that's happening, if we go to sanity.io.manage/manage, we're going to have to actually add in a cause extra part here. So this is the one that I've done. I accidentally didn't use the boosted plan on my own thing. So in this case here, for example, I'll show you. So you should see boosted free. This is when you use coupon code Sunny. Then you want to go to access, right? API, sorry. And then here, this is where you want to add it. So whatever URL that you end up deploying to, you need to add it as a cause origin. But I'll show you a really easy way of doing this, right? So now, if we were to go back to my deployment, let's go down here. Oh, project ID. Okay, so this hasn't imported it. So in this case, the project ID hasn't been pulled in. So let's have a look why that hasn't been pulled in. Next Sanity project. Let's go ahead and see. Yeah, so probably because it hasn't actually set the environment variable as I wanted it to. So in this case, to debug it, very easy. You can just go ahead and do the following. You can cancel this all, do Vercel environment pull. Okay, and then this will pull in your environment files. All right, so it's downloading your environment files. And let's go ahead and see if we see .env. And now you can see all the environment files that are up online, right? So this is what we actually wanted. I believe this happened because it wasn't finished building. So now if I was to check it, deployments. So we have to wait until this one completely dies, right? Because otherwise it won't do it. I think it's doing it now. Yeah, so this is the one. This is the correct one. So I was on the wrong one, okay? So in this case, look at that. It created the pages, built them out. You don't have to do Vercel env pull, but I was just trying to show you how it works. Okay, and then it says ready. Nice. Okay, so if I click on this URL, I click on this. Now you'll see it will give me a URL. Okay, so firstly, wham, it worked, right? And then let's go here. Let's go to 0 to full stack hero. Click it, and as you can see, bam, the page is loaded up, and we can go on to another page. Let's go to like the Sanity Studio. Bam, we can see our Sanity Studio blog loaded up. Let's try the University of Code. Again, you can join us at the University of Code. Make sure you do. All links are in the description, right? So in this case, that loads up perfectly, right? So everything works, right? But let's try out the studio. So if I go to /studio, and in fact, I've got a nicer URL than this. Use this one. So they give you a bunch of different URLs. Try and use the nicer one, right? So, or your custom one that you map. So in this case, studio. And let's give this a try. And remember, smash the thumbs up, people. Smash the thumbs up button if this works. So in this case, this will come up with an error. Wait for it. This. To access your content, you need to add the following URL as a cause origin to your Sanity project. So in this case, we are the owner. So I'm going to authenticate this and say, okay, let's do that. It takes us over to Sanity. We simply add the cause origin. It will then take us back, and now we are approved. I've logged in, which means it allowed it to work. And as you can see, guys, this is literally live on the same website. I have my entire PuppetFam content studio hosted on the website. That is absolutely game changer. That's so clean. That's so nice. We have an embedded content studio, all this incredibly powerful functionality, previewing, vision, where we can do our own Grok queries, all from the power of our phone anywhere in the world once we've deployed it. That's game changer. If I change any of the content, I can rest assured knowing that my pages will be revalidated. My homepage will be revalidated. The post page itself will be revalidated because of Next.js's revalidate function. It's incredibly, incredibly powerful. So a quick run through of everything that we did today. Such a powerful build that we were able to accomplish today. Let's have a look at what we did today. We had the incredible Next.js 13 Sanity blog, right? We went ahead and built out a fully responsive website, right? So completely responsive using Sanity's V3, which came with, remember, full TypeScript support, the embedded ability to have a studio inside of our own app, right? All of this crazy power. Remember, we've got global search, we've got all the new workspace features, so much stuff that they've added. I couldn't contain it in one video, right? And then we combine that with the power of Next.js 13. So you can go ahead and check out, and then after it was working, now it's just so fast. It's incredible. Everything works perfectly. Everything works the way that we want it to. We even have the preview mode. Preview mode works a charm. If I was to go to /API/preview, we even get the preview mode live. Right, so all of this is working exactly the way that we wanted it. We can then go ahead and view our preview data in real time from the backend. So no matter what, if I'm doing it from the live backend or if I'm doing it from the studio deployment backend, It completely doesn't matter from the localhost backend or from the one that we see. But either way, if I was to change it even right now from here, we will see this change in real time. Let's give it a try right now live. The University of Code 123. Bam. This is live, guys. That's live on the internet right now, streaming it across like that. You can literally go to that URL and it'll work. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Boom, that was incredible. The power of a backend CMS is incredible, as you saw in this build. We can go ahead and publish data. We can go ahead and preview before we publish to our live production site, and so much more with the power of Sanity paired with Next.js. It's honestly quite a beautiful mix, and I hope you guys found that useful. Don't forget, guys, add this to your digital portfolio either by coding along or get access to the Papa GitHub repo in the description. That includes all of the source code. And if you want to take it even further and elevate your skill set, join us in the world's best developer community over at Zero to Full Stack Hero, where we have all of our course content, the ability to learn from myself in our mentorship calls, and access to our amazing community. We even include the Papa GitHub repo with your membership. First link in the description if you're interested. With that said, let's wrap up on the second build. Time for the third build. Let's go. Are you guys ready to go ahead and build a live news app? Yes, I said a live news app. Inside this build, you're going to learn incredible bits of tech. Obviously, we're going to cover Next.js 13, so you're going to learn all about the new app router. With that, your React skills are going to get elevated, as well as your additional skill set with Next.js. And I'm going to introduce you to the world of GraphQL. Now, typically GraphQL can be a bit of a headache to implement. However, we're going to be using something called StepZen. Now, StepZen is an incredible company. They just got acquired by IBM, and they built an amazing bit of tech that allows us to actually go ahead and introspect current existing APIs and databases to automatically build an entire GraphQL schema and allow us to use it. And I promise you, as complicated as that sounds, it's actually really easy to implement. In addition, we're going to style our app and make it beautifully responsive with Tailwind CSS, and we're going to eradicate and reduce the number of bugs by implementing TypeScript. So if you want to go ahead and upgrade your skills with Next.js 13 and learn GraphQL and how you can use it with Next.js, then smash the like button, enjoy the video. Let's dive into it, Papa Fam. Let's take a sneak peek of what we're building. Check this out. The Papa Fam News app. This is something that I've been wanting to do for a while. It does a ton of cool tips and tricks behind the scenes, and we've got Next.js behind this. And guys, I've done something you've all asked for a very long time. Look at this, guys. How? Oh, I'm going to show you how to do beautiful things just like that. We're using Next.js 13, so if I want to go ahead and search for something, I can do it with dynamic data. So let's go ahead and check this out. If I type in Ronaldo, we can go ahead and search for Ronaldo. We get some nice, beautiful listings over here. We can go ahead and check the science tab. You can see we're actually going to go ahead and load up our science tab. Click on the Papa Fam News to take us home. And guys, as always, this is fully responsive because that's how we do things here. And you can go ahead and click into something. So let's go ahead and click read more. Opens up a full screen, right? So this is not only just what appears to be a simple app. There are so many things under the hood here that you're going to learn. You're going to learn about dynamic data. You're going to learn about static data rendering using the all and great Next.js 13. I'm going to break it down as if it was easy. So I'm going to show you, if you've been wanting to learn how to do this, this is the video that you should be after. So get excited. We're going to be using StepZen to power all of this. So we are going to be using an element of GraphQL, but StepZen's a lot better. It makes the whole painful process of GraphQL easy. It makes the whole thing very fast to set up. Let's go ahead and take a look at what StepZen is, right? So this allows us to build our GraphQL API very easily. We can go ahead and optimize, we can scale. It's so ridiculously easy that I'm gonna show you with so much fun today. And usually when I go ahead and demonstrate things, it's kind of like one of those things where sometimes it's a painful process for me to learn. But StepZen was easy. So I'm gonna show you just how we can go ahead and use it so you can go ahead and write your first ever GraphQL API. We're gonna go ahead and interface it, not with Apollo like we typically would. We're going to be using Next.js 13 server components, and to top it all off, to reduce the bugs, TypeScript. So lots of amazing stuff. If you're enjoying what you're seeing and you're excited for today's video, you know what to do. Smash that like button and get excited, okay? Now, before we jump into today's build, I want to go ahead and show you what we're going to be pulling from. So first up, we're pulling from the Media Stack API. So all of the news articles that you're seeing are in fact real, and you can see they're actually very recent. And this is all using ISR. So essentially, this is going ahead and efficiently caching the data, and it's only revalidating for 20 seconds at a time. So this is using some really high-tech stuff right here, right? And I'm going to go ahead and explain what the hell any of this means so you know what to do. I'm going to show you how to deploy this project so you're going to have another amazing app on your portfolio once you're done, okay? We should go ahead and explain exactly what is going to be inside of this build. So first up, we have dynamic data. So I'm going to go ahead and just check if my pen's working, and it is. Awesome stuff. Okay, so we got dynamic data, and oops, I haven't saved it. Okay, dynamic. There we got dynamic data in Next.js 13. Okay, that's great. Dynamic data, let me do it here. There we go. Dynamic data. We've got static data. So static data is where it's built at build time. Dynamic data is where every request we go ahead and generate that information, right? But static data, we can go ahead and do some really cool revalidation techniques in Next.js 13 that I'm going to teach you how to do today as well. Okay, we are going to be learning TypeScript. Now make some noise in the chat if you're excited about learning TypeScript. Okay, so TypeScript, of course, everything is powered by React, right? So you're going to JavaScript, your React fundamentals are going to level up throughout this video. We have so much more. We have Stepzen, which is going to allow us to introduce our first ever GraphQL server, right? So this is going to be using Stepzen, and again, all of this stack right here, incredibly easy to use, right? And you guessed it, I'm using Tailwind CSS because if you don't know me already, I damn well love it, right? So I'm just going to write Tailwind there, right? So at this point, if you want to take a screenshot of this, you can take a screenshot of this, put it up on your socials, whatever you want to do. But this is what you're going to be learning today, right? And there's a bunch more other stuff like the server components that are brand new in Next.js 13. So get excited for this. And something I forgot to mention, wow, we have our first ever dark mode inside of a build, right? So I've got dark mode, which I've been excited to bring you guys on the channel. So this is the first video which I'm actually going to be implementing it, right? So a lot of fun stuff. Once we're done with all of this, I'm going to go ahead and deploy this to Vercel. And yes, as I mentioned before, all of the information that you see right here is going to go ahead and pull in live news data from MediaStack. The MediaStack API, right, which is a live news website. So the MediaStack API is over here. You can go ahead and feel free to check it out. We get a free API key for 500 requests, but I'm going to show you how to not run through those free 500 requests, so that way you can go ahead and develop, put it on your portfolio, all that good stuff. Okay, so I'm going to taper down the music a little bit. Let's open up our terminal. So first things first, we are going to be using Next.js 13, right? Now I like to use the template for Next.js 13, which allows us to go ahead and set up Tailwind in the process. So I like to show you everything from the ground up, right? If you completely forgot what the command is, or you don't want to come back to the video, literally open up Google, Next.js Tailwind template, right? I think it's that one. Yeah, Next.js Tailwind CSS template, right? Come over here. It's literally, I believe it's the second one. The second one is the one that if you always forget it, this is the one that you want to get. No, it's not that one. It's actually a different one, but I want to show you this one. I think it is TSS Next.js Tailwind. No, it's not that one. Okay, I'll find it. I will find it because I use it all the time. I want to go ahead and show you the one that I use, right? Here we are. Next.js, install Tailwind with Next.js. This is the one. There we are. So I like to show you because it's always worthwhile knowing these little tricks, right? And the realism of it, right? I don't want to be the fake coder who just memorizes everything when that's not how it actually works, right? So go ahead and copy this. This is going to go ahead and set up our first Next app. We're going to use the template with Tailwind CSS, and we're going to name it whatever we want to name it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do this right now. Let's go ahead and pop this open. I'm going to make this super massive on the screen. All right, so at this point, we're going to go into, I like to have it inside of my documents build folder. Okay. And we're going to go into a flow state right now, okay? So just, you know, enjoy the build. If you find it's fast, don't worry. That's the whole reason is this video gets put up on YouTube afterwards. So you can take your time, paste that in. Let's go ahead and name it. And I'm going to name this one. Let's just call it the news app. And I'm going to say YouTube because we're on YouTube right now, okay? So pop that in. And now it should maybe prompt you at some point. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, and so in this case it did. So just hit enter to say yes. And this will go ahead and initialize our app, okay? So this is going to go ahead and set up our template starter Next.js app, which is going to be in Next.js 13. And it's going to go ahead, and in this case, it's using Yarn for me. For you, it might be doing NPM. There's not a problem if it's doing that, okay? So do not stress out, do not worry. And we have got already like 3 members that just joined into the University of Code. So while that's loading, I want to quickly shout out again, if you're interested, the University of Code, guys, I promise you, we just launched it and we have over 1,000 people that are signed up to that newsletter. Nuts. So do not miss out on that, okay? Absolutely. I'm smiling so hard because it's so fun. I literally every day I'm waiting. I answer my own coding problems. It's honestly so cool. right? So in this case, I do them in ahead of time so that way I forget them and then I have to kind of re-catch up on them. So it's pretty cool, right? So let's go ahead and cd into that new directory, news app, YouTube, awesome stuff. Boom. Okay. Now at this point, we're going to go ahead and say code dot. This will go ahead and open up our VS Code in the directory that we just created. So this is our starting point. This is a good place to be right now. We can actually close our old terminal. That's nice. And what I like to do, guys, is always neaten your environment up, right? If you've got several screens, use them at this point. If not, make sure you go ahead and just use multiple desktops like this in Mac. If you're using a Mac, right? That's a little trick I like to do. So here's your folder structure that you should get familiar with. If it's too big, too small, let me know. I will try my best to accommodate everyone. Right? I don't like it too big or too small, right? Yeah, okay. So at this point, we've got the pages folder open, right? So pages is the Next.js 12 approach. So typically what they did was when Next.js 13 came out, they gave you an incremental adoption strategies, which means that you don't have to change all your code at once. You can have Next.js 12 code completely fine, which answers the question that many of you have had. Are your old tutorials outdated? No. You can still do the Next.js 12 ones and then use it as an exercise to then just go ahead and slowly transition them to Next.js 13. Okay. And if you want a dedicated video on that, then check it out. So at this point, I'm just going to start off our Next.js 12 approach and then I'm going to convert it to a Next.js 13 app. So what you want to do, guys, is you want to go ahead and simply type in yarn. So Command J to open up your terminal, yarn run dev. And if you're using npm, it'll say npm or package lock. So in that case, you do npm run dev. It's fine. There's no right or wrong, okay? So at this point, what I want you to do is go ahead and open up another window. So I'm just going to open up another one right here, and I'm going to pop it into a screen over here, like so. And now I'm going to go over to my localhost 3000. Awesome stuff. Right, so this is a good sign so far, right? We've got our first page open up on the screen. So what I want to do is I want to convert this to a Next.js 13 project. So naturally, everything in the pages folder is client components like we have known for a long time. Now we've got the ability to use these things called server components. And by default, server components exist inside of the app directory, okay? So what we need to do is go into the package.json level, create a new folder and call it the app folder. Before we're able to use server components in this folder, we have to go down to our next config. Now inside of here, we have to enable the experimental feature for app directory. This is because it's still in the beta stages, but it's completely fine to use it, right? Don't worry about it. If it changes, which it most likely will, right? I'm not gonna lie to you, there'll probably be little changes. Then just check out the docs or check the comments. Everyone, this is what coding is about. It's about progressive movement. Tutorials will never be up to date because that's how it works. Things move right forward. So that's why we have a community like Zero to Full Stack Hero. Link is in the description. Cheeky plug, right? So in this case, we've got this. Let's go ahead and Command J to open up our server. You can see we've got a change in next config. Restart the server. So we have to cut it with Control C, and then we have to do it again. At this point, you get this workspace contains a TypeScript version. We can click allow. That's completely fine. Okay, and you see we get a bunch of things added in for us, right? So they've just updated our TS config file. That's fine. At this point, open up your app, and now we have a new page structure. So at this point, we're going to make a page.tsx file because this is the new naming convention for files. Typically, we had the page. So if I put search.tsx, that would correspond to /search on my website. Now we have a different approach, which is more of a folder hierarchical structure. So at this point, page.tsx resembles my home page. I'm going to use RFCE. And if you're wondering, how the hell did he do that? Right, it's because I'm using our beautiful extensions called ES7. Right, so the ES7 React snippets. So you want to make sure you've got these installed right now. That's how I did that RFCE trick. Right, so React functional component trick. So let's go back into our code. Right now, I've already saved this out, so we can pretty much ignore that now. Cool. At this point, if I click save, you can see we get conflicting files because if you think about what's going on right now, our website is fighting for the home directory. This is the home directory and this is the home directory. The only difference is Next 12, Next.js 13, right? So in this case, delete Next.js 12. Say bye to that, it's gone. Okay. Now at this point, let's go ahead and see what the outcome was. And I'm going to just go ahead and make our life a bit simpler by popping it over here. And I'm going to just very simply go here. And as you can see, it created something called a layout.tsx for us. And this is because we need a root layout file because this is the new way in which we structure our pages, the way we can go ahead and build them out, okay? So in this case, page.tsx. Now, as you can see, this does not look like Tailwind, right? So the reason why is because typically _app.tsx was our Next.js way. And as you can see, what we would do is we would import all of the styles into it like so. So at this point, what I want to do is I simply want to go into my layout.tsx because this is the new Next.js 13 starting place. And I'm going to just pop it in like so. Do that, hit refresh, and now you can see I've got my brand new fancy homepage, right? So that's really nice. That's a lot more on par with what I was thinking, what I wanted. So at this point, we've got our Tailwind CSS connected. Great start, okay? So we can close out our app.tsx, and for now, what we can do is we can simply ignore the pages folder. Right, we don't need it at this point. So page, and you can also see the head. Now the head is pretty cool because here you can actually go ahead and inject any head element. So in this case, localhost 3000 is what it says here. But now what we can say is Papa Fam news. Right, and as you can see now on the top over here, once I hit a nice little refresh, Papa Fam news is changed. So you can see now based on our folder structure, we can go ahead and define our preset sort of conditions that we want to do. So I want to inject something into the head. I can use the head.tsx. We've got loading, we've got error, we've got all these special reserved file names. Again, check out that Next.js video if you're confused at any point. Right, so at this point, we've got all of our interesting stuff that we needed. Okay, so what we want to do now is jump into the build. So I have a nice little deployed version here. So I'm just going to quickly pull that up on the screen. And this is going to be our reference version right here. Okay. So at this point, this is going to be the reference version that we're going to affiliate ourselves with. So you can see right here, we've got a nice website, right? So we're going to break this up into different chunks. The first natural chunk to do, or in fact, the way I like to do this, if you've seen any of my builds, is I like to go ahead and just comment out the structure that we want to go ahead and move forward with, right? Now, what's really nice about this new approach is we can actually separate a lot of the presentational logic. So if I go into my layout.tsx mode, what we can actually go ahead and do here is actually separate the actual page itself versus the overall layout. So this is really, really nice. And it's actually a really clean approach. So I'm going to firstly go ahead and imagine we have the body of our app down here, but inside of the body, I actually want to go ahead and I'm going to have a div which all of the body will sit in, and the children, sorry, is basically the rest of the app, right? So this is going to be the page.tsx, which gets rendered here. But inside the body, I want to have a header. And at this point, I'm going to render out a component called header. Now, it's worth knowing that any component inside of the app folder is, in fact, a server component, There's a very big important learning step here about server components versus client components. Check out that video, but I will be explaining in today's video as well. So we're going to create a header component, header.tsx inside of here, RFCE to create our header component. Now, first thing I want to do is hit save, go back into my layout and go ahead and import it like so. Now you can see we have a header, but what's really beautiful is notice how our page logic is completely separate from our layout. So you can see now we've actually got this abstraction, which is really, really neat. Right, so I prefer this approach. I think it's really nice. I think it's a lot more cleaner of an approach moving forward in the Next.js world. Okay, so at this point, what I want to do is go into my header, and we're going to start pretty much building out our header right from the get-go. Okay, so first thing I want to do is change this header to headers like so, and that's very clean. Then what I want to do is go ahead and introduce a div, and we are going to be using the hero icons library. So first thing I want to do is go to the hero icons library. So let's open up heroicons.com, and this is a Tailwind icon library, really nice icon library. Simply click on the documentation tab, and this will lead us over to the install instructions. So we're going to go ahead and install heroicons.react. Okay, so take that over to our code, Command J to pull up our code. And then what I want to do is split the terminal, bring it over to the side, and I want to go ahead and simply do yarn add, or if it's npm, npmi, right, to install. This will go ahead and add in the dependency into our project. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the following. So we don't need import React at the top. That's very nice. So I just need to go ahead and import the following like so. And if you're wondering how I'm searching through those things, then all you need to do is go ahead and check out this page right here. So you can find all of your stuff here, outline, solid, or mini variant, and you simply change solid, outline, or mini at the end, and then you import like so. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the bars icon at the top. Okay, so I've got the bars icon at the top. So let's go ahead and do this right now. And you can see a big bars gets popped in. Okay, then we have a link which will take us to the home page. So at this point, I've got the link right here, which is going to take us over to the home page. So as you can see right here, I'm going to go ahead and just show you right now. So we've got the link like so. So we've got the PuppetFam news, we've got this left section, middle section, and the right section. Okay, so this is going to be a grid. So this overall div is going to be a grid layout. So I'm going to say grid, and on by default from a mobile view upwards, it's going to be grid columns of 3. Okay, we're going to give it a padding of 10, and the items should be aligned in the center. Right, so this is really clean so far. Okay, and 1 second, guys. And then we're going to go forward, and we're going to introduce a link. So in this case, a link. Nice. Now this link is going to come from the Next.js link, right? So in this case, that's perfect. Okay, and then we're inside of here. Now in Next.js 13, typically in Next.js 12, we had to introduce an A tag inside here. We don't need to do that today. Right, we actually don't need to do that now. Now it actually automatically puts in an A tag for us. So in this case, I could go ahead and put in an H1 to make it, symbolize something important. And then we're going to say the PuppetFam news. Okay, perfect. And then this needs a href. So in this case, we're going to simply go to the home page if that's the case. And I want to do something called prefetch false, because if by default, it will prefetch the page if it finds that link is present. So in this case, you can see we've got the left side, the middle, and the right side, because we're having a grid column 3 and we only have 2 children, which means we have the right side that we still need to fill out. So let's go ahead and add that in right now. That's going to be a div. We're going to have a dark mode button that I'm going to go ahead and eventually code. So dark mode button is to be completed. And then we're going to go ahead and actually add in a button, and that button is just going to have subscribe now, because what I'm doing here is I'm setting you up to go ahead and extend this project in a way that you really want to. So if you wanted to have a paywall to go ahead and allow people to read certain articles, you could go ahead and do that as well, right? So I'm just adding in a button there. I'm going to style it a little bit for you guys, and then you can feel free to go ahead and do it whatever you want with it after that. So by default, I'm going to have this hidden on the mobile view, and then it's only going to pop in on the inline upwards, right? So only going to pop on medium screens upwards. The background is going to be a slate of 900. The text is going to be white, padding X of 4. We're going to do on a large screen, I'm going to introduce padding X of 8, and then on a smaller screen, padding Y of 2, but on a large screen, padding Y of 4. So you can see we've got these nice little breakpoints, sorry, padding Y of 4. And these are basically everything I write by default is mobile first. And then if it has the following breakpoint, it means on a medium screen, on a large screen, so forth, then you apply that. So by default, padding Y of 2, otherwise if it goes onto a large screen, increase to padding of Y. Padding Y of 4. Okay, we're going to give it a rounded full approach, so the button's nice and rounded. And then on dark mode, we're going to say background should turn to a slate of 800. So yes, Tailwind has this amazing dark modifier, and if it sees that, it knows exactly what you're trying to do. Okay, hit the refresh button, and we should see a lovely looking button, right? So on the small screen, you can see it disappears. That's what we wanted. Okay, really nice. So at this point, that's looking pretty damn juicy. So now we're going to go into our class name, type in flex. Items should be centrally aligned with that dark mode button, but I want to justify it towards the end, so it's pushed all the way to the right. And then when we eventually introduce that button for dark mode, we're going to do space X of 2. Right, between that and the final component. Now you're going to find that the hot reloading doesn't work that nicely at the moment, so you're probably going to have to go in and hit the command R to refresh your page manually at times. That's okay, right? It's fine. All right, so at this point now you can see that that's looking good. We need to get this middle looking the way that we wanted it. I need it looking like the PuppetFam news, right? I need it looking clean. So for the H1 tag, I'm going to go ahead and say that it should be a font serif, which gives it that old English type of look, right? That proper British look, right? So in this case, you can see this. Now, if we introduce this, Control R, then Command R, the PuppetFam news, right? It looks a lot more like a news website now. So at this point, we're going to then introduce flex 1, because we are going to make, actually I'm going to come back to that in a second. Let's do text should be center, right? So text should be central. There we go. And now it looks very nice. Now look at that. Oof, this is clean, right? So look at that. Oh mate, look at that. Perfect. Right now in the PuppetFam, I'm going to go ahead and just introduce a span, right? So in this point, I'm going to introduce a span, cut out PuppetFam. I'm going to pop inside of the span. So what I'm trying to do here is only add a class name to the PuppetFam bit of text. And what I want to do is give it an underline. I'm going to give the decoration, so the thickness of that line, a value of 6. And I want that underline to actually be a orange color of 400, right? And now, just like that, we should see a nice little underline. And as you can see, there's a problem with our spacing here. So you can go ahead and do the following trick to get rid of that. So you can go ahead and add a little space here. You can add another space over here as well, if you would like to, right? So you can do it a few different ways. And in this case, you can see the trim comes into effect. So sometimes what I like to do is simply add in our own over here like that, right? So at this point now, we've got our nice little, that looks pretty good, right? That looks really nice. So things are looking pretty good so far. We just need to go ahead and style out. Oh no, okay, so that's actually the header bit pretty much done. Awesome stuff, right? We now need the navigation links and we need a search box, right? So again, this comment approach is what I like to do. Navigation links are going to be here and the search box will allow us to type in something like this or World Cup, right? Hit enter, and eventually the goal would be that it simply comes up on the search field like so. Okay, so if we clicked in search, I think it's on my local right now, that's why it's not, oh no, there it was, just a little delay. So in this case, search results for the World Cup, right? So a lot of stuff happening here. Yeah, I can't control the news. Right, so in this case, so there's gonna be loads of articles. I don't know what's coming up, but in this case, nice. Okay, this is looking pretty cool. So now we're gonna go ahead and introduce the navlinks component. So navlinks component. So let's build that right now. Creating the navlinks component. So navlinks.tsx, close that up, RFCE. And first thing we want to do is simply import it like so. So control spacebar at the end, pull it up to the top. Really, really nice. So we've got the navlinks here. So I want to do the following here. I want to go ahead and create a nav component. So we're doing this for more SEO purposes. And then I want to have a map function that goes ahead and actually runs through all the different links. So these different categories, these are categories that are supported by those available at the MediaStack API. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a constants file, right? And this is going to be effective for later on. So head over to our top layer, add a constants.ts file. All right. Now at this point, what I want to do is simply add a const with the individual categories inside. And you can see I've got a custom type here, which is a category array. Okay. So at this point, what I want to do is I need to create that custom type definition. All right. So I need to create a typings.d.ts file. And this allows me to add in my own custom type definitions. Okay, and inside of here, I'm simply going to make a type, which is going to be a string value of either one of these values. Okay, so at this point, you can see it's going to be type category is either business or entertainment or general or health or science or sports or technology. So if it's a type category, it can only be one of these strings. Okay, so in this case, now you can see if I hover over it, you can see it's a category type. And because it's in the typings.d.ts file, we don't need to import it. So it's a very nice little trick that you can do. Okay. Right, so this is pretty sick. Let's go back to our code and I'm going to import that like so. We don't actually need the old school import React from React anymore. That's deprecated. We don't need that anymore. Right, and Nigeria in the house, what's up? Right, so we've got the categories now. We pulled it in. Now what I can do is I can say categories.map, and for every single category, I want to do the following. I just need to go ahead and I want to put in something called a nav link, right? So I'm going to create a nav link component, so not a singular, not plural. And this is going to take a few different things, right? It's going to take the is active, and we're going to check on what that is in a second. It's going to take the category that we're actually inside of ourselves. So in this case, we're going to pass in firstly the key. So we should always pass in a key when we're mapping through something. Then we're going to pass in the category itself. And after that, we'll sort out the is active and that sort of stuff. So which allows me to do that. So if we're on the sports page, it will do that and so forth. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm simply going to go ahead and categories.map. What's my error here? What have I done? Okay, that's good. That's good. Navlink. Oh yeah, so we just need to create our navlink component. So in this case, we've got navlinks. We don't have navlinks singular. So navlink.tsx, now RFCE. Great, we've got our navlink. And what I like to do here is pass in the props. So in this case, we're going to pass in our props come through here, but with ES6, we get destructuring. So I'm going to split that apart, get the category out, and I have to write my prop definitions like so, okay? So we're going to have to write in our own prop definitions. So for the prop definitions, I'm going to actually pass in two things. I'm going to pass in the category and the is active, which is a Boolean value. It could be true or false, right? So is active we'll handle in a second, but it's probably worth pulling it through right now, okay? So navlinks, and at this point, guys, we need to import it, okay? So we now got an issue because we're missing the isActive prop. Okay, so for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say isActive true. Yeah, just to satisfy it for now, just temporarily, right? Then we're going to go ahead and into our nav links, I'm going to render out a link. So this is going to be a link component from next/link. And in here, we're simply going to go forward and we're going to have a, firstly for the href, we're going to have a string interpolation. So backticks /news / the category. So if you click on that link, it's going to take you to /news / category. And inside of there, the text is simply going to be the category that you're clicking on. Okay, then we have the option to style it. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say class name equals, and I want to have it to be underlined. It's going to be a we're going to create a custom nav link style. And I'm going to show you how to create custom Tailwind classes. So in this case, inside of styles, globals, we have our Tailwind base. And here what I can do is I can inject my own custom styles into any layer. I'm going to inject one, in fact, into the components layer. Okay, and I'm going to create something called the nav link component. Okay, and in order to write Tailwind in this class, I simply have to write the directive apply. Okay, so that's that pretty simply. Now I've got a bunch of different sizing and styles that go on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste it in and show you what I'm doing. So when I hover over it, I want to underline it. I want the underline to be 400 orange. Text should be center, thickness of 2 for that underline. When I am clicked on it, when it's active, I want it to be underlined. The underline should be offset, which means it should be dropping a bit lower. So in this case, you see how it drops a little bit lower, right? Then we've got rounded full, padding 4, and a bunch of little other styling things, including like capitalize it. When I hover, I want the transition to happen only for transform. So when it scales up and down. So in this case, I'm scaling 110 of the 110%, and the duration should be 200, and ease out means that when I go into it, it should be super fast, but it should ease out. Right, so that's how we get this effect. So you see when I hover over it, that offset, that's what we're doing here. Right, cool. So looking pretty nice. And now I've got the nav link component, and let's just check on that for a second. So if I refresh, you can see, look at that, I get that applied to all of them. So really nice kind of approach that we're taking here. Okay, so at that point we can move forward, and we can now actually have, where I have nav link, I'm also going to say if it's active. Right, so I'm going to do some custom styling here. So what I need to do is I need to put this into a curly bracket, use our square backticks, have our string interpolation, and say if it's active. So if is active, then I'm going to inject the following. It should have an underline, decoration should be orange. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm forcing the hovered state on it if you're actually active. So if the page is actually active, right? And I'll show you exactly how I plan on doing that as well. So underline offset, let's do a value of 4. The font should be bold, and I want to do the text being large. Okay, so at this point now they're all active, remember, because I forced it on them. Okay, so at this point we can go back to our nav links, and let's just make our isActive state a bit more of a makes sense situation. Okay, so now if we go back to nav links, I'm going to go ahead and use something called the use path name function from Next navigation. Right now, as you can see, this is a hook. Now server components are not allowed to use hooks, and as I mentioned, anything inside the app directory is now a server component. So what I've done here is inside my header, the overall header is a server component, but only a small fraction of it, which is the navigation links, should use the client. So by writing use client, this now basically converts it to a client component. Now I can use hooks on that, and it means that it will load this when the window mounts on the page. So now I can get access to like the path name on the mount. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an isActive function. This is going to take a path, right, which is a string, and it's going to go ahead and return if it's true or not. And how am I going to do this? Well, basically what I want to do is I'm going to say if the path name, I'm going to split it by the forward slashes, because imagine I could be in like I could be in let me just explain this a bit nicer. So let's just split. I'll pop the last value, and I'm going to say I'm going to compare it against the path, right? So what I've actually done here is imagine I'm on mysite.com/news/technology, right? So if I'm on here, what I've done now is I've split everything. So what it will do is it will give me an array of 3 values, right? So essentially this will convert into 3 different values. So I'd have 1 value, 2 value, 3 value. So I've got 3 values in my array now. Okay, then I pop, which means I'm taking this last value out of the array. So now what I've done is I've taken that into, and I've just got the last value. Then I compare this to the path. Now what I'm going to do is on the categories, as I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to I'm going to pass in isActive, and I'm going to pass the category as the isActive prop. So what we've actually essentially done here is now we're checking if I am at /news/business, for example, and the text matches with business, it's going to go ahead and do exactly that, right? So it's going to go ahead and then have the following. So now, as you can see here, news/sports, and it goes ahead and has the active state. So that's done. That's how we get that effect. Okay, really, really nice little trick. Okay, now with the nav, we're going to go ahead and do the following. I want this to be a grid, and the grid should have by default 4 columns, right? So on a mobile view, I want it to have a 4-column approach. So in this case, like 4 columns, and then as it gets bigger, I want to change it to a 7 columns approach, right? So I want these to be a bit smaller, so text extra small, and on the medium screen, I'm going to say text becomes small. You can feel free to customize this however you want, by the way. There's no right or wrong. This is just how I've done it. We're going to infer a max width of 6XL, so that way it doesn't get too crazy. We're going to center it once it's got that max width, and I'm going to give it a border on the bottom of 1, right? So now, if we were to refresh the page, you can see now I've got the border bottom, I've got the padding around it. As I get smaller, I will change to a grid of 4. Bam, really nice, right? Look at that, perfect. Right, so that's looking super, super clean, guys. That's perfect, right? That's exactly what I wanted. Look, oof, we got the animations, everything looking sleek. Okay, so let's go back a level now. So we can close these 2 files out. We can go back to our header. We've done our nav links. The next challenge, search box. Let's get that done. So at this point, we're going to go into our header. And as you can see, the benefits of making responsive design a component at a time means that when you combine them all together, you have this beautiful application that just neatly entangles and it just works, right? It's just beautiful, right? Really, really clean. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and do search box. I like to think of this like the header is always the warm-up when we're coding. If you notice that, it's always like the header starts off, it's the warm-up, and then we get into the real kind of nitty-gritty. GraphQL jumps in, StepZen comes in, all this kind of cool stuff. APIs get dealt with, you know, but it always starts with a header. Have you noticed that? Right? It's like a football match, you're warming up. So at this point, we're going to create a search box component, searchbox.tsx, RFCE, bam. And now with this one, I'm going to simply go ahead and pop in. So let's firstly import it like so. So bam, save. We're going to get an error because it hasn't got returned anything. Then we can see the search box should be there. Okay. So the search box, we're going to have it like this, and it's going to be responsive to the dark mode as well. So I want to make it look like quite nice in that sense. So this is going to be a form because I want it to be submit. So you should be able to submit this form. Okay. Then over here for this, we firstly don't need that. We can clean up our function like so. Then I want to go ahead and have an input field, right? So this input field is going to be what we're going to be typing in the search value for. Then we're going to have a button. The button is going to have a type of submit because it's going to be a submission button. And over here for that button, we're going to simply say search. Okay. So this is the overall skeleton that we have going on. Then I'm going to go ahead and instill some styles into this. So first things first, Iron Mind says pop up bam. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Right. So max width 6XL, MX auto. Then I'm going to say flex. So flex, justify the items between, and the items should be center and a padding of X of 5. So that way it's not touching the side as well. Now, as you can see, look what's happening, right? So justify between pushes them apart, but this ain't using up the space, right? It's kind of a waste of space. So at this point, I can just say flex 1, and just like that, now, if I refresh, bam, it uses up the full space, right? Don't worry, that's because I done a hard refresh and it wasn't ready, right? So it had a hydration mismatch. So at this point, we can say flex 1. Now I'm going to add a bunch of other styling. We'll say the width should be full by default. Height should be a value of 14. Rounded should be small, so the corners want to be rounded off small. The placeholder on the, on any view should be 500. Text should be a gray of 500 as I type in. The outline, I want to get rid of that annoying blue outline. So we're going to say outline none. And then we're going to give the background a transparent color. Okay. The dark value, we're going to change the text. So when it goes to dark mode, the text will change from orange 400. Okay. And then I want to give it a nice little placeholder. So let's go ahead and up here, give it a placeholder. And this is just going to say search keywords, right? I don't know why I turned well posh for that. Search keywords, right? So that's pretty nice. Now, you can do this a few ways. You can actually have this, you know, like be a client server component only. But in this case, I want to actually disable the input if you don't, and I don't want to have like, I know there's a lot of ways you can do this. I actually did it as a server component first, but we're going to convert this one to a client component because I actually want to go ahead and use a nice little bit of state trick right here, right? So you don't have to, remember, it's fully customizable. So in this case, let's move forward. We need a piece of state. So I'm going to go ahead and create a piece of state to keep track of the input. There's loads of ways you can do this. So don't think this is the only way, right? We're going to add the use state hook. We're going to pass this in. So we're going to import that from React. And now I'm going to map this to the input. So as the user types in, the value is going to be mapped, right? But as they type in, I need to actually update the on-change request. Now, a lot of you always ask me, what is that? This auto-completing your text? It's GitHub Copilot. It's just helping me out a little bit, right? So that's what I was going to type in. It literally just auto-completes it for me beforehand, okay? I'm still coding, don't worry. So as I type in, it fires off an event, and then I update the text with that value, right? So now if I type in, you can see nothing's broken. That's what you should be checking for. Let's go ahead and save right now, hit refresh, and we type in, that is what you want. If it's not typing in, you didn't connect it properly, okay? So now once that's done, I'm gonna go to our button, and first things first, I'm gonna disable the button if there's no input. So if the user hasn't typed in, you shouldn't be able to do anything, okay? Then I'm gonna go ahead and give this a bit of styling. I'm gonna say the text should be an orange button of 400. And then I'm gonna go ahead and say if it's disabled, so you see how what's really nice about Tailwind is you can actually access all of these different things. Then I'm gonna say it should be a gray value of 400, okay? So now you can see if I refresh, if it's grayed out, and then only when I hit that, it becomes active, right? So you can see then it becomes a search active button, right? So you can feel free to customize it as much as you want afterwards. That's completely your call. Okay, pretty cool. So now when I submit the form, what the hell happens? Nothing at the moment. So I need to say on submit, and then I'm going to create a function called handle search, okay? So let's create this function at the top. We're going to say const handle search right now. So const handle search, right? So this will fire off an event, which is always attached to a click handler. And also the reason why I had to use the use client is because we're tapping into a handler, right? So any kind of click handler, any interactive handler, such as on click, on submit, you have to convert your server component into a client component because it essentially needs to know when the element is mounted to the window. It can't do that on the server because there's no window to mount on, right? It can pre-render things, but it can't do that. So that's why you have to convert it to a client component. That's why we have use client at the top, so we can use stuff like this. Otherwise, if you try to do it without, it would just call you out and it would say, oh, you can't do that, you need to convert it. So at this point, nice little trick. You hover over this, add an event, you can get the type definition that you need, copy it, get rid of that. And now I have a perfect type definition. Bow, it stops complaining. We can import our form event from React, and just like that, it's ready. First thing I want to do is prevent the default behavior so it doesn't refresh. If we don't do that, it's going to go ahead and refresh, okay, which is going to break things out, and we don't want that. And then I'm going to have some defensive programming. I'm going to say if there is no input, right? So this is kind of a pattern, right? So you can see, yes, we are preventing it here, but you should kind of get into a habit of doing some defensive programming. So if there is no input, even if some developer came along, accidentally got rid of this, your code will still protect at that level as well, okay? So it's just a defensive line. It stops the execution if there's no input. Now, if it is correct, I want to redirect them to /search, and I want to pass the term as something called a query parameter. Right, so in this case, I need access to the router. So I need the router, and here we can use router object, and we can import it from Next navigation. Don't make this mistake. There's two use routers. Next navigation is Next.js 13. Next router is Next.js 12. It is important that you do not mess this up, right? Otherwise, you're going to get unexpected behavior, okay? So at this point, we've got the use router. And now I can go ahead and do what I'm trying to do. So at this point, I can say if, so router.push, and I can go to /search /the input, okay? And what I'm actually going to do here is I'm not going to do it just like this. You could do it that way, to be fair, I just realized. Or you could actually go ahead and do a query param. So I'm going to use a query param for now, which is also completely fine. But yeah, you could actually just go ahead and do a dynamic route as well. That also works. But in this case, I want to do a query param. I've done dynamic route before in the last video. I think it's nice to mix it up. So in this case, I'm going to say equals term, and then we're going to pass it in like this. So that's a query param. So nothing sensitive goes in a search field, so we don't care. It's fine. Right, so in this case, I can type in like hello world, hit enter, and as you can see, we get term equals hello world. Awesome. That's really great. Okay. So nice. Now, the benefit to having that without sort of, you know, the actual dynamic card would be you could probably do some ISR in it, but I doubt, unless you have loads of people searching for like Ronaldo World Cup or something, that would make sense. But okay, I'm not going to go too far into it. Yeah. So at this point, this is quite nice. We've got the behavior looking exactly how we needed it, and we've got this down to exactly what we wanted. Okay, so I think at this point, let's head back over to our header, and our header is officially complete. Okay, so header looks pretty great so far. So now the next natural thing is let's head back over to our page.tsx, which is our homepage. So this is all this, and as you can see, what's so beautiful, no matter what page I'm on now, my layout is complete. Okay, so really, really nice little bit of behavior there. Now I do want to go back into my layout, and I want to enforce one thing before we continue on, and that is that the body, right? So the body right here, I want to give the entire sort of app a styling. I want to make the background white, and to be honest with you, technically we should be using something like a gray. It's more sort of clean, it's more friendly on the eye, right? So believe it or not, that is actually a lot more neutral to your eye than a clean white. That's just a UI tip, right? So that is actually a lot cleaner than this, because the contrast of that is actually hella different to what I had previously, right? So BG is probably too subtle to notice, but maybe like a gray of 200. So even that, I don't really like that, but okay, I'm going to keep it on 100 for now. Okay, so we're going to do BG gray 100. Then I'm going to say on dark mode, the background is actually going to go to a zinc color of 900. Okay, then we're going to say the transition should occur for all the elements, and the duration will be 700. So I want it to be a nice slow transition, right? So on the actual app, if you can see, it has this nice slow 700 millisecond animation, right? That's how we do that. Okay, cool. Then for the div surrounding the children, so if you notice here, everything here is within this maximum width constraint. So what I can do here is I can go ahead and put inside my div a class name to say max width 6XL MX Auto. And as you can see now, what's going to happen is all of the children, so you see homepage now, it's not over here, it's got this max width constraint. So you can see once we set up the layout, it's so nice, right? We haven't got this headache of kind of like meddling around with things. Our code is separated in a really make sense way. So that's pretty damn great. So what was I going to do? Right, so back to the page. So over here now, what I want to do is, again, I'm going to mark it out. So I'm going to eventually have a news list component. Oh, I love this song, right? We're going to actually have a news list component. This will take a news prop, right? So it's going to have a news prop on it, and eventually we're just going to pre-render the data in a server component like fashion here, right? So over at the top here, remember this is a server component, which means I can make it an asynchronous function, and we can do some really cool stuff, right? So before you're wondering, how the hell did he make that async? Well, because we're using Next.js 13, that's the beautiful thing about it. We can actually do that, okay? So before we do that, I'm going to show you a nice little trick as to how we can go ahead and progress things further, right? So first things first, we need to fetch the news data, okay? So we're going to break it down piece by piece. We don't need this at the top, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and say const news, and before we do anything else, I'm going to say we're going to create a function called fetch news, okay? And what this should do is it should take in certain categories in which are for what I want to basically fetch. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to go ahead and pass in all the categories, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to join them, right? So essentially I'm going to say categories, so categories dot join with a comma, right? So if you think about what I just did there, categories dot join would mean that I would have, for example, it would be like general / business / does that. I've just created a string for that value, and then I've just passed it into the value without the spaces, right? So that's exactly what I've done there, and that will pass through here. Now we need to create the fetch news function, okay? And then I also want to create a type definition for this called news response, okay? So first things first, let's create the news response, and then we can go into things a bit further in a sec, okay? And I'll show you exactly how all of this will tie together in a minute. So the news response that we're eventually going to have is going to be modeled around the response that we're going to get back from StepZen. So when we make a query, StepZen actually does a lot of the heavy lifting for us, which is why it's so incredibly powerful. But in this case, what I'm going to do is I've got the type categories. Let's just pump that down a little bit. What we're going to do is we're going to have a news response class. a type definition. So news response is basically what I expect to get back from the media stack API. So this API, when I make a call to it, I expect to get data back in the following approach: pagination and data. Now these are two different custom types that we're going to go ahead and talk about. The first thing that's going to come back is a pagination type object, right? So in this case, pagination will come back as one of the object entries, okay? The second one is going to be data entry. Now you can call data entry whatever you want. You could really call it article if you wanted to. I'm going to call it data entry in this case because I can't remember why, but somehow that came up. But you can honestly change that. You can change that to article throughout your app, whatever you want. But this is essentially going to be the article, right? So in this case, actually, you know what? Let's just make it a lot easier. Let's just make this article. Okay. So that's a lot easier. Article. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's just go with that. All right. So in this case, that's the article. And then, so that makes sense. The news response is going to have pagination data and the data itself, which is going to be of type article. Okay. So at this point now, I can go ahead and you see, we get rid of that error. We just need to create the fetch news function. So I'm going to go into my folder structure, go to package.json level, go here, create a new folder called lib. Okay, so this is going to be lib, or it could be utils, whatever you want, right? Lib is usually something that we use. I'm going to create a new folder inside of here called fetch news, file, sorry. It's going to be a TypeScript file. Now, inside of fetch news, this is where we start doing some of the magic, okay? So this is going to be an asynchronous function, right? So this is going to be, I believe we have steps in. Oh yeah, steps in the house. Hey, what's up? All right, so we got const fetch news equals. So we're going to have an asynchronous function here, and we're eventually going to go ahead and pass in the GraphQL. So I'm going to map this out for us, sorry. So GraphQL query. We're going to map out a GraphQL query. Then we're going to have a fetch function, right? And this is going to be using with Next.js 13, sort of Next.js 13 caching, basically. Let's just call it that. And then we're going to go ahead and return. Then we're going to have a sort function. So it's going to sort all the articles with the picture first, sort by images versus not images present, right? And then we're going to return the response, right? So this is the flow that we're essentially going to be doing, okay? Now, first things first is the fetch news is going to take a few arguments. First one is going to be the category. Okay, and this is going to be an optional argument. It doesn't have to be there, but we're going to basically go and say it should be a category or a string value. The string value is because I might concatenate them. For example, if we go back to our page.tsx, in this case, I concatenated a bunch of strings. Okay, so you can see we got to be a little bit careful on that front. So category or string, right? Then we're going to have keywords. This is going to be when eventually when I have search functionality. So we're going to say string, and then I'm going to have is dynamic. Okay. And is dynamic is basically going to be the difference between how I determine if a page is going to end up caching, so in an ISR fashion, whereby at build time, the cell will pre-build all the pages with Next.js, and then it will revalidate them every 20-30 seconds, right? This prevents the API quote getting exhausted. It means a more optimal, efficient way of loading the pages is also available. But we are going to go ahead and actually have search results be dynamically rendered, as in the form of a server-side render. So at this point, we want to have that is dynamic toggle to true. So all of this is going to happen. Trust me, it's actually really damn cool how we do this, okay? So first things first, we are going to install a library called GraphQL request. Right, so in this case, I'm going to install something called a GraphQL request. So in this case, we'll go over here, install GraphQL request. This is all the prep work before we can connect over to StepZen and set up things like that. So here you see npm add GraphQL request, and we're going to install GraphQL. Okay, head back over to our code, Command J, and we're simply going to go ahead and pop this in like so. I'm going to say yarn add. Add, and as long as you can put a space between them, you can install like 5, 6, 7, a million dependencies. There we go. And then before we can kind of, you see this is throwing an error because we haven't exported our fetch news function, right? So in this case, I need to just go ahead and export the fetch news function. That's good. And then go back here. We simply need to import the fetch news function like so. And as you can see, this is freaking out because fetch news is not returning what we need right now. It's not returning anything, right? Which is why it's broken. So that's installed. Great. Let's go ahead and hide this out. Now we get onto the interesting part. This is where we're going to go ahead and connect to the MediaStack API. So first things first, we need to create a MediaStack API account. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we do that. So head over to MediaStack API, go up to the top and simply click sign up for free. Right, in this case, I've already created an account, so I'm going to go ahead and just log into my existing account. So I'm doing that exactly right now. Right, so mediastack.com is what you're looking for. So this right here, sorry, I didn't show you, mediastack.com. Right, so in this case, you want to go to mediastack.com and then you want to go into sign up for free. So I've already done that. Once you've gone ahead and signed up, what you will see is the following page. Okay, so I will show you right now, but I'm going to show you in a way that I can kind of hide something important. Right, so give me 1 second, guys. Right, so once you do that, you will reach the dashboard screen, right? So you'll reach this section here. Now, as you can see, we've got the dashboard, we've got the 3-step quick start guide. So this will introduce us to the MediaStack API. You can upgrade your plan if you want more. So in this case, just for the demo, I've upgraded mine so that way I don't die out. But for you guys, you will get 500 free requests, and I'll show you how you cannot exhaust those if you do it carefully. Okay, so you want to copy this key. This key is very important. I blurred it out so that way it doesn't get spammed ahead, right? So you're going to copy that key, and then you've got the base URL here. Now, if you scroll down, there's a bunch more information. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down right now. So if you scroll down, it'll show you an example as to how you can go ahead and make live news reports, historical news, or news sources. So essentially what we're going to do now is we're going to use this, but to go ahead and actually make a connection to StepZen's curl import statement. Okay, so it's going to be pretty cool. Right, I'm going to show you how we're going to do all of this. So first things first, we need to go ahead and just copy this. But first, remember the access key was super important. So if I scroll a little bit up, there was an access key. I want you to copy that access key. Okay, so I've copied my access key, and now I'm going over to my code. Right, so I've copied my access key. I'm heading back over to my app. Now I'll go to package.json. I'm going to create a environment file. So .env.local. This is going to be our local environment file. Okay, so at this point, what I want you to do is simply type in MediaStack API key. And again, if you don't put next public here, then it will not be present on the client. Okay, so we don't want this to be present on the client because it's a secret key, which is nice about server components. We have more room to protect our apps, right, by not exposing public keys, because we just care about the render happening on the server, and then the data can fly towards the client. So at this point, super secret key goes here, right? So super secret key that I just copied goes here. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that now and then close this file, right? So I'm going to do that right now. So I'm pasting in my super secret key right now. Right, I saved it, close the file, done. Okay, so now I've done that. If I hold up over here and I go back to my terminal, we should see that I had a little change. So if I restart my server, now it will go ahead and load the environment files. You see this from environment.local. Okay, so that's what we want to see. That's great, right? And we'll probably get an error here because we're not actually doing anything here. So if I was to move that out of the way, you can see we've got this behavior. And this is happening, by the way, because I'm on the dark mode right now. So I want to quickly go back to my layout and let me just double check. Yeah, so I'm on dark mode by default. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this just for now, so you guys can see what I'm doing until I implement dark mode. Okay, because it's by default using my system preferences. Okay, so cool. Now we've got that inside of our environment variables, we can continue on. So what I now need to do is now need to set up our StepZen. So StepZen is where we're basically going to go ahead and build out our GraphQL API in a really easy fashion. This is what I love about it. I've used GraphQL in the past and it's just a little bit of a pain to set up. StepZen are basically the middleman. They allow us to have this easy interaction between our GraphQL API and whatever data sources we need, and they make it so easy to set up. Okay, so I'm going to show you just how you can do it. So let's firstly go over to our dashboard. So you want to log in, head over to your dashboard. I'm just going to quickly hide the screen while that loads, so that way there's nothing sensitive comes up on the screen. And then what you want to do, guys, is you're going to need your API key. Now, when you do initially set up, there will be a moment where it pops up on the screen. I'm going to see if I can find mine in the dashboard so I can show you how it will potentially look. Okay, so at this point I can actually show you mine because it's not fully exposed. So let's go ahead and show you. So if we go into our steps in, you'll reach this dashboard, okay? Here you've got your endpoints, you've got this really nice new dashboard that you can explore, and here you can actually go ahead, connect to the different endpoints, and you can query them. So this is from the the Reddit build. You can see there's a bunch of stuff here. So this is literally like a graphical playground. So this is really nice, right? The guys over StepZen have heard our feedback. They keep on coming back with this awesome stuff. But this is the important part. We need to go to our account and we need to go ahead and do the following, right? But before we do that, I actually want you to click the Getting Started guide. Okay, so we're going to click on Getting Started right here. And this is what you want to do. You want to install StepZen globally, right? So first things first, install StepZen globally onto your machine. Then you want to log in, right? So here it will give you your username. So in this case, I've got a username here. You want to go ahead and do that. It will prompt you for a admin key. This is very important, right? This is different to your API key. This is your admin key. So you need to do this step first. I've already done it. Okay. Yeah, so this is it. So I've already done this right now. So I don't need to do that. So you need to do that, and then you'll log in on the CLI. Okay. Now heading back over, this is the API key. So I want you to copy this. Okay. So copy that API key, not the admin key, the API key. Okay, this allows us to access StepZen and execute queries. Then what I want you to do, head back over to your code, open up your environment file. I'm going to hide the screen. So you thought I was going to slip, but I didn't slip, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and hide one of my keys for a sec. Give me one moment. Say super secret. Okay, so look at this. I've learned tricks, guys. Honestly, I know how to get around this, right? So StepZen, and I'll show you my screen in just a sec. StepZen API key. We need to add a new field here for StepZen API key. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and add in our next StepZen API key. So at this point, you can see I've added in my super secret API key, right? So you want to copy that value I just showed you, this one, copy it, and then you want to go ahead and paste it over here, right? So, I'm going to go ahead and paste in my values, and then I'm going to hide them, right? So I'm going to hide the screen. So this is your super secret stuff, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. So I've got my keys, saved it, and I've closed my environment file. Done. Nice, right? So everything's set up. All right, so at this point, we have our environment variables set. Okay, so again, restart the client. So that way you get the new environment variables. Awesome stuff. Okay, now at this point, I want you to do the following. So now we can actually go ahead and set up our initial StepZen environment. So we're going to go ahead and open up. So what I'm going to do to make it extremely clear is I'm going to just simply open up another terminal completely. So we've got the first one running the app. The second one is going to be here. I want you to type in StepZen init. Okay, and at this point, this is going to initialize StepZen inside of our project. Right, you don't actually need to. I think you could just do curl straight up the bat, but we're going to do that. Okay, for now. Right, what would you like the endpoint to be called? So I'm going to say hissing croaker. It's fine. They gave it to me. Bam. Hit enter. Now it says created a StepZen environment. Okay, so let's look in this StepZen config. That's our endpoint, right? So hissing croaker is great. Now what I can do is I need to basically have our first pool of data, right? So heading over to the getting started section, which was over here, simply click that, and then you can go down here. Now you can pull in your data from anywhere. There's GraphQL endpoints, there's REST API, SQL, NoSQL, Supabase, all that kind of cool stuff is supported out of the box by the amazing team over at StepZen. So now what I want to do is I want to pull in from a REST API. So I'm going to do this. Now, all we need to do is we have to pass in an example of the request that we're going to use. Okay, then we're going to pass in the header, in which, like, if we do have any authentication, you can go ahead and do that as well. I almost slipped there, right? So at that point, you can go ahead and do that. So we just need to do StepZen import curl. So, right, so what we're essentially doing here is we make a curl request. StepZen will literally look at the response that it pulls back, and it will create an API, right, and the type definitions and all that kind of stuff around that in a GraphQL fashion, right? So really, like, mind-blowingly cool, right? So yeah, and there's also other things you can do here. So you can actually go ahead and do other endpoints, query names, and all this kind of stuff. But I'm going to keep it very simple for today's build. So heading back over to our code, what is the API endpoint that I need? Well, firstly, remember we go back to our quick start guide, this one right here, right? So this one over here. And this is exactly the kind of layout we need. It's going to be apimediastack.com/v1/news access key. Okay. So that's what I essentially want, but I don't want to have to make a connection to this or call this from my client. GraphQL should be doing that for me. Instead, I should be making a call to my from my client to StepZen, and then StepZen handles the rest. Okay, so let's do that right now. So what I need from this is I need to copy this, right? And I'm just going to quickly check something on my end for a second because I need a value that I've completely forgotten. Right, so okay, so what I now need you to do is, in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to prep something on my screen so that way you can do the same thing. So key goes here. Okay. So you could go ahead and actually do this in a full approach where it actually predefines everything for you, but I'm just going to show you a basic example and then we're going to add to the definition that it creates for us. Okay. So what I need you to do now is go ahead, and this is the example structure that it requires: sources, categories, countries, and all that kind of stuff. So what we're going to do is we've got this right here, right? So I've created a dummy sort of request, so v1 news, and then I'm passing in an access key. So your access key should technically go here. Okay. So what I want you to do is the access key you had previously, paste it in there, right? So paste it in there. That's completely fine. Right, and that's very important. You have to replace this with your access key, right? The steps, the media stack API key, the one that is available by scrolling up on this page, right? So if you scroll up, there's an API key there, right? So you want to copy that, paste it there. So I want you to do that right now. So I imagine I did that. Then it's going to say at sources and sources, and we just got 2 examples right there. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to do this exact command on my machine, but I'm going to write the following. I'm going to say StepZen import curl like so, and I'm going to do this exact command. Okay, and remember your API key has to be there replaced. Okay, so I'm going to run this command in my terminal right now. Okay, so you need to do the same thing, StepZen import curl, and I'm going to run that right now. I'm going to hide my machine so that way it doesn't expose anything that I don't want exposed. So I'm just going to run that right now. So API media stack, there we go. Okay, so I'm running that in my terminal right now. And oops, I've made a little silly mistake. StepZen curl import. Oh, sorry, I've actually made a mistake there. It should be StepZen import curl. Yeah, so I've done StepZen curl import. Oh, silly me. All right, so StepZen import curl and then your URL. Okay, so I'm doing that right now. And oh, in fact, okay, I'll show you even a better way. I'll show you an actual even better way. So at this point, you can say StepZen import curl. Yeah, and this will give us a nice little prompt. Okay, so at this point I want to go ahead and do the following commands. I'm going to paste this value in. So I'm going to paste my one in, but my one's got the actual full value in there, right? So I'm going to do that right now. I'm just going to hide my screen so nothing important gets exposed. So I'm popping in mine right now. So I'm popping it in with the access key appended to it and so forth. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And then I'm going to hit enter as well. So it's asked me a few questions here. I've just left everything, enter, 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 enter. And I made a slight mistake here, right? So I can't remember what I did here. So I'm just going to go ahead and give this another quick try. So give me 1 second, guys. Okay. And then for this, I'm going to do, give me 1 second and I will show you exactly how I do this. Okay, in fact, what I can do is actually show you something a bit nicer than this. So let's do. Okay, so it was, in fact, StepZen import. Right, so I did this a while back, which is why I just need to figure it out. So you got some live debugging here. Right, I'm just trying to find the exact command I used. Okay, and I made a silly mistake last time, which I'm just trying to find the fix for right now. So give me 1 second, guys, and I will show you how we do this. So this is exactly what we should be seeing. Right, so we're going to essentially do this request right here. Okay, I made a mistake. Right, this is why. So I know exactly why it happened. So we're going to go ahead and do StepZen import. I'll show you what the problem was. So what I was doing here, guys, incorrectly was I forgot to put curly quotes around it. Okay. Okay, so I forgot to say stepzen import, and then you have to put your quotes around it, and then you have to make sure that there's no backslashes, right? So this is very important. Okay, so that's what I forgot. Okay, so now I'm going to do that exact same command. So I'm going to say HTTP. There we go. And then I'm going to say API. I pass in everything that I needed. And what I did here was actually slightly different. So I'm actually going to copy this so I can show you it afterwards. And ABC, bear with me guys. On the replay, you can fully slow it down and watch it as you want to, right? So I'm running that command now, and then it starts the command and it did it. Okay, so this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to show you. So how can I show you this in a nicer way? Let's go ahead and hide something on the screen. So once that's done, what you should see is the following. Okay, so this is perfect, right? So what I want you to do is, this is the command I wanted. So you should run that command. I've hidden it, and then it should say successfully imported schema curl from stepzen. So this is what you actually wanted to do. Stepzen import curl. Then you pass in the API stack news / access key, and then you paste in your access key here. Okay, so paste in your access key over here. And then what I've done is I've added in countries, and I've added in a limit, 100, and offset, and sort publish descending, right? But if you really don't care about all of that yet, and you kind of getting too much difficulty, you can get rid of all of that and just do that. Okay, so just do this and replace your access key, and it will work. It will be perfect. That's how you do it. Make sure there's no backslash here, right? Because sometimes that can break things as well. So this is the ultimate key command that you need. Okay, so I'm going to keep that on the screen there, just so you can go ahead and do this. And obviously when I push this to GitHub, that's going to be the example I'm going to have on the bottom. So if you want to go ahead and get this, you can get the code at GitHub. The link is down in the description, right? So example import, that's the one. Okay, so now what I can do is I can hide that, and I can go over to our the file that it generated. So in this case, stepzen config, no, so it's not this one, it's inside of our curl index, right? So here, this is exactly what we wanted. Now look at this, look how incredibly powerful this is. So bear in mind, I did not do this, right? This is what stepzen was able to figure out on its own based on the response that it got given. So what we did there is we made a query to the MediaStack API, and then this returned all the information that we actually needed, right? So in this case, if I was to run that actual command in the browser, so I'm actually going to do that right now. I'll show you. So if I do API stack, if I run that command right now in the browser, so I'm just going to hide the API key. So in this case, I've hidden my API key. But what you'll see is, this is the response that it basically does when I make that API request. I've just changed it right now, the access key. So you see pagination came back, we've got the data coming back and so forth. So it saw this response, and stepzen generated all the type definitions, everything that we needed to go ahead and build a model around this so that we can make a GraphQL interface happen, right? And it actually did all this in the background in like a second. It done that so fast, it was crazy, right? So heading back over to our code, you can see here's our query. So this is the magic part, right? Here's the query. Now I'm going to make a few changes to this, right? Because I'm actually going to extend it. So I'm going to add the keywords. I'm going to add in, so I'm going to add keywords in over here. I'm also going to add in categories. So I'm also going to add in, so countries, categories, and the access key, like so. Perfect. Okay, so that's actually exactly what we want. And then in this case, we've got the root, which is basically the returned type definition. And here's data entry. So previously we had article, remember? It was just article. So in this case, I could probably change that to article, and it shouldn't break, but if it does, we can revert it. Okay. So this is really nice. So we got the pagination, everything. So what I've done here is you want to match these type definitions as close as possible in your typings.ds.ts file. So in this case, you can see here, the only one that we've got changes for is the image and the author sometimes are not defined. So you can see pretty much one-to-one replication, right? And even here, what you can do is you can make that a type like so. Right? So you can see pretty much we're protecting our types by having identical type definitions. This allows us to reduce the number of bugs in our code. Okay, so once that's done, what I want you to do is head over to your terminal and type in stepzen start. Hit enter. Okay, so really nice. That was pretty tricky to go ahead and show without actually getting all of the things on the screen. So I've got an error here. Okay, so you can't actually change that, so we have to make it like that. Okay, so that's fine. And in this case, you can see it deploys hissing croaker to stepzen, right? Now, as you can see, guys, here we have the example request. So you can make your a request using the following information, and you have to pass in your API key. If you want to know your API key, all you have to do is run this command, stepzen who am I -- API key in your terminal, and it will literally give you your key as well, right? So you can do that, replace that as well. Right, but in this case, we don't need that. So this is the live API URL. All right, so hissing quokka. So if I was to go into my stepzen dashboard over here and I go into endpoints, we can actually now see, if I go into my Explorer, we should be able to see hissing quokka here as well. Right, so it should take a second maybe to go ahead and refresh. Hissing quokka. So hissing quokka, there you go. And as you can see, my query, access key, all of this stuff, right? So you can either use the stepzen dashboard, or you can actually use your local host while it's running, and it's on localhost 5001. And this will give you a graphical interface, right? So in this case, you can click export. It will show you code that you can use. You can show the Explorer, and you can go ahead and build out your queries like so. So in this case, I'm going to use the following to go ahead and test it out. So I'm going to put data in. So I'm going to pop in all my data like so. Okay. So I'm just going to say I want all of this information back. I want the pagination data back. I want everything back, right? So this is GraphQL request happening. Then what I can do is I can basically pass in some parameters. So for the access key, I'm going to go ahead and hide the screen right now and pop in my key right now. Yeah, so I'm running that command right now. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically hide my key. Okay, so there you go. So what I've done now is I've shown you a demo access key request. So I put in access key. I actually had that as my real access key value. It wasn't this fake one. And then you can see it returns back all the data. So now we have an awesome GraphQL interface, and stepzen does the fetching on their side. All we're doing is we're basically interfacing with stepzen, right? So stepzen gives us a GraphQL API. We make a request. We say, hey, I want this, I want that. Say if you don't care about the response, like the count, limit, offset, you can get rid of those. You can get rid of this data, and you can only request this if you wanted, right? So really, really nice stuff, right? So okay, and here you got the query. So this is actually quite important, this part. So what I want you to do at this point is grab this, okay? And we are going to update this a little bit more in a second, but I want you to just grab that for now. We're not using Apollo client, but that will help us out a little bit, okay? So this is quite nice. So far, I'm going to go ahead and just set up my screens a little bit. There we go. Okay, amazing stuff. So we've got past that hurdle, right? So stepzen's done the hard work, and you know what's incredible, guys? That literally took like 2 seconds once I had the right command. 2 seconds, the whole thing was done. Like, try setting up a GraphQL API and try doing it yourself. It takes a hell of a lot longer than 2 seconds. I promise you that, right? So at this point now, so we're doing pretty well, right? So we've got the stepzen GraphQL API up. So let's jump back into our code right now. Nice. And this is basically the next step now. So we need to go back to our fetch news, and we're going to start implementing our fetch stuff, right? So let's head over to our fetch news. So we're in there right now. And what I want to do is, remember, I copied that query, right? So the query from, where was it? From the API, so graphicals. You can either use this one, by the way. So you can fully do that and type in ABC, pop in your data, and see you can just do the exact same thing, hit play, and in this case it's unauthorized because I gave in the wrong access key, right? So it's completely fine. You can do this as well and it comes over, or in this case you can go to the graphical one that I had open a second ago, right? So you can go to either one of those, that's fine. So at that point I copied in the following query from the graphical API, right? So I think they might even give it here, I'm not sure. Let me just see. Add new query. No, so it doesn't show here. The graphical one showed us there as well, right? But in this case, we've got to make a query. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to import my GQL from that library we installed earlier, right? So GraphQL request import GQL. This allows us to have GraphQL sort of queries inside of our code. Okay, so first things first, we're going to go ahead and name this query. And then we're going to go ahead and basically say query my query. And this has to be my query at the moment because that's what the name we gave it when we set it up. Okay, so that corresponds to, if we look inside of our curl, you can see here my query, right? So it's the same thing. So in this case, my query, and then we need to pass in a few things, right? So how do we make this dynamic? Right now you can see it's a static value. I don't want it to be static. I want to pass in a few of my own values. So the top query here, what I do is I put in a parentheses and I simply pass in variables. So So there's three things I want to customize: the access key, the categories, and the keywords. So I'm going to pop those in like so. Now notice how this is not TypeScript. It's slightly different. It's like the GraphQL type definitions. And this is saying that a string is required, categories are required, but a string for the keywords is not required. Okay. So quite cool way of doing it. And then over here, rather than this, we're now going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to go ahead and just have it set up in the following way. So access key is going to be passed in the dynamic value that we pass in here. Categories are going to be dynamic. Countries, for now, I'm just supporting England, right? If you want it to be the US, you could also say GB, US, India, everything that you want to have on there, you can go ahead and do that. But right now, I'm just doing GB to make life simple. I only want the British news right now for this example, okay? But you can have like anything that's supported on their docs, you can do that. Okay, then I'm going to sort it by published descending, right? If you want the other way, you can say ascending as well. And I want the keywords as well. Okay, so really good stuff so far. We've got all of the items selected. Okay, so that's great. And then we've got the page count, limit, offset, total. Okay, next things after that, we've got our GraphQL query. So part one done. Now we need to do a fetch function with Next.js's caching. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say we have a const, we're going to say we have a request. Or let's just say the response, right? So at this point, I'm going to say await, and our function is an asynchronous function. And this function is going to be a fetch function, okay? Now, what we actually need to do now is I need to make a fetch to the correct API URL. So in this point, you see this over here, that's the one that we need, okay? So you need to copy that command right here. Right, so on our, we actually got this when we launched it. So when we did, okay, so that's hidden down. But when we did steps and start, it shows this command, right? So that's the one that you want. So we're going to go ahead and pop it in. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and pass in some object information. Okay. So first things first, it is going to be a post request. So the post here is the method is going to be a post request. Secondly, we're going to have some caching. Right now, the caching is very important to understand what I'm doing here. So please pay attention, rewind it if you need to. This dynamic value. So in Next.js 13, I'm not going to dive so far into it, but I'll give it a brief explanation as to what we're doing here. We have two types of information. We have static information and dynamic information. Dynamic information means every time a request comes in, you should fetch a fresh value, right? Fresh data. So you should make that request fresh every time. So if I say it's a dynamic, so the way we do this is we set the cache rule to no cache, right? Or it's no cache. And then this means that every time the fetch is made, it will always get the brand new value from an API. Then we have static data. Static data by default actually has a caching mechanism, but we can use something called the next config. So it's a revalidation property. And what this does is we can set something like a revalidate property to 30. This means that, let's imagine I make a request now. It's going to go ahead and get that request fresh, right? Or at build time, it will have that request. But after I make that request, 30 seconds will start to go by. Now, if anyone else makes a request in that same 30 seconds, they're going to get the cached value. So the one that I previously got, they're just going to get that value. So in 30 seconds, only one or so request is going to be made to the API. And then the cached value is going to get served in that 30-second period. After 30 seconds, it's going to refetch the new value on when somebody else comes in. And it's important to know that they're going to get the old value. They're going to trigger the revalidation. So then the cached value will then get updated. And then for the next 30 seconds, everyone's going to get that cached value. So you see, you've got this static incrementally updating value. And if you don't have revalidate property, then it's just going to be at build time. But you want it to kind of update, right? So you want to have ISR. That's what the benefit of it. Hope that made some sense. If it did, smash that like button, right? Because it's always tricky to explain this stuff, but yeah. So we've got the method post. Now I'm going to say the cache. So all of this is going to be based on if is dynamic is true or false, right? So at this point, we've got the cache. So if it's dynamic, it's going to be no cache, which means every time I want you to server-side render it. And then we got the default, right? Then we've got the next rule. So remember, I said there was a next rule. Now, what I'm going to say is, if dynamic is passed in, we're going to pass in the next property. We're going to pass in a revalidate of 0, which means that I want no cache plus I don't want a revalidation rule, right? Otherwise, I want it to revalidate every 20 seconds, right? So you're always going to be up to date with the latest news within 20 seconds once you hit that page, right? So you can make it really like 10 seconds aggressive, 60 seconds, 20 seconds, I think is fine, right? Even for breaking news, 20 seconds within that information is really pretty good, right? So, and it stops you from exhausting the API quota because it's going to cache those values. So if you had 1 million people on your website, it's not going to do 1 million fresh server-side rendered requests if it's not dynamic, right? But if it is dynamic, it will make 1 million server-side rendered requests. But if it's not, then it will just make 1 million cached requests. So it won't be slamming the media stack API. It'll make it once and then it'll just keep serving it from our other server, which is really clean, right? Really, really clean, right? So at this point now, I want to have the headers. Now the headers are quite important here. So I'll explain this out. So we've got the headers, content type application JSON, because we're passing in some JSON information in the form of the GraphQL query. So this, we're going to stringify, pass it through. Then we need authorization. So we set up our steps and API key earlier. What we have to do is do backticks, capital A, API key, and then space, and then here, right? And this was actually given to us when we launched our thing. So I'm going to show you this actually again. I'm going to run steps and start. So it shows you our example, so you know where the hell I got this from, right? And if you do not know where to get your steps and API key, remember, you just run that steps and who am I -- API key command in your terminal. You'll get your key, set that as your environment variable, and then do this, right? So this means that every request, it will pass along our API key as well. Okay, so that's really good. And then we need to pass in the body. Okay, so for the body, I'm going to do JSON stringify, and then I need to pass in some data here as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the first argument, which is the query. Now query is the actual key and the value. So in this case, I'm just going to pass in the query itself. And then we need to pass in something called the variables, because this is what StepZen expects when it gets a request from a REST API. Okay, so let's do this right now. Liberia's here. What's up? We got variables. So let's do variables, right? So like so. And here, what I want to do is I want to pass in the access key, the categories, and the keywords. Okay, so access key, categories, and the keywords. Now, the access key is the media stack API key, because remember, StepZen is the one interacting with media stack, so it needs the access key for that GraphQL request that I showed you earlier, right? So this one right here, that's how we're passing it in. So you see what we're doing? We're actually going through StepZen and we're making these requests, okay? Now, once that is done, it's going to be quite important. And I just like to have a little console log here that tells us if you're loading fresh data or not, right? So I'm going to say console log loading new data from the API for the following categories and keywords, right? It's just a handy little thing to have when you're debugging, right? Then we need to have a sorting function. Well, before we do that, I'm actually going to go ahead and pass the response that we get. So we're going to say const news response equals await the response that we get here .json, right? So we're going to pass the information that comes back. So this will actually execute, give us back some data, and then it will go ahead and be in the form of the news response right here. And then what we need to do is simply do a sort. Basically, what I want to do is I like to have the articles with the information present first, right? So with the images, I want to show these ones first, and then afterwards I want to show the ones without. So I'm going to show you how to make a quick and simple sort news by image utility function, and then we can go ahead and implement that, right? So a very, very straightforward function here. So let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to create inside of our lib, I'm going to create a sort news by image.ts function. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say export default function, and this is going to be sort news by image, right? And this is going to take a news object, which is of type news response, right? So the response that we got back is going to basically take that as an object, right? Then what I want to do is I want to do two different splits, right? So from that news that comes back, I'm going to have a bit of data inside of it, right? So what I want to do is the first thing I want to do is I want to get all of the news with image. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go access the data that comes back. Remember, let's look at the example response. I'm going to access not the pagination, I'm accessing the data, right? That's an array. I'm going to go through and I'm going to filter out any of the ones with image no. Okay, so filter it out. So that way in this array, I've got the news with image. I'm going to do the exact opposite for the items with the without the image. So in this case, I'm going to filter that as well. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new response, which basically consists of this exact structure, but this array, I'm going to rearrange it, right? So I've got all of the image ones first. So how do we do that? So the way we do this is we say const, I'm going to say sorted news response equals remember, I want to keep the current structure of the news, right? So I want to say pagination should still be there. So pagination, news, pagination, right? And you could actually go ahead and spread the news like this, and then go ahead and override it, but I'm just going to show you explicitly. So pagination should stay the same, but the data is going to be the following. It's going to have the news with images first inside of the array. So I'm spreading those out first, and then you're going to spread out the news without images, right? If you want me to make a tutorial on the spread operator, just let me know in the chat right now, right? Andre Smith, what's up, dude? Good to see you here. And then what we need to do is simply return the sorted news response like so. Okay, so that's perfect, right? Now I simply go back into my fetch news and I pass in my news response that I got. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. And all I need to do now is basically the response that comes back is as such, right? So news response comes back, and inside there's a data object called my query. Okay, and this will actually have the data that we kind of need, right? So the news is basically going to come back in here. So what I want to do eventually after that is return the news. So in this case, I can simply say return news. Now, trust me, let's go ahead and give this a try. Let's give it a test. Let's see how this has all happened, and let's see if this actually works. Are you ready, guys? If this works, I want you to blow up the like counter. We're almost at 400 likes. That is incredible. Thank you for tuning in, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and test this out. Head back over to page. Then we're going to go ahead and say fetch news data. News response equals await fetch news, pass in the categories. And then I'm going to console log out the news. So if this works, because this is a server rendered component, we should see the console log inside of the news. So I'm going to go ahead and check this right now. So let's go ahead, go over to PopFam News and refresh the page. And we get okay, look at that, guys. Boom. We have the data. That's amazing. That's exactly what I wanted, right? So look, all the data comes back in the server. Amazing stuff. That's exactly what we needed, okay? So I'm just gonna pull that up there. So you can see right now, also you might notice that it says can't resolve encoding. So I find this issue quite a lot. So what I would recommend is cut your server, just do yarn add encoding. Okay, oops, add encoding. I love this song, honestly. I love it so much. Yeah, this one, and then do the start your server. Okay, so yarn dev, right? So now what you'll see is if I run this, so let's go ahead and refresh. Let's pop this a little bit smaller. Okay, now you can see I get all the data back for the news. That's amazing. And this is going to have all of the categories because I passed in all the different categories, right? So it will have, right now it's probably only fetched the general stuff because that was the first, but we should see other categories in here as well. It depends on what the up-to-date information is, because the last bulk of the information could have just been general information, which is most likely the case, right? But that's perfect. That actually worked amazingly. Right, so now what we can do is we have our news, right? Perfect stuff. Smash that like button because that worked perfectly as I wanted it, right? So now we've got the news. So now what we got to do is make this awesome pay. This is a really powerful bit, to be honest, right? We're going to create this news list component, and this is going to be one component I'm going to reuse a bunch of places, right? So, and trust me, I've made it so clean. I'm excited for this bit, right? So now I'm going to say news list component.tsx. Right, and now we're gonna fly. I'm telling you, this is where it gets really interesting. Right, so we're gonna create an RFC component, news list, and this is gonna take a few props. The props are gonna destructure to become news. So we're getting into a heavy flow state right now. We're gonna remove this out of the way, and we're gonna go ahead and introduce our type definitions like this. Right, this is gonna have the news response object inside of it. So news response. Okay, now with this. Someone says, "I should become a professor." Thank you, I love that. All right, we're going to say this is the main tag. Inside of here, I essentially want to render out all the articles. All right, so all the articles should be listed out here. So I'm going to create an article component. But before we do that, I'm actually going to go ahead and pull in my news list component. So here, I'm going to go back into my page, and I'm going to go and pull this in. So we're going to say a news list component, pass in the news like so, news. Just like that, okay? And this way, we have the news list component inside, and you see no errors, no nothing. That's a good sign. That's what we want, okay? So now what I need to do is create an article component. So article.tsx, RFCE, this is our article component. The article component will actually take in a few props. It's going to take the individual article, right? So the individual article is going to be, we have to, again, define our props. So we can say type props equals, and this article is going to be of type article. Okay, remember we done all of our type definitions earlier, right? So yeah, so that's gonna be of type article, and this right here we're gonna pass through the values over here. So what we're actually gonna do now is we're gonna map through that news, right? So we're gonna say news dot map news dot, sorry, this is really nice actually. Look at that. Oh, type definitions on point. That's what I'm saying. Look, news dot data dot, and then we've got our, you see all the type definitions are correct. Like they're correct, and then it helps us out with coding. So now we can say for every single article that we map through, right, we're gonna render out the article, but we should also be passing in a key, right? So this one, I'm just gonna give the article title as a unique value because we don't actually get the article ID, which is a bit annoying, right? And then we're gonna go ahead and pop that in. So bam, hit save. And just like that, we got loads of articles here that are showing up on the screen, but we don't actually see the data of it, right? So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to set the styling properties of this, so that way once we do get the stuff on the screen, it will actually look a bit better. So we're going to say grid. On the mobile view, I want it to be a grid column 1 by default. So grid columns 1 by default. Then we're going to say on the medium screen, it's going to be a grid columns 2. So grid columns 2. And then we're going to say on the large screen, it's going to become grid columns 3. Right, so grid actually works really well for use cases like this. Give it a padding of 10 and a gap between every component of 10 as well, gap, right? So that, just like that, you can see, look, we have on the medium screen that goes to that, and on that screen it gets to 3. Awesome stuff. Okay, so the article now, so we're actually going to use the correct SEO tags here. So we're going to say article, and I know that sometimes they probably ain't 100% accurate, but it's close, right? It's close. So at this point, firstly, I want an image, right? So I'm going to say if there is an article image. Remember, they could be undefined. So if there's an article image, then I want to go ahead and render out an image tag where the source is article.image. The alt should be the article.title, and then I want to give a bit of styling. So the styling that I want to give, I've saved us a bit of hassle, right? I've gone ahead and popped it in like so, and then we've got the image tags like so. So let's pop that in. Height of 56, width of 4, object cover, rounded top, large shadow. There we go. So look, we've already got the images in, all right? And again, I don't control what's on the news. I just see, like, this is just pulling in live news right now, okay? So you see that right now, we've got that, and then we've got the articles beneath it, which aren't rendered out because we only have image right now, okay? So at this point, we've got the image. Then we're gonna have a div, right? Under that div, we're gonna have another div. Okay, so right now the goal is that we get to this screen, right? So we're turning our current look into this right now. Okay, so in this one, we're going to have a H2 tag, which is going to be the article title, right? So the article title here is going to pop in, and you can see, look, we start getting this nice little bit here. All right, Rishi Sunak's getting a free plug. We've got a section, and inside that section, we've got a P tag, and this is going to be the article.description. Okay, so now you can see we've got the article description. So in that case, a new thing came straight in, a new live. Do not forget, we're going to be implementing that beautiful thing, right? Somebody says, why aren't we using the new Next.js image tag? So the reason why we're not using the Next.js image tag here, good question, is because we can't tell if the domain is going to be from one place or another, in which case we can't trust that domain. If we can trust the domain, or if you have a middle step where you have a preprocessor where you can you know exactly where the domains are, what the domain that comes in, because remember, you have to whitelist the domain so that way Next.js can efficiently go ahead and optimize those images. But if we don't know the domain, we can't just whitelist everything. It's an unsafe practice, right? So we got the section down, and then we're going to have the footer of the section as well. Now the footer here, we're going to have the P tag with the article source. So this is going to be article dash source. Oops, sorry, source. And then we're going to have a dash, and then we're going to have a P tag, and this is going to have a live timestamp, right? But for now, I'm just going to say article.published app. So article.published app. Okay. So at this point, let's just see what's going on, right? You can see, look, we've got this, and look, literally brand new news is coming in. Like, this is live, right? So it's literally coming in as we speak. Okay, so at this point, and what you might find, guys, I want to actually stress this point, right? What you may find is you're going to run out of the quota pretty fast because there's only 500 responses, right? So what I would suggest you do is make a request to that API endpoint, like I did, so like here, right? Then what I want you to do is copy this information, right? So copy everything you see, and then go over to your code and create a response.json file. Paste it in there. Okay, so what I'm actually doing here is I'm creating mock data, right? So what I would recommend you do is you do this, because that way you can stop running through your quota. So go back to your page.tsx and simply import it, right? So I'll show you a little trick. Import. So this is a nice little trick when you're developing. Import the response from that response, right? So response.json. And what you can say now is you can say news will be that or the response. Right? And now what this is going to do, guys, is it's actually going to basically only pull in the data from that request, right? So in this case, it's not a good example because I've actually got a big enough quota. But in this case, if you did this, you would have the correct one, right? So this is obviously not showing all the images, but if you did need to do it, then since I just got a new keyboard and a new laptop, no, I didn't. At this point, yeah, so do that trick and you won't run through your quota. Okay, in this case I don't need to. I bought the upgraded quota for this exact reason, but in this case that's cool, right? So this is actually gonna be the live information, but do that please, otherwise you're gonna be like, I'm gonna get comments saying, oh, I ran out of my quota and it's a free plan and I don't want to pay. So that's the way of getting around it. And then when you're ready, you can deploy it and then you can leave your live one on. Okay, so at this point, guys, what I want you to do is head back into your news list, right, back into your article, and we're going to carry on styling. So we've got the live timestamp, which is looking pretty ugly right now. We're going to make that a little better in a sec. And then under the div, we're going to have a read more button, right? So read more button, and that's going to eventually direct us to where we need to go. So let's style this up, right? First things first, the article. I'm going to give it a bunch of styling. I'm not going to run too far into it. I'm just going to show you what I put on the screen. You can feel free to pause and I'll just run through a brief styling. So a couple of background colors, dark color for dark mode, flex it up, flex column so everything stays in the column view. Around the corners, shadow should be over it. And when I hover it, I want it to have a bit of a scale effect to it, right? The background should change very slightly when I hover it. And I want the transition to apply to everything. 200 milliseconds ease out. So which means I get that nice animation. So if I do that now, you can see, look, okay. But right now it's assuming I'm on dark mode, right? So what I am going to do is I'm going to actually go back to my original layout and I'm going to put back in my dark mode there, right? I'm actually going to implement dark mode in a second, right? So I'm going to leave this on here because right now all the colors are off, but we're going to code in the dark for a second, right? And then I'm going to, after this, I'll implement dark mode so we can actually show you how to flip this and fix exactly what we have right now on the screen, right? So next thing I want to do is apply some other styling. So here for the surrounding div, I want to do flex one, flex column. So this div should take up the majority of the room. That's nice. And then for this inner div, this is going to also be a flex one and it's going to take up the majority of the room, and it's going to be a flex column itself. Okay. So let's pop this in like so. And I need to refresh so it kicks into effect. Nice. Now for the H2, I'm going to add in a bit of styling. It's going to be a font serif. So a bit of a serif, I think. Yep. It's going to have that nice sort of like, you know, news article feel to it. And then I've got my section here, which I'm going to say class name, and we're going to say flex one. So by default, because I like to use dark mode and everything, which is why you're seeing dark mode automatically appear right now. Okay. So right now you can see we're starting to get some margin top at the bottom. So it's starting to look decent. It still is very confusing. And I also need to basically clamp the text. So here you can see, you see right here, now, for example, if the text goes on for too long, I don't want it to basically stretch the entire page out, right? Instead, what I want to do is I want to clamp it. So I'm going to install something called line clamp, an extension. So in this case, I'm going to type in line clamp Tailwind. Okay, so line clamp Tailwind, and we can see this pops up right here. Now, this is an awesome little blog that they wrote, and it explains how to use it. To use it, all you got to do is install the line clamp mechanism, and it basically allows us to have a bit of text where it basically goes ahead and does, like for example, this will go ahead and say like here ... right? So it's a nice little trick you can do to keep your stuff pretty neat. Go into our second, let's open up a third. Let's do yarn, add Tailwind line clamp. And then you simply have to go into your Tailwind config, go over here to your plugins and require this line right here. Just like that. And just like that, we've upgraded our Tailwind. Okay. So now we have line clamp. And as you can see, our IntelliSense even picks up on it. Okay. So your IntelliSense should also pick up on that as well. You can use truncate, but truncate is only for one line. I want it for like 6 lines and then I want to truncate. That's why I use line clamp. right? But good spot, right? Good little bit of observation, but that's why we use it. So footer, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following styles like so. Okay, let's go back and check it out. So now you can see it clamped it, right? So it looks pretty nice so far. There you go. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Remember, not all of these articles come back as like, you know, more than that, so it's completely fine. If we want to clamp to 2 just to exaggerate the effect, we can do that. So now if I did that, we can see that it clamped to 2 lines, right? So you can just leave it on 2 lines if you really wanted. That's also fine. But look, you can see basically you can also work in that way. But look, it's actually looking pretty good, right? It's looking good. Okay, so at this point, I want to add in the dark mode, because right now this is super hard to figure out what the hell's going on, right? So let's add in dark mode and pause, right? So we're going to pause here for a second because this is looking pretty cool. I want to add in dark mode, and then we're going to add the search, do the pages, all that good stuff. We're moving at a very good pace today, right? So first things first, we need to add in our dark mode. So how the hell do we add in dark mode? Well, first things first, we'll go into our layout. I just repeated myself. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Inside, we need to surround the body with something called a provider. Okay, so provider, right? So here, this is by default is server components, right? So there's a trick we can do here, because to use any provider like Redux or any kind of state management provider, including a theme provider, right, we need to have client-side rendering. But what if I don't want my entire app? Well, there's a pattern that you can use in Next.js 13 to save yourself here. This is basically whereby, as long as we pass in, we can have a parent higher order component, which is a client component, but as long as it receives server components as a prop or a child, then it's okay. Right, so you can do it that way. So I'm going to show you what I mean by this. So we're going to create a higher order component here called providers, right? This will eventually wrap the entire body. Now, this providers class, I'm going to go ahead and create like so: providers.tsx. Okay. Now, from the layout, what we can find, which is kind of handy, is if I go into my providers, do RFCE. And now for this top section, I want to copy where it has children, right? So I want to copy the exact same arguments that it has over there in our providers. So I'm simply going to pop that in there. So this will also have children as an argument, and the prop types is just a React node. And then it's also going to render out the children inside of it. Okay. So you're probably wondering, well, okay, where are we going with this, right? So at this point, I just want this provider to use client, right? Now the biggest confusion I had here was, but surely if I make this use the client, then everything beneath it is also a client component. Well, no, that's not actually how it works, because this is actually a child or a prop inside of this. And therefore, Next.js 13 is smart enough to know that you can still use, you know, it still wants you to be able to use server client components separately, as long as you do it in this pattern, right? There is also an incorrect way to do this, but you can check the docs out for that. Or 0 to full stack hero, I explained this in a coaching call, okay? So there you go. Now inside of here, this provider pattern, so this is where you could basically put in like your Redux, that kind of stuff, if you really needed it to, okay? But now what we're gonna use is something called Next Themes. So if I head over to Next Themes, so I'm gonna go into nextthemes.com, not .com, Google it, and you see the first NPM package is the one I need, okay? And I'm going to load this up and show you an example of how we do it. So I'm going to use Yarn to install it. And it's essentially just a nice abstraction of what we could do manually, but I don't want to use it manually, right? It's an abstraction of themes, right? So basically what it's going to allow us to do is, you can see like theme provider. This is the Next.js 12 way in the underscore app folder. We're not going to do that. We're going to use a simple, different approach to it, okay? So what I want you to do is just follow my lead on this, okay? So here, I want you to simply import the theme provider. That's the first step. Import the theme provider. Okay, easy as. Copy this, simply pop in the theme provider. So now our theme provider is wrapping our component. Then we have to pass in a few attributes. So I'm going to say enable the system. Now what this does is, if my system by default, as you can see, it's already doing this, but I just want to explicitly show you, if my like preferences are dark mode, I like to code and do everything in dark mode. It's just easier on the eyes. It will go ahead and use my preference, so my Mac OS settings. Right, so that's why you saw it previously, but I want to show you that you can actually disable that if you want. And then I'm going to do attribute class, right? Attribute class. And because of this, what I also need to do is go over to my Tailwind config down here, and I also need to change the setting here. So the one that I need to actually change is I need to add in a dark mode class section here. So there we go, dark mode class, right? And yes, Sijan says, can we nest multiple providers like auth and T? Yes, you can. That's exactly why we have this provider class, right? Until these providers update their own code with like the use client directive, you can't do it outside of this pattern, right? So you have to use this pattern to make sure that it's enforcing it. Otherwise you get an error saying, whoa, you can't have context and all this other stuff because it's a server component. Okay, so this way it works perfectly. So this works nicely. So the first thing I need you to do now is we need to go ahead and add in, so this is the top level setup for us, right? So everything's kind of done at this point. Now what we need to do is head into our header. So Command P is how I did that little shortcut. We are inside of our header, and here we need to create a dark mode button. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a dark mode button right now. Dark mode button .tsx. And the reason why, again, my header, I want it to stay as a server component. My component, that can in fact be a client component, right? So this one can use the client. So you see what we're doing here? We're optimizing it. We want our majority of our components to be server components. The server can take off the main hit of things, and then our client components are the small things that require it. That's our new mindset with Next.js 13, okay? So how do we go ahead and configure this? First things first, I'm going to make a few different imports, right? One is going to be the use theme from Next Themes. One is going to be the state and use effect from React. One is going to be the sun and moon icon. First things first, I need to go ahead and get a few things from our state. So I need to set up a piece of state called mounted. This means basically I'm going to use this in a very careful way because I don't want to basically mount this component until it's mounted on the window. The reason being is, on the server, it doesn't know. You're going to get a mismatch error if you don't do this, because it basically is trying to render it and it's like, hang on, is the person in dark mode or in light mode? I don't know. So we have to wait until it mounts the screen so they can check their preferences and everything like that, and then it will do it. Otherwise, what happens is your server will have one result, your client will have another result, and you have something called a mismatch, right? So you get this annoying error on the screen, right? So now what we can do is to fix that error, we can just say, we can have a use effect which says set mounted true, right? And this basically means a use effect is going to run on the initial mount by having no dependencies here. So in this case, very, very good. So set mounted true. And then what we can do is we can set a defensive brace, right? So a defensive bit of coding here saying, if it's not mounted, just don't return it, like return null for the beginning, right? Once it gets past that point, so if it is mounted, I simply need it to go ahead and check the following. If the theme is of system, it should be the system theme, okay? Otherwise, it should be the theme that the user has set, okay? So that's great. And then here, what I want to do is I want to say, if the current theme is dark, right, then I want to render the following, right? Else I'll render something over here. So let's see how we can go ahead and configure this. Well, first things first, if it's dark mode, I want to show a sun icon, and I've got a bit of styling here with a yellow sun, and I'm basically going to run a on-click function here, which is again why I need the use client, and I've got hooks here, so again use client, and this will, if I click it, it will set the theme to light. And if it's already on the dark mode, if it's on light mode, sorry, then I want the opposite. I want a moon icon with a darker icon that will set the theme to dark. So let's see if we did all this correctly. So hit save, go into your header, simply pop in your dark mode button like so, and just like that we should now see on our screen if we refresh. So let's go ahead and refresh, and I've got a hydration error here. So this is because I've made a mistake somewhere actually. We will come back to that in a second. So that's exactly the error I was talking about previously, and this I believe is because of okay, so I know why this is happening. So if we go into layout, it's because I'm trying to render my head separate. So firstly, we can remove the head because that's in a separate component. Let's go ahead and do this now. Let's refresh, and that's it. Yeah, because I was trying to render the head. The head is actually rendered in a separate component, so we can do that separately, and it accounts for what we just did, right? So that will prevent that error from happening. So now you can see, if I click on this, look at that. Whoa, look at that, clean, guys. Smash that like button. Oh, that's so beautiful. And look at that. And it just knows, like it just cleanly knows, and it remembers. Look, if I'm on dark mode and I come back to the screen, bam, it does it, right? Really beautiful stuff. Like, look at that. Look, oof, oof. At this point now, what I want to happen is I want to go ahead and set up the read more button and this, and then we're going to do the search and so forth. So we're going to move at a relatively different fast pace right now. Okay, so at this point I've got the right, so we're going to go into my article. Check this out. So we've got the read more button. So read more, we're going to go ahead and build this out. So article read more button, right? So I'm going to go ahead and create a read more button. Okay, so don't worry guys, we should be fine in just a second, right? Sometimes it has a little hiccup, it's completely fine. So we're going to create a dark mode button, right? So in this case, no, we've done that. Read more button, sorry, read more button. And I think we're good now. Read more button.tsx, there we are, RFCE, right? So read more button, perfect stuff. Hit save and we should be good. All right, so at this point, read more button. And then what I want to do is I want to go ahead and read more. Right, we're going to power through this one, guys. All right, so article, let's go ahead and make the read more button now. So read more button, right? So at this point now, inside of read more, we're going to go ahead and have the following. So this read more is going to have a article passed down into it because we get article popped in here. So article, we'll actually get the article passed through it. And then in the read more, we're going to have our prop definitions be defined like so. So at the top here, we're going to go ahead and have type props, and this will be the article type. Okay. The props come in here. We're going to destructure the props to get the article out. And this is going to have the type props. Cool. And this is going to be a client-side component. So this is going to be for the read more button at the bottom there. This is going to be a client-side component. So use client. All right. So we're going to have at this point at the top, we're going to have use router. So use router. And then at this point, what we need to do is I've got a nice little function here. And what I'm going to do is all of the article details, I'm going to streamline it into a query parameter. And then I'm going to pass that as a get parameter request in a URL request. Okay. So I'm going to show you how we do that right now. So for this one, we're going to have a button rendered at the bottom with a bit of styling. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like so. And we've got a handle click function. So the handle click function, I'm going to go ahead and run like so. Oh my God, what was that? Right. And then here, what I'm going to do is a nice little function. So what I'm doing is I'm taking all of the object entries, right? So this is the article itself. I'm mapping through the key value pairs and I'm basically making a query parameter. So that way I can fit all of the information from the query into a argument. And the reason why I've done this is because I want to basically have this in the URL. Nothing sensitive is here, so it's actually fine to do so. Right. Then I'm going to go ahead and create a URL from that. So I'm going to basically direct the user to /article with a query string appended. Okay. And then I'm going to console log that URL so we can see it on our side. So that way I know if anything's wrong. And I'm going to push the user to that URL. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and refresh. Our styling should be down. Everything should look much nicer. Okay. So at this point now, if I click read more, what we should see is you can see author got passed in and all the information about that article got passed in over at the top. Right, in a nice kind of query parameter for because we haven't created that page. So I'm going to create that page right now. This is where you can see the power of Next.js 13 because we don't have to mess around doing the layout again. We just create the page and the rest is handled for us, right? I want to go ahead and create the following. So we've got a, where is it gone? Yeah, I'm going to create a new article screen, right? So in this way, to create a new page, so /article, what we're going to do is go ahead and create a new folder. I'm going to create article. Now inside of that, I'm actually going to go and create a page.tsx. So this is a new page routing structure. Again, you can watch my video if you're not sure about it. Okay, so this one's going to be the article page, right? It's the article page. Now we can go ahead and actually redirect the user to that article page. So if I was to click here, read more, you'll see we hit the article page, but the layout is still there. Really cool, really powerful, right? I'm telling you, it's really great how this works. All right. So at this point now, the article page, we can actually simply have only what we essentially need here to be shown on the screen. So the search params, all of those details, like the parameters up in the top over here at the right. So everything I passed through, I need to access that. Okay. So the way to access that is we need to access those type props, right? So in this case, let's go ahead and do that right now. So we've got the search params that come through here. That's how they basically come through, right? You've got your bunch of stuff and one of them is the search params. This is going to include it's going to be in the form of article information. So we're going to just pass it like so. Now, Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to include a check, right? Which is basically going to go ahead and say, if there is no article passed in, then I want to do this not found operator from Next Navigation. And what's happening is because it's server-side rendered, we can actually check that really nicely, right? So I'm going to show you a little sneak peek here of how I do that. So before we render anything, I'm going to say if the search params exist and the object entries are length is 0. So basically, if you haven't got any parameters that are passed in here, and there is no search params, return, or there is no search params, return a not found screen. So if basically, imagine you try to come to /article without any information, at that point, you probably want to go ahead and just, remove this, right? So then you want to show a 404. So if I try to go to article right now, and I got rid of all this information, you'll see a 404. Which is nice. That's exactly what I wanted. But if it's got information, you'll see the article page, right? So I'm showing you several ways of doing it, and there's so many different ways you can mix around with this kind of stuff, right? And then we're going to define the article here. So article is going to get rendered out here, and then we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I've got a section inside, and everything is going to happen inside of this section. So first things first, I want to put an image on the screen if it exists. So in this case, article.image is there, and the article, in fact, we need to go ahead and pull it from the search params. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and pull our article from the search params like so. Okay, so let's refresh. Now you can see I get a nice little picture, right? So this is pretty cool. Let me get a clearer picture. So we haven't actually got the home screen set yet. So let's do something like the FIFA one, or okay, everything's just depressing news. My God. Okay, I'm gonna do this dog one, right? She sees this. I don't know what this is. All right, again, I don't want to be. Let's do Rishi Sunak getting a plug here. Right, so I'm going to click on him, and then inside of this, what we're going to do is we're going to have a div. Oops. We're going to have a div, and inside there, I'm going to have an H1 with an article title with a bit of styling. Okay, so a little bit of styling here. Class name, padding X of 10 axes, 10 padding on the X axis of 10. Wow, I'm glitching myself. And then we've got a div here, and inside of here we're going to have H2 with the by, with the source, and with a p tag, right? So, and then with the last one as well. So I'm going to pop these in first like this, right? So in this case, now you've got the source. So in this case, then no, right? But you could have a conditional thing here saying no or unknown. So you could say this or unknown, right? So if it was unknown, in this case you could do the same. Let's say just unknown, where have I messed up, or unknown. That's fine, right? So in this case, we'll come back to, if it's no, you can do a check, but basically you can do that check yourself, right? I'm not gonna spend too long on this. And then we're gonna have a p tag, right? Now the p tag is gonna have the article published at date, so it's gonna have the article.published at time, and the class name here is gonna be padding left of 4. Okay, and then for the surrounding div here, I'm going to have a flex box with a divide of 2, which gives it this nice little arrow, nice little sort of divider. There you go, just like so. Okay, if we go ahead and show this right now, we've got this nice little section right here for that. Okay, so you can see our nice little divider is there, and if we do this, it turns into a nice dark mode divider. Okay, then we've got a p tag with a description of the article. Okay, now obviously if this had an ID, I would probably do this a little bit different, but in this case we don't actually have IDs for this from this media stack API, so this is why we've done it, right? So everything's looking pretty nice, and if we go ahead and move a bit bigger, you can see that we haven't got the section styled correctly. So I'm going to add a bit of styling in for the section, a bit of responsive styling. So you can see flex column it on a mobile device, so in this case like so. Let's do it right here. So if I refresh, we flex column, and then if not, it's going to go into this view right there. So I think I've mixed up one thing here, so I want to show you something. So in this case, my header title, okay, oh yeah, header title, this one, I need to create a header title class. So go into our globals.css style, and we need to actually create a header title style. Okay, now for this one, I've actually gone ahead and done the legwork for us. So I was wondering, something don't look right here at all, right? So I've got a bit of styling here. You can feel free to pause the video and literally take that. That's what I was looking for, right? So in this case, you can see we've got our news report, and if it's bigger on a mobile view, it goes flex row. Otherwise, on a phone view, it goes flex column. Right? That's pretty great, right? That works the way I wanted it. right? Now you can go ahead and optimize the images to change size and all that kind of stuff based on, the clarity of the image. But in this case, for example, a bigger image is going to show, and then it will just go ahead and show it like so. Okay, so you've even got the buy here. You can see the editors come in and all the news is coming in. So this is really cool, right? And if you don't have an image, it will simply not show it, right? So here you can see, look at that. See, and if it doesn't have the image right now, we've just got an alt tag pop up. Okay, but you can feel free to add in a ternary operator to have your own image and stuff like that. You can feel free to extend this as much as you want. Okay, so that in fact is the page that is done with I'll put something a bit more nicer on there. That in fact is the news article page done. Okay, next up we're going to do the search page, right? Oh my god, some of the news isn't positive. I'm sorry guys, I have no control over that, right? So at this point we need to do the search thing, so the search page. So now I've already got this functionality where if I type in like World Cup, hit enter, you can see I get 404, but the search with the term World Cup comes up. So let's go ahead and build that page. So in this case, we're going to create a search page. So search is a folder. Inside of it, we've got the page.tsx. And what I'm going to do here is I'm also going to actually have something pretty cool. I'm going to have a I'm gonna have a custom layout, and the layouts stack up on each other, right? So I'll do that in a second. I'm gonna say RFCE, and this is gonna be the search page. We don't need this, right? And I'm gonna show you why I love this so much, right? Because you're gonna be like, wow, that's all we needed to do, right? Because we've done the coding in such a way where it's extensive, it's reusable. So really, I want you to enjoy what we're about to do right now, okay? Smash the thumbs up button if you find what I'm about to do very cool. So imagine at this point, we're going to import our fetch news function and the news list components, which we already created earlier, right? Everything's created earlier. And remember, because our fetch news function was created in advance to support keywords, categories, all this stuff, well, now all we actually need to do is make use of it, right? So we're going to pull out our search params from the props like so. In this case, we've got the term string that comes through. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a fetch call, right? So just like I had in my home page, right, I had a fetch news call where I passed in categories. Well, in this case, now I'm going to have a different fetch call, and it's basically going to be for the general. So I'm only going to search through general, right? So we need to make this an asynchronous function. So you can see I'm making a asynchronous call. I'm passing it. I'm searching through the general stuff. If you really wanted to, you could actually pass in all the categories like I did previously. Then we're going to pass in the search params term. And then we're going to say true, because this is going to be dynamic data. Remember, the third one is dynamic, right? So this will server-side render this response. Now, what's awesome, right? I can go ahead and pass in my news list, pass in the news, and I can even have an H1 tag, which is search results for the term. And we already done all of the header title reusability before as well. So just like that, because we coded it well, you can see barely any code here. But guys, check this out. Check this out. Look at that. It automatically works off the box. If I type in YouTube, hit enter, bam, I get YouTubers. If I type in Microsoft, we should get Microsoft. Microsoft tech support. Yeah, there you go. Scam. Oh my. Okay. Right. So again, I don't know why everything's depressing this week, but Google. Look at that. Wait, this is amazing, right? So what we're talking Google searches, the news is coming up. Right, but the World Cup is the topic right now. So there you go, right? So we got the World Cup news, right? Look at that. What's incredible about this is you see, just by coding things correctly, then we don't even need to write a lot of code. The reusability does the work for us. And just like that is so damn powerful. So literally, what was that? Like 5 minutes, not if that, I just built the whole search page because we built things correctly in the beginning. So that's the importance of doing it correctly. And because we've got the new layout component, we don't even need to mess around with that anymore, right? So truly, truly game changer in that aspect, right? So in that case, we don't need the layout component, right? We don't actually care about it. This works perfectly for us. So that's done. Now, I guess we have the aspect of what happens if I click on entertainment. Right? Oh, that's not ideal, right? That's not ideal. That's not what I wanted. So at this point now, I actually want to go ahead and have something a little bit different. I want to have the actual page pop up, right? I don't want a 404. Sorry, I was thinking, that's why I went a bit blurry there. And then I'm going to go ahead and basically have the following. So in this case, I'm supporting something slightly different. I've got a dynamic routing param. So I've got news / a dynamic value. It could be entertainment. It could be something else. It's different from a query param. So in this case, how do we support dynamic routing inside of Next.js 13? Very simple, in fact. Here we have news. Then we have another folder inside of it called category. So this could be whatever you want. It could be ID, it could be category. In this case, I'm doing category. Now make sure you click on that and then you click add new file. So this is not inside news, it's inside of news category, and then page.tsx. Okay, we do an RFC, and now inside of this page, what we can do is we can say this is the news category page. Okay, and as you can see now, if I refresh, we get the news category page on its same. And also look how our focus is working. So you see that our focus is actually working now because we set it up earlier to do so. The is active prop, right? Now this is again, just because we done it earlier in the correct way, it works exactly as we need it to. We can go ahead and clean up our code. We're going to create our type definitions for our props, and we're going to go ahead and destructure the following out of our props. So params are passed through as a wildcard. So that wildcard value, whatever it was called, so in this case it was called category, right? So this was called category. If it was called ID, then the type definition should have to be ID instead of what we have here. Okay, so this would have been ID if it was there. And then what we're going to do is destructure it. So we've got our category, right? And very simply, I'm just going to go ahead and import the requirements that we need. So I'm going to go ahead and import the required fetch news list that we need. And then I'm going to do the fetch. Basically, again, as I mentioned, we've done all this hard work before. We need to make this asynchronous so we can do a server-side rendering. Okay, so in this case, let fetch news category. And because, again, this is the beautiful thing about if you code, this is what I want to stress, guys. If you code well, look how simple the code then becomes. Like, look at this, right? Code news, news response, await fetch news. And now what we can see is, if I go down here, I'm going to have H1, which is simply going to have a header title with a category on it. So it will tell you what the title is. And again, reusable Tailwind component, custom names. And then we've got the news list itself. Okay, so if I do that now and I hit refresh, health news. If I click on sports, sports news. If I click on entertainment, entertainment news. And just like that, that works brilliant, right? So we are almost there, but there is a thing to know. Now, because we have certain pages on our website which use static data, in particular, all of the genres, general, business, entertainment, health, science, sports, technology, all of this stuff is basically, we could basically pre-build these pages at build time, right? So if I was to do it right now, these won't actually be pre-built, right? So basically the first user is going to get this long, annoying wait. So what we can do here is we can actually tell it, I'll tell you what, you need to pre-build these pages at build time, and then what it will do is it will enforce the ISR rules based on the fetch news, because we're already enforcing it here. So this will take care of the ISR element, so the incremental static regeneration, which ensures that the cache is always validated within 20 seconds if, or you can however long you set it to, if we don't pass in is dynamic, otherwise it will fall back to server-side rendering. But in this case, this page, I want to pre-build these pages, right? I want to pre-build them. So what we can do is we can use a special function here from Next.js 13 called export async function. And the actual name is called generate static params. So this is golden, right? This is actually a golden sort of thing that we must use here. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to import all the categories, because that's how I know which pages to go ahead and do. Now, all this requires is that we just need to simply return a mapped function of all of the different categories, and it has to be category. If it was ID, I'd be giving ID back and so forth, right? So in this case, I'm going to say return categories, and there you go. That was actually the one. So in this case, return categories dot map. So basically, I just need to return it in a specific criteria. So in this case, I say for each category, I'm going to return an object. Now, in this case, you can see it's saying params, but really the key here is going to be whatever your wildcard is. So in this case, if this was ID, the key here would be ID. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and say the value in our case is the category, right? So in this case, you could pass in, like, imagine if it was ID here, it would be ID, but for every single item, it's going to loop through. So in this case, ours is just category. Okay, and this will literally tell Next.js that you need to pre-build all of the pages for, basically, it will go through and it will build localhost 3,000 or whatever the domain is, news business. It will then go ahead and do the same for news entertainment. It will then go ahead and do the same for news general. It will do the same for news health. It will do the same for news science. It will do the same for news technology and so forth, right? Until we're finished. So now Next.js knows to go ahead and pre-build all of these, right? So it knows to pre-build these pages. Right? And then after that, because the fetch had the revalidation rules inside of it, it will then keep those cached values up to date. So I'm going to show you and prove to you that this is actually what goes on. And I think after that, we're actually done. So I'm going to deploy after that. So we're actually doing incredibly crazy right now. So let's go ahead and power through this. I'm going to show you right now how we can prove that that actually works the way it does. So let's do that right now. So we can leave that running. We can close this one. And as you can see, every time I run through it does all what we need to do. Oh, and we actually need to eventually remind me, please. We need to go ahead and change this to a live timestamp. In fact, before we deploy, let's do that, right? So let's do that right now before we deploy. So I'm going to create a live timestamp component, which is going to replace a lot of our interesting things, right? So I'm going to go ahead and create a live timestamp component, right? So live timestamp.tsx. And what I actually need to do here is install something called React Time Ago. Right, so this is a nice little a dependency called yarn add React Time Ago. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a functional component called React Time Ago, and this is what I need, right? So it's going to have it's going to take time as props, and it's going to return the time ago component like so. But here you can see it doesn't have the correct type definition, so I need to copy that one, and I'm going to do yarn add -d capital, and that's because we only want the type definitions for the developers, right? We don't want it in the production build. So you can see that gets rid of the issue. Now for the articles, so inside of the articles where we had article published at, now all I need to simply do is go ahead and pop in my my new component. So here I can simply say inside of the p tag, I can go ahead and pop this open, and I can go ahead and say live timestamp, and I can pass in the article like so. All right, and this one is actually going to be the this takes in time, right? There you go. Right, and just like that, if I hit the refresh button, sorry, I need to actually run the app, so yarn run dev, we should see a live relative timestamp of when that news was published. Let's do that right now. So you can see, look at 6 days ago, perfect. If we go to our general news, we should see the most up-to-date information. So 30 minutes ago, this one was gone ahead and reported. 30 minutes ago, that one was reported, and so forth, right? Look at this, 39, 44. Again, I have no control over the news that you're seeing right now. That's just real news, sadly, right? So in this case, some of the stuff there, I have no control. And we also need to do that for one of our articles. So in this case here, where we have a timestamp inside of the page, we're going to do that over here as well. So inside of the article page, I want to do the same thing where we had our article published at. So same thing happens here. I'm going to say live timestamp, and here I'm going to pop in the time. So time equals article published at, hit save, and just like that, 32 minutes ago, relative. Bam! Just like that. Incredible, right? Incredible stuff, right? So now we've got the timestamp implemented. Everything's looking damn beautiful. We've got the search functionality at the end. So World Cup, hit enter. It will go ahead and search that page right now. So bam, works through. We've got this dynamic effect going on. We can go ahead and even check out the individual sections. So if I click into sports, it highlights sports, and notice how it kept that there because it didn't even re-render. It done the new streaming technique inside of Next.js 13. We've got this lovely ability here to go ahead and change the color of the cards like so. Really beautiful stuff, right? And in fact, I need to add a shadow here because that's the only reason that it's looking a bit funky right now. So the article itself, I believe it needs a shadow. So if we add a shadow large, I think that might do it for us. Let's do that right now. I think, in fact, yeah, if we add a shadow large, that's a little bit more clearer, yeah. So shadow large, a little bit nicer. And then on the bigger screen, we can even do a shadow XL. There we go. All right, so that's the only reason why it was a little bit tricky to see there, but now a little bit nicer to see the spot. Right, as you can see the nice little, there you go. That's a bit cleaner to see. Now we can actually see it popping out a little bit. If you really wanted, you can add a, an additional thing, but I kind of like that look. Okay, so at this point, amazing stuff. What if we want to benefit from the Next.js 13 loading, right? So, oh my God, some news from, oh my God, okay. So What if I want to benefit from the new loading section? So if I want to go to sports, for example, let's go ahead and introduce the new loading state as well. So if I introduce a loading.tsx page, this is a brand new feature in Next.js, which basically means that if I'm blocked at any point, so in this case, I'm blocked. Here, it's awaiting the news to come back. Whilst it waits, I can have a loading screen on the page in any fashion that I want. So I can go ahead and do the following, right? I can actually have a component that looks something like this. So I can have a functional component and it just says loading newsfeed, right? Let's go ahead and hit return. Now check this out, guys. Absolutely incredible stuff. Watch this, right? So if we refresh and let's just go back to the homepage, loading newsfeed. Did you see that? It says loading newsfeed. Look, so it's very fast. But if I was to throttle the connection, I was actually going to try and optimize it, which is even better. But in this case, it's so fast that it still does it, right? Even if I do slow 3G, it's still going to do it. Yeah, it's still going to do it because it's very clever, right? How it does it. It's actually caching images and stuff as well. So let's do no throttle. And I just want you to catch that loader in the beginning, right? So if I was to go ahead and do the following, I mean, what we could do here is force it, right? I could actually go ahead and say page, and I can use GitHub Copilot to say set timeout for 3 seconds, right? And then we just get that code quickly. There we go, right? So let's go ahead and do that now. So if we look at that loading newsfeed, 3 seconds later, bam, look at that. So if there's ever a block, yeah, in this case, so if I do this now, that loading newsfeed, bam, and it's using React Suspense to do that. So absolutely incredibly powerful. And you also have one for the loading state, right? So look at this, absolutely incredible stuff. We have our awesome Papa Fam live news app with everything in it. Next.js 13 is goddamn powerful, right? StepZen, incredibly powerful, allows us to create a GraphQL API, all that beautiful stuff just works seamlessly, right? So I'm going to show you now how the quickest way that I know how to deploy this. Now you can do two approaches here. You can go ahead and deploy using the Versal CLI, which I made a whole video on. You can watch it somewhere around here, or you can deploy to GitHub and then you can actually connect your GitHub repo. There's so many ways to do it, but I'm going to show you the Versal CLI way because it's kind of cool, right? So firstly, you need to install the Versal CLI. I'm not going to run through that. You can simply do that by heading to, just type in Versal CLI in Google. It'll show you how to install the CLI. It's npm i-g Versal, and then you can go ahead and do that. But once we've done that, I've already logged into my Versal login, right? So in this case, you could do Versal login. I've already done this. So now if I type in Versal, right, check out this, right? If I click in Versal, set up and deploy. So in this case, I'm going to say the news app on YouTube. Yes, enter. Right? Loading scopes. So I'm already logged into Sunny Sanga on Versal. So at this point, I can go ahead and click enter, right? And then it says link to existing project. I want to click enter, which is no. I don't want to link it to an existing project. What's your project name? That's fine. We can do that one. Okay, great. What directory is your code located in? It's in the current directory. Enter. Fine. Setting up the project. You upload some of the data. There you go. And now you can see it's going to run next build, next dev port, and so forth. Do you want to modify these settings? Nope, I'm happy with that. It says deploying the news app. So at this point, we should have done a build first, to be fair. But what I want to show you is this is going to fail because we haven't set our environment variables. So I'll show you how an easy way of doing it is. So go into your environment variables right now. Click it, and I'm not going to show you right now, but I'm going to click it. I'm going to copy my environment variables. So I've copied them right now. I'm going to come back. Okay, so I've copied my environment variables. Literally, I've done Command A and I copied everything. Go into your inspect, right? So that it gives you a little link here to inspect the build process. This is so sick, right? It's so powerful. What I want you to do is go to News App YouTube. Click on that top bit, click on settings, go into environment variables, and simply click, do Command V, right? So paste. So I'm going to go ahead and paste right now, right? So I'm going to show you what just happened, right? So I'm going to paste. I clicked paste. I literally done Command V paste, and then I'm simply going to click on save, and I'll show you exactly what I did there, right? So at this point, I done Command V and it copied in like so, and then I want you to click on the save down here, and you can toggle in the different production, preview, development environments, and that kind of stuff as well. Okay, so check this out. Someone says, is it live? It's definitely live, right? So I'm gonna just hide that for a sec. I'm clicking save. Okay, and now you can see I have those environment variables loaded here. Okay, so what we should see here is you see it failed. Now the reason why it failed is because of it didn't have the environment variables in there. Okay, so I want to show you two things that just happened. Firstly, if I do Vercel environment pull, I can even pull those environment variables down, right? So at this point, if I go ahead and open up this new file that came in .env, so I'm going to open that up right now. This is actually created, and I'm just replacing my environment variables here so you don't see them. So in this case, this pulled in the following environment variables into the file. It pulled in all this stuff, right? Now the ones that you paid, like the most interesting ones were these two. These two are the ones I just added on the CLI, and this actually had my values in there. I promise you, it had my values in there. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and undo those. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Vercel. Oh, actually no, I'm going to do yarn build. Okay, so yarn build. You could do Vercel build as well. It really don't matter at this point. Yarn build. So I'm building it out. And now what I want you to pay attention to is, remember I told you that generate static params? And notice how it builds out the pages for each of those. So the console logs are coming out because I still left the console logs in. You should probably remove those. But look what I said. Remember I said it's going to build out those pages? It did just that. It built out those pages as static generated pages, and then it's got the refetch mechanism under it, so it keeps on caching, keeps it up to date, right? So check this out. Now that we've got the build in our output folder, I can type Vercel, bam, hit enter, and wait for it, guys. Right now what this is doing, the Vercel connection is already made. The build log is right here. I can go ahead and open this up like so. So I want to show you two sides of the story, right? So at this point now, while this is loading up, you can see the CLI will tell me what's going on, or we have the build process right here. So the build process is literally building it out. This would literally build the pages. So actually, to be fair, I didn't need to do yarn build. It was actually running Vercel build on there and anyway, right? So let this run. Hopefully we have no other issues, but if so, I think we're damn good, right? This is actually incredibly good so far. Collecting the page data, it should go ahead and successfully collect all of the data, right? So hopefully no issues. Come on. Yes, there it is in my logs. So I should probably get rid of those. And then look, it pre-built the pages, done what we needed to do. Build was completed. And then it's going to go ahead and push this out to a URL. So wait for it. Wait for it, guys. Wait for it. Hey, there we go. And look at that. And it even gives me the preview URL here. Now, I did show you how to deploy a CLI app to production. That's how to deploy any app with the Vercel CLI. But I want to show you both, right? Some of my videos, I show you how to push to GitHub, but this one to show you how to do CLI. I think it's really cool. So this is on the preview environment. You can push to prod by doing Vercel -- prod, right? But let's go ahead and check it out. Bam. Just like that. Just like that. Smash that thumbs up button. Oh my God, look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Dark mode, light mode's working. If I click on sports, just like that works. If I type in Ronaldo, just like that. Wait for it. Wait for it. You can add a loader in, by the way, there. Look at that. Just like that, Ronaldo news comes up. Bam. Perfect stuff. Absolutely incredible. Light mode, dark mode, everything that we wanted inside of a build today. Like, look at that, guys. Absolutely incredible. Boom. I hope you've enjoyed that. That was damn powerful. Let me do a quick run through of exactly what we did today. We went ahead, we built out this beautiful UI, absolutely incredible UI. It's live right now. You can go believe me, go check for yourself. Right? Everything's working the way we expected it. We got dark mode, we got server components, we've got client components, we've got the new app folder structure inside of our app. I showed you how to deploy with the Vercel CLI. We had server component logic and when and how to convert them to client components when needed. We showed you the provider pattern in the first initial layout, so you now know how to do providers with the client side part. Right? We have dynamic page routing in a bunch of different situations, like you can see over here with the category. We pulled our information from the Media Stack API. So we had all this beautiful knowledge being passed in, live data news from the Media Stack API. StepZen came in incredibly powerful to go ahead and power this up. If you want to go ahead and use it, remember the first link in the description, use that link when you sign up to StepZen because it's going to help support the Papa Fam. I'll be honest with you, it helps us out. I hope I can keep on giving you free content if you do that. So it helps out a lot. All right, so make sure you use the first link in the description. You can check out their new dashboard. Absolutely incredible. You've got code snippets, all this useful stuff. And yeah, there's so many questions that people are having. I can see in the chat right now. And remember, guys, if you want more information, if you want answers to those questions, head over to popreact.com, join our community and our flagship course if you want to go ahead and build everything out. Right, so 0 to Full Stack Hero is where we have a game changer level of community. Right, the course is jam-packed with over 100 hours of content. everything you could possibly want to learn from web development is in there, and I teach weekly coaching calls inside of there. So make sure you definitely check that out. Oh, I can hear myself. What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna mute that. What the hell's going on? So make sure you definitely check this out. And then if you do want to make sure, oh yeah, that was me there. Okay, I was wondering, why can I hear myself? All right, make sure you check this out, papareact.com/course. And if you want to go ahead and get daily coding challenges into your inbox, then go to the first link at the top, papareact.com/the University of Code. It is live. Literally the first one of our first another daily coding challenge goes out in about an hour and 20 minutes. So if you want to sign up and get your first coding challenge, an hour, and then every single day you're going to get daily coding challenges over at the University of Code. I promise you, we put so much time and effort into this, and this has been by far one of the best ways that we've seen students achieve their sort of development in terms of their fundamentals, their JavaScript knowledge, just by having daily problems given to them. So make sure you check out the University of Code. Links to Zero to Full Stack Hero, links to the University of Code, links to StepZen setting up, everything is in the description. If you want access to the code, feel free to go ahead and check out the Papa GitHub repo. And remember, if you want access to the music playlist, University of Code, we give it to you for free once you sign up, right? There we have it, guys. The third build of the Next.js 13 crash course. That was incredible. You guys got to see how easy it was to implement GraphQL with the assistance of StepZen, and how we can go ahead and connect it into our Next.js 13 app to go ahead and actually create an amazing responsive live news app. Now with that finished, I want you to stop here, go ahead and add that to your digital portfolio to impress your future employers. Make sure you go ahead and follow the build through, and if you get stuck at any point, you have the full source code available inside the Papa GitHub repo. The link is simply in the description, and if you found it too difficult, or you even want to go ahead and elevate your skill set that extra step further, then consider joining us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero, where you have my full mentorship, as well as tons and tons of additional content inside of our course, and access to our entire community, so you will never get stuck again. With that said, guys, make sure you smash the like button. Let's jump into our fourth build of today's crash course. Let's go. Next up, we have the Meta Messenger app as the fourth build in our Next.js 13 crash course. Now guys, this was actually a really fun build. I promise you, you're going to enjoy this one. Let's talk about the tech stack that you're going to learn. So we obviously have Next.js 13 to power the entire thing. With that, your React skills are going to get elevated. At this point, you should feel relatively comfortable with Next.js 13, but if not, this is what this video is for. To support the entire Meta Messenger app, which is a real-time app, let me say, we're going to be using a Redis database. Redis is known to be really fast databases, and in fact we're going to implement it really easily using Upstash. Now the Redis database alone is not real time, so in order to make it appear as if it's real time, we're going to be using a service known as Pusher to enable that real-time communication, so that way when a new message is added, any other client who is currently using the app will also get pushed that new message. So we built a real-time experience. Now for login and authentication, we're going to be using Next.Auth. It's incredibly important that you learn this, because Next.Auth authentication is going to be one of the most popular solutions, and it currently is one of the most popular solutions if you're planning to implement any form of OAuth authentication or any social provider such as Google, Facebook, GitHub. They support a ton of different login approaches, and they even have adapters for databases. So you're going to learn exactly how to implement Next.js Auth inside of this build. And of course, we're not leaving out our favorites: Tailwind CSS to make the app responsive, TypeScript to reduce the number of bugs and make our code much more robust. With that said, make sure you smash the thumbs up button. Let's get started with today's build. Check this out, guys. Meta Messenger 2.0. Bam! Look at that. We have an incredible bit of tech today. So there is so much going on with this. Trust me, it may be confusing to understand what the hell is happening, but I will break it all down and you're going to learn so much in today's video. So I just want to go ahead and show you what's happening right now. So all of this is being powered by Upstash. And basically what we're doing is we're loading server components, and we're doing a bunch of cool stuff. So let me go ahead and just type in. So this is amazing. That pushes to Upstash, which then goes to Pusher, and then you see the guy over here gets the response, right? So I'm pretending to be two different people right now because I didn't have two Facebook accounts. But you can see if you're having a chat, this is how it will look. right? Really clean. And we're using the new Next.js 13 components. So if I go ahead and refresh, oh, we have server components, which introduces loading. That's nice. And then we can go ahead and also log in to Facebook. So I'm going to go ahead and sign myself out right now, and it's going to try and log me in. And as you can see, now I'm signed out. If I sign in, it's going to come to this page. If I click sign in with Facebook, at that point, it's going to go ahead and log me into Facebook. Now I've already logged into Facebook on the website, so it's just thrown me straight in. But you can see we even have, it's a server rendering issue just because I'm not logged in on this side. I was trying to show you a little trick. The point is we have an absolutely jam-packed build today. There is so much to cover. I cannot wait. Right, guys, without further ado, I'm going to dive into how we've gone ahead and built this out and what it's going to involve, because do not let this deceive you. This has a ton of tech underneath. This wouldn't have been possible without Upstash. Upstash is what we're using today to create a Redis database. So if you've been wanting to know about Redis, you don't know how to get it set up, you want to go ahead and get a kickstart in this area, this is the video for you, because Redis makes it incredibly easy to go ahead and do just that. Not only have they got a guide, so if we're using Next.js today, so you scroll down to the bottom, they've got a guide on how you can get set up. I'm going to show you anyway, but it's also an amazing platform for going ahead and getting set up with some serverless data. It works even if your app's not serverless, and it works with Next.js 13. My favorite part is they have a huge free tier, which is absolutely incredible. And they make setting up Redis so easy. That was my number one thing that I didn't like about Redis. It wasn't as easy as something like Firebase. I just wanted something which was quick, enabled, and it allowed me to have a serverless database in the form of a Redis database. Now, if you don't know what Redis is, it's an open source in-memory data store, and it's really fast. The problem is that they don't essentially allow you to kind of have the data persisting. Whereas Upstash came along, and now they allow us to go ahead and actually keep the data in a more robust fashion. So you have your database in seconds, it is super quick to set up, and they have global data sources. So this is going to go ahead, they're going to actually replicate your data to different regions. So it's available, it's quick to load, and it's safe. If any one place gets knocked out, your data is not gone, right? So it's robust, and it works off of all of our known favorite things like Vercel, like Lambdas. So it's going to work off of all of our serverless functions. That's why they have an incredible REST API. Okay, so there's a bunch of things to know about Redis, about Upstash, which we're going to dive into today. But the one thing I do want to mention is that I always get the question of, Sonny, but do I need my card details to get started with this build? Well, no, that's because they have a per request pricing, which means your price is pretty much zero up until your first 10,000 requests, which is absolutely huge, right? You have so much space to develop with it, and then you can go ahead and upgrade your plan. So absolutely massive amount of stuff. Okay, so this is something that I really want to focus on today, and we're going to be pretty much setting up our first Upstash database, getting it working, and you're going to have your own database, and we're literally I'm going to show you how to add data to your Redis database, and then we're going to go ahead and make it real time by introducing a layer on top called Pusher. Pusher is going to allow us to have real-time messaging from each person. So in this case, as you saw, when I was typing in a message, it was popping up on the other user's screen. So in this case, if I show you a quick example, and I said this is real-time. All right, it doesn't matter if there's 20,000 people on this right now. Yeah, it would say this is real time, and then that's pinged out to everyone. And eventually on this side, you're going to go ahead and get your message. As I'm live right now, it could be a little bit slow, but that's the only point, right? But if I had this running on like 15 browsers in front of me, every single person's going to get that message. So here we have a real time, wicked, scalable app, right? So I'm going to show you how we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to be diving into Next.js 13 today. So if you haven't used Next.js 13, then this is the video for you. I have done an incredibly in-depth video, which took me a long time. So please make sure you go check it out. So we're going to jump into the new app directory, the new server components, streaming, how we can have this beautiful loading state, right? And that's not the way that we traditionally did it. That's actually using React streaming and server components to achieve that, right? I'm going to use the new Next.js image. So we've got a lot of cool stuff to go ahead and dive into. But the one thing I want to mention is under the hood, Next.js 13 changes the way that we think, the way that we build stuff. We have to think in a slightly different way now. The whole layout, the page layout, everything is different, but it's really damn powerful. And I'm excited to show you how we're going to go ahead and crush that part of it today. So first up, I want to mention, we are going to cover SWR as well. So if you haven't used SWR, this is an amazing way, which essentially can eliminate Redux. I said it, it's dangerously there, but it's a way to fetch data, cache it, and then efficiently update that information with mutates and so forth. So we're going to be using that today to get really efficient updates when we're actually pushing messages to our database. And we're also going to introduce something called optimistic updates, which if you've never used, I'm going to show you today. It's going to be a lot of fun, okay? So first up, I want to go ahead and start my app. So I want you to go ahead, and I've actually made this for reference. So as I'm going to be shutting down my local host, we've got some nice screenshots here. And the reason why I've done this as well is because I want to take you on an approach where imagine we had a freelancing gig, right? In this case, we've got some screenshots. The client's like, yeah, I want you to build this, right? I want you to build this entire thing out. I'm going to show you how we can go ahead and actually do it just from screenshots with the Next.js flow. Okay, so a lot of people want that direct explanation. I'm going to give you exactly what you want today. Okay, so let's go ahead and start things off by kicking open our terminal. Now on my terminal, I like to put things inside of my documents builds directory. So I'm going to go into my documents, into my builds directory, and I'm just going to put everything there. Okay, and the first thing I want you to do is head over to Next.js 13. Right now, I'm going to be using I'm not going to be upgrading a current directory. I'm actually going to be using the Next.js 13 with Tailwind setup, right? So the reason why I like to show you this every time is not because I forgot, right? So you could be thinking, is it because he forgot, right? But in this case, it's just because I want to show you, like, honest to God, a straightforward like approach as to how I would do it if I was to start from the absolute get-go, right? So in this case, it's not actually here. You can do it this way, but this way I'm not a fan of. I prefer using the one which was create next app. So it's create next app with TypeScript and Tailwind. So it's actually going to be this one right here. So I think it'll be, yeah, there it is. Yep. So it's going to be this one. So there is a really nice extension template that you can use. This one here, npx create next app -e with Tailwind CSS my project. And the reason why I show you that is I'm not trying to be the best coder in the planet. I want to show you that I am a human being, and this is honestly how I go ahead and find my templates when I'm starting things off. So just trying to show you so you guys can do the exact same thing when you're on your own. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and pop that in, and instead of my project, I'm going to name this something like, I'm going to say upstash meta messenger. Okay, hit enter, and it sometimes prompts you if you want to install the package. So in this case, let's go ahead and hit Y. So just enter is good for me, and this is going to go ahead and set up our Next.js 13 app. So it is going to initialize with Next.js 13, and then it's going to go ahead and give us a nice starter template. Okay, so this is going to be a nice way to set up in a really quick manner, and I'm going to show you how we can then go ahead and change the base of our app to go from the traditional Next.js 12 approach to the more modern Next.js 13 approach. Okay, so there's lots of changes now. We've got a new app directory, which is a lot of fun. I'm going to dive into that as well. So cd upstash, let's go ahead and say cd upstash. I've got lots of builds here. You can see cd upstash, and I'm going to go ahead and say upstash meta messenger, and then I'm going to do code dot to open up my code. Okay, so that's nice. Let's go ahead and close out our old terminal, and then let's use this as so. So I'm going to go ahead and make my workspace nice and organized, so we've got a nice way to reference our build as we build it out. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually cut my build that was running right here. So I'm going to terminate that build, and we're going to start from absolute scratch. Okay, so first things first, if we go into our app pages directory, you can see this is using the traditional Next.js 12 approach. First, Command J, it opens up our terminal, and I'm going to go ahead and use yarn because we've got a yarn lock file. If I've got package lock, then it's going to go ahead and I'm going to use npm, but you can switch. Really doesn't mean you're locked in, right? So I'm going to use yarn run dev. Now, something I want to mention is when we go ahead and do this, it's going to spin up on localhost 3000. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my localhost 3000 right now. So localhost 3000, let's go ahead and pop this over here. So we've got a nice little preview of our app next to us as we go ahead and build this out. Okay, there we go. So I've got my terminal up right now, Command J to hide my terminal, right? So fresh, clean start. You can see this is using the Next.js 12 approach, right? So this is by default in Next.js 12. If it's inside the pages folder, it's going to be a client component. So that's an important thing to mention, a client component. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and introduce the new app directory, which is the Next.js 13 way, and we're going to make our homepage by default be a server component, which means it's loaded on the server, then it's thrown onto the page, which takes a lot of the JavaScript away from the client onto the server, which means that there's less JavaScript to be delivered to the client, which gives you a ton of bonuses, right? So in order to do that, we need to go into our next config. And the first thing I want to do is we're going to go experimental, and we're going to enable our app directory. So I want to mention before we get started, or before we move any further forward, this is in beta still, which means that most likely at some point there's going to be some detail, if you watch this back in the future, that would have changed. That is okay. That is tech. It's not to have a go at me or Vassell or anyone else. Tech adapts, tech evolves. That means that from these tutorials, take away those golden nuggets of information and don't always rely on the exact thing, okay? So what I want to mention here is that if there is a change, don't freak out. Look at the documentation, so the Next.js 13 documentation, and actually go ahead and solve that problem yourself if you get stuck in it, okay? So don't always rely on tutorials exactly down to the grain. Really, really important. Next.js 13 is still using beta features, right? So it's not in beta Next.js 13, but it's using beta features, okay? So we got app directory true. I don't know actually if the whole thing's in beta, but anyway, yeah. You can see Next.js 13, and the actual blog page for this is a beta. So you'll go to the Next.js 13 upgrade page, and here you get a nice little doc, and you'll know that you're in the right place because it'll be dark theme. Here you go. Beta.nextjs, right? So as soon as you get this dark theme, you know you're in the right place. Okay, so now we've got the app directory enabled. Let's go ahead and create our new folder structure. So we're going to create an app folder. Now inside of our app folder, I'm just going to create a new page.tsx. Now as you can see, we now have a new page layout. So the new pages follow this new layout where there's a higher level page, which represents our index, and then every single folder represents our root. So if I have a folder called search, inside of that I'll have page.tsx, and that will resemble the page for /search. You can have loads of dynamic fields, all that stuff. I have that video before, go check it out if you want. I'm going to link it in the comment as well. Okay, so I'm going to use our snippet from our handy library over here, so ES7. Let's go ahead and go check out our ES7 snippets. So you want to make sure you've got these snippets enabled. These are really handy, and this is what I'm going to be using, okay? So let's go ahead and do RFCE, and let's type in homepage. Okay, now you can see nothing's happened. That's fine as of yet, and I will show you why. So let's firstly go down to Tailwind config, make sure that we have app here as well. Okay, so by default now they introduced the app directory as well, so that's a good sign. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and actually get this kind of set up and running. So in order to get this kind of kick-started, firstly we've got to delete our index.tsx, our old one, so that's gone, and now we get 404, and then we need to restart our server because we've enabled a new experimental feature. Okay, so I'm going to kickstart our server, so I'm going to cancel it all, yarn run dev, and now you'll see we get loads of stuff just happen on the screen, right? So we detected TypeScript in your project, bam. So I clicked allow, and then we go down here and you'll see your page.tsx did not have a root layout. So we created a root layout for you. So the root layout is a really important part of Next.js 13. It's how we can actually enable the different layouts, and we can have these different parts of our layout which aren't going to get re-rendered unnecessarily, right? So it introduces this new modular approach of re-rendering the page. Okay, so at this point now, what I want to do is look at our photos, and we can see we've got this layout. And as I'm going to give you just a quick breakdown of what's going on. I'm not going to go so far into it because there's lots of Next.js 13 videos out there. But for this layout, you can see here now we've got the HTML, the head, so you can add the title and stuff in there if you want. And then we've got this body. Now there are loads of reserved files. There's the layout, the head, the page, but in this case, the head, right? You can see is actually going to go ahead, and this is a reserved file name, and this is for when we want to go ahead and actually pop in different attributes inside of our head element. Okay, so in this case here I can say, rather than localhost 3000, I want to say meta messenger. Okay, hit save, and now if I refresh my page, we get meta messenger. So you see how this nice little page structure, and this is available at every single root. So if we had a /search, you can have all of these reserved files right over there. There's also loading, there's also error, there's also template, I think it's called as well. So there's a bunch of different ones, right? And they're all over here listed down below. Okay, again, if you want to know more about this, I've done a whole coaching call inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero, right? So we have this down. Now at this point, the children is just going to be the page. So anything that's in the page basically gets pushed out here. So what's really cool here is you can have a header component and a bunch of other stuff, and it'll get shown there. Now you're probably wondering, that's not Tailwind CSS. So inside of our header now, this is where we would have to go ahead and pop in our Tailwind. So as you can see, previously we resorted to this file, the _app.tsx. Well, we can actually get rid of that, but I want to pay attention to this top line where we import the styles from our global CSS. This is where we pull in our Tailwind. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go ahead and first I want to change the music because this is distracting as hell. Okay, that's better, it's calmer. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and copy that, take it over here and paste, right? We don't actually need the _app.tsx file anymore either. Bam, it's gone. Okay, hit save. Now notice something that you need to understand is that the API is still located inside of pages, right? So pages /API, then we still have our API endpoints there until the guys over at Vercel figure out a way to go ahead and push in the new structure. Okay. They probably have a way already. So now you can see I've got my Tailwind CSS, and we can test that by simply going to page.tsx, class name, text, 4XL, bam. And I should have bigger text. There we go, nice. Okay, so now by default, this is a server component, which means if I have anything like state or a click handler or any other sort of interactive element, it won't work because by default, anything in the app directory is a server component first. And then if we want to change something, it's recommended that you take that portion, which is interactive, and you just make a client component for the minimal amount that you need to. Because remember, we're trying to minimize the amount of JavaScript that's executed on the client, okay? So at this point, let's go ahead and template things out. So first things first, I want to build the header. Okay, I want to have some kind of header, and this header you can see is going to adapt. It's going to have welcome to Meta Messenger if we are not signed in, and if we are signed in, it's going to have my Facebook information, and it's going to have the Meta logo on the right as well. All right, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So from our homepage, I'm now going to go ahead and introduce for now the homepage. I'm just going to write H1 hello world. All right, so this is going to be our Meta Messenger. Let's just say welcome to the Messenger. Okay, so I'm going to scream that in front of us, right? Then what I want to do is I want to go into my layout. And what's cool here is I'm going to go ahead and introduce a header component. Okay, now this header component doesn't exist yet. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and make this its own component, header.tsx. Now, as you can see previously in Next.js 12, if I was to do that, it would actually go ahead and cause the a root to be formed at header, right, /header. But now in this case, because we have our reserved file names like page.tsx, it just looks at the folder root that you're in. So we have this new root segment leaf structure. Okay, so that's what they're following. Okay, so RFCE. Let's go ahead and pop in the correct syntax. There we go. Semantics matter, right? And then I'm going to mess up down the line. Watch, someone's going to call me out on that. All right, so at this point, we've got the header, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop in our left side, which is going to be this bit right here. And then our right side, which is going to be our bit over here, okay? But firstly, it's probably easier to do this one because we're not logged in. So let's go ahead and have a logged out state first, okay? So this one is going to be fairly straightforward. We're going to have a div with some stuff inside of it. So inside of our div, we're going to have another div, which is going to include these two components next to each other, right? So let's do that right now. So inside there, we're going to have our image component. So we've got our, our image component. So firstly, a div. Then we've got our image component, and notice how this is going to be from next image, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and import that like so. The source for that is actually going to be a link that I've saved you a bit of time. I've shortened it to one of our links. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. And then you can see it's complaining. Now TypeScript doesn't want us to not include, it has to include the correct properties. Now in Next.js 13, we have to have an oak property, okay? So in this case, I'm just going to call this the logo. Cool. Okay, now after that, we have to give it a height and width, and then we also have to whitelist it. So that way we don't allow some misuse of this optimization for the images, okay? So in this case, I'm going to give it a height of 10, and I'm going to give it a width of 50, right? So width of 50, hit save, and you can see we still don't see anything. That's because we haven't even pulled it in, right? So in this case, if I go ahead and pop in the header, we're probably going to get an error now saying, whoa, you need to whitelist it. There we go. All right, so now we grab our host name. In this case, make sure you trust that link, okay? So I'm going to go into my next config.js, and I'm going to go into my object here, and I'm simply going to type in images dot and I'm going to, oops, images. And then this is going to have a domains array inside of it. Now, instead of this, I'm going to pop in links.popreact.com. This is because on the server, it's going to do some optimizations to make sure that image is rendered at several different sizes, and it only delivers the one that we actually need for the screen size, and it converts it to WebP. A bunch of cool stuff actually happens on the Vercel server, okay? So that's good. Let's go ahead and do that and close, and then we're going to make sure that we actually go ahead and save ourselves the hassle because we changed next config, we have to restart our server, okay? So at that point, if we hit refresh, this will now be whitelisted. So we should see hydration failed. Okay, that's okay for now. It's because I actually had something else loading. So in this case, what I want to do is open up my inspector, disable my cache, and I want to load it fresh, okay? So in this point, I've got a few things happening here. Let's have a look. This is because I had so much stuff running before. Okay, so whenever I get this issue, I had this happen to me before. I'm going to make sure I clear my cache and do a hard refresh. Empty the cache, reload. There we go. Okay, that should have fixed it. Okay. Damn it, I ran into this problem before and it caused me a little bit of a headache. It was a temporary problem as well. So let's go ahead and do yarn run dev as well again. I got stuck in this loop last time. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open up a fresh window. So localhost 3000. Let's pop this over here. Okay, right. It's debugging already. That's fine. We've got a hydration error. Let's go ahead and check this out. So at this point, now my header, I believe, is actually going to be, if I was to get rid of my header, I want to see something quickly. Let's go ahead and refresh. So it's not my, so it's my header that's causing my issue here, strangely. Okay, so let's go into my layout. And I just want to double check something. So at this point, I mean, I could make my header just a client component. Okay, so for this purpose, I'm going to make it a client component, okay? I don't want to make it a client component. That's the problem. We've got my header. Inside of my header, we've got the, there we go. Okay. Interesting. Let me check if it's my image tag. So it's not that. It's actually everything here. So let's do a little bit of debugging. Let's jump into it. Let's see. Header cannot appear as a child. Oh, okay. Oops. Oops. Oh, damn it. I see. Okay. That was not an error on just randomly happening. This was because we had our HTML. It has to be inside the body. My bad. My bad. Right. That's actually, yeah. So it has to be inside the body. Right. So make sure you don't do that same mistake. Okay. So now the header's there. And then we're going to go ahead and have our p tag next to it. So firstly, kudos to that. We got past it, like the bloody video for that, right? The stressful moments. And we're going to say, welcome to Meta Messenger. There we go. Bam. Right. And then we're going to do a p tag, class name. And that's actually how I debug it, right? So you saw like, I literally just, I'll check the console, look back, look this and see. And then eventually I should have just checked the consoles. That's the truth. Right, so text blue 400, there we go, bam. And then I want to make this sort of next to each other. So class name, and we're going to make this a flex, right? And we're going to space the components a value of 2, right? And I do want to center it. There we go. So that should make it a little bit nicer. For the div outside of it, I'm going to make this a flex column. And I'm going to do a flex firstly, because you can't use flex without flex column. You can't use flex column without flex column. You know what I mean? My item center, then we're going to make space y of 5 because the child is not only this div, we're going to have another thing underneath it. And this is going to be a link, which is going to be imported from Next.js. We don't actually need this React, right? So you don't actually need that anymore. It just comes in that little template that I do. And here I'm going to have href, and this href is going to go ahead and point towards our sign-in. Now our sign-in is going to use next auth, and next auth points everything that we're going to set it to point things towards auth / sign-in. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that now. So / auth / sign-in. Okay, and there we go. And that's not nice. We're going to actually make sure we have a closing link. And we're going to sign in. Now, a quick little addition for Next.js 13. Previously, you had to have in Next.js 12 a tag inside of your link tags. Since Next.js 13, what they're trying to do, even with the image component, is remove all this unnecessary wrappers, right? So now it's directly an a tag itself. And same with the image component. It's directly an image component. You don't have to mess around with these wrappers. So good job Next.js team, right? Vercel, you guys are sick. Lee, all of them are pretty incredible, right? So they're doing good work over there. So we got the meta messenger looking pretty nice. And then underneath all of that, I think that's pretty good for now. Right, we've got welcome to Meta Messenger. The sign in looks terrible though. Okay, so we don't have a sign in. Yeah, so let's customize this with a little bit of styling. I'm going to save us a bit of time. I've got a little bit of styling here that I'm just going to pop in. So as you can see, I've got a background blue. When I hover, I want to go a little bit darker. Text should be white, font bold, padding on the y-axis of 2, x of 4, and make it rounded. Okay, so let's do that. Hit save, and just like that, wow, look at that, hover effects. Nice. Okay, so at that point, the header, let's go ahead and make this stick to the top. So if you noticed, when I was scrolling, this part was sticking to the top of the page, right? So you can see that this area was kind of sticking. So as I was even scrolling down, that was actually sticking to the top. Now the way we do that is we go ahead and I kind of like this screenshot approach. It's kind of cool, right? The sticky top 0. Okay, I'm gonna set the music up. I need to get a bit more energized. All right, top 0. I'm gonna say Z50. Z50. I'm gonna say background should be white. Just to prove to you that that's actually working. Background 500, and you can see that we actually have a background, right? So we need to make it white, and we need to make it Z50 to make sure it goes over the elements as it scrolls on top of it. Okay, so looks good. And then we're gonna say it's a flexbox. Justify the center. And we're going to say items should be central. That means I'm going to center on the X and Y axes. Give it a padding of 10, and I want to give it a shadow very slightly, very, very slight shadow. So you see that? That's actually a super subtle shadow, right? But there you go. We've got the top looking pretty decent right now. Okay, so just like that, we kind of have this nice little trick that makes us allow it. When I click that, it will take me to auth sign in, which we'll set up in a bit. Okay, I am going to go ahead and also make the other part, right? So why not? Let's just go ahead and do this right now. Now I don't have a picture right now, but I can go ahead and build the template of it, and then we can have our conditional change based on once we've implemented a session. So eventually I will have a session here, right? And that session will be a value that we pull from our next auth session, right? So in that case, for now, I'm just going to say we do have a session, right? And if we have a session, then I want to return the following. Right, instead, I'm going to say return this instead, right? So it will only hit this if there's no session. So if the user's logged out, right? That's what I mean by session. Now at this point, I'm going to have a header, right? And it's pretty much the exact same header, right? So in this case, GitHub Copilot's getting a bit carried away. Let's go ahead and copy the header. Let's just take this out. So we've got the exact same header. And then inside of the body, I'm going to go ahead and have a div. And this div is actually the same as the other one. So it's going to be a class with a flex, a space on the x-axis of 2. And here I'm going to have an image tag. Okay, so we've got a self-closed image tag and the following attributes. So this will actually be the user's image, right? So eventually we're going to point to that by using session.user.image. But right now we don't have that. Okay, so at this point I can just grab a image off of the internet. So in this case, okay, let me grab a picture. I could probably use my other one. I'm trying to think. Okay, for now, let's just use this one. Okay, so I'm going to use a meta image just as a placeholder, because that way we don't have to do anything else to it, right? Easy days. I'm lazy, okay? Don't hate me. I'm lazy for that, right? And then what we're going to do is make it a rounded circle with an object contain margin x of 2, okay? And underneath it, I'm going to have a div, and I'm going to have 2 p tags, right? So p times by 2, nice little Emmet trick. If you didn't know, now you know. And then we're going to say logged in as, and then we're going to have the name. So in this case, I'll just be Sunny Sanga or whatever your Facebook name is, because we are going to be implementing Facebook login, right? So meta login in this video. Let's go ahead and hit save. So logged in as Sunny Sanga. So in that case, it looks pretty nice. All right, so P class name, and then we're going to text blue 400. And then for this P tag, I'm going to go ahead and say font bold and text should be large. Okay, so hit save and bam. Look at that. Oh, it just popped in. So sick, right? And then underneath that, we're going to have a logout button. Now, the reason why I'm going to have a logout button component here is because this is a server component. And when I click that button, it's going to have an interactive element. So when you have any interactive element, it has to be a client component. So like our click handler or a piece of state. In this case, we have a little bit of click handling when we click on this. That's actually a logout button. Believe it or not, I know, I'm lazy, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and make that logout button. So logout button, Right, I'm not going to go too far into folder structures today. We're just going to keep it simple. So I'm going to create a logout button like so. Logout button.tsx, RFCE, bam, we've got a logout button. Okay, now at this point, what I'm actually going to do is probably this maybe use the sign in button rather than that, right? Because it might look nicer than what we have there. So I'm going to take my sign in button that we have here, and I'm just going to pop that in over there in a second, right? So where we have that now, I'm just going to go ahead and do. So I've got it's not a link tag that I want to use. I'm actually just going to have a button, okay? And this is not going to have this. It's just going to be a simple button that says sign out. There we go, right? And then this button is going to be, yeah, so let's go ahead and import it like so. And if you're wondering how the hell I do that, click at the end, control spacebar, and then you can get the auto complete like I just did, right? Nice. Now we've got the sign out. Okay, pretty slick. So as you can see now, they're kind of stuck together. I don't like that, right? I don't want it to be stuck together like that. So in order to change the look of that, the way we do it is we change it from justify center to justify between. And that means it's going to allocate some space between them accordingly. So if we're on a huge screen, it allocates accordingly, just like that. Now I've got a sign out button. When I click it, what should we want to do? Right? I need a click handler. The minute I have a click handler, you're going to see the following error. So if I had something like this, just a quick little example, console.log hello. Now you're going to see, whoa, error. Wait for it. Oh, error. Something kicked off. Ouch. Right, look at that. See, I told you it's going to happen because we have event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. Right, so natural thing that's going to happen when you're using Next.js 13. So the way we get rid of this is we use the directive use client at the top. Okay, if I do that, it tells Next.js that that is a client component, which means it sends that bit of JavaScript to the client to render out. Okay, so at this point now we can have an on-click handler. So all I need to do from there is eventually have this sign out. So we're going to come back to that once I implement next auth. Okay. So at this point, damn good, right? So we've got the session in. If I was to toggle our session from true to false, you can see it's going to go ahead and change. So once we connect our signing component, that will look pretty damn nice. Okay. Moving on to this middle portion. So I'm just going to create a template here, just something like, you know, it's just going to have a bit of information in there before, and then we're going to connect up Redis. But I'm going to quickly breeze over the middle bit, the message list, and then we're going to build this input component so we can start pushing messages to Upstash, and then we can go ahead and start pulling them in. Okay, so let's do that right now. So first up, let's go to our middle. So let's head over to our page. Now this is a top level, which means we are the index page. Okay, so at the index page, it's going to be very simple. We're going to have a main. So it's going to be very like, and then what I like about this is that you separate your presentational logic. Look, we have our main layout, then we have the children, which is rendered inside a page. And you see how it's simple. It looks clean, right? So at this point, we're going to have a chat input. I can put it both ways, it really don't matter. I'm gonna have a message list, right? So these are two components right now. So looking pretty sick. We've got message list, chat input, and we're gonna go ahead and start building out. Firstly, let's build the message list component. Okay, so first up, we're gonna go ahead and pop in a message list, right? And we're gonna do the following. I'm gonna create this component like so. So up in here, we're gonna create message list.tsx. RFCE, and that's going to be our message list. So here, so just say messages go here, bam, save. Okay, now with this bit, we're going to go ahead and import it, bam, hit save, and as you can see, we have our message list component. Nice. Next up, we're going to do our chat input. Okay, so that's just the template for that, by the way, right? I'm going to actually put some important stuff in there. Okay, so let's imagine we had a message list, and then inside of there, we just had, you know, a bunch of p tags saying message, blah, blah, blah. And these are eventually going to be actual messages, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and pop these in. There we go. Nice little template. Now for chat input, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to go ahead and say chat input like so. And this is going to be something which is going to be fixed to the bottom of the screen. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So Command B, pop it in, make a new file called chatinput.tsx. And just like that, RFCE. Chat input. Okay, so this is where we're going to have the user input. So all of the kind of stuff where, you know, this bit down here, basically, let's go over here. So down here, this beautiful little send it area, right? And you can see it's actually, we go ahead and disable it if it's not logged in for the user. Okay, so let's head and do that right now. So for the chat input, it's simply going to be a form. Okay, so that entire thing that you see at the bottom is a form, and then I type in, I hit enter, it hits the send. Right, so that means it's very simple. We only have an input and a button. Done. Input and a button. Done. Right, now here we're gonna have a type of the button is gonna be submit. It's gonna be a submittable button. Here we're gonna go ahead and say send. Right, for the styling of the button, let's keep it pretty fresh. We've got that same bit of styling for that we had over at the other button. So pretty similar, and you can, you know, refactor that into a custom class if you want. But in this case, background blue, when we hover, it goes slightly darker. Same bit of styling from before, but when it's disabled, the opacity goes to 50%, and it's going to have a cursor saying you're not allowed to do that on that bit. Okay, so this thing, oh, we're about to break 300 likes. Let's go, guys. This is sick, right? So at this point now, we are doing pretty well. So let's go ahead and see. Oops, I've changed up my screen a little bit. There we go. Let me just move it around. Nice. Okay. So we got this here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop this on the side. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and create we're actually going to bring in the input form so we can see it, right? So I'm going to import it here like so. And again, you don't need the React anymore. That's old. You don't actually need to say that it's React. Right, now that's actually an input film right there. So I'm going to go ahead and pop something in so we can see a hot reload into shape. Here I'm going to style things out, and I'd like to put it after there because we're going to have a bit of bulky news here. So in this case, for the class name, I want to go ahead and pop in the following, right? So we're going to say, firstly, it's going to be flex1. But before I do that, I'm going to give it a placeholder. This placeholder is going to say enter a message, right? So enter a message here, ... So flex1 rounded. So now, if I do that, you can see it's there. Now, the only reason why it's not using up the entire space is the container is not flex. Right, so in this case, if I do that, bam, it uses up the entire thing. Okay, so flex1 rounded. Let's make it a little bit more interesting than that. Let's make it have a border. Let's give the border some styling, and then I want to do some focus sort of effects on here, right? So I'm going to pop in a bunch of information, and we're going to do the following. So I'm going to pop in border gray 30, 300, but you might not know this one: focus outline, focus ring 2, and focus ring blue. That's pretty cool, right? And what this does is, you see, when I focus on that element, right, it turns blue. But if I made it red, it will do the exact same thing but for red. So a really nice kind of element right there. And we're going to make the focus, the border will be transparent when we're focused, as we've got a ring around it instead, and then the padding X, padding Y, and so forth. Okay, so overall generally pretty nice, right? So, we got some beats happening. So we're going to do on the form, I'm going to say it's a flex box, padding X of 10, padding Y of 5, because I hate the spacing right now. Space out the send and the input by 2. And then we're going to say border on the top. Border should be gray 100, sorry. Now at the beginning, this is where I make it basically a fixed component, right? So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it's fixed to the bottom of the screen at the exact bottom, and it's going to have a Z index of 50, which means that as we scroll over things, it's not going to basically it's going to use up the majority of the space, right? So in this case, as soon as I do fixed, you have to say it's width of 4 in order to make sure that you actually have the rest of that space. So that's pretty nice. I like that, right? It's kind of cool. Nice. And now we want to go ahead and keep track of what I'm typing in, right? So at this point, I need to map my input to the input field right here. And there's so many ways you can do it. There's ref, there's map, there's a form submit. But in this case, I want to actually style based on my input. So I want to have a piece of state. So because I have a piece of state, it means it's going to be a client component. So in this case, I'm going to use client to indicate that the chat input is a client component. I'm now going to have access to my state. If I didn't do that, I'm not going to have access to my state, right? So set input, and then I'm going to go ahead and say use state. Now at this point, I can pull in my use state from React, and I can go ahead and connect up my input field. So for the input field, the way you connect it is you say the value is assigned to our piece of state. On change, so as the user types in, every single time they type in, E is an event gets fired off. And what you do is you update the input, so in our state, with e.target.value, which resembles the input value, so the value that is in here. So every time it changes, whatever is in here gets pushed into state. Okay, so pretty sick, looking pretty nice so far. I've actually gone ahead and opened up something I shouldn't have opened up. There we go, clutch. So at that point, and now I can go ahead and say, if there is no input, then we are disabling, right? So disabled will be true if there's no input. So let's see what happened there. So my button should have been disabled if there was no input. And it wasn't, and that's weird. So let's go ahead and put my disabled opacity 50. Let's refresh. Okay, so sometimes the hot reloading a little bit janky, right, when it's on server components, but it's okay. We forgive them, right? So in this case, you see that? Nice. Right, and the same thing I'm going to do here. I'm going to disable entry if no, I'm not going to disable entry. I'm going to disable that if you actually don't have a session afterwards. Okay. So at that point, it looks kind of cool, right? So let's neaten this up a little bit. So we got the button down. So this is looking kind of cool. So when I hit hello and I hit submit, you see how it refreshes the form, right? So obviously we want to connect that to a form handler. So let's do that right now. Let's say on submit, and we're going to go ahead and say add message. So this is going to be a function that's going to be assigned over here. So we're going to say const add message equals a function, and anything that is a form is going to have an event attached to it. So there's a little trick, okay? To get the type definition for your event in TypeScript, what you do is you pop an arrow here and you simply inspect your E. And here you can see form event HTML form element. So if I grab that, go over here, paste it in, and I import that, just like that, I have a perfect type definition. I can get rid of that, have the signature down. And now I get my type definitions, prevent default. See, little tricks, just make life easy, right? Little tricks make it so much easier. We now have the ability to tap into when we actually have the user submit the form. So by doing e.prevent default, when I type in hit enter or I press send, nothing refreshes. So we're preventing the default behavior. I also want to do some defensive programming. I want to say if there's no input, return, cut things off at that point, right? Now what I am going to do is I'm going to copy into a different variable. So I'm going to say message to send equals my input. Now the reason I do this is because I want to make it optimistic. So that means as soon as you hit send, I can clear this. Right, so as soon as you hit send, what I can do is I can say set input to empty, and then I still have access to my variable inside a message to send. Right, so as soon as I hit enter, bam, you see how it's like optimistic, it's bam, it's straight away, it's quick, right? And that means I still have access to the variable right here, so I have a copy of it. Okay, so at this point we have our message looking pretty good. So I think what we can do now, is fair to say, is we can actually go ahead and set up our Upstash connection. Okay, so for Upstash, what we are going to do is firstly head over to upstash.com. So I want to go ahead and give a quick introduction to Upstash. So as I mentioned earlier, they're an incredible platform for setting up our Redis database, right? And again, it allows us to have a nice little REST API to make connections to. Now, if you don't know already, we shouldn't really be using things like connections directly, like a socket connection to something like a serverless function, because they should be stateless. They shouldn't have connections. They should be able to scale up, down, shouldn't be like connected to anything for that long. So REST API is an ideal situation for things like lambdas, for things like Vercel functions and so forth. So at this point, we're now going to go ahead into our console. Now, if you do want to check it out even further and you just want to play around for yourself, make sure you go down here, check out their docs, but I'm going to jump straight into the console. Now, for today, I've already set up a demo build. So all you would need to do when you come to the console is actually go ahead and create a database. You get a free one project when you set up. So in this case, I've already created a demo build. So I'm going to go into our demo build right here. So I've clicked into the demo build and you can see we've got a bunch of information right here. They make it so easy, guys. You can even inspect your data browser. So in this case, I can see what is actually available inside of the data browser. So let's go ahead and check this out. So in this case, look, the way you store data inside of your Redis database. Remember, Upstash is just holding a Redis database basically and allowing us an awesome connection to it. So in this case, you can store loads of different data types in here, right? So the data structure server is mainly kind of storing things like key value pairs, hashes, lists, sets, sorted sets, streams, and a few others, right? What we're going to focus on in this case, this is a key value pair, for example, a string. But we're going to use something called a hash, right? Or so in this case, the hashes is going to essentially be a list. So in this case, a messages hash. And what we're going to have inside is a key to resemble the first value. And this key should be unique, right? And then we're going to have the content inside. And this will include the message, all the different information about the user and so forth, right? So about the message and so forth. So if I was to copy that and pop it here, you can see we've got the username, we've got the created at, we've got the email, the profile pic, and so forth. Okay, so a bunch of information there that we can go ahead and jump from. So once we have that down, now what we're going to essentially do is we're going to go ahead and you don't actually need this test data already, by the way. I can delete this, whatever, but I'm going to keep it here because we can connect to it, have a look at it. It makes life a lot easier. So how the hell do I connect to my Redis database? Well, first things first, we head over to our details And first thing over here, you can see Node, right? So you can use different libraries. IO Redis is what we're going to use today, or you can use Node Redis like so. First thing I want to do is IO Redis, right? So I'm going to show you how we're going to actually go ahead and implement this. Right, so at this point, let's go down here and you can see npm install. Now I'm using yarn today, so I'm going to go ahead and pop it in. So what I like to do is work in a way that we have two terminals. My left is my server running and my right is the one I can install stuff to, right? IO Redis, bam. Now I've installed IO Redis to my dependency tree, and there you go, just like that, we have it. Hide it away, and then I'm going to create something called a Redis file. So this file is going to be a singleton pattern, which is going to allow us to have one instance or connection to Redis that we can continuously use. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import Redis from IO Redis. Okay. Now, once I've got this open, what I want to do is make a connection to Redis. So what we do is we write const Redis equals new Redis, and inside of here, it takes a string, and this is our Redis URL. So what I essentially need now is a URL that will connect me to the database. So you can see here, perfect example, just like so, right? And you can set and you can do a bunch of different things like this. So I need this magic string. So I'm going to show you how to get your magic string. So right here is the key part. Where we have the asterisks is, that is where your password goes. Okay, so you're going to click copy and you're going to paste your password in there, keeping the colon. So at this point, I'm going to copy that and I'll show you how we do it. So imagine we had a string like so, and this was the password. So you would click copy on the password over here, and you can simply just go in, and I'm not going to show you my password, but this is where your password would go. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and pop it in just like so. So at this point now, what I need to do is create an environment file. So I'm going to create a .env .local to represent our local environment file. And for this one, I'm going to go ahead and create it, make it very simple. I'm just going to call this one our Redis URL. So Redis URL equals, and then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to copy this just like so. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of these brackets. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop in my password, and then I'm going to save and close the file. Okay, so I'm going to hide the screen while I do that. So I'm going back, I'm going to talk you through it. I'm going to click on copy my password, and then I'm going in, I'm replacing where the X's were with my password, then I'm closing it. Okay, now I've got it inside of my environment variables, just like that, right? So easy as. So at this point now, I can go here and I can say process.environment. And now we can get our string out of it. Okay, so and if you are going to get bugs, I'm telling you now, you're going to get bugs, right? Because it's new tech, there's a lot of new things going on, there's a lot of bits where you can slip up. It's okay, just take your time, right? We're going to do the Redis URL. Okay, that was great. We're going to do the Redis URL. Okay, and then we're going to hit and I'm going to say that it's always there, right? You can actually go ahead and check, make sure it's there and so forth, but that's fine for now. Right, so at this point I'm going to say export default Redis and hit save. Okay, so it looks pretty nice, and this is our singleton pattern. So every time I need my Redis object, I can just pull that now, easy as. Okay, so with that done now, what we can do is we can go ahead and make our call to that Redis singleton object. So how does this make sense, right? So when I go ahead and type a message in here, I should be able to actually go ahead and hit send, and then I want to populate a message and ping it into the backend, right? So into our backend, which is our Redis database. So I want it to go into our, so we should be able to see it in the data browser at that point. Okay, so let's do that right now. I'm going to go ahead and actually make this very clear. I'm going to delete the entire messages, right? So let's go ahead and get rid of that key. And in this case, I've got a bunch of others that I was showing in the coaching call that I was running inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. And again, if you want to join us and you want to get more insight into how I learn all this and how I teach our students, papareact.com/course, first link in the description, right? So in this case, you can see no messages are here. So we're going to prove that it works. Okay, so there's also other ways you can do it. You see that there's different ways using different libraries, and you can even use a REST API like that. It's fine. You can do so many different ways. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the following. So at this point, I want to go ahead and go to our chat input, right? And here is where we're going to do our add our message to the server. Okay, so inside of chat input, now what I need to do is firstly, I need an ID. I need a unique ID that I can go ahead and pull from. So we're going to use a library today called UUID, right? So this is called UUID. Head over to Google, simply pop it in, and it's going to be an NPM package that you can see. Very popular NPM package. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and install it, UUID. And we're going to pop it in and say yarn add UUID. There we go. And then go to the top of the file and we're going to import version 4 as UUID. We're going to rename it from the UUID library. Okay, so basically we're pulling in something from there. So there you go. And we're going to get an error saying you don't have your dev types, right? So in this case, this is our type definition. So the way you do this is you copy at types there, go over here, and you simply want to type in yarn add -d to make sure it's only a developer dependency. Okay, so you don't want to install that for like your production bundle. You just want it for your developer. And then you see it gives in our developer, it gives in our type definitions just for the devs, right? So at this point now, we can use this UUID. So I'm going to generate an ID so we can use it to go ahead and upload, right? So I'm going to say const ID equals UUID, just like that. That will give me a nice long string which resembles an ID. Now, some people are asking, what is that autocomplete that you're doing, dude? That is actually called GitHub Copilot, and it is paid, but it's actually incredible to help you out and sort of not do the code for you, but in the event where you forget things or you just need to search it up, it helps me be a faster, more efficient developer. So pretty cool, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and say const message, and we're going to create an object that I eventually want to push up to our Redis, right? So, and we are also going to be creating your own API endpoints today, a get and a post API endpoint. So full stack build today, right? So at this point for the message, it's going to consist of an ID, which is going to be mapped to our ID. So we can shorthand it by just saying ID. It's going to have the message itself, which I'm going to use our message to send variable. Then we're going to have a few other things. Now, you should be using the server date, which is the date that is on the Redis server, because I could be in Dubai, you could be in London, someone else could be in Kenya, and we're all going to have different time zones. But what we're actually going to do today to prevent it from glitching out on the screen looking weird and having an undefined value is I'm going to use your computer, your time zone, and then when it goes ahead and uploads, it's going to temporarily have the time zone, and then it's going to change to the server time zone. So on the screen, we're always going to have a value, and I'll show you how it's all going to come together. Trust me, it's pretty cool how it works, right? So we're going to say create app, and I'm going to do underscore notation here. So create app, and then we're going to say date.now. And then we're going to have the username, profile pic, and email. So for now, for the username, I'm just going to say Elon Musk, right? Then I'm going to go ahead and say profile pic. And for this one, let's have, so we are going to have an image here. In this case, I want to just have, I'm actually going to get a Facebook image right now that I have up on here. So I'm going to hide the screen for a second while I get that. I'm going to grab a profile pic right here. So I've gone ahead and just used this, right? So I've gone ahead and used a profile pic like so. You can use any you want. This is the one that comes back from Facebook, right? But you can use any you want. Just make sure you whitelist it inside of your Next.js config, right? So yeah, we got the profile picture up in here. And then we're going to go ahead and have, that's just a picture of me as well. So let's make it Sunny, right? Sunny Saga, right? And then, so on there, we've got an email as well. So in this case, let's just do Papa or React. If you ever want to email us about anything, papareact.team.gmail.com, right? So it's going to go ahead and populate. So now you can go ahead and see that we follow it. We've got a message, which is in the correct format, okay? So the next natural thing is I want to cast this firstly to the correct message type. So I want to make sure that there's never that concept of it being, you know, wrong. I want to make it sort of, you know, protected by our own type definition. So firstly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our files right here. So into our files, I'm going to go down to the highest level where our package.json is, create a file called typings.d.ts, right? And I'm going to pop in a new style. Oops, I'm going to pop in a new type. So this is a TypeScript definition that we're exporting for a message. So basically it resembles ID, message created at, username, profile pic, and email, right? And then what I can do is save this, and now I can import that in wherever I need to. So over here I can say this is going to be a message type. Oops, a message type. There we go. And we can import it from our typings. And what this does is it allows me to understand what is on the message, and it enforces that as well. So if I went in here and I tried to add something like a foo, right? You can see now it's saying, whoa, a foo doesn't assign to that, right? So you see, like, you can go ahead and protect your code. So it stops you from having bugs. Good things, right? So at this point, we've got our chat input, and we're going to go ahead and make a request to upstash, right? So we're going to push the data to our upstash. So what we actually need to do here is push it to our backend API. So what I'm going to do is create a handy little function here, and then we're going to call this upload message to upstash, and this is inside of our other function, right? It's going to be an asynchronous function, and it's just going to be responsible for making that post request to the backend. Okay, so at this point what I'm going to do now is say const data equals await fetch, and I'm going to go ahead and have the following. I'm going to have /API/add message. So we're going to create this endpoint shortly. Now for the arguments, I'm going to say it's a post method, and for the headers, I am going to go ahead and state that it is a content type application JSON. So we are making sure that it's going to go ahead and pass in the data as a JSON. Okay. For the body, I'm going to stringify the message. Okay. And what I am going to do is I'm going to wrap it in an object, because I want to go ahead and just very clearly on the back end access it as our request, our body.message. Okay, so at this point now we've got we're stringifying our message object. Okay, so that will go ahead and basically make a call to our API/add message, which doesn't exist. Okay, so we have to actually go ahead and make that. So at that point, what I can do is I can go ahead and actually get my response. So in this case, this is going to be the response that's going to come back from here. Then we're going to say const data equals await res JSON, and that will give us back our data. Okay, so before we do anything further, we need to create this endpoint. So API/add message. So let's do that right now. Now, if you are using Next.js 13, you need to make sure that we are still using the old API routes. That's normal, right? That's how they're currently doing it. So we're going to create an API endpoint called add message. Add message.ts. And something to know, all I do is I copy the one that they give us, the hello, and there you go, bam. All right, I copy that in. Simple as I get a nice template, I can start things off without, starting from scratch. So that's my way of doing things, right? I don't try and reinvent the wheel, right? So for this, we're going to go ahead and ensure that we actually return back a message, but I'm going to show you how I'm going to change that afterwards. So right now, this is a real endpoint. If I go to localhost/API, Roku 3000/API/add message, it's there, right? So I'm going to firstly double check that it's a post request coming in, right? So I'm going to say if, so at this point, we're going to say if it's not a post, then I'm going to return an incorrect message, right? So in this case, what we do is we return a status of 405 and the JSON saying method not allowed, right? And this is essentially going to tell the client that, whoa, you're making a get request to a post endpoint, right? So in Next.js, you have to specify this as such. Okay, so now we can only accept post requests, which is good. Then what I want to do is I want to destructure the message from the body. Okay, so we passed in the message earlier on, so I'll show you where we did that. We went ahead and we passed in the message object, which is why I'm destructuring it from the body. So essentially I'm doing this, right? And I'm getting it out and I'm popping it in like so. Okay, now once we've done that, I'm going to go ahead and replace the timestamp with the server timestamp, just like I told you, right? So in the beginning, we're going to go ahead and have this date now, and that's for a reason, right? Because when we optimistically update it on the client, I want to show something, and I'll show you how it comes together afterwards. What we're going to do is we're going to create a new message, and we're essentially going to copy in the contents of the old message. So this is called a spread operator. And what this does is it opens up our current object inside of this one. So all the keys and values are going to get poured out into this one. So it's basically the same object at this point. But I'm going to replace the created at with the date now from the server. Okay. So what we're essentially doing is we're replacing the timestamp that the user had with the one on the server. Okay. Now that's pretty easy and then we need to push to Redis, right? So push to upstash Redis DB. So at this point, now what I want to do is I need to pull on my Redis import, right? So in this case, I'm going to import from Redis. So remember we made that endpoint earlier. So we actually know the singleton pattern here. So this is my connection to Redis. I import it like so. And then what I do is I very simply go grab my Redis. I make my endpoint asynchronous, and I go ahead and I say await Redis dot. And what we're going to do is, because I'm setting a value for a hash, so what I'm essentially going to do here is I'm going to say which hash I'm going to basically push it into. So in this case, that's the first argument. In this case, we're going to go ahead and say hset, which is a special function. We're going to pass into the messages. Then I need to give it a key. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say that the message .id is my key, right? Then we're going to stringify the actual message itself into that value. So remember I showed you that structure previously inside of Redis. That's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to stringify the message. So this is essentially the magic line that goes ahead and pops in the data into our backend database, right? So if we go into our data browser, that's what's essentially pushing it into a messages, the key, and then the value, right? So let's load that one up. I don't know if there's anything in there. I was just showing some students that, right? But anyway, we'll let that load. Okay, so in that case, that's what's going to happen, right? So in this case, it'll be pushing into the messages with the ID, with the key being stringified. So similar to how we just did that, right? Okay, and then at that point, we're going to return the item as follows. We're going to pass in the message being the new message. Okay, that's how we're going to send it. Now it's complaining because we have set the data to be of name here, because most of the time we pass back in name. So what I like to do here is I like to actually change things up. So if my data is in a sort of fulfilled state, I'm going to pass back a message, and that is going to be of type message. Okay, import my type definition. Great. If it's this, then what it's actually going to be is more of an error, right? So I'm going to say type error data equals error. And this is actually going to be body string. Okay. And in this case, I would return that as body not allowed. Okay. And the way that we basically say is we say it could be of type data, or it could be an error, right? So it could be fulfilled, or it could be an error. Done. And there we have it. Method not allowed will get returned if it's not that. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and return the message. Great. So at this point now, we can go back to our chat input, and this will have a place to go ahead and hit. That's pretty damn good. So we can actually go ahead and test this out. Okay, so first things first, I want to go ahead and just console log at this point to say console.log and say message added, bam, bam, bam. And then I'm going to go ahead and say data, right? And I'm simply going to call this function here. Okay, so just like that, I'm going to call the function, right? So now what we have is inside of our add message function, I am calling our inner function upload message to Upstash. And yes, you can refactor that out if you like. It's completely up to you. I would probably refactor this out in production. So that's you could definitely do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's refresh. And sometimes we're going to get this error. I find that it pops up quite a bit when we're actually doing this. So I'm going to type in hello world. Now remember, I don't need to be logged in at the moment because we just got some default values here. So I'm going to say hello world, send. And see what just happened. It showed to the user that it was immediate. But if I inspect now, message added and the object is there. See, the message came back, which means that it had full circle, right? Which is damn good. So that's a good sign. And let's go over here and let's hit the refresh button. And just like that, we made a connection to our Redis database at Upstash, and we went ahead and popped into our messages over here. So that right there is the message from the user. Okay, damn straight, powerful, easy, very simple to do. So Upstash, great job with your APIs, right? Really, really good stuff. So at this point, that looks pretty nice. So now what we could do is let's pop in another message saying this is pretty cool. Hit enter, and just like that, it will go ahead and pop it into the backend. So as you can see, message added. Now there was a slight delay there, which is completely fine because you're making an asynchronous request to your API to Upstash, and then it's got to come back. Again, REST APIs are being made, and then it comes back. So how do we go ahead and address this issue? All I want to do right now is update the immediate client state. So I want it to show me that, bam, it was immediately added. And then what I want it to kind of do is roll it back if there was an error at any point. How the hell do we do that? Right? Well, traditionally, it would have been kind of a pain to do that. But with SWR, so data fetching hooks from the guys over at Vercel, it's actually pretty simple to do this. So this is where this comes into play. So we're going to use something called SWR. I actually always forget, stale while revalidate, right? HTTP cache invalidation strategy. And basically, it's a really efficient way of fetching our data and caching it and doing all that kind of cool stuff as well, right? So let's go ahead and install this. Let's click get started. And first thing we want to do is add it into our dependency tree. So head over to our code. Let's go ahead and bam, head over to our code. And let's pop this back on the side just like that. And I'm gonna go ahead and make life a little bit easier for me and do that. There you go. Okay, so let's head over to our code and let's head over to our terminal and let's do yarn add SWR. Cool, we've added it in super fast. Then we go down here, and this is the pattern, right? So typically you have a fetcher, and all this is doing is it's a function that accepts some arguments, and then it goes ahead and it makes that fetch call or makes that kind of asynchronous request across with a REST API call, and then you pass to JSON. It sounds more complicated than it is. It's actually very simple. We just did it right now, right? We made a fetch, right? Except this time we'll be probably making a get request, right? It doesn't matter. You could do a post as well. Really don't matter, right? So at this point, you can create your own fetcher, do whatever you want to do with this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use, instead of this fetcher, we're going to create something similar. But in order to do this, I need a way to first fetch all of our messages, okay? So let's have what we need to now do is pause, and we need to go ahead and create a way to basically fetch all of the messages from the database. Right? So from our Redis database. So the cool part about this is when I do this using SWR, let's imagine I do it in the chat component. It's going to cache that value, okay? Now, if I'm in a completely different component somewhere else, for example, the message list, wherever it made the request to first, that's where it's going to go ahead and make the request and it'll cache it. Now, if this component over here needs it as well, it's just going to go straight into the cache and get the value out rather than make a second request. And then it's got all these cool things like when you refocus on the window or refetch, you can have interval refetching, a bunch of other stuff, as well as optimistic updates, which allows us to have that immediate UI impact or update. So it's damn cool, okay? and that is true excitement because I thought it was pretty cool, right? So at this point, we've got the chat input. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get the following. I'm going to get some data, an error, and something called a mutate, right? And I will explain what all of these are soon. We're going to go ahead and say equals use SWR. Okay, use SWR. And I'm going to import that from the SWR library. Nice. And then what I'm going to do is the first argument is something called a key. Now, the way that people tend to do this, and do not get it confused, the key can be anything, right? It can actually be anything, but it throws you off in the beginning when you're learning because you think it's the root, right? It doesn't have to be the root, but it kind of makes sense because we're going to cache the response based on whatever the root was. So in this case, if I was to go ahead and get I'm going to make a call here called get messages. Okay, but this could actually just be called messages for all we care, right? It doesn't matter. But at this point, I'm going to go ahead and make a piece of, I'm going to set a piece of cache here called API get messages. And the way to fetch the information for that is going to be we're going to create a function and we're going to call it the fetcher, right? So I'm going to create this function and then I'm going to move it somewhere else. So I'm going to create a utils folder right now. So up to my top level, I'm going to create a utils, or you can make a lib folder. I really don't care. It's up to you. Right? And we're going to create something called a fetch messages function. So we're going to create a fetch messages. So we're going to create a TypeScript file, right? And then inside of here, no, don't do that. Type it correctly. Rename messages. OCD is kicking in messages. There we go. Nice. And then what we're going to do is we're going to import our type definitions like so. And we're going to make a function. So we're going to say export. Actually, we'll do it after. We'll say const fetcher. Right, it can be called whatever you want, doesn't matter. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and the whole goal of this function is to basically make a request to our API get messages, which we haven't created yet, but it's going to be responsible for pulling in that information, right? So first things first, we're going to do const res equals await fetch API get messages, right? So get messages. We have already got add messages. I'm going to make one for get messages. Then I'm going to say the const data equals await res.json. So we're going to pass it afterwards. Okay. So at this point, we've got this come back. Now, this is actually going to be the inside of data, we can get the messages back, right? So I'm going to say the messages is actually going to be the, so in this case, you could do it like that and you can get back of the messages, or you can just say that this is of type message array, right? So this is going to be an array of messages that comes back. Okay. So the way we're going to build that endpoint is it's going to return this. Right, and we're going to put it inside of the body in the form of a messages key, okay? And then we need to just return our messages. So simple as return and the messages, done, okay? Then we're going to do a default export. So export default, fetcher, bam, hit save. Looks pretty good so far, okay? So at this point, let's go ahead and go back to our code. So back to our chat input. And then here we can import our fetcher function, right? So fetcher from fetch messages, done. So at this point now, if I was to console log, the data would probably get an error, right? The reason being would get an error is because there's nothing there, right? You see, like right now, and what I want to show you, I want to prove a point here. automatic retries. So here right now, if it tries to make a fetch request and it fails, it automatically retries, which is really cool, right? Because sometimes the first request might fail for a normal, genuine reason, and the second one might go through. So automatic request by default, retries, really nice, right? So in this case, I'm going to create this endpoint so it's not just hitting my, like that for no reason. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually do that right now. So first things first, we are going to go ahead and create an endpoint over here. So pages API, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new file. Oh, I love this song, right? I'm going to call this one get messages.ts, right? And inside of here, again, I'm going to do our same trick that we do every time, right? In fact, I'm going to grab my add messages. I'm going to copy the code inside of here, and I'm just going to paste it into my get messages over here like so, right? And now I can just restructure it as I need it. So for the get messages, very simple, very similar, sorry, but different. We're not going to do a get. We're gonna make sure that it's only get requests that come through because we're fetching data now. Okay. Now, as for the rest of this, we can go ahead and remove it. Okay, simple as. So what I want to do now is I want to make a fetch call to our Redis database. And because we're accessing something called a hash, what I can do is I can use something called hvals, and I can access the messages by passing in the key for the messages. So in that case, it will return me an array of all the things that I'm after. You can use a few methods. You can hget, a bunch of others, but I'm using hvals, right? So in this case, we're going to do our messages response equals await, and we're going to go to our Redis, which I imported up here, and we're going to say hvals, and I'm going to go ahead and give the key for the messages. Okay, now that will come back with the messages that we need. So what I can now do is I need to pass the response of each of the messages. So I'll write it out for you so that way you guys can see what's going on. Well, first things first, I need to go ahead and pass it out, and literally it's done it as I needed it. All right, so in this case, we're going to do that, and then I'm going to say we're going to get the response, and firstly we're going to pass it. Okay, so every single value that comes back, remember it got stored as a kind of screwed up JSON stringified value. So you see this, that's a JSON stringified value. So first things first, we map through and we pass the values back into an object. Okay, and then on the server, we're also going to sort. Okay, so I'm going to do a very simple sort here. You can probably do it on, you can go ahead and move this onto Redis as well, but I'm just going to make it simple here. We're going to do a simple sort, and all we need to do here is exactly that, right? We're going to go through and say for every single object, sort it in, I believe, ascending order. So basically the most recent one is at the top, right? If I'm wrong there, I'm wrong, right? It could be descending, ascending. I just do it. I just swap them around until it works, right? That's the truth. B created that minus A created that. Basically, this is going to do a comparison saying if this one is less than this one, then it's going to push that in front of it, right? So it's just sorting them out on the server, and then we're going to return the messages. Okay, so then we're going to return the messages like so. Right? And because it's already here, we're returning the messages just like that. So I need to update the type that we return. So this is going to be a messages array. And again, the error data is perfectly fine. So now we have our API endpoint. So just like that now, we should be hitting an endpoint because this should no longer be dead. Now you can see, well, hey, we've got an API endpoint. So if I was to go ahead and refresh, just like that, we get back our messages, and this is actually coming from our Redis database, guys. So that's pretty damn cool. So if I refresh, notice how ignore that, that's actually this little warning that you see, and you're going to keep seeing it, is from one of my what's it called, React Dev. It's from something I've installed, some other thing, but don't worry about it for now. Okay, so at this point, we've got the two that come back. So you can do things like server-side checking it, right? So you can actually go ahead and say, if there is no data, it's loading and so forth. So you could, I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So if we go to chat input, actually, no, first. Okay, one thing at a time, right? So what we've done now is we fetch the information and then we store it in the cache. And the key for accessing that cache is API/get messages. Remember, this could be literally ABC. It doesn't matter, right? It's still going to be cached as that value. So what we can now do, which is really cool, right? I'm going to show you how we do an optimistic update. Okay, so notice how I'm logging out the data, right? So what we can do is when we make any modification, we can actually go ahead and mutate that value inside that cache. And we can do it in a way that's like, it can be synchronous. So we can do an asynchronous call to anything that will update it. But it gets even better. We can actually go ahead and optimistically update it, which means that we can tell it, this is the value you're going to have. And then in the background, it makes the fetch request. So imagine it quickly updates on the client, makes the fetch request in the background, and then it replaces it and it double checks that, okay, you're good. All right. If it wasn't that, it would roll back. So you see how it's pretty cool, right? It's kind of cool how it works. So that way on your client, they always get this like seamlessly instant experience, right? That's how you do that trick, right? So at this point, we've got the message added down here. So instead of that kind of, pointless bit of text, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to say await mutate, and mutate is the keyword here. So what we do is we're going to say, I'm going to change this cache. Okay. I'm going to change the cache. And the way I'm going to do it, I'm going to say, and by the way, we don't have to give it a key because it's already, we pull it out of this call. So it's already bound to that key because we're pulling it from here. Right? There is another way to get mutate that you have to pass the key in. Because we're pulling it out at the same time, it's bound to it. So now all I need to do is I pass in the original function to go ahead and make the call, the fetch call. So that's the call, right? So that's going to go ahead and make a call to go ahead and get back the thing. Now in this case, that's going to error out because it's not returning the expected data that we want. And I'll show you how we fix this in a second, right? So if I was just to do this, first things first, this will break because this right here is originally, if we have a look and inspect this, I'm just going to go ahead and pop this under here. This right here is an array. It's an array of 2 objects, right? Now over here, we're just returning back a single message, right? Which doesn't fit our structure. Now what we need to do is basically get all the messages back. So the way we do it is we get all of the messages that come back. So the way I can do that is I can go ahead and say the following. So I'm going to say the messages are actually going to be the new message that came back. So simply as, right? So in this case, we can go ahead and get the message out of here. So we can say message equals data.message. Or you can destructure it, really up to you, don't mind. Doesn't have any type, that's fine. So in this case, let me just double check something. We've got the, right. This comes back as any, so we can actually destructure it here to be fair. We can say message, and we're getting an error because we haven't done this. So I'm gonna check something quickly. Okay, so what I want you to do now is we're gonna say that it's referenced directly in its own thing. Okay, that's fine. So we get this back. Okay, so what I could do here is I could say that the response.json promise any. I think we can mask it in here, can we? I think we can do that, no? No, we can't do that. Okay, anyway, that's fine. I'll show you how I'm going to do it. I'm going to say that the data, I'm going to just pass it together here. I'll say that the data comes back. Oops, what have I done? Yeah, there we go. The data, I'm going to do dot then. I'm going to say res JSON. I'm just going to pass it over here. You can really do it however you want. It's fine. And then I'm going to say that the data, now I can access that data.message. Right, just like that. I'm now going to do the following. I'm going to say that we should await, right? Mutate. I'm going to say await. No, sorry. What am I doing? Yeah. I'm going to return from here the new message, right? So the new message will be the first entry in the array. So we say data.message because this is what came back from the newly added message. Then what I do is I copy out the rest of the messages. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and enforce that it's already there. Now messages, you're probably wondering, we don't have messages. That's because I'm going to rename our data over here to messages. So it makes a little bit more sense, right? And I'm going to go ahead and console log this out as well. Nice. Just like that. Right. So what this is doing now is it's actually going to go ahead and let's see what was also error here. Oh, I forgot to make this entire function asynchronous. Async. There we go. Yeah. So now what you can see is it's going to go ahead and mutate, which means it's going to update the store when I send that message. So let's see this in action, right? And I'm going to show you how it's slightly delayed at the moment. Okay. So it's going to be slightly delayed. So if what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in the following. We'll say hello world. So in that case, you see, we just get some re-renders because I'm console logging at the top, right? And then I'm going to say send. Now slight delay, but 3, right? But there's still a delay, right? We can't ignore that there's still a delay. So what we can do now is we can have something called optimistic data, which is pretty damn cool, right? So now, because I have the actual message that I'm actually pushing in, we can say optimistically, I'm going to render it beforehand. And I already know the value because I already know that the value that comes back is going to be in the same structure as that. Yeah. It's going to be the exact same structure. The value of created that might be different, but it'll swap it in when it comes. That's fine, right? So at this point, I can say optimistic data is going to be the message that we send from the client side plus all the messages that we currently have, right? And notice how I'm preparing it in advance there, right? We can have a little protector there as well, okay? So we have this. And then what I want to do is I want to have something called rollback on error. This is really handy. If there's ever an error, it will just roll back the previous cache value. Okay, so let's think about what it's doing now. It's going to go ahead, and what we should see now is when I do this call, it will be instant, and then it will just go ahead and replace the value as it comes in. So this is instant, right? So as soon as I do this, you should see a 4. Bam, 4. And then you see how it came in again, right? So that just shows you that it did the optimistic update, then the other one finished, and then it replaced the contents of the cache. That's sick. That is so cool, right? So basically that means that now on the client side, when we push the message in to the client, it's like, bam, it just worked, right? And if only if there was an error, would it just come back and it would detach it away. Okay, so the really cool part now is where we can essentially effectively replace Redux, right? Yes, I'm saying it, right? We can effectively replace Redux here, is because I don't need to have some state manager. Now I can use the same pattern inside of our messages, and what it will do is, because it already has the access to this, whatever one called the value first, right, it's going to go ahead and get the cache value from there, right? And notice how a few things happen. When I go ahead and click in and refocus, it will fetch again, right? So when I come back into the screen and I kind of do stuff around it, it will refetch. Now I think, oh, so here, right, there's it there? No? Okay, anyway, it does do that. It refetches, right? So at this point, we're going to go to our messages list. Right, now let's go ahead and see. All right, so we're going to now pop in the messages. So it's actually way easier than you think. I already did the hard work. I already got all the messages like sent out when we did chat input. So all I'm going to do basically is copy that, go over to my get messages, go over to my my message list, paste it in, easy as. And I'm going to make sure that I get my use SWR, right? So I'm going to go ahead and grab that from the following. So I'm going to grab it from here, bam, okay? And then I'm going to import my fetcher, okay? Now, what's really cool, right? And I know I keep saying it, but it is damn cool, right? Is firstly, we are using our client side. So I need to make sure I go ahead and make this a client component, use client. And yes, you can probably, refactor some stuff, which isn't. It's completely cool. It's up to you. So as you can see now, what's nice is that it's actually, and mine are only showing twice, by the way, because I've got the dev tools, right? So you see, it's actually only logged out once, but the dev tools are making it do it twice, right? Annoying. But at this point, what I'm going to do is, if I was to console log, so it's actually only fetched the messages once, right? Even though we've used it here, because what it's essentially done is it's deduplicated the requests. So it only sends one request, as opposed to if we had a normal fetch in the use effect, it would go ahead and send it like twice, right? So at this point now, I want to go ahead and render out the messages as forward, right? And that is it's actually a lot easier than you think, right? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say inside of our div, I want to render out our messages, and we're going to say that it could be undefined in the beginning. We're going to map through and say for every single message, I want to render out, let's just do a p tag for now, right? So a p tag saying, let's just have a div and a p tag inside of it saying the message, and this is going to be casted to a message type. So what we can actually do here is where we have use SWR, I can actually cast this to a message just like that, right? And that will actually tell it that it's of type message. So now you can see of type message. So message dot, I don't even have to guess, right? I can see that message dot message is the one, and then bam. And now, whoa, and we need to give it keys. Remember, if you're ever mapping through things, we need to give it a key. So we need to say key is message dot ID, bam, just like that, and hit the refresh button. And now, just like that, we've got, again, and ignore that, super annoying, extra attributes from the server, body HTML. I think that's because I have got in my head component, in my body header, no, that's fine. I've got an extra CSC shortcut, listen. Yes, that's probably one of my extra things. That's fine. But basically you can see that there we are. Yeah. So let's give this a try and see how it updates. So what we should be seeing now is, because the mutate function is happening on the chat input, it should update the cache, which means that this will re-render. So this is amazing. Hit enter, bam, just like that. It's amazing. It works. And it's instant. That is so powerful, man. That is actually so powerful. Hiva Kia, what's up, dude? And we're gonna get rid of that because it's spamming the console. Okay. So just like that, banging. Look at that, it works. And again, we've got that from just an extra attribute. Ignore it. Right. This is dope. Right. Amazing. Instant up on there. And when we refresh, it's there as well. Right. So at this point now, what we can do is we can actually go ahead and firstly, I want to make the message component a little bit more interesting than what we just have here. So let's actually start styling out our message component. So message list. We're going to go ahead and make this an actual component itself, right? So Command B, we're going to create a message component.tsx RFC here, bam. Oops, and we have our message component, okay? Inside of here, we're going to expect a few different arguments. We can get rid of that. We're going to have our props that come in, right? Now the props that we're going to pass through here are going to be the following. We've got a key, which is going to be a string. We have got a message, and we've got which we need to import, and we've got a session, right? Now the session I'll come to afterwards. We'll do the session. It's a bit more intricate, right? I'll show you how that works. So at this point, we can go ahead and get our props from here. We can map it through like this. We can say our props are of type props, and then we can pull in our message like so, okay? And firstly, sorry, we don't need the key. The key is for the mapping. We just care about the message, right? So that's pretty clean. So at this point, we can go back to our message list, and instead of this, we can go and pass it through. We can say message component is going to be this, the key for the mapping. Remember, every component that maps through has a key because it's how React operates. Message.id, awesome. And then we can pass in the message, the entire message like so. Oh, nice. All right, so message component, and now you can see message component is getting rendered out. So we can start to style it accordingly on the front end. Right, so we've got the message, and inside of here, we're going to go ahead and create this to look a bit like this now. Remember, it's going to vary based on if you're the sender and you're logged in, it's going to show this. If you're the receiver, it's going to show this. Okay. So let's do that now. So first things first, we're going to have a div. Inside of this, we're going to have a div. And then we're going to have an image tag. So an image tag. Okay. And now for this, we're going to have a source. And this source is going to be message.profilePic. Okay. And remember, that's the message profile picture that we had. The rest of the stuff is going to be things like styling, height and width, and so forth. So I'm just going to go ahead, shortcut this in and pop it in like so. We have the profile picture. And now we do have an error now, because if I was to refresh, we can see go to construct image. Sorry, that's wrong. This image needs to be a next image. There we go. Okay, logged in as Sunny, and then we have a problem here because we haven't whitelisted the Facebook backend, right? So let's go into our next config and let's whitelist Facebook's backend. So where they're coming from. Okay. Now we go back. We restart our server because we've changed our Next.js. So I've gone ahead and restarted the server. Command J to hide it. And refresh refresh our web page. Look at that. And just like that, we should see something. There we go. Hey, right. So we got all the pictures that are coming from that test entry that we had initially, right? So next up, underneath this div, I'm going to sort of style it out accordingly, right? But underneath this, I'm going to have a div. Inside of that, I'm going to have a p tag. This will be the message username. And what's nice about TypeScript is you can see the clear benefit, right? Just by having this, you can start having reassurance that if I type in this field, it's going to go ahead and allow me to make sure that it's actually there because we type checked it, right? So inside of here, I'm going to have another div with a p tag, and this one is going to be for the message itself. So message.message, .message. Okay, and under here we're gonna have a p tag, which is gonna be for the time of the p tag, and this is gonna have the message.created at, like so. Okay, so that's just a timestamp right now. Okay, so I'm gonna just show you how you can do this, but new date, message.created at, and then you can do something like to locale date string, whatever you want here, right? So to locale strings to that one. See how that looks. You can see there we've got look to locale, we've got a better one than that. think it's this one, morning. Yep, there we go. So right now it's just showing that, but eventually I want to have it like relative, like proper relative. So it shows like, 2 seconds ago, that kind of stuff. So I'll show you how we're going to implement that as well. Okay. So first things first is style this up, make it look nice. Outermost div. Let's go ahead and give it a class name and say flex. So it's going to be a flex box. It's going to be fit only to its width that it needs to be. And then it's going to have inside this div, we're going to say that this picture should never shrink. So if the page gets smaller and the message is big, never shrink the div which is containing the image. Okay, for the outermost one, we're not going to style that. For the p tag, I simply want to go ahead and have a custom text styling, right? So I'm going to have a text size of a custom value, so 0.65 rem, padding of 2 and padding bottom of 2 pixels. So very small value there. So I need to refresh sometimes in order to see some of these, right? Because some of these are custom values. It's a server component, which means that we need to have a proper refresh. And you're going to find that happens a bit when you're using server components until it's fixed, right? So we're going to make this flex. Items should be at the end. And then for this inner div, I want to give it the following. I'm going to say padding X of 3, padding Y of 2, round it off. Width should be exactly as much as it needs. And the text should be white. Okay, cool. Let's give that in. So the text is white right now. Now I want to just go ahead and right now I'm just going to make it so they're all blue, right? Or they're all red by default. Okay, so let's go ahead and make it all red. But eventually we'll have it if it's a user and that kind of thing. If they're signed in, it's going to be theirs and so forth, right? And the final one, the p tag at the back, we're going to give that a custom amount of custom size, make it gray and make it italic as well. Okay, so we are going to upgrade these styles afterwards to ensure that if you are signed in, it will reflect accordingly. So right now we have this looking pretty nice, right? And the same goes for the top as well. I'm going to make sure that this is a text red 400. So over here, this one is going to be the username, text red 400. And then just like that, we have a very nice little approach. Now the message list is where it's all rendering out, right? So over here, we need to space these out. They're too stuck up right now, right? So we're going to go to the class name and then we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to say space between all of these Y children of 5. The minute I hit save, it spaces them out. Padding X on the 5, padding on the top of 8, padding on the bottom of 32, and I'll show you why. Now we need padding on the bottom of 32 so that way when you scroll down, you've actually got more room to scroll past. Otherwise, if it didn't have any padding, imagine that was the bottom there, you would cut off that bottom message. So you need to have enough padding so that way you can go past that. So padding of 32 does the trick, right? And then we're going to have a max width of 2XL because it kind of starts getting hard to read after that. Max width on the extra large screen of 4XL, and then we're going to center the elements as well. So, and then we're going to say MX auto as well. Okay, hit save, and now you can see it centers it after a certain point. And you can say this is dope. Bam, amazing, it works, right? There we go. And I've even got a really long text that I'm going to go ahead and pop in right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that right now, and I'll come back on the screen in a sec. So we all know about lorem ipsum, right? So there we go, lorem ipsum. There you go, nice. Okay, so we've got some lorem ipsum stuff happening. And before we carry on now, you see at the bottom right there, so first little thing that we've noticed. Let's go ahead and get that fixed up. So chat input, what we needed to say was the background should have been white. So background should have been white. And just like that, we can go ahead and cover it in. But that is exactly what I was talking about. Now, if you didn't have padding 32, can you see how we've got extra padding, which means I can scroll to the last message down here. If we didn't have that, you can see it would have been an issue. But right now it's looking damn good, right? We still need to do our sign in, our sign out, and we need to go ahead and also do our pusher. So in this case, it won't actually update if someone else is on there. So let's go ahead and imagine we had 2 windows open, right? Well, let's actually screw it and say we have 3 windows open. I eventually want it to be a case that we have all of these windows open, and when I type in hello world, right, what I should see here is that this one has hello world, but you see these 2 aren't updating. So we're going to add something called pusher, so that way we have a pub sub model whereby everyone would subscribe to this. The only way it would update now is if I click into it, then it has, because of SWI, it refetches. right? But we want to make it automatically doing that, right? So it's kind of like always on a real-time connection. Right now, it's only when you refocus the window that it makes a second refetch call. And you don't want to have things like interval refetching, because that can also cause issues where you're just unnecessarily pinging the server. So we're going to go ahead and introduce that as well in just a second. Let's jump into the next one. So now what we're going to do is we're going to style it based on if it's a user, and then what I'm going to do is make it eventually connect it to a okay, so we can do the white now. I'll show you how we do it. So at this point, I'm going to make it, if it's a user, it will render this side, right? And then we're going to eventually connect that to your session instead. Okay, so the nice thing about componentizing all of this stuff is that you can go ahead and simply do it. And I want to mention something now. Inside of my message list, okay, this is a client component, that's fine. So if we go to our message component here, right? So inside of our message component now, I'm simply going to have a toggle here saying is user, okay? Const is user. And right now I'm just going to say is true, right? So all the messages will eventually be blue on the other side, right? So if you're the one sending it, it should be on the other side, right? So I'm going to now update it. So if the user is there, it's going to go ahead and render certain styles as well. So the way we do this is we simply wrap this in some JSX. We add curly backticks to make sure that we can interpolate. And now I can go ahead and add in extras. So I can say if it's the user, then I'm going to add in margin left of auto, right? And at this point now, if it's the user, so in this case it's true, it will go ahead and add in a margin left of auto, right? Now for this one, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and do this. And remember, I probably need to go ahead and refresh the page as well. Then it will kick in because we're server rendering it. There you go. Okay, so server rendering has its little perks, and it also has down moments. That's one of them. So here we'll say is user, and I'm going to say that the order should be -2, right? So as an order should be 2. And what this is going to do, it's going to rearrange it. So this picture is going to take more precedent in the order, which means it's going to go this direction, right? So now if I do that, you can see it will go in front of it. So there you go. So 1, 2. So it took, and now it's on the front side, right? And what we can do is we can give this one a minus value, and it will go backwards, right? So you see what we're doing there. It's kind of cool, right? So now I go down to my first p tag, and here I go ahead and I pop in our curly brackets. Oh, don't do that. Add backticks. I'm going to say is user. Again, you can see the pattern here, right? We're basically, yeah, we're going to go ahead. But this time, I'm actually going to change something. Here, you can't set a value by default and then only enter in a color. You have to do it in the following way. We have to say a ternary operator. So if it's the user, I'm going to say that the text should be blue. And I want the text to be right aligned, okay? Otherwise, I want the text to be red, and I want the text left aligned, okay? So now what we've done there is if I hit refresh, now the text should be blue. So Sunny Sanger is blue and it's right aligned. Nice. We're going to do the same thing going down. So the same thing over here as well. So backticks, and then we've got our backticks in place just like that. And then we're going to say if it's a user is a user. Again, we are going to get rid of our BG. And here I'm going to say if it's a user, then okay, full screen, it throws me off sometimes. Okay, if it's a user, then I'm going to go ahead and say that it's a BG blue of 400, margin left of auto, and I'm going to give it an order of 2, right? So that should push it in a front direction as well. And then we're going to say a BG red. So over here, background should be red of 400 if it's not, right? So this will show you that. So refresh, and pow, we have a blue one. Right, really nice. The final one is just to make this text right, so it sticks to this side as opposed to the other side. So let's give that a final run. So let's go ahead and pop this in now. Right, so let's go ahead and do this. Doom, and then I'm going to say is user, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in text right. So text right. Okay, now just like that, we have a toggle. Okay, so what's cool about this now is if I go over here and I say is the user false, boom. If it's a user, boom, right? So really nice. Look at that. Oh, right? So if you're logged in, it will basically be on that side. If you're false, it'll be on that side. And then I'm going to attach that to the session object in a sec, right down the line, right? So if you're signed in, it would be your message on the right and so forth. Okay, so pretty cool, okay? Now, let's go ahead and actually set things up with our authentication. So now is the moment where we've got this working. Wow, this is cool. Actually, you know what? Let's not do authentication right now. Let's do firstly Pusher. Pusher is going to allow us to synchronize all of our messages across each of the clients. And then we're actually going to go ahead and add in the authentication, and then we are golden, right? So we're very close and we're doing very well for time. Right, so at this point now, I want to go ahead and head over to Pusher. So Pusher is what we're going to be using to power our real-time experience. So in this case, you can see Pusher is basically a pub sub model. Now, if you don't know what a pub sub model is, essentially what you have is you can actually, all of your clients can subscribe to listen to a specific topic, right? So in this case, let's call the topic messages. So imagine every single client that is on this chat is subscribed to that messages, and you can make this for chat rooms and so forth, right? And now every time someone sends a message on the backend API, when there's a new message, what we can do is, which is kind of cool, we can go ahead and say, push a message to the messages chat saying new message. And now everyone who subscribed says, whoa, there's a new message, add that message into my cache. And what's really nice about this is that it actually goes ahead and uses use SWR to efficiently, optimistically render the update. So pretty damn nice, okay? So at this point now, I will show you how we do this. So I'm going to go ahead and say, so pub sub, you see there, we've got notifications and we've got pub sub node, and we've got our JavaScript as well. So in this case, you can subscribe to a channel. So in this case, messages, you bind to a new message event that comes in. So in this case, we could just say new message, and then you could do something. In this case, we're going to update the state. And over here, when on the client, when we actually add a message, we simply just add it in there. So I'm going to sign in to an account right now on my side. So I'm just going to go ahead and pop in my sign in. So I've actually done this super easy. I've signed in already. So I'm going to go ahead and create another one. So I think I get two, or can I not get two? So I'm going to manage, I'm going to create an app. Let's call this Fair Socks 2. Let's go ahead and do this and blah, blah. Let's do front end is going to be React, and then the back end is going to be Node.js. Create apps from open environments, you can do, it's fine. And you can see you can choose a cluster as well. So we are on Fair Socks number 2, right? So at this point, nice, pretty cool. I'm going to click into app keys in just a second as well. But first off, to make sure that we can go ahead and get this set up nicely, we need to install 2 dependencies, okay? So the first one that we need to install is something called Pusher, right? This is going to be for our server. The second one that we're going to install is called Pusher.js. So they've just done this. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to show you how we do it. So we need 2 packages. One is for our backend, one is for our front end. So yarn add, and we're going to add it in this. We can just add it in the same course easy. We can say Pusher.js. So Pusher.js is the front end, Pusher is the backend. Okay. So simply put, we're going to go ahead and do Command J. So that's really nice. And then I've got my Pusher laid out. So now we can use this to go ahead and set things up. So what I'm going to now do is I'm going to go ahead and create a pusher.ts file, which is going to be same thing that we did before, a singleton pattern. So just like we have Redis, I'm going to have a pusher.ts file, right? Now inside of here, I'm going to import Pusher from Pusher and import client Pusher from Pusher.js. Okay. And then I'm going to have 2 exports. So I'm going to have an export const server Pusher, right? This is going to be my instance for the server, right? So when we do any Node.js stuff, right? Then I'm going to have a client Pusher, const client Pusher. And now the client Pusher is safe to go ahead and share those keys around there because it's going to be a client side thing. So in this case, the client Pusher is fairly straightforward, right? We can actually go ahead and use this one right here to actually do this. So I'm going to copy the value right there. And for mine, I can simply go ahead and pop it in like so. So just like that, I've got my client ID, my cluster, and we can actually force TLS connection as well. So you can, if you want to do, you can force TLS as well. Okay. So you can do that for your socket connection. And then what we're going to do is, and obviously, yes, you can and should be putting these in environment variables. Okay. So I'm just trying to push through it, not to spend too much time on that, but because we're going to have a bit more that we're going to have to set up here as well. Right. So now what I want to do is I just want to show you the structure of the next one. So I'm going to have the following. So I've just given a nice little outline of what I expect here. So in this client, on the server side, it's more hidden, okay? So again, you should be setting these in environment variables, right? I showed you how to do one. You do them same for this one as well. I'm just gonna try and breeze over this bit. So I'm gonna pop these in. These should be process.env and so forth. Now, this is what it will look like. App ID, key, and I've changed the password here, so it's absolutely, you can't do anything with it. That's going to be some secret password, cluster, and use TLS true, right? So in this case, we were using TLS. You can force TLS on the front as well, right? So it's just forces a solid connection, right? A secure connection. So where do you get your credentials from? I'm going to show you right now. So you're going to click on app keys. It's going to pop up, and then you're going to copy it, paste it in here, replace it inside of your environment variables, not like this. We're in just a quick YouTube video, so that's why I'm not doing it right now. Okay, but I'm going to do that right now. I'm clicking on app keys, then mine are loading up on the screen, so I go ahead and I copy them. So I'm running it through now. I click copy. Now I go back and I've got a bunch of different values that came back. So I'm going to swap those values into where I had it inside of the stream. So I'm going to do that right now. So I've now swapped out my secret, all of that good stuff, and I've saved the file, and I've gone ahead and, right, so in this case, I'm hiding my key, right? So I've got a nice little trick here. I'm hiding the key right now, okay? So right now you see I've got my app, my key, my secret key is hidden, and cluster, right? So there's a secret key there, there's a secret and a value. So I'm gonna save the file and close it. This is how we're gonna export and have access to these as well. All right, so very straightforward. Now I'm gonna save that, remove my comment, and bam, I have access to the singleton pattern. Okay, so at this point now, fairly straightforward. All I need to do is essentially go ahead and, oh my God, okay, well, that was stupid. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna breeze over it, right? If someone gets into that, I can change it, it's fine. So I'm going to go to my something called the debug console. So at the debug console, I can just listen for events now. So what I want to do is whenever we add a message on the server, so in the add message function, I'm going to go into here, and this is where I'm basically going to say, once you've pushed a message successfully, we should also ping push it to tell everyone that it's there. I know. The irony of what happened there, it's fine, is what it is. So at this point, I'm going to say server pusher. And I don't care about it being in a wait, right? So it doesn't, in this case, I'll show you why. So this is trigger, and then we go, there you go, trigger. And you see it's a promise as well. You could await it, but I don't want to hold up my server for that reason, right? So this is the one that I care about, because obviously I need that to come back. But here, I actually don't mind too much. I don't need to block for it, right? So in this case, I'm going to push to the messages channel. I'm going to push an event called new message, and that's what we're going to eventually subscribe to. Like if this happens, do that. And then I'm going to pass the contents of called new message. Okay. So what this will do is it means that notice I'm using the server pusher that we created just a second ago. So now when I type in here, what we should see is a message, right? So I'm going to go ahead, refresh. I'm going to go here. I'm going to say, hello world, hashtag pusher. Right, hits enter. Now you can see hello world pusher, and then what will happen is if we go over here, boom, did we have it? There we go, API message, right? So at this point now I've got API message which comes in. I click it, and you can see hello world pusher came in. We've got my username, profile picture, the email, and the ID. Right, so this message now, I can subscribe to this topic on all of the clients, and I can update it in a real-time fashion. Okay, so this is really cool, right? So in this case, I can go now to the following. I'm going to go to my message list. Okay, so message list, and what I can do here is I can use our good old use effect. Right, so at this point, we've got a use effect, right? Really good stuff. We've got a use effect. I'm going to go ahead and pop it in like so. So this is just a dependency array right there. This will run when the component mounts. Okay, so we import it from React. And what I'm doing here is firstly, I need access to my client pusher. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a variable called const channel equals client pusher. So I'm going to import my client pusher, and I say subscribe to the messages channel. Okay, now what we can do is, just like in the example that we had previously, we can say channel.bind, and what we do is we basically listen out for a message. So remember, we pushed a new message event. Now when that came through, once that comes through, what I can do is I can have an asynchronous callback function, and inside of that asynchronous callback, they give me the data. Now what I can do here is I can say that data I already know is in a message format. So once we get that data for every single time that it pushes in, I can now go ahead and say we can do our mutation. Okay, so what I can now do is basically I can have our fetcher function which fetches all the messages again. That's basically what we want to do, because we want to make sure that we get all of the new messages. Imagine 15 people sent a new message. You want to make sure you get everyone's message. But on the client, what we should do at the bare minimum straight away is optimistically push that data in. Okay, you could also eradicate that and just make sure that it just, as it comes in, you're only adding in that last one. That's also an option as well, but I'll show you how we do it. Okay, so we say mutate, and notice how I've got API get messages, so I'm already attached to it. So mutate, so we're mutating that bit of the cache. I pass in my fetcher function, so this will basically go ahead and remember, it will fetch all the new messages again. And then what I can do is I can pass in my options, and I can say optimistic update. And this optimistic update is basically going to pop in the data that came back and then all the new messages as well. Okay, and then we can do rollback on error true. Okay, so what this is going to do now is it will go ahead, pop this in, right? So as it comes in, it will pop it in, and then we will also make a fetch call. Now I'll show you what you can do if you don't want to have those unnecessarily large fetch calls, because you might just be wondering, well, you're doing the optimistic bit, which can't you just do that here? Well, you could also do that there. Depends on your architecture, how you want to do it. Okay, so at this point as well, what if I sent the message, right? So imagine if I wrote hello world, it's gonna subscribe, then I'm already subscribed, so I'm gonna get another one inside of here. So if we don't address this, this is the behavior. Okay, so let's just double check what happens now. Right, so if I go to two browsers open, so localhost right here, and now if I go ahead and say hello world in caps, hello world, and now wait for it, we should see, oh, okay, we got messages is not iterable. Right, so at this point we better debug. Okay, so I like this bit. This is where it gets interesting. Okay, so we got the messages come through here. Now, what we want to check is, really, we should see if the messages weren't available, we should have called the fetcher in the first place. Otherwise, we can do an optimistic update, right? But let's see what happens. So what I would do here is I would console log. Oh, okay, I know why. Silly mistake, and I even told you to watch my video on it. The use effect. Our use effect needs to have dependencies, and I'm using a lot here. So this use effect is dependent on the messages, it's dependent on the mutate function, it's dependent on the client pusher. That was my bad. Yeah, I should watch my use effect video. Okay, so there you go. So now we do that, we hit save, and that is why we were getting that error. Crazy. So in this case, I'll say, yo, what is up? Now pay attention, when I hit enter, it will come up here like we expect, but here it will say, yo, what is up? Yo, what is up? And then it will fetch, and then it will get rid of it. All right, so we don't want to have that to happen. So hit enter, it'll say, yo, what is up? And then, oh, firstly, we got another issue. So it did work, and then, okay, so we'll figure this one out. So let's debug. So console log messages. Well, we can do a few different approaches to this, right? We can actually firstly say if there's no messages, should you mutate and so forth. But I kind of want to see what the state of messages is here. So here, what I would say is messages, and then do this, and let's just inspect the messages as and when it comes in. So let's go ahead and give that a try. So let's inspect, and let's just type in yo pub fam, enter. And in this case, it would have come in, and you can see now we've got messages come through, and at some point it was undefined, right? Which means that, okay, so it was two children with the same key was the first issue, but at some point it was undefined, right? So what we could do here is we can actually prevent this issue. I did actually address this in a coaching call, but we can make it so you can say if there are no messages, then what you can do is you can do a mutate whereby you are simply doing a fetcher call. Okay, otherwise, if you have messages, you can do a optimistic update. Okay, so in this case, now what it will do is if there are no messages, then you can actually make sure that you actually have this already, right? So this will actually now ensure this should fix our issue, right? If not, that's fine, we carry on debugging. That's coding, right? This is where I hope you find value in these videos. So let's go ahead and refresh, and let's see what's up with my server. Module not found, can't resolve encoding. Oh yeah, you might get this error as well, by the way. So can't resolve encoding. When you get that, I want you to just go ahead and do yarn add encoding. So yarn add encoding. There is a slight bug where they're not installing a dependency that it's relying on. So there you go. There you go. So nice. So we say hello world, enter. So at this point now, you will see it would have waited for the new one to come in, and then we've got this. So hello world popped in. Let's try and see if this works. So hello localhost 3000, and then I'm going to go ahead and say ABC, and let's see. Okay, nice. All right, but there's a slight glitch. Ah, there you are. Yeah, ABC. All right. So how do we stop this from happening? Hello world. And then you see what happened. It fetched in, and then it happens. This weird glitch is happening because what's actually going on here is it's updating your own message, and then when it comes in finally, it's actually going ahead and fixing it. So when the fetcher came in, that's when it actually fixed it. So what we can do here is we can fix this problem by saying if, and we can basically check to see if the message is from us, right? So if the ID of the message is already in our messages that were inside of our local cache, then we can say, don't do anything. You don't need to update because you're the one who basically pushed it. So if messages.find, and again, we're going to say if messages.find, and we could actually just protect ourselves here by saying if no messages return. But in this case, we could do, yeah, okay. If messages find, we're going to go ahead and say if the message ID, right, is equal to the data ID. So if you're basically the person who sent that message, so it would already be in your stack if you already did, because we optimistically updated, then you would have, then we just say return. Don't do anything at that point, right? So this is basically saying if you sent the message, no need to update your state, update cache, right? So it's all good. So let's see now, right? And then that will actually stop this issue from happening as well. Okay, so hit refresh, open up this side, hit localhost, and now let's see ourselves. So let's pay attention to the top over here, and we say join 0 to full stack hero, and then hit enter. All right, join 0 to full stack hero, and then this one found the message, and bam, there we go. Okay. So that's the logical statement you're looking for, right? So in this case, if I type in hello 1 2 3, enter. Watch, it came through here, and then bam, it came through there. So pretty cool, right? Very cool. And it doesn't matter if there's like 50,000 of these open. So let's go ahead and check it out. Let's pop this one open. Let's pop this one. Wow, okay. That's why it's being a bit slow. So let's go ahead and do this. So I've got 3 of these open right now. Refresh all of them, right? Let's see. So it could be like, you know, loads of clients are signed up, whatever, and I'm going to fix this loading state as well. Show you how we do that. All right, so we're going to server-side render that as well. So in this case, I'm going to say, let's go Papa Farm. And hit enter, and bam, just like that. And I go over here, type in 1 2 3, bam, it pops over there. Type 4 5 6, bam. All right, sick, nice. All right, Mahfouz, you can change the ordering of the chat however you want. That's completely up to you. All right, so we've got the real-time aspect down. So at this point now, we need to go ahead and actually incorporate the oh yeah, and also that's not done, by the way. I want to make sure it's an important point to mention here. We have a connection that is occurring here. Do not leave that connection open. So in a use effect, you should have something called a cleanup operation, right? Inside of that cleanup operation, we are going to unbind from everything. So unbind from listening to any messages and unsubscribe from the messages. That is important. Otherwise, you've got these listeners that just sit around until they die, right? So that's important. Okay, so next up, what we're going to do is we're going to server-side render the messages, and then I'm going to show you how to do authentication. And once we've done that, golden, all right? So let's go ahead and do it. We're doing really well on time, right? Because the authentication bit's a bit of a headache because we've got Facebook to deal with, right? So at this point, and remember, if you are enjoying the content and you want to see more of this, we have got a deal going on at 0 to Full Stack Hero right now. Feel free, papareact.com/course. If you want to jump into coaching calls where we do a lot of this stuff, first link in the description. I've already taught a lot of this in the community, literally 2 days ago, right? I was just showing all of this. So you'll get first head sight into that. Okay, so at this point, what I'm now going to do is server-side render using the new Next.js 13 components. So heading over to page.tsx, then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do a nice little fetch now. So what we can do is I'm going to go into our home page over here, and I'm going to do the following. So at the homepage level, because we are using server components now, I can make this an asynchronous function, and I can actually go ahead and make a call to our what's it called? Our backend over here, very simply, right? I can actually just make a fetch and then I can actually, it's very easy to do this now. So I'll show you how we do it basically. So I'm going to say const data equals await, right? Fetch, and then I'm going to say inside of here, I want to make a fetch call. Now, because we're on the server, we can't do, because right now we're technically on the server, right? We can't do relative URLs. So you have to do some clever stuff here. We need to have a environment variable. So I'm going to have process.m.vercel URL. And the reason why I'm using vercel URL is because, so first I'm going to carry that out. I'll show you right now. Yeah. So let's go ahead and have the rest of this done for us. Let's get rid of that. And this one, we're going to get rid of this. There we go. And then that. And then golden. Yeah. So we've got API get messages and then a res.json. So what this is effectively doing is it makes a call to our get messages and it gives it to us, right? Vercel URL is important because this automatically gets populated with your Vercel deployment URL, which a lot of you have been asking me for ages. Even I was wondering, I was like, how the hell do you get that URL? That is how you do it, right? So it's a really nice little thing that you should know about. It's called system variables, right? So I spent way too long figuring that out. Like no joke, I spent like 6 hours figuring out that one thing. You're welcome, right? So Vercel URL, and then I found a form. I was like, oh wow, okay, cool. So at this point now, if I was to go ahead, I need to add in a Vercel URL. So first things first, I'm going to go into my environment variables and I'm going to do that. But I'm not going to show you my environment variables, right? I'll show you an example afterwards because I've got my Redis URL in there. So here, all I'm typing in is localhost 3000. Okay, so I'll show you what I typed in. I've saved it. I've added this into my environment variable. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you something in a nice way. So, okay, so I'm going to just delete my Redis URL for a second, right? I'm going to delete this saying secret. There we go. So I'll show you this. So you should be able to see this now. So I've got my secret and then my Vercel URL. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead, save it, undo that obviously, and then I'll go back into my code. So save, close my environment variable, and now I've got that populated, right? So hit save, and now I'm going to go ahead and do my refresh. So I know that the new update should actually do it for us, but I don't care. I'm going to do it yarn one. Okay. And then let's do this. And we have a fetch failed at this point. So localhost refused to connect. Okay, so interesting. It's failing here, Vercel URL, and that's because we aren't. Oh, okay. I made a big mistake. It should have been HTTP localhost 3000. Sorry. So I'm going to change that right now. Don't do what I just did. Silly mistake. I'll show you the exact thing right now. So secret. Let's go ahead and put this in. That was a silly mistake, right? So, bam. Here you are. Save your file, and then I'm going to undo my secret thing, and then pop that in. So save your file. You should have that. Otherwise, of course, it has nowhere to connect to. And then I'm going to restart my server. And then let's hit the refresh button and we should be able to make a request to our backend. So this is now server-side rendering. So what it's doing is before the page renders, it's actually loading that over here. So if I do console log data, we should see that inside of here now. So if I go ahead and do this, a refresh, it's loading the data beforehand on the server. Really cool, right? So this is the power of server-side rendering, and we're going to do this in a very clever way. So I'm going to make it happen so it happens on both the server and the client. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to server-side render on the server first, so it's immediately available when you get to the client. Then I'm going to do it in the background and swap, so that way you get their live data. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So first things first, I'm going to go to my messages. So I'm going to make this a const and say hide this. I'm going to say const messages. So const messages, and I'm going to cast it to a message type. So message array, and we're going to access our messages like so, right? I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like so. And so we've got the messages, hit save. And now inside of my messages, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pass down my messages as a prop, right? And I'll show you how we're going to do this because it's going to be a delicate one. So for the message list, I'm going to say initial messages equals messages. Okay. And then what we're going to do is I need to obviously add this in, right? So I'm going to go into my message list. I need to give in my props, which are going to be the messages, and then I'm going to pass in the prop types. And now for that, we're obviously going to go ahead and say type props equals our messages as type message. Okay. So duplicate identifier messages. Oh, okay, this is going to be initial messages. Sorry, not messages. It's going to be initial messages. So this one is going to be initial messages. So I'm just going to grab that right now and just paste it over, save some time. There we go. Right. So in this case, now you can see initial messages gets fed through, comes through as a prop, and then we have access to our messages. Now what I can do, which is really cool, is I can go over to my JSX and I can go ahead and say the following, which is kind of a nice little neat trick. If you didn't know this before, now you know it, right? So when we have our messages, I'm actually going to do the following, right? I'm going to say, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say pop in this, and I'm going to say, so load the messages that we have on the client. Otherwise, show initial messages. Okay. So otherwise show the initial messages, right? So somebody says you should use Vercel, localhost, or localhost. Yeah, I should. You can definitely do that as well, right? I definitely will actually try that one out. So we've got messages, initial messages, all right, like so. Okay, so at this point now, oh, that's actually a good point. You know, he's got a point. So here we could actually have said this or localhost. Okay, so you can definitely do that as well, right? So you say Vercel URL or the HTTP. There we go. Localhost 3000. So you could do that and then not set your environment variable. It'll save you an environment variable, a bit of headache. So that's actually a kind of a cool way of doing it as well. So thank you for that. Yeah. Right. So at this point, we're going to pass in the message list. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Right. So there you go. We've got the initial. So let's see what happens now. Okay. So when I refresh now, we should see that it's immediately available. Okay. It's going to take a second to load, and let's actually do it in a new window so you can see it for real. Right. So there's not going to be this thing where it pops in now. It's just going to be immediately there. See that? And then it actually swapped in front of us without us realizing. So it would have actually loaded it on the client as well and then just swapped it out. But because it's got the same keys, it didn't need to re-render it. So there you go. Look at that server-side rendering. But in that loading state, how the hell do I handle the loading state now? So it's so easy in Next.js 12 because we have a blocking condition, right? Because inside of our page, so at the top level, inside of our home page, this is a blocking condition, right? This is a promise. We're waiting for it, and it's either going to be fulfilled or it's going to be an error. So in this case, what I can do is I can add in a loading.tsx. You can also do error, RFCE. And what we can do is we can type in loading. And at this point, I could just simply put loading or loading messages, ... Okay. And now when I hit refresh, during that rendering period, it will actually have the following. So let's go ahead and do a localhost fresh render. Let me do a fresh render actually with, oh, sorry, I made a mistake. It has to be lowercase l. That was a big mistake. Lowercase l. Okay, that actually makes a difference. There we go. Yeah, so remember, reserved keywords. Don't mess it up. Okay, so now we come back over here. And now you can see if I refresh, while it's server-side rendering, it literally actually pops this in. So what's really powerful that I really want everyone to understand here is that prevents us from blocking, right? So it's able to get the user to interact with the page quicker, right? So that way they're seeing a loader, and then what it's doing is, oh, sorry, I overdid it there. And then it's streaming in the data as it's available. So it streams it in. So basically it delivered the header and footer straight away. Then it streamed in the rest. So that's the power of server components with streaming, right? So that's part of Next.js 13's new arsenal. So let's make this loading page look a bit better. So what I've actually done here is I've used something from a website called Flowbyte. So head over to flowbyte.com, this website right here, right? So https flowbyte.com docs components /spinner. And here you've got these really nice spinners, right? That are basically purely written on Tailwind. The reason why that's important is because this is a server-side component, which means that it's rendered on the server beforehand. So I don't want to use any kind of heavy dependencies, but we do have access to our Tailwind because Tailwind gets compiled at build time, right? So at this point now, what I can do is I can actually go ahead, and I've already got one here. And the one I used was, I believe it was the large middle one. So it was this one, right? So it was this one right here, I believe. Yeah, so it was that one. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to go into my code and I'm going to pop it in right there. Bam. Right. And then you can see where they've got class. I'm just going to go ahead and change that to class name. Right. And then hit save. Now that is freaking out because we haven't got a parentheses around it all. So wrap it in the parentheses and oh, that's because of that. Oops. Yeah. And oh God. Okay. I messed that up bad. Right. And here as well. last name, hit save, bam. Okay, so then we've got a good situation. So at this point you can see everything there. So let's see now what we should have on the screen. So now we've got a nice little loader. So I'm going to do a few little minor tweaks, and you can feel free to change it up as much as you want. So in this case, I've got a difference here where we've got text blue. So for the surrounding, where we had fill blue, dark, I'm on dark mode a lot of the time. So in that case, I've got dark text gray, but I'm just going to make it, in this case, just, I'm gonna get rid of my dark mode, right? So I use everything in dark mode. So that's why right now you can see it's in dark, but you can see now it's light. Okay, easy as. Then I'm gonna go ahead and say padding on the top should be 8. And then I'm also gonna go ahead and pop in a message in the form of a p tag above the status, right? So in this case, so we've got loading your messages, and that's gonna have animate posts, right? And again, everything's centered by default. So loading your messages pops in. Nice, that's pretty cool, right? In this case, let's just say loading messenger. That's kind of nicer. Loading messenger. Okay, there we go. And then what we can do is we can change the width and height. So a very simple change here. We can double the size by simply going here and changing it to 16. And because it's all Tailwind, this can get rendered on the server without any unnecessary extra dependency, which is really clean, right? So just like that, boom. And then when it's ready, pow, server-side render with streaming. So we've got we got the server-side render loading component, which is directly available. And then when it's available, when it's done rendering on the server, it streams in the rest. But what's really awesome is you see the rest of the JavaScript got delivered straight away. So really cool, right? You could even probably do your chat input as well, but again, yeah, it's up to you, right? So that looks pretty damn nice. And say sup, and bam, okay. So, okay, this is cool. So we've got our loading state done. Now we've got the final piece of the puzzle, which is the session, right? The session, the authentication, how to log in with Facebook. Nice. So at this point, we are now gonna go ahead and implement Next.auth authentication. Now, this is where I'm not gonna lie to you, there are gonna be bugs that you're gonna come up because we're using a combination of Next.js 13 and Next.auth, and the documentation is still relatively new. Okay, so don't worry, it can be frustrating, but it's completely, just take your time and just debug it. Use the Discord community, the Next.js Discord community, the Zero to Full Stack Hero Papa Fam community, all this good stuff to help you out. First things first, we're going to go ahead and head over to Next.auth authentication, right? So let's head over to Next.auth, and then we're going to go into our Next.auth right here. Now, if we go here, click on Get Started. This is a really good provider that a lot of people use for their authentication when they're handling Next.js stuff. So at this point, I can do over here, yarn add Next.auth. That will go ahead and install that. Now we can go ahead and add in the following route. So this is still going to be inside of Pages API auth, Next.js, Next.auth.js, right? So you can see right here, we have all of this, this exact folder structure. This is important, right? So this is something that it relies on in order to operate, right? So we're going to use this folder structure because it's accessing our API, which again, remember, even though it's Next.js 13, stays in this structure. So auth/Next.auth is our key here, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and copy this part in particular, and I'll show you why, okay? So let's go into our code. Let's go into our pages, and let's go into our API, and let's create a folder called auth. And inside of there, a file called nextauth.ts. Nice. Okay. So at this point, inside of Next.auth, what I like to do is just copy their example. Now, this is all for, GitHub. We're going to change that up very shortly. Okay. So in this case, we have a GitHub example. Now I'm going to show you how we can get the Facebook one. We simply change that to Facebook, and we change this to Facebook as well, right? So in that case, we now have our Facebook provider. And this is not going to be Facebook ID and Facebook. This is now, we have to change that to Facebook ID and Facebook secret. So I'm going to change this to Facebook client ID, Facebook client ID, and I'm going to change this one to Facebook client secret. Okay. And then we're going to ensure that they're there. We're going to promise that they're there, right? That's fine for now. Okay. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to actually go ahead and override the default sign-in page. So I'm going to say that we're going to create our own sign-in page. So in this case, I'm inside of the provider, so we need to come out of here. And I'm going to pass in the pages, right? And I'm going to say this, our sign-in page is going to belong at /auth/sign-in. So I'm going to create my own sign-in page. And we're going to server-side render it, make it work, and that's going to be cool. And then we're going to have a secret. Okay, so in this case, you have to have a Next.js or Next auth secret. So in this case, I'm going to pass in a Next auth secret as well. So process.env.next auth, and you can actually go ahead and you can just pass that in, I think by default, and it works as well. I can't remember, so I'm just going to put it in here for now as well, right? But the secret as well, okay? So we have this set up. So I need two things. I need my Facebook client ID, my Facebook client secret. I need my Next auth secret to be set. And then we need to create the sign-in page and do the magic that happens there, right? So let's go ahead and do that right now. So first things first, we need to create a Facebook app. So in this case, we go to Meta Developer App, right? So in this case, Meta Developer App, let's go to Meta for Developers. developers.facebook.com, and we're going to go ahead and create an app. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So you see where it says create an app, we're going to do that. And now you've got all of this stuff here, right? So you got welcome to Facebook for developers, we're going to go ahead and do Facebook developer account, and then we're going to go to this, start the registration process. Alternatively, you can go to here and click get started. Let's do that. Where is get started? Where is this link? I've got a link that I always use. Let's default my apps. There we go. Okay, so I've already got two apps that I've already set up, but I'm going to show you one right now. We're going to click create new. We're going to go ahead and do a simple, oh God, I can't remember this. What did I do? I think I did consumer, right? And then we're going to have next and add an app name. So in this case, I'm just going to say upstash Meta Messenger, right? Contact email, fine. In this case, we could do me create app. Okay, sorry, oops, Meta's not allowed. Oh, okay, I didn't mean that. This is for educational purposes, right? We're gonna say upstash Messenger, right? And then I'm gonna pop in my password, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and pull in my password right now, and then it's gonna create the app. Okay, so this is now going ahead and creating, and now I've come onto this following page. Okay, so now what I need is a Facebook login. So what you want to do is click on setup. Okay, and you can see here we're in the development mode, right? We're going to click on www.site URL. So for this one, obviously it's a bit tricky to really tell it where we're at, right? So what I'm just going to do for now, just write example.com. As in, if you have a URL, sunnysanger.com, whatever you want to do, I'm just going to put this in just so I can get past this step right now. Okay, so I'm going to push this through right now, and then here we've got the app ID and a bunch of other stuff. Let's just click next. Let's click next. This is fine. I'm not going to use their stuff right now. Next, and let's click on, okay, cool. So I now need to go to my settings, right? So I click on settings. I'm going to let it load. I just don't want to expose any secrets right now. Okay, so once that's done, yeah, that's good, right? Once that's done, now what we can do is we can go ahead and get our details. So if I go to settings and I go to basic, once again on here where it says basic, here I will have the following. So they have hidden it, which is good. I've got my app ID. So this is going to be my client secret. Okay, so I'm going to write a string right now that we're going to eventually use. So imagine right here, I've got my Facebook client secret. So I've got, this is my client ID. Right, so eventually I will have something like this in my environment file. So client ID equals this, and then I'm going to have a secret equals, and then here I'm going to copy this, right? So what I'm going to now do is I'm going to click show, save this, right? And then I'm going to basically have my like ABC secret here, right? Then I'm going to take these and I'm going to put them in my environment variable file. Okay, so that's what you're going to need to do as well. So I'm going to talk you through it as I hide the screen. Okay, so in this case, I've now gone back to Facebook. I've clicked show. I've got my long secret. I then go ahead and grab that variable, and I'm going to go ahead and take both of them to my environment file. I've now popped in those values into my environment file. Make sure that we haven't got those comment marks still there. And I've gone ahead and closed the environment file. Right, so at this point now, I'm going back, I'm going ahead and I'm just going to hide my environment secret again so you can't see it. Let's go ahead and hide it. Okay, cool. So now what I've done is I've populated my client ID and my client secret. And then what I do is I restart my server just to be sure that it's actually pulling in the new stuff. Okay, cool. So now I have that. And then the next thing I need to do is next auth secret. Okay, so this one I forgot to do. Next auth secret, you just have a secret here. So you can pop in a secret value. It could be whatever you want, but in this case, you should use a hashed value. There's a nice little command on their website that will show you how to do it. So I'm gonna pop in a value there and then put that into my environment variables as well. So I'm just doing that as well. So I'm going into my environment variables. I popped in a secret, super secret, and it's hidden away. And now we are back, right? So I'm gonna close my terminal, shut down my server, rerun it again. Okay, so we should be set up now, right? We have a connection to everything there right now, okay? So at this point, now we need to go ahead and set up the actual sign-in page. And there's a few other steps that we have to do, right? So it doesn't just work magically. It's very close to it, but it's kind of, we have to get it there first, right? So if we go to our app folder, right, and obviously we have to also, we're not done yet, we have to actually whitelist some certain redirect URIs. So heading back over to our Facebook login settings, and if Facebook ever do watch this video, it's all for educational purposes, everything that we're doing right now, okay? Not getting sued. Right, so in this case, a valid OAuth redirect URI, and plus we're helping developers. I mean, come on. Right, so this is where we're going to have a special URI that we're going to have to pop in here. Okay, now as we're in development mode, it should be fine that we don't have to pop it in there. Okay, but we should just try now. So in this case, I got error. Oof. Okay, now let's refresh. We should be fine. Localhost. Oh, sorry, that's because I'm over here. Wait, what is this? What is that? That's my actual app. Okay, I'm super confused. What's going on? Okay, anyway, going back, let's go ahead and connect our next auth now. So at this point, we need to go ahead. So you can see here that they're doing session providers. Now we're using Next.js 13, which means that we've got some more stuff to go ahead and do. In this case, you can see here, Next.js 13, we can use the await unstable get server session, right? So I'm going to actually show you how we can do this to server-side render a value in. So at this point now, if I go over to and I will show you two approaches. I'll show you the way that we can first get it on the server, and then I'll show you how you can add middleware, which will prevent you from, the only problem is the deployment with the middleware is funky right now. There's a bug and it doesn't work. And that's not just me, that's a lot of devs online. So as remember, Next.js 13 is very new, right? The new structure is very new. So underneath app folder, we're gonna have a auth, and this is gonna be, oops, no, not that auth. This is gonna resemble / sign in, right? So we're gonna have an auth, then we're gonna have another folder inside it called sign in. So that's gonna go / auth / sign in, and then we're gonna have page.tsx. So make sure your page is actually in the sign in. I know it can be confusing because you think that that's also there, but I'm in the sign in folder right now. So that folder, not that one, that folder, okay? So RFCE, this is gonna be my sign in page, okay? So this is going to be the sign-in page that we're essentially sending Next.js over to, Next.auth over to. So what we want to do here now is actually have Next.auth pull in the special things that we need. So what I need to do is use the get providers pattern, okay? So what I want to do is, firstly, I need to actually get the Facebook login. So right now we've got one provider here, which is the Next.auth provider. So in this case, I need to get these providers. So first thing we need to do is go over here and simply pop in get providers. So what I can now do is make this asynchronous. And here I can say const providers equals await get providers. And this is not, doesn't need to be unwrapped. Const providers equals await get providers, okay? And then what we can do is I need to pass that down because this is a server rendered component, right? Then we're gonna have a sign-in component, which is gonna be a client-side component, right? So this is firstly gonna have two things. It's gonna have a div with a picture inside of it, and that picture is gonna be resemblant of basically a meta logo. Okay, so it's gonna be a meta logo, and that logo I'm just gonna pop in right now to make life easier. We don't need the sign-in component there, that's easy. So for this bit, I'm gonna just pop in a bunch of styling so you can see, there we go. Links to a image that we have of the meta logo. And then we've got a sign-in component underneath that, right? So here I'm gonna have a sign-in component. And this one, I'm gonna pass in the providers as a prop, okay? So if you guessed it, I passed in the providers as a prop. So I need to create this component, of course, right? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and create a signing component.tsx. This is going to be the signing component. This one is going to be a client-side component. So this is going to be a use client component. So over here now, what we can do is I can actually go ahead and have, and someone says 13 is good. I know, man, it's sick, right? So at this point, I can actually have the providers pull in from here. Now, the problem is we don't have all the correct prop types, and I'm not gonna spend too long right now trying to find all the prop types, but what you could do is you could get the return type from here. So in this case, record, literal onion, you could do all of this, right? And there is a way to do this actually. I might try and do it right now. I might try and do it live on stream. I haven't prepped that one, right? So I'm gonna show you right now if I can do this. So the way you would do that, I believe, is you would have your function here, and then we could do this, I think. So I'm going to do type props, equals this. And then if you don't know the prop type for this, you can actually use a special trick. So you can do providers. So let's have a look at this right now. So you got a promise that comes back. So you have to do awaited. And then we've got this type. Okay. So let's try that out. Let's do promise is a awaited type. So awaited, and it's going to be the return type. It's all handy like Next.js wizardry. And then what we can do is we can say type of, and then we can pass in the get providers function. Okay, I know, crazy stuff, right? And that's how you get the actual return type of something, right? So that's a really nice kind of trick if you didn't know how to do that, right? So that's how you do it. That's how you get basically the providers. Now, if I was to look into the providers, you can see we've actually got all the different providers like Facebook, so forth. So pretty damn powerful trick, right? It's a really, really good trick. So at this point now on my sign in page, I'm going to have so you can see this is actually like a kind of, it's a key value pairing, right? So if I did providers dot, you see I've got all these different keys for different things. So I need to map through all of the keys in order to get something. So now what I can do is I can do something clever here, and I can say, well, I think it's clever. I can actually have object dot values, and I'm going to map through all the providers. And what this will do is it will give me the key mapping pairs. So map through the providers, provider, yep, and then we can pass in the provider like so. So I can pass in the provider name as our key, and then I'm going to pass in the following. I'm just going to save a bit of time here and pop in my snippet of code, and I'll show you exactly what is going on. So we've got the button, we've got a sign in with provider name, and then we close off my div. Okay, now you can see object values is here. It's complaining, and that's because of my type definition. So this is where it can get a bit messy, where it's not assignable and so forth. Type no is not assignable, so we could do, yeah, we'll just say it's there, right? I'm gonna prove it's there, right? So at this point, we should have on our / sign in page, once we pull in our signing component, we should have access to it. So in order to double check this, I can go / auth / sign in, and let's see. Sign in with Facebook. Whoa, hey! So I popped in our Facebook, right? That's correct. And the reason why I'm telling you that worked is because I never wrote sign in with Facebook. It pulled that from our next auth configuration, and our types worked. That's pretty cool, right? Did that live on stream. Okay, so I mean the whole thing's live, but you know. So at this point, we are going to pull in our helpful sign in helper function. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in a helpful sign in function. I don't need the sign out, that can go away. And now what I want to do is I'm going to say on click of this, I want to do a arrow function. I'm going to say sign in with the provider ID. Okay, and you can pass in a callback URL. So just FYI, you can pass in where do you want to go back to, right? So in this case, what we could do is we could do like Vercel, you know. So in that, remember what we did earlier? So we could have something along the lines of something like it could be process.env.vercel. Oops, Vercel. Come on, Vercel. Oh my God, Vercel. There you go. URL or this. Okay, we could do that. So if we have the Vercel URL, then I want to do that. But in fact, I'm just going to be even more cautious of this and just to be fair, we could do that. We could say either do that or go to the / homepage. Okay, so quite a handy little callback URL tip. So let's give this a try. And this will probably not work because it will most likely say you haven't got a redirect URL authorization. So let's click it. It will take me to Facebook. Okay, it did. And then it says Upstash is submit for review. Okay, I need to do that. Obviously, some have not been approved for you. So you have to obviously approve, like ask for review when you do that whole app approval process inside of your Facebook. I'm not going to go into that, but here you go, get advanced access and stuff like that. You got to do, there's a review, app review. There you go. Right, you got to do that. Continue as Sunny. So now it's trying to log in using my data. I click continue. That's because I'm logged in on Facebook. If you weren't logged in, it'll have your email and password. And just like that, bam, we are logged in. So if now, I believe I am logged in. Yeah, so we can check if we're logged in, right? So that actually worked, right? So that's perfect. And it went back to my HTTP localhost home, which is great. All right, so this is good. So sign in with this name, good stuff. Let's go up to, now let's go ahead and pull the session itself. And obviously I'll style out the login page. So let's go to 3,000. Let's just firstly finish off that styling because that looks like crap, right? Auth sign in. So here, this looks horrible. So I want to sign this, style this up. So first things first, let me add that button, you know, that Facebook button fill, which is here. We got the blue background, similar to what we did before, right? And then for the overall div, I'm simply going to just say flex and justify in the center. So justify center. So very simple, you know, button right here. But obviously, oh God, that's horrible. Okay, that's not what I wanted. My provider, my object values, I'm going through them all. Flex, justify, center. Okay. And then my, oh, okay, I see why. Silly me. This page, right? I need to do my sign up page. So over here, and also you see it's meta messenger. I'll show you how using those reserved keywords that we talked about before, you could do head.tsx, RFCE, pop in your head component. And then here you can just pop in the title and say sign in to Messenger. If I can spell, that'll help. Sign into Messenger and then refresh. Bam, sign into Messenger. Yeah, nice. We need to center it because that looks horrible. That looks like it's got problems. All right, so let's go ahead and let's pull and pop it in and say that this one is going to be grid and justify center, right? So there you go, nice. Okay, so it centers it up and then I can sign into Facebook and I'm already signed in, which means it will ping me straight back to that. Now it's worth knowing that until you've deployed it, you can't actually use someone else's account. So you can get test user accounts over here. So test users, you can go ahead and do that. But if you try and use someone else's actual account, it will say, whoa, your app's not active yet, right? So you have to make sure that you're just doing that. That's why when I was testing it with some dummy data. Okay, so next up, now we need to go ahead and get the session. So for session, what I'm doing is I'm going to show you a few different approaches. Now in a client-side component, sure, you can wrap your app in something like a provider. So if you were going to do the provider approach, you can do the following pattern, okay? I'm going to kind of jump through this one pretty quick because I don't want to spend too long on this. But if you want to do the provider pattern, you can do the following. You can make a providers.tsx. And then, because I know a lot of people are naturally going to have this question, you can make your session provider like so, just how you would do it. And this could have all your providers. It could have Redux. It could have everything that, you know, that you would typically wrap in app_tsx, right? underscore app.tsx. But if you want to, and then if you want to use it, you simply go into your layout, right? And you would pop it into around your children like this. So you would pop in your providers like this. Right, so that's how you would do the provider pattern. And then if you were to refresh, you see how it still works, right? So that is how you can then go ahead. So we could leave it like that, to be fair. And you can now use your React hooks in the children below this, right? So this is actually allowing it to work in the way we expected it. Actually, no, sorry, I take that back. Not in the layout. You don't want it in the layout. We're not going to do it here. I'm going to do it. You could do it there. And then you could have your, okay, so you could do it there. I'll show you why, right? You can do it there. And then you can have your session. So we obviously need the first instance of the session. So you can use unstable get server session, right? So obviously this is asynchronous and this is from Next.auth, right? So this right here is from Next.auth. And what this is doing is it gets the server from the, and remember it says unstable. So a lot of this stuff right now is beta, it's unstable. So just be cautious when you're using it, okay? Now, For the providers, inside of here, session provider naturally requires a session, right? So what we could do is we could upgrade this to include the session as well. Right? And this is any because we haven't prepped this out, but in this case, we pass through the session. And then at the layout level, you could go ahead and pass in your session. So that way, what's happening is you're passing your session through here, and your children are rendered out. And this is now wrapping out as a client-side component. So something you can do, okay? Just worth knowing, that's how you would essentially do it, right? And now your entire app that's how you replace the _app.tsx approach that you used in Next.js 12. I hope that helped someone, right? Because that took a little second, right? So now you can use your hooks in underneath, right? But if you didn't want to use your hooks, and what happens if you want to pass it down and you want to have like instant reactions? Well, then you can do that as well by just prop drilling it down. So inside here, you can also get access to the session, and then you can do the session equal. So you could basically do the same line of code, and you can prop drill it down as session, right? You could do that as well. It's completely up to you. But in this case, let's use the hook, right? Let's actually use the hooks underneath, and I'll show you the benefit of using it versus the benefit of not using it, right? So in this case, actually, I'll tell you what, we'll prop drill it. I'll show you why, right? Because when you server-side render it, I want you to have the immediate action. I don't want to have a second when it glitches in. I want to have it straight away that it's there, right? But I just showed you that previous approach. So if you want to use the hook, you can use that, okay? So at this point, unstable get server session. So now what we can do is we could pass this into, for example, the chat input. And then in chat input, for your props, you can go ahead and do the following. You can say props. And then here we can do type props equals. And for the session, again, I'm going to show you that nice little trick that we did previously, right? You pull in the actual function itself. And then what you can do is you can say session equals awaited, because what we're waiting for is a promise type. We're going to say, I want to get the return type from the following function. So I want the type of the return function, which is unstable this. So now I've got the session return type for this. So if you look at it, it's a session or no, which is a return type of this. So return type is a promise, session no, we await it, so it unwraps it, and then we get it. So hopefully these are helping you out. These are pretty solid tips, right? I had no idea about this before. I'm not bigging myself up either. I'm just saying it's pretty cool. Okay, so at this point, for the button, we could disable it if there is, let's have a look what we've disabled based on. Let's actually disable the input, right? So the button is basically if there's no input, and we're going to disable the input if there is no session. So if the props are sessions, I'm going to unravel my session like so. I'm going to say if there's no session, let's go ahead and get the session out. And here we say disabled is no session. So now if I refresh, suspension, okay, let's just refresh. Okay, so this is what I got previously when I used the suspense at the higher level. So, okay, this is what I remember. Yeah, that's what I forgot about. So when I used it at this level, the page level, or when I used it at the layout level, this is the issue I experienced. So you could move this concept to the other level. So you can move this over to, that's why I forgot, I completely forgot, right? So you could do this at the page level, not the layout level. So you could, in theory, go ahead and make this, wrap it with your providers. And now you can map this inside like so, and you can pass your session, the session like this, right? So you can do that, and that should work. There you go. Okay. So that's how you fix that issue if you run into it. I'm sorry. Yeah. Try and keep your layout presentational logic only. I knew there was a reason. I couldn't remember what it was. Right. So in that case, that's the cleaner way to do it. Okay. So now we've got this happening. Let's see if I can type in. So in this case, I can type in because I'm logged in, right? But if I have the sign out button in the header, so let's go to my header component, and where we had the logout button, which was a client component, right? On here, what we wanted to do is we can now leverage the use of our sign out button. Okay. So on click sign out. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. And let's click that button. Let's see what happens. Let's go ahead and click it. And I've now signed out. And you can see, look at that, guys. We have no session, which means I cannot type a message in. Amazing. That's really good, right? So let's go back to the header now. and we can go ahead and pass in the following. So for the header, we had the page component, and you can see where did I render the header out? The header. Okay, so inside of my header, we can actually get the session object as well using the previous approach. So inside of here, we can do using our get unstable approach, we can actually go ahead and pull the session from the client there. And it's using cookies to do that, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. We make our function asynchronous, and now you can see we've got the session object, and we should see if I save this file, it should say, welcome to Meta Messenger, sign in, loads the messenger up, and then wait for it. So this is now using a bunch of different combination of things, right? It's really nicely coming together. And obviously my internet's a bit slow when I'm streaming, so there could be a hiccup because of that. Let's go ahead and do a fresh refresh to localhost 3000. There you go. So it's just a bit of a delay. Whenever I'm live, I seem to get that. It's fine. Right. So now if I click sign in, it will take me to my sign in page. But if I go back here, you can see I just can't type in, but I can see all the messages. But now let's do the same concept with our message list component. So the actual message itself, let's go ahead and go to our message. So the message component, where is it? Over here. Now notice how this is a in the message component, we could actually go ahead and use a server-side rendered aspect of it. So message component, let me go ahead and grab. So here, what we could do is we could prop drill it in from above, right? And I'll show you the two approaches to this. So first things first, let's use the session itself, right? So when we get a session, it's actually coming back as data, and we rename it as a session from the use session hook. Okay, so this actually comes from our Next.js React. So it's not from this, it's from Next.js React, and it's from here, use session. Okay, so if we do it this way, this will happen on the client, right? Now this can work, sure, but there's a problem with this where if I was to now go ahead and do our logic based on the session, which sure I can do, I can go here and I can say, so we're gonna hit save. Now you can see, if I refresh, we can see that initially there's a little, I mean, it would have been a potential flicker, right? So I'll be honest with you, there's gonna be a little potential flicker, right? So even if I did the other way around, okay, I mean, it's fine. We could probably live with this, right? So in this case, you could do it this way. You could use the client side part here, and notice how it doesn't say use client, right? Now, the reason why this is actually probably a client component, it is a client component, sorry, is because the parent that it's rendered in is use client, and then it renders out. So in that case, this by default is inherently rendered on the client as well, okay? So in that case, now if I did this and I signed in and I was to post a message, so firstly, let's go ahead and sign in. So let's go ahead and sign into Facebook. And I've already signed in, so it would sign me out. There we go, logged in as Sunny. So firstly, let's go to my header and make sure, oh, we got the pop-up anthem. Let's go ahead and actually pull from the values that we expect now. So logged in as session user image. Nice, right? So session user image, oh, sorry, not image. Oh my God, session.user.name. And then for the image here, rather than this one, we're going to change it to session user image. There we go. And then this is freaking out because we're saying that it may not exist. So in this case, there we go. And let's refresh. There we go. That's actually my Facebook picture. Sunny Sang is my Facebook name. And that's pretty cool. Okay. And now don't get it confused, right? This email address that we're going to check for in a second is different to my one. Okay. So this was test data. Right, remember we added in some test data. It's a different email address to my signed in email address. Okay, so now what I can do is I can go over to my chat input, and then where we add a message, I can get my session, right? So here I've got my session inside my chat input. So here we go. So here we can say session, session.user.name, and then we can just ensure that it's there. And obviously you can have a protective block saying if there's no session, return from the function and so forth. I'm just gonna be lazy a bit today. We can say this, right? I'm just going to ensure that there is that, or you can have a fallback kind of placeholder image. You see, you can do different things. Here you see papareact.team. So these are all from a guy with papareact.team. My one is different, right? So my logged in email is different. So session.user.email. Okay. Now I'm going to ensure that that's there as well. So what we should really have here is a protective block saying if no session return. If no session return, so we should kind of block over here. So we could shorthand this into if no session or if no this. So there we go. Yeah. And then we don't have to have these annoying things, right? There you go, bam. Oh, we do. Okay. So, because this could not be there, but still we should have a protected block there, right? We shouldn't allow them to send a message at that point. So cool. Nice. So at this point, if I was to enter a message and type it in, we should be sending it as this one. So before I do that, I'm going to go to my message list and I'm going to make sure that our logic for rendering out the messages right now is, sorry, so for determining if we are a user or not. Oh, it's already there. Okay. So are you ready? Moment of truth. Okay. When I type this in, is it going to be blue? If it's blue, we've done it correct, because now it's going to be pulling in my Facebook information and then I should be different to this person, which means I'm the sender. Okay, so moment of truth, guys, moment of truth. Everyone get ready for this, because I have a feeling this could be something that breaks on it, but let's get serious for a sec, right? So I'm going to go ahead and type in this subscribe, like and subscribe, and let's hit enter. Bam! And wait a sec, no, we're good, solid. Hey, this is sick. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. That is solid. That's banger. I think that's perfect, right? That's absolutely, smash the thumbs up button, please, for that, right? So this is actually working the way we expected now. So this person is technically different to the test data that I put in, which is perfect. That means that if another user was to sign in, bam, it works as well. And our real-time functionality also works, because if I type in hello world and do this, bam, hello world, and wait for it, we should have this syncing up in a second as well. There we go, hello world, because it's that client. And the reason why this is working across different clients is because, remember, even though you're signed in as the same person, your cache from one browser to that one is different. So it's going to know that it's not in your cache at the moment. So pusher comes in. Now I want to show you a perfect example of this in a really nice way. So if we go to the chat input and we go to, message list, this is a really nice way of doing it. So at this point, you can go ahead and put in a console log, just ensuring that when it pushes, it's going to go ahead and tell you. So I'm going to show you how we can do this, right? So if we pop in a message like this, new message from pusher, push, and then remember, it won't push anything. It'll stop here if it's the message that you sent. So I'm going to prove a point here. Okay, are you ready for this? So I'm going to open this up on this side, opening this up on that side, refresh, and I'm going to go ahead and pop this open, and I'm going to go ahead and pop this open. Now ignore that because I'm doing it on two different things. That's why it's freaking out. All right. There we go. Come on, let's load. Okay, cool. So at this point now, if I start typing a message in here, yeah, and let's actually do it across three. I'm going to really push the boundary here. All right, so let's go ahead and pop in another one, and then let's do this. Right, so again, it's because we're rendering it across. So there we go. Okay, so now if I type in hello world, what we should see is that this one will update its state using SWR, and this one, well, these two will get pings from pusher, in which case you'll see it in the thing, in the console. So bang, push, there you go. And then these ones will get pushed to pushes from push. There we go, nice. And if I do it from here, over here, this one will do it. And then you see how it's going to push, and then this one will probably get in a second. It's probably just delayed. So over here, oh no, it did get it. All right, so it's just oh no, sorry, it did come. It's just not two because it's a different thing. So if I type in hello, right, this one should get it, and this one should get it. Bam, this is amazing, right? So if I type in 1, 2, 3, the messages 1, 2, 3 should appear here and here. So wait for it. So sometimes, obviously I'm live right now, so it's a bit slow. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go, it's a queue system. There you go, it came through. Right, and then there you can see it's also going to fly through as well. So absolutely amazing, right? It works. It's again, when I'm live, crazy stuff happens. That's why I can see this being a problem, right? But in this case, let me go ahead and close this up. And let me go pop this in. But yeah, the point is you can see that it does work. So it come through. Yeah. So yeah, there we actually have it. So I believe we actually covered all the angles, because now we have our login state. Let me just double check in messages. We are showing, yeah, the message is being pulled from there. So that's actually pulling the person's name. Oh, we are with the timeout. That's it. So time ago, I wanted to make sure that we actually finished everything properly. So if we go to the message component, we need to install something called React Time Ago. Okay. So what I want you to do is you can actually go ahead and check it out yourself, but I'm going to go ahead and install it right now. It's a nice little component library. And what you can do is yarn add React Time Ago. And we are going to pull it into our message component. And I will show you another little trick as well, right? I want to show you another little thing we can do afterwards. So remind me middleware if I forget, right? So I'm going to go to message component. So message component like so. And then I'm going to pop it in React Time Ago. And here we need to install our type dependencies for our developer. So yarn add -d React Time Ago. That will install my type definitions. Now what I do is, it's very simple to use it. I just go down to my timestamp, and here what I can do is I can say time ago as a component, and I can pop it in. So I can say the date is a message. So let's just do date equals, and this is going to be message. So it's going to be new date, message dot created at. Okay, and then self-close component like that, right? And then we get rid of this one, and this is freaking out because we haven't got that. And there you go, right? So now what we should see, as soon as I hit save, let's see. Oh, there we go. Bam, nice. That's so sick, right? So I say hello world, bam, hello world. 0 seconds ago, 1 second ago, 2 seconds ago. Oh, awesome, right? Clean, works. Right, in that case, now you've got relative timestamps. So really, really slick. Right, and this is all using Next.js 12, server components, all that good stuff, right? So I'm also going to go ahead and show you just an example of middleware, right? So let's imagine you wanted to always redirect to the sign-in page, and you want to make sure that you can have a, users can't see this page. So if I was in a sign out, like for example, signed out now, it shouldn't be loading me here. It should throw me to the auth sign-in. Okay, so what if I want to enforce that through middleware? Well, I'm going to show you right now just how we can do it. Well, firstly, I'm going to sign in, and then in order to create middleware in Next.js 13, go to the top level. So the level which is the sibling to app pages and that stuff, right? Not inside of pages, it's inside of the top level, right? And then we go ahead and we pop in the following. So, oh my God, I almost got into the wrong thing. We create a file called middleware.ts. Okay, do this middleware.ts. Now what's really cool is that middleware.ts can run on anything that we say it will run on. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to export something from Next.auth middleware. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the following. Now we need to ensure that it's actually matched onto a specific route. Okay, so how do we do that? Right, so in this case I need to go ahead and say, so you can do something called a matcher, right? So in this case, we can use matcher. Now, if I do this, it means it will affect anything. It will affect the home page, basically. I'm saying protect it, right? Secure. So basically only run this middleware on the route that matches this. So the home page, right? You can actually have different patterns and all sorts of cool stuff, but this is how you can have several like middlewares accordingly. So let's go ahead and hit save and refresh. This should kick in gear my middleware. So now I'm signed in, right? So let's see what happens now, because now my middleware will intercept the request to try and go to the home page and redirect me to my Next.auth sign-in page, which is created, and it knows what it is based on this page right here that we authorized earlier. So the minute I click sign out, I should not be able to access this page. Hit sign out, bam, I go straight there. It just threw me over there, and that wasn't anything else besides middleware, right? So now what we've done is I've gone ahead, and if I try to go to localhost / bam, can't, protected it. So now we are protected. The only issue is with the deployment of that, there's currently a little bug, but just so you know, that is how powerful that is, right? So just like that, we have an incredible protected route that is now gone ahead, and you can't do it unless you sign in. So if I sign in now, you'll see I now have a authenticated state. I can go ahead and do that. Amazing. Beautiful. Okay, and just like that, we have the build. So that was a ton of new tech to absorb, and not only did you just learn a bunch of different things, you now have a crazily impressive app to add to your digital portfolio, the Meta Messenger app with real-time chat capabilities, built on Next.js 13 cutting-edge technology, and it's using a Redis database set up via Upstash. Most importantly, it shows employers that you can actually apply the knowledge that you're learning rather than just being stuck in tutorial hell. If you get stuck at any point, don't forget the full source code is available inside the Puppa GitHub repo. The link is in the description, or you can feel free to elevate your skill set even further by joining us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero. I put my heart and soul into that community. That is where everything is happening. That's where I run weekly coaching calls. We have all of our content inside there to teach you all of these different bits of tech that you've been covering in this crash course to an extreme detailed perspective. And that's the place to go ahead and get support from myself and the entire Puppa Fam community. If you want to join, it's the first link in the description. Next up, we have our fifth build of the Next.js 13 crash course. We're going to be building a full-fledged Amazon web scraper. Yes, you heard me correctly. This site is going to actually scrape the content of Amazon, one of the hardest websites to scrape, and we're going to do it using Next.js 13. So get ready. So this build is going to be possible as we're going to be using the proxy scraper network provided by Bright Data. This is going to allow us to scrape Amazon's site without facing all of the anti-scraping measures that Amazon have been known to put in place. In addition, you're also going to learn how to use Firebase version 9 to go ahead and store the data from our web scraper's results. So we're going to go ahead and teach you just how to implement that and connect it to Next.js 13. You're also going to learn how webhooks work and how we can go ahead and use a webhook to detect when the scraper results are ready so that we can populate the database with the correct information. And as always, guys, we're going to use Tailwind CSS to make this app beautiful and responsive, and then we're going to use TypeScript to make sure we reduce the most number of bugs as possible and keep our code nice and robust. So let's get started with the fifth build of the Next.js 13 crash course. Smash the like button. Let's go. Welcome to today's build, Puppa Fam. Puppa Fam, check it out. The web scraper scraping the unscrapable. Oh, coming up with some taglines these days. This is what we're going to be building, right? So it's literally a real functional web scraper. What I mean by a web scraper is it's literally, imagine like a bunch of different proxies, a bunch of different computers are going ahead, going over to Amazon, scraping this information, pulling it into our website. And it's doing all of this, and it's all powered by webhooks, Firestore, Bright Data as a platform. All of this is going to be taught to you today. Yeah, I was testing out a bunch of different things like Hello World pulls up these results, who would have thought? And we also pull a bunch of other information such as the previous price, delivery dates, other statistics just like that. And I'm going to teach you how to do all of this in today's video. So quick little breakdown of what we're learning today. We are going to be covering Next.js 13.2, which just got released. Lee Robinson dropped an amazing video over on Vercel. So I went ahead, practiced a bunch of this. We're going to show you a bunch of that stuff today. I'm not going too far into Next 13.2, but we're going to do a lot of Next.js 13 stuff. So it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. And we're going to go ahead and cover how to go ahead and build out your first ever webhook, which is pretty damn cool if you've never seen a webhook on this channel, because I have done them in a couple of builds. Only the OGs will remember that. I'm going to show you how to do all of that. And of course, we're going to keep the staples like TypeScript, like Tailwind, all of that good stuff. So your knowledge just keeps on going up and up and up while you're watching these videos, okay? And let me give you a quick demo before we get started. We can actually go ahead and delete specific searches. But if I was to go ahead and actually type in a search term, for example, MacBook Pro, what we're going to see is it starts a scraper for MacBook Pro. This is going to initialize a scraper on Bright Data's platform, and then this will go ahead and pop up on the left-hand side in a real-time fashion. This is going to be really powerful. It's going to be something which is going to be, I'm going to explain and break down the entire functionality of this in just a short second, but I want to show you what it's actually doing behind the scenes. So it's actually setting up a new web scraper from the platform known as Bright Data, and then Bright Data is actually going to go ahead, collect all the results, come back to the page just like this you can see right now. So here it's actually scraping the results from Amazon. So what it's actually doing is, imagine it's going over here, typing in MacBook Pro, and then it's going to go ahead and start pulling all of this information in. I'm obviously in Dubai, that's why you can see Dubai pricing, but this will go ahead and pull in America's pricing because that's what we did to go ahead and program the scraper to do. And this is all powered by Bright Data. So Bright Data, let me introduce them, right? An absolutely incredible platform. Now, the problem with sites like Amazon is they're quite clever. They don't want us to scrape their data. And they actually have a lot of measures in place which stop us from scraping with traditional Python or normal JavaScript approaches. So what companies like Bright Data do is they have incredibly vast proxy networks, and essentially what this means is you have tons and tons of different IPs across the world. So think of loads of different computers on this massive network, and then they go ahead and scrape the pages for you based on the code that we provide to Bright Data. So essentially we're kind of getting a best of both worlds. We're providing a sense of scraping code, but then it's actually using real computers and real devices which Amazon can't detect, and then it goes ahead and pulls the data and we go ahead and store it in our database. But I'm not doing it just a normal REST API route. I'm actually going ahead and using webhooks to populate a Firebase database, then go ahead and populate my client's app. So a whole load of stuff to go ahead and learn in today's video, right? So this is the scraper that you're going to go ahead and learn how to build. The code for this is in the third link in the description for the scraper template. I'm going to show you how to get everything set up. Do not worry. And essentially what you're doing here is you're turning websites into structured data that you can then process and do whatever the hell you want with, okay? They are GDPR and CCPA compliant, so there's loads of stuff that if you're ever worried about that kind of stuff, don't stress. That's why they have 15,000 customers and a 99.9% uptime guarantee. But without further ado, let's go ahead and build some of this cool stuff in, right? I see loads of OGs in the house. Code with Guillaume Manji. We got Fabian Van Dyke. This is what I'm talking about. And I'm always throwing myself in the deep end. I just want you to know that I'm trying to learn some incredibly difficult stuff. So yeah, make sure you go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already, and smash the like button if you enjoy the content and you want me to keep on making more stuff like this, right? So to mention as well, this is going to be powered up by Firebase. You can see over here, we have all of the different records inside of our database, and this is being populated in real time, right? So all of this is going to go ahead and get populated, and then it will go ahead and return to our application. Without further ado, let's go ahead and let's build out our first application, our Amazon web scraper. I'm just going to show you right now. You can go ahead and actually see that loads of different results are going to go ahead and get thrown in. We also get the React hot toasters, all that good stuff is going to go ahead and work for us just like we want it to, okay? So let's get into today's build. Let's just get started with this. So head over to tailwindcss.com, and we're going to go ahead and use the creating your project starter template. So this one right here simply uses the create next app command with the template Tailwind CSS, and then you pass in the name, and this will just set up a Next.js app with Next.js 13.2, let me say, and it's going to go ahead and include Tailwind CSS to begin with. So I'm going to open up my terminal. I like to work always in a clean directory fashion, so I'm going to throw it inside of my documents, my builds folder. You don't have to do that. I like to keep things neat. And then I'm going to go ahead and paste in that command. But I want to change the name of this. I want it to be called Bright Data, and I'm going to go ahead and call it Amazon Scraper. I'm going to say YouTube as well, okay? Go ahead, hit enter. That's going to kickstart my template building process. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and get everything set up, right? Let's go ahead and jump into this folder. So CD Bright Data. You can see I've got loads of builds here. Amazon Scraper YouTube is the one I'm looking for. And then I'm going to go ahead and type in code dot. Okay, and this will go ahead and open up a VS Code in the correct folder directory, right? So in this case, this actually gives us a Next.js 12 structure, right? Although you straight away have Next.js 13 by setting this up, and you can check by hovering over Next. And at the point that this video was made, the latest version of Next, I believe, was 13.2.3. Okay, so just like you know, let's go ahead and sort this out, right? So now we're going to go over to the pages folder, and I'm going to show you that typically this is where you start off when you follow things in the Next.js 12 approach. Okay, we're not going to do this. We're going to do it in a way whereby we are going to use the Next.js 13 app directory, which is what I want all of you to start getting used to and understanding. Okay, so in this case, what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and do Command J, and we're going to spin up our app. So let's go ahead and get this thing set up. I'm going to close my previous application so it doesn't block the host. Let's go ahead and do yarn run dev, and I'm doing yarn because I simply have a yarn lock file, right? So 1 second. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up a preview window so we can see this. So I'm going to do localhost 3000, pop this over to a side. And then I'm going to go ahead and you should see this. So this is obviously loading from the Next.js 12 directory right now. So the pages API or pages folder, sorry. I love this stuff. All right. You can get access to the entire playlist, by the way. All you got to do is head over to the description. There's a link down there somewhere where it says get access to the playlist, and you just pop your email in, we'll send it to you. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. So also, if you haven't already seen, okay, we'll touch on that in a second. So how do we go ahead and convert this to a Next.js 13 app? So let's go ahead and do that first. So what we want to do is we want to go into the package.json level, create a folder called app. Okay, that's the first step. Then we're going to go ahead and create a page.tsx file. This is the new convention inside of Next.js 13 for creating our home route. Okay, we're going to type in RFCE, which are lovely snippets. I'm going to go ahead and clean this up a little bit, and I'm going to simply rename this to homepage. Okay, now with that done, we're going to go ahead and show you how the hell I just made that happen. So simply make sure that you've got the ES7 snippets installed to go ahead and do that RFCE trick that I just went ahead and done. Okay, so if you're wondering how did he do that, that's how I did it. Okay, now what I want you to do at this point is go into your next config. So this is where we need to go into our next config, and we need to go ahead and say experimental, and here we're going to enable the app directory. Okay, now once this is done and you hit refresh, you're going to see oh no, we changed the next config, so we need to go ahead and restart our server. So let's go ahead and restart our server, and what we should see here is we get an error. Okay, we should get an error at this point. So if I go ahead and refresh, you can see, oh, it goes ahead and screams at us. It says conflicting pages are found. And the reason why this is happening is you have two pages fighting for the home screen at this point, right? You have the page.tsx, which is fighting for the home page, and then you have the index.tsx. You can't have both of these, right? You can only have one, because you can only have one / localhost terminal, right? So as in localhost root. So at this point, all we got to do is pretty simple. All we got to do is go ahead and delete this one. Okay, get rid of it. Now we go ahead and say h1 hello world. So hello world. Hit save, bam, clean things up a little bit. Hit refresh, and just like that, we should see in a second. Let me go ahead and restart the terminal. So let's go ahead and restart our server. You're on run dev. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit a refresh. And what we should see is it creates a layout.tsx file for us. So this is what's really nice about Next.js 13 is that if we didn't have a layout file for us, it actually creates it for us on the fly. And as you can see here, we've got the new Next.js 13.2 metadata, which is the SEO enhancement that they recently introduced. So in this case, you can go ahead and enhance the metadata of the page, which massively boosts your SEO performance. So this means the things that you're basically going to go ahead and see, or what Google is essentially going to see when it's scraping the pages, right? So in this case, we could go ahead and call this one the Amazon Web Scraper. And if we go ahead and inspect this, I'm going to show you just a quick little brief kind of showcase of what that actually just did. So if we look inside the head, you can now see the title changes based on the new layout, the new metadata component attributes at the top, right? All you have to do is export const metadata, and then you can go ahead and pass things in. And you can really pass in as much as you want. And if you have dynamic metadata, you can even do generate metadata, which is a special function, which I'm not going to go into today. I do cover that in Zero to Full Stack Hero, but that is actually something which means that you can actually go ahead and have custom SEO metadata dynamic information loaded on the head component as you need it, which is really powerful. Okay, so this is where all of our stuff gets loaded. So the layout is basically rendering out. The children is essentially the page. So this is our starting point. Now you're probably wondering, that does not look like Tailwind CSS. And the reason you're right. Okay, you're damn right for that. So at this point, if we go over to the layout, we need to go ahead and import something. So if you head over to _app.tsx, you'll see that previously this was the entry point. We can actually get rid of this. So instead, I'm going to go ahead and import the styles, and the globals.css is responsible for pulling in all of our Tailwind. So if I go ahead and hit save now, you'll see it strips off the old styling, and we have our Tailwind blank canvas. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of the _app.tsx. We don't need that anymore. And even the app, even the API now is supported inside of the app directory with the new route.ts file. Okay, so in the code, I don't think I changed it, but we can change it. Screw it, I might just do it live. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can do that as well. So page.tsx, hello world. So let's go ahead and see what we have to build. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to run my old app so I can show you something on the screen as we go ahead and have this build take place. So I'm loaded it up at localhost 3001. So let's go ahead and pop that open. And as you can see, we have our old app, right? And I've left this in the pending state just to demonstrate the loading. I've actually done this purposely so you can actually see the loading state and all this kind of stuff. So on the back end, I canceled something so that way it's just going to be stuck in the pending state so you guys can see all the different states that we have to go ahead and build, right? So in this case, this is what we want to eventually get to, and it is also mobile responsive, so you can see how it's really nicely responsive on a phone and all that good stuff. So I'm going to show you how we can build all of this in today's video. Okay, so first thing I want to show you is essentially, let's go ahead and have a look at our page.tsx. I'm just getting all my screens cleaned up. We're going to go ahead and introduce the first page. So if I go ahead and remove my local host and we just go to our home page, I want to see this page, right? I want to see this right here. So this is going to consist of a sidebar, and it's going to consist of the page itself. So as you can see here, I'm just going to go ahead and make this a bit cleaner. We have the actual page.tsx element right here, and then we have the sidebar over here. So essentially we have two different elements, okay? This is bothering me so much. It's just a text center that I needed to add. I will fix that. It's really bothering me, but I'll show you how we do that. Also, I didn't get to mention, we are actually going to be covering how to deploy your own cloud functions. So we are going to be covering Firebase cloud functions today as well. And I'm going to teach you how to use the ngrok tunneling technique to go ahead and actually demo or develop locally things like cloud functions. So that way you can put them in places where a webhook is expected when you're developing locally. And then when it's ready, you can finally deploy it. Incredible stuff. You're going to learn all about it today. Okay. So let's continue on strong. So the first thing I want to do is basically build out this portion here, right? So this portion here just consists of simply a icon, welcome to Amazon Web Scraper, and then a bunch of text, okay? So how do we do that? Well, it's fairly straightforward. We are going to be using hero icons today. So I'm going to show you right now. We go to heroicons.com. This is actually backed by the guys over at Tailwind CSS. So you simply head into the documentation, and then we go down here and you guys can see npm install hero icons. I'm not going to be using npm install. I'm going to be using our handy yarn add, okay, because I'm using yarn. So in this case, I'm going to say yarn add hero icons react. This will bring in the hero icons react package into my application. Okay, then what you do is you can see you've got a bunch of different examples over here. So I recommend you take that, then you simply change the icon for whichever one you need. You also have solid, outline, different variants, and as you can see, you can get those variants by simply searching over here. So if I type in search, you can now see we get the outline, solid, or the mini variants. Okay, so you can feel free to use them as much as you need to. So this is how I go ahead and find the different search elements or the different icons, okay? So once we've done that, I'm going to do a simple import at the top, Command J to hide my terminal. Let's pop in my document magnifying glass icon, and then I'm going to go ahead and simply build this out. So inside of here, I'm going to get rid of hello world, and I'm going to start populating what we need. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to have another div inside here. And I'm going to go ahead and actually pull in my document magnifying glass icon. And I'm going to be using Tailwind CSS. So it's going to be a bunch of Tailwind styling inside of this build. So I'm going to set the height and width of 64. And what we should see on the screen is that icon should pop up. There you go. So if you're getting to this point, amazing stuff. Make sure you destroy that thumbs up button. And what I love about Tailwind is you get this color palette as well. And this is actually introduced with the extension. So make sure you also have the extension hand in hand when you build this out. So if I go over to my Tailwind CSS, you can see this one right here. Make sure you install it. 2.6 million people agree. So definitely go ahead and do that. And then here we're going to say text indigo. And I'm going to do 600, I believe was a magic one. And to be honest with you, I think it's a bit too bright. So what you can do is you can do / and then add in 20, and this will give it a 20% opacity on top. It's like a shorthand, right? So that actually helps you out a little bit more. So after this is done, we're going to have an H1 tag, and I'm going to say, welcome to the Amazon Web Scraper. Okay, go ahead and hit save. And then I'm going to do class name. And here we've got the text to be 3XL. I want it to be slightly larger. I'm going to keep on hitting save so you can actually get a nice little preview yourself. So text 3XL, margin top of 2. The text should be black. And I want to make it a font bold, margin bottom of 5. Oops, font bold, margin bottom of 5. There you go. Okay. And the reason why I did text black here, even though it's already black, is because you can actually go ahead and make it like a 50% opacity if you didn't want to go ahead and write opacity 50. Just nice little tricks like that, right? Obviously this one was a bit pointless, but if you want to know those tricks, it's just handy to go ahead and know that they exist, right? The next thing I want to do is just pop a bit of text in here, and I'm basically going ahead and plug in saying, if you want to go ahead and learn how to code, feel free to join us at 0 to Full Stack Hero. Okay, it's very simple to go ahead and join us. Just head over to Appwrite.com and you guys can feel free to join the community of awesome Popify members. Right, let's go ahead and style this out a little bit more. So now we've got a little bit more nice styling. I'm actually going to go ahead and center that text so it looks a bit cleaner. In fact, what I might do is also center this one as well, because it looks a bit weird if it's not both centered. Okay, and then after that, we've got H3, and this is just simply going to be a link, right? So you can feel free to turn that into a link yourself. I'm just popping in things like that, okay? I'm going to text center it as well. And if you do want to shorthand this, you can make the overall outside div text center, and it will make all the children text center as well, okay? So at this point now, what I want to do is head over to Flex. I'm going to make the entire div a Flex div, so you can see what happens is by default, it's going to go in a row. Okay, unless you're on React Native, I'm not going to get into that. So we're going to make it a column instead. I'm going to say the items should be in the center, and we can justify those items in the center as well. Okay, so that's more on the vertical axis. And then we're going to give the outside a flex container as well. We're going to say that's a flex column. We're going to centralize those as well. So item center and justify everything in the center as well. So justify and center. To be honest with you, I don't actually think we need this one. I think I had this before. So I'm going to go ahead and clean up our code as well. Get rid of that. Make life a bit easier. There you go. That's what we wanted, right? Sometimes I forget to clean up stuff. So there you go. That was an example. So at this point now, we've got the page looking pretty decent. And what I like about this is now you can split up your logic by having the page and the layout TSX file handling different areas, right? So your page, you want it to keep it as simple as possible. The goal that we want to do is essentially have the page.tsx, which is loaded into children, or any other page gets loaded into children here. And then we can actually have other things be part of the layout. So what do I mean by this? Well, what we can do is, if we go ahead and pop the body out, and we're simply going to make a main tag, and I'm going to pop this in and say that children is the main tag, okay? But what if I want to have a sidebar on all of my pages? So in this case, I'm going to create a sidebar property. So I'm going to add a comment here just for that. And then for the actual pages themselves, next to the main page content, on top of it, I always want to have a header, okay? So you can see I'm starting to mark things out just like so. So what I want to do is prepare my folder structure. So I'm going to go to package.json, create a folder, and I'm going to call it components, okay? Right. So we've got the layout done. So inside of the components folder now, I want you to create a sidebar.tsx. So sidebar.tsx. And I just want to it's worth mentioning that this code will be available in the Papa GitHub repo after. Okay, so make sure if you are, you can follow along for absolutely free. But if you do want to go ahead and get access to the code, if in case you're debugging or whatnot, definitely check out the Papa GitHub repo. There's over like 40 builds in there now. It's incredible how much we've managed to put in there now. It's crazy, honestly. I remember when it was one build. it's just time flies. So at this point, we are now building the sidebar, okay? So you can see right here, we've got the sidebar itself. So I'm going to go ahead and build that out right now. And how do we do that? So I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit bigger, like so. And then I want to have a div inside of here. And then I'm going to have an unordered list. The unordered list, my mouse is going a bit crazy, is going to represent this, all of the different elements on the screen. And then the top portion is going to represent, the sort of logo section. And I'm going to fix this annoying little text that we've got just floating there on the left, right? So over here, I'm going to go ahead and pop in my the same magnifying glass icon that we had previously. So I'm going to go ahead and push that in over there. Do my import trick like so. And the way I did that, by the way, was I went to the end of the text, control spacebar, enter, and like that, it would go ahead and pop in, okay? And then we've got you can't actually see anything right now because we're not actually pulling it in. So let's go to layout. Let's actually pull in the sidebar. Just like so, get rid of this over there. And now you can see the sidebars popping in. Obviously, by default, it's inline, right? So everything is going to be, by default, everything's block, which means they just kind of stack up full width. But eventually we're going to change it. We're going to add in some flexbox. We're going to add in some grid, all that kind of stuff. Right, let's go ahead and carry on. So sidebar.tsx, we've got we're going to add in, after this, we're going to add in the H1. And here I'm going to say web scraper. Okay. And then we're going to have an H2, which says scraping the unscrapable. I just thought that was kind of a cool little catchphrase, right? Scraping the unscrapable, right? And then we've got for this one, we're going to go ahead and say it's going to be hidden on small screens. So by default, everything's mobile first when you're doing Tailwind, okay? So it's hidden on the small screens, but on the medium screen, I want it to become an inline element, okay? And then I'm going to give it a text 3XL, and I want it to a margin top of 2. Right? Now you can see on a small screen, it's hidden, but the minute I get to a medium screen or above, it will pop inline, and then the text kind of comes into play. Okay, and the same for H2. We're going to say class name, hidden, medium screen, inline, and then we're going to say text should be extra small, and I want it to be italic. Give it a little bit of a cinematic-y, nice feel, right? Let's actually pop that over there for now so we can see it. Okay, and then for the surrounding div, this is going to be a flex column. Okay, so that pops it over the top. Then we're going to say items should be centrally aligned. So items on the center. And then we're going to say justify them on the center as well. Okay. And now after that, I'm going to give it a little bit of spacing from this bottom component by saying margin bottom of 10. And that just gives a little bit of breathing room. But obviously we're not going to actually have these stacked up on top of each other. This is going to be more so for the list underneath afterwards. What we're essentially going to have here is a bunch of sidebar rows. So these are going to be represented by sidebar row components. So imagine that's going to pop in at the bottom over there. So let's continue on. So for this point, after the div here, this is where we're going to change it all to what we want it to be. Okay. So pay attention. On small screens, I want a padding of 2. Okay, and then as it gets bigger, I want to do a padding of 10. So after a medium screen, it's going to get a padding of 10. Then I'm going to say padding Y of 6. So I'm going to override either or of so the Y is going to be 6, right? You could just do padding X, but I'm lazy sometimes, but that's fine. And then we're going to add an overflow in. So if you ever have to scroll on here, it's going to have a scrollable element, right? So I want it to have a scroll bar when we need it. So what I do is I type in overflow Y auto. Auto means that it doesn't show when it doesn't need to, but it shows when it is basically overflowing. Okay, if you had overflow Y scroll, it's always going to be showing, which I don't want. All right, then we're going to say a border on the bottom, and this gives us a nice little border on the bottom there. You see that? And then we're going to say border should be indigo 500, and I'm going to give it a 50% opacity. Okay, so a nice little subtle border. Okay, and then now that that's kind of in place and it looks kind of semi-decent, what we can do is firstly I want to show you, so you see that's what we kind of wanted. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to reconfigure our layout. Okay, so this is what's actually going to tie everything really together so it kind of doesn't look so silly and it looks kind of nice together, right? So the first thing I want to do is in the body, I'm going to go ahead and say that the class name is a flex. Now flex is going to naturally put things in a row. Okay, and this is where we get that same problem. So what I'm going to do is go back to my sidebar, and where I had web scraper and even where I had this text, I actually want to center all of this, but I don't want the sidebar row to get affected. So what I'm actually going to do is only apply text center to these elements here. So text center. And what I did there was I pressed on this and I did option click, and I have multi cursors. Okay, so really, really nice little trick that you can do. And there you go. Nice little centered component. Okay, so inside of the layouts, we're going back over here. We're going to say on the medium screen, it should go into a flex row. Or actually, it's already on this flex row. I forgot to change that, so we don't need that anymore. I'm going to say the background color is going to be represented by a custom slight gray that I've decided. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a nice little gray. I actually want to give a very subtle color behind this. So if we go ahead and do that, you can see that actually did change color. It's now like a very slight tinge of gray. Right, so we've got the custom background color, and then I say a height of a screen. Okay, and this pushes it down. So the reason why I want to do that little border is because I like to emphasize when you're learning that that's actually going to push it to the bottom. Okay, so in this case, you see when I do height of screen, bam, it goes all the way to the bottom. There's a reason why we want to do that, because that allows us to have this sort of scrolling functionality that I expect and I like, right? So at this point, we're now going to get for the main. So where we have the header and the children, which we haven't built the header yet, but I'm going to go ahead and style it. Anyway, we're going to say the class name, and over here, you see there's just no padding, right? We obviously want to have a bit of padding. So I'm going to give it a padding of 10, and immediately you can see things start spacing out. I'm going to say that the max width of the main area should be 7XL. So that's going to be a restricted. So if I was to go ahead and zoom out, it's going to eventually have a max width constraint. right? So that way it doesn't ever get too wide. So if you're on like a 6K display or something, it's not gonna span a huge amount, right? So width full, and then we do MX auto. Now, if you notice, when I did it before, it wasn't centering, right? So what's actually happening now is this will use up the space it needs to. And then over here, what we're actually doing is, I'm just gonna draw this out. So imagine this was my sidebar. Then you've got your max width constraint being applied, but your MX, your margin X of auto is determining this space by itself, right? So without MX Auto, it doesn't centralize itself. So this would be kind of pushed over here without MX Auto, but with MX Auto, it basically makes sure that it stays in its max width constraint. So in this case, this is the max width 7XL being applied, so that constraint right there. And if you obviously did 6XL, it gets smaller and so forth. MX Auto makes it center, okay? I'm trying to do a lot more drawing on the screen. I find it always helps people out, especially when you're in the beginning of your journey. Okay, so MX Auto is in place. We're gonna do overflow Y auto, and then I'm gonna say the scroll bar. Also, I'm actually gonna start with scroll bars afterwards. It's cool. So that's actually a good starting point, right? So you can start to see where we're gonna go from here, right? So eventually we're gonna get to a point where it looks something like this, right? And again, just to let you know, this is deliberate. I did cancel this on the back end, so that way, you know, you're not seeing, you get to see all the transition states as we build it out. Okay, so once this is done, now what we're going to do is I'm going to, I just realized something. Oh yeah, that's actually fine. So here you can see that's not actually the outline that what I wanted. I kind of spotted that randomly. So on the sidebar, you can see it's the outline variant. All I need to do is change that to a solid variant, and I get this nice little solid color instead. Right, that looks a bit cleaner. And also something which is pet peeving me, I'm going to give it margin bottom of 2. There you go, a little bit of breathing room. I'm also going to bold it out a little bit, font bold. Right, so from that's better. Little things for me that bother me right so much. Okay, so at this point now I'm going to build the header. Now the header, so we're pausing on the sidebar. I'm going to go over here to the central page portion, and the header represents the search. So the search is going to be actually really important, because the search is going to be responsible for when I type in a value, it's going to go ahead and add in a new scraper or initialize a new scraper. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So heading over to our sidebar, what I want you to do is go ahead and type in your components, create a new folder called header.tsx. Right now in here, I want you to do rfce to create a new functional component, and then we can go ahead and get rid of that, as we don't no longer need that in the top. Now for the header, what we can do is we can actually change firstly the tags. We want to be SEO performance. We're going to tell any Google or bots or any of that stuff that is actually a header, right? Then what I'm going to do is put a form in. So this is a little trick. So if we're ever having like a search field where we want to have the behavior whereby we type in, hit enter, and then it submits the form, that's where we go ahead and use something like a form. Okay, so we've got the input field. And I'm going to go ahead and put this over here. We've got an input field, and we have a button called search, right? And obviously I've left this in here. Oops. We've got a button called search. Okay. And I'm actually going to show this right now by heading over to my layout.tsx and simply getting rid of my little annotation here and actually popping in the header itself. Right, that looks good. And now we can see our search field over there. So my button right now is there. I can type in my input field. So let's close that, go back to our header. Now what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to hide the button. I'm actually going to say it's a hidden button. And you're probably wondering, why would you do that? Because I actually want the kind of the UI to be very sleek. So I'm going to have a placeholder which says search ... And then I'm actually going to try and make this a little bit easier for you lot to see. There we go. Okay. And then inside, or underneath, I'm actually going to have a magnifying glass icon. Right, so underneath the button, I'm going to have a magnifying glass icon, and this will be in fact a solid magnifying glass. So I'm going to go down one, and as you can see, we're going to create this custom sort of search field, right? So the way we get it to look the way that I don't like the way it looks right now. I'm just throwing that out there. I want it to look super clean. So I'm going to go to my form, and I'm going to chuck in the class name. I'm going to say flex. Items should be centrally aligned, and look, pay attention to this part over here. Item center. I'm going to say it needs a space X of 2. And as you can see, that moved away a little bit. Then we're going to say justify center as well, so it goes into the middle of the x-axis. We're going to round the corners off, so rounded 4. I'm going to give it a padding Y of 2, a padding X of 4. Background should be an indigo, but very subtle 100. And I need to give it a max width of a medium. right? So that, as you can see, if you don't ever wonder like where the heck is it actually building to, hover over it, it will tell you 28 RAM if you have got the extension installed, and then MX Auto just to keep things 100% centrally aligned. And as you can see, guys, that's actually beautiful. Right, that looks really good except for this little ugly background portion right there, but I'll show you how we fix that. Okay, right, so we've got the form dialed in. The reason why that background is there is because we need to style out the input. First thing I want to do, you see how it's not taking up the full width? We need to say flex 1. This means that this input form, which is inside of a flexbox container over here, so you see the form is surrounding the input form. What we essentially do is by making the input flex 1, you're saying that input should be selfish, take up all the room. So you see, bam, it takes up all the room. Then what we can do is say outline none. Right now, before I save the file, you see I get this nasty blue outline. I hate that. I don't like it. It doesn't look good. So I'm going to do outline none. Now you can see I no longer get the outline. Okay. After that, we can go ahead and proceed with a background of transparent. Now you can see it blends in with the previous background, which looks a lot nicer than I think. Yeah. Then we're going to change the text into an indigo of 400. And I'm going to make the placeholder text slightly lighter shade of indigo 300. Okay, so now you can see very subtle design hints, but as you can see now the placeholder is there in a subtle indigo, and then I can go ahead and type in something like MacBook Pro, and eventually if I hit enter, you can see how it refreshes the page. That's not ideally what we want, right? We don't want it to refresh the page. We want to handle the submit function ourselves. So how do we go about doing that, right? Well, we go to the form and we simply add in the on submit function, and here I'm going to create a function called handle search. Okay, and this function I'm going to go ahead and populate it up the top. So I'm going to say const handle search. I always get the question, what is that autocomplete? That is actually called autopilot. So we created an arrow function, and here TypeScript complains. It says you've got an E. You're basically saying it's an any type because you haven't defined the type. Now what you can do here is a little trick. You can go ahead and add a little arrow call here, and if you hover over this, it gives you the type for the submit function inside of that element. So this is a really nice little hack that I teach all my students, and what you can then do is import this by going down there and simply popping it in. So control spacebar at the end of this. Then what you do is you get rid of that signature, and bam, now I have the perfect type definition. Incredible trick, right? And now I can do things like e.prevent default. That prevents the page from refreshing. So now, here's the next issue. So you can see, as I've added in a event handler, for example, something like on submit, when we are using Next.js 13. So when I mean this, is when we're using anything inside of the new app directory, which actually includes the components directory as well, right? If we go ahead and build a component, by default now, when we're using Next.js 13, including the app directory, the components will be considered as server components. This means that they're rendered on the server, which means there is no window to actually mount things like interactive or click handlers to. So in this case, an on submit function or any piece of state or anything like that is actually not going to work, right? So what we have to do is we have to take our header and we have to say, you have to be a client component. And client components are able to go ahead, and they're the ones that we're basically saying, you need to now load on the actual browser. So you're not going to get preloaded on a server, which means, yes, you're not going to get that super fast page load just for that component, by the way. It's only going to be for that component, yeah? So the rest of the page will load in a server fashion. But just for that one component, we're going to say you need to load on the browser, and that allows us to have a window that we can then go ahead and attach state. We can attach, click handlers to, and that sort of thing. So the way we do this is we go to the top and we simply say use a client. Now, if we refresh the page, you see we don't get an error anymore. So the rest of the page was server rendered, and this was loaded on the browser, so the client. And that's so powerful, guys. That really is so powerful, okay? Because you're now getting this seamless integration between client and server components. Okay, so now we can go ahead and do things like the on submit, and I highly recommend that you don't just throw that around willy-nilly. You make sure that you only add that in when needed. Okay, so don't throw that in every single place you go. I promise you're going to end up defeating the purpose of using Next.js. You want it to be efficient, you want it to be super neat. Okay, So at this point now, if I go ahead and type in something like MacBook Pro and I hit enter, you shouldn't see the page refresh. Good, okay? So now what I need is a reference to this input, so that way I can see what the user typed in. So I'm gonna go ahead and get something called a ref. So I'm gonna call it an input ref, and we're gonna use the use ref hook from React, okay? And the way that I can do this now is I basically firstly gonna initialize it with a value of no, and the type of this reference is gonna be known as an HTML input element, right? So I like to be type specific to make sure that we're not going to throw ourselves any errors. So I go ahead and I grab this input ref and I attach it, and think of this as something like a pointer, right? So think of it as a big pointer, and it's just now pointing towards my input field. So whenever I need the value from it, I can go to that pointer and I can say, give me your current value. That's all that I need to do, right? So it's actually really simple when we break it down like that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to store that in a value. So I'm going to say const input equals input ref current value. Current is the current thing that you're actually pointing at. It's the reason we're using optional chaining is because it could be undefined, right? In case, anything happened, it wasn't correctly mounted or anything like that, then we're going to get the value. Then what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, if there was actually no input, simply return. Like, don't do anything at this point if there was no input, okay? If there was an input, then what I want you to do is I want to go ahead and clear the field. Now, bear in mind, what I've done here is I've copied the value into another variable, and then I want to, for the UI purposes, I want to actually go ahead and get rid of this value, right? So what I'm actually doing here is, remember, this is going to get stored in here. So afterwards, essentially what you can do is you can go ahead and say, if there is a value here, right, then we're going to go ahead and clear that value to empty, but we've still got the value stored that was initially there. That way, when I hit enter, it just disappears, right? Otherwise, what you can have is sometimes a user might think they haven't submitted something, and that's going to cause something that we didn't want, because they might submit the same thing like 5 times thinking it hasn't worked, okay? Then what we're going to do is do a try catch block. Okay, try catch. Now here, eventually we're going to have a call to activate the scraper. So we're going to say call our API to activate the scraper. Okay. And then on the catch block, we're going to say handle any errors. Okay. So eventually we're going to implement that. Cool. So that's done. And then eventually, even after that, we're going to simply go ahead and wait for a response, right? So we're going to say, wait for the response to come back. Okay, done. So that's going to be that pause for a second. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pause it there. Now what we essentially need to do is basically create our API endpoint. So over here, what I'm going to have is essentially an API endpoint like /API/activate scraper. Okay, something along the lines of this. Now, how the hell do we go ahead and create something like that? Well, we can do it a few ways. We can actually do it with the pages component, so the traditional API route, or we can do the new approach. What I'm going to show you is a mix of the two. Okay, so firstly, I'm going to show you the traditional route, and then if we get time at the end, I'm actually going to translate it to the new way of doing it, because I truly believe that it's still worth knowing how to do things the Next.js 12 way, because a lot of the code bases that you touch will be Next.js 12. And then it's also really beneficial to know the new way of how to do things, like the Next.js 13 approach, which is a lot cleaner in my opinion, and it uses the new root.ts file structure, okay? So let's go ahead and get that dialed in. So now what we're gonna do is go to our pages API, and right now we've actually got an API endpoint available at /API/hello. So now you can see name John Doe. And if I go into that hello.ts file, you can see we have this right here. Now, the issue with this approach is you can't actually tell what type of the request was. So typically what you would have found is you would have had to say like, if the rec method is not a get, or if it's a get, if it's a post. It just becomes a bit of a headache. I'll be honest with you. It becomes a bit annoying to do it that way, right? You kind of want to do it in a way that's going to be clean. It's going to be, concise, that kind of thing. So this is where Next.js 13.2 came into play, whereby right now we could actually send like a get, post, put, delete, anything to this route, and it would just work. I kind of want to show you a way that we can do it the new way with the root, right? So in this case, we're going to have inside of our app folder, I'm going to have a /. So in this case, I'm doing the new routing directory. I'm going to say something like activate scraper. And I'm going to show you right now how I would go ahead and recommend that you read the blog post for 13.2 for Next.js, then apply that new logic and stuff like that. And I'm actually doing this live. So I'm actually showing you live. The demo that I prepared has the old way, but I think it's going to be super beneficial for you to learn the new way. So I'm going to show you literally live on a stream right now. Yeah, so if it goes wrong, that's cool. We can learn together. Activate scraper. We're going to go ahead and say root.ts. This is a reserved file name for the new API structure, okay? So what I can do is I can type in Next.js 13.2, and there's a beautiful blog post over here, and it's got a really nice little snippet of code that I want to showcase to you. We've got the new metadata, we've got the dynamic metadata, and we've also got the custom root handlers. So this is the one that I was looking for. And what you can actually do here is you can export a bunch of different things. You can export a get, you can export a post, you can export a delete, and these are all the standards for the current REST API that exists, right? So in this case, we're only caring about a post function. So I'm going to go ahead and put a post in like so. Cool. Now with that in place, what we're going to do is basically go ahead and implement our request. Okay, so no different to how I typically would have done it here, except we're going to go ahead. And I just want to prove to you a point that if we did go ahead and say something like get right here, get, and I went ahead and said, let me just double check a example response. So if we had here, for example, a response, you can see return a new response 200. And I just want to prove to you a point of how this works, right? So if I was to return a new response, let's just ignore that for now. It just says hello. Let's just say hello, Papa Fam. So you know it's me. Hello, Papa Fam. And you guys are really going to like this, I promise you, right? So if we go over to our localhost 3000/activate scraper, and because I'm doing a get request, what we should see is hello Papa Fam. Hey, look at that, guys. Incredible, right? Just from this new sleek syntax. So this is Next.js 13.2, cutting edge, brand new stuff. That's what we do here, right? We learn the best, the newest stuff, okay? So that's how I recommend you now do your stuff, your roots. And it also seamlessly has an integration with the existing app directory. So you have this nice seamless integration with your Edge runtime and your Node.js runtime. And yeah, everything just works. Like, it is cool. I like it. Right. So at this point, let's go ahead and build out our API endpoint. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and pull. So imagine when I actually create this post request, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get the, I'm going to pass something like the search in the body, right? So here what I want to do is imagine when I've actually typed in a search term like here. So I'm going to type in like MacBook Pro, okay? I'm actually going to send this off as a search, as part of the request body, okay? So here what I'll do is I'll say something like this. I'll say const search equals rec.body.search, okay? And in this case, why is it freaking out? Let's have a look. Rec.body is possibly null. Okay, so let's go ahead and say this, rec.body search. So I think I need to actually give it a special type definition. Oh, okay, so this is where I haven't actually, okay, this is where it gets a little bit tricky because I haven't actually prepared this one and I haven't done this example before with the new structure. So that's going to be a bit interesting. Does not exist on type request. Okay, so rather than doing this live, which I don't want to do right now, we could, okay, you know what, screw it, let's try it. Next.js 13.2. I'm actually doing this live and figuring out. I haven't done the post function before with the new folder, the new API, but I want to show you because I kind of want to get it done. So request, how can I get the type definition changed here? That's the wrong one, sorry. It's going to be for, I believe here, no, yeah, post, here we are. Request, optional. Here we are, context params, we can see it gets passed in. But for the post, I do want to see if I can actually get the item, next request, blah, blah, blah. I actually wanted the, gives you further control. Okay, so I think what we can do maybe is extend this. So we could maybe define a type. So we could say something like request and body. And I can actually pass in something like the search, okay? And I can say request and body, something like that. Is that gonna work if I do request, body, search? No, that's not gonna work, okay? Okay, so I am debating if we're gonna do this. This is This is tricky. I'm doing this. I'm trying to figure it out live. So I don't know if I want to spend too long doing this. Should I do it or should I not? Where's the TypeScript definition for this? This is a proper live right now. Next request, use const body iraq with. Okay, so someone just gave me it there. So use next request. So next request. And then that's not the one that I want though, I believe. So next API request, I believe, is the one that I need. Next API request. I don't know if that's gonna work though, but we can try it. Let's try that, right? So next API request. Next body search. Okay, let's give that a go. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and basically this is actually coming from the previous type definition. So next API request, next API response. Okay, so let's go ahead and give that a try, and hopefully it works. Okay, no promises. I'm hoping it works as just as much as you guys. Okay, so we've got that in. And then what I need to do is make a request somewhere else, right? So I need to go ahead and make, this is when I will eventually make a call to Bright Data to start the scraping functionality. Okay, so what I now want to do is basically go ahead and set up my Bright Data. So you'll get to this page and it will go ahead and prompt you. Now you can go ahead and sign up. And if it's just you by yourself, you can go ahead and just hit 1 to 9. Or you can sign up with Google. Signing up with Google is super quick and easy. Once you've done that, okay, we can go ahead and head over to our dashboard. So you'll find yourself at the sort of starting screen. Head over to the left side and click on Datasets and Web Scraper IDE. Then you're going to click on My Scrapers. Okay. Now what I've done is you need to go ahead and create the Amazon sort of scraper that I've got right here. But I've actually gone ahead and helped you do this. So we're going to go ahead and click on Developer Web Scraper. And then what I want you to do is in the third link in the description, I've actually included a GitHub link. Okay, so here you've got a bunch of different things. You've got Amazon product page, blah, blah, blah. In this case, we're going to click on start from scratch. You can actually go ahead and use any of these templates if you'd like. I'm going to start from scratch to begin with. Okay, then I want you to click on the third link in the description. The third link in the description will take you to this. And as you can see, what I've done here is I've included a bunch of different steps and a bunch of different guidelines for you so that you can actually see how to get your end result looking. So typically what it has is we're basically building the automation steps. So this is how we go ahead and program the scraper on how to go ahead and scrape and do what it needs to do. And I also recommend you firstly head over to this at the top here, the code settings, and click on code. Okay, so here you can see browser or code. Browser essentially means that you're literally going to mimic a browser going onto the website, but that's not really fast. Code is when you essentially are doing it in a headless fashion. So in a headless format, you're going to go to the page, scrape it and that kind of good stuff, and then get the things off it, right? A lot of people are asking, what is Bright Data? Bright Data is an amazing scraper platform. It also has a bunch of other things, but essentially what we're using today is the scraping section of it. And we're going to be using this to go ahead and use a massive network of IPs and proxies to actually go ahead and scrape data off Amazon. So that way you don't go ahead and actually get caught. You can go ahead and do this legit way, I guess, right? So in this case, I've got the code for you. So if we go to our GitHub repo, go to step 1 interaction code, simply copy this code. Okay, so copy this code and you can obviously customize it. What we're essentially doing here is going to Amazon.com and we're simply entering in a search term. Okay, so at this point, I'm just going to pop this into my left side. I'm going to pop this into my right side and we can now see. Okay, so where is my, where am I at? Okay, here. Yeah, so what I want you to do is for the interaction code, you simply go to step 1, interaction code, take it. For the parser code, you simply copy this right here and you pop it in the parser code, okay? And then you can go ahead and name your first step. So this one is going to essentially be navigating to the page and going ahead and getting your search term, okay? But in this case, we're not too bothered about going past that. Then what I want you to do is you can actually check out the README as well. I've actually put in steps and instructions, but we need an input parameter. So head down to input, click on add input parameter and type in search. Okay, this is going to be a string and it's not going to be a predefined value. It is going to be required, however. So we're going to click on save and now we have a search. Okay, then what I want you to do is go ahead and press on the that's fine. We can predefine value, it's up to you. Okay, but that's fine for now. Then we're going to click on add another step. The second step, we have step 2 interaction code. So I want you to simply copy this, pop this inside of here, and step 2 here. So think of it in a way that is very simple, right? So you can actually review this code if you want, but what it's essentially doing is step 1 is it's going to the Amazon page. So imagine step 1 is going to this page and landing here. Step 2 is it clicks into each product and it extracts the information from that page. Okay, so that's essentially what we're doing here. But then there are a few important factors here that we have to consider. All right, so firstly, what I need you to do is on the second page, we have to define our inputs as well. Okay, so each step has its own inputs. The second page has URL, search, and ID. Okay, so in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our second step. So new stage here. We're going to go down to our inputs. You can see we have fresh inputs here. So I want to go ahead and make the first one a URL. This is going to be a string. It is required, right? Then we're going to have a second input parameter, and this is going to be a search. And then we have a third, which is going to be the ID. Cool. Now we've got a URL, our search, and our ID. Okay. And this is essentially where we're going to go ahead and add in, our values and so forth. Right. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and click on finish editing. All right. So once you've done that, we can go ahead and finish editing. And right now, oh, sorry, my bad. It's already running the pre-save. Go ahead and close that. Ignore that for now. And as you can see, what it found was, oh, okay, so it went ahead and saved it, right? So that's fine. So you should get to this page. Okay, so then I want you to go ahead and click on edit the code, and I want you to just check something out before we carry on. So you can go ahead and actually test your code. You can click on press on here to run it, and as you can see, it will go ahead and run. This was an undefined sort of test, as you could see right there. So if we go ahead and click on new stage, let's go over here. I want to see if I had it correct. So search, let's just type in something like, let's actually go to save to development, because I haven't passed in the actual template stuff right now. So that's probably my issue here. As you can see though, it is pulling in the correct values. You see that? Because obviously I'm passing in undefined, right? So we can just say set up our scraper. Obviously when we run this thing, we are going to pass in things like the search and all that good stuff. Okay, so now new collector, we're going to say Amazon web scraper. And I've essentially gone ahead and built out our scraper. Now, obviously that scraper, you can feel free to go modify that code, do whatever you want to do with it. But I'm actually just skipping that bit because I want you to kind of not focus too much on the scraping aspect if you don't know how to scrape websites, but you can feel free to inspect that code and look at it, right? And you can see update available is because we've gone ahead and updated that code. So you can click update, click on update your collector. Okay, then you want to go ahead and click on integrate to your system, and this is what we want to get used to. We want to see this area, so initiate by API. So you can actually go ahead and use this right here with your API token, pass in a search term, and it will trigger your scraper. Okay, or we can initiate it manually right here, so you can pass in a search yourself and you can actually go ahead and do it. So let's try a manual search right now. So we type in something like MacBook Pro, and let's click on start. Okay, and as you can see, what happens is it goes ahead and it starts your job. And what this will essentially do is it will input, you see we're passed in one input, it will go to the pages and it will try to scrape the relevant information. And you can see here we have a collector ID for this job where it starts to begin the collection process. So it found 2 pages and it's going to go ahead and scrape the records. Now the way we set this up is it's not going to go through millions of different records in Amazon. I've actually limited it, so it's actually going to only pull in, for example, in this case, it pulled in 18 records. So if we were to go here and download the results, we can now go ahead and download our results. If I go ahead and click in, oops, oh God, that's going to open up Xcode. Oh no. Okay, so in this case, that's my bad. You can go ahead and click on download results. Oh, God damn it. Okay, I'll show you how we do that afterwards. But essentially now what this has done is it scraped in all the information, right? So if we do quick view, can I see? Yeah, there you go, quick view. So sample data, look at that, guys. So now you get the title, URL, sponsored, rating, reviews, price, previous price, and all this other good stuff. And now let me tell you, that's damn impressive, right? That's damn impressive. And the reason why that's so impressive is what was happening behind the scenes there is Bright Data took our sort of scraping code, but then it goes ahead and it essentially puts it on all of its IPs and proxies. And then those IPs and proxies, which consider it as IP as an IP address for a machine, right? So these machines go onto Amazon, basically execute the commands that we went ahead and put on there. So they're going to go into Amazon and actually start essentially acting as a user and scraping the information off of this, right? And then what it's going to do is it's going to return that information to us, and we can use it however we want. Now, the really, really cool part about this is right now, obviously, we can get the results by downloading it manually. But typically, I mean, that doesn't make sense, right? How the hell am I supposed to do that on my website? So here, if I go to delivery preferences, you can see that we now have a bunch of different delivery strategies. So API download means that we can actually go ahead and download the data afterwards. So we can actually go ahead and run the following command afterwards to download the data, right? But we can actually do something even better, right? We can use something called a webhook. So when finished, notify me by webhook. Okay. Now the first step is I do want my delivery strategy to be an API download, and you can use webhook here as well, but I'm trying to show you a mix of things. So I'm going to do a delivery strategy as API download, but I want to be notified when the webhook finishes. Now I'm going to do a quick illustration which actually explains the entire process. So I'm actually going to go to one of my favorite websites. I think it's called Yofla. Right, and it's just a black screen. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm on a black screen called Yofla. Let's go over here. And I'm going to quickly illustrate what the hell is happening, right? So imagine we've got our client. The client is my Next.js app, okay? So this is where you've got all of your beautiful app and you do everything on it, right? Then we've got our server over this side. Now the server in this case, consider it as Bright Data, okay? So I'm going to draw a little server right here. So ignore my amazing drawing skills, but this is my server and this is a Bright Data. Okay, so Bright Data is basically going to do the job of scraping. Now, Bright Data can scrape from any website. It can scrape from Amazon. It can scrape from Walmart. It can scrape from eBay. It can scrape from anything you define. Okay, so what we're doing is we're sending a request to Bright Data, right? So we're going to make an API call. We haven't written this code yet, but we're going to make an API call to Bright Data. Then what's going to happen is Bright Data is going to go ahead and scrape Amazon. It's going to get that data back. Okay, but typically what we would sometimes do is we would have to wait for the response to come back. Now, when we wait for the response to come back, we have to stay on the page. The problem if we stay on the page is if I leave the page at any point, if I go away, you know, and I kind of like, there's so many things that can go wrong at that point, and then I just won't get the results back, right? And then it's kind of broken the flow. But what if I told you there was a way that we can actually go ahead and bypass this? So you could send like 50 requests. Bright Data will go ahead and do the work that it needs to do, but then it will go to something called a webhook, right? So I'm going to visualize it in this way. So that way, hopefully it will make a little bit more sense. And yes, this may not be the exact way it happens, but this is the way I like to teach students because it's just easy to understand, right? So think of a webhook as like a messenger. So now what we're doing is when Bright Data finishes, Bright Data will send the completion. So imagine Bright Data sends a completed event to our webhook, right? To a specific webhook. Now this webhook, we can attach a URL to it. So we can say, you know, once that's done, I want you to go to, you know, my website, so mysite.com/activate scraper, or it could be, you know, /completed, right? So completed scrape, right? Scraper or something like that, right? Whatever you want, you can go ahead and deploy this, right? So now what's going to happen is when Bright Data is finished, it sends completed with a bunch of information attached to it. So it's going to have loads of different data attached to it, right? So imagine it scrapes, it gets the data from Amazon, the data gets passed along with a completed event. So now it hits this URL, and then we can do anything we want with that information, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, just move that to the side, and I'm going to push this into a Firebase database. Right, so I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. I'm just going to pop it here, for example, pop it into a Firebase database, right? So imagine if I pop in the Firebase database. So now what I'm doing is you have your completed scraper, and then the webhook is just going to go bam. It's going to throw the data into Firebase. So you see, even if the client disappears, the data always goes into Firebase because the webhook or this URL here is going to be the one that we're basically going to deploy this as a cloud function. So that's always live. That's always going to be live, right? So once that's always live, we don't have to care if the client was still there or not. It's still going to go ahead and wait for the information to come back and then push it to Firebase. And then here's the creme de la creme. Here's the amazing part that I love so much, right? So once it's in Firebase, what we can do is Firebase has a Firestore real-time database connection, so the client can subscribe in a sort of a subscriber fashion. So we're going to create a real-time connection to this Firebase database. So I'm going to do it in like an arrow like that. Okay, I don't know if that makes sense, right? Let me kind of make that a little bit neater. Right, so imagine we've got this kind of real-time connection between our client and Firebase, and now you see what happens, right? We can send like 50 different requests to Bright Data. It doesn't matter, right? These are going to be post requests that we're going to send, right? So 50 different post requests go to Bright Data. Bright Data starts scraping all these different websites, doing everything that we need. The completed data just fires off every time that every time Bright Data finishes its job, it hits the webhook that is over here that we're going to go ahead and deploy on a cloud function, right? So we're going to have a separate app, which is just going to be the cloud function. So I'm going to teach you how to do that. And then it's just going to populate our Firebase database every single time it finishes. Our client will then listen to it real time, and bam, just like that, your client is getting real time information, and you have a architecture here which isn't kind of like constrained to the client staying there. The client can go ahead, send 50 requests, go off his phone, head off somewhere else, come back, and then all the data will be there when it's ready, it's finished, right? So this is kind of a cool way of doing it, right? I hope this explanation helps you out. And if you want more of these kind of illustrations, let me know. I'm happy to do them, okay? So without further ado, let's add in a URL. And if you want to secure your webhook so that way not anybody can just kind of ping the hell out of it, you can actually add in authorization headers, and that could be a secret key, for example, that only you and the cloud function know. And then you can kind of do, you can check based on that. So at this point, we need to go ahead and develop our cloud function. So I want to develop this part of it, right? The my site area. I want to build this part. And this is going to be a Firebase cloud function. So you can see clearly here, Firebase is coming in clutch. So Firebase cloud function. Okay, so this is going to be a Firebase cloud function. So I'm going to show you how to build a Firebase cloud function, deploy this, so that way we have our, our API endpoint. And I'm even going to show you how we can ngrok and tunnel this, so that way we can kind of develop on it, use it as a test kind of environment, and then move forward with it. Okay, so let's do it right now. So we're going to go to our firebase.google.com, and we're going to create our cloud function. Okay, so remember, this can be a little bit overwhelming, especially if you're starting out. Don't worry, right? Remember, you can join Zero to Full Stack Hero if you want to learn all of this stuff. We just actually covered this inside of the recent coaching call. But yeah, I try my best to break it down as much as I can on the streams, but I hope you appreciate and enjoy that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new Bright Data project. And you can do this on the CLI if you want to as well, but I'm going to show you this way, right? So we're going to say Bright Data, and I'm going to say YouTube build. Okay, I've actually added a little space there. We're going to get rid of that. Continue. I'm going to disable Google Analytics. This will create my project. And this is going to serve two purposes, Firebase right here. We're going to have the Firestore real-time database. This is going to hold all the information from the scraper results from Bright Data. And it's going to do an amazing job of going ahead, scraping Amazon, just like I showed you right now. It's going to pull that information. Once the webhook fires off, it's going to hit our cloud function, which we deploy using Google Firebase Cloud Functions. That will then populate our database using the Firebase Admin SDK. Sounds like what the hell, but it's going to work. All right, I promise you. All right, so we're going to click on continue. Now, first things first, let's go over to build, and we're going to head over to cloud functions. So functions is right here. Now, in order to activate cloud functions, you have to go ahead and enable your plan on the Blaze plan. So you see it says upgrade your project's billing plan, but please understand there is a huge free tier here. Okay, so there is a free tier. So don't stress and, oh my God, I got to pay now. You don't have to pay. You just have to add in like a billing account detail. So that's all you have to do here, which is pretty standard for a lot of these things. Okay, so go ahead and click on upgrade project. And then I've already got a billing account, so I'm going to click on OK. And this will continue my account. And you can actually set a budget amount. So imagine you didn't want to spend more than £1, or in this case, you'll get an email at 50p, 90p. So I always get the question of, oh my God, it's going to cost me millions. Like, chill out, it won't, right? So I'm going to say, when it hits £10 budget amount, okay? Obviously, I'm not going to hit that, but I just don't want it to crash on the stream for whatever reason. So I'm going to click on purchase. There we go. And now that will have a limit. So there you go, page go, Blaze plan. There you go. And then we're going to go to get started. And as you can see, you need to install the Firebase tools globally, right? So I've already done this. I don't need to do that, but you can run that command inside of your, you're going to run that command inside of your terminal. Next thing, we have to initialize a Firebase project and deploy it. Now I'm going to show you a way to do this in a good way, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my terminal, and I want to make this extremely clear. We're going to create essentially two apps, right? So you can merge the two things. So even in the Papa GitHub repo, there's going to be two apps. There's going to be the front end, which is the Next.js app, which is the Next.js 13.2 app, which is going to be the whole UI, all that good stuff. And then we've got the back end, which is essentially going to be the Firebase Cloud Functions. And I'm going to show you how to go ahead and set it up. There's two reasons why you might want to do this. One, when you're maintaining your code and your project and all that good stuff, it's kind of nice to have two separate repos, right? You can actually work and maintain them separately, have your separate source control, all that good stuff. Two, it also allows you to not mess up your TS configs, right? So sometimes your TS config, especially as you get bigger projects, you might want to have certain rules in your cloud functions that you don't want to have in your Next.js app and all this kind of stuff. And sometimes it can cause a bit of an issue. So I want to make your life easy. So create a separate one just for now, okay? If you want to go ahead and do it. So we don't have Redux in this build. Someone's asking Redux. So let's go ahead and do documents, builds, okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and say make directory. So all I'm doing by writing my make directory is literally creating a folder, okay? And I'm going to say bright data YouTube build backend, okay? And now I'm going to go into that exact directory. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to say cd into that directory. And now I do code dot, okay? So I want to make this, again, extremely clear. I have two apps. I have my Next.js app on the right. Right, so this is my Next.js app that we were messing with before. And then I have the new Firebase app, right? And as you can see, it's just empty. It's completely empty, okay? So let's go ahead and do Command J to open up my terminal. Now, my terminal is inside of inside the correct directory. So at this point, what I need you to do is firstly, I'm going to type in git init. Git init is going to basically create a git branch for me inside of it. So that way I can eventually push this to GitHub, do all that good stuff, okay? That's the first part. Second part is I've already installed the Firebase CLI tools. So you would have to type in Firebase login. I've already done this step. So I'm just going to type in Firebase init, right? So once this is down, this will pop up the beautiful Firebase CLI. And it's actually a really awesome CLI. I do love how they've done it. It makes it super easy to go ahead and get things set up. So now that that's done, we're going to go down on the arrow keys. And you can see here we can set up a bunch of different things. So here I'm just going to go into functions, hit spacebar, and I'm going to just enable functions only, okay? So at this point, you want to go ahead and click on use an existing project, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and click on use an existing project. And then you can see here, I've got a bunch of different builds. Now I'm super confused because I'm not sure which one I just created. So what you want to do is here, Bright Data YouTube build. So that's my one that I'm doing now. Bright Data YouTube build is the second one. Click on that, right? And then you can see function set. So which language would you like to deploy in? I'm going to say TypeScript, right? Do you want to use ESLint? So you can use ESLint. Just for this tutorial, I'm going to say no, because I don't want it to bother me, bug me, and that kind of stuff. Do you want to install dependencies with NPM now? Yes, I do. Okay, so it's going to use NPM to go ahead and do this, I believe. Okay, so there we go. You see that, right? So now what I want you to do is Command B, and you should see your folder directory. Okay, so Command J to hide the terminal. And I want you to look at your new folder structure for your backend. So you've got functions, and now you've got your source folder, you've got your index.ts, and then you've got a bunch of examples here. So I'm going to go ahead and just uncomment all of this for now. And as you can see, we've got start writing functions, we've got some examples right here, and we've got, you know, an example of a hello world right here as well, okay? So what I want you to do is I'm just going to get my stuff on the screen so you can get things ready. Is we're going to go ahead and create a, you know, like what I talked about before. So now we're creating this webhook that we're eventually going to hit, okay? So once Bright Data finishes, eventually it's going to push it to this webhook. So I'm going to change this to be called on scraper complete. Yeah. And then that's going to be the name of the webhook. So it's going to be like a URL / on scraper complete. And then we're going to do functions, HTTPS on request response. And now over here, we can go ahead and just say, like, we can test this out, right? So I just want to run this just to see if it works. So we're going to do Command J. And then what I want you to do is, if you ever don't know what the command is to run it, all you got to do is Explorer package.json, Command J to hide that, Command B to hide that. And then you can see you've got all your scripts. You can do like npm run build, npm run serve, npm run shell, npm run start, all that good stuff. I'm just going to go ahead and do yarn. Wait, is it yarn or npm? Okay, package lock. So npm run serve, right? And as you can, oh, okay, so this again, you're going to run into this as well, right? It always happens with me. You have to cd into the functions directory. Okay, so cd into the functions directory, and now you can do your npm run serve, right? And what this will do is it will run npm run build and Firebase emulator start only functions. So basically what that's doing is it's going ahead and starting the emulator suite for Firebase, but it's only starting the functions emulators, right? Which is what we want for now. So in this case, you can see using node 16. So before we carry on, I want to do something to prevent a bunch of issues later on, which, trust me, will end up killing you, annoying you. So I want to cancel this. So Control C, and then I'm going to go Command B, package JSON, Command B to hide, node 18. Okay. And at this point, I'm changing my node version to 18. But what we have to make sure is that we're actually running the correct node version. So if you type in node -- version, right, you'll see I'm on 16.8.1 right now. Now, I highly recommend you download something called NVM. NVM is a node version manager. I'm not going to go too far into installing this, but it's a really good awesome way. All you need to do is copy this into your terminal and you can go ahead and install NVM. But it's an amazing way to actually switch between versions of Node. And it's actually something you'll really need in your production environments when you're working, right? So I recommend you get that installed. So if I type in NVM ls, NVM ls tells me what's on my system and what version I'm currently on. So it tells me I'm on version 16, but I'm actually building this in Node 18. So what I need to do is type in NVM use 18. Right? And if you don't have it, you just type in NVM install 18. Now what it's going to do is it's going to switch my node version to node version 18. So now if I type in node -- version, you can see I'm now on node version 18. And it's worth mentioning that if you close this and come back, you're going to have to make sure you switch your node version again, right? There is a way to set the default, but I'm not going to change it for now. See, the default right now is 16, okay? But in this case, if I do NVM ls, you will now see that we are now on 18. Okay, so now that we've switched our node version, we can go back and we can type in npm run serve. So you've got some production little tips and tricks going on here, right? If you're really finding this helpful, again, watch and make sure you smash that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you haven't already. NVM is a real treat. It's something that you should be using in your developer journey. Okay, so at this point, you can see we have our little URL here that's given to us, okay? So HTTP function is initialized. Let's go to that URL, and what we should see is we get a nice little hello from Firebase message. And that's actually our endpoint, which we've programmed over here. So Command J, hide the terminal. You can see hello from Firebase. So it's working. This is great, right? Now, question. What I want to do is I essentially want to have this running so I can develop on it, but I want to be able to actually have my local host, which is the URL that I just saw, hello from Firebase. I want to port that and essentially tunnel that onto the internet. So that way, when I'm developing and testing the webhook, I can actually go ahead and use my local host to develop my solution. And then only when it's ready, I can deploy, and then I can use that as the main webhook URL. So a lot of the time what you would have found is, you know, you'll see like, oh, put your webhook here. Then you're probably wondering, I have to keep deploying so I can update my webhook, which is kind of annoying, right? I'm going to show you a way around that, right? And it's actually a really cool little hack. Not really a hack, but it's just something that like a lot of devs do in the production environment. Okay, so we're going to split the terminal. So on my left hand side, I've got my functions running, and we're going to use something called ngrok. Okay, so ngrok is an awesome tunneling sort of tool. So if we type in ngrok, I'm going to show you it right now. So it's called online in one line. This is a little tagline, and essentially what you're doing here is you're basically going ahead and where is it? Now I want to show you the actual main screen for it. Okay, they just changed this, but there's a nicer way of putting it in. What is it? Oh, no. Okay, anyway, screw that. Don't worry about it. But basically, what you want to do is head over to the download. So go to ngrok/download, install it. I've installed it with Homebrew. You can install it with a bunch of whatever approach you want, install it, okay? Once it's done, all you need to do is start something called a tunnel. And what you want to do is you want to forward a certain port on your machine, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and forward the following port. So if we look over here, you can see the emulator is running on the host port 127.0.0.1 5001. So that's the port that I'm going to start forwarding, right? That's the host port. So what I can do is I can go here, I type in ngrok HTTP. Basically, I'm saying forward the HTTP 5001 port. Hit enter. Okay, now I've got an account, so I've actually logged in and I pasted in my key. Again, when you install it and set up all that good stuff, make sure you check it out. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and you see I've got a forwarding URL here. So this one right here is the one that I want you to pay attention to. So copy this and just simply pop that over here and then do /. And here you can see on scraper complete. So I'm basically, this is now a fully functional forwarded URL. Okay, so if I go ahead and head over to that now on the internet. So, okay, so I have an antivirus. It freaks out, and I'm not gonna lie, it does that quite a lot, which is a bit annoying. So I'm just gonna go ahead and sort this out for a second on my machine. So that way it fixes it out. Give me 1 second, guys. Super annoying. Well, why does this have to happen when I'm live? Right. There we go. So I'm going to go on to it's happened on the coaching call as well. Okay, cool. So at this point now, we're going to go here and we're going to click on visit site. And as you can see, it says not found. Okay, so that's not ideal, right? That's not actually exactly what we wanted. But that's how you would essentially go ahead and set this. Oh, sorry, my bad. So we actually wanted it here. You want to grab the rest of this. I actually didn't even get the most of it. So we want that Bright Data Build US Intro, right? So this is the one that you actually wanted. Okay, so there you can see hello from Firebase. That's what I wanted, right? So you need to go ahead and get all of this stuff, right? So the rest of the URL is what you need. So now we've got a live URL, a link, and make sure you know that can sometimes expire if you haven't got an account. So make sure you don't go ahead and mess that up too much. But now what we can do is we can take this, we can go over to Bright Data. So I can simply go to Bright Data. I need to close that. That's Xcode. We're not using Xcode, not today. And then we're going to go over here. And now here's my Amazon Web Scraper on Bright Data. And where we had the webhook, I'm simply going to go ahead and pop it in there. Okay. And as you can see, my URL is there. Now I need the full URL. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and take the full URL that we just talked about. So I'm going to go here, copy the full URL, paste it in here. And what's so good about this, guys, is every time you start ngrok, by the way, you get a new URL. So just remember that, okay? So you're gonna have to update this if you change it. But now what I can do is I can develop on this and actually test this out to see if it works, right? Which is really powerful. So now what I can do is if I go ahead and sort of log this out, and I'm just gonna move this to the side. So ngrok is running in that little gap. If I go ahead and type in test webhook, you see how it sent a message to my server? So look at this. If I go ahead and type test webhook, nice. Look at that, guys. It actually works, right? So let's go ahead and click update. So a lot of you are saying it's insecure, blah, blah. So that doesn't matter right now, because when we deploy it, it will actually go ahead and be, when we actually deploy this, it will be a HTTPS URL, right? And even right now is HTTP tunnel, is HTTPS tunnel, right? Okay, so we're going to click update. So now this is gone ahead and set up. Okay, so what I want to now do is, obviously you should be using authorization as this is a demo. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And also something I want to mention, this is so handy because if you're trying to demo an app to a client, for example, you can simply tunnel your local host 3000, for example, show them the app over a Zoom call or something. And then when you're finished, you just cut the terminal and that's it, right? You pretty much, you only show the demo for the period as opposed to just deploying the entire thing. Okay, so at this point, we're going to pick up the speed because we've got a lot of work to do. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to add in a little bit of a test sort of situation. I'm going to type in console log, say scrape complete, right? Request body, and then I'm going to go ahead and just pop in this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my server, npm run serve again. And as you can see here, you can add a little listener in the background. My ngrok does not need to change because all it's going to do is keep on forwarding the same port. So you don't need to keep changing it. You just need to go ahead. I'm just rerunning this, right? Yes, you should be actually setting up a listener and then it kind of changes. But anyway, okay. So at this point now, we've got the scraper complete. And what I can do is we should see here, if I do Command K to clear that terminal, if I click on send webhook, we should see scrape complete in a short second, right? So scrape complete. And as you can see now, it's given me a bunch of information from that completion. Okay. So as you can see now, we've got the success, the ID, which is a test, and it's given us a collector ID. And this is an example of, remember when we done that collector in the beginning, we actually went ahead and got something similar to this, right? It was something like a collector ID. So now we've got our webhook fully functional, okay? So with this in place, we actually do get more information than that, or actually, to be honest, this is all we kind of care about, right? So with this bit done now, what I want to do is I need to now go ahead and pause this process, head over to my Firebase, and now we're going to set up our database, right? Because what I'm going to need to do is actually have a database that I can now store some information into it. Here's the flow. Client is going to make a request to our own API, and then that's going to go ahead and tell Bright Data to start scraping the website. That's going to then push a piece of information into Firestore saying scraping has begun, right? And it's going to put a status of pending. Now, when it's pending, in the pending state, that's when we're going to see the loader. That's when we're going to see, all of the loading situation, like you can see over here. So that's when we're going to have all of this information like so. So when it's in the pending state, you're going to see this. Then once it's completed, it's going to stream the data into your Firestore database, at which point your client is always going to be listening to that information, okay? So all of this good stuff to come, we have a lot to work on, right? So head over to build, go to your Firestore database, and then we're going to initialize our database, right? So let's go ahead and do this. How do you make the VS Code tabs bigger? Command plus and Command minus to make your font bigger and smaller. That's what I'm doing. And I use the pinch and move in to zoom in and out, right? So go to start in test mode just for this demo, okay? Just for this demo, I'm doing that. Obviously, if you're live, you should set security rules. Then we're going to click on enable, okay? Now at this point, this will set up our Cloud Firestore database. Now, once this is done, I need something called the admin SDK, right? And basically what this allows us to do is from a server-side perspective, as an admin, because it's only us have access to the server side, which in a controlled environment is true, then what we want to do is basically make changes to the database from the server side. But there's a way that we have to essentially do that. So we have to go over to our settings, project settings. And what I want you to do is firstly, we are going to go to our service accounts. Okay, now inside of service accounts, we're going to click on create service account. Now, once you've done that, you should see this, right? So this is where we are going to get our service account snippets. So we're not going to use this exact bit of code, but the main thing here is generate a new private key. And I want you to click on generate key. What this will do is it will download a large file onto our machine for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up that file. I just don't want it to pop up on the screen right now. And that's simply basically that JSON that got downloaded. I want you to hold on to that for a second, okay? So hold on to that file and keep that in the side for a second. Now, what I want you to do next is I want you to go over to your, I want you to basically, where you had that file, I want you to drag it into your code over here, right? So I essentially want you to pull that into your source folder like so, right? So this is what we essentially got. And I'm going to simply rename this long, horrible file to the service account key, service account key.json. Okay. Service account key.json. So we're just going to copy that there. Right. Now, once you've got this down, what I want you to do is simply create inside of your source folder, create another file called Firebase admin, firebaseadmin.ts. Okay. Now inside of here, what I'm actually going to do is I need to install a dependency. So I'm going to pull open another terminal separately. So this is another separate terminal. The other two are running in split screen, but I want to kind of keep it fresh on the screen. So now what I want to do is I need to install Firebase admin into my project. So I'm going to type in npm I Firebase admin. The reason why I'm doing npm I in this case is because I'm on a package lock right here. Okay. So now we are installing it into the project. So let's let that get done. I'm just wondering, did I install that in the correct directory? Yeah, I believe I did. I'm in the functions folder. Yes. No, I didn't. Did I? Oh, God damn it. I did the wrong thing. Okay. So at this point, what you can do is if you did what I just did, you can actually go ahead and delete that. Oh, damn it. Okay. And delete the node modules outside of here. So I'm going to get rid of that. Just ignore that I just did that. Forget that, right? Don't make that mistake. Delete the node modules outside of here. We don't want those. Nope. Okay, we want the node modules inside the functions folder. CD into the functions folder and then do what I did. So npm I Firebase admin. Okay, that's better. You should have it inside of your functions folder. Right, easy mistake to make, easy to fix as well. Don't worry. Okay, so at this point we've got the functions folder, we've got the Firebase admin done. So in Firebase admin now, So I'm going to do a bunch of imports, right? And I want you to just follow along with me. So I'm importing everything as admin from Firebase admin, importing get apps, and importing the service account key, which is essentially just a service account key that we downloaded earlier. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if we've already initialized any app previously. So if get apps will basically return to us any initialized apps, right? We're going to say if the length actually exists, in which case there is no apps available. So no app has been initialized. Then we're going to initialize an app using the credentials. We're basically going to pass in admin credential certificate. We're going to pass in the certificate to this call, okay? And that basically authorizes us. Okay, so once we've done that, I can then access my database in an admin perspective. Okay, so I can say const admin equals admin.firestore and then export my database variable. So this will allow me to now make a database call from the perspective of an admin. Okay, so once we have this in play, we can now do what we need to do inside of index.ts. So what I now want to do is essentially once I've actually gone ahead and created that scraper on inside of Bright Data, at that point I want to go ahead and actually input a collection here called searches and just store a piece of information, because then my client is going to then listen to that information. Okay, so at this point for the index, I want to import the following at the top of the file: my admin DB, import everything from admin. And then I'm going to go ahead and say the following. So I'm going to say from the request, what we get back, I want to go ahead and pull the success and ID from the body. Okay, so we're going to use those two things. That's what comes back inside the scraper. Remember, when I tested the webhook, those things did come back. So we're going to say if there was no success, okay, then what I'm going to do, for example, if that call failed for whatever reason, I'm then going to go ahead and update the database. So the way I do this is I simply go ahead and firstly, I need to make this an asynchronous function. I'm going to say await, okay, admin DB dot collection and then I'm going to go into the searches collection. This is where we're going to store all our information. Then I'm going to go into the doc, which is the ID, and this is going to be the collector ID. And then I'm going to set the following information. So I'm going to set the status to become error, and then I'm going to use the server timestamp. And the way we do this in the admin SDK is we say admin.firestore timestamp now. Okay, and what this will do is if there was an error for whatever reason, it's going to go ahead and update that information. But when you use the set function, you have to be very careful with Firebase. You have to include a second options argument with merge true. That means that you're not overriding everything. You're basically merging the data that was already there, and then you're going to go ahead and do it. Okay. Now, if you did get past that, we want to go ahead and actually fetch the results from Bright Data, right? Now, obviously, I haven't actually done the Bright Data bit yet, but we're going to go ahead and preemptively get this kind of set up. So I'm going to go ahead and say const data equals await fetch results, and then I'm going to go ahead and pass in the ID. Right, so I need to make this fetch results function. So what I'm now going to do is at the top of the file, I'm going to say const fetch results equals an asynchronous function which takes an ID, which is a string. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I need to make a request to Bright Data. Now on Bright Data, what you would have found was if we go over to our initiate by API, as you can see here, this request actually is how we collect the results from the first step whereby we initiate the call. So this will be doing from our Next.js app, right? So we're going to do that afterwards. But afterwards, I need to get the results. So I'm going to show you how we get the results over here. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to get an API key first. So const API key, right? And you need to go ahead and get your API key. Now, at this point, you can use process.env, and you should be doing it this way, and then have an environment file over here. So let's go ahead and start off with that. I ran into a few issues. I hope that I don't get into that issue right now. Let's actually see if we can get around this. So I'm going to go ahead and type in the following. So let's imagine we had an environment file for Bright Data API key. Okay, now this key, how do we get it? We simply go over to our Bright Data settings. We go into our account settings, and we simply go to our API tokens over here. Right now, once you've done this, there'll be a way to you'll be able to go ahead and actually generate a token here. I've actually gone ahead and done it, so I've actually already done it. So I've already got my token here. But if you refresh your token after that, you basically will get a string. Right, so I've already got my string. So in this case, I'm going to grab it over here. So at this point, all I wanted you to do was I could revoke this token and just do it again. So I could, I mean, to be honest, I could do that. Let's just delete this token. Okay, I don't want to do this right now. Okay, but you have to get that 2FA and stuff. But once you basically set up your token, you'll get a little string, okay? No, you can't do it here as well. Okay, that's fine. So at this point, I want you to go in here and I'm going to paste it. So I'm going to paste my key and then I'm going to close the screen. So I'm pasting the key. Right, so it's like a long digit with dashes between it. I'm now hitting save, and then I'm going ahead and I'm closing my environment file, okay? And then I'm closing the index.ts file, so there we go, okay? Now afterwards, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually get my environment file variable name. I'm gonna go back to my code, I'm gonna say process.env bright data API key. Cool, so now we've got the API data key inside of our code. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and but we're going to say const res equals await fetch, okay? And then I need to make a call to the data set that comes back. So first things first, I'm going to use backticks because I want to do string interpolation. Then I'm going to go ahead and do the following call. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it to this api.brightdata.com/DCA dataset with the parameter ID being passed in. Okay. Now, once that's done, well, we actually need to pass in things like the method and so forth. So the method here would be a get request. By default, it is a get request, but I just want to specify it. And then we have to pass in a authorization bearer key. Right. So in this case, we've got the headers here, and we've got the authorization and the bearer token. Okay. So you need to make sure you have that, otherwise it just won't work. Okay. Now, once that's done, we can get the information by saying const data equals await res.json. Right. Then what we need to do is essentially we need to check something. Now, the reason why this is important is we need to go ahead and see if the data is in a built state. Now, when we scrape data using Bright Data, it's not a straightforward 2-second process, right? Remember, it has to spin up IPs and proxies. It has to then go and scrape the data, which means that sometimes even when the job's finished, it could just be kind of consolidating the information. It might not be ready for us when we go ahead and try and get the information. So we're going to create a recursive call here, which basically in some sense will retry it every few seconds, right? So in this case, it's just going to keep retrying the function until the data is ready. Okay, so here I'm going to say if the data.status is either building or still collecting information, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, you're not complete yet. So I'm going to fetch again in 5 seconds, right? So trying again, but in this case, we're not doing 5 seconds. You can do a little timeout there if you want. I'm just going to say not complete yet, try again. Right? And this actually does do the trick a lot of the time, right? So in this case now, it's going to go ahead and fetch results. So what this does is it will go down, then it will go ahead and actually call itself again. And then it will keep repeating this until, and I found on the second run, it always gets it. Okay, so this is going to help us out. And then here, what I'm going to do, just for now, I'm going to cast any here because you should have a return type. But for this demo, I'm not going to get involved in that, right? And then what you can actually do is set debug points, right? So what I was doing when I was debugging this is I was saying debug 1, and then I was saying debug 2 to double check when I get past this, right? So that's how I'd recommend if you get stuck at that point, just make sure you go ahead and set debug points, watch the logs and see what happens, right? Then we're going to return the data afterwards. Right, so that would be the call to get the results back. Okay, so after that point, we should have the results from the finished scraping. At that point, what I want to do is update the database, right? So I'm going to do await admin.db collection searches doc and then set. And then what I want to do is over here, I'm going to set the status to complete, the updated at with the timestamp, and then I'm going to pass the results in like so. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it in like so, okay? And this will pass in the results and so forth. And then remember, again, because we're using the set function, I do need to do merge true, which means it's not going to override everything. It's still going to keep everything that's kind of in there, and then it's done, right? And then what I would really recommend is just add a console log here saying, we made it, or, you know, like the finished scraping. I wrote full circle in mine. I literally wrote this on mine just so I could see when I got to the end, right? But you can feel free to do whatever you want to do, okay? And then after that, you can say, you know, like, it really doesn't matter here what we're doing, because the main thing that's really going on here is here we could just say, okay, like finished, or we could say scraping, function, finished, right? Whatever, really doesn't really matter here. Okay, get rid of that. So at this point, the whole function, the whole purpose of this is going to act as what we need it to do for, what have I got a little error here? Let's see, what is my prettier freaking out about? My bearer API token. Okay, it's done. Yeah, we're good. All right. So at this point now we have our function ready to use. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to go over to my terminal, and now I'm going to restart my function over here. So see load environment variables, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to stop that. I'm going to restart my server. Okay, so now I technically have the backend kind of ready, right? I technically have the backend ready. So at this point, oh, we've got a little error because I have a full stop instead of a, oh, you know, see, it's always the small things. It's always the tiny things that catch us. There we go, npm run serve. Let's go ahead and cancel that out. So it's actually going to spin up the server in a second, starting emulators. There we go. And then we should see it being deployed. Again, it's on 5001 and it's still being forwarded on that same URL. So we don't have to update it, right? So this is good for the development purposes. So now this is pretty good, guys, right? This is exactly what I wanted. So now what we can do is we can go over to our front end again. So this is good. We can kind of forget about this for a bit. We can go over to our Next.js app. Okay, so now we're back on the Next.js front. Okay, so back over at this on this side. I know it can be a little bit confusing, but we're going to get there. Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our app, localhost 3000. Here we are. Now what I want to do is when I type in something here and hit enter, I need to execute a Bright Data API call, right? And this is going to be where the magic happens. So let's create that functionality in the header. So what I firstly want to do is go over to our header.tsx, which I'm already in, right? And then I want to do the API call to activate the scraper. And I need to simply pass through the search input. Okay, so I need to create a call for this. So I'm going to say const. This is going to be an asynchronous function as well. So I'm going to do async here. And here I'll say const and I'll say response equals await fetch. And this will be a / activate scraper call. Right? You can do / API, but in this case, I'm using the new approach, which is just to activate scraper. So we're going to say / activate scraper. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. And this is going to be a post function. And I'm going to pass in the headers, which are going to basically say that we are passing in application JSON, because we're going to sort of JSONify the data, right? And then we're going to pass in the body of this, which is going to be JSON.stringify. And then what I want to do is I'm going to pass the key of search, and I'm just simply going to pass through the value of input. Okay. So this will make a request to the activate scraper endpoint inside of our Next.js app. All right. Now at this point, we need to actually create that function. Right. So over here in activate scraper, this is going to be where we receive the post request. Okay. We don't actually need that now. Cool. So now what I want to do is I need to set up my scraper on this side. So what we are going to say is we're going to say const. What I like to do as well is I just have little console logs which tell me what's happening, right? So this actually helps me out quite a lot. So we're going to say submitting, and then here I'm going to say the search is the search. So I actually want to check firstly that I'm getting the search that I want, right? So at this point, we can actually just test this right now, to be honest with you. We can do Command J. I can sort of pull this over to see my server. And if I type in hello world and I hit enter, we can see search is undefined. Right, so I'm not actually getting my search, which is incorrect, right? So that's not actually what I wanted. To be honest with you, I think the reason why is because we're not using the correct. This is going to be tricky now because we're using the new APIs that I haven't even practiced. I kind of ran with this right now, so we're just going to figure it out. It's fine. So we're going to go to root segment request response. I need the request. There we are. And then inside of the request object, we have the request.body. Okay, so it is request. Right, let's just double check this. So it's going to be request.body. And I'm going to go ahead and get this out of there. Now it's freaking out because does not exist on readable string. Oh, I need to await it. My bad. Oh, I see. Equals await. And this one will be, does not exist. No. Okay. This is super annoying. Request body read only stream of the body contents. Let's do const search equals request body. request.body is a readable stream. How are we passing this though? I mean, I haven't to be honest with you, I haven't looked at this properly yet. I've actually just done it with the old route of doing things. But I kind of want to see if we can just check this out the way I want it to do it. So request.body. I'll tell you what, let's just see what it says, to be honest with you. Let's say submit request.body, yeah. And then let's have a look here. So submitting request.body, and let's look over here for ourselves. So you guys are seeing a live debugging session as I'm figuring it out. MacBook Pro, bam. Cool. So we've got a readable stream. Log post, readable stream. Okay, so to be honest with you, I don't know. This is where I wanted to figure out. So I'm gonna have a quick little check here. We haven't got any. I mean, I've got the music pretty low right now. So I'm gonna have a quick little dive into it. So right now, I'm just looking at Next.js examples of post requests, and I'm just talking you through it as I do it. Okay, so. Working this very soon. Okay, so what I might actually do then, guys, is do it the traditional way, and then when I figure it out, I'll make another tutorial on it. Okay, because right now I don't spend too much time on this to kind of figure out that side of things. So that's fine. We're gonna refactor it. We're gonna get it done. But I wanted to show you how we kind of do that in the first place, and then obviously once I figure that out, we can go ahead and go back and do it. I should have really kind of tweak that bit beforehand, but it's fine, right? But this is how you actually go ahead and get that request. Okay, so right now what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and change my header to simply be towards API /activate scraper, and then I'm going to go into, so we're not going to use this route, we're going to simply use the traditional route. So I'm going to go ahead and create a activate scraper.ts file. And here what I do is I simply copy my hello example, and I can modify this example right here. Okay, so this example, what I'm going to do is the next API response will include data or an error, and then the data is going to include a collection ID or a start ETA. So a collection ID or a start ETA, and then we're also going to have a type error, which is going to be like so. Okay. And then the JSON that we end up returning, for now, we're going to figure that one out in a second, right? So let's create this function. So this is actually now sitting at the / API / activate scraper function. Okay. So I will figure that out. I really do. I will figure that out. I'll make a tutorial for it and get that forward. I just want you to see that it's not always, it's not always super smooth. It's the natural reality, and that's completely fine, right? So we're going to say const here at this point. We're going to say const search. Const search equals request.body. Oops, what the hell? Request.body.search. I'm going to do this rec body. There we go. And so we're going to pull the search out. And then what I can actually do is I can just simply debug this and check. I can say the search is blah, right? And then here, just to kind of get rid of this little error right now, I can just grab that for a second, make that whatever, just so it satisfies. Let's go to our application over here, and what I would highly recommend you do at this point is pull up your terminal, type in something like MacBook Pro, and then we should see, okay, I'm still requesting from there. I need to save. That's the old URL, so let's go ahead and do it now. MacBook Pro, and we see searches at MacBook Pro. Okay, so that's the way that we traditionally did it, which is fine for now. We can do that. And then obviously you can refactor this demo tutorial afterwards as you wish. Okay, so the search is there. Then what we're going to do is make a request. So now I'm going to start speeding up so that way we can get this done. We're going to say async function, we're going to say const response equals await fetch. So await fetch, and right now we got the fetch. Right, let's go ahead and get this down. So I'm going to go ahead and make a fetch to the correct call. So at this point, to get the correct endpoint that you need to call, what I would recommend you do is go over to your scrapers. So the scraper that we just went ahead and created was this one right here. Go ahead and type in initiate by API, and over here. So this is what you want to do. You see here, right there, at QNext one, you want to go ahead and copy that URL. Okay, so I need you to go ahead and copy that. Then here we're going to do backticks. And then just like that, that's the trigger for me. Okay, then what you want to do is pass in the following. So you need to say it's a post method, and you want to pass in some headers as well as the content type being application JSON. The headers in this case is going to be the Bright Data API key. Now we haven't set the API key here. So in this case, remember we set it for the previous one, but we did not set it for this one. So in this case, what I'm going to do is set the API key. So go into this, create a file called .env.local, bam, pop it in. And I've actually got my key already from previously. So I'm just going to go ahead and pop in my key right now. So I've popped in my key and I'm now closing my environment file. Okay. At that point, you should see that it loads the environment file from your environment local. Okay, so there's no need to reload the file. We now have our environment file, our variable being passed in as a bearer token, which is great. And then we're going to stringify the search into the body. Right, so in this case, we're going to stringify the search into the body, just like so. Okay. Now, once we've done that, I'm going to go ahead and close off my search. There we go. So I always get a bit mixed up here. There we are. So now we've got the response, right? So in this case, we are making a request. So what we're essentially doing is triggering it as if we were triggering it here, but we're passing in the search term from our front side. Okay. Now what I want to do is after that comes back, I will capture the data by doing response.json. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and say response.json. We'll log out the data, and then we should get two pieces of information from the data. This is the collection ID and the start ETA, right? Once we've done that, I now need to go ahead and create a, from the admin SDK, as this is still the backend for our Next.js application, I now need to create an admin instance. So what we need to do here is I need to go to the top level for my Next.js app here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a Firebase admin.ts file. Okay. Now for the Firebase admin file, what I want you to do is you can do this two ways. You can either pass in your service account key, which is one way, or you can actually go ahead and pass in your or set this in your environment variable. It's completely up to you how you want to go ahead and go forward with that, right? So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following at the top, and we need to install Firebase admin into this project, because remember we did it previously on the other project, which was the back end of this build. So I'm going to go ahead and install that into the app, Firebase admin, just like so. Right. So in this case, we are installing the Firebase admin API. Then what I want you to do is remember that same file that we went ahead and downloaded. So there's two ways you can do it. You can either do it this way, or you can actually, there's a trick I did in the last build, which you can actually use, but I'm not going to go over that fully right now. Okay. What you can do is you can get the account key. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in that service account key right here. So I'm going to grab this and pop it in like here. I'm going to rename this file, and this is the one that I got from Firebase. So rename it to service account key.json. Go ahead, close that, uncomment it out. Okay. Remember, because this is on the server, it's actually pretty safe to do that, right? Then we're going to have the same example of how we initialize the app as we did previously on the back end, and then that will allow us to have an admin SDK instance, right? So in this case, now I can access the database in the form of an admin from the backend, right? So in this case, oh, there you go. Always do that. Anyway, we've got this down. So what I want you to do now is to basically go ahead and import the admin. So admin DB from the top like so, and we're going to say await admin.db collection, and we're going to go into the searches collection. Okay, and then we're also going to go into the document here. So here what I'm going to say is the collection ID, which gets returned. So basically what's happening is when I trigger the build, it will give me back the collection, the collector ID, right? So in this case, we'll actually have a record or an ID. So what I'm actually going to do here is use that collection ID as the unique identifier for that document. Then I'm going to set a bunch of information inside. I'm going to set the search, then I'm going to set the start ETA status and the updated app like so. Okay, now we do need access to admin at the top. So what I will do is head to the top and simply do import admin from Firebase admin, because we always want to use the admin server timestamp. Okay, so now that we have that in place, we are going to go ahead and say if that all went well, we are going to return a status of 200, and we are simply going to return the collection ID and the start ETA. This is getting pretty pumped out. I think we're going to get 700 likes. This is crazy, right? So we can say collection ID, start ETA. Cool. right? I know this is a trickier build, but don't worry, it's fine. This is levels, right? You can go ahead and progress your levels. This video is going to always be here for you to go ahead and experience webhooks, experience web scraping, all that good stuff, right? So at this point now, we've got that down. We're going to go ahead and hit save, right? So I do want to surround this entire block in a try catch as well. So where I am doing the top right here, I want to do a try statement, and if at any point any of this fails, so I'm going to wrap the entire thing in that. I'm going to say catch the error, and just basically give me a nice little error message as well. So in that case, I will do something along the lines of this. So for now, I'm just going to go ahead and assume this is any. I'm not going to get too far into this, but yeah, we're going to log out the error if anything happened. Okay, it's handy for debugging, all that kind of stuff. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and test it out, right? So let's try it out, guys. We're going to go into, and I'm going to show you how you can debug and check this yourself. So what I want you to do, have your local host open. Then I want you to have your Firebase instance open as well. Okay, so I want you to have your Firebase, because a few things are going to happen right now. So have your Firebase instance open, kind of make it a bit smaller so you can see, like, you know, your collection here. Then I need you to go to your Bright Data here, pull this open as well. And in Bright Data, I want you to go to your web scraper. I want you to click this and click on statistics. And here you can see where your runs are occurring. Right, so now think about what's going to happen. I'm going to run you through all of this as well. Do not stress, right? So we're going to go into our app. And what I'm going to do right now, guys, is I'm going to go ahead and initialize a build, which means that what we should see here is that this will go ahead and start another build the minute I call this. So if I go ahead and type in MacBook Pro, hit enter, right? So what we should see now is, look, oh, it's doing it. We have this ID. Let's see if it got added into our database. So hit a little refresh. We should have a searches collection. Hey, there we go. And there it is, FN, amazing stuff. Nice. And as you can see, it's in a pending state, right? This is how we're eventually going to reach a point like this, where it's pending, right? So at this point, we have the pending state. This thing is scraping the information. So this is great. This is really good, right? And if I go into my actual build and see the terminal logs, you can see, look, the data is collection ID start ETA. So this is what's happening, right? So this is really good. This is what we want to see. And what will happen is eventually this will scrape the pages and it will return the records. Now, what we can even do is actually wait on the back end and see if something happens over on this side, right? So over on the back end, if we look at the server running, once this finishes, this will effectively ping our webhook, and then it will go ahead and execute the code, which should then change this to go ahead and become the results that were populated from here. Okay, so as you can see, it's fulfilling the pages, so it's begun the scraping process. This is exciting stuff, guys, right? It's fulfilling the scrape. So if you go ahead and check on it, it's 50% of the way done. And just to go ahead and show you right now, I kind of don't want to miss this. So look, 2 pages, 16 records. We should hit our webhook in just a second. So it's wrapping up the job right now. So typically after it's done, it will take a few seconds to go ahead and, you know, process the webhook, that kind of stuff. And now, as I mentioned before, we don't even have to be on our client anymore, because this is going to happen through a webhook architecture. It's going to hit the webhook. Now it's going to go ahead and modify this if our webhook logic was correct. Okay, so let's go ahead and be patient. So, oh, you can see something has happened. We went ahead and hit this. Oh, okay. I don't think my function was actually running. Oh, no, it did. It did. It did. It said, oh, did it? Is this working? Okay, so it's running again. Scrape complete. Finished. Your function was going to run. Oh, all right. So what failed on me was my timestamp, right? So again, this can happen, okay? But you see what's happened here, right? So what actually happened was we ran it from the client. So I want to stress this because it's very important. We ran it from the client. Again, we ran it from the client. It hit Bright Data over here, which is exactly what happened here. Bright Data started scraping Amazon, which was great. It sent a completed message to our webhook, which means that we saw our webhook get fired off and hit, okay? At that point, this is the webhook that was on it. At that point, it tried to update Firebase. Firebase had a problem with the timestamp, right? Which happens way too much, right? So there's a bit of an annoying issue right now with that, whereby if I do nvmls, are we still on 18? Yep, we are. So I actually run into this issue way too much, to be honest with you. It was for the updated at timestamp. So it was here, I believe. Yeah. So where am I using .now? It's there, right? So 2 places that we're using it. And let me just ensure that I'm using it from the correct instance of Firebase admin. Okay, yeah, so it's still coming from the right place. Oh, actually, wait a second. I think I'm on the wrong build. Yep, I get confused myself. So I'm gonna just double check my imports are correct. Yep, they are. Let's go ahead and try this again. Okay, so let's go ahead and do npm run serve. So that timestamp can be a bit of an issue. Don't give up, because honestly, it's just a temporary thing. Like, I don't know why that timestamp, and there's actually a whole Stack Overflow debate about this right now, where they're trying to fix that. I think it's been since a certain upgrade that's been a problem, but when you're watching it may not happen. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this test again. Let's go ahead and run it again. So we're going to type in iPad Pro, hit enter, and now what you can see is it will hit bright data. Bam, this gets affected as well because we've gone ahead and popped it in here. We can actually delete the iPad Pro, the MacBook Pro example as well, because that's like a dead one now. And then we can see here, and then again you can correlate it because it's i7e right there. Okay, so all this kind of stuff's happening right now. Mario says, I miss pop energy and Sunny's inspiration motivation along with his amazing teacher skills. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. So at this point, while this is happening, I do want to kind of get past this point. I want to show you once and then we can kind of build it out, but I do want to demonstrate the entire process. But I hope you can see, like, when we do obviously work with webhooks, this is why it's handy to have ngrok, this kind of stuff, because we can develop locally and debug it. Whereas if I was doing this live, I would actually, or not live, I guess, if I was doing this with deployed URLs, I would constantly have to deploy my app every time I made a change. That's just not efficient. It's not a good way to work, right? So this is a way that I would highly recommend you do it. Let's double see what's happening. So again, that's going to scrape. Again, some stuff could be really quick. Some stuff can take a little bit more time. Depends on the IP, the proxy network, the busyness. Also, this is a developer demo right now as well. Okay. Someone says, do I use a tile manager? Yes, I do use a tile manager. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. But yeah, they help out a lot. Okay, so while that's happening, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to continue on with the build and carry on doing the things that we need to do. So I'm going to need to go ahead and set up on Firebase. I'm going to have to go ahead and set up a instance for our function. So in this case, I need to set up a client access to the Firestore database. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and create a new app. Here I type in Bright data, YouTube build, register the app, and then we wait for it. We get this add Firebase SDK. We've already done all this, blah, blah, blah. We can go continue to console. Nice, right? And then what I want you to do at this point is go into your code. So we are now inside of the Next.js app. Yep, we're over here, Next.js app. And I want you to go into where we had Firebase admin. I want you to create a file called Firebase. So firebase.ts, okay? And here, I want you to go ahead and do the following. So we're gonna firstly install Firebase into the project because it's different to Firebase admin. Remember that, right? So in this case, I'm gonna say yarn add Firebase. Nice, okay? And then, to be honest with you, that might have been what it was. No, I think I did actually. Firebase admin, okay. That one's scraping away. Let's leave it to do its thing. Okay, so while that's installing, we can go ahead and actually prepare the code for this. So we can go ahead and do this, bam. And then I can pop in my Firebase config. So the config that I actually had, if you go down here, was this one here. So you just need to copy your config. Go ahead and pop it in like so. And then we're going to do a simple check here to basically check if the app was already initialized or not. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop in here. And this basically checks if the app's already initialized, get the app that's initialized. Otherwise, initialize the app with the new credentials. And then what we do is we get the instance of the database by saying get Firestore. And this is using Firebase version 9 on the client side. Okay, so bam, this is looking good. We've got the database ready. Now, once that's done, let's just see for a second. Sometimes it can hang if depending on, if there's an IP network, and plus I have the demo codes against me right now, which is completely fine. It happens, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and modify something right now. So what I'm going to do is quickly go back to my my code and just continue on with something here. So I'm on the front end. There we are. It gets super confusing when you got all these different things open, and obviously on one screen while I'm teaching it gets a little bit intense, but we're fine, we're good. So what I want to do is that will go ahead and actually populate the database the way that we wanted it once it comes in. Now what I kind of need to do is on the front end, I need to actually go ahead and check out the results themselves, right? So once I've actually gone ahead and so once we go to, let's go to the header quickly. Yep. So once we activate the scraper, it returned back a collection ID. I can use that collection ID to direct the user to /search / that collection ID. Then we can create a dynamic route on Next.js to that page, and then we can render the information based on that ID. So I'm going to show you exactly how we can do that, right? So first things first, I need a router, right? So I'm going to go and say const router equals use router, and we're going to go ahead and make sure you don't make this mistake. Use Next navigation now if you're using Next.js 13, because that's the way we do things. It's super confusing, but yeah, that's the way you got to do it. And then what we're going to do is underneath the response, we're going to go ahead and firstly pass the information from the response, right? This is when we put into the pending state. Then I'm going to say router.push, and I'm going to do backticks for string interpolation /search / and this is going to be the collection ID. So if I hit save now, what we will find is if I go over to this page and I go ahead and type in, for example, iPad Pro, right? Or let's just type in PlayStation 5. Right? And now what you'll find is I will get redirected to /search / a collector ID, which makes sense because remember what we did is we actually pushed this over to the scraper. The scraper was initialized, gave us an ID. I stored that ID inside of Firebase, but I want to direct the user to /search / that ID. Now, how do I go ahead and set up a route like this? Well, it's very easy with Next.js 13. All we have to do is go into our /app directory. Then we go into, let's click on page. Let's go ahead and type in search to represent the /search. Then I'm going to have a dynamic component to that, right? So what I want to do here is it's going to be / a random kind of a dynamic ID. So what I do is I create a folder inside with square bracket notation and call it ID. You can call this whatever you want, really. You can call it ID, you can call it, collection ID. I'm going to keep it simple, call it ID. And inside of ID, I'm going to type in page. So this is inside of that ID folder, page.tsx. Okay. Now inside of here, we do RFCE. We go ahead and we create the page that we are looking for. Now this is going to be known as the essentially just a search page, right? So this is going to be the search page. And what's really good about these pages is we can actually go ahead and get something called the params out of these pages. And as part of the params, we get the, so let me go ahead and just make sure I don't mess this up. Yeah, so we get the page param. So naturally, when you have a dynamic route, in the page props, this portion here, the wildcard portion, it gets passed through as a param. And then the ID in this case is whatever you decided to call that, right? So if I called it like, collection ID, that would be collection ID and so forth. So I'm just going to create a type definition for this. So that way we can go ahead and protect ourselves. So in this case, I'm going to say params with ID string. Cool. So we've got this down, and then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and just, so now I have access to that URL right there. Okay. And I just want to double check. Did my scraper finish loading? So my scraper did find the records. Did it actually populate the database, or did I get the same issue? I think it was the same issue. Yeah. So reading now. So that seems to be breaking my function here. So we can see node version 16. I believe it's because it's running in node version 16. That's the problem that I'm seeing here. So node version 16 is causing that to happen. Although I believe I am running it in node version 18. Okay, which is strange. let's see, what did I start it with? Node version 18 at the host. Okay, so I'll tell you what we can do is you can actually, I mean, you could use the created or finished that as well, right? So what we can do here as well, just to sort of bypass this for now, is rather than using the timestamp that comes back here, what we can do is where I've done scrape complete, you see inside the request body, it's always handy because you can see what comes back, right? We can use the finish time, which is completely fine. So we can say the finished time, although the finish time is in a timestamp fashion, which is slightly different to the Firestore returned value. And the only reason this is happening is because my runtime of my library right now is actually stuck in 16, which is a bit annoying. So let's go ahead and just force this to, let's change this up. Let's just double check it. MVM use 18. I'm going to force it back into now using Node version 14. Let's now do it again, right? So let's go ahead and say yarn run serve and do it again. Just make sure, because you see in that debug, we saw that it was Node version 16. I know it's crazy, right? These things are so hidden away sometimes, but that can actually be the problem. Okay, so this is loaded now. So let's try and do the same thing again. I told you it's going to take a lot of debugging, but once you get it, I promise you it'll be worth it. Okay, so let's go ahead and run another test. iPad Pro. And as you can see, this should have kickstarted a scraper. There you go. Job is starting. Great stuff. And I do want to just clean up my screen a bit because it's kind of chaos right now. So what I am going to do is I'm going to move my backend code over to this side over here, so that way we've got a different page for it, right? So my backend code is over here now, and we should be able to understand when it gets hit on this endpoint. We should be able to see a version, as long as it's on Node version 18, that will be fine. Okay, can you not use the now function from the default JS date and time? Well, if you decide to do that, the problem is that you're actually going to go ahead and do the server timestamp. However, you might be right, because it's still going to be in the the cloud function, so that might actually work. But let's oh no, was it almost there? Oh no, so okay, same bloody problem. God damn it. See, it's doing it again. It's trying to read it and it's just not finding it. Oh. Okay, it's fine. For now, to bypass it, I'm going to use the finished app function. Okay, so I'm going to cut this off. That's okay. Oh, God damn it, it's so annoying. But yeah, that's what it is. It's the Node versioning being a mismatch here. So at this point, what I'm going to do is over at my request.body, I'm going to do, instead of this, I'm going to do finished. Okay, and we're going to use this for now. It probably will mess up my sorting a little bit later on, but we come back to that afterwards. That's fine. Okay, but I just want to show you because it works, and I just want you to see the entire flow. It's beautiful, right? But I really also appreciate you guys watching this side, because this is the reality of coding, and it's not always like, you know, clean, straightforward. It's debugging, which is why I want you to see this. So MacBook Pro, bam, hit enter on the search. And now what we should see is another MacBook Pro spin. Okay, this is starting off. So once this is done and it scraped the results, we should see this fly in over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and cut this. So, oh no, oh god damn it, my functions stopped. No. Okay, we need to try and get it spun up before this finishes. Otherwise, there's no webhook to hit. Come on, we're almost there. I don't know. Oh, damn it. No, admin is used but never declared. Oh, come on, man. Let's go. Okay, run serve. Is it going to beat me to it? It's going to miss the webhook. Because right now it's not running, right? So there's no webhook to run this off. So we'll see. Let's see. Come on. It can make it. Okay, we're up. There we are. So now it's up. The webhook's up. This is still running on that. So we're good. All right, so once that's done, then that will go ahead and ping this, and then we can kind of check on it in a bit. All right, so back to the code. Okay, so once that comes back, the optimistic approach will be that we will actually be able to go ahead and see the what's it called? React Firebase hooks. There we are. Right, I need to access React Firebase hooks. So at this point, once it comes back, on the front end. So I'm back on the front end now. What I need to do is I need to actually get a real-time listener collection to that document, because what's going to happen is there's going to be a results that come back, and I want to go ahead and log through that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this lovely library, React Firebase hooks. So I'm just going to install this into my project like so. So I'm going to go into the front end. I'm going to do Command J. I'm going to do yarn add React Firebase hooks. Okay. So while that's happening, what we're going to do, and a lot of people use this, right? React Firebase hooks. Now I'm going to go ahead and connect to it. And we've already got our client-side database connection. So what we can now do is we can actually go ahead and import the use document. The use document basically pulls in a real-time listener. Now remember, as we are now having listeners and all this kind of stuff, we have to convert this to a client-side component, right? So in this case, or you could do it on a more granular level, so it's not at the page level, but yeah, I'm going to just do it at this level for now. And then we're going to go ahead and actually initialize that or pull in that real-time listener, right? So what we have here is a snapshot, we have the loading state, and we have an error state. This is all from the library. We say equals use document. And now the magic part here is we pass in the Firebase version 9 syntax for how we can go ahead and actually pull in the special reference to the database that we're looking for. So here what we need is the document. So we're going to import that from Firestore. Then we get the DB instance, which is going to be the database instance from our local Firebase file, not Firebase admin, Firebase file, right? Then we're going to go into the searches collection. So just no, okay, sorry, searches, and then the ID, which is the document. So at this point, this will give me back everything inside of my Firebase database at the specific document that I'm after. So searches / ID, and it will be here. Okay, so let me just double check on that job and see how we're looking. All right, so this one's a little bit stuck at the moment. That's completely fine. Sometimes it can happen again. It's an IP proxy network. Sometimes these things can happen. We haven't dialed in on that yet, but what we're going to do next is I'm going to build it out as if we have that information available to us. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So where's my front end code? I'm going to move the back end code over there for now. It's way too hectic, right? So we're going to say if it's loading, right? So while that data is loading, I'm going to simply return a bunch of information. So I'm just going to go ahead and shorthand this a little bit. I'm just going to say loading the results, make it like our life a little bit easier. So I'm going to say loading the results with a bit of text and coloring. I'm going to say if it doesn't exist, I'm just going to return nothing essentially. Then I'm going to go ahead and do if it does list, or if it's pending, it's going to be essentially saying that we're scraping the results from Amazon, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say if the status of the information that comes back is in the pending state, I'm going to return the following. So I'm going to say return a div, and we're essentially going to say scraping the data from Amazon. Okay. And we should be able to actually see this now. I'm going to give it a bit of styling here. So you can feel free to, pause the video and see what I've styled here. It's just a bit of flex column, simple stuff here. And then I am going to add in like a nice little spinner interaction, that kind of stuff. But right now what you can see is we are scraping the results for Amazon for that search. But while that one's possibly on hold, right, what we can do is we can try another one. We can say something like PS5, right? And then I can go ahead and try and search. And as you can see, it pushes me over there, scraping the results from Amazon, because now it's in the pending state. What we will see is that we'll see 2 scrapers active, right? So this one is starting off, and you see that one I was able to actually get the information much quicker. And there you go, it found the records, right? So it can be super quick as well. And let's just see on my backend how this is performing. So let's go ahead and head over here. So this will actually go ahead and boom, scrape is complete. Not again, not complete again, trying again. Remember, like I said before, if it doesn't get the, so what can happen is remember, it might not be ready straight away, but it did it. Right, and what I forgot to actually do here was say woohoo, like full circle. Yeah, yeah, I should. So here you shouldn't have the console log saying woohoo, like full circle, right? Just for now, like while you're debugging it, right? Full circle. Okay, so obviously we're not gonna see that, but what we should see now, which I'm very confident about, is if we go to this, boom, we have the results. Bang in, that's what I'm talking about. Look, the search was PS5, we get the results back. That's what I'm saying, guys. Yeah, so look at that, it works. All right, so let's try this one more time. Let's do PS5 again as a simple example. What we'll see is it will trigger off the scraper. It will go into Firebase, the database. So in this case, have I done it? Yep, there you go. So it's triggered it off. So we've gone to that. It's pending. PS5 is now searching. Let me go ahead and pull this up. So that one just seems to be a bit stuck, which is fine. It can happen. And then on the fulfillment side, but again, what's nice about this is that even if it is stuck, when it's ready and it comes back, it can go ahead and do a really nice kind of, it will fly in as needed. So that's pretty cool, right? So once this is done, we will see this replaced with instead the information that we have over there, right? I could actually use the start ETA and then finish that to kind of sort everything in the correct way. I think I might do that, to be honest with you, and that will actually prevent this issue from bothering us super in an annoying way. So let's actually, let's do that. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to our activate scraper function, and then where we have, instead of admin firestore timestamp now, we can use the start ETA to actually go ahead and do this. Right, so that way we can actually end up using that as our updated at. So updated at was the start ETA, and then that's actually pretty good. Yeah, we could do that. Man, nice, cool. All right, we can do that. All right, so at this point now, I am going to start programming the results, which is amazing, right? We have an example that we can use the results from, which means that we can start doing this thing. So I'm going to use this root, so /search /that. And from here, I can now get the results. So loading the results, bam, this will have all the results in it. Okay, so we go to our page, loading results, if snapshot pending, scraping the results, it already had that. And then here we can actually pop in the stuff. I'll add in the fancy spinners and all that good stuff afterwards. So we've got the div, and then inside of here, I'm gonna have another div. And we're gonna pop in here another div, and to save us a bit of time, I'm just gonna pop in my H1 and a P tag, right? So it's just gonna basically go ahead here and say search results for the search term, and it's gonna have, if there was so and so many results found, it will go ahead and show that, right? So like search results for PS5, 16 results were found, right? And then for the styling of the two divs above it, again, same thing. It's just a bit of flex rules here going on. And essentially what I've done here is on a smaller screen, it will go into a flex column. On a larger screen, it will become a bit bigger, right? So it's very simple bit of styling there. Okay, so at this point now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to map through the results. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if the results were greater than 0, so the length was greater than 0, I'm going to simply map out the results entirely, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass through the results like so, right? Now, obviously the results don't exist, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this into a component of its own, pass this a results.tsx, RFCE, type props. So here we're basically defining the results. So product, there you go. And you can see this product right now. I've actually gone ahead and created a custom typing. So I'm going to say typings.d.ts to create a custom type definition. And what I want to do here is just simply make a product type. And I basically built this type definition around the structure that gets returned back from the scraped products. And you can actually see the schema in Bright Data as well. And that's going to be something which I highly recommend you check out. So we've got the product here, it's looking pretty good. And then we've got the results. Okay, so now you can see that it's results of type product. So now I can safely map through it without making a silly mistake or anything like that. So in this case, results, import it from our components, head over into my results. Results is expected in products array, and then we can start styling this out. So at this point, I'm going to have a grid layout. Okay, so in this case, we're going to go ahead and say a grid from the mobile view, and then on a large screen we're going to say grid columns 2, and then on the extra large screen we're going to say grid columns 5, right? Extra grid columns 5, and then we're going to say a gap of 5 between all the cells and a width of 4 to apply, right? Now once that's down, we are going to map through the results. Okay, so we're going to say results.map. For every single result, what I want to do is I want to have a link, right? So this is a next link tag. right? And then what I want to say is each one has a result of its own, and the key here is going to be a title. Now, yes, you should really have something a bit more stronger than a title, but in this case, I'm just going to use it as a demo. But you should use something like the ASIN or the ID or something like that. Is a lot more better than just a title, but it should be fine for this demo, right? So oh my god, okay, results.url is the one that is going to be the click through, and then I'm going to have a bit of a styling over here, right? So the styling is going to be a bit of flexbox with a bit of shadow. It's quite a nice little style I've kind of created here, just like that. So once we have that in play, I'm actually going to go ahead and pop in an image as well. Now this image is not going to be a Next.js image, it's going to be a normal image tag because I can't predict the URL that it's going to come from. That's why I'm doing it in that sense. Here I'm going to just correct something like so, and look at that, guys, boom, we have the images popping in already. Just what I'm talking about. I love it when it happens. I love it when it comes together, right? Look at that. And we've also got the grid kicking in as well on the larger screen. Oh, just beautiful, beautiful stuff. It's like creme de la creme, right? Now the div, right? So the next bit is a div. I'm going to have the title. So it's just 2 p tags, and I'm also collecting the number of reviews. So at this point, you can pretty much, pause, follow along, that kind of thing. But this is just simple styling I'm doing here, right? So I'm going to say that this div should basically be selfish, take up all the room with flex 1, bit of padding, should be a columnar. Okay, I'm not even going to try to say it again. I messed that up so bad. Then we've got the div, and then I've got 2 p tags. And I'm basically going to say if there was a previous price as well. So here, if there's a previous price and it's greater than 0, then it should show the previous price in dollars, because that's what we're scraping for here from the US site. So as you can see here, if there is a dollar version, you can see the previous price shows through, and we've simply got a line through on this, on the styling. Okay, now for the class name here, I'm just going to do a flex, simple flex box. This one is going to also try and steal the space with a flex 1, right? And as you can see, look, it's looking pretty good, right? This is pretty nice. Those of you who haven't seen Last of Us, amazing show. Proper random, but I just thought I should throw that in. Okay, now after that, we have the features, right? So some of these actually come back with features inside of them. So I'm going to go ahead and actually pop in a div like so, and I'm going to say result.features.map for every single feature. My voice is going. For every single feature, I'm going to go ahead and map through the following. I'm going to say if there is a feature and it exists, right, then we're going to go ahead and pop in like this feature with a p tag. The key is going to be the feature because you're mapping through, of course. And then it's going to have a background indigo. It's a little bit rounded off, and it's got the feature in it, right? Now, as you can see, look at that. We automatically get the features in there. Now, the only reason why that looks horrible is because the surrounding container of all of those features is not a flex box, right? So we're going to say flex wrap. Make sure that there's a gap between of each kind of thing inside there. Justify it to the end so it kind of sticks to the end, because they're going to be quite small afterwards, and give it a margin top of 5. Now, watch when I hit save. Watch when I hit save how beautiful this is. Look, pow. Look at that. Oh, just beautiful. Look at that. Oh my God. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Right, I think I've actually done too many columns. I think I've done grid column 5 when I was supposed to do grid columns 3. Oh my God, yeah. I was thinking that. I was like, what the hell? This is a bit big. Like grid columns 3. Yeah. But you can really customize it however you want. That's better. I prefer this, right? And what's so nice is it has a clickable URL, okay? So if I was to click on this PlayStation 5, for example, look at that, guys. It actually takes me to the site that it was scraped off, which is sick, right? That is so cool. I like loading the results. This is so nice. Look at that. Oh, just beautiful. Everything's there. Like, it's so nice, right? 3 looks a lot more seamless. I agree, Pat Picha, right? So look at that. It goes into like from 1, 2, 3. Right, really nice, right? And obviously at the top here, I need to give it a little bit of padding, but we can fix that. That's fine, right? So James says, bam, nice. That's what I'm talking about, dude, right? So now what I want to do is I want to pull in the rest of the results over here. So this is looking very good. Like the scraper's working. If I zoom out, you see how it's centering in on the max width element, all this good stuff. So let's get a little bit of padding over there. I'm not liking how that's looking. So I want to actually get I believe it's the header, probably where I haven't given the style correctly. Yes, I believe it's in the header, where I haven't given it a little bit of the correct styling. I think maybe it's in the layout. Right. So for the layout, I mean, you could really add this fix in anywhere, to be honest with you. We can add it in here, to be honest. Where's my header? To be honest, I'm just gonna add it in here. I'm gonna say, where's my, let's do a padding. Search results. You know what? We'll do it where the search results are. Let's go to results. Search results. It was in the page dot search. There you go. Search results for here. And I'm going to simply say over here. That's it. It was in this file. This is what I forgot. Yeah. Padding on the y-axis of 5. Bam. That's just, look at it's just little things like that make a huge difference in my opinion. All right, so that's looking a lot cleaner already. Nice. Let's type in like Xbox One, hit search, and this should take us to a new Xbox screen, and we'll add the spinners in at the end, like finishing touches like the spinners and all that good stuff. We'll add in right at the end. I think that's still searching, or yeah, probably is. Yeah, there you go. That's why I'm going to add in eventually React hot toast notifications as well. But for now, while that's happening, let's go ahead and do the sidebar magic. Okay, so sidebar. See here we had sidebar rows. Now that we have data in Firestore, we can actually complete that, right? So on the sidebar side view, we need to go ahead and get the collection of all of those things inside of the database. So all of these basically are going to be in the sidebar, right? So use collection is great. We are going to make this a client-side component because we're going to have a live listener. So use a client. You can again use it in a more granular fashion. That's completely your call. Now in this point, we're going to go ahead and pop this in. So I'm going to say const snapshot use collection, and I am going to order it by the start ETA. Okay, so in this case, let's do query, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in this one. So I'm going to query. I'm going to grab the collection, which is from Firestore. The database is from our local Firebase file, and then order by is how we query the data. Right? And if you really want to think about this in a simplified, oh, look at that, guys. Look at that. That actually just happened perfectly as it worked out. Oh my God. That's just, okay, more could I want? Like the way, when it works like that, it's just so sick. Like, oh, dude, I love it. See the real-time fashion there. Remember what I talked about, this architecture, right? You don't even have to care about everything. It just has a real-time listener there. When it was ready, after the webhook, after all this flow happened, and it hit and it updated Firebase, because there was a real-time connection, the client just showed the results. Beautiful, beautiful, just nice, right? That's what I'm talking about. So in this case, you can just do the collection like so. But if you want to order it and query, you know, like actually kind of, you know, structure the data on the server side, then kind of throw in, then what you do is you add a query, wrap everything, and then add an order by, right? So I'm going to start by descending to show the most stuff at the top. Okay. My AC is freezing right now. I'm actually freezing. So at this point, for the unordered list, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it's going to be a flex list. I'm going to do flex column, and I'm going to have a scrollable element over here. So flex column gap 2, py2. Right, we're going to go ahead and map through the snapshot, which is going to come back from what we just set up. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to go ahead and map over something like a sidebar row, like I kind of showed you there. Obviously, we don't have it built yet, but remember, you should be passing in a key every time you map. That's going to be the document ID, and then we're going to pass the document through just like so, right? So instead of this now, we are now going to go ahead and create a sidebar row component. So inside of our components folder, we're going to go ahead and do sidebar row.tsx RFCE, boom, just like so. Get rid of that. And then inside of here, we are going to expect a component coming in. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. So we are expecting a document. All right, this is going to be props, right? Type props. There we go. And then what we're going to do is the document data we can actually pull from Firestore, and that will resemble the data that has actually been passed over, right? So use client is what we're going to do here, because we actually are going to have things like a use state and that kind of thing to show which is active and so forth, right? So at this point now, I'm going to have a list item, because remember, it's actually parent of this is when we actually showed it out was inside of, if you remember clearly, where is it? Sidebar. If you remember clearly over here, and we can also import that right now. So let's go ahead and pull that in. The parent is the unordered list. So that way inside it's a list. So as you can see, look, the sidebar rows are flying in. That's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I wanted to see. I'm gonna have a router, which is basically every time I click on any of these links, you can actually do it a few ways. You can actually, instead of a list item here, you can have a next link, but it will prefetch as well. So prefetching would be great, but sometimes prefetching can be a bit excessive in my opinion as well. But you can actually deactivate the prefetch. So yeah, you could use a link here as well, but just worth a good thought, right? So const router equals use router. Use router, is it router or router? And don't do what I just did, right? Take your time with that. Next / navigation, right? Don't make that same mistake, right? I'm also going to use something called a path name, right? Because I'm going to need the path name to do a quick little comparison check afterwards. So use path name. So let's go ahead and pull this in like so. I'm just going to go ahead and do it because my autocomplete is being so slow right now. And then I'm gonna pop that in. So it's gonna be part of the import. There we go. Right, hit save. That's great. So at this part for the document here, I'm gonna have a div. Okay, so I hate it when my code and my editor doesn't work with me like it should. Sometimes, again, when you're live, this stuff just tends to happen, right? So I have to sometimes bloody code in such a slow way. There we go. All right, so we have the list element. I'm going to say the key. We don't actually need the key because I'm rendering it out on the other side. We've got the click, on click, and on here we're going to push through and we're doing / the document ID. And that means when I click on any of these list elements, it's actually going to go ahead and pop in the send me to the correct URL. Right. The next thing I want to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and say that if it was, I'm actually going to firstly have the search term. So I'm going to have the p tag saying here the search term. So like that, for example, Xbox, PS5 and so forth. I'm going to style this so it looks way nicer because right now it looks horrible. And I'm actually going to do an active little check. So before we start this, I need to see if this is the current active one, right? So basically the way we can do this is we already have the access to this and we have this information over here as well. So all I need to do is basically check if the ID of this, which I have in the document object, so the doc object, if the ID of that is actually found in the current path name, we can determine if it's active at the moment. And the way we simply do this is we have a use effect, right? We have a use effect like this is written like this with a dependency array. So before we carry on, we're going to need a piece of state. So the state is going to represent the active, if it's true or if it's not active or not. So in this case, active use state like so. We're going to start that off with a value of false, right? And then what we're going to say is if there is no path name, simply return. Otherwise, we're going to set active and we're basically going to say if the path name includes the document ID, right? And so what this will do is it will set the this variable true for the individual item which is active. So that way your active will only be your active piece of state will only be true for the component, the sidebar row component, which is matching the current route that you're actually on. So in that way, you know, it'll make sense in a second, I promise you. I completely fudged that. And then here what we're going to do is we're going to have a class name bit of styling, but notice what I've done here. I've done JSX, so the squiggly brackets, with a backtick for string interpolation, and I've gone ahead and added in a conditional. So I've said if it's active, then add a background white and a shadow of MD, right? So now you can see, look at that, guys, boom. So as you can see, if I click on the MacBook Pro, for example, some of these were stuck, remember? So some of them were actually like stuck at the moment, but this one right now isn't actually changing the rendering state. So I need to check out what's actually going on with that. If I was to go ahead and click on that, is it changing the actual route? Yeah, so it was. So it wasn't loading the page. Oh yeah, okay. So big thing. Right? Do not make this mistake as well. If you're using the variable, you have to include it in the dependency array. Otherwise, what just happened on the screen will happen to you. Right? So now if I hit refresh, you'll see a load results. If I click Xbox One, PS5, look at that. That's better. Nice. Yeah, so that's how we have the active state. Right? So that's great. Amazing stuff. And now I'm also going to say if the status is pending, it's going to say scraping the information. Okay, so scraping information will be there. So some of them were stuck before, which is completely fine. I ended up canceling them anyway, which is fine. That can happen. It's completely normal with scrapers. Sometimes it could be loads of situations. Amazon could have picked up, a scraper could have gone into your edge case. Your scraper's only as good as you programming it. So in that case, most likely my fault. All right, so there we go. So we're going to click on, and then we're also going to have a span tag, and for this span I'm just simply going to have an icon. Right now this icon is going to be a tick if the status is complete, otherwise it will be a spinner which is going to be pending. Now the spinner that I'm going to be using is actually from a lovely library called React Spin Kit. So we're going to install that right now, React Spin Kit, because we're going to start implementing this. Right, so React Spin Kit over here, let's go ahead and pop that in. We're going to go ahead and do that over here. So npm install React Spin Kit. I don't need to do npm install. I'm going to do yarn in the front end. So we're going to say, oops, what the hell is that? Okay, get rid of that. Oh, god damn it. No. Yeah, there we go. Yarn add boom React Spin Kit. And then I'm going to import my Spin Kit like so. Pop that in here. Yarn add Spin Kit, and then as you can see, this sometimes pops up, right? If this pops up where you have to add in the types and you're using yarn, just do yarn add capital D for developer install types React Spin Kit. Otherwise, just copy the one that they gave you for npm, and that will get rid of that little error for you, so you won't see that complaint anymore. There you go, it's gone. And then what you want to do is simply add in a status pending check over here, which we've already done. Sorry, I've completely missed out. So now I'm going to say if it's pending, it's going to have a spinner show. Otherwise, it's going to show a circle check icon, which is going to be a solid variant. Okay, now you can go to the React Spin Kit website. They show you a bunch of different examples here for different spinners, all that kind of stuff. Fade in none means it shows straight away, and you can set a color for it as well. Right, so again, you can just play around with this as much as you want, but I'm going to be a margin left of 2 just to give a basic bit of styling. And then for this overall div over here, I'm going to give this a flex column, justify it on the center axis, right? So let's go back over to our application. Oh, yes, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that scrape. Oh, it looks good. Right, so the ones that are scraping are there, and again those are pretty much dead links because I cut them off halfway. So what we can actually do to keep it very clean is I'm going to delete all of my scrapers right now, so my scraping instances, and as you can see this will delete from there as well. So now we should have nothing here. So if I type in something like PlayStation 5, hit enter, we should see as it gets entered in, like scraping information. Nice. So I'm going to leave that on the side right now, and as that goes ahead and gets ready, that will turn to a tick once it's finished, and the results will load in dynamically. Okay, so things like that, just beautiful to see. Whenever you delete everything, by the way, you are going to have to reload it once, just once, so that way it goes ahead and pops in here, right? But as you can see here, if I was to make this bigger, you see that's looking pretty good, guys. I like it. I like it very much. Okay, so scraping results from Amazon. Let's go ahead and improve the UI on that as well. So I think for that sense, we're actually so once that's let that do its thing, we're gonna go into, where is it? I've got so many random things running right now. Yeah, there we go. So you see that scraping. Cancel that. Where's my, and what I love about this, remember, it doesn't matter if you go away from the app, just like I did now. You see how it just picked up on it, right? So that's pretty cool. And then there you go, scraping. All right, so what else do I need to do, to be honest with you? Oh, there we go. Boom, look at that. PlayStation 5 scraper done, looks clean. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, so nice. All right, you can obviously adjust this as much as you need to. For this, we actually don't want the x-axes there. I don't know why there's such big padding here, to be honest with you. But if we go to sidebar, we can fix that. So overflow Y, overflow X should be, that's why we're seeing that. Okay. So inside of my sidebar, we can go ahead and do scroll auto, right? So that's happening because of that slight overhang there. I was using the new routing system, yes, until I just changed something last second. But for this part right here, it's because it's overhanging a little bit. Right. Let's do flex wrap. No, that's not here. Flex wrap. So I don't want to kind of don't want it to overflow here. There we go. So here you can fix it a bunch of different ways. I'm trying to just think how I want to do it myself. Let's do for the sidebar row. Let's kind of condense it, I guess. We can do it. You can honestly mess around with this as much as you want. Here I can make it even on a small screen, just padding of 1, on a medium screen and above, padding of, you know, I personally don't like getting it too small, to be honest. But yeah, to be honest, what you can do, which might look really good, is you can make these 2 elements actually flex column on a small screen and then flex row on a medium screen and above. That will sort of correct this a little bit. There you go. You could do that. And then it'll go into the full screen when you do it there, that way. Yeah, you can mess around with it. Honestly, I'm not going to go too crazy with it. But yeah, feel free to sort of play around with this as much as you want. And if you want to kind of change the order of that as well, I'll show you a little trick. You can actually make it so you can say the order -2, for example, and you see how it goes to the top. So I can make it like that, for example, for that, and I can make it order 1 for medium screens and above. So now it doesn't break the sort of screen size on that one, but it still, yeah, it still gets it right. That's still pretty good. And then you can add a gap of like 2 between them, and just little things like that. It's kind of cool, right? Margin left to 2 we probably don't need here, to be honest with you. We can kind of leave it to do its thing. I'm not a fan of why this is touching though. My padding is all messed up and stuff. To be honest with you, this is like minor details. You can actually go ahead and adjust this, so you can actually inspect and see that there's just too much padding there, to be honest with you. So here you can kind of manipulate that as much as you want. Here you can manipulate that, reduce your padding if you don't want it to move, like use as much space and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to leave that in your hands. That's kind of, you know, up to you how you want to kind of do that. And plus I have the finished code for the actual full scraper available over on that demo in my Papa GitHub repo. Right, so in the Papa GitHub repo right now, you've got this version right here. So yeah, this is what it should be. I've kind of screwed up my styling, to be honest with you. Let's just do another example here with the Xbox One. Let's go. Nearly Tailwind CSS is pretty tight. Yeah, it's so cool, honestly. Someone says water break. I will actually do that in a second. There we go. So I mean, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, so that's pretty. Oh, there you go. There you go. So it just didn't update for some reason. That's a lot better. Yeah. So scraping results from Amazon. I actually want this to look a little bit cleaner as well. So I want to have my results. So on this ID page, sorry. I definitely need a water break. I'm going to add a spinner in and a delete button. So yes, we are actually going to add delete functionality as well. So where we've got the pending here, so I'm going to add a scraper in like so, spinner, sorry. The spinner I'm going to pop in like here. The delete button is actually fairly straightforward, to be honest with you. The delete button, what we're going to essentially have is a handle delete function, which is going to go ahead and call. So I'm going to create a handle delete function like so. This handle delete function simply uses the delete doc function. We need a router to go ahead and activate that, so to be able to do what I need to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop in a router like so. Pop in the router with next navigation, and then we're simply going to call this from a component. Now I'm going to create a reusable little snippet of JSX here. So rather than having the same bit of code in a few different places, I'm going to have a delete button, which is simply a button in a like a JSX block, and it's going to have the handle delete attached to the onClick function, and then we just render this where I need it. So down under here I'm going to have the delete button, and also I'm going to have the delete button underneath my div over here, right? So I'm going to have a div, a delete button as well. Right, now you can see here we've got a delete button. So if I was to go ahead and do this, pow, it's gone. PlayStation 5, let's just do something like MacBook. MacBook Pro, it just seems to be a bit weird. Let's just do something like hello world, right? Hello world. And again, that will pop up in a second. So you know it's scraping, really nice, honestly, pretty slick. Right, animations and stuff, right? Everything looks pretty good. That will go ahead and pop in. So you see the delete works. It deletes from it as we needed it to. Now what I want to do is go ahead and get React Hot Toast notifications in the correct way, right? So React Hot Toast notifications is the next step. So React hot toast notifications. I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm missing something really important now, but I think we're actually near the end of this build. So I'm going to add in the React hot notifications. These are basically for these. So I'm going to say, like, you know, when we've got the different parts happening, I actually am a big fan of these. I love it. So I'm going to do yarn add React hot toast. I'm going to show you how to implement it inside of Next.js 13. So that way you can, you know, make sure you use it in the correct way. Let's go ahead and pop this back over there. So cool. So I'm going to go ahead and do yarn add React hot. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Boom. So nice. All right. So hello world, PlayStation 5. You see we can click between them and it works. Awesome stuff. All right. That's looking great. Now here, what I want to do is we've already installed the React hot notification. For the actually installing that, what they ask you to do is they ask you to essentially just add it at the top level. Now you can't do this because it's a client-side component, which means that we actually have to do a little bit of a step, right? We have to have something called a client provider. Now I'm going to show you how to do this inside of Next.js 13 and fix this pattern. So in the layout.tsx, what we do is we create something called a client provider, right? So essentially what a client provider is we are going to wrap our app with it, right? So essentially it's going to look something like this: client provider, boom. And then we're going to basically pop this around our app. Okay. Something like that. And then I'm going to create a client provider component. So client provider.tsx, like so, RFCE. And then I'm going to go ahead and basically replace the signature. So the top part, this part, with this. So what we're saying here is essentially it just takes children as a prop. The children type is of React nodes. So basically it's just saying it can wrap a few things. Then it's going to be a fragment. So we don't want it to affect any styling. So I basically want it to be like an invisible fragment. That's just a wrapper. And then I'm going to add in the toaster. Right, so this is where you can add in all of the things, like, you know, if you had like Redux or any of that stuff, and then render the children around it, right? And then what you can say is that this should use a client, right? Now what you're essentially doing is you're like, even this works really well for like React context and all that good stuff as well. So now if I show you the layout, right? So here, for example, and I import my client provider, you see all of these things are still being rendered in. Return type is void, it's not a JSX element. So I've got a little silly mistake here. Why is that? Let's have a look. So export default function, toaster, child, client provider, components, client provider. Let's have a look. Client provider. Okay, so I made a silly mistake here. So what have I got? Export default function, client provider. Okay, so I'm gonna slowly go ahead and just check what I've not done correctly. So that's the same. My signature is the same. Oh god damn it, I'm not returning. Yes, Rayan, thank you so much. I need to return. Yeah, so this is a silly mistake. Don't do that. All right, so you need to return. That's why. Okay, then we don't have the error. So now what we're doing is these will still actually render as server components inside. That's completely good. It's fine. But now you can actually wrap your app with things that you might need to have like client stuff for, right? So like client interaction with. So now you can see that's looking pretty good. Something's bothering me with that. That's not looking the way I want it to look, but it's fine for now. Oh god, my LCD kicks in. Little bits of padding are off, but check out the propagator repo if you really want to get it nailed in. That's fine. All right, now let's get the toaster notification added in. So the reason why toasters are really important is it's more of a UI UX perspective. You want the user to understand that something is happening when they click it, right? So that's my reasoning for this. So we're going to go to the header.tsx over here. Yep. And we're going to go into this, and right here is where we want it to happen. So inside of my header.tsx, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that we're going to basically create a notification at the top here. So this is going to be right at the top here. So we're going to say toast.loading. So here. So what we're doing is this will actually make a toaster pop up, and it's going to say starting a scraper for the whatever input you put in. And then we get a reference to it. That's what we get returned back. Okay. Now at this point, what we can do is we can actually go ahead and either trigger a success and replace that toaster, or we can trigger a failure and replace that toaster with whatever happens, right? So what I'm going to do is on the error, it's very easy. I just simply go into the catch block and I say, replace this ID toaster. So we pass in our notification reference. Whoops, something went wrong. Very easy. Okay. Same for the response. So over here, once it's gone ahead and we get the collection. So once we basically put it in a pending state and we know that it's working, we then say scraper started successfully. So now the user knows exactly what's happening on their side of the page, right? So let's see if it works. So let's go ahead and type in something like testing. Hit this, starting a scraper for testing. And as you can see, boom. Oh, nice. Like, it's started scraping results from Amazon. And now you can see it. And what I love about this, guys, is you can actually just go ahead and period, like literally start as many as you want. So we can say Xbox One, right? Starting a scraper for Xbox One. And again, what's so beautiful about this, I can refresh the page. I can go away from this. I can, you know, do whatever I want to do, because these are not dependent on me being there. These are dependent on this architecture happening, which means that even if the client was to completely disconnect, this is still going to happen, and it's still going to populate the database, which means when the client comes back and reestablishes the connection, it's still going to go ahead and paint out the most up-to-date relevant information, right? So once Firebase is been updated, that real-time connection is all that needs for the client to then pick it up, right? So as you can see, this will just pop in when they're ready. So this is clean, this is nice, right? And let me know right now if you enjoy that and you think that that is, oh, that is clean, right? So that's kind of done. And as you'll see, like shortly, once those scrapers are finished, they'll just simply pop up with little ticks and they'll do their thing, right? And this is what you kind of want with something that could be a bit more time consuming, or like in any instance, you want your UI to represent or clearly show the user what is happening, so that way they understand that, okay, I'm not just sitting here thinking nothing's happening. It's actually doing something behind the scenes now. Okay. So at this point, I think we are basically done. I had in my head something that needed to be done that I've completely forgotten about, but it needs to be done. And what was it? It was, let's have a look at this build, and let's have a look at my build that was finished here. So this is all done. This is done. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to deploy firstly we're going to deploy our backend, right? So first things first, let's deploy this backend. So right now we're using ngrok, which is a temporary development solution, right? I don't want to do that. I want to use a permanent backend. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and, well, if I cut it right now, it's going to kind of ruin this flow. So what I can do is I can start another terminal here and do the following. I can say Firebase deploy -- only functions. And what this will do is it will go ahead and it will build my application. So it will build this out, and then it will deploy my function to the cloud. So let's go ahead and see if that works. So you can see deploying, running command. It does a build. It does a TypeScript check to see if everything's right. And then this will go ahead and run the build scripts. So now what this is doing is it will enable any APIs that need to be enabled. And then it will begin the deployment process, and it will give us back a URL. Can anyone guess what the next step is? Right? Once we've gone ahead and got this back, we need to replace it as the webhook URL. Remember, right now, this URL that we're using right here is the one that we're ngroked, right? So it's our local host. We ngroked it through a tunnel, and then we're using that one. So if the minute I disconnect my ngrok, it's going to die, my webhook, right? We don't want that to happen. We want to have a permanent one. Function deploy had errors. No. Okay, something went wrong. Let's have a look. What happened? So failed to create function, failed to create function. Function deploy had errors with the following functions. Okay. Can it tell me what the error was or not? Unscraper complete. Okay, let's try again. And okay, so these are running. If we check our build at the back, oh, there you go. I was still doing it. So you can always double check the progress. Right now I have a few overhanging ones. So I'm just gonna do a little bit of a cleanup operation right now, just to kind of make things a bit cleaner. I'm gonna cancel them manually and then do things, because right now where I've been overloading it, I think I've kind of screwed something up. That's my fault, to be honest with you. So in this case, let's go over to, I'm gonna just do a little bit of a cleanup right now. 2 seconds. There we go. Okay, awesome. So at this point, what we can do is go over to my deployment. So we've got an error with our deployment. So check the Firebase debug log. Let's have a look. What's going on? So what's the issue here? There is an error deploying functions. 403, unable to retrieve Appwrite data. Ensure the cloud function service counts off at editions permissions. You can add the permissions by granting the row registry reader. Right. Failed to create function on script complete. Unable to retrieve metadata for locations. Show the cloud service. Permission denied. Okay. So that's a first. I have not seen that one before. Environment variables. So I've got my key that gets passed through. My Firebase config got passed through. So I've got forbidden error. This is interesting. Bright Data YouTube build backend. Let's have a look. Let's go into our Firebase and see what's happening. So functions. Right. Let's see, Firebase tools, Firebase init, Firebase deploy, which is fine. All right, so I didn't run into this the first time. I think honestly my demo gods are just against me right now, but you will be able to deploy this. I promise you will be able to deploy this. I've done this literally build a few times. I even did it live on a coaching call and I didn't run into this. So I think it's just a bit of a one-off issue right now, but so let's just have another look. So we've got Microsoft, HB error, unable to retrieve. Let's go ahead and just see what that's about. I've never seen that actually before, to be honest with you. So no idea what that is. Let's see if we can Google it, see what's happening. Okay. Yeah, so that's this bit of an open problem. Enable in the Google Cloud. I think, to be honest with you, something wasn't enabled properly. That's what I have a feeling. Artifact registry, including enable. Go to project selector. Let's have a look. Google Cloud Console. Let's have a look. I need to find that one. So this is not this one. I need to go to here. Bright Data build. So this is interesting because I don't have the build that I just created. This is not the access 4 hours ago. Yeah, this is not the one. This is not the cloud function that I had set up. So this is interesting. So right now, this is probably why I'm experiencing this issue, because it hasn't actually set it up correctly, I don't think. Let's have a look. So I'm going to try something cheeky here. I don't think it's going to work, but that's going to change the URL. Not forget. Don't worry about it. Let's try one more time. If it doesn't work, that's all good. We can figure it out. So I don't think it turned it. See, required API is enabled, so it has done it. Not quite sure why that's being an issue right now. And yes, I completely agree with you guys. So we've got a thing here saying, a comment saying there are many dependencies in a project that things to get updated and changed, always new bugs. 100%. This happens a lot, and this is completely normal. Yeah, so don't freak out if you run into errors, bugs. Like this happens to me like a billion times a day. Trust me, it's completely normal. This is a completely normal thing to be happening. What I would recommend is you go ahead and definitely, the GitHub repo has perfect code in it. So you can definitely check that out if you want to. I will show you how to deploy to Vercel as well. So let's go ahead and do that as well right now. So while that's trying to deploy, I think this might work now, to be honest with you. I think it just hadn't activated a correct thing on its side. But while that's happening, let's deploy Vercel. Right, so while this app is pretty much in its ready state, we're going to go ahead and do Vercel. So all you need to do, install the Vercel CLI tools, and I highly recommend you check out my video on YouTube about how to deploy any Next.js app from the Vercel CLI. Oh, there we go, guys, it worked. So it was just a delay. Okay, thank God. I was thinking in my head, I didn't know idea what was happening, right? So look at that. There we go. It did work. It did work. Right, so it just took a little bit of patience for it to activate, and the reason why I knew it, because it said required API, this one exactly is enabled, so it just took a little bit of time to propagate, I guess. But what you want to do is grab that URL, right, the deployed URL, head over to your Bright Data. So let's go to Bright Data right now, like here, yep. And then I want you to go to your delivery preferences, pop in your brand new, and this one is always live, remember. So this is the missing piece of the puzzle here. So now we've got our complete webhook, which is always live. Awesome stuff. Let's go ahead and click update. Yes, that's perfect. Update. Nice, that's done. And now what we can do is we can go to statistics. I believe, yeah, I canceled a lot of these that are running because we were testing a few things out quite heavily. Now that's good. So now I want to deploy this to Vercel. That's the next step. So naturally, this has got environment variables, right? So we've got a key here and so forth. Yes, I'm showing it. I don't care for now. All right, so I'm going to invalidate anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this key just for reference, right? And I'm going to type in Vercel. Vercel, that's all I'm typing in. It's easy. Set up and deploy. Yep. So click enter. Which scope do you want to deploy to? I'm logged into Vercel, so I'm actually going to go ahead and do it. Link to an existing project? Nope. We're going to do a new one. What's your project name? I'm happy with the default. Code is located in this directory, correct? And this will actually bug out at this point. The reason why is it will work here. So nope, I don't want to modify these settings. So it will deploy, right? So here I want you to click on inspect, control click, open. Now at this point, you haven't got your environment variable set up, right? So what I want you to do is go into your environment local file, grab this, copy, paste it, and then go over here to your Bright Data Scraper, go to settings and go to environment variables and paste here. So command V, and now you've got your paste, go to production, preview, development, whatever environment you're doing. I'm just going to push to all, save. And then what I want you to do is go back to your code. I want you to Control C, cut the build. Okay, in fact, just to ensure that you've actually cut it, go to deployments and you'll see it's still running. You can cancel that deployment because that hasn't got the environment variable, which means it's going to die on you. And you can do it from the CLI. I have actually shown you that as well. Okay, all right, so now we're going to go ahead and do Vercel again, so Vercel, and that will actually go ahead and redeploy. And the reason why I actually do recommend you do it through the CLI, there's two approaches. You can do it through, I would recommend you do connect it to GitHub, because that way you're pushing your code to GitHub, then it's going to go ahead and make sure it does it. Like it will redeploy every time you push, which is kind of clean. It's like a CI approach. But this is actually also cool when you deploy with the Vercel CLI. It's very quick, right? And you can actually do Vercel environment pull the environment variables down, that kind of stuff, which helps out in the team sense, right? Yeah. So in this case, and even if you have an account right now, just click on that link, go through it. It will help the pub fam. I'm just being open with you, right? It's an awesome new program they've launched. So in this case, this will build out the deployment. So in this case, unmet dependencies. Right. So let that do its thing. Now, what's going to happen is this will deploy. We have now set up our Bright Data backend to have a delivery preference towards the brand new webhook. So essentially now we're deploying our client to production. So that way it's going to be on a real URL. Bright data is all set up, it's working. We have our API key and we'll be able to push requests from the new deployed client to our Bright data platform. That's going to then hit our cloud function, which is deployed on Firebase, which will hit our Firebase database. And then this will have a real-time connection with our client, whoever is checking in. And yeah, you'll be able to see your stuff. Okay. So let's go ahead and see for ourselves once this is deployed, right? So this is ready. Let's go ahead and see. So Amazon Web Scraper. Let's go ahead and see. And do I see, okay, awesome. I see Hello World. I see PlayStation 5. And as you can see, I can click into that and you can see I see my URL, awesome stuff. Let's go ahead and type in something like testing and starting a scraper for testing. Oh, nice, nice, nice. And there we go, scraping information from Amazon. All right, that's good, that's good. Let's see if that actually activated what we wanted it to activate. So over on Bright Data, let's go into our scraper statistics. And you can see it's begun scraping. It found the records, guys. It found the records. This will populate in just a second. If it does, oh my God, we're going to lose our mind right now. Oh, this means that we're going to also test our webhook, because that means it worked, but the webhook is about to get hit as well, right? So this will hit the webhook once it's done. So it's finalizing the call. Someone just went ahead and did Xbox. Okay, so oh damn it. Now everyone's going to go on this bloody thing, right? So someone's going to start scraping. Oh God, I hope it doesn't come up bad. I'm going to try and hide it if someone does anything. Don't use that link, please. Just 1 second, okay? I'm going to have to invalidate my key. But let's see. It's found it. It just needs to wrap up the webhook call. And then these will pop in and it will get done. And in this case, it's just taking a little time to wrap up. Sometimes this can happen. With webhooks, it can actually take a little bit of time sometimes for it to actually go ahead and kick in. But the benefit is that you're actually guaranteed that it's going to go ahead and do it, right? So while this is doing its thing, it's actually found the records already. So it just needs to go ahead and deploy it. To be honest with you, it could be a problem with my oh no, it did it. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, guys, it did it. That is incredible. See, the top one done. It found the video. The second one's done as well. It's just wrapping up the job. It's 100% done. It's found it. That will hit the webhook shortly, and that will be done as well. Amazing stuff. And we are done with the 5th build, the Amazon Web Scraper. You guys saw the power of web scraping combined with Next.js 13 and how we can wrap in fundamentals such as webhooks, powerful databases such as Firebase to go ahead and get a really powerful, complete app built and ready. As always, this is going to be perfect addition to your digital resume and portfolio. So make sure you go ahead and add it by either completing the tutorial, or if you get stuck at any point, remember all the source code is available with the Papa GitHub repo. The link is in the description. If you want to go ahead and elevate your skill set even further, then why not consider joining Zero to Full Stack Hero, our course and community, where you get mentorship from yours truly, myself, and we also have tons and tons of additional coaching call content and module content inside to help you level up all your skill sets, including all of the tech that was talked about today. With that said, smash the like button. Let's jump over to our final build of the Next.js 13 crash course. So you've made it this far, build 6 of 6 in the Next.js 13 crash course. We're going to be building a Google Shopping clone using Oxylabs. Now guys, if you've made it this far to this point in the video, I want to see everyone who's here right now just simply drop a rocket emoji in the comment section and make sure you represent by showing me that you made it to this point in the video. Now let's talk about this build, the Google Shopping clone. This is an incredibly powerful build. Not only are we using Next.js 13.4 in this build, so the latest and greatest tech, we're also going to be using the brand new root.ts files to go ahead and create API endpoints to make our life a lot easier when building out the API endpoints that we need. We're also going to be using the brand new root.ts API endpoints. Now previously, sometimes you might have been using the pages API endpoints. You don't no longer need to do that. Now you can actually build your API endpoints seamlessly inside of the brand new app router. So how are we going to scrape the information information in this video, we're going to be using the incredible service provided from Oxylabs. Now, they're able to actually go ahead and scrape a bunch of different services, including Google's search results. So we're going to be using the Google Shopping API service that they provide to easily go ahead and ethically scrape all of the Google Shopping results. We're then going to go ahead and build out a Google product page. That way you can actually click into the results, and the whole thing is going to be a lot of fun. The entire build is going to be entirely responsive, so we're going to be using Tailwind CSS to make that possible, and we're going to make the code robust as always with TypeScript. So you're not only leveling up your Next.js skills, everything else is getting added to it as well. In addition, we're also going to level up the UI with Tremor.io, and we're even going to add in React skeleton loaders to handle the loading period. So rather than having a board user on the screen as the data is scraped, we're going to have a really nice popular skeleton loader. So you're going to learn just how to do that. Without further ado, smash the like button. Let's jump into the final build of the Next.js 13 crash course. Let's go. Check it out, guys. Welcome to the Google Shopping Clone. Here we have an awesome app, and guys, this is using so much tech under the hood, so I'm going to really try and break this one down because I haven't done a lot of what we're doing today inside of a build before, right? So firstly, you know how it is, always mobile responsive, always good stuff. Let's go ahead and type in a search. So I'm going to type in a MacBook Pro 16-inch. First thing to notice, this right here, when I hit click, when I hit search, you see searching right now, boom, we've got skeleton loaders. What? I'm going to show you how to do that. And then you can see we get a dynamic search results. And guys, no joke, that scraped Google that fast through the power of Oxylabs. More on that in a second, but look at this, guys. We have all the results coming in. Notice how even the dynamic filters came in. So this was all dynamically pulled in. Let's try another search. Let's do iPhone 14 Pro Max. Boom, searching. Oh my God, that was already cached. That's crazy, right? Let's go ahead and do something like a MacBook M2. Boom, searching. Oh, now it's loading it. So we've got that nice little skeleton loader. Pretty sick. We haven't done that in a build before. And then just to prove a point to you guys, look how it's different now. Look how everything on the side changed. So let's go ahead and click into a result. Boom. Let's go ahead and touch into this one. And look at that. Like, it's blazing fast. And this is what I want to like showcase today, how you can build incredibly fast websites using incredibly powerful bits of tech such as Oxylabs, and go ahead and combine that all together to build incredible apps like this. Here we have a beautiful app, so you guys can see it, fully responsive, everything looks great. And I didn't just finish there. We've also got filters. We can filter our search. We can do high to low, min price, max price, all that good stuff. But the main important, impressive thing right here is that this is pulling from the actual Google Shopping website. So this is the actual Google Shopping website, and I want to prove a point here. If we were to go ahead and take this ID right now and go ahead and pop it inside of our own website, boom, this is literally scraping that page. Like, it's doing it right now. Scrape the page, and it went ahead and popped it in here. That's crazy powerful, guys. And I'm going to show you how you can do exactly that. This is something you want to add to your portfolio to showcase that you can use amazing bits of tech such as Oxylabs and combine them with Next.js, cutting edge technology, and get this out onto your portfolio. It shows a lot of different skills, and honestly, it's so cool what's behind this build. We have lots and lots of other things to look forward to. We have TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, Tremor, Vercel. We're going to deploy it, obviously, and all that good stuff. Let's dive into what makes this entire thing possible. And just to showcase something to you, this is literally real data being pulled in from the Google API. And you're probably wondering, but why might I want to do that? Maybe I could just use the API itself. Well, in some cases, you want to scrape data from websites, and it's not always a possibility to do that, using something like a Python script or something like that, because what tends to happen is they get blocked, right? They simply get blocked. This is where proxy services such as Oxylabs come in absolutely clutch. So we're going to dive into a couple of things. There's no additional fees. Everything's upfront. It works the way it is. And something I want to mention, what is a proxy scraping platform? What is that, right? So essentially, think of it this way. You've got thousands and thousands of computers. They call this a proxy network. And what they're doing is essentially mimicking a user going onto a page, and then they've built out APIs which are basically scraping the data from complex pages. Think Amazon, think Google, think Booking.com. All these really important websites that we use in our day-to-day life, sometimes we need data from them, right? And it scrapes it ethically with a service such as Oxylabs. They have incredible documentation. You can see over here, they've got a ton of different proxies. So they've got search engine results scrapers, they've got web scraper APIs, and they've even got an e-commerce scraper API, which is what we're using today. So this is something which is really, really going to help us out. Now, if you do get stuck at any point, check out their documentation. In fact, today we are going to be using the e-commerce scraper API. And as you can see, they support lots and lots of popular websites, including Google Shopping, which is what we're going to be using. Now, for the shopping search, you see, remember that page that we were first on? So let's go back over to the homepage. Let's type in like monitors over 500. These are some quick searches. And as you can see here, monitors over $500. Here, for example, all of this data that you're seeing right here, this will be utilizing the shopping search. Right, so this will be using the shopping search API. And what's amazing about this is that they've literally created an easy to use API that we're going to go ahead and connect to. We're going to create our own API endpoints as well. So this is a full stack build. So you're going to learn a lot of front end, but you're also going to learn back end stuff, which is very important to a lot of you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and connect to their API, pull the data from the shopping search, and then when we click into an individual product, we're going to go ahead and use the shopping product, right? So in this case, you can actually go ahead, look here for yourself, and you can see there's code examples. Lots of different languages are supported, including Node.js. There you go, right? So if you ever get stuck, you can feel free to follow along and check out the documentation. Okay, now it's worth mentioning, to save ourselves a little bit of time and space, I've not pulled the images here. Instead, what I've done is when you click into it, it goes ahead and showcases and pulls the images and so forth, right? So that's why I've done it in this way. But yeah, I'm going to demonstrate all of this to you. So it's actually pretty damn easy. And by the way, guys, this is using Next.js 13.4 at the time of watching this video. So if you are thinking, I'm not sure when I'm going to actually be able to, or maybe I'm on, Next.js 13.6 by the time you're watching this, I don't know, whatever is out at the time you're watching this, then don't worry, this works. It supports. Remember, the main thing here is I'm teaching you a lot of fundamentals. The new app router we're covering how to go ahead and build out dynamic routes, all that good stuff. All of it is going to be covered in this build. So get excited, get ready. It's going to be a lot of fun, right? Now, it's definitely worth mentioning that there's tons of different ways to integrate it. So we're actually using something called a real-time synchronous pull. And what this means is we're basically making a async await call, right? And then we're basically fetching the data. So we're waiting in real time for a response to come back, but they have tons of others. They actually have asynchronous methods such as a push pull. They have proxy-like integration options. So tons and tons of different things to go ahead and get you set up, right? And remember, if you do get stuck at any point, you can go ahead and check out any of the free content on our channel. So, this is literally what this channel is for, to help you build out your skill set. And if you do want to go ahead and elevate your skill set to that extra level, head over to popperreact.com/course and check out our 0 to Full Stack Hero flagship course. I literally put my heart and soul into this thing. Every single thing that you see on the live streams, times it by 10, that is in the course, right? So times it by 10, and honestly, the coaching calls, weekly coaching calls, module content, every single week I push into this course. It's literally evolving every single week. And think about it, this course has been out now for quite a while, and I have been adding to it literally every single week, or I try to every single week, right? Think about how much content is in this course right now. So this is something which I really want to sort of showcase before we get started, because if a lot of you do get stuck, a lot of you feel like my projects are too intense, too hard, definitely want to go ahead and check out popperreact.com/course. See for yourself, check out the video. You got our students inside, literally they love it. And if you want to find out even more, then yeah, this is the page to visit. And if you haven't already, we've got loads of new people enjoying the new University of Code. Every single day we send you out coding problems and solutions to your inbox. So whatever you're into, we've got you covered, right? That's popperreact.com/University of Code. All the links and stuff like that is in the description. Let's dive into this, right? Let's do this. Create Next app. So this is actually our app. Like I mentioned, we're going to be using Next.js 13.4, and we're going to dive into a bit of coding now, right? So first thing I want you to do, and it's worth mentioning that we are going to be using React server components. We're going to be using nested routes inside of here. The simplified data fetching, I will show you how to basically do caching, all that good stuff. First things first, let's get started. Create Next app. Boom, are you guys ready? So this is how I would recommend you start your apps. This is going to give us a starter template, npx create next app at latest. This is going to give us the latest version of it. You can use all these other services. I'm just going to keep it very straightforward. If you don't have npx, you probably need to install Node, okay? So I'm going to try a different sort of pace today. So let me know if the pace is good, if the pace needs to pick up, if the pace is slow, all that good stuff, right? Now, I want you to open up your terminal. And I like to go ahead and put things into perspective by just put things a bit neatly. I put it into my documents, builds, and then I go ahead and I do npx create next app latest. Now you don't even need to put a title here. You can just literally hit enter, right? And what this will do is it will go ahead and get us set up. So let's go ahead and do this. And you can see, is it okay to proceed? Yes. So hit the enter key. and then you'll get a few prompts. So what is your project name? So in this case, I'm going to type in Oxylabs Google Shopping Clone YouTube, right? Call it whatever you want. It's completely fine, right? Kunal says, Oxylabs trial is for 7 days. Yes, so it's enough to go ahead, get started. What I would recommend is that if you want to put this on your project or your portfolio and you just want to leverage the 7 days, go ahead, sign up, see what the service is like, create a video recording of your entire app, put that on your portfolio. That way you get the best of both worlds. And if you love the service, you can continue to stay on with Oxylabs. That way, we all win. So join TypeScript. There we go. Yes, Lynn. Tailwind CSS. Yes. Source directory. No. Appwrite. Yes. Customize the import aliases. No, we're going to keep it as it is. Right. The new aliases are pretty cool as well. Right. So in this case, this will set up our project. In the meantime, you can literally see for yourself that this goes ahead and does it. And if you get stuck at all, and it's something worth mentioning, they changed the Next.js documentation recently. So if you see here using pages router, you want to make sure you're using the app router. Okay. So Next.js 12 and all that good stuff is over here. Next.js 13 now uses the app router. So you want to make sure when you're looking at the docs, don't get it mixed up, right? Just don't accidentally be doing things in pages when you're working with Next.js 13. All right, so at that point, we should have everything set up. Let's go back. Perfect. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do cd Oxylabs. And then we're going to say Google Shopping Clone YouTube. Okay, dash YouTube. Right, and then you can see I've got this over here, right? So then I'm going to do code dot like so, and that will open up VS Code in the perfect setup. Right now, let's go ahead and chuck that out of the way. So get rid of that, and then I'm going to just prepare my screens a little bit. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pretend as if we've got a design team and we've got a couple of designs and we need to go ahead and build it according to spec, right? So the way I like to do this is I like to just screenshot. Usually I do it before the build, but screw it, I'll do it right now with you guys instead. And oh, I haven't got access to that. Okay, where's my, right, let me quickly get access to my shortcut doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, we've got this. I can run it on a separate server. That's fine. So we're going to go ahead and build this out. So heading back over to my build here, you can see the welcome, right? So this is what you're going to start with. This is your Next.js starter template. And we have the new app folder. Okay, so pay attention. Now, is this a good screen size? I can make it a bit bigger. I can make it a bit smaller. Let me know, right? So in this case, what I want you to do is Command J, and I want you to go to output. Now you want to close this one, close the debug, and you should have your terminal. Command B to hide the sidebar. And I want you to do npm run dev. Now before you do that, check your package lock. If you have a yarn lock, then probably it's better. You should be doing yarn run dev, but I'm using npm, so package lock. Okay, so npm run dev, hit enter. Now this is not going to work for me, so because I have to cancel my old running, my old service. So I'm going to cancel that right now. So npm run dev, like so. And you can see we've got the localhost 3000 running. Now what I want you to do is Command J to hide that, Command B to pull this up. And I want you to go to page.tsx, and you should see we've got a bunch of stuff here. So what we should have done there is that we've actually started our application. So if I refresh our localhost 3000, this is what you will see, right? So give it a second just to load. You will see this, a starter template that gets us set up, right? So this is the way I want you guys to start. So what I want you to do is everything inside the main block, I want you to take it all the way down and just get rid of it, right? Just delete it. And then we're going to go to the image block, get rid of that, right? And then this is a little trick for basically centering a div, right? That's a funny running joke. And if you don't know how to do it, definitely practice that, right? Definitely play around with Flexible Foggy. We're going to get rid of that as well. All right, and I'm going to type in H1. Let's build a Google Shopping Clone with Oxylabs. Boom, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Head back over here and you should see this, but you're probably wondering why the hell is the background black? That's because we've got some default styling. So Command B, globals.css. We want to go ahead and keep the top because that's importing and setting up. They've already set up Tailwind for us, so this is completely fine. Delete all of this, go back, and then I want you to go into your layout.tsx. This is where basically everything is going to get rendered. I was going to make it one dash smaller. I think that's okay as well, right? And then I'm going to get rid of this. I don't care about the font right now. Metadata you can customize to your heart's content, and we're going to do this, right? So the way to think of it is everything in the page.tsx or in your roots is basically popped into the children right here. Okay, so this is basically your layout file, so you can do a lot of things like put your header and all that. So as you can see now, that's where actually the page loads in. So this is where basically gets injected, right? So what I like to do firstly is just sometimes like make your life easier. I'll put a main tag here, And let's just pop in the children. There. Oops. There we go. Right. So you got the main like so, and then go to your page and then make this a div. Right. That's sometimes a little bit cleaner. You can do it however you want. There's no set rule there. Right. So there you go. Let's build a Google Shopping clone with Oxy Labs. So first steps first, I want to go ahead and create the nice header that you guys saw in the beginning. So let's do that because that's the most visually appealing thing. It gets us the most like bang for our buck to get started with it, right? So we're going to build a beautiful looking header. So first thing I want you to do is go into your components, go into your app, go to the package.json level, create a new folder called components. Yeah, so we're going to go to the components, and then I'm going to create a new file called header.tsx. And I'm going to use something called a React snippet, so RFCE. And if you're wondering how I do this, I literally say it in every single video because it's so damn cool. We're going to say ES7 in our extensions, and you should actually go ahead and install the ES7 React Redux, this snippets, the one with 8 million. Every time I literally make a video, it's like another million people downloaded it, right? So let's go ahead and do this. And then you can do RFCE, boom. And I'm going to get rid of this because we don't need to import React anymore. Now, the header, I'm actually going to make it a client-side component. So a quick little lesson. Every single page.tsx or anything, every single component inside the app folder, by default, even in the components folder, by default is actually known as something called a server component. This means that it's rendered on the server. So essentially it's going to be rendered beforehand on the server, prepared so that way it speeds things up. And then it's actually just the HTML CSS is dunked onto the client, okay? But sometimes we need interactivity. And in this case, the header, I want it to be interactive. So I'm going to make the interactive I'm going to make the header interactive, and the way we do this is we convert it to a client component. Okay, so the client component is going to be we basically put the directive use client. Okay, so that makes it a client component. We're going to change this to a header tag nicely, and then we're going to go ahead and get things set up. Okay, so first things first, I want a Google logo on the top left. Okay, so on the top left, I'm going to go ahead and pop in a image. I'm going to use a Next.js image. So this is the image tag. And then I've got the source, which is going to refer to, I've made your life easy. Don't worry, guys. I've shortened a URL. This is going to be the Google URL. And then the oat tag is going to be the logo. And then this is going to be the width and height. Now, any pictures that you end up using, all that good stuff. Remember, we have no affiliation with Google. This is entirely an educational video. Yeah, just have to do that these days. Right, so we've got the source, out, width, height, and then I'm going to import it. So go into your image tag, control spacebar to go ahead and do autocomplete. There you go, boom, hit save. So we've got the image tag right now. And then what I want you to do is put in a class name, and I'm going to do object contain. This keeps the aspect ratio regardless of the width and height, because sometimes if you don't have object contain, it can skew it. Okay. Now, if you're wondering how I'm getting these autocompletes, it's because I actually have the Tailwind extension installed. Okay. So you may not have this installed, in which case you're not going to see what I'm seeing. So you need to install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension. Okay. So go ahead, do that. And I'm going to also give this a margin right of 10. So that way when we set up, we can do this. Okay. So that's all good. Good. Now we're going to go ahead and see if that did anything or if it just broke everything else. All right. So where's my code? So boom, here we are. So if I refresh, you'll get an error, right? So let's go ahead and save. Oh, it's because we're not pulling it in. So go to your page. In fact, actually, we're going to put in the layout. So at the top of the layout, I want it in every single page. So that's why I'm putting it in the layout folder. And there you go. And you can use client components in your layout folder, of course, right? So now, if we do this, we should get this error. That means you've done something right. Trust me, okay? Now, the reason why we might use a image tag is because we want to optimize the images, right? So you can check them out, the documentation for the next image tag, or you can actually check out a video I dropped on the channel. And then, yeah, we're basically going to go ahead and show you how to do it. So the first thing you need to do is actually whitelist the host name of the image that you're pulling from. The reason why you need to do this, if you don't whitelist it, think about it, your app could get easily abused, because every single, like, let's imagine you allow users to add images and it was an image tag, it's going to use so much computation power to just, if someone was spamming images into your app, so you have to basically say, this domain is fine to go ahead and whitelist images. So in this case, I go ahead and do images. In our next config, I type in domains and I whitelist the Papa React domain, right? And then we hit save. Now it does restart the server, but it just doesn't always do it right. So I'm going to do Control-C to cancel it, npm run dev to go ahead and kickstart it off again. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and close that. Okay, cool. This is good. right? Now we're going to refresh. And what we should see, if we did everything well, is a nice little Google clone at the top of our screen. There we go. Right, we got the Google clone. That's perfect. So that's a start, right? We're almost finished. I'm joking. All right, we're good. We still got a while. So now we're going to go to the next config. We've got the header here, and I want to make this a clickable image, right? So first thing I want to do is to make this a clickable image, we basically surround it in a link tag. So we import it from next link, cut that away, surround the image tag, and then you basically want to go ahead and give it a href. And this is just going to be the route that you're pushing towards. So in this case, /. Okay. What's really cool about this as well is that now it actually supports the statically typed routes, I believe it's called. I can't remember the exact name. Anyway, the point is that if you're using your next link tags, it will actually tell you if you have that route supported yet or not. So if you try and go to a link that doesn't exist, that actually sort of screams at you. So it's pretty cool. It's actually a pretty cool little addition that they're doing in Next.js. All right. So image tag, and then underneath the link, I'm going to go ahead and pop in a div, and this is going to be for the form. Okay, so the form, I'm going to go ahead and pop in a bunch of different stuff. So first thing I'm going to do is actually have 1 second. I've actually changed this out. Oh wow, I completely forgot to remove something. I've still got the same thing that I had previously in here, so I need to just double check one thing, and then we can get started off. Okay. All right. So we're actually going to be using the Tremor library to do a lot of the styling today. So I'll show you how we do that. So I want you to go to tremor.so, right? And in this case, you can just go to tremor.so, the React library to build dashboards fast, right? We're not going to be using it for dashboards. We're going to be using it for the beautiful components that it has inside of it. So npm install Tremor React, boom, copy that, go back to your app, Command B to hide that, Command J to pull this up. Slide over another terminal. You can do that, or you can just go ahead and press the plus to have a second terminal full screened, and then you can do npm install Tremor React. Make sure you're in the right directory. I am. Okay, so we've got Tremor installed now. Now Tremor, there's a little bit of setup you need to do. So go to get started, and we're not going to do this. We just go to Next.js, and that's fine. You go down, you see we've already done this. But the next step is pretty simple. You just need to go to the Tailwind config and add in this. This is basically going to compile the Tremor module. So go to your Tailwind config. You can either go Command B, or you do Command P and you type in Tailwind and you start typing in. That's a faster way of doing it. We're going to pop it in like so. Go back to the documentation, go over here. And then you need to go into the Tailwind config and add in a bunch of things. So in the theme, what I recommend here is you just grab the entire theme object. So take this entire thing down to the ending, and then go to the plugins, because we also need that. So copy that, right? Go back to your code, and the theme that's currently in here we don't really care about, and even the plugin. So go from the plugin to the theme, delete it, and then paste that in, and then hit save. Okay, so that's basically going to pop in the theme, and obviously you can change this out. Right now I'm just using the Tremor theme that they're giving us right from the get-go. So this is basically something you can easily customize and change it up as you want. Right, then you want to go ahead and run. Now, they do use hero icons. I'm not going to use version 106. I'm going to use the latest. Instead of that, I'm going to go to heroicons.com, and I'm going to go to the documentation. Hero icons is a really great way of popping icons into your app. So you're going to go to hero icons, and then you want to pop in npm install hero icons react. Oops. Okay, there we go. And this is going to install it into our project. So Command J, second terminal, boom, install it like so. And now we have it set up. Okay, so now we can use Tremor inside of our app. That's good. Cool. All right, so from this div, right, this is going to be, okay, so I'm trying to think how we're going to arrange this out. So this is going to be where we have all of the different, okay, so firstly we'll start off with the form. This will be our form, and this form will basically be responsible for all of the input basically. So at the top, remember we had where you can basically search all that good stuff. We're gonna have this be that form point. So I'm gonna have everything that we have in here. That's fine. And I wanna have inside of the form a div. Okay, so inside the form I wanna have a div, and then another div, and then I'm gonna have a magnifying glass icon. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pop this in. I'll show you how to import this. All right, so magnifying glass icon. And this magnifying glass icon is going to be imported from the hero icons library. Okay, so we're importing it from the solid variant. You can also get the outline variant, but I want the solid. Right, so we're going to go ahead and pop this in. Boom, we have the magnifying glass icon. Now, at this point, you should just test it, see if you're actually getting a magnifying glass. If you get that, good. Okay, don't freak out if you don't. Just take your time. Okay, so in this case, that's fine. And then we're going to have a input as well next to it. So I'm going to have input like so. Okay, now for this input, I'm going to have a placeholder. Okay, the placeholder is going to be search ... and we're also going to be using the form data itself. So we have to give this a name for this field. We're going to call this one search term. That's great. And then also going to style this up a little bit, saying that it shouldn't have an outline when you click on it, and it should take up the majority of the space that it's in. Now I've given it flex 1, but the parent isn't flex yet. So we're going to go to the div, and I basically want to style this together. So if we look at it originally, how it looks right now, you see how they're stacked up. Right, so we've got the search thing here, but we've also got this on top. Now the reason why this is because by default things are block, which means they stack up and use the full width. Instead, we want to change this container to become a flex container, and naturally you'll see this will go into a row. Okay, and then I'm actually going to make life a little bit easier. I'm pop this over here. There we go. Okay, and then what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and say items should be centrally aligned. So that way they center on each other. You see how it just slightly moved there? We're going to give it a space between each other of 2. So you'll see the magnifying glass pushed away. Background of white. You can't tell right now, but that is a background. If we do it red, for example, I'll show you. It will become blazing red, right? We want it to become a white background. And then we're going to go ahead and say shadow extra large, round the corners off because that's the way Google does it. Border of 0, and then padding X of 6, padding Y of 4. Hit save, and then wait for it. So look at that already. What? Already crazy, right? It looks so much better already. All right. And then when I get to a big screen, you see how it's just huge, right? I don't want that to happen on a big screen. I basically want to give that a max width constraint. Once it gets to, on a mobile view, I want it to be like, you know, max width. But on a big screen, I don't want that to happen. Okay. So what you do is you use something called breakpoints in Tailwind. Everything here is mobile first. So this is all designed for the mobile view. And then what you do is you add in breakpoints to say on a medium screen and above, I want to implement, for example, a max width of 5XL. You can see that gives a max width of 64 rem. So if I hit save now, you'll see that we have a max width pops in only on the medium screen. So you'll see that full width on a medium screen and above, boom, max width. Okay, so this is something to remember. Now, what I want to do is I also want to go ahead and flex this because I want this to take up the full width of its parent container. In this case, we've got this one here, and this one I'm going to center it out. So this is going to be a flex. Firstly, I just want to show you the purpose of why we're going to do this, because over here we're going to have a search button component. Okay, so we're going to have a flex button, and this is going to be items centrally aligned with a gap of 2. Right, so I'm doing a bit of both. Width full, padding X of 4, and flex 1. And again, the form itself will have some styling around it as well. Right. Again, actually, no, we don't need flex 1 here, and that's fine. Right. So at this point, boom, that looks a bit better. Right. That looks okay for now. That'll do. And you can see that if I was to fill that box up, it takes up the majority of that room, that input field. So that's fine for now. Okay, so next thing, the surrounding div up a level from the form, I want to give that a max width constraint. So I want to say items should be centrally aligned. Actually, no, we don't need that. Right, we're going to say width full by a mobile view. And I want to say on a medium screen, it should be max width of 2XL. Right, so now we should see a further constraint. So that's better. That's a lot cleaner, actually. That's what I wanted. Right, so it should never actually grow past that. In fact, you could even, question this one if you want to keep that or not. Right, because at this point, to be honest, this won't actually come into play. So yeah, you see that doesn't come into play because our parent surrounding. I must change that afterwards. Right, so at this point now we're going to create the search button. So search button is going to be a separate component, and the reason for this is because I want to show you something called a transition state. So we've got the search button here, and I'm going to go ahead and create a component for the search button.tsx. Boom, RFC that to make the component. Go up over here. And then inside of our search button, I'm going to simply, very simply, just make this a button. It's also going to be a client component. So in this case, we're going to have a use client. Yeah. Okay. And then this is simply going to say searching. Okay. So search or search, right? So for now. And then back over here, import the button like so. Okay, so I've imported it at the top. And now you can see we've got our search. So let's start this out so it looks a little bit nicer than what it is right now. So I'll show you how we do this. We say class name, BG Blue 500. And when we hover over it, I want it to be slightly darker background. And following these same sort of rules, you know, we're going to go ahead and achieve the same design by adding in disabled states as well. So I'm going to pop in my styles here. The text white, font bold, all that good stuff. And then I'm also adding a disabled state. So when it's disabled, opacity should be 50%. Disabled will also have a cursor not allowed. And I'll show you how we do that, okay? So that's already looking a bit clean, right? So that looks kind of cool, right? So now what I want to do is use something called a pending state. So as you see inside of our header, we have a form, right? So a form right here. Now this form, I basically, when I'm submitting it, I want this to change to a pending state. Okay, so this will change to a pending state. So I'm going to go ahead and say const. I'm going to destructure pending, and then I'm going to use the use form status, right? And this is actually experimental, right? So I'm going to use the use form status. So I'm going to go ahead and actually save ourselves by aliasing this, right? Oops, no. Renaming it as use form status, but this is an experimental feature. And what this will do is it will give me the pending state. So when we submit the form, there's going to be a little bit of a delay, and then you can you'll see this will be, we can render the UI basically if it's pending or not. So I can basically say pending, it's going to say searching, right? So pending will go ahead and say searching. Okay. Otherwise, if it's not pending, I want to go ahead and show a magnifying glass icon next to it. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in at the top right here. So magnifying glass icon. And I want this to be something like this. So get rid of that, boom. So let's see for ourselves now. Refresh. And why are we freaking out here? Use form status is not a function. It is a function. What is happening? Let's do React DOM. We will be pushing this into the Papa GitHub repo. Yes, for sure. Right. In fact, okay, so I'm using client. What the hell's going on? So in this case, I just want to go ahead and npm run dev, right? So I'm not implemented. I'm kind of curious. Oh, actually, maybe this is from the experimental. Oh, okay. I know what I did. All right. So I'm going to show you something. It kind of overarches into. All right, so this is kind of overarching into the territory of server actions. So I started building this with server actions, then I changed my mind a little bit into it. The reason why we've got this experimental right here is because I will show you how to get that anyway, right? And we can use it. I'll show you the way I would do it, and I'll create another video on how you can actually get server actions implemented, right? So go to next config. And at the time that you're building this, this could be out of experimental right now, but go to experimental and we're going to enable server actions, right? So server actions, true. Okay. So go ahead and do that and then restart your server. That's why we're not getting it. Yeah. So there we go. Boom. And it should say you have enabled experimental features, server actions. Boom. All right. Now, if we refresh, we should, I believe, have that. Right, so let's go here. Yeah, there you go. That's the reason why we didn't have it before. So this is actually part of the server actions thing. Right, the use form status, and this is going to be pretty handy. So when we submit the form, it will go ahead and actually have something there, right? So, and that's the reason why I'm going to be using the action here as well. So you can go ahead, watch my server actions video afterwards, and then add to this and refactor it if you want, all right? So this is good for now. I'm happy with that. That's kind of, you know, that's fine for now. So go back to the header and then we're going to go ahead and finish off the header. So get things done in there, right? So inside of our header, we've got the search button down. Now I'm going to basically, I need to have the ability to submit this form, but inside of it, I need to go ahead and have a bunch of different things like also the ability to select number of pages, sort from high to low, minimum price, maximum price, and so forth, right? I didn't demo that in the beginning, but we are going to allow that feature as well. So first thing I need to do is outside of that div, right? So outside of this div, and still inside the form, it's very important it's inside the form, I'm going to start using something called a search select field. Okay, so I need to import a bunch of things from Tremor. So let's go ahead and pop it in. I'm going to pop in a bunch of things from Tremor. I don't like this song. I'm I'm gonna get rid of that. Right, let's go down, and then underneath just above the form, I'm gonna say I want to have a div. And inside that div, I'm gonna say search select, right? And this search select is gonna wrap something called a search select item. Okay, now in this case I just want to have 100 pages. I want to have you should have the ability to say I want to select from page 0 from 1 to 99. That's my developer brain kicking in, right? So there's a little trick here. If you want to render out a search from 0 to 100 or something, or sorry, a list from 0 to 100, I'll show you firstly what we're going to be using. Is this one right here, just to give you some context. This is the one that I'm doing, search select, right? So here, so you can actually type in as well. But in order to implement this from 0 to 100, we can do something like this. We can say, put a JSX for the brackets, do a array, and then do ... and then we can say array. So basically what I'm doing is I'm spreading a array. So I'm spreading an array of 100, and then I'm saying dot, right? So I'm map through my array, outside the array, sorry. Map through the array, and then what we typically do here is I don't really care about that number, right? So a little syntax that we typically have is underscore for a value we don't really care about, right? So that's basically just each item. You can call it item itself, and I is the index, right? So with that bit, we're now going to basically pop out a search select item, and it's going to have the key and the value and so forth, right? So in this case, why is it erroring? And I'll show you why. Because it's saying type element is missing, blah, 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 right? So the reason being is we haven't set this up correctly at all, right? So the way we do this is we need to go to the key. The key is fine as a number, but the value needs to be a string. So this one, we're actually going to go ahead, and I don't want to start from 0. I want to start from 1. So I'm going to say I plus 1 to string. Okay. And then for here, I'm going to say this one is actually going to be something pages, and again it's going to be I plus 1 to string, like so, right? And then what we need to do is close out our brackets. Why is this freaking out? There we go. Right, so now what we're doing is we're mapping through an array, right? So you got the search select items. So now let's go back to our app, and you can see, look at that, boom, I have 100 different pages, right? So that looks pretty cool. And I'm going to just style this out a little bit, and I'm going to give it a class name and a placeholder inside of this. So I'm going to say class name and placeholder. And now if I was to refresh, you should see number of pages, and yeah, that looks a bit cleaner. And then I'm also going to have an on value change, but we'll assign that afterwards. Okay. So the next step is for this, I'm going to go ahead and actually have, so that's our first filter basically done, number of pages, right? Now I'm going to repeat this process, but for a few different things. I'm going to repeat it now for the sorting, then for the min price and max price, right? So for the sorting, I'm basically going to firstly have a constant at the top, and this is going to be called sort by map. So this is just going to be an object like so. And it's an object with key value pairs, and these keys are basically corresponding to the if we basically pass in the following, we pass in sort by R into Google in the URL, that will sort by the default value. If we sort by RV, that will sort by review. By P will be by price, PD will be, so basically these are query params that we're eventually going to be using. So we're going to grab that, we're going to go down here, and we're going to use that to map through the same thing, right? So we're going to go ahead and have, firstly have a select field. This one's not going to be a search select, as I don't want to be able to type in. And then I'm going to have object.entries, right? So object.entries, and then sort by map through all the key value pairs. And then basically we're going to go ahead and pop in the select items. Let's go ahead and pop these in like so. Yeah, hit save. And now you can see we've got, wait for it, we've got the select here, and you can see, look, default, by review, by price, and by low to high and high to low. And when you click it, it's going to be assigned the key, right? So you see that value? The value is assigned the key. So basically when the text will be this one, and then the value itself will be there. It can be a little bit confusing the way I just worded that, but because we're swapping it here, but yeah, you get the point. Okay. So that way we've got that done. Now I'm going to style that a little bit. So the AC gets me a little bit bunged up. I don't know if you can hear that. So we've got the select statement done. You guys are loving the music, I can tell. There we go. And then the next one is pretty simple. We're going to have a search select for the next two. And these are going to be for different values. So I've actually just hard coded this one in, and I'll show you what I'm actually popping in. So I'm going to pop the first set of values in, and I'll explain it. So this right here basically gives a value of, empty value 100, 250, 500, 750, 900, or 1,000 plus. Right, and this is going to be like for the dollars amounts, right? So the minimum amounts. And here we're basically going to go ahead and say if I is equal to 0, so if it's the first value, then it should say no minimum. Otherwise, it would show a $ with the first, basically the value to string, right? With the $ in front of it. Okay. And then I want to give this a placeholder and basically say min price and so forth. So fairly straightforward. I'll show you how it works. So if we go back to our app, min price, and you can see that no minimum, 150, 9,000, 1,000, blah, 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 right? So you can obviously set these up the way you want, have as many different values you want, even put this in a constant elsewhere, outside, all that good stuff. It's completely up to you, right? I'm going to do the final thing, the exact same thing, but for a max now, okay? So I'll do the same thing for a search select over here. So we'll say search select, boom, like so, pop this in. And I'll do the same little trick that we just did, pop that in as well. These values are going to be the same, but in this case, the placeholder will simply say max price, right? And it will say no max, right, or maximum amount, because we're going to keep it consistent, right? So that's got the no maximum in, and in this case, no maximum and up to a certain amount. So that way we've got our 4 different things, right? And as you can see, that looks a bit ugly right now. So we're going to make use of grid to get that looking pretty good. And then we're going to create pieces of state and track what the user has typed in. And then we're going to basically, do our extra stuff after that. So with that said, the final step actually after, which we haven't done yet, is we need to have an avatar, right? So I'm going to use a little package outside. So just outside, just to sort of, before I forget this bit, I'm gonna have another div, and this will have an avatar of the user, right? So right now it's a dummy, it's just, a little avatar. In fact, we're gonna make this super easy. I'm using something called React Avatar. You can simply install it by going to your ZSH or your server, sorry, and typing in npm install React Avatar. You import it into your project. So go to the top of your project, boom, pop it in. Command J to hide the terminal, go back down. And basically this avatar is kind of cool because you can just say it's a round avatar of certain size. And in this case, if I just gave it Sunny Sanga, it will come up with like an SS. So you'll see in a second now that SS, right? So it's kind of cool. And you can also use things like Facebook links and all this good stuff. So if I let Facebook ID, Google ID, and all this other stuff, Skype ID, and it will basically pull your picture in. So that avatar is kind of cool, right? Something to definitely look at. Okay, so and AWS and Azure. I have used Azure. I've worked with Microsoft on a video that is literally on the YouTube channel, so definitely check that out, Giancarlo. But I also think AWS, I will be making more content very soon. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now on a small screen, I want to hide it, so hidden on mobile view by default. On a large screen, I want to show it, and I want it to use up the maximum space that it has because I want to push this to the end of the screen. Okay, so in this case, right now on the small screen, it's not there, but you can see it's pushed all the way over there when it is there, right? So let's get this looking good because this looks like crap right now, right? So first things first, this is by default dark mode because I'm actually using dark mode in my system settings. To override that, what you got to do is you go to your Tailwind config, right? So because I don't want it to just naturally think I want dark mode right now, and you simply add in dark mode class, and this basically means that you will define when you want to add in dark mode. So in this case, if I do this, you'll see that this will toggle and it will change now to light mode, right? So that's what was happening. But let's go back to my header, and I want to go ahead and make this UI look a lot nicer. So at the top of the header, we're going to give this a bunch of styling. So firstly, we're going to say it's a flex box, and by default it's flex column. So nothing will really change here, the UI, because naturally it's still in a column view, okay? But what I want to do is I want to center everything on a mobile view. So I want to say item center, right? So in this case, you should see things like the Google pop into the center. It looks a bit cleaner, right? Next thing you know, when we're on a medium screen, I want to change to a row, right? So I want things to be spread out in a row, and I want it also to be items aligned at the start on medium screen. Medium screen should also have a space between the x-axes of 6, and then I want to give it a bunch of styling in a second. So let's go ahead and do that. And on the medium screen now, you can see it goes into a row. So notice how that goes into a row. So these two children become into a row as opposed to a column, right? And you see how that's pushed over there. So we're already getting the kind of design that we want. We need to give it a padding X of 2, padding Y of 10, padding on the bottom of 6. This was me being so lazy, honestly. You could have just done padding top 10, padding bottom 5. Okay, all right. And then on the bigger screen, I want to do padding all around of 10, and I'm going to change only the bottom value to a 5. There we go. Hit save, boom, and now you can see that we have a little bit more breathing room around it, right? And over here, that looks a lot more cleaner. Now the only thing is this looks like crap, all right? So let's get that done. So I want to go ahead and make that form actually spaced out so that way we can actually breathe, right? So before we have our search select, everything happens here, right? In the first search select. So let's go up to here, right? So on the class name, I'm going to go ahead and say that this is a grid by default. We're going to have a grid columns of 2. So by default on a mobile view, I want to change this to 2 columns. You see that? So now we've got 2 columns. I want to give it a gap of 2, so you'll see that everything spaces out a little bit more. That's nicer. Right, I want to give it a padding of 4, so that way it's got some breathing room behind it. That looks a lot better. On a medium screen, I want to actually change it to a grid columns 4. That means that on a medium screen, they'll all be in line, okay? I want to give it a max width of large, and on a medium screen, I want to give it a max width of none. Max width of none. Right, so in this case, it will be constrained here to a max width. There you go. MX auto to center it. So now you'll see that it's off to the left. As soon as I add MX auto, it centers it. And I want to center everything on the vertical axis. Okay, pretty cool. Right, and now you'll see, look, oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. All right, so in this case, look at that. Clean, right? So that's looking great. Hello world, right? And if I hit enter, you see it just goes ahead and it sends me over to search time hello world, which I didn't even do, I don't think. Right, so in this case, that's fine. We've got our little things. Now we need to track what the user selects. So how do I keep this in a piece of state, right? Very easy, actually. We just use state, right? So I'll show you how we do this. So go up to the top. We need to prepare 4 pieces of state. So the way we do that is we say const, and let's do our first one by saying the pages, set pages, and we say equals use state. Now, if you do get confused at any point about, use state, any of that good stuff with React, we have the entire React Basics 101 course inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. Be sure to check it out. We also have the use state tutorial on YouTube for free, so you can actually go ahead and feel free to check that out as well. Yeah. Yes, we got this, pages. Now to connect this up, I'll show you how we do it, and then we'll run through the rest very quickly afterwards. So heading down to where we select our pages, where we have this, we have on value change. This gives us a value and an arrow function. So it's basically a callback function. And what I want to do is I want to get that value and I want to set the pages to that value. Simple as that. Now, when the user selects the page, for example, if I click on this and I click on 4 pages, that's stored inside of our state. So now I can refer to this pages variable to get that value, right? So it's pretty much as simple as that, right? That's how you connect it. So I'm going to do that the same thing for 3 more pieces of state. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Boom. We've got sort by, min price, max price, and then we've got a set of functions here. Let's go ahead and connect it to the rest of the things. So in this case, we've got our select over here. Our select, we're going to have on value change, and it's going to be set sort by. There we go. And then on our search select, we're going to have on value change, set min price. And our search select here, we're going to have on value change, set max price. Now, if you're wondering, how did he do that? How he didn't even type anything? That's GitHub Copilot. Okay. We've got that looking pretty good. Now we've got everything stored in the state. So the next thing that I naturally want to do is basically all I want to do now is when I type in and I hit enter, I want to go ahead and combine these, these values, or basically if you added any of these, and I want to send the user to a proper URL. So that way we can go ahead and do the next step, which is a search page. Right? So let's do that right now. So first things first, I need the router because I'm going to be redirecting the user somewhere else afterwards. So let's go ahead and get our router. And the router will allow us to send the user elsewhere because we're using a client-side component. So that way we can use the user router. And now inside of our form, let's go down here. Next router was not mounted. What? Go to next. Okay, so don't do this. Don't do what I just did. Use router should be imported from next navigation. Easy mistake to make. Okay. It can happen with the auto imports. So that's probably going to happen to a lot of you. So don't mess up there. Right. So next thing you want you to do is inside the form. So typically we do like on submit or on click, but right now we're doing a kind of mix. This is what you would be doing if you did server actions, but I didn't go the whole way in this build with server actions. I made a separate video for server actions that will be coming out this week. So enjoy that, use this afterwards, but I'm going to show you how you do it with the actions here. So I've got the form data that is actually submitted when the, you submit that form. Now, when we do this, the reason why I'm using action here as well is because if you remember inside of the search button, we actually had something that was listening to the state of the form. This is connected to this action property, right? So that way when you do it, when you submit, it knows what to do, okay? So firstly, we need to get a bunch of terms, or we need to get the data from here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the data from the form data, right? So here I'm going to say const search term equals form data dot get search term. And you're probably wondering, where is that? Well, remember the input field here? It's got it right there. So that's how we get it. Okay, that's good. And then I basically want to have some defensive coding. So if you haven't entered any search term, I want to stop everything. I don't want you to submit or do anything at that point. Okay, now next step, I want to say if you have the pages, right? So if you've set a page in the state, then I'm doing, you typically would have to do this, but if it's a one-liner code, you can just do it straight off the bat. Then I'm going to say params. Now, before we do this, I need to actually have a string of params. Now, this is going to be for our URL that we send the user off to. So we're going to call this URL search params. So I'm going to say if pages params.set, and then I'm basically going to say pages, and then I pass in pages.toString, and I'll show you exactly what this does in a second, okay? So eventually, basically, this will build out a URL, something like this. So imagine if we redirect the user to /search, it will be something like this. It'll be pages, pages equals like 10, for example, right? That's what we're essentially, if the pages exist, create that, add that to you. And this part right here is the URL search params. So we're basically doing conditional rendering of that, right? So I'm basically going to do the same thing to the sort by and min price, and min and max price. Okay, and this is what is going to be inside of the URL. Okay, so I'm not using camel casing inside the URL. I'm just using underscore casing. Okay, and then after that, I've got my URL. So then what I can do is I can say router.push. I want to push the user to /search/, and in fact, I want to use a string interpolation. So I'm going to change these to backticks, and I'm going to do our little nested interpolation here, and we'll say search term. And then we're basically going to do question mark params, JSX, where is it? Params to string. And don't let it do that. Yep, there we go. Right. Now what this will do is it will send the user to that URL. And I'll show you right now in a second what's going to happen after that. So if we do that, I will show you what happens. So if I go ahead and type in something like hello world, and I want to do, for example, 2 pages, sort by high to low, minimum price 100, maximum price 1,000, search. Oh, firstly, look at that. Oh, it done it, right? It searched. And then you see what it sent me to. It sent me to a search. I'm going to copy this and enlarge it so you guys can see. Right? So firstly, you see how the nice little rendering happened, but you see what it did there. I typed in hello world. So it basically passed that through to hello world. Then it basically constructed this based on what I had selected. So pages to sort by PD, which is priced, descending, min price 100, max price 1,000. Nice, cool, yeah. At that point, now this works. Now the reason why it didn't work, like send us anywhere, is because we don't have that page built. But if I type in, for example, MacBook, and I only did like, for example, by price, now you'll see it just has MacBook sort by PD. So it's kind of good, right? Because now we can go ahead and actually create that endpoint and then have all the logic to start the fetching from Oxylabs, which is the actual cool part, right? That we're going to get to. So that's pretty cool. That's that part done, right? Header's done, right? So see, it wasn't as hard as we thought. Right. Next up, let's go to page.tsx. Now this is the home page. We don't really care about this for now. for now, I don't really care. I just want to kind of make that like, we can do something cool with that afterwards. In fact, I want to do the search term next, right? So we send the user to /search. So the way it works in Next.js is you have your app, and this is your /. This is your home sort of directory. So this resembles your root. So page.tsx resembles your root. Now, if I want to have a /search, I basically say search to resemble the /search, and then I have a page.tsx inside of here. And now this will be support a /search, but I don't want the user to actually go to the search URL. I want them to go to a something like this, a /, oops, okay, why can't I? Yeah, /search, and then I want a wildcard. So this could be something like, it could be MacBook, it could be iPad, it could be 0 to full stack hero, right? Whatever you want to go ahead and join, you can go ahead and do it, right? But in this case, we need something called a wildcard. So I basically create another folder with square brackets, and we basically pop in the term. That is basically that's like the syntax to say that is a wildcard. It can be any value. And then I do page.tsx, okay? So RFCE, and then we've got this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and start building out this page. Now this page is a server component, so we're not gonna convert this to a anything else. So in this case, I'm gonna change this to a search page, right? And then welcome to the search results page. Now let's go ahead and check if it works. So if we type in MacBook Pro, you'll see inside of the URL, it'll take me to, firstly it says searching, which is kind of cool, right? So it'll basically figure it out. And then you see it says search MacBook Pro, and it says welcome to the search results page, right? And notice how when I click on this, I'm linked around, right? So this is what's cool about this. The header is not re-rendering. You see how it's just routing me? So it's only streaming in the page element itself, which is awesome, right? So that's pretty cool. But let's do something nicer now. So the search page will eventually render out something called the results list. Okay, and this results list will basically be all of the different results on the page, right? But instead, what we actually first need to do is take whatever we have here. So notice how we have the MacBook Pro, we have the sort by R, right? Now you're probably wondering, but he didn't select sort by. Well, actually inside the header, what the hell is that? That's a fly. But if you're really wondering, I actually set the default sort by value to R, right? So you can actually do that yourself. That way I'm always basically saying use the default value if nothing is selected. Right, so in this point, we are freaked me out so bad. That flower mark. So in this case, we've got the page.tsx at the term. For this, I'm going to go ahead and actually get the params. So now what I want to do is we have /MacBook Pro. So how do I get this, and how do I get the search params like sort by, min price, all of that stuff, right? Well, it's actually super straightforward and easy. What we do is, firstly, I'm going to create some type definitions. We get the props. It comes through as props. Okay, so we say search params, and I'm going to create a search params type definition. So in a second, but for now, I'll just do any, and then we have params, and the term is inside of there. Okay, and the term is called term because term is there, right? So here we get props. Now I want to show you something. As this is rendered on the server, this will come up on our server logs. So if I was to console log the props, and we go to our server logs, can you see how, look, the params term comes in, and then we've got the search params, right? So this is how it comes through. So this is a good little lesson for everyone, right? So we're going to go ahead and pass this in the prop type definition, and then I'm going to destructure the search params and the params themselves, right? And I'm going to do a double destructure. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get the term out as well. So we got the search params and term. Okay. Now, the first thing I want to do is, if there is no term, I want to redirect the user to the home screen, right? Redirect the user to the home screen, and you see how we get that from Next navigation. So you can do redirects on server components. That's completely fine. So now, if there is no well, why is props not defined? Where have I done props? I haven't done that. Yep, that's fine. So now if I go ahead and try to go to /search, it will say 404 not found. Well, actually that's because we'll never be able to get that. That's fine anyway. Yeah. So anyway, the point is I'm protecting ourselves there. Now, next step is I want to basically do a fetch call. here to fetch from our API. And we haven't created this API yet. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and fetch from our API, and this API call, we'll go ahead and we'll build that out, and that's going to be the part which is going to go ahead and scrape from Oxy Labs. Okay, so let's go ahead and build out our API call. So what we're actually going to build is an API call on our side that will go ahead and connect to the Oxy Labs API over here, and this will allow us to scrape information from Google. Okay, so I'm actually going to go to I'm going to show you how we can create an API endpoint. So you can actually use the new route.ts file to actually create an API endpoint anywhere, but it really depends on if you need the post request, if you need the get request. Otherwise, if I do a get request here, it's just going to come up as the main thing, which we don't want to do. So the way that we can do this is I'm going to keep life simple and create an API folder. You don't have to actually create an API folder anymore, but I'm just going to do it explicitly to show you. So I'm going to create an API folder. Inside my API folder, I'm going to have a search. And again, this is the same routing structure. So this will just be /API/search. And then inside of here, we're using the new root.ts file, right? Root, whatever it is, right? And then we can go ahead and pop in like so, right? So you can have your new root, and you can, for those of you wondering, actually put this next to this. If you're just using a post request, right? You can actually do that. Obviously your root would change. It wouldn't be API/search, it would just be search term, but you can, if you really wanted to, you can do that, right? We're going to import a few things that we might need, like so. And I'm also going to have a typings definition file, because I want to have a few typings of my own. So typings definition file, one of which is the search params, right? So search params, I'm going to go ahead and pop in. Now inside of my, where was it? Inside of my page, the search params themselves, remember we had it here initially. So I'm just going to change this to search params and import that from our typings file. So now we've got type protection, okay? And if you look at this, it's saying that all of these things might be there except sort by. Sort by will be there because I set a default value on it. All right, now inside of our post request, we're basically going to go ahead and handle this. So I need to do the following. I'm going to go ahead and pull the body of the request. The way it works is on this page, when I type in MacBook Pro, hit submit, and I go ahead and go to a certain thing. When this page loads up, I have access to the MacBook Pro and I have access to all the search params. When I do, I'm going to make a fetch request, a post fetch request, and I'm going to send this information in the post body, which means that I need to go ahead and get the post body data outside. The way you get the body of the post inside of Next.js 13 APIs in the new root.ts syntax is you go ahead and do the following. You get the search term, you get the pages, and you get the rest of the params, and you await it from your request.json, right? So this will give me the information that I need on this side. Now the search params, we're going to go ahead and actually sort of, pass this like so, right? So I'm basically saying that all of the rest of the params that come through are going to be the search params. And you could even include pages. Now I'm just making life a little bit easier here when I do this, right? So what's next? I'm going to say if there was no search term, if there was no search term, Fly is not having it today, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say return next response, and I basically return a 400 saying you're missing the search term. So this is basically building out an API. So you can see here, right? So next response, we're basically saying the next call would be that you would return a 400 saying missing search term, okay? And now that's basically protecting our API endpoint route. So after that, we can say const filters, right? So filters. Now what I'm going to do here is just for the beginning, just going to say is a type of any. So it's just an array. We can handle this afterwards, but I'm going to have an array of filters, and we're basically going to go ahead and handle this accordingly. So I'll show you what we're going to do, and then it'll make a bit more sense. So all of the search params that come through, so remember the sort by, the min price, all that kind of stuff. Someone says, bro, the music is lit. Thank you. Right. So all of that good stuff, we're going to go and say object dot entries. And then inside of here, I'm going to go through my search params, and for every single key value pair, I want to handle it accordingly. Okay. So let's do some magic in here. So firstly, I want to say if there is a value, and if that key, is either max price or it's min price, then what I'm going to do is say, I'm going to do a little check, and I basically want to see that if the value is over 1000 plus, this is weakly typed checking, I guess, right? Because we're doing a string check. But I'm basically saying that if any of the max price or min price was over 1000, then it should simply just not add that filter, because that filter doesn't really need to be there if you've said that it has no minimum or no maximum, right? Well, in this case, the minimum, I guess it would be, right? So minimum 1000 should be there. Right, but in this case, no. If you don't set a minimum here, then there will be no minimum. So either if it's no minimum or 1000, it's actually the same, right? So we're saying that it should be, well, it's not really 1000 plus. Okay, so maybe we don't do that. Okay, we could actually say this instead. We could say if it's this, else, if the min price. Okay, we don't need to worry about it, right? That's completely fine for now. In fact, what I would do is for the minimum price, we can actually change this logic a little bit to make it a little bit better. I just realized something. So in the header, I want you to go over to where you have your min and just change it to 1000 minimum, because that should be a fixed value, not a plus. That makes a bit more sense. Okay. And then if it's max price 1000 plus, you just don't need to include it because there's no max after that point, right? So filters.push. Okay. So after that, this will basically stop it from being added if it's 1000. And then we say filters.push, and I basically want to push in the key value pair. So I'm going to push in the key itself, and that's basically just, you know, shorthand for this. And then the value, I'm going to go ahead and push in. So if the key is sort by, then I'm going to pop in the value. Otherwise, I will go ahead and actually pass the number, right? Reason being is, like, for example, if I passed in, if one of the filters was sort by, that's fine. We should give the value and add that to the filter list. If it's a price, I need to convert a string to a number. So that's why I'm doing it here, right? So that's actually just going to loop through, and that's basically preparing all my filters. Right? So now I've got literally a list of filters, which allows me to do it all. Okay, so now we do the fun part. We actually send a request over to Oxylabs. So then what you can do is head over to the dashboard, and inside the dashboard here, okay, let me log back in. So inside the dashboard, you'll get access to all of the things that you're going to need. Now, what I need you to do is you're either going to get you're going to get access to it either inside of your email. So you'll get your username and password sent over to you, or you'll actually get, access to it over here. So I'll show you where you can find it. So it'll either be in your email, and you can see it's also got this really nice dashboard to see all your usage and that good stuff. And you can see on the left, we've got my products. Now I want you to go over to the e-commerce scraper API and go to users, and you'll see in my situation, my username is ecom papa react, right? And here you can also change your password. So if you couldn't find your password, you can actually change it there, get another password. Okay. Now take note of this, because we're going to need to set this up accordingly. So what I'm going to want you to do is go to we need to create an environment file. So let's go ahead and create an environment file right now. So I'm going to go ahead into my code right here. And at the bottom, I'm going to say .env.local. And here I'll say Oxylabs. So nice, right? The username. And this one is going to be ecom papa react. Now, the next one I'm going to say is Oxylabs password. And the password you can get in two ways. Like I mentioned, oops, sorry, I'm going to go back. Like I mentioned, your password, you can either go ahead, change your password, get that, or you can get your password from your email that they send out to you, right? So typically it gets sent out. I got mine sent out to me. The minute you sign up, it'll go ahead and get sent out to you. So I've actually got my password here. So I'm going to go ahead and paste in my password, and I'm going to close the file. Okay, so I'm pasted in my password, I've saved the file, and then I've closed it. So now I have my environment variables configured, and we can go ahead and resume what we were doing. So heading back over to root.ts, we can go ahead and see we head outside of this. I'm going to do a fetch call. So we're going to do const response equals await fetch. Okay. Now here, what I'm going to do is basically make a real a query to the Oxylabs database, right? So what I'm actually going to do to help us out a little bit is, give me 1 second. I'm just going to go ahead and make life a little bit easier so I can demo this a bit more, right? So if you go over to documentation, you will see that down here you have your example of how you do these queries. So you can see for yourself, they actually make it so easy for you, right? You've got the body of the request, the fetch request itself. In fact, this is exactly the one that we want. And you can see it's a post request. We stringify the body, and the body includes a bunch of things. And then you basically pass in your username and password. And the way it is, it's using something called basic authentication. The way you do basic authentication is you set the authorization header value to basic, and then you basically have a space, and then you create a buffer from your username and password, and you base64 encode it. Okay, so it sounds all crazy, but it's really not, right? Don't worry about it. It's actually not that hard to do. Okay, so in this case, we do a fetch. We basically pop it in there. We set the method to post. We set the headers. So let's go ahead and do that right now. The headers, and then we say the content type is application JSON, and then we set the authorization header. So let's do that right now. So we say authorization, and then what I want you to do here is I'm going to do backticks. I type in basic space, and then I'm going to do a little bit of interpolation. So I'll say buffer from. There's a few ways you can do this. I'm going to use a buffer, right? Buffer from, and then I'm going to say process dot environment, and then I'm going to say Oxylabs username, environment Oxylabs username, and then we'll say plus, right? And then we have a little colon, and then Oxylabs password. So oops, sorry, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yep, pop that round. There you go. So it'll be buffer from process Oxylabs username colon Oxylabs password. Okay. And then after the buffer, we're going to say to string, and then you basically specify that you want it to be a base64 encoded string. Okay, so this line right here. So take your time with that, and you'll get that bit. It's no problem, right? You get that right. Now, the next thing is you can handle your caching. So obviously we're using Next.js, so you can actually do caching, all that good stuff. Now, for this demonstration, I'm going to actually cover caching in Next.js in a separate video. But for this demonstration, to avoid you accidentally caching things and then getting super confused as to why it's not loading, I'm going to save you a little bit of grief and just make sure that it's never caching, right? By basically setting a value of no cache, right? Or no store. So in this case, we'll do no store. You can do either, right? No store, no cache. There is a difference, but I'm not going to go into it, right? I'll create a separate video on all of this. But this means that it's basically going to server-side render every time a response comes in. It's not going to use a cache to fetch value, right? So in this case, next up, I'm going to do the body of the request now. I'm going to stringify a body, and this is going to have all the contents inside of it. So you can see over here, we had the Google shopping product and all that good stuff. I'm going to firstly go to the shopping search because we're not on the shopping product yet. And then you can see we've got the shopping product, domain, we've got the query, which is a search term, pages, and then you've got the context being the key value pairs. Okay, so I want to do the exact same thing. And in fact, I'm just going to pop it in like so, and I'll show you how we do it. Okay, so we've got the source, we've got the domain, search term, which is coming through from our body of the request. We've got the number of pages, and if that doesn't exist, it will default to 1. So that's basically saying or 1. And then you pass it true. And this is very important, this pass true. Pass true means that basically once Oxylabs has scraped the data, we can basically, they do an awesome job here of returning structured data. So here, where is it? Pass. Yeah, we'll return pass data. This basically allows Oxylabs do the hard work, right? They actually go ahead, scrape it really fast, firstly, it's bloody fast. And secondly, it will actually go ahead and format all that data. So you don't just get raw HTML, it's going to format all the data and then return it to you in a really nice JSON view. So that way you can go ahead and do whatever you need to do. All right, so in this case, we got the context looking great. Next up, I'm going to hit save. And now we've got the response, right? So after this response, I'm going to go ahead and pass that. So const data equals await response. And then I'm going to go ahead and get the page results, right? So in this case, let me just go ahead and get the page results. So I'm going to say that we're going to basically have our page results, page result, like so, equals data dot results. right? So this data has a results object that comes back, and we need to create this type definition. Now, this part, I'm going to show you what actually comes back, and then I'll show you how we go ahead and create those type definitions, right? So firstly, the last step here would have been to do next response .json. I'm going to return back the page results as the part of the JSON body, right? So let's go ahead and show you firstly what comes back here. So console log data, like so. Now, if I go into the page, we should actually trigger this off if we do it correctly. So before I go ahead and create these type definitions, I want to basically hit this endpoint, hit this root, so we can actually test it, see what's coming back, and then we can do something with it. And I'll show you how we'll do that now. Right, we can do that. Okay, so basically I'll explain it. So when we get this back from Oxylabs, basically what comes back from here, you'll get output example here. So this is, okay, we can just look at this. So this is exactly what's going to come back. So they give you a perfect example of what's going to come back, right? An example. So you have your filters, your content, and then you go down and you see it gets quite long, right? You got quite a lot of different results that come back. In fact, the really important one that I want you to pay attention to is the organic. The organic includes all of the different items. You see like the price, the actual item title, the price itself, the currency, the merchant, if it's got a link to click away from, all that good stuff, and the product ID. All of this stuff comes back from the database, right? So what I need you to do now is actually go ahead and follow what I'm doing. So go to typings.ts, and I've actually done the hard work for you here. So I haven't included every single type definition here, but I've done enough to get you past the way you need to get to, right? So we need to do page result. There we go, right? So the page result that came back, this is how it looks. We've got the content, created that, updated that page, URL, job ID, status code, and parser type. The content itself is quite a big object that comes back. That looks something like this. And I basically introspected it. So I looked at the response and I created type definitions from it to save you a bit of time. So the content you can see is this data type. Then we've got the string, number, and a results array. And this results array, I'm going to go ahead and show you how it comes back. So we've got paid results, and now the paid results, I'm not going to be using that. So I've just set it to any array right now. You can really like kind of look at what comes back from it, build out your own type definitions. That's fine. And we got the filters. Now filter and organic, those two are we're going to create type definitions for, and then you've got your search information. Okay. So filter is fairly straightforward. This is just going to be key value pairs like so, name and value, right? And value is a type that we're going to create ourselves, right? So you can do this like so. That's so awesome to hear, man. And you can see here, we've got the organic data type definition as well. So I'm going to go ahead and create that. So I've already, like I said, I console logged it. I checked it all out, and I'm basically built these type definitions for you. Okay. So that's pretty perfect at the moment. Okay. So, all right. So in this case, we've got the page result. I'm going to import it from our typings. Great. So now we have our post request done. So this is our post request, looks pretty great, and we can go ahead and get this done. So what I want to do now is head over to our search page, and we can do the fetch call, right? And then we can actually see if we get anything back, right? So let's go to our page.tsx, and I'm going to do the fetch call. So here, first things first, I want to do const response equals await, and we've got a top level await, so we need to do an async. And we can only do this because we're in a server component. If you convert it to a client component, you cannot do a top level await like this, right? So in this case, we do await and we do fetch. And then basically I'm going to have a function which helps us get the URL. So I'm actually going to create a helper function called getFetchURL, because when you're doing server component stuff, sometimes you can make very silly mistakes like I've done in the past. So I'm going to go ahead and create a lib folder. And inside of here, I'm going to call this getFetchURL.ts. And this is just going to be a helper function. And the whole point of this is basically, it's a function which basically takes a root and it just checks. If you're in the production environment, it'll use the Vercel URI. Now, when you deploy to Vercel, this will just be the URL that you deployed to. So automatically it pulls that from Vercel deployments, right? Otherwise, it'll be a local host, and then it's /root. So this is just like a shorthand to basically prevent you from writing this out every time, right? So we basically built our little helper function. We'll say get fetch URL, and then I pass in the API search, right? So here I'll say pass in API / search. It's API / search because of this API / search. Okay. And then we basically need to pass in the second argument, which is the body, right? So this is a post request, and then the body, we're going to stringify some information. Now, firstly, I'm going to send in the following. So I'm going to send in the search term, which is the term that comes in here. So we basically destructure that here. And then I'm also going to spread out the props search param. So I've actually sort of saved us the hassle here. I can just do search params. Right, so this will be all your filters, like the min, max, all that good stuff, right? And then that will basically do the full round trip. So now we've created an API endpoint. We've gone ahead, and when we land on this page, we make a call to our own API endpoint. That API endpoint connects to Oxylabs, does all the scraping, comes back, and then now we're going to go ahead and pass that JSON. So we're going to say const data equals await response.json, and then I'm going to log it out. So firstly, I want to show you that that actually comes back. Okay. And what you can actually do here is you can get this as your data. So I'm going to say as page result array, and then I can import this like this. And this means that the data is actually our page results. So in fact, I'm going to rename our data to results. So basically get the response to JSON and basically assume that it's this as page result, right? And I'm confident in that because I've checked it out before. Okay, so now I can console log the results, and let's see what happens, guys. So this is the moment of truth, right? So if I was to show you on this screen how it works, so let's type in iPhone Pro Max, and let's just do 3 pages, sort by high to low, min price 100, max price 250, right? And then I'm going to go open this up, and I'm going to do Command K to hide this all. Now, if I search, we will hit a page. So you see this will take us to, oh, sorry, I just ruined it. Right. So iPhone Pro Max. Now I hit search. Right, there we go. Hit search, searching. And now you will see it found the following. So look at this, guys. I remember I console logged the response, and this is a server component. Well, if we actually have a look at this, you can see that this is the entire response. Look at this. This is the content, the page results. And if we look inside of it, look, page results. And inside they've got the results, and these are all the individual items that are actually showing out. So this will return, I think I did, what did I do? I did 3 pages of results. So you can see the first page of results, scroll down, second page of results, third page of results. It scraped Google. That I can't tell you how fast. That scraped Google that fast. Right, Oxylabs is fast at scraping. Right, and then we got the status code of 200. And it has the job ID and all that kind of stuff if you want to debug on Oxylabs side, right? So our post request works. That's great. Now we basically pass the results and term into a new object called results list, which we haven't created yet. I'm going to pass in the results, and I'm going to pass in the term. And then we're going to go ahead and render it out on the screen, right? So what's it called? No, so Sama says if you put / API search, you can't actually do that trick when you're using server components. It needs a absolute, you can't use relative URLs when you're using server components. You can't actually do that little trick, right? So I know what you're talking about, but that doesn't work unless, because when you're in a client component, you're relative to your browser, so it already knows the base URL. But when you're in a server component, you need to give it the full URL. Right, there's a way of doing it beyond that as well, but yeah, you can't do that little trick. So results list, let's go over here, components. I'm going to create a new component called results list.ts. Oh, TSX, sorry. .tsx. There we go, boom. And we're going to close this out, RFCE, boom. Okay, so now the next step is results. So let's go ahead and show this out, results list. So firstly, I've got the props that come in. So we actually defined the props previously. So I'm going to destructure the results and term. We're going to give it the props type definition. We're going to create that type definition here, and we're going to pull in our page result. Cool, right? And then I'm going to have a link inside of this page, which means I need the next link tag. Okay, now we have all of the results and we can safely access them because we have our type definitions, right? So now I've got a div. So I'm actually going to split this into two areas: the sidebar, which is the dynamic values, and that's all going to have all the filters on the side, right? So remember I said it fetches all the different filters, and then we're going to have the main body, right? Now, if I show you the actual Google website, so let's go ahead and pop this over here now again, like we had before. If I show you a Google search, you'll notice that if I was to go back to, for example, Google Shopping, right? And I was to type in, for example, like MacBook Pro or something like this. So let's just go ahead and type in MacBook Pro. You'll see that we have the following. So obviously I'm in Dubai, so you see everything in dirhams, but you see all of these filters. It actually scrapes all of this in Oxylabs when we do it, right? So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to create a sidebar, which is going to represent this side. And then we've got the main body, which is this part here. Okay. So let's go ahead and do it. So we're going to have a div here, and then we're going to have the results dot map. And I'm going to firstly map through all the different sort of page results. So page result. And then we've also got the index. We don't actually need the index. We can ignore that for now. And we're going to return. Now, here I've got a div. And for every single div, you should be, or whenever you're mapping through, you should have a sort of, you know, page result. So in this case, we could do job ID. In fact, I think job ID is going to be individual for this. I'm not sure. I think it may be, I don't know. Okay, if that's not unique, then worst case we can use the index, but it will tell us anyway if it's not. Okay, so once we've done that, this will be for each individual page. No, it won't be for the page. It'll be for the page results. Yeah, it will be for the page results. So this will be for each page, right? So remember, when we fetch 3 pages, it scrapes 3 pages of things. So I'm mapping through those pages, and then I will be going ahead and doing the next thing. So we've got a div inside of here, which is that. This is going to have a space y of 2. So everything inside of here will be spaced out. And then I'll have the page result dot. And you see, this is my type definitions that we had earlier. So content dot results dot filters, and filters may be undefined, so we want to carefully access it. Now for every single filter, I want to render out the following. I just want to have a div, right, with a p tag inside, with a filter dot name. Right, so in this case, we've got the filter name, and then I'm going to have a link to click that filter, right? So if I show you this actually to put things into context, let's go back to our page. Let's import this, and let's go to our actual page right here. So you can see, look at that. Oh, it actually works. Look, iPhone Pro Max. These are all the filter names that get pulled from Google. Right, so what I can do now is go into our results list, and underneath the p tag, I actually want to have a clickable link. Okay, so I want to have the filter.values.map, and for every single value under it, so these are actually the headings. If you think of it, right? These are like the headings, show only, and then it will have options underneath it, like red, blue, yellow, for different colors and so forth. So this one, I want it to be a link. Okay, and this link will have the value dot, and you see URL and value. So it'll be value here, but the href here would actually be a link to Google itself. So it'll be https://www.google.com. We're going to throw the user over to their actual Google website once they click that filter, right? So value.url, right? So if we do that, now you'll see that we'll have, if we do this, look at this. And obviously, firstly, I did make a mistake here. This div should always have a key, right? So in this case, the filter dot name dot values. Okay, so in this case, I don't really care too much. I'm just gonna make it a bad practice, but it's fine for now, right? So we're gonna do p tag last name filter. So this one, do font bold. And then to make this clear for you to see, I'm going to give this a bit of styling. I'm just going to say border, round the corners out, rounded large. On the medium screen, I want it to be a little bit different, rounded large fully, and then padding of 5. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And yeah, let's see how that looks. So over here now, you can see, look, buy on Google, on sale, and so forth. Now, these are all stacked up next to each other, which doesn't look good, right? I don't like that. In fact, what I want to do instead is also, this is a link tag, so you have to be careful. Disable the prefetch. Otherwise, that's going to try and prefetch all these pages when they're rendered, right? You really want to be careful with that. Don't do that by default, right? So what we can do to prevent this is put it all in a div. And now they'll stack up in a, we can do it a few ways actually. We can do last name flex column, and these will be stacked up as a flex column. There you go. Look at that. Boom. Right. I want to show you, if I click on, for example, up to $5 to $9, you'll see it actually took me to Google. I done double search. So we don't want to do that. Let's do here, value URL. Okay. So let's do, for example, T-Mobile. So you see now it takes me to the actual Google T-Mobile. Look at that. So it's actually real URLs being scraped in that's working. Right, so that's the results. The filter is actually done, right? So the sidebar is done. And as you can see here, guys, that is basically gonna look like it's flush on the mobile view, and on the bigger view, it's a rounded corner. So we're gonna style that out afterwards, but firstly, the main body. Now, the surrounding div, let's make this flex. And I'm gonna do a margin on the medium screen above, padding X of 5. I don't want it to touch the sides in this case. You should be able to see a little bit of padding. There you go. So flex makes it, you know, not use up the full space. That's better. And look at that. Yeah, so rounded corners disappear. That's what I wanted. That's better. I do want them on that side. That's all right, actually. Yeah. So rounded. Here we are. Yeah, rounded. Sorry. I was wondering, yeah, so still say rounded, but in that case, yeah, perfect. So it only rounds on the sides and that's flat on the end. And then when we go on medium screen, it rounds all over. Perfect. Hey, look at that. Yeah, great. Cool. So now we want to go ahead and render out the main results. So the main body. So this is going to be a div, and this div is going to have results. So results.map, and every single different page results. Remember, we always get the page result first and then we map through. So page result, I map through. And in here we have a div. This div is going to be the key, and this key is going to be page result dot job ID we can do. And then I want to have, this will be, yeah, Salma, good catch. Yeah, it was that one, rounded. Yeah. So the class name here is going to be grid. And on the, I'll tell you what, we'll style that afterwards actually, because I want to show you the effect that we're doing there. So if we are on the first item, right? So what am I trying to do? Oh yeah, so the first item is actually going to be like the title in this, right? So how can I explain this one? So here we are. Okay, so first item is fine. So basically I'm gonna say if we're on the first loop through, so that basically the page result, the first page, I want to have a horizontal line which spans the entire thing. And then I'm basically going to just pop in a very simple bit of styling here. So I'm going to save us a little bit of time because this one is just purely presentational. So this chunk here, I just pasted in. All that's doing is it's saying that it's going to span 2 columns in a grid, span 3 or span 4 based on the different sizes. And it basically takes up shop on Google, search results for the page, and showing results for whatever I typed in. Okay. Now that doesn't make sense with the span yet because we haven't given the outer class outer styling. So in fact, let's just do that, right? So let's give the parent a overall styling. Actually, it's not this one, it's this one. Yeah. We're going to say it's a grid. We're going to say grid columns 1. On a medium screen, it's going to be grid columns 2. So as the screen gets bigger, we're basically allowing for more columns to show. And this one will be grid columns 3. And extra large will be grid columns 4. And so forth, right? So grid columns 4, and then a gap of 3 on every column. Okay. Now you'll see, look, search results for page 1, 2, and 3, because I searched for, 3 different pages of results. You see that? 3 pages of results. So it scraped 3 pages and then it's got the results there. Now I need to populate those results. So underneath that div, we're going to go ahead and map through all the organic results, right? So we're going to say page result dot content, right? Content. Now here, I want to safely access these. So results dot organic. So here, thank you so much. We got the organic, right? So here we got organic, and organic is where we have all the items themselves. That's what comes back from the Oxy Labs API. Then we map through it. And then I'm going to have the link tag. So each individual page is basically going to be a link tag. The href, I'm going to do in a second. The key is going to be the item position. So item, or in this case, yeah, item. We don't care about I. This one is going to be item dot pos, right? So that's position basically. And then we are going to have the prefetch disabled because we don't want to prefetch all of these pages. Oops. Prefetch disabled. And then yeah, I'll sort the href in a second. I actually wanted to show you what actually shows in there. So we're gonna have a div with a p tag, item.title. Yep. And then outside of this, we'll have a div with the 2 p tags. So p times 2, emit, little trick. Nice. And then we're gonna say item.price string with the item.currency. So it'll be like, 200 dirhams or $200. And then we'll say item.merchant.name will be underneath it. And yeah, we'll style that out in a second, right? But let's give it the href for now. So the href. Now, the href is an interesting one because some of these scraped URLs actually have a Google Shopping URL, which means that there is a Google Shopping page. And some actually have an external URLs, which means that when Google Shopping shows you results, some of those results actually will send you to an external page and some will send you to a Google Shopping page. For the ones that are basically going to send us off to an external page, I'll make it italic so we know that okay, that's going to send us elsewhere. But I actually want to handle the ones which send us to a Google Shopping page, and we're going to create the Google Shopping page and scrape based off that as well. So all this is honestly massively a tech teaching lesson, right? So you guys can showcase your skills and put this on your portfolio, and that's going to really help you out when you're sort of have job interviews, that kind of stuff. So if the item URL includes this, so this is basically, I had a look at the URLs that come back. If it includes URL equals, then that means that it basically will send it has an external URL. Okay, so if it has this, then I'm basically going to go ahead and send them to, I'll show you how we do this. I'm going to say send to external URL if that's the case. So basically we're going to say split the URL, get that value that's after this, which is 1, because it will be 0 would be this first part, but split it, get that value, and then basically send them off. Yeah. So it'll be this, and we can safely access this by doing this, right? That's how you optional chain that. Or I'm going to say send to the internal URL. Okay. And in fact, what I actually want to do is I want to remove any of the query params. In fact, here I want to say remove any of the query params and send to a Google Shopping page, right? So the way I do this is I say item split. I basically do question mark and I get the first query param, because basically the way it will be is it'll be something like this. It'll be / shopping, and then it'll be like / and it'll be some random ID, and that is the one that I care about, right? So I'm basically sending the user to that, right? So it'll be Google Shopping, and then it sends them off to that. So that will basically send the user off, right? So in this case, we've got all of this looking good. Item POS. All right, so now we'll just style it out. So the link, the class name link, we're going to go ahead and say border. We'll say border, rounded to XL, flex column, and I want to do hover, shadow. Oh, I love this song. Shadow, large, transition. So when you hover over, it has this nice little duration of 200. Duration 200, where the shadow comes in, all that kind of stuff. Ease in, ease out is a nice little UI thing. And I'm going to basically have a conditional render here, which says only if it's got a basically external URI, then I want to basically have the it be italic. Okay, so where's my thing? Right, so get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. All right. If the item URL includes what we used earlier as an identifier, then it will become italic. Okay, so that will help us out a little bit. So let's pop that there for a sec. And let's pop that there to make our code a little bit neater. There we go. And just like that, you can see, look, we've got this. Doesn't look great at the moment, but you can see all the italic ones will send us to another website. So if I click on this one, for example, I get sent off to some Zabi. I mean, right now that's not, that doesn't work. But you know, there's Verizon, the total by Verizon and so forth. So some of these, obviously, they're getting blocked because I'm coming in on the live stream, localhost or something, right? But the point is that that's where those external URLs are. However, these ones, it's sending me, look, local /shopping/product with the product ID. So that's what I care about, right? So the ones that aren't italic are internal ones. So the non-italics, those we're going to build pages for, okay? Right, so here we say border B, padding of 5, and then we say flex 1, because this is a flex container, I believe. Yeah, it is flex container. And this item title, I'm going to go ahead and say is text, and I've got the nice little Google Blue. Google Blue. So this one, I'm going to go ahead and pop in a dynamic color here. So this one here. And then for the the div over here, I'm going to say padding X of 5, padding Y of 2, and not italic, right? Because I've made the entire container italic, right? If it is. So in this case, it will not be italic if it's the right one. And we'll say font light. And this p tag will be text, and it will be that blue that we just had right there. This one here, boom, get rid of that. And I want it to be a font semi-bold, right? Whew. Right, after all of that, you'll see that we have this. That looks a lot cleaner, right? The only thing we're missing is a little bit of padding on the outside. So the padding on the outside, I missed here. Someone says, Rob, why are you so excited? Honestly, it's practice, guys. That's all it is. So the main body where I had it here, so here, right? So padding X of 5 to space it from the sides. Margin D. So when I get to a larger screen, I want to be padding of 10. PP, no, it should be P of 10. And then on a larger screen, I actually want to remove the padding on the top. Space out all of the things inside. So basically space the children underneath it in the main with a value of 5, and flex 1. Because basically, if I don't do flex 1, I'll show you what happens, right? It's not going to actually use the full width by default, right? So I actually want to force it to use the full width. Even though it looks like it is, it's not, right? So flex 1, right? So now that is actually perfect. So you see how it changes from column. The only thing was messed up here is this is using up a max. So you see that right there. We need to fix that. But either way, it's getting there, right? So the filters. So the only thing that screws that up is that container should have maybe a max width. So you can actually go ahead and customize this as much as you want. For that sidebar, so class name on the sidebar, let's set it to a width of 36, and on medium screen, I'm more forgiving. We can give it a width of 64. Right now, you'll see that boom, it pops it in, and then that will just wrap around, right? And you can obviously just space it out with space Y if you want, right? But now look at that, So we've got these clickable buttons, and we've got data being scripts. Let's try this out again. Let's do MacBook Pro 16-inch. Boom, hit enter, search. So it's searching. Right now we haven't implemented a loading screen with skeleton loaders. We will do that in a second, but look at that, perfect. So we've got our search screen banging. That looks great, right? If we go down, you also see that when the page 2 results come in. So if I do, for example, 14-inch, number of pages, let's do 2 pages, and I do search. Now you'll see everything is based off of that URL, right? So it's searching. And obviously I want to show a UI update here, so I'll actually fix that in a second. So here I didn't get anything interesting. Let's have a look. Why didn't I get anything? Maybe I got a little glitch. Just do iPhone 14 Pro Max. Let's do 2 pages, and we have to debug that. Maybe I've cached it actually. That's probably why. Yes, I think it is. I think that's why. Yep, it is why. So I cached the previous result. So if I go down, page 2, there you go. Yeah. So what I want you to do is, the reason why that happened before is because if we go to our page, so with the search term here, right now, this is caching. Yeah, this is caching old values. So basically, if it already found this, if it already made this fetch call, as this is a server component, it will cache that fetch call. Right now, I basically want to make sure that it revalidates that cache every X amount of time. right? So you can do either, you know, like you can even set it your own way, or you, in this case, we can simply add in this revalidate property. And this says basically every 5 minutes, it will go ahead and revalidate that page. If you want to be more aggressive, you can say every minute, so every 60 seconds, it will revalidate that page. So that's kind of a handy thing to have. So example, if I was to do another search for this with 2 pages, so imagine I went onto a different one and hit search. Can you see how, boom, it didn't need to load, right? But if I went ahead and did, for example, iPhone 14 Pro Max with 3 pages, right? That we haven't cached yet. So you see that's not cached. So it's caching based on this URL, right? So if I go ahead and search that now, see how there's a delay, right? So it has to find that new page. So it finds it, it makes the fetch request, and then the minute it loads this, it will cache. So wait for it, it'll come back. So that's actually fetched back. So now we've got 3 pages of results. So you'll see the 3rd page is down here. And now if I was to take this URL, go over here, boom, instant, because it's cached. So in 5 minutes, that cache will invalidate, and the next person who fetches it, it will have to refetch. See, like that's the benefit of the caching part of Next.js, right? So hopefully that you learned a lesson there. Now, the only thing I don't like is how we've got this little delay here. So if I type in iPhone Pro, 1 page, for example, max price, let's just say 750, search. You see this? This is horrible, right? The user's sitting here, they're like, I don't see anything. I hate this thing. I don't like this app, right? So you can see also our filter worked. Sometimes you might see this and you'd be like, what the hell? That's not max price. Well, it's actually shipping, right? That's probably why the shipping cost on top of it that I'm not showing is actually costing it more than that. Okay. So it's probably like 750 plus a crazy ridiculous amount of shipping from that company, right? So at this point now, I want to show a skeleton loader. Now you're probably wondering, what is that? Right, a skeleton loader is a very popular little trend that goes around. It was a kind of a good way of showing something on the screen when the user is actually loading. So what we can do is we can utilize the loading pages. So loading.tsx. Now this file structure is part of Next.js 13. So it's something which is not, you know, it's not like I'm making this up. This is completely from Next.js 13. You can look at the documentation yourself if you'd like. But in this case, this is going to be representative of the loading page, right? So what the hell? Loading page, there you go. Right? So in this case, if I just put this in, right? Now what will happen is if I just typed in loading results, because we're in this point, right? If I put a loading at the top, it'll be a global loader. But because I'm putting it here, if any blocking action happens, for a blocking, I mean an async await, for example. So this is a blocking action. This will essentially trigger the loading state. So let's give this a try and show you, right? So if I went to, for example, let's just type in a iPad Pro, enter, boom, loading results. Look at that, guys. So now it shows loading results, and then boom, you get the UI. So what you can do now is you can either have spinners, that kind of stuff, but you know, we've seen that in a few of my builds before. I thought, you know, let me show you how actually they do it in the proper way of doing it. So you can use something called a React Skeleton Loader, right? So React Skeleton Loader. Now this is a pretty cool library. And the way they show here is they say don't create, you know, entire divs that replace it. Don't make dedicated skeleton screens. But in Next.js, we kind of are creating an entire screen for it. So this is where I will be creating a dedicated screen for it. So I'm kind of going counterintuitive, but it's fine for now. Right, so npm install yarn react skeleton, right, skeleton loader. So in this case, I'm going to go to my ZSH, pop it in like so, install the React loading skeleton. And what this essentially does is you see, look, that is really nice. So if we saw something like that and then it pops in, that's pretty cool. Right? So I'm going to upgrade this loading screen now to make it exactly that. The way we use this skeleton loader is we need to just pop in the 2 imports, including the CSS, and then we can simply load it, right? So this is a server component. So we're going to have a bunch of cool stuff here. So it's going to be a div. And instead of this, we're simply going to go ahead and have another div inside of it. And then we're going to have the sidebar. So I'm basically replicating the build, the main page. So we have the sidebar and then the main body. Now, I'm not going to spend too long here because I want to show you basically what I've done, right? So I'm basically going to map through an array of 4 different things, and I've given it a set width and height. And you notice how this is the same sort of style as what I gave in the previous page, right? So remember, if we look over into the results list, remember width of 36 and on the bigger screen 64. I'm doing the same thing, but I'm looping through only 4 imaginary skeletons, right? With a H1 and skeleton. And I'm using a similar, what's it called? I'm using a very similar style to the previous results list, right? So this is exactly a similar style to the results list. In fact, this one should be a p tag. Yeah. And then you do skeleton, and skeleton count will basically have the number of lines that you'll show. And here I'm just randomizing it. So it'll be, it could be 2 lines, 5 lines and so forth. So it gives the user a little bit of dynamic element to it. All right. So in this case, that's cool. And then if I put in the main body, I'm actually going to save us a little bit of hassle here. You can feel free to pause the video and actually look at each individual thing that I've done here. But I want to save us a little bit of time so we can jump into the juicy stuff. So we're basically going to go ahead and do the exact same grid column layout. And you see loading results from Drupal, scraping results from Oxylabs. Again, same exact simple layout here, but I've simplified it a lot. And I've just said show 10 results and have a skeleton loader with a break and have another skeleton loader, right? Right, so now we've actually implemented that. So now if we were asked to go ahead and do something like, let's just type in, I'm running out of ideas for things. It's the iPad Air, right? iPad Air. And look at this. Oh, okay, almost there, almost there. Look at that. We didn't get the layout right? So it looks a bit dodgy. So it's because of this div, right? So the way we fix this is go to surrounding div, flex, and then on a medium screen, panning X of 5. That's all we needed to do. And so if I do iPad Air, 256 gigabyte, look at that. Aha, nice. So it shows 10, and you see how they're randomly, you know, got the things here. Let's do 512. So that 2, 4, 4. So it gives a little bit of dynamic elements, but that's pretty cool. Now that's a lot more better than sort of, you know, giving the user another screen. So it's instantly going to show the screen, gives them a little bit of loading. Say users are more likely to stay on that screen, right? They're more likely to be like, oh, it's actually loading something, right? It's actually going to show me something, right? So it really kind of changes the entire thing. So if I do 2TB, you see what I mean? Now, like your user is like, oh, it's just loading. I'll wait. Yeah, but before they would not wait, right? I'm telling you, they're very impatient, right? So now remember, and the caching, this combined with caching. So if I do 1 TB now, boom, instant. If I do 2 TB, boom, instant. Look at that. Oh, look, instant, right? Because it's under that 5-minute revalidate window. So it's already got a cache value. So if somebody goes there, boom, it will just deliver the entire search term. So this means if loads of people are searching for iPad Air with 1 terabyte, they're just going to get the cache value. And then after 5 minutes, the next user will revalidate the cache, and then everyone else after that will get the same cache value and so forth. So it prevents you from spamming your Oxylab server, and it prevents you from running through your quotes. It's really cool, right? So it's not like a debounce. No, it's a caching approach, right? So now we need to basically build the page. When I click this, we go through to the shopping product page. So we need to create a shopping /product /wildcard page. Okay, so it's following the same logic as earlier. We're going to do the exact same thing. And now that you're aware of how I do that, it should be a little bit clearer to follow me with this. So at the top level, let's go ahead and expand it. App. We're going to create a new folder called shopping. And then we're going to have another folder inside there called product. I know there's shorthands for this, but I'm just trying to show you individually. All right, then we have the ID, which is a wildcard, and then we have page.tsx. And this will be our shopping page, okay? So this one right here, we're going to go ahead and call this the product page. So this one here, we're going to call this the product page, get rid of this. And yeah, this is going to be a server rendered page, right? So again, the caching rules will apply. So I'm going to go ahead and set our revalidate period here to 300, which is 5 minutes. I'm going to do a bunch of imports to save us a bit of time right now at the top. So we've got our imports like so. Product data we haven't yet set up, so I'll show you when we do that, right? And then this product page will have props. Now remember, the props will include the dynamic ID. So in this case, we're in ID, so we can actually get the props back. And we don't always need all the props. We can actually save ourselves a bit of time. We can go ahead and actually write the type definition file here. And then we've got the props, which are assigned to that. And then I can just save us a bit of hassle and destructure the props like so. We've got the params, and inside we've got the ID, okay? So now I've destructured it. So at this point now, we've got the product page. So we need to basically go ahead and make a fetch call. So I'm going to go ahead and create a API endpoint. So again, remember what we done previously? We're doing the exact same thing, but we're going to go ahead and make a endpoint called API shopping product ID, right? So now inside of our API, I'm going to create a new route. So in this one, I'm going to click on API, create folder, and then I'm going to go ahead and say, one second. I'm going to create a folder, and inside of here, I'm going to call that shopping. Right, and then we're going to have inside of shopping, it's going to be product and then ID. Right, so shopping. And again, you can actually have it there, but this is a GET request, so you can't have it. If you have root.ts here, it would actually override it, so you don't want to do that, right? So that's why you have to be careful with the GET request with the root.ts. So we have shopping, and then we have product, and then we have ID, and then inside there we have root.ts, right? The reason being is if you land on this page, it technically counts as a GET request. And if you do a GET request in here, you typically have two competing GET requests. That makes sense, right? Now at this point we've got we're going to make a GET request. Okay, so first things first, we need to go ahead and create our GET request. So boom, like so. And this is how you do a GET request. This is the syntax for root.ts. At this point with the GET, we've got two arguments that come through. We've got the request and we've got the params and the params ID, right? So the GET request actually includes a few more things. So I'm going to go ahead and destructure it right now. So this is actually coming in as a type here. So I don't want to do it. I'm saying let's just call this type params, and let's just pop in the params like so. Yep, that should help us out a little bit. And okay, what have I done here? There we go. Yeah. And then that would be params. Yes. Okay. Oh my God, my brain just froze. Okay. All right, so we're good. Now we've got the params. So the params come through here. We pull the ID out. We're not actually going to use the request here, but I'm just showing you where it comes through. Now, first things first, I want to check if the ID exists. So same principle as last time. If there is no ID, we're going to do next response. We get that from next server, and we'll say missing product ID with a status of 400. So that way we're protecting our endpoint against that. Next up, we're going to say const response equals await fetch, and now we're going to do a query over to the following. So remember, Oxy Labs had that amazing documentation which showed us all the examples for the URL inside of shopping search. Well, we just simply need to go to shopping product now because we're on the product page. Go to Node.js and you can see we've got the exact same example here. So you can use this as your context to see, and then you can actually get your structured output data here, which I've actually saved you time and built out type definitions for. Okay, so await.fetch, we have the queries here. Then I've got the method post, and then I've got the headers. So headers, content type, application JSON. The authorization header is going to be the exact same as what I previously did in the other one, which was authorization. Then we have our buffer. Okay, so remember, basic authentication, we have our username plus password with the colon between, and we base64 encode it. That's how we do authentication here for this, because that's how they accept, right? And then after the headers, we have the cache no store, because I'm just saving you the hassle of accidentally caching something, being a little bit confused and wondering what the hell's going on. Right, so in this case, we're making sure that every API request doesn't use the same value. I would recommend that you do not do this, by the way. I'm just doing this in this demo, so that way you're always getting the latest value. So then we do body, and then we do JSON stringify. And inside the body, I'm going to go ahead and pass in the following. The source is going to be Google Shopping Basket, domain, query, and pass. So boom, like so. And this comes from, if you see here, look, source, domain, query is going to be the product ID. And we've got that from the actual, here. So you see, there we got that, which is great. And then we're also going to pass in pass equals true. And that's very important because we want to actually pass in the past. We want it to basically give us structured data back. Right now, that's great. I want to then pass the results. So in this case, I get my results back, and then I want to check if the results are 0. I want to return a no products found, right? Or no product was found with a 404, right? And if it was all found and everything was okay, then I'm basically going to go ahead and get the first product from the results and give it the product data typing definition. And I'm actually going to go ahead and type that out now to save you a bit of time. Remember, I showed you where you can get the example response from. They give it to you here, output example. They've got a really nice structured output result. And again, this happens when you do pass true. So I've actually saved you a lot of hassle here, and I've basically built these type definitions for you. The product data looks like this. And again, I've not included everything. I've only included the things that we're basically going to be using, okay? The product content here, I'm going to go ahead and now this one's a bit of a juicy big one, right? So this one I've actually gone ahead and broke down quite a lot, and I'm going to show you the screen, and I'm going to go ahead and basically, yeah, you can pause it at whatever point you want, and the code is going to be in GitHub repo as well. So product content, we have a bunch of different things inside of it. So specifications, reviews, we have the pricing, we have specifications here as well, right? So why have I got 2 specifications? Interesting. Don't think I meant to do that. Yeah, I don't think I meant to do that. Item. Okay. Yeah, one of these I do not need. Section title. Okay, anyway, yeah, get rid of that. So yeah, that's what you need. You can basically save that for yourself, pause the video and get the type definition. And then what we do is we import it like so. And then we're going to return, we're going to return the next response, and we're going to return it in the form of JSON data, right? So we're going to return the product data as the JSON argument. So now we have our GET request set. So let's go back to our page, and this is where we do our fetch to go ahead and pull that information. So the way we do it is we have our helpful handy function. So we firstly do a top level async because we're in a server component. We await fetch, we get the fetch URL, which we've already imported from our helper function. Remember this one? Then we do API shopping product, and this is the wildcard that we're going to be passing in. Once we have that back, we're going to get the product data and pass it as product data, right? So we're going to need to go ahead and import that typings. So remember I told you we'll do it, and we did it, right? So that's good. And then I guess next what we do is we basically go ahead and show if there was no, so for some reason, if it came back with a response, defensive programming statement, we're going to say if there was no product data, content pricing, right? So product data might come back and then it's technically not falsy, right? So in this case, I'm going to check for a specific property. If that does not exist, for example, if the pricing doesn't exist anywhere, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say not found. And this is basically a nice little function from Next Navigation, and this will return the user to a 404 page. Okay, so that will return us to a 404 page, and we will create a 404 page, and I'll show you how you do it afterwards, right? So that's cool. And now let's actually build this page out. So at the top level for this div, we're going to have a little bit of styling. We're going to say padding of 12, padding on the top of 0. It's a little shorthand rather than right pen, left, top, right, bottom, and all that kind of stuff. And then we've got a H1, and this will be the product data dot content dot title, and this one will be 2XL. So text will be 2XL, hit save. And I want to show you now an example of this next to it. So let's go to our app and let's refresh. So now it should, if we've done this correctly, it's making an API request, the GET request, to our endpoint. And oh, we got an error. Let's see what we did wrong. So this is debugging time. So shopping product, we have our URL. Oh, no, okay. Just need a solid refresh, right? And you can see that it actually fetched it back because we got some data back. So that means it did work, right? I would know if it didn't work because we would get nothing back at that point, right? And what's really cool, by the way, about this is that, say, for example, if you hit your cached page, remember earlier we hit cached page. So for example, if I type in here, look at that. It shows you now if you hit the cache or not. Right, which is really, really nice, right? And in this case, it revalidated because it had been more than 5 minutes. But that's actually so cool that it shows you that now inside of the terminal. And in this case, I went back to the page, and as it had been less than 5 minutes, it hit the page, which is perfect. Right, so it's actually behaving the exact way that we want it. Right, so remember that because it has been under 5 minutes, it didn't have to rebuild it. Right, wicked. Now, the next step is a few little tricks, a few little things like that. So, right, at this point, I want to have stars, right? So they return something called the property or the reviews, right? So if the reviews exist, so content.reviews, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and return a div, and inside that div, I'm basically going to go ahead and render out the stars which it has, and then I'm going to do a function which will basically, or just a little calculation which would show me the opposite of what it has. So for example, if it has 4 stars, I'll render out 4 stars, and then I'll render out 1 gray star by doing 5 minus how many stars it has. Okay, and I'll show you that in a sec, right? So I'm gonna render this out right now, and I'll explain it to you. So here, what this is doing is this first top half will render the actual stars. And the reason why it does it is because it says we're spreading an array, and we're basically creating an array from product data, content, reviews, rating. Okay, so this is a number that comes back, right? So what I'm doing is I'm creating a blank array and I'm mapping through it. So that's a little trick. So we've got a number, for example, 5 here. So I create an array from 5 and I map through it 5 times, yeah, to create 5 yellow stars. Now, if this was 4 star, you would see 4. And then what I've done is I've done the inverse. So I basically created an array from 5 minus the ratings. So basically, if it was 4 star, then it would be 5 minus 4, and you would have 1 gray star. And that way you always get 5 stars, or you'll get like 3 stars with 2 gray if it's a 3-star product, and so forth. Because I always want to show 5 stars, but I only want to color in the ones which are actually present. So if you got a rating of 3, then it will do it, and so forth. And I've rounded up to the nearest value. Okay, so that's how we do that. And then we've got individual sections. So now we're going to start building out the individual actual page. So something similar to this. So if I was to click on, like for example, a shopping page, let me go ahead and just go into this page. Does it show me the shopping page here, or is it? Oh no, it's taking me to the actual pages. Well, has it not going to take me to the shopping page? Okay, so it's actually taking me to the shopping pages. That's fine. That's okay. What we can do for now is I can showcase it to you here as we just built it, right? So I'm going to create a section, and this section is going to be responsible for a bunch of different things, right? So we're going to have a few different sections. The first one is going to have, you're going to have to bear with me on this one because it can get a little bit nested, right? So this section, we've got a div inside of it. Inside of this div, I've got another div inside of it. And here I've got an image tag. And the image tag here, I'm doing an image tag because it can be a dynamic value from that we're pulling in, which means I don't trust it, right? So we've got product data dot content. Jayesh says, seeing him live is a different vibe to enjoy. That's awesome, man. Content dot images, and I'm going to get the first image, right? So full size 0. This is all from the database, right? From the response. So I'm going to show an image there. Cool. And you can see, look, an iPad pops up. Hey, nice, right? Let's go ahead and style that out a little bit. So class name, class name. And this one is going to have a row span. So in fact, before we dive any further, I just want to start styling out the top half. So we're going to say flex gap of 4. This div is going to be a on the medium screen padding of 10, on a medium screen padding left of 0. Because I don't want padding otherwise. And then we say MX auto to center it. And on the section, this is going to be flex column. And it's going to have, just realizing something. I changed something. All right, flex column. And then we'll say on the large screen, flex row. Margin top of 5. And on the medium screen, we're going to get rid of our margin top. Okay. So here, image. This image tag, height of 80, width of 80, and I'm gonna round the corners and contain it. Boom, right? So I'm gonna make it a lot more smaller, more manageable to deal with. There we go. That's a little bit nicer. Okay. The next one is I'm gonna create a div, and this is gonna have all the smaller pictures in. Now I haven't got the option to click in, view it. You can feel free to add that yourself. What I'm simply doing instead is I'm gonna go ahead and get the next 2 images here. Okay, so the next 2 images are going to be showed there. So I want to firstly, before I pop this in, so here I'm going to go to the images, get the second and third image. So slicing 1 and 3 means getting the second and third image, and then we map through them and we show it on the screen. Now I basically work these values out to the sizing, right? So in that case, you should see 2 smaller images now popping in next to it in just a second. Unless this doesn't have images. So if I do MacBook Pro 16 inch, let's find the MacBook Pro. And you can see that it's pretty cool. You can actually use this app, right? And in this case, it's going to load. And right now we haven't got, there we go. Right, so I didn't have an image before. So in this case, it loads up those images. Great. And then here, I'm going to say flex column. and justify between. So justify between. And look at that. So right now, you see how it's spaced it out, and then we get this perfect looking sort of section now, right? So that's great for the time being for this div, right? So we're exiting this div. Yep. So that's that part. Next up, I need to have the actual images under it. So I want to have images under it for like if it's got like, you know, a bunch of different ones. And I want it to be a scrollable container as well, right? So this is going to be a div, and then I'm going to map through the rest of the images. So here I'm going to go ahead and basically pop in from the, so it's going to be the first, second, and third are shown here, and then third onwards I'm going to map out underneath. So I basically do that by saying /slice 3, which means from the third onwards, map out these images. So now let's go ahead and show, and you see it maps them here. So these two images, and obviously when you're mapping through images, you should really give it a key. So in this case, image. Oh no, okay. Oh no, well, I guess we're just showing the images. That's all right for now. All right. So here, class name. This was going to be flexed space x of 6 overflow y of auto, because all I'm doing here is I'm going to set a value. So if it's on a small screen, it goes past, like, you know, if it's got 20 images. Then it will basically just have a scroll bar, and on a medium screen I'm going to give it a width of 30 rem, right? So you should see now that we're going a row. There we go, perfect, right? So that's going to be scrollable if it goes past there. So it will cut off here and then it'll be scrollable. And right now I haven't got any logic where if you click it, it expands. You can add in a gallery or any kind of like, you know, thing like that. That's completely up to you, right? So after that, right, we're going to go ahead and go outside this div, and then we've got another div, right? So this div is going to be for the product details, all of that stuff, right? So this one is going to have styling of padding 10 of this to space it away a little bit. Then we're going to have a div, and inside that div, I'm going to start by basically, oh my God, yes, the Papa fan anthem's going in, nice, all right? So at this point, I'm going to have all of the different details. Now I basically don't want to run through this individually, but I'll show you. But okay, so what we'll do is we'll say inside this div, if you have the product details, right? So obviously I'm just protecting ourselves a little bit, right? Then I'm going to render out a fragment with a bunch of different things, because you can't put siblings next to each other. So I'm going to pop this in. So the product details. So if we go ahead and put this in, you'll see now that product details. And obviously in the section, I actually styled it accordingly, so you can see, where is it here? Flex column, large flex row, right? So by default it's flex column, and then it goes flex row over here, right? So that's it. And then we've got the H3. So at this point I've just got loads of other data. So I've got the pricing, so I'll pop in the pricing here, and then we've got the rest of it here. So I'm actually going to just pop this in, and you can feel free. Honestly, this bit's not that great or special to look at. So it's just a div with some information in. I'm saying if the pricing exists, basically show, you know, if there's more pricing options, show that there's plus more pricing options, show the price breakdown, and show the details, which is the description. Okay. And just like that, we have this here, which is not the description, but it's like the delivery options. Okay. So that basically gives us that, which is good. Now for the next step, which was, we've got our surrounding div. I'm getting buried in divs here, and I'm getting lost. So after this one, I need to have, right, so yeah, I'm gonna have a horizontal row, and I'm gonna have this is gonna have styling on the margin y at 5. So there will be a line. Yep, there we go. So it'll be a nice little line. And I'm gonna have a p tag with the description, and this is gonna be the entire thing. So there you go. And now we'll have a longer description, so that the thermal architecture map below has been completely redesigned. That's it. Yeah, there we go. And that in itself will push it to make up use all that room. Now you can actually just force it to use that room by giving that div a flex 1 here. So flex 1, And now if I got rid of this, notice how it should just use up the entire space. Yeah, there you go. So that's what you wanted to ideally do in the beginning. So you set that to flex 1, and then that way it makes sure that it always uses that space accordingly. And then it doesn't just rely on the description. And now, boom, we have that. That looks good. Description is great. And then I've got the highlights. Now the product highlights, they may or may not exist and be there. So if they do exist, then I will show them on the screen. And the way I've done that is simple. I've simply got a conditional saying if they exist, then pop in this div. I've got a h3 tag with a horizontal row to separate like a line. And then I've got an unordered list, and I map through all the individual highlights if they exist. So optional chaining to protect ourselves. And then it pops out the highlights. And then to style it, I've just done list disk, and this will basically show each individual point as a little dot. So you'll see now in a second that will re-render in. So if I go ahead and save that in, refresh maybe, unless they haven't got any highlights here, maybe. So maybe this one doesn't have any highlights. Yeah. So let's do something like iPhone 14 Pro. And look how nice this is, right? You can actually use the app now. And then let's do iPhone 28. Okay, that's not a good one. Let's do this one. Product details. Look, product highlights. So remember, if it exists, then it will show the product highlights. Right, so that's how I've done it. Yeah, so that looks great. And then after that, the next section, I want to have another section. Yeah, so section. And then here I'll have a horizontal line. Oops. And this horizontal will be margin Y of 10. Here we'll have the review. So underneath all of this, I will have the review. And the reason why I done a section is to basically, because I don't want this to, I want the review bit to be under this entire block here. I don't want it to be a part of this logic where it's like, you know, the flex row and all that. That's what we've already done that in that section. The next one should sit underneath it. So that's why I've separated it into section. And then we're just going to simply say, if there is a reviews, then I will go ahead and show it. Otherwise, don't show reviews, right? So I'll show you how we do this now, and I'll pop it in and then we can break it down. So I'm going to go ahead and push it in here and explain it. So I've just popped it in here, and all we've done is we basically said, if there are reviews, then have a React fragment. So that React fragment goes from here to here. And we have a H3 tag, simple, just saying reviews with some information. H4 will say top review with some styling. And then we get the top review and we basically present it accordingly like this, right? So the top review will have the P tag, which is the review author says, and then the H5 is the review title, right? And then we have the div itself. And all I've done here is I've passed in, remember that star rating? I basically said like the same logic for there. So if it's a 5-star review, it will basically create an array of 5 and then we'll map through. So it'll be 5 stars. And then we've got a P tag with quotes with the text inside of it. And if there is no review, or if there is no top review, right? Then what I will do is I will go ahead and just say no reviews yet. Okay. So let's hit save and let's see for ourselves what we get. Ah, look at that. There is a review. So we see it. Boom. Nice. And this one says, maybe skip this one, right? So maybe, I mean, some people gave it 5 stars. The top review in this case, top review, remember, doesn't always necessarily mean the best one. It means just whatever was featured by Google on that page. So whatever Google's algorithm was, that's what it was featured on that page. So let's do MacBook Pro, 16-inch, for example. And let's just click on like this one, for example. And then you see like review, great if you need Intel MacBook Pro. So you see it's actually pulling in correctly like so. And in this case, you got the tax, 2 more prices, free delivery, this and product highlights, right? So looking pretty good, right? And then underneath that section, we will have the specifications. Now specifications are going to be for the product data. So in this case, I'll do product data, if there's specification. Remember, I'm doing a lot of this conditionally. So I'm saying, if this exists, then do this. So in this case, I'll say, if this exists, then I want to render out a section. And this section will basically have a horizontal row with the title saying specifications, boom. So like so. So in this case, does this one have it? Let's see if it has it. Yep, it has specifications. And then specifications, I basically map through. And the whole point here is I'm trying to demonstrate someone says I would add images in the search results. So it depends on what comes back from your scraper, right? So if you want to add that in and isn't supported by a scraper, just you have to look into the Oxlab documentation and actually scrape for the images as well. Okay, so here what you can do is afterwards you can render out through these specifications. And the whole point that I'm trying to make here is that whenever we handle dynamic data, you can handle it in this fashion where if there's something exists, you know, I go through and I basically, it's a lot about handling the data type, right? So in this case, there's a specifications array possibly. So if there's a specifications array, possibly map through the entire thing and then basically position it out. So that way it's conditionally rendering this entire item based on if it's there. So in this case, look, standing screen, 16 inches, max screen resolution, processor, RAM, hard drive, and so forth. So if there are specifications, it will show in this nice little view here. All right, so you can feel free to pause it, copy that bit, right? So the whole point is, you see my point, there wasn't no real benefit to me showing you type that out, right? So in this case, we've got that, and this will actually just stack up accordingly. So if I go ahead and do iPhone Pro, and you can see, let's just load it up again and see whatever the result is from Google. And obviously you can sort it. So if I do high to low, search, now it will search. And then this will basically go ahead and do high to low. So we should see high products. There you go. As to a high price product here. Click on this. And then it should scrape the shopping page result. And then you can see like 1-star buyer beware with pre-owned phones. All right, so in this case, this is from eBay. I assume from what I saw, yeah, it was from eBay. So you can see it's a bit of a dodgy one. And then you got West Coast Dealer Shop, Simply Electronics. So maybe this is a better one. Let's just click that for a second. Have a look. You can see even our filtering logic works really nice. Look at that, really cool, right? And this, if it has more specifications, it comes up accordingly, right? That's the way I styled it out. Cool. So I guess the next step that we haven't done is two things. One, we need to do the loading, the skeleton loader for this page, and then we need to do the home page, which is this one, right? So two things, and then we're pretty much golden to deploy, and also a not found page. So what happens if I go to the, for example, 999, right? So if I go to this page, or that might actually exist. So if I make up some page, if I go to product / something here, so that it gets a 404 page cannot be found, and it looks all weird and stuff, right? So in this case, I'm going to create a not found page, custom one. So what I do is I go to the shopping product ID, and here, if you want to do a 404 for this route, we just simply do not found.tsx. It's as simple as that. You do RFCE, and then you change it to not found, and now, I kid you not, this is literally it. So now if I go to example, some gibberish product that does not exist, you will now see that they'll say, it'll take us to that not found. Right, so this is literally how you do custom 404s. In this case, I've just made a little very simple page. You can feel free to customize this one yourself. I've gone ahead and says, whoops, it looks like the product cannot be found. And now, if we go to this page, refresh, whoops, it looks like the product cannot be found. Right, so feel free to mess around with that yourself, go as far as you want, but that's just how you do not found pages. Okay, so next step, let's do the skeleton loader for this page. So here I'm going to do loading.tsx, boom, RFCE, like so. We're doing amazing for the pace right now as well. All right, so we go here, loading, so loading page. Now for the loading page, this one's pretty more simple, I'd say. So again, I've just replicated a build, like a page here. So first things first, it's a server component. So I'm gonna pull in the dependency and the skeleton. Pratik says you're amazing. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. So for this div, I'm gonna go ahead and have a padding of 5, and on the larger screens, a padding of 12. So hit save. Right now, just hit loading, just so you get rid of this error. So. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. When you're doing this hot reloading thing, you'll sometimes come into errors. So just refresh and then see if you still get an error. Right, that's the main. You need to sometimes do that because you're forcing a lot of hot reloads. Right. So first things first, I'm gonna just put in 2 skeleton loaders, and then I'm gonna go ahead and have a div. And I've basically already done the hard work for you. I basically drew it out with the skeleton loaders. Roughly how it will look, and I've basically came to this, right? So this is, again, I know that the documentation for React Skeleton Loader says that you should conditionally render it as part of the component, but because we're using loading.tsx files, this is why I'm essentially drawing a lookalike myself. But ideally, if you have a piece of state or you can make your component, you know, conditionally render a skeleton loader. I would recommend you do it that way, right? But it's just, I know it says that, but I'm doing it this way, right? So this will look something like this, okay? So I've saved you a bit of hassle, set the width and heights and so forth. All right, so you can feel free to copy this and do it yourself. But if I show you this value right now, let's try this out. So we're going to go to, for example, iPhone. Give me a product, guys. I need a different product, right? Let me do something which is totally different. Let's do sunglasses, right? So sunglasses, and then we search. And then let's see what comes back. So we've got blue tinted glasses, blah, blah. Right, so Prada, this one, sunglasses heart. Click it. And look at that. Oh, look, it's loading now. And wait for it. Boom. Hey, that is sick. Look at that. Clean. Sent me the used one. Oh no, it's Myra. It's not very happy. All right, and someone says, Jay says Yeezys. So we can say Yeezy now. And you see, look, searching. Look, it's nice. All these little features actually improve the UI of the app, show that something's happening. So you've got, for example, these are some cheap Yeezys. These must be fake. So now you've got, like, for example, if I was to click on something like this, and now you see it's loading the page out and then it pops in, right? So you can see this is pretty cool, right? I knew it, I was going to say, right? So this is something that I was saying, and you can see that it just works out of the box now. So everything works really nice. And again, let's try on stress test this app. So MacBook Pro, so Comandante Grinder Coffee. That's how you know I listen to you a lot too well. Let's try that. Right, so there's a coffee that one of our subscribers, Juan, just said in the chat. Let's see what comes up. So you can see Commander, Trailmaster, Coffee Grinder. Click it, boom. And if this is right, you let me know. Is that correct? Is that your product? Because if it is, look at that, so cool, right? And yeah, you can see for yourself that yeah, it works, right? Now the next step is let's do the homepage. The homepage, I've just basically made it a nice like playable kind of demo thing. So what I did to help you guys out is I actually sort of, you know, I thought about it and I thought, okay, if this is on your portfolio and you just want to showcase it to someone, you know, I would recommend that, you know, you maybe have something like something pretty easy for them to just go ahead and mess around with, right? So what I did is I created a sort of clickable box of options which are predefined searches. So what we're going to do is go back to the homepage, add a bit of styling in. So we're going to center a bit of text, and then we're going to carry on building this out. Now for this one, what I did is I have a H1 and H2, very simple loader at the top. Boom. Welcome to Google Shopping. Get started by clicking one of the example search items, right? So simple. And then what I did is I had a div with a bunch of styling inside of it. So I basically just set up a grid for the div. So you guys can feel free to copy that out. So it's a grid and it gets bigger, the amount of columns as you get onto a bigger screen. And then what I do is I map through a bunch of searches, okay? So what I've done here is I basically just made a bunch of different predefined searches. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and show you what I did. So if I go ahead and just go to the top, and I basically have a few different searches. So I created a, you know, this could be a constant. You could just say searches, and I've just got ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these are all different things. So monitors over 500, monitors sort by relevance, or, you know, the default, sorry. And then min price 500, iPhone 14 Pro Max. I've also given it a color, different ones, so backgrounds and all that kind of stuff. Tablets under $300, tablets sort by max 300, and so forth. So basically you just put the URL that you want to send them off to, right? And then it's just an array. So in this case, we've got the array, and then I want to map through that array and present out what I have on the screen, right? So that part is the simple part. Here we basically go ahead and we map through. So we say searches. So I'll map through, and for every single search, an A tag, and you can even do a link if you wanted. So we could do a link and disable the prefetch. So I don't want to prefetch all those pages, otherwise you're going to stress your server out a little bit. And then you got the key, which is the ID, the href, the class name, just a bunch of styles, right? And then the search term itself. Now let's go ahead and give that a try. Oh, look at that. Ooh, nice. And look at that. So we've got 5 different things here. And if I was to go ahead and click on, for example, AirPods Pro, you can see, look, it triggers an AirPods Pro search. Obviously, that didn't clear the state. That's fine. We go back here, and you can see that's cached. So you have to be careful there, yeah? Like that's cached value. So you won't see that when you actually deploy that. But if I do monitors over 500, loading results from Google and monitors at 500. So showing results from monitors, and these are all 500. The problem, over 500, yeah. So min price 500, there you go. Go back to Google. Tablets under 300, and you could even go ahead and if you wanted to add in like the max price here and stuff, you have access to them, so you can definitely do that. And look at that, guys. Yeah, absolutely awesome stuff. Under $300. There you go. That's probably with the tax and shipping, but yeah, that's absolutely awesome. And if we click into it, you guys see for yourself, it goes ahead and loads out accordingly, right? So we have something to show. So absolutely a banger of a build. That was awesome. I'm going to go ahead and showcase everything that we essentially did right now. And I just want to show you as well the API that we built. So if I go to /API/shopping product with the ID, you will see the actual API endpoint that we built. So as I mentioned, full stack builds, guys. Look at that. That is the API endpoint that we built. So that data is literally what we're fetching when we land on the shopping product page, right? So that is literally showcasing to you that it has an actual live API endpoint behind it, right? Remember that little trick I told you about with the stars as well? Perfect, works great, right? So as you can see now, all of this was made possible by Oxylabs. So Oxylabs, as I mentioned before, residential proxies allows us to scrape amazing sites like Google. The documentation is so helpful. It allowed this entire process to be effortless, right? We were able to go ahead and do it. And as you can see, this was a great little demonstration of how you can present it. So this is something I definitely recommend you put on your project or your portfolio, sorry, deploy it. And then, yeah, you can actually go ahead and create a little video of it, pop it up on your portfolio and showcase it. And that's a talking point for when you're landing your job. Now let's go ahead and deploy this thing, right? So deploying it is always the easy, fun part that I like to talk about. So first thing I want you to do is install the Vercel CLI. I've actually went ahead and done this. So Vercel CLI, I've already installed it. So you can do that. I don't need to do that. Then what you need to do is go over to your application. And then I'm going to simply go into a second terminal here, pop this open, and I just want to double check that I'm logged into the correct account. So I'm going to do Vercel login. I think I am already logged in, but I can never be sure. So I'm going to continue. So I typed in Vercel login in the URL, and then which account was it? Oh god. At this point, I've gone ahead and logged in. So I done Vercel login, and then I selected GitHub. I logged into my account, and now I do Vercel to deploy it. So I basically want to go ahead and you simply type in Vercel. That's literally what you type in to deploy this app because we've set it up with Next.js. So set up and deploy, yes, right? Sunny Sanga's team, Sunny YouTube. I'm just gonna do my personal, Sunny Sanga. And then a link to existing project, nope. What is your project name? Keep it the same. Code is located, keep it the exact same. Now this will fail. I'm going to tell you right now, this will fail. The reason why this will fail is because we don't have the environment variable set up. I'll show you how we do it. So I want to modify the settings. Nope, I'm completely fine with that. And then you'll see this, inspect. Now, the reason why I do this is because it's honestly a really easy way to go ahead and set this up. So what I'd like to do is click open. This will open up your Vercel.com dashboard. Then what I want you to do is head over to the settings, right? So, oh, I've actually logged into the wrong account. So let me quickly log into my correct account and I'll be right back. Right, so I'm always logging in and out of our team accounts as well. So I need to log into the correct account. And now we can see Oxylabs, yeah. So now in the correct account, we can see this, right? So head over to the settings, go to the environment variables, and here is the magic point, right? So what I want you to do now is go over to your code, go to your env local, and click. I was about to, you thought I'd slip. You thought I'd slip. So click your environment local file, and I'm just gonna hide mine for a second. Yeah, so you should see this. In fact, right? So I've hidden my password, obviously, but basically copy this. So literally do Command A, copy it with your password intact, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy that, and then what I want you to do is go back over to that screen and click this and quite literally paste it, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and do it right now. So Command V or Control V, whatever you're using, I'm gonna go ahead and paste it. And it quite literally, I'm going to hide my key for a second and then I'll undo it. So you can see what it does is it literally pops it in. Okay, so I'm going to put this back and then I'm going to click on, make sure these are ticked. I'm going to click on save, right? So I'm going to pop that in and I'm clicked on save. Now I've uploaded my environment variables. So in this case, Oxylab's username and password. Now you can do it on the CLI. I just prefer this. This is an easy way to do it. So now we've actually gone ahead and uploaded that. You can see our build failed naturally because it didn't have the correct environment variables. Now what I can do is I can simply go ahead and say Vercel, right? And if I do Vercel in pull, you can even pull it back. So if I do Vercel now, it will go ahead and deploy with those new environment variables. If I click on this link, we should be able to get taken to a deployment here, and we can actually see for ourselves this in action, right? But let's go ahead and it's building out. Let's see for ourselves. I haven't actually deployed this one yet, so this is live, right? So we're gonna see how it goes. If I hit into a little roadmap, we'll debug it live as well. That's all good. All right, missing key prop. Okay, so this is a few little issues we have that we need to go ahead and fix. Missing key prop in our term loading. Okay, so this is fine. We can easily debug these. So in our loading, so what you can actually do to build it locally is do Vercel build, and then this will build locally. So you can do Vercel pull, yes, that's fine. Yeah, and then it'll pull the environment variables and it will try and build it here, and then it will show us where those errors were. But in this case, I can just run through. So we can do search term loading. So let's do loading, search term, a little bit of live debugging for you all. We do map. So where we have our maps, we haven't got keys. Okay, so there's a problem. So in this case, let's just put a key. In this case, this is I. This is a dummy one anyway. And then here we have item div key I and so forth. Okay, that's fine. And the next one was missing key prop in ReactJSX and results list. So results list, we have the map, which was here. We have got a key. This was very bad of me, by the way. Whenever you map through, you should always have keys. Do not have keys, right? It's very bad practice not to have a key. Right, so here was the other one. I have got a key there. I have got a key there. I have got a key there. Here, I do not have a key. So key, let's do value as value. Right, that's fine. Okay. In fact, for this one, I'm not sure because you could actually end up with the same value. So I just want to play it safe and do it. Yeah. Okay. Now, escaped characters. Oh, that one always irritates me. Escaped characters. Okay, escaped characters. Where have I got my non-escaped characters? Search for search page. I think it's talking about this. Anyway, let's see. So it was on line 53 in here. So around 53. So it was showing results for, okay, let's just do for now. You can escape the characters with this. For now, I'm just gonna keep it super simple, change it to a dash. And then to check if this works, you can do a Vercel build here. So if this is how you can basically test for yourself and find the bugs and errors in your own code. I also need an escape character here, so I need to cancel that build. And it was also for the product ID page, and there was a few things that we had missing. So image tag, no, that's fine. Key prop, we've done 159 and 167. 159. 159, where is it? All right. Yeah, so here with the product review. So obviously you can escape those. And 157 no reviews yet, and you can escape that. But I'm just gonna I just want to kind of get past that, right? You guys can do that yourself. All right, boom. Vercel build. Let's see for ourselves, and you guys can see, like, just it's quite a handy thing to know. If you do run into that, you can do Vercel build locally, see if the build goes through. And then you can go ahead and just, get past that final step yourself. For a product here, we actually have missing key prop in product as well. Okay, that's not very good. So map. Here I have a map. Here I do not. Yeah, I do. I do not. For now, that's okay. Typically, you would, when you're mapping through things, you would have some kind of identifier. In this case, it's okay. I'm just doing a very simple. You shouldn't really do that. You shouldn't really do that. size 3. Let's just do I in this case. I just want to kind of deploy. And then here we've got the highlight itself. That can be actually the map. So where else we got it? So key has that has a key, 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 that's a key, and yeah, okay, cool. There we go. Why is key mandatory? Because basically when you render in React, the key is the only thing that tells React what to actually go ahead and what change. For example, if you have a list of 1,000 different things inside of any component and you don't have a key, React has no idea what one item is different from another, right? It just thinks that everything's the exact same. So it basically re-renders the entire 1,000 items. That's so bad, right? When you have a key, everything's individually identifiable. So it says, okay, none of these things changed. Only like 3 new rows that got added. So only re-render in the 3 new rows, but you don't need to re-render in these other 999,000 rows. So you see, there's a massive optimization there. So that's something that you shouldn't skip over, okay? So now what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and type in Vercel. So it passed the build step. So now the deployment should work. So now we upload it, we inspect the build, and this is the one that will win. This one will succeed because we've actually done a Vercel build locally, which means that this will actually pass on the on the actual thing. Let's go back to localhost 3000 and let's just see our deployment status. Okay, so I've completely like just destroyed this for whatever reason. Okay. Oh, look at that. Look. In the meantime, while we're messing around with local stuff, this deployed. So I'm going to go ahead and visit this right now and we can see it for ourselves. So before I share this link, I'm going to go ahead and do it myself. So I'm going to say MacBook Pro 16-inch, boom, search for that. Let's have a look. And we can see, okay, server-side. Okay, so something happened with that. So we can actually go ahead and see. Firstly, it deployed, which is awesome. But naturally, as any dev will experience, sometimes it happens, right? Failed to pass URL from Oxy Labs. Okay, so what happened here was we actually didn't give in the correct URL. So we need to pass in HTTPS. That's why. So API/search. So that is actually coming from our fetch call. So this is where we have our get helper fetch thing that's basically making that call. That's what's happening. So basically we go to our get fetch URL and here. So this is what's happening. So our Vercel URL is actually the problem here. So this one, we can basically do something like this. HTTPS // and then that should get us past what we were doing. So at this point, you could just do Vercel. Let's just redeploy. All right. So yeah, live debugging. You guys want to see it? I'm doing it. This is the reality of live coding. But yeah, I want to show you how we get past it. So that should do it, to be honest. HTTPS, you should get us past. The reason being is because right now we're trying to hit this endpoint and the API does not exist here. Like, as in the end of the day, that is not an existing thing. So if we were to go here, HTTPS, like so, now that will exist, right? But as in, obviously, it's not, that's a GET request to it. We didn't have a GET request, we were doing a POST request. So let's give it a try now. Let's go back here. So that deployed. Let's go ahead and check it out now and see what happens. So let's see, MacBook Pro. Searching. Okay. Did I do it? Did I fix it? Is it done? Or is it going to scream at me? Okay. We got closer and then something happened. So let's have a look. Logs. Post API search. Error. Serverless function. And we did not get our error back. Let me have a look. So the reason being was, it timed out. Okay. So this is something which is actually pretty common. So the reason being is if you get into this error, and I'm actually glad I showed you this. So what happened here was, as it's a serverless function, it went over 10 seconds, right? Because obviously it has to fetch. And this is something that you're going to find will happen with any kind of, like a scraper or any kind of API process, which will take a little bit of time. So for example, if I typed in iPhone here, searching, this is taking more like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10. So once it hits past 10 seconds, it will basically time out unless you have a paid plan on your Vercel, right? So that's something which is a little bit hidden, but it doesn't tell you that all very clearly, but this is where you spot that. So here, so 10 seconds timed out, right? So what you would have to do at this point is simply, and this will work. That means that it does work. It just doesn't, it's because we timed out. So pretty much you can have, in this case, that's blocked because we've done that, but create a team and you can deploy it to that team, and you just need to simply add a card to it. You don't actually get billed, right? But you can pretty much add a card to it, and then you can, while you're in hobby, you only have 10-second time limit for serverless action. So all you need to do, upgrade your plan out of hobby for Vercel, run it, and then you'll get past this hurdle. Trust me, I've done lots of production builds. That is literally what the problem is, and you'll get past it. So with that said, that is the issue that we were facing, and yeah, we were able to deploy it. Okay, so it does work, and I think it's very handy to actually come past this part, which was something which I missed initially. But yeah, the Vercel URL gives us the domain. We actually have to append HTTPS to it still, right? With that said, let's come up to do a nice little beautiful demonstration of the entire build to wrap this up, right? So what did we do today? We went ahead and built out a Google Shopping clone. This was basically able to scrape Google for search results using Oxylabs. If we type in, for example, MacBook Pro 16-inch, it would search. This was using that new use form status. I showed you how to use client components, server components. Manager says, no way, this is live. There you go. And then we use React skeleton loaders to get that beautiful loading UI. We also have support for all the different filters like pages, sort, min price, max price, and then it loads up these dynamic side filters, and these actually link to real values, right? So these actually take us to the actual Google website, so you can see for yourself these are real. So in this case, if we go to, for example, a Walmart link, click it, this will actually take us to our own Google Shopping page, right? So in this case, click it, again, React skeleton loader, as it loads from the back end, boom, it loads in, we get the reviews, we get the specifications, everything loads in, everything is mobile responsive, looks damn beautiful, right? Looks really, really clean. And then we've got this nice little user area where we can basically play with these little dummy searches. So if I click on AirPods Pro, loads it up, and there you go, right? And we also learned about caching, different techniques that you can use. In this case, we're caching based on a revalidate strategy. So every 5 minutes, but up until 5 minutes, it will serve the cached version of that URL. And this means that it will cache the URL based on what filters were actually appended to it as well. So if you basically set a min price of 200 and max price of 500, that exact URL will get cached. So the next person who does that, if it's within the revalidation period of 5 minutes, what we set, they will get the cached version. And then after 5 minutes, they'll get the new version, server-side rendered, and that'll get cached for another 5 minutes and so forth, right? So hopefully that helps you out. All right, mouthful, but it's so cool. All right, so let's see. Yeah, guys, you saw it here for yourself today. Absolutely awesome build. And boom, you made it to this point. Build 6 of 6. The end is here, guys. Oxylabs was an incredibly powerful tool. As you can see, pair that with Next.js 13 and you have a beautiful combination. This is an amazing piece to add to your digital portfolio. You can create a video of the entire app working, add a sample project to your digital resume, and there you have it. Your employer will get damn impressed by showcasing this off. If you got stuck at any point, remember, you can pause the video, watch it back, or you can get access to the full source code by going ahead and checking out the Papa GitHub repo. There we have it, guys, at the end of the ginormous Next.js 13 crash course. You built 6 incredible apps to add to your digital resume and portfolio, and alongside that, you leveled up your Next.js 13 knowledge. You learned how to go ahead and translate a Next.js 12 app to Next.js 13. You learned all about how to integrate loads of different third-party APIs and libraries into your Next.js 13 app, including how to use different databases, how to build a variety of different apps, and how to go ahead and leverage the new techniques and ways of doing things in Next.js 13, including the new caching methods, the new root.ts file, the new page file, all of the new file conventions, everything revolved around the app router. You're now a lot more sharp and better for it. This was an incredible amount of effort from ourselves to go ahead and drop and deliver to you guys for absolutely free. So all we ask in return is you drop a thumbs up if you found this useful in any shape or form, because we're going to keep it coming, guys. Make sure you drop a comment right now of a rocket emoji to showcase that you made it to this point in the video. We appreciate every single one of you. And if you want more content that just like this, but even to a higher degree, then make sure you check out Zero to Full Stack Hero, our flagship course and community. I literally put my heart and soul into that entire course. Honestly, we have a huge amount of content inside the course right now, over 120 hours of content inside of our platinum membership, and an additional 80+ hours inside of our diamond mentorship with weekly coaching calls by yours truly, myself. And we even have additional success coaches who are teaching inside the course as well as me. So you're not only getting full mentorship in this experience, you're also getting a lifelong support network from our community, from myself, and you're getting the resources that you need to elevate your developer career to that next level. So if you're interested, make sure you check out Zero to Full Stack Hero in the description. First link is there. You can go ahead, check it out for yourself. We do support purchasing power parity for all around the world to help make this more accessible for every developer, because our goal at the Papa Fam is to help over 1 million developers absolutely crush it and change and transform their everyday life with the power of code. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure you like and subscribe for more content just like this, and turn on the bell notifications so you don't miss any bangers just like this one right here. We're going to be dropping loads more content on the channel, guys. The road to 1 million subscribers is coming in close. Until then, guys, it's been your boy Sunny, aka Papa React, and as always, guys, I will see you in the next one. Peace.
I know how to love you.